3,000 years ago, the martial world once gave birth to a peerless tyrannical genius. No one could rival him even after searching with bloodshot eyes. His might crushed all heroes. He roamed the world without ever knowing fatigue. In the end, that man founded the greatest sect on the then continent, commanding an entire religious system. It was said that all the effort and knowledge of his lifetime were engraved neatly onto a single stone stele. Sadly, after the previous sect master suddenly passed away due to an unforeseen calamity, the entire sect no longer had anyone capable of deciphering the secret within that stone stele. From that moment on, the sect's reputation plummeted without restraint, slid all the way down to the lowest ranks. No one knew how many years it had struggled there. Today, a solemn voice echoed throughout the entire religion, announcing the once in 3 years outer court disciple examination. Above them, Sect Master Luke spoke. The rules were simple. Just place a hand on the spirit platform. If the steel shines, you pass. Anyone who fails to meet the requirement will be expelled from the entire religion. No negotiation. As soon as the news spread, the disciples below buzzed like a disturbed hive. What truly expelled? Not far away, a young man sat on a rock with a blade of grass in his mouth, calmly observing. The young man looked into the distance and thought to himself. He did not expect to be reborn in the body of a descendant disciple, and even return to the very sect he had founded. But after thinking carefully, it was fate after all. Consider it a chance to start over. 36 main gods, you surely did not expect that I am still breathing. When I return to the 9th heaven, I will certainly use divine blood to reopen the sky. Thinking this, he slammed his fist against the rock to remind himself. A rare cold glint flashed in his eyes. Your peaceful days are about to end. Sound startled the surrounding disciples. They turned and shouted. What is that useless Jiang then doing again? Who knows, perhaps the examination scared him stupid. 3 years in the sect, and his cultivation has not advanced at all. Today he will surely be kicked out. Over there, Sect Master Luke's face darkened. He pointed straight at Jiang then and barked. Jiang then, this is an examination. Do not cause trouble. Come here at once. I have never seen anyone so insolent. Jiang then curled his lips and replied coldly, causing trouble. After speaking, he strolled forward leisurely, completely disregarding Sect Master Luke. Sect Master Luke was furious to the point of grinding his teeth. You, Jiang then muttered, if I truly cause trouble, then what? The moment Jiang then placed his hand on the stone stele, a dazzling streak of golden light erupted. The light spread gradually, enveloping the entire stele and causing violent cracks to form across its surface. The horrifying sight left everyone speechless. How could this be? The foundation of the founding sect was cracking apart. Sect Master Luke cried out in shock. The sacred steel it has shattered, it truly shattered. Without pause, Jiang then shouted loudly, even the heavens are not qualified to govern me. As his words fell, power burst from his palm and the stone steel exploded into dust. Watching Jiang then's departing figure, Sect Master Luke felt a chill down his spine. This time a great disaster had truly been caused. His face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and thought. The sect's sacred steel was rarely seen in its sturdiness. Even a divine weapon striking it would not leave a mark. Yet it was destroyed by a single light press from a useless disciple. No, this must have been arranged beforehand. Or perhaps the fate of the religion has truly come to an end. Thinking of this, Sect Master Luke could not hold back his tears. Under Sect Master Luke's stunned gaze, the disciples left one after another. Forget it. No more examination. If even the foundation of the sect is ruined, then what is the point of cultivating? That is right. We might not even qualify for the lowest ranks now. Going home to marry a wife might be better. Jiang then glanced at them and sneered inwardly, scared off with just a little shock. Truly a bunch of useless fools. What a pity about that worthless stone. If I had not been too bored back then, it would probably still be paving a pond now. Suddenly, a chubby hand tugged at his sleeve. A trembling voice spoke, boss. Jiang then turned his head and saw a plump young man looking at him anxiously. This time you have caused serious trouble. Jiang then snorted softly and sized him up. Memories surfaced in his mind. This scar-faced fatty was the only friend of the body's former owner, Jiang Lu. However, this fellow's physique clearly had something very unusual about it. Jiang then looked at Jiang Lu and smiled faintly. It is fine. Jiang Lu, do not worry. Just then a voice rang out. Any disciple who wishes to remain may continue the examination at the 9-layer gate. Hearing this, Jiang then immediately called out to Sect Master Luke. Hey, there are only the 2 of us left. Why not waive the test entirely? Sect Master Luke trembled with anger upon hearing this. You may leave the sect, but the rules cannot be broken. Only if you are acknowledged by the 9 Tao Divine Spirit will you be qualified to become an inner disciple. Jiang then felt displeased and turned to leave. Fine, then I will go. Do not regret it later, he thought inwardly. Why do I not remember setting such troublesome rules? Jiang Lu hurried after him. panting, boss, wait for me. In the end, the two entered the ancient training ground. Sect Master Luke watched their figures fade into the distance and sighed helplessly. The entire outer court has only two useless disciples left. It seems heaven intends to destroy the sect. On this side, Jiang then raised his hand and pushed the stone door open. This was the legendary ancient training ground. Inside stood rows upon rows of stone statues arranged neatly. When Jiang then appeared, all the stone statues seemed to tremble in fear. Looking at those familiar figures, the corner of Jiang then's mouth twitched. Ha, the 8 disciples of this king. Up in the 9th heaven each of you dared to give me nicknames. I have not even had the chance to deal with you yet. Jiang then charged in and smashed the statues one by one. You dare examine me. Break for me, shatter for me, all of you shatter. After a frenzied bout of destruction, nearly all the stone statues had been reduced to fragments by him. Only the final statue remained. So ugly it was hard to look at. Jiang then frowned, who had the spare time to carve such a thing. Are you still standing there, so ugly yet still existing? You might as well disappear. The statue trembled violently with snot and tears streaming down. In the end, it could only shatter itself. Jiang Lu watched in utter terror. What in the world is happening? While Jiang then merely snorted disdainfully, daring to examine me, truly courting death. At that moment, Sect Master Luke pushed the door open and stepped in with a sneer. If you two are not accepted, then do not waste time. Letting 2 useless disciples take the examination is truly a waste of resources. The scene before him made Sect Master Luke and the people behind him stare wide-eyed. The divine statues. He gritted his teeth and demanded, Jiang then, what exactly have you done? The people behind him went mad and rushed forward shouting, Sect Master, this is a calamity, kill him to end it. Hearing this, Sect Master Luke also charged forward and shouted, die. Jiang then stood still with his arms crossed, calmly looking at the remnant souls as he spoke. This matter should be explained. I know the lingering divine remnants of the 8 of you are still here. Clean this up for me at once. Otherwise, when I return to the 9th heaven, do not blame me. Remnant souls were terrified to the extreme and immediately shot out a beam of golden light. Large words appeared in the air, honor this man as master. Confer this man as saint. Jiang then floated in midair with pride in his heart. These brats can still handle matters well. Everyone outside was petrified. This is a divine decree. That boy has been acknowledged by the gods. Is heaven trying to destroy our sect? No, heaven intends to make our sect flourish. Jiang Lu looked up with eyes full of worship. Oh, since when did boss become this formidable? Clearly on the ground, he had not the slightest trace of inner force cultivation, merely a mortal. Sect Master Luke was unwilling to accept it and argued stubbornly. Perhaps the divine decree was not for you, but for me. Jiang then was so angry he laughed, truly shameless. Jiang then looked straight at everyone and questioned, so what if I have no cultivation? What qualifies as having it? Sect Master Luke crossed his arms and replied, at your age, among the 9 spiritual meridians, you should have opened at least 3. Jiang then grimaced. At this age, only 3 meridians. How lowly do you think of me? If I wish, I can open all 9 spiritual meridians right now. Upon hearing this, Sect Master Luke and the others were stunned. They did not expect Jiang then to dare say such words. They burst into loud laughter. Is this boy dreaming? Open 9 spiritual meridians immediately. Truly a youth who knows not the height of the heavens. A useless fool who does not understand the hardship of cultivation. The corner of Jiang then's mouth lifted slightly. His hand clenched tight, and energy erupted from his entire body. A bunch of descendants. You even dare doubt the words of your own ancestor. When Jiang then released his spiritual power, the smiles on Sect Master Luke and the others vanished, replaced by shock. Can he truly open them at will? Watching the spiritual energy being devoured endlessly by Jiang then, the crowd widened their eyes and cried out, red light has appeared. Primal energy has entered his body. He has opened the first spiritual meridian. Impossible. It must be luck. On the Vo then continent, the path of cultivation is divided into martial and Tao. The martial path consists of 4 realms: spirit, void, thought, origin. Each realm is further divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Jiang then shone with light all over his body and thought in a deep voice, the entire religion has declined to such a state. It is no wonder people gossip about it. After all, this is a sect founded by my own hands. Its management seems to require proper rectification. Only now did the crowd realize in shock that it was not luck. He has broken through again. Not even half an incense stick has passed. It truly exceeded everyone's imagination. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several levels in succession. By the time the incense stick burned out, he had become a spirit realm lower-tier martial cultivator. With such cultivation speed, who would not be stunned upon seeing it? Jiang Lu calculated silently in his heart. 9 spiritual meridians. Then what about the Sect Master? Sect Master Luke stood there with his mouth agape, completely unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Jiang then slowly opened his eyes, lightly flicked his sleeve and lifted his head in challenge. Is it enough now? Sect Master Luke ground his teeth, his face pale. How exactly did this brat accomplish it? He pointed straight at Jiang then and declared, from today onward, Jiang then is the holy son of the entire religion, the future successor to the position of sect master. The crowd thought their ears were playing tricks on them. Is this real? In the end, they still had to lower their heads and cup their fists, saying in unison, we pay respects to the holy son. Jiang then felt no joy in his heart. For an old ancestor like me to become a successor is truly tragic. He pointed at Sect Master Luke and said bluntly, the decline of the entire religion is directly related to you. In my view, why bother with the title of Holy Son? Just pass the position of Sect Master directly to me. Sect Master Luke's subordinates angrily pointed and shouted, insolence! How dare you speak to the Sect Master like that? Sect Master Luke was calmer and sneered. The young should cultivate step by step. Arrogance, too, easily leads to an early death. Jiang then closed his eyes and replied calmly, oh, is that so? 3,000 years ago, the entire religion was proficient in artifact forging, alchemy, formations, and talismans. Now tell me, how much have you preserved? How much has been lost? Jiang then lightly stomped his foot. His aura erupted. Moreover, under your leadership, the entire religion has fallen to the lowest rank. As sect master, you have not even touched the Tao realm. You still have the face to sit in the sect master's seat. Their gazes clashed with sparks. Sect Master Luke said coldly, what right does a spirit realm who just opened 9 meridians have to pressure me? If you want to be Sect Master, I will give you a chance. His condition was clear. Within 1 year, if your cultivation catches up to mine, the position of Sect Master will be handed over. Jiang then showed no hesitation and said calmly, 1 year, 3 months is enough, and during these 3 months I will enter seclusion. No one is to disturb me. After speaking, he strode straight into the Sect Master Hall. Someone outside asked in shock, Sect Master, is that hall not reserved only for you? Sect Master Luke shouted angrily, silence. He gritted his teeth viciously and thought, a mere spirit realm dreaming of entering the Tao. Since you want to die, I will indulge you. On this side, Jiang Lu watched everything, his heart burning with worry. Brother then is already this strong. Can I still keep up? The outer court of the entire religion was a stretch of dilapidated buildings, desolate and lifeless. Here, the entire religion faced Shengvo sect, one side submissive, the other arrogant, the other party mocked. Cannot even withstand one move, and you call yourselves inner elite with the entire religion in this state. Dissolution is not far off. Such a challenge is truly boring. There is no one worth fighting. A disciple of the entire religion gritted his teeth and said, for the sake of our sect master, do not go too far. Before he could finish speaking, that person was struck down and left lying helpless. A disciple of Shengvo sect laughed wildly. Your sect master is not even comparable to our great elder. I say it openly. What can he do to me? Sect Master Luke was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, yet he did not dare explode. Elder Muck, your disciple has gone a bit too far. The disciple lying on the ground cried out, do not kill me. Muck Fong and Go narrowed his eyes, his voice impatient. So what, your cultivation was weak to begin with? He waved his hand, and spiritual power shot outward. Sect Master Luke cried out in alarm, but before he could act, he was seized tightly by Muck Fong and Go. Even your sect master is this weak. Does the entire religion still need to exist? Sect Master Luke was sent flying, fresh blood spraying everywhere. People of the entire religion pressed themselves against the wall, none daring to resist. Allowing Shengvo sect to stride in openly, Muck Fong and Go ordered coldly, take me to the sect master hall. From today onward, the entire religion will officially merge into my Shengvo sect. Afterward, Sect Master Luke sat slumped beside the disciple, his heart aching. Could it be that the ancestral foundation will be destroyed in my hands? A disciple suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Sect Master, Jiang then. Sect Master Luke replied dejectedly, even if he has reached spirit realm great completion, what can he change? The disciple analyzed, but he opened 9 meridians. Perhaps he can create a miracle. Sect Master Luke recalled Jiang then at that time, his heart in turmoil. Could it be that I truly have to bow my head and beg him? The mocking laughter of Shengvo sect rang out again. A bunch of useless trash. Today the entire religion will be annihilated. Sect Master Luke clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. No, the entire religion cannot fall in my hands. On the other side, Jiang then was still sitting cross-legged cultivating. Spiritual power surged around him as he muttered, the 13th spiritual meridian, it is done. Jiang then opened his eyes and stood up, a radiant sphere of spiritual power condensing in his hand. In his mind he analyzed, the 9-tome heavenly star technique can open 36 spiritual meridians. At great completion, they all condense together. Transform into a heavenly star. The heavenly star is indestructible, true chi inexhaustible. Only because no one has ever surpassed 9 meridians has it been regarded as a low-tier technique. Now that I have been reborn, Naturally, I will not walk the same path as my previous life. Jiang then sat in contemplation. But I remember placing this technique in the scripture pavilion. Why has none of these descendants cultivated it? Looked up and saw Sect Master Luke enter in a miserable state, struggling to say, "You." Jiang then asked indifferently, "What? Have you figured it out and planned to yield the seat to me?" Sect Master Luke was furious but did not dare vent it. If not for Sheng Vo sect issuing a battle appointment, do you think I would want to see you? Jiang then's gaze darkened. How were you beaten to such a state? Sect Master Luke said helplessly, "The strongest inner disciple has already lost. I fear the fate of the entire religion is nearing its end." Jiang then was surprised, being suppressed like this, and you can still remain sect master. Sense of disappointment rose in his heart. The number one sect I once built has fallen to such a state. Sect Master Luke tried to explain about Sheng Vo sect. Before he could finish, Jiang then burst forth with aura and rushed outside, directly facing Sheng Vo sect. Sheng Vo sect invaded and slaughtered without mercy, curses echoed. Our Sheng Vo sect is invincible. A disciple of Sheng Vo sect grabbed the collar of someone from the entire religion and said disdainfully, "In such decline you should dissolve early. Moreover, we have already applied to upgrade our martial pavilion. Before long, Sheng Vo sect will become an 8th rank sect, far stronger than your 9th rank." Sect Master Luke looked at Jiang then and said sternly, "Jiang then, the lowest cultivation among them is body realm lower tier. If you lose, the face of the entire religion will be thrown to the ground." Jiang then narrowed his eyes and replied, "You speak as if the entire religion still has any face left now. I earn honor with my fists, not through begging or coercion." After speaking, Jiang then strode forward with surging aura. Sect Master Luke behind him asked anxiously, "What if you cannot win?" Jiang then did not bother to respond, calculating in his heart, "I have opened 13 spiritual meridians. My true chi is abundant and endless. Even body realm lower or middle tier will struggle to break my defense." Jiang then stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Come together." He raised his hand and beckoned provocatively at the disciples of Sheng Vo sect. People of Sheng Vo sect looked at Jiang then and laughed mockingly. "You are the holy son of the entire religion, merely a spirit realm upper tier trash." Jiang then tilted his head and said, "Do you not understand human speech? Disciples of Sheng Vo sect, all of you come at once. Do not waste my time." His hand continued to beckon. That disciple's expression changed. "You are tired of living." Rushed forward, flames erupting as he roared, "One finger of mine is enough to crush you." Jiang then frowned and replied, "Just one finger." The disciple of Sheng Vo sect erupted with spiritual power and swung his blade straight at Jiang then, the strike fierce and savage. Blade descended, creating a massive shockwave, spiritual power surging everywhere. The people of Sheng Vo sect cheered excitedly, "Kill him. Senior brother is too strong." Seeing this, Sect Master Luke retreated in panic, blaming himself for foolishly harboring hope. The disciple laughed wildly, being so arrogant, even death would not be unjust. But before he finished speaking, a figure stepped out of the smoke. A cold voice rang out, "This is what you call killing me with one finger." Sect Master Luke's eyes widened in shock. People of Sheng Vo sect were equally stunned. How is this possible? That was the lower grade Imperial Guard blade. A single slash can split metal and shatter stone, yet he is unharmed. Jiang then's eyes blazed as he said slowly, "I already told you, come together, do not waste time." The people of Sheng Vo sect were furious to the point of madness and charged forward together. "Arrogant brat, today we will teach you how to behave." They attacked at the same time, joining forces to unleash waves of flames toward Jiang then. Sect Master Luke shouted in fear, "Jiang then, move away." Jiang then stood within the sea of fire and said calmly, "Childish tricks." He waved his hand and scattered the flames, laughing in disdain, "Have you not eaten your fill?" The crowd cried out in shock, "Heavens, is this man a monster?" Corner of Jiang then's lips lifted. "Enough, now it is my turn." His spiritual meridians circulated as he raised his hand. A violent surge of spiritual power shot out, sweeping across the surroundings. Feeling the terrifying force, their hearts trembled as they sensed danger. They hurriedly formed seals and erected a spiritual barrier. But the barrier shattered instantly, and all of them were blasted backward. The people of Sheng Vo sect assessed in horror. How can the power of spiritual meridians carry such terrifying shock force? Even 4 joining hands cannot withstand it. Fang and Go snorted coldly. "Impressive. A holy son daring to kill my disciple right before my eyes. Do you take this old man as non-existent?" Jiang then did not yield and replied coldly, "Does Sheng Vo sect refuse to accept defeat?" In his heart he calculated, "This old man is origin realm upper tier. If we truly fight now, I have no chance of winning." Fang and Go pointed his sword forward and said slowly, "Whether you win or lose makes no difference. Today I came for only 2 matters. First, to flatten your mountain gate. Second, to deliver my sect master's order, forcing the entire religion to submit to Sheng Vo sect." Refuse and die, thousand-hand Asura. Mukfong and Go soared into the air, countless arms wielding swords sprouting behind him. Seeing him make his move, everyone turned pale with fear and fled in panic. Do not fight. Run quickly. Jiang then, why did you provoke him? Today the entire religion will likely be annihilated. Sect Master Luke collapsed and said in despair, if I refuse, will the entire religion truly be destroyed? Jiang then rubbed his forehead in exasperation. A dignified sect master reduced to this state, truly a disgrace to me. Jiang then turned to Sect Master Luke and said, enough. This matter no longer requires your involvement. Sect Master Luke shouted angrily, nonsense. Jiang then stepped back. What can a mere spirit realm like you change? Jiang then glared and roared. As sect master, you tremble in fear before the opposing elder. What is the point of keeping such a sect master? I give you time immediately. Get out of the entire religion, otherwise none of you will leave. Mukfong and Go looked at the people of the entire religion and shouted angrily, ants, you dare speak so arrogantly. Killing Guanyin, Mukfong and Go unleashed his move, a massive vortex sweeping away everything in its path. Sect Master Luke cried out in fear, this is bad. Jiang then raised his hand and shot out a streak of blue light, shouting, capture him for me. The blue light shot like a venomous serpent straight toward Mukfong and Go. He felt a terrifying pressure crashing down upon him. The next instant, Mukfong and Go was blasted away by the blue light. He crashed heavily to the ground. Jiang then snorted coldly, on my home ground and you still dare kill. The crowd witnessed Mukfong and Go collapse dead and cried out in shock, dead. How is this possible? Jiang then felt secretly pleased. Elsewhere I might not be able to kill him, but within the entire religion it is different. The remnant divine thoughts of my disciples are enough to slaughter them all. The people of Shengvo sect fled in panic. Monster, run quickly. Sect Master Luke looked at Jiang then and asked curiously, how did you do that? Jiang then replied coldly, what does it have to do with you? I originally intended to give you a chance, but it seems you are not worthy of being Sect Master. Sect Master Luke trembled in anger and pointed at Jiang then. I am not worthy. Are you worthy then? Jiang then threatened coldly, if you dare move, the fate of Mukfong and Go is your answer. Seeing Mukfong and Go's corpse lying there, Sect Master Luke was too frightened to speak. Jiang then ordered, inform the martial pavilion that the entire religion has changed Sect Master, and go to the treasure pavilion to bring me some spirit stones. The subordinate hesitated and stood still, stammering. Jiang then changed his mind. I will go myself, truly troublesome. I will handle it. The treasure pavilion of the entire religion. Jiang then was stunned to find it empty. He pressed, where are the rare treasures I left behind? Jiang then's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and shouted, a bunch of prodigal descendants. In the end he accepted reality and ordered tiredly, prepare a spirit horse for me. I am going to the alchemy pavilion. Jiang then thought to himself, if I go to the alchemy pavilion to refine pills, perhaps I can still salvage something. Not long after, the sight before him made Jiang then question life. A subordinate led out an old donkey and said with a grin, Sect Master, the spirit horses are gone. This mule is also fine, 30 li to Qingyun town. It will not tire. In Qingyun town, Jiang then had no choice but to sit atop an old mule. Felt depressed inside. I am likely the first sect master in history to ride a mule through the streets. Once I have money, I will definitely buy a spirit horse to restore some dignity. Before long, Jiang then's group arrived at the city gate. Guards stepped forward to block him, their tone dripping with mockery. Hey, you riding the mule? This is not a place for someone like you to enter. Jiang then's expression turned cold as he cast a blade-sharp glance at them. Jiang then tugged the mule's reins and asked in a weary voice, what did you just say? Two guards laughed. Qingyun town does not allow beasts inside. Do you not know? A cultivator riding a mule, truly laughable. Jiang then said sternly, I am Jiang then, sect master of the entire religion, step aside. The two still knew no fear and continued to mock. What kind of nonsense is the entire religion? The other chimed in, probably some tattered sect. Those who like founding their own sects are always like this. Hearing this, Jiang then gritted his teeth and enunciated lowly trash, poured his anger into his fist, and threw a punch that made both their faces change at once. Tattered sect, the punch struck like a sledgehammer, blasting both of them against the city wall. Both were immediately seriously injured, coughing continuously as blood spilled from their mouths. The two guards stared at Jiang then in horror, their voices trembling. Impossible. How can a spirit realm injure body realm cultivators? Jiang then slowly walked toward them. His eyes burned as he said, can I enter now? The mule beside him chewed grass while casting a disdainful look at the two guards. Two bruised and battered guards shrank together in fear. This was true killing intent. He wanted to kill. The two guards forced smiles and tremblingly made way for Jiang then. Please enter. Jiang then sneered. If you had known your place earlier, it would have been better. As he walked, he stretched and muttered, always forcing me to exercise. This old body cannot endure. The two guards gritted their teeth as they watched him leave. faces full of resentment. Jiang then led the mule to the front of a shop. Leaving the mule in the yard, Jiang then opened the door and called out, "Hey, where is the attendant?" The two guards smirked cunningly and secretly untied the mule. Jiang then entered the shop and asked directly, "Do you have blood spirit grass here?" Calculated inwardly, blood spirit grass absorbs the essence of the earth's blood. With it, my pill refining will greatly increase my strength. The lazy clerk did not even look up and replied while working, "I am not hired help. Wait until the shop owner arrives and ask." At that moment, a light snort sounded from behind, drawing Jiang Then's attention. Lam Van walked in with Tiet Nhi in his arms, sneering, "Dressed in such rags and you still want to buy blood spirit grass. Have you counted the spirit stones in your pouch?" Tiet Nhi pressed against him and said coyly, "Brother Lam Van, I also want to buy blood spirit grass." Jiang then heard this and looked down at himself, covered in dust. "Seems this outfit truly needs to be changed." He brushed off his clothes and said calmly, "How do you know I cannot afford it?" Lam Van sneered, "Because I am buying this blood spirit grass for Tiet Nhi. There is only one in the entire town. What right do you have to compete with me?" After speaking, Lam Van tossed out a spirit stone and said coldly, "This mid-grade spirit stone is for you. Take it and get lost." The spirit stone rolled to Jiang Then's feet. His face darkened, but he said nothing. And Jiang Then stepped hard on the spirit stone, his eyes full of provocation. "If you want it, must I yield? Today let us see who the alchemy pavilion sells the blood spirit grass to." After speaking, Jiang then picked up a brush and dipped it in ink, using a pill formula as capital. He began sketching the first strokes on the paper. "I will naturally exchange it with a pill formula." Brush moved continuously, lines of text appearing clearly on the paper. Jiang then put down the brush and let out a light breath. Holding up the paper, his expression was full of satisfaction, as if displaying a treasure. Jiang then placed the paper before the clerk. "I will use the returning blood powder formula to exchange for the blood spirit grass." Lam Van twisted his face in confusion. "What kind of shabby formula is that? I have never even heard of it." The clerk startled and snatched the paper, exclaiming, "The returning blood powder formula." His eyes shone brightly as he read until his mouth hung open. Lam Van, standing beside him, was stunned. Could it be real? The clerk's hands trembled as he ran off with the paper, shouting, "Let me verify its authenticity." Jiang then called after him, "My blood spirit grass." The clerk replied at once, "If it is real, the alchemy pavilion will even gift it to you. Do not run." Lam Van and Tiet Nhi were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Tiet Nhi hurriedly clutched Lam Van's arm. Her eyes reddened. "Brother Lam Van, you already promised me." Lam Van angrily pointed at Jiang then and shouted, "Useless brat. This blood spirit grass is mine for sure. If you know what is good for you, then get lost." Jiang then felt his hands itch and lightly scratched. "What are you supposed to be?" His heart turned cold. "This man keeps provoking me again and again. Is he tired of living?" Tiet Nhi also shouted loudly, "What did you say? You dare speak insolently to the young sect master of our Sheng Vo sect." Jiang then repeated slowly, "Sheng Vo sect, young sect master." He sighed inwardly. "Why do I keep crossing paths with Sheng Vo sect?" Lam Van lifted his chin and sneered. "Since you are afraid, then kneel and kowtow. This young master may spare your life." Jiang Then's anger surged. "You people." Suddenly, an invisible pressure pressed down, causing him to pause. Lam Van mocked, "Look at this useless trash, frightened stiff." In the doorway, an old man walked in calmly. Behind him was a white-robed, veiled girl. Someone whispered softly, "Tai A.M." Jiang then said in a low voice, "This is the power of Tai Yin." He reconsidered and said, "Not right. It is already late-stage Tai Yin body. Without dispelling the Yin poison, she will surely die within 10 days. The old man's steps halted. He widened his eyes and asked Jiang then, "Little brother, why do you say that?" His heart trembled. With just a glance, he saw the Tai Yin body. "Could he have a way to save my granddaughter?" Jiang then pointed and explained, "Because I know how to neutralize Yin. After neutralizing Yin, she can become a Tai Yin sacred body." The old man immediately became cordial. "Little brother, could you explain in more detail?" Lam Van, being ignored, shouted angrily, "Useless brat." Spiritual power surged around Lam Van as he rushed toward Jiang Then. "Do you take me as heir?" Jiang Then spoke coldly, "I nearly forgot your existence." A flash of light accompanied a single word, "Get lost." Lam Van was instantly blasted backward, crying out in pain. His body slammed heavily to the ground, pain bending him over. The old man's aura erupted as he stood before Lam Van. He glanced back and said, "Today I have matters with this little brother. Whoever dares block the way will bear the consequences." At his waist hung a token engraved with the 4 words Thuong Sun Tiet Hai. Tiet Nhi ran over to support Lam Van and trembled as she reminded him, "Brother Lam Van," the emblem on his waist. "Thuong Sun Tiet Hai." The old man gestured invitingly to Jiang Then, "Little brother, please sit." Jiang then replied, "Courtesy is better obeyed." Though injured, Lam Van still spoke stubbornly. "Tiet Nhi help me back to the sect. Ask the elders to act. I may not touch Thuong Sun Tiet Hai, but can I not deal with a penniless brat?" He bit his teeth with resentment. Today I will definitely make him kneel and beg. Three sat at the table together. Tiuong Sun Tayat Hai raised his hand in introduction. This is my granddaughter, Tiuonggu. He said gently, remove your hat and let the little brother see clearly. Tiuonggu timidly removed her hat, her hair falling softly over her shoulders. Tiuong Sun Tayat Hai asked in a deep voice, may I ask, little brother, how can my granddaughter's Tai Yin body be neutralized? Tiuonggu's appearance caused Jiang then to pause slightly. Jiang then coughed lightly. This method is not convenient to speak of. I can directly help her neutralize Yin, on the condition that she stays by my side. He rested his chin in thought. Tai Yin's sacred body is extremely rare. The entire religion should also recruit disciples with such aptitude. Tiuonggu thought inwardly, this brat is truly rude. Grandfather will surely not agree easily. Tiuong Sun Tayat Hai stroked his beard thoughtfully. You have not clearly stated the method. How can I dare agree? Yang then smiled and stood up. If you do not agree, then why should I speak? He turned and waved his hand. Her life has only 10 days left. I will give you 10 days to consider. If you agree, then come to the entire religion to find me. Tiuong Sun Tayat Hai's expression darkened. He said nothing further. Tiuonggu left with him and asked softly, grandfather, he is about my age and dressed like that. Can such words be trusted? Tiuong Sun Tayat Hai's face was heavy. He spoke accurately about your condition. You only have 10 days left. I have no other choice. He thought inwardly, perhaps he is the last hope. A certain alchemy furnace in town. The clerk from earlier ran about holding a batch of pills and shouting loudly, where is he? Where is the master who gave the returning blood powder formula? Where is the master, master? No. Father, where are you? Yang then leaned against a pillar watching and asked, what are you all doing? He sighed inwardly, my head still aches. As soon as the clerk saw Jiang, then his eyes lit up. He hurriedly presented the pills. It is you. I refined according to your formula. It is truly returning blood powder. This formula has long been lost. May I ask the great master's honorable name? Jiang then felt slightly embarrassed. I am Jiang then of the entire religion. The formula is genuine. Can you hand over the blood spirit grass now? He held his head and lamented, this damned charm causing trouble wherever I go. Clerk replied joyfully, of course. Someone else brought the blood spirit grass. Here it is, please accept it. Jiang then took the spiritual herb, his eyes flickering with thought. Then he scratched his head and asked, may I borrow the alchemy pavilion's furnace and medicinal materials? I wish to refine pills. He sighed inwardly. Has the entire religion become so poor? Disciples of the alchemy pavilion said in unison, it is our honor for the master to personally refine pills. The formula is priceless. Please use the medicinal materials as you wish. Jiang then stepped to the furnace and raised his hand. Good. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, stop your hand. Dong Tang stepped forward and shouted, what are you all doing? A group of alchemists abandoning both identity and dignity, bowing and flattering an unknown brat, truly an eyesore. The disciple hurriedly cupped his hands and explained, Senior Dong, this person is. Dong Tang barked, shut up. Dong Tang turned to Jiang then, brat. With these medicinal ingredients, are you planning to refine blood spirit pill? Jiang then crossed his arms. You do have some eyesight. Dong Tang sneered. Even this old man cannot refine blood spirit pill. How old are you to be so confident? Since you use my furnace, you must pay the price. An alchemist leaned close and whispered, Master, Senior Dong Tang became a third-grade alchemist 10 years ago. Jiang then was surprised. Third grade since 10 years ago. He frowned and thought, I became an alchemist at 15. By 17, I was 9th grade. With such talent, he dares lecture me. Jiang then did not bother and directly tossed the ingredients into the furnace. Talking is useless. Dong Tang widened his eyes at that action. Shouted, refining requires preheating the furnace before adding ingredients and controlling the fire. You are turning alchemy into a joke. Stop immediately. The alchemists murmured, is he truly a master or a fraud? Could we have misjudged? Suddenly, the furnace emitted a resonant sound. Everyone froze at once. What is that? The furnace, a radiant lotus, blossomed. Dong Tang gaped, impossible. Alchemists stared wide-eyed. Lotus born within the furnace, supreme grade pill, even Senior Dong cannot refine this. Jiang then looked at the pill in his hand with indifference, only supreme grade. He sighed inwardly. I once refined heaven-grade pills. I truly have declined. He casually tossed the pill, causing everyone to panic and catch it. An alchemist held the pill with trembling hands and reproached, Master, a supreme-grade blood spirit pill and you just throw it away. What a waste. Dong Tang's hair was disheveled as he trembled. What do you mean only supreme grade? Is that still not enough? A gasp rang out. Dong Tang stared with mouth agape, stammering repeatedly, this is. Natal pill slowly emerged within the furnace. Everyone looked at it in horror. Dong Tang cried out, natal pill, the surroundings buzzed. Only supreme grade and above pills can give birth to a natal pill. Tang then felt pleased. It seems they are not completely ignorant. I was not showing off. Dong Tang immediately changed his tone. It was my shallowness not to recognize a master. Does master have a place to stay? Why not remain in the alchemy pavilion? The surrounding people also pleaded. Yes, master, stay. The alchemy pavilion offers generous treatment. Jiang then refused coldly. No need. Thank you to the alchemy pavilion for lending the furnace. I belong to the entire religion and will not join another sect. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the crowd stunned. People discussed who would have thought the master belongs to the entire religion. I heard that sect has declined. Someone exclaimed, Senior Dong. Dong Tang ran while saying, you are right. The alchemy pavilion is entrusted to you. I must go to the entire religion to take a master. As soon as Jiang then stepped outside, he froze and cursed. Even my mule has been stolen. Thinking of the 30 li ahead, it seems I can only rely on myself. Suddenly a strange fragrance drifted in the wind. Wait, where is that scent from? In that corner, the mule thieves who robbed Jiang then were savoring roasted meat. The mule had been put on the fire. That poor ghost will have to walk back. Cruel perhaps, but the smell is truly enticing. Jiang then gritted his teeth in fury at the sight. My mule. That was the last mule of the entire religion. The thieves saw Jiang then nearby and deliberately provoked him. Sect master, meat of the writer tastes quite good. Come, want a bite? Jiang then could no longer endure. I am a divine king and would not stoop to your level. But the situation now is different. Perhaps you need a lesson you will never forget. Thinking so, he directly taught them a harsh lesson. The group was sent flying by Jiang then, tumbling far away and screaming miserably. One of them still barked, you have guts to act in Qingyun town. Go to hell. Jiang then frowned at him and made him suffer no less than the other three. Jiang then's fury erupted. Divine wrath descended. How could mortals withstand it? The man was knocked down, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth as he shouted angrily, you. The onlookers were horrified, some worried for him. Fighting is forbidden in Qingyun town, and that man is a local guard. This brat is finished. What kind of sect master is so reckless? He will not leave here easily. At that moment, leader Vu stepped forward. Brat, dare cause trouble in Qingyun town and disregard me. The crowd whispered, this will be interesting. Leader Vu is body realm upper tier and 4 guards were beat. That man is doomed. Jiang then glanced at him. If I wish to leave, who can stop me? Yet he recognized this man is body realm upper tier. Troublesome. It seems I must use real strength. And my current martial skill is just enough to deploy. Very well, I will play with you a little. Leader Vu attacked first, daring to cause chaos in Qingyun town. You are tired of living, raging lion fist. Jiang then smiled faintly, light dark heavenly feather. The onlookers widened their eyes. A sharp cold sound rang out. Leader Vu fell miserably to the ground, covered in blood. He could not resist and only gritted his teeth in anger. You. Jiang then reminded coldly, next time it will not be so simple. Everyone was stunned by Jiang then's action. How did he do that? It was so fast none saw clearly. That guard bullied others for years, yet today lost miserably. As Jiang then steadied himself, he heard a swoosh, and a blade swept before him. The young master of Shengvo sect held a sword arrogantly. Poor brat, you were arrogant at the alchemy pavilion last time. I want to see who can save you now. Jiang then recognized him. You again, provoking me time after time. Do you know the consequences? Suddenly a stranger rushed forward, catching Jiang then off guard. Without a word he struck. Sheng Lam Van laughed proudly. Consequences. Sheng Lam Van's guard spoke. You dare touch the young master of Shengvo sect. Sheng Lam Van looked down on Jiang then. What, afraid now? I give you a chance. Kneel and lick my shoes clean, and I will spare your life. Jiang then wiped the blood from his lips and stared coldly at them. Is this origin realm lower tier? Grew furious, his eyes flashing. Your words truly enrage me. Sheng Lam Van mocked. So what if enraged, a mere spirit realm upper tier trash dares fight an elder of Shengvo sect? Then he ordered to seize him, and 2 subordinates rushed forward. At that moment Dong Tang appeared, spreading his arms and shouting, I will see who dares. Whoever dares touch the master get lost. Seeing Dong Tang arrive, Jiang then exhaled lightly. It seems today I need not act personally. Hearing Dong Tang call Jiang then master, Sheng Lam Van's eyes widened. Master Dong, do not be deceived. What kind of master is he? Dong Tang roared angrily. Shut up. You dare insult a distinguished guest of my alchemy pavilion? Or does Shengvo sect wish to ride over the alchemy pavilion? The crowd was shaken. What, is he not just a new sect master? How did he become a distinguished guest of the alchemy pavilion? Master Dong personally protects him. This cannot be mistaken. Sheng Lam Van still argued. Master Dong, I have investigated. He is only the new sect master of the entire religion. What qualification does he have to be a distinguished guest? Dong Tang roared. Whether he is qualified has nothing to do with you. Shengvo sect is merely an 8th rank sect, yet dares speak wildly in the alchemy pavilion. Even a 1st rank sect would not dare cause trouble here. Sheng Lam Van calculated inwardly. Dong Tang uses the name of the alchemy pavilion to shield Jiang then. Continuing will bring great offense. In the end he yielded. Master Dong speaks too seriously. Shengvo sect always maintains friendship with the alchemy pavilion. Today we will take our leave. He turned and ordered, "Go." The two guards immediately followed and left. Not far away, several from the alchemy pavilion hurried over with luggage and leading donkeys, sweating heavily. "Master Dong, you ran so fast to find the master that we almost could not keep up." "Ah, master, fortunately you have caught up." Dong Tang glanced at them helplessly. "Can Dan Kak not afford to feed you? Why drag me along?" Then he turned to Jiang then and smiled amiably. "Master, you are injured. Thin Vo Tong likely will not let this rest. Let us escort you back to Tone Tunjayo. It will also be convenient to refine pills to heal your wounds." Jiang then was stunned. "You are not planning to move all of Dan Kak to Tone Tunjayo?" Dong Tang and the others laughed it off. "Of course not. We are only going to visit and enjoy the scenery, that is right. Just guests admiring the view." Jiang then sighed inwardly. Fortunately, Dong Tang was here today. Otherwise, he would likely have run into serious trouble. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "All right, let us depart. Remember to prepare some mounts and bring some medicinal herbs and pill furnaces." Dong Tang replied cheerfully, "Rest assured, everything is already prepared." Jiang then left with Dong Tang and his group, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Master Dong is fake. The #1 alchemist of Than Van Chan actually follows the leader of Tone Tunjayo. This new leader is likely not ordinary. Tone Tunjayo may be about to rise. Tiu Ngu and her grandfather stood at a distance witnessing everything. Tiu Ngu lowered her hat and asked, "Grandfather, what kind of person is he in the end?" "Those alchemists clearly respect him greatly." Her grandfather replied, "I do not know, but since he said he can cure you, perhaps he is not boasting." Tiu Ngu lowered her head, looking pensive. "Then shall we go to Tone Tunjayo?" Her grandfather stroked his beard. "We will go, but not now. Let us wait and see." An hour later, Jiang then and the alchemists arrived at Tone Tunjayo. Sect leader Luke was so shocked he stammered, Jiang then. "Several masters from Dan Kak wish to stay temporarily at our Tone Tunjayo." Jiang then replied calmly, "I believe so." Dong Tang and the others all revealed eager expressions. Sect leader Luke was overjoyed inside. More than a dozen alchemists. Tone Tunjayo is truly about to prosper this time. Dong Tang asked politely, "Master, where shall we stay from now on?" Jiang then replied, "Follow that person and have him arrange it." Then he added, "I am going to cultivate with pills. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me." Dong Tang asked curiously, "May I ask, master, what rank was the pill just now?" Jiang then said while walking, "Only profound rank, just enough to make do." Hearing this, Dong Tang and the others let out a breath. "Oh, only profound rank." While sect leader Luke was busy receiving guests, the masters had already set off. But something seemed off. Profound rank. Inside, Jiang then was fully focused as he immersed himself in cultivation. As soon as he opened it, something immediately burst free. Jiang then and the empty room were suddenly bathed in brilliant light. After a while, he opened his eyes, just as expected. The profound rank blood spirit pill was of low quality, its medicinal power weak. It only opened about 20 spirit meridians. Fortunately, those alchemists brought quite a few herbs. If he gathered them to refine more, there was still hope. Suddenly, Jiang Lu rushed into the room in panic. His voice urgent, "Boss." Jiang then quickly helped Jiang Lu up. "What happened?" Jiang Lu reported urgently, "Boss, people from Thin Vo Tong have reached our gate. Everyone has betrayed the sect. Only sect leader Luke is still holding on." Hearing this, Jiang then grew furious. Thin Vo Tong again. Do they think our Tone Tunjayo is so easy to bully? Outside, Lam Van led a crowd standing opposite sect leader Luke. His tone arrogant. "Luke Than then, at this point you still intend to be stubborn. As long as you hand over Jiang then and surrender to me, I guarantee you will keep your life." Lam Van's subordinates chimed in. "That is right, Luke Than then. Jiang then is not worth it. Follow our Thin Vo Tong and you will enjoy fine food and clothing." Luke Than then replied firmly, "From the day I entered Tone Tunjayo, in life I belong to the sect and in death I belong to the sect. I do not like Jiang then, but he is currently the sect leader. I will never betray the sect leader in exchange for my own life." Jiang then stood behind listening to everything, unable to help feeling moved. This Luke Than then truly values loyalty. He stepped forward to face Lam Van Group. "It is you again." Lam Van sneered, "Jiang then, you finally show yourself. I came here for only one matter, a life for a life. Today is your death day." Dong Tang shouted loudly, "Thin Lam Van, you speak boldly, daring to speak to master like that. Do you take our Dan Kak as heir?" Lam Van replied indifferently, "Master Dong, Jiang then killed Elder Fang and Go. A life for a life is natural law. What does it have to do with Dan Kak?" Dong Tang hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Jiang then said, "This is a personal grievance between me and Thin Vo Tong. You need not interfere." Lam Van raised his voice. "I also heard the Tone Tunjayo monument has shattered, and the Guardian formation has been broken. Today is the day this sect perishes." Jiang then curled his lips in a smile. "Oh, what you say does make some sense. Thank you for the reminder. It seems it is time to prepare." After speaking, Jiang then extended his hand. A terrifying aura erupted, causing Lam Van Group to change expression. "What is this? This is not the power of the Guardian formation. What exactly is it? As Jiang then charged forward, he explained coldly. This is the power of the god Tier Wind Spirit Seal. Seal a palm strike slammed directly into Lam Van. Blood sprayed out. He screamed miserably, clutching his chest and trembling. What have you done to me? My cultivation has been crippled. Yang then warned within the next 10 days, if Thin Vo Tong dares to touch Ton Tun Jio, the wind spirit seal in your body will never recover in this lifetime. The divine sense left by my disciple has been exhausted. It seems I must plan the next step. Yet Lam Van still laughed disdainfully. A minor upper spirit realm seal, no matter how powerful, how ridiculous. He immediately ordered, where are the origin realm elders? 3 subordinates stepped forward to channel spiritual power into him. Immediately blood spurted from Lam Van eyes and nose and across his body. He cried out in panic and pain. What is happening? Stop quickly. Yang then stated clearly, unless a cultivator is willing to sacrifice their own essence blood to break the seal, only I can undo it. The wind spirit seal lasts 10 days, then dissipates on its own. But if Thin Vo Tong dares to come by then, the price will be your life. Lam Van still spoke stubbornly. If the seal releases itself after 10 days, who can it threaten? Jiang then smiled faintly. Can it truly threaten no one? Then he used spiritual power to set up a formation, and directly pushed it into Lam Van body. Lam Van screamed in agony. No, my spirit meridians. Jiang then waved his hand. Why are you not leaving? Lam Van now had no strength to resist and could only grit his teeth. His 3 subordinates hurried to support him. Young master, we will take you back at once. 10 days, 10 days. Lam Van Group could only withdraw in miserable defeat. Luke Than then asked worriedly, what about after 10 days the guardian formation is gone? Thin Vo Tong can flatten us. Jiang then said sternly, I only need 10 days. After 10 days, if they dare to come, I will kill. After dealing with Lam Van, Jiang then called out, Dong Tang, come with me to Than Van Chan. Dong Tang was surprised. Master, what are we going to Than Van Chan for at this time? Jiang then smiled schemingly. Of course, to prepare for Ton Tun Jio. Scene shifted to Tran Kak at Than Van Chan. Jiang then and Dong Tang had arrived. Jiang then stepped into Tran Kak. Dong Tang asked in surprise, Master, what are you here for? Jiang then replied, to buy materials. Jiang then added, at Ton Tun Jio I still have to pay room rent. Hearing this, Dong Tang nodded. Dong Tang laughed loudly. Master has taught me the path of formations. This favor is not small. Just say what you need and I will handle everything. At that moment, Lao Sun came out leaning on a cane. Is this not Master Dong Tang, the 3rd-rank alchemist? Why do you have time to visit our Tran Kak today? Dong Tang replied at once, Lao Sun, I came to buy materials with Master. Am I not allowed into this Tran Kak? Lao Sun glanced at Jiang then. Seeing his plain clothing, he secretly looked down on him. Dressed like this, and you still dare enter Tran Kak. Not stopping there, he mocked further. You may enter, but Tran Kak materials are more expensive than your Dan Kak pills. Can your master afford them? Dong Tang understood and felt somewhat embarrassed. It seems I must change master attire. Then he raised his voice. All expenses for master today, I will cover them. Then he leaned close to Jiang then and whispered, Master, let us buy a set of clothes later. Jiang then nodded, all right, I will write a list and you purchase it for me. While Jiang then was writing, Dong Tang and Lao Sun argued loudly. Dong Tang shouted, what are you staring at? Without Dan Kak pills, how would your Tran Kak raise realms? Lao Sun refused to yield. Without formations, how would you set up your guardian formation? Jiang then listened with exasperation. Indeed, when alchemy and formations meet, neither side concedes. Quarrel had not ended. Dong Tang threatened angrily, Lao Sun, speak nonsense again and Dan Kak pills will double in price. At this moment, Jiang then had finished writing, this is all I need. Dong Tang handed the paper to Lao Sun and said loudly, today all of my master expenses are my responsibility. Lao Sun smiled, good, bring the order here. After reading it, Lao Sun looked puzzled. So many items, what formation are you planning to set up? Dong Tang shouted back, if master wants to buy then he buys. Why are you asking so much? Hurry and prepare them. My master is in a rush. Lao Sun narrowed his eyes and ordered, go, bring out all the materials on the list. He asked further, do you have enough money? Dong Tang stroked his beard confidently. Not lacking. If short, I will just sell a few pills. Half an incense stick later, Dong Tang stood frozen holding the bill. What, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones? Immediately cursed, Lao Sun, are you playing me? These things cost at most 3,000. 30,000 is our Dan Kak yearly income. Lao Sun smiled smugly. The price is set by our Tran Kak. If you cannot afford it, then return them. Dong Tang's face twisted as he turned to him. Master, it is too expensive. I did not bring that many spirit stones, he replied calmly. I do not have money either. Lao Sun laughed provocatively. No money and you still want to buy. return the goods here. By the rules, you must also pay 1/10 as a fee, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hand them over. Today you can forget about walking out of the main gate of this Tran cat. Dongtang was so angry he ground his teeth and almost rushed forward to settle it with force. He quickly stopped him and turned to negotiate with Lao Sun. If there are no spirit stones, can we exchange with something else? Lao Sun sneered. A poor brat like you. What valuable thing could you possibly have? He did not bother explaining further. Then open your eyes and watch carefully. I will only do this once. If you cannot remember, do not blame me. He immediately made his move, leaving the two outside stunned. This was clearly a formation diagram. Lao Sun observed closely, his expression gradually changing. The complexity of this diagram even surpasses heaven-rank formations. It is absolutely no ordinary thing. He could not help but suggest, could you draw it one more time? Seeing Lao Sun's attitude change, Dongtang felt pleased. Master truly is master. With one move he broadened their horizons. He replied indifferently, I already said, only once. If you cannot remember, that is your problem. If you want to see more, you should at least show some sincerity. Lao Sun probed, what exactly is this formation diagram? If it is an ordinary formation, our Tran Kak does not lack them. He answered concisely, the mysterious 9 grand formation. Have you ever heard of it? Hearing this name, Lao Sun was startled. The mysterious 9 grand formation was created by the heavenly god king and has long been lost. Was it not called the #1 defensive power in the world? But that is not right. He doubted. This formation disappeared when the god king ascended. How can you expect me to believe you? He turned away. Whether you believe it or not is your business. This time I need materials to set up the minor mysterious 9 formation. If you do not believe it, then follow me and see for yourself. Lao Sun hesitated. Such a profound formation. What if it is real? In the end he decided, fine, I will go. But if you dare deceive me, the wrath of Tran Kak is not something Tone Tun Gyro can withstand. Lao Sun followed behind him with his cane to a certain place. Looking up, he was stunned. Tone Tun Gyro. You are a disciple of Tone Tun Gyro. His heart filled with doubt. Such a shabby sect, could he be deceiving me? Thinking so, he asked tentatively, where do you plan to set up the formation next? He raised his hand and pointed ahead. Not me, you. First clean up the place, he pointed. Lao Sun was left speechless. A few seconds later, the three of them were furious. You called us here just to sweep, brat. This ragged Tone Tun Gyro dares to deceive Tran Kak. We are formation masters. He shrugged. If it is not cleaned, how can I clearly see the earth dragon veins? I can do it myself. But Tone Tun Gyro has 7 peaks. Aside from the main peak, the other 6 must all be clear. You handle that. Hearing this, Lao Sun gritted his teeth and forced down his anger. After struggling internally for a while, he rolled up his sleeves. Fine, we will clean. But if this so-called minor mysterious 9 formation is fake, Tran Kak will make Tone Tun Gyro disappear from the Wu Shen continent. Before leaving, he tossed a scroll to Lao Sun. This is the formation diagram. The materials are already in your hands. Once you finish cleaning, remember to set it up. After speaking, he waved and left, leaving Lao Sun and the 2 followers standing dumbfounded. Lao Sun opened the scroll and was shaken. The formation patterns were densely packed. The patterns alone numbered over 1,000. Could this be a formation that surpasses God rank? Impossible. 3 days later, in the sect leader hall, he sat in the center of the room cultivating with eyes closed. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze flashed brightly. At this moment, he had stepped into spirit realm great perfection, his true chi abundant and vitality endless. After stabilizing his aura, he looked at his palm and thought to himself, since ancient times many have fallen at this step. Even starting over, I dare not be careless. Fortunately, I succeeded. It is just a pity I have not entered body realm. Ninefold heavenly star is the strongest technique of spirit realm. As for the supreme technique of body realm, if I remember correctly, it should be the endless art of the Dark Lord God. When we discussed the Tao back then, I never expected I would one day cultivate his technique. Having stepped into a new life, at every realm I must cultivate to the limit. Every technique I must grasp in my hand. It is just a pity the conditions are too harsh. I need lightning to temper my body. That very moment, a bolt of lightning struck outside. He looked outside, slightly surprised. The minor mysterious 9 grand formation. He smiled faintly in satisfaction. The formation is complete. Lao Sun rushed in breathlessly. Master Jiang, did you see it? The formation is complete. Even the guardian formations of great cities do not have such terrifying phenomena. Heaven rank, it must be a heaven rank formation. He smiled faintly, perhaps, inwardly thinking that some formations require 3 Tao realm cultivators working together just to barely break. What is there to fear from Thin Vo Tong? Lao Sun asked seriously. Master, Tone Tun Gyro has been weak for long and lacks formation talents. What do you think of me? He hesitated about this. Lao Sun immediately interrupted, eyes shining. Since childhood I have dreamed of restoring the glory of Tone Tun Gyro. He was startled into an awkward smile. If you want to stay, just say it. Why beat around the bush? Tone Tun Gyro happens to lack those proficient in formations, if you wish. Agreed, Lao Sun shouted in delight. Stay, I must stay. Joy filled his heart as if he had won a lottery. He instructed, the first formation of the minor mysterious 9 grand formation has been handed to you. As long as you are sincere for Tone Tun Gyro, Lao Sun declared firmly. Certainly, we will devote ourselves to bringing Tone Tun Gyro back to its peak. Hearing this, he raised his hand, drew a formation diagram in midair. In that case, I will pass you another formation diagram. Arrange it within 1 day. Consider the first formation my gift. Lao Sun replied excitedly while recording it. No problem. Obtaining your formation diagram is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. He suddenly thought of something and stroked his chin. But since you are staying, the room rent must still be paid. Using materials to set up formations will count as rent. Hearing this, Lao Sun nearly fainted. How many materials would that require? He stammered. Why are you so stingy? He took out a book. I remember I still have a volume on formation Dao, plus a volume on pill Dao that I value greatly. Dong Tang rushed in from outside, shoved Lao Sun aside and hugged the book. Master, give it to me. I can do it. Do not even mention materials. I will handle all Tone Tun Gyro pills from now on. Seeing this, Lao Sun hurried to snatch the book from Dong Tang's hands and fawned. Master, I can do it too. Materials are nothing. You are not stingy. You are a living bodhisattva. He smiled helplessly. This Dong Tang must have been eavesdropping outside the door. Watching the two eagerly studying, he pondered. Now Tone Tun Gyro no longer lacks formation and alchemy talents. It is time to recruit more disciples. He just did not know when that grandfather and granddaughter would arrive. The Tai Yin body, after transforming into Yin, becomes the Tai Yin sacred body. At present, the position of Tai Yin Lord God remains vacant. Suddenly, Jiang Lu ran in shouting, Boss. Suddenly remembered and scratched his head awkwardly. Ah no, you are now the leader of Tone Tun Gyro. Greetings, sect leader. I heard Elder Dong was looking for you. I do not know why I followed him here. He helped him up, fool. No matter who I am still your brother. Still the Jiang, then who was expelled from Tan Zion, Jiang years ago. He thought to himself, since I have taken this body, the Jiang family is my home. His brothers are mine as well. Jiang Lu lowered his head sadly. I feel you have changed. Before you were more like me. Put an arm around him to comfort him. Yes, before we were both called trash. Even after coming to Tone Tun Gyro, we were looked down upon. But now it is different. Jiang Lu said, that is great. But I have only opened 3 spirit meridians and likely cannot enter Dao realm in this life. I only hope that one day I can step into Dao realm and behold the world. He smiled and asked, is merely entering Dao realm enough? Pulled Jiang Lu outside. The two raised their heads to look at the sky. He spoke slowly. I think your achievements will not stop there. The ancient sacred body, its spirit meridians seem sealed. A few have appeared since ancient times, but no one knows how to unlock it. Over time, it has been regarded as the #1 useless body in the world. You possess the ancient sacred body. Across the entire eastern wasteland, there are no more than 3 who know how to unlock that physique, and I am one of them. Hearing this, Jiang Lu widened his eyes in shock and asked again, you mean I carry the ancient sacred body, and you can help me unlock it? He replied in a deep voice, I can refine the flame-breaking pill for you once you take it. If all goes well, it will unlock the ancient sacred body. If not, then you will die. Do you dare to gamble once? After hearing this, Jiang Lu broke out in cold sweat, his words stumbling. He clenched his trembling fists, his heart torn violently to keep up with the steps of the strong. Perhaps there is only this single chance. After thinking it through, Jiang Lu gathered all his courage and said, I dare. He patted his shoulder in satisfaction and praised, good. Once the pill is refined, I will find you. After giving the instruction, he turned and left, calculating in his heart. To unlock the ancient sacred body, the flame-breaking pill is essential, and blazing flame grass only grows deep within Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest, it has been a long time since I set foot there. I wonder how much it has changed now. Next day at Sunset Forest, it was likely already autumn. Red maples dyed the woods, fallen leaves scattered wildly in the wind. Below, a group of people was advancing. Frowned in thought, fiery demon bandits. These people profit from murder and robbery as a daily affair. As expected, they blocked his path. The burliest one laughed sinisterly. Brat, entering Sunset Forest alone, he replied coldly, it has nothing to do with you. Move aside, the bald man burst into loud laughter. That man pointed straight at his face and mocked, quite arrogant, let me be frank. We are here to rob, hand over everything valuable. Otherwise, the underlings chimed in, why waste words, just rob him. He smiled faintly, your judgment of people is truly poor. I really am poor, moreover. Before he finished speaking, the bald man swung his sword and charged with a roar, then died. He immediately circulated spiritual power to counterattack, not so easy to provoke. At that moment, a sword shot over from afar. Bald man was pierced through the chest. A shout rang out, how dare you, robbing in broad daylight. Bandit spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. That man whipped around and roared, "Who?" He also tilted his head curiously to look. Behind them, a youth holding a sword stood with two others. The youth frowned and said, "Disciples of Xing Giant Sect are here. Let us see if you still dare to act recklessly." The bald man cursed through gritted teeth. "Thought we met a fat sheep. Who knew it would be disciples of a major sect? Truly unlucky." Thinking so, he fled with his underlings, warning before leaving, "With Xing Giant Sect protecting you, consider yourself lucky." He crossed his arms and smiled faintly. "Luck. I fear it belongs to you, however. As far as I know, Xing Giant Sect is nearly 300 miles from Sunset Forest. What are you three doing here?" The youth sheathed his sword and asked. "Are you all right?" He replied, "I am fine, many thanks." Person behind the youth frowned and said, "With such little cultivation, you still dare to come here. If you do not die by the fiery demon bandits, you will die by spirit beasts. Ju Nguyen. Next time, do not waste time on this kind. Let us go." After speaking, that man left irritably. The girl beside him politely waved to him. Ju Nguyen could only follow his senior brother. Watched them leave and sneered inwardly. Only mid-stage thought realm and already so arrogant. Sunset Forest lies south of Than Van Chan. Spirit beasts are countless. There are even Dao Realm beast kings. Just as the thought ended, the ground trembled and maple leaves fell in torrents. Turned his head. A massive spirit beast had appeared before the three. It seems a real fight is about to begin. The spirit beast charged. Ju Nguyen's senior brother immediately drew his sword to meet it. The man frowned, leaped up and consecutively slashed down at the beast. After finishing, he said proudly, "A mere small demon dares to block our path." He was speechless. Are they foolish or ignorant? Once the azure flame by Engiaru appears, there must be its kind nearby. If they keep fighting like this, once the whole pack arrives, they will surely die. Sure enough, just as he predicted when that azure flame by Engiaru fell. Within seconds, an entire pack of other beasts surged out. Senior brother cried out in panic. How can there be so many azure flame by? The junior sister trembled and stammered, "It is over." Ju Nguyen hurriedly reminded senior brother, "Retreat quickly." Saw clearly, this was the azure flame by Engiaru King at mid-stage thought realm. So be it. For Ju Nguyen once helping me, I will help you once. After thinking this, he spoke up. "Why are you still standing there?" Ju Nguyen said in surprise. "Why is it you? Hurry and leave." The senior brother snapped. "Get lost. Do you want to die? A whole pack of azure flame by Engiaru and even a king. We have no time to protect you." He stepped forward and mocked. "Your heart is not bad. It is a pity your eyes are poor. Good people will be repaid." Heard that, the senior brother asked blankly, "What are you planning to do?" That moment, the azure flame by Engiaru King suddenly reared up on its hind legs. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of deep blue flames. The junior sister screamed, "This is bad. This is the ultimate skill of the azure flame by Engiaru King. Sky-filling azure flame." He remained calm, raised his hand to form a seal and smiled. Such childish tricks. "You want to kill me, mountain-like guard?" A tremendous force erupted from his body. The senior brother eyes widened in shock. True chi condensed into a crimson bell. Ju Nguyen immediately recognized. This is absolutely not a method that body realm can use. His true chi swirled into a shield blocking the sky-filling azure flame. Everyone cheered in relief. It is blocked. In the next instant, a crack appeared on the shield. The crack quickly spread. He sighed. "What a pity my cultivation is still insufficient. I can only hold it for a moment." Ju Nguyen and the senior brother faces changed as they shouted, "This is bad." The two immediately rushed forward. He stood in front of him. The senior brother urged urgently, "You cannot continue fighting. Leave quickly." Ju Nguyen also urged, "We cannot hold out for long." He smiled lightly. "What is the rush?" He stepped straight toward the azure flame by Engiaru pack. Raising his hand, he formed another seal. This time it was the myriad beast supreme seal. The seal formed. A radiant chain instantly bound the azure flame by Engiaru King tightly. The senior brother asked in shock, "Does he know the secret art of Wan Shu Sect?" Ju Nguyen was stunned. You are this powerful. Could you be a disciple of Wan Shu Sect?" He did not answer. He used his movement technique to rush forward and reminded, "Talk less. My cultivation is insufficient. The myriad beast supreme seal cannot last long. Take this chance and leave the attack range of the azure flame by Engiaru King." Three immediately ran after him. The senior brother asked while running, "What if we do not leave?" He answered briefly, "Then you die." After running for a long time, the group finally stopped. Hearing the commotion behind, the senior brother guessed, "It seems the myriad beast supreme seal has expired." The junior sister worriedly tugged his sleeve and asked, "Do we still need to run?" He spoke up, "No need to worry. We are safe now. The attack range of the azure flame by Engiaru is about 50 miles. We have already gone over 100 miles out." The senior brother was dumbfounded. "Running around like that and you still calculated the route." Ju Nuyen was also puzzled, so exhausted yet you could still calculate. Only the junior sister exclaimed happily, so cool. He shrugged, is that not basic? We are already deep within Sunset Forest. I still have matters to attend to. Farewell here. The three clasped their fists and bowed in thanks. Many thanks for saving our lives, until we meet again. After parting with them, he walked while pondering. The azure flame by Engieru normally only wander deep in Sunset Forest, yet now they appear at the outskirts. Disciples of Xing Jian sect 300 miles away also appear at this very time. Is it truly all just coincidence? Suddenly he sniffed. In the air lingered a thick scent of blood. Looking ahead, several spirit beasts hovered beside a few corpses. The faces of the dead were shriveled as if their vitality had been drained, only skin clinging to bone. Extremely horrifying. He stroked his chin and speculated. The blood chi in their bodies completely vanished. This is clearly. At that moment, a panic shout rang out. Demoness, killing people and sucking blood to cultivate demonic arts. Kill her. Hearing this, he could not help but smile with interest. How intriguing. 3,000 years without entering Sunset Forest, and upon arrival I encounter something strange. He quietly approached a corner to observe. Before him, a girl was tightly surrounded by 4 people. The girl spoke in rebuttal. So what if it is demonic art? What defines demonic? Moreover, these people were not killed by me. When I arrived, they were already dead. The 4 men laughed sinisterly, killing people and still denying it. Even if you did not kill them, can you deny cultivating the heaven-devouring demonic art? Girl replied, which technique in this world is divided into righteous or demonic? If it exists, then it has its reason. Your thin vo tong appears righteous. But what are you doing right now? You only want to seize my heaven-devouring demonic art. Hearing this, the group immediately rushed forward. Kill her. Once she is dead, everything will belong to Thin Vo Tong. Stood watching and could not help frowning, that is. The people of Thin Vo Tong truly seek their own death. At that moment, a red-haired man stepped out licking his lips. The man scratched his chest and sneered, junior sister. Why waste words with these hypocritical righteous dogs? Sensing the pressure from that man, he frowned slightly. 2 strong, 9th-layer Dao realm, cultivating demonic arts. Those corpses were all his doing. As that man stepped forward, the girl hurriedly shouted, Trong Ku, do not cause trouble. The people of Thin Vo Tong immediately became vigilant. Another demon. We must not let him save this demoness. Trong Ku activated his demonic art. Black blood chi surged and directly drained the essence blood of the 4 from Thin Vo Tong. That man laughed and asked, junior sister, what do you call causing trouble? 4 whose essence blood was being drained screamed in terror and agony. My essence blood is disappearing. No, witnessing this scene he was startled. Since ancient times, those who cultivate demonic arts mostly slaughter and rely on absorbing the essence blood of living beings. Sooner or later they incur heavenly wrath. And heavenly wrath, if not lightning tribulation, then what? The girl immediately circulated her technique, forcing Trong Ku demonic chi back to save them. He said firmly, demonic clan techniques may be of the demonic path, but good and evil lie within a single thought. You cannot kill without cause just because you cultivate demonic arts, nor treat the essence blood of others as food. Trong Ku sneered, and his figure flashed before his junior sister. That man asked, junior sister, are you blocking your senior brother? She replied decisively, so what if I am? Trong Ku immediately struck out with a palm of demonic chi, sending her flying into a tree behind, causing her to cry out in pain. He continued to circulate his demonic art. While absorbing essence blood, he said, junior sister, why go to such lengths? We are both disciples of the demonic sect, yet you always act lofty. Do you think you are pure like a white lotus? From the day you entered the demonic sect, all purity and kindness were left behind. After speaking, Trong Ku had drained them dry, withdrew the black blood chi, and stared at his junior sister. The girl supported herself against the tree and stood up. You and I are different. Once the sunset divine relic opens and I obtain what I need, I will leave the demonic sect. Trong Ku licked the blood from his finger and sneered, leave the demonic sect. Do you think you can? As the inheritor of the heaven-devouring demonic art, some things are no longer up to you. She turned her back and said coldly, my matters do not require your interference. Trong Ku burst into laughter. My good junior sister, I hope you can do it. Having heard the entire conversation, he smiled in understanding. So the relic of the sunset demon god is about to open. No wonder Xing Jian sect came all the way here. I fear other righteous sects are also gathering. Moreover, if I subdue a sufficiently strong demonic cultivator to follow me, when cultivating endless art later, I will not worry about lacking lightning tribulation. It seems I must follow this closely. After thinking this, he left, walking away with a satisfied smile. Leaped onto a tree branch and looked down. It seems this is the place. Below, crowds gathered densely. He glanced around and recognized many forces. Xing Jian Sek, Thin Vo Tong, Bak Fuang Mon, Vo Kak, Lian Min Hoi, truly a full assembly. Elder of Thin Vo Tong, Thin Ku Duong spoke. This is a divine demon relic. Inside there must be the inheritance of the demon god. We absolutely cannot let the demonic sect obtain it. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The elder of Xing Jian sect nodded in agreement. Before the demonic sect arrives, we must not act rashly. Hearing this, he felt disdain. The righteous path speaks beautifully, but judging by their actions. Once the relic opens, they will likely be more ruthless than the demonic path. That moment, Trong Ku stepped out and laughed loudly. If the inheritance of the demon god is not given to the demonic sect, should it be handed to your righteous path? The crowd immediately stirred. It is the chief disciple of the demonic sect, Trong Ku. We have been waiting for you, accept death. The crowd charged forward together suddenly. Voice echoed, you want to take the life of the chief disciple of my sect. From the sky, a figure descended, demonic chi rolling with terrifying pressure. That man mocked coldly, a bunch of ants daring to act. He removed his face covering. Everyone immediately recognized him. The grand elder of the demonic sect, Ma Thin Han, peak 9th layer Dao Realm. Why is Ma Thin Han here? Someone clenched his teeth nervously. The elders of our sects have not arrived. If he wants to kill us, we are no different from ants. He stood watching and smiled faintly. I said it already with the sunset divine relic opening. How could the demonic sect send only a Trong Ku? Ma Thin had also sensed something unusual. There is someone. He immediately formed a seal and launched an attack while shouting. Even an ant dares disturb me. He was startled. This is bad. I have been discovered. He quickly formed seals. Battle mantra 9 words, mountain-like guard. Layer of protection appeared, blocking Ma Thin Han demonic chi. Ma Thin Han exclaimed in shock, the great momentum of heaven and earth, who exactly are you? Jumped down to the ground, inwardly relieved. Fortunately, this old demon did not strike with full strength otherwise. He stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm the sect leader of Ton Tun Jiao, Jiang Then. Hearing this, Thin Ku Duong immediately recognized him and shouted angrily, you are Jiang Then. The seal in my son body was done by you. If anything happens to my son, everyone in Ton Tun Jiao will pay with their lives. He smiled faintly. Thin Lam Van life is still in my hands. Do you dare touch me? Ma Thin Han silently observed. A mere body realm boy able to condense the great momentum of heaven and earth, and holding a grudge with the sect master. Truly strange. Thin Ku Duong weighed his options. My son life is in his hands. I cannot act rashly. After thinking, he said, the 10-day agreement has 3 days left. Today I will spare you for now. When the time comes, I will personally kill you and destroy Ton Tun Jiao. Trong Ku sneered mockingly. The so-called righteous sects truly talk too much. Just an ant. Kill him and be done. After speaking, he activated his demonic art and struck directly at him. Ma Thin Han also thought letting Trong Ku test him was enough. He did not stand still. He raised his hand and cast a talisman, lightning summoning talisman. Immediately, a lightning shield appeared blocking Trong Ku demonic chi. He asked coldly, committing acts that defy heaven like this, are you not afraid of heavenly punishment? Trong Ku curled a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth and replied calmly, heavenly punishment. I have hidden my aura completely. What can heaven possibly do to me? Suddenly, something before his eyes made him widen them in terror as he shouted, what is this? In the sky, heavenly lightning intertwined into the shape of a gigantic face. He spoke, cultivation relies on the original heart. Defying heaven may be allowed, but you must never scorn life. Your hands are stained with blood and have long betrayed the righteous path and all living beings. Heaven once erred. Today I correct it in its stead. Righteous crowd gaped and discussed. That is a talisman. Among 1,000 cultivators, there may be one talisman master. Demonic cultivators usually hide their aura to avoid heavenly tribulation. Yet his talisman directly draws down heavenly tribulation. I fear 9th layer cannot escape lightning punishment. Trong Ku's face turned pale and he roared, brat, stop at once. Ma Thin Han also hurriedly interjected, sir. We can discuss this calmly. He sneered and asked in return, just now you stood high above and treated me as an ant. What about now, demon or Buddha? Righteous or evil are hard to define. Good and evil are decided by deeds. You two have violated heavenly law. Heavenly tribulation has descended. What is there to resent? Trong Ku finally lost control, fury erupting as he attacked him directly while roaring. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. I will kill you. He did not even bother to dodge and said calmly, before heavenly tribulation, you still dare attack me? Or are you afraid you will not die fast enough? As soon as he finished speaking, lightning tribulation crashed down upon Trong Ku. That man had no time to resist, his body torn apart by lightning. Ma Thin Han eyes widened in horror. Trong Ku's strength was not weak at all, yet before lightning tribulation, he had no power to resist. If lightning struck me today, I would certainly die. A member of Thin Tong Jiao sighed. This boy cultivation is not high, yet his methods are sinister. Thin Ku Duong gritted his teeth. This Jiang then absolutely cannot be kept. Ma Thin Han calculated inwardly. Although I do not slaughter like Trong Ku, my hands are also stained with blood. He has not drawn lightning upon me, which means there is still a way out. After thinking, he clasped his hands and sought peace. If you spare my life, I am willing to be loyal. He replied smoothly, sparing you is possible. Establish a master-servant contract otherwise. Trong Ku end will be yours. Righteous crowd immediately protested noisily. No, how can this be? Ma Thin Han is so cunning. How can you let him go? Ma Thin Han gritted his teeth, cut his hand, and used blood to form the contract. Do not listen to them. I swear by heaven to honor Jiang then as my master, and willingly serve as a slave from now on. From body to soul, everything belongs to Jiang then. The contract was completed. He raised his hand to receive the contract and smiled faintly. I quite like someone who understands the times like you. Clenched his hand. The contract was sealed, secretly pleased. This trip was not in vain. With such a lightning conductor, my endless art now has hope. And then came the final step. That man from Thin Tong pointed and questioned. Jiang then, what do you mean by taking the Grand Elder of the demonic sect as a slave? Are you planning to oppose Vo-Cap? His words were tough, but his heart trembled. Ma Thin Han was the strongest here. Thin Ku Duong growled, Ton Tun Gyro may have declined, but it is still righteous. Do you intend to fall into evil? He replied calmly, in my eyes there has never been a boundary between righteous and evil. Do not wear the cloak of righteousness while doing evil deeds. Thin Ku Duong would not let it go, drawing his sword to accuse. You killed Trong Ku. How can you act as if nothing happened? Inwardly he was in turmoil. Ma Thin Han was too strong. Today he had to borrow the strength of the sects to pressure him. The other sects echoed, Elder Thin is right. If you take the demonic sect as slaves, are you righteous or evil? You have clearly entered the demonic path. Has Ton Tun Gyro also become demonic? He was too lazy to argue and sneer. Even if I enter the demonic path, what can you do? Since you say so today, I will act in true demonic fashion for you to see. Do you dare accept it? Man stepped forward at once. Jiang then, I am the Deputy Pavilion Master of Than Van Chan Vo-Cap. Lu Thin Min, I advise you to speak carefully. If Vo-Cap makes things difficult, Ton Tun Gyro cannot withstand it. He raised his brow and asked, are you threatening me? Lu Thin Min sneered. So what if I am? Tiny Ton Tun Gyro is nothing before Vo-Cap. A single order from me. The Vo-Cap branch will flatten your Ton Tun Gyro. He subtly moved his fingers, signaling Ma Thin Han. I do not like killing, but that does not mean I will not kill. Destroy a sect with one order. Ma Thin Han understood and accepted the command. The master-servant contract was formed. I must show my work. Thinking this, he rushed forward. Lu Thin Min had no time to react before panic overtook him. In the blink of an eye, before all of Vo-Cap, Lu Thin Min was dead. Crowd shouted, Jiang then, do not be stubborn. Only Lu Thin Min has died. There is still a way back. Go further and you will trap yourself. Ma Thin Han returned after killing and reported. He sneered, killing one or two is still killing. Since I have killed, then I will kill them all. If weeds are not uprooted, the spring wind makes them grow again. I do not want these weeds to revive. Ma Thin Han accepted the order, but was inwardly shocked. Just now he said he disliked slaughter. Now he calmly wants to wipe them out. The other sect members grew fearful and hurried to distance themselves. Jiang then, this has nothing to do with us. Even combined, we cannot fight Ma Thin Han. This is between you and Vo-Cap. Spare us. He concluded coldly. Once you meddle, there is only one outcome. Ma Thin Han kill. With that, Ma Thin Han released his pressure and charged. The crowd was tormented by demonic arts, crying in despair. Jiang then, you command the killing of innocents. Are you not afraid of heavenly punishment? Spare us. He sneered disdainfully. Heavenly punishment. Not long ago this sky was nearly torn apart by me. Does it dare bring punishment upon me? At that moment, Ma Thin Han was about to strike the three brothers of Ju Nuyen. They cried out in panic. Jiang then, do not. Seeing them, he hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded lightly. Sure enough, Ma Thin Han stopped. Ju Nuyen was stunned. Jiang then, why? Why have you suddenly become like this? He turned and left, reminding them, go, remember today if word leaks out. I will not kill three who once showed me kindness. Killing them does not benefit my Dao heart. The three quietly passed by. The senior brother glanced back thinking, he truly spared us. Ma Thin Han stepped forward and asked, Master, are you not afraid they will reveal it? Letting them go leaves trouble. He replied, even if they speak, it does not matter. You are not killed by me. Besides, I am not afraid of their words. Hearing this, Ma Thin Han fell silent. After a few seconds, he reminded, Master, the major sects already know of the Sunset Divine Relic. This group was only a patrol. The experts of Xing Jian Sect, Thin Vo Tong, Bak Fuang Mon, Vo-Cap are on their way. I fear I cannot withstand them. Did not discuss further and only instructed. Pick a blazing leaf grass for me and hide it. I will handle the rest. Ma Thien Han asked no more and accepted at once. The two separated. He leaped onto a large tree branch to observe below. Sunset divine relic is about to open. Half an incense later, elites of the sects arrived one after another. Seeing disciples' corpses scattered everywhere, they cried out who did this. Who dares? Even members of ManhwaCapped were killed, daring to provoke the alliance, truly ignorant of life and death. Former sect master of Thin Vo Tong frowned and judged. There is demonic chi here. It was likely done by the demonic path. At that moment, the three of Ju Nguyen stepped forward and shouted. It was not the demonic path. Senior brother to Jayak said, Jiang then of Ton Tun Jio ordered Ma Thien Han to act. If not for having once helped him, we would be dead. The junior sister added. With just a few words, he slaughtered them all, even more ruthless than the demonic path. Ju Nguyen stayed silent, but inwardly acknowledged. He has truly entered the demonic path and is now an enemy. The elders and leaders of the sects were shocked. Ton Tun Jio Jiang then, sect master of Xing Jian sect, Keen Nin spoke. These three are my disciples. I believe they do not lie. Former sect master of Thin Vo Tong demanded. Where is Jiang then? Vowing inwardly that today he would make him repay blood with blood. As the words fell, his voice rang out, I am here. He descended and slowly walked before the three, sneering, this is your righteous path. It seems I should not have spared you. The senior brother sneered and scolded, spared us. Are you worthy, a demonic fiend daring to speak? The other two reacted fiercely. Only Ju Nguyen remained silent. Sect masters charged together, eyes filled with killing intent. Since you dare admit it good, blood debt must be repaid with blood. Kill you first, then flatten Ton Tun Jio. Today you will learn the vastness of heaven and earth. Die. As they closed in, he calmly erected a defensive formation. At that moment, something strange suddenly lit up. The crowd widened their eyes and stood stunned. Behind him, a tower gradually manifested. On its peak, formation after formation activated in succession. Blue light spread across the space. Strange symbols appeared on the chests of the sect masters. They cried out in horror. What is this? Where is my true chi? Is it sealed? Now I am only mid-spirit realm. Are you the same? Jiang, then what trick is this? He crossed his arms and smiled faintly. The sunset divine relic has opened. The divine hall has emerged. The restriction has activated. Within 10 miles all are suppressed to spirit realm. Even so, they refused to give up and urged each other to charge. Kill him first. This sinner must die, join forces, and eliminate him to repay blood with blood. Spiritual energy around him erupted as he stepped forward provocatively. My life is right here. Fear you lack the ability to take it. Seeing the surging energy around him, Keen Nin and the others were horrified. Impossible. How can spirit realm have such vast true chi? He gripped his spirit sword with both hands, lowered his stance and sneered. Are you ready to die? As his words ended, he dashed forward, his figure flashing past each person. Sword light descending so fast none could react. They cried in chaos, too fast. I cannot catch his shadow, neither can I cannot even touch him. He swung his sword, his figure ghost-like weaving through them. With each slash he calmly counted a number. 2, then 3. As the count ended, so did the assault. Immediately after, they all collapsed, spitting mouthfuls of blood. Thin Vo stared in horror. How is this possible? Keen Nin shouted threateningly. Jiang then, stop. If we die, the entire Back Ko Than will tremble. Can your tiny Ton Tun Jio withstand the wrath of the great sects? He sneered, it has been long since I acted. This nether yin heavenly reign is still new. I will use you to practice. With that, he transformed into a killing god and charged into the crowd. Anyone who saw him trembled and retreated. Wherever he went, blood flowed. After only a few breaths, the ground was covered in cultivator corpses. Only a few gasped and begged, spare me. Any condition is fine. Jiang then, I was wrong. He appeared before two people and asked calmly, not everyone is worthy to be my slave. At least you must have some value. Tell me, what can you offer me? Thin Vo immediately knelt and begged humbly. I can sell my life to you. Whatever you command, I will do. Jiang then let out a cold, mocking laugh. Is that all? Then what is the point of keeping you? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light pierced straight through that man's head. Thin Vo died on the spot, his eyes still wide open. Jiang then turned to Vo Muck and continued. And what about you? Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise you will follow him. Vo Muck stared at Thin Vo's corpse in shock. He truly killed him. Clutched his wound and said in a trembling voice, I am from ManhwaCapped. All sects under heaven are governed by ManhwaCapped. I can help you greatly there. Please do not kill me. Hearing that, Jiang then felt satisfied. He beckoned him closer, not bad, then formed the contract. He placed his finger on Vo Muck's forehead and executed the master-servant contract. After the contract was complete, Jiang then looked back and saw that the three from Ku Nuyen had disappeared. He sneered. Those brats run quite fast. Vo Muk quickly assured him. Master, rest assured, with me in Vo Kak, the three disciples of Tin Kim Tong will not stir up trouble. Jiang then turned to leave. Vo Muk asked in surprise, the Lak En Hat Divine Ruins has opened. Will you not take the inheritance? He replied, the inheritance of the Lak En Hat Demon God. What do I need it for? Whatever you want I can give you. The key is, whether you are qualified or not. Vo Muk fell silent upon hearing that, thinking to himself, the more I look at this person, the more unpleasant he seems. But since I have acknowledged him as master, the stronger he is, the more benefit I gain. Jiang then urged loudly, let us go. I still have to find Ma Thin Han. Vo Muk hurried after him. Everyone returned to Ton Tunjayo at the back mountain, from high in the air. A bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down with a roar. Ma Thin Han was struck blackened and asked resentfully, Master, why are you drawing heavenly tribulation to strike me? Jiang then replied while cultivating, did you not want the inheritance of the Lak En Hat Demon God? His Yang Demon method is supremely firm and blazing. Without using tribulation lightning to cleanse your sins, how can you receive it? Ma Thin Han pursed his lips and asked softly, can I choose not to take this inheritance? Jiang then cast him an indifferent glance. What I give is a favor. If you refuse, then I can only send you away, thinking to himself, such a good lightning-induced death, and he still wants to run. While Ma Thin Han was still stunned, a sudden disturbance arose on the mountain. Minor mysterious 9 great formation was broken. Jiang then said seriously, it seems you are not fated with the inheritance today. I will go check the situation. You prepare to receive it. The courtyard of Ton Tunjayo, an old man led a young girl inside. He stepped forward and saluted. I am Bok Chuang De, paying respects to sect master Jiang then. Luke Than Thuan saw Jiang then arrive and reported. Jiang then, they broke the formation. He also wondered in his heart whether these two were some enemy. Jiang then frowned and asked, what do you want with me? Breaking the minor mysterious 9 great formation just to see me. Are you seeking help or causing trouble? Bok Chuang De pushed his granddaughter forward and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you already know yet still ask. I came because of my granddaughter, Bok Fong Ngu. The girl secretly assessed him. Can this man truly help me transform Yin? After listening, Jiang then said directly, that matter is not urgent, compensate first. The grandfather and granddaughter Bok Fong Ngu were stunned. What? Jiang then angrily raised 3 fingers and scolded, you broke the sect protecting grand formation without compensation. Add materials, labor, and my mental losses. At least this amount. Luke Than Thuan cautiously whispered, sect master. This old man does not look simple. Are you really asking for money? Bok Chuang De wiped his sweat and forced a smile. I found this formation quite interesting and accidentally made a move. This is a spatial ring. Inside are 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is it enough? Luke Than Thuan and the others gaped. What 30,000 and top grade at that? Jiang then snorted lightly. You truly lack knowledge. Old Bok stroked his beard and suggested, if it is not enough, I will have someone bring another 3 million. Is that acceptable? Hearing that number, the others were even more horrified. 3 million. Jiang then nearly spat blood inwardly. If I had known this old man was so rich, I would have shouted 30,000 top-grade stones. Now that I have accepted it, raising the price would be too embarrassing. Thinking that, he coughed twice and said, forget it. Let this matter end here. As for her, the condition remains the same. I can help, but she must stay by my side. Than Thuan widened his eyes and asked, sect master, are you threatening? Seizing a civilian girl, the others echoed, this is not appropriate. You are after all the sect master. Bok Fong Ngu blushed and retorted, stop talking nonsense. Old Bok frowned and asked, she only needs to stay by your side. Jiang then looked Bok Fong Ngu over and said, judging by her appearance, she must be a young lady. Being a maid is barely acceptable. Forget it. Become my disciple instead. Old Bok frowned. What can you teach? Do you know her status? Bok Fong Ngu is the beloved daughter of the city lord of Bok De City, a first-rate sect. Jiang then turned away indifferently. Whatever she wants I can provide. Whether you agree or not is up to you. I am going to bathe. Old Bok watched him leave and sighed. For a daughter of Bok De City to become the disciple of a 9th-rate sect master is indeed humiliating. But humiliation is better than death. Fong Ngu, as long as you live. The girl nodded and replied, I will listen to grandfather. What can he teach me? If father finds out, Ton Tunjayo will likely be destroyed. In the rear hall of Ton Tunjayo, the two entered. Jiang then had just finished bathing, his clothes not yet properly arranged. Droplets of water still clung to his body, his firm physique clearly visible. As he put on his robe, he asked calmly, have you finished considering? Seeing that scene, Bok Fong Ngu immediately flushed bright red. When she heard her grandfather nod in agreement, she was stunned and thought to herself, this man is truly handsome. His bearing surpasses all the men I have met. Seeing the other party agree, Jiang then reached out and placed his hand on Bok Fong Ngu's forehead and said, then let us form a modification contract. if I help you transform yin and you run away? Where would I find you, old Bok sighed. This is the only way. The contract was quickly completed. Jiang then said, the contract is done. I must help her transform yin. You step outside. Old Bok's eyes widened as he thought to himself. An unmarried man and woman alone like this. Jiang then impatiently shouted, what are you staring at? Go outside quickly. Old Bok could only nod. Fine, I will step out. As soon as he left the room, Jiang then immediately shut the door tightly. He turned around, his gaze meeting Bok Fong and Gu directly. He calmly requested, remove your clothes. Hearing that, Fong and Gu flushed crimson and cried out in panic. What did you say? Jiang then explained helplessly, only by removing your clothes can I transform yin. Yu and Gu angrily asked, must one remove clothes to transform yin? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Hearing that, Jiang then fell into thought for a moment. He explained clearly, to transform yin, I must find the yin meridian and need to see it directly. Before he finished speaking, Tiu Ngu raised her hand to cover his eyes. At that moment, a hurried shout sounded outside the door. Jiang then, people from Thin Vo Tong have attacked. It has been 10 days. Have you found a solution? Hearing this, he thought to himself, these people truly know how to choose their timing. Old Bok's voice sounded outside again. Little brother, let this old man handle things outside. My granddaughter is entrusted to you. Seeing the urgency, Jiang then turned and spoke quickly, take them off. Tiu Ngu hesitated and replied, you. After thinking for a while, she clenched her teeth and removed her clothes, telling herself inwardly, I have never let a man see my skin, but if I do not do this, I only have 2 days left to live. After thinking it through, Tiu Ngu glared and said, I will remove them, but if you dare harbor evil intentions, I will tear you into 100 pieces. Jiang then sighed helplessly, women are truly troublesome. At this moment, only a thin piece of cloth remained on Tiu Ngu's body. Her outer garments were completely removed. Jiang then's gaze paused unconsciously. He was slightly startled and thought to himself, I did not expect this girl to have such a figure. His gaze swept over her as he muttered inwardly, this chest, then her waist, then her overall figure. Seeing this, Tiu Ngu hurriedly covered herself and angrily shouted, have you seen enough? Hearing the shout, Jiang then came back to his senses. He coughed lightly into his hand and said, then let us begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang then grasped Tiu Ngu's wrist tightly. He pulled her onto the bed, causing her to ask in fear, what are you doing? Jiang then answered concisely with focus, searching the meridian. After speaking, he circulated divine power and placed his hand on her wrist. Tiu Ngu urged nervously, then hurry up. Jiang then finished examining the wrist meridian. He moved down to the meridian at her abdomen. Tiu Ngu thought uncomfortably, could he? Before she could speak, Jiang then spoke first. Found it. As he spoke, he placed his hand on a sensitive spot. Tiu Ngu jolted and screamed, writhing in pain on the bed. In her mind, she panicked. Could it be that my body is about to be taken? Suddenly, Jiang then shouted softly, cold chi emerged. As soon as the words fell, the cold chi within Tiu Ngu's body was drawn out. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Quickly reminded her, do not move. Sweat poured down Tiu Ngu's face. She silently blamed herself for thinking wildly. The yin transformation had succeeded. Tiu Ngu slowly opened her eyes and cautiously asked, is the yin transformation finished? Nodded yes, the hardest part was finding the yin meridian. Now that it is done, why are you still standing there? Are you not putting on your clothes? Hearing that, Tiu Ngu angrily shouted, you truly are a rogue. Hurry and turn around. He helplessly turned his back. After that, he stepped forward and opened the door. As soon as he saw him come out, Tiu Ngu's grandfather hurriedly asked, how is it? Inwardly anxious, Tiu Ngu is the only bloodline of Bokta City. If anything happened, it would be a great disaster. Walked over and said briefly, it succeeded. Hearing that, old Bok let out a long breath of relief. He stroked his beard and continued, people from Thin Vo Tong came to the mountain gate to cause trouble. Fearing it would affect things, I conveniently dealt with them all. You do not mind. Replied indifferently, a bunch of useless trash. If they are killed, then so be it. It saves my time. At this moment, Tiu Ngu stepped out and softly called, grandfather. Old Bok quickly asked, Tiu Ngu, how do you feel now? Tiu Ngu replied, the cold chi in my body has disappeared. There is also an additional stream of icy power, but it does no harm. She glanced at him and thought to herself, this man has seen my entire body, yet it was also he who saved my life. After hearing it, Tiu Ngu's grandfather pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Even I find it difficult to explain that kind of power. In the future, follow that brother. I believe he will teach you many more things. Hearing this, Tiu Ngu respectfully bowed and responded, keeping her grandfather's teachings firmly in mind. At that moment, Tiu Ngu's grandfather glanced at Jiang then, silently guessing that this boy's background was far from simple. healing Tiu and Gu so effortlessly. Perhaps by following him she might encounter a great opportunity. Having thought it through, he said, Tiu and Gu and I have been out for quite some time. Her body is now stable. I should return to Bok Than to guard it. I shall take my leave here. Hearing that, Jiang then let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat regretful. Such a rare Dao realm expert could not be kept. Then he smiled and said, if you are leaving then leave, but remember to pay the room fee and tuition first. Upon hearing that, both Tiu and Gu's grandfather and Tiu and Gu were stunned, their minds echoing with the same thought. What kind of room fee and tuition was this? Seeing them standing still, Jiang then raised his voice and continued. What are you standing there for? Staying in the sacred hall of transformed sound does not cost rent. I taught her, should I not charge tuition? Do you think this place is a charity, free food and lodging perhaps? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per day, plus tuition. I will give you a 20% discount. Just give me a full 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and we are settled. Tiu and Gu's grandfather was so angry he choked, stammering, Fine, in a few days I will have someone deliver it. After speaking, he immediately turned and left, only hoping to leave quickly in case he came up with more charges. On this side, Jiang then thought irritably, was it really that easy? Damn it. It seems I quoted too low. At the same time, at Vun Than Tran Vo Kak, Ku Nuyen and his senior brother stood before the crowd and shouted loudly, this is the first time I have heard something so absurd. The dignified leader of Ton Tun Jiao, a spirit realm cultivator, slaughtering numerous experts from Tin Kim Tong, Thin Vo Tong, and Bat Phuong Mon. Do you take us all for fools? Moreover, according to you, Leader Jiang spared your lives, yet you repay kindness with enmity, and now you even dare to come to Vo Kak to cry injustice. Ku Nuyen's senior brother angrily retorted, everything we said is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Jiang then had long fallen into demonic ways. He ordered Ma Hanthin to kill the seniors, and personally slaughtered several supreme elders. Girl beside them choked with sobs as she said, even if he once saved us, he is not worthy to stand among us. An evil fiend like him deserves death. You have all been deceived by him. To the noisy crowd, an old man angrily shouted, enough. Vo Kak will not interfere in this matter. Our Tin Kim Tong will handle it ourselves. He continued, we have already sent word to fellow Taoists of Bat Phuong Mon and Lien Min Hoi. They are on their way to Ton Tun Jiao. He sects 9 Dao realm experts. We will make Jiang then repay blood with blood. Hearing this, Ku Nuyen's senior brother frowned and roared, Jiang then, a demon like you dares to stand above others. For this humiliation, I will have you repay it with your life. Thunder roared in the sky, mixed with pleading cries, Jiang then, I beg you. Jiang then felt annoyed and quickly replied, why are you trembling? Start cultivating, the man shouted. Can you give me 2 days off, being struck 3 or 4 times every day? I truly cannot endure it. After speaking, Jiang then calmly sat down on the ground. He activated the divine power in his hand and said coldly, obey obediently, otherwise find your own release. As soon as the words fell, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the man directly. He widened his eyes in horror and cried out, so fast. There, Jiang then focused on cultivating amid the thunder and lightning on this side. Tiu and Gu and the others could not help but marvel, only at the lower stage of the body realm, and he already dared to temper his body with lightning. Just how strong was his physique? Even Dao realm experts would not dare such a risk. Suddenly, lightning flashed and tore across the sky, causing everyone to gape in shock as they stared. They began discussing anxiously. What was that sound? This is bad. Something happened to the leader. Quickly protect him. The Grandmaster is seriously injured. Grandmaster, are you all right? This is a blood recovery pill. It replenishes blood and heals wounds very well. There is also a 1,000-year blood spirit pool. Quickly use it. Set up the innate life-nourishing formation to stabilize the Grandmaster's injuries. In contrast, the man who had been heavily struck by lightning received no attention at all. He muttered gloomily, hey, you should at least care about me a little. I am the one most likely to be beaten to death. Jiao Chu stared and asked, such powerful lightning, are you all right? Tiu and Gu standing beside him thought helplessly, cultivation must proceed step by step. His impatience is no different from seeking death. My master is truly wrong this time. Jiang then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, I will be fine after resting a while. During that, Tiu and Gu cried out in shock, what, and you are still fine? Suddenly a beam of light shot upward. Everyone panicked and shouted, Grandmaster. Tiu and Gu sighed inwardly. It is over. He was already weak. This time my master will surely be impoverished. From afar, Jiang then suddenly radiated light all over his body. Tiu and Gu stared at him with wide eyes without blinking. She murmured, how could this be? This moment, Jiang then focused on circulating the aura within his body, stirring up a fierce gale. The martial artists nearby gaped in shock. This is the middle stage of the body realm, he broke through. It has only been 2 days, and he has already advanced to the middle stage. Tiu Ngu said anxiously, Master Jiang, cultivation requires gradual progress. You are being too hasty. Jiang then stood up and replied with a smile, I am progressing step by step as well. It is just that you walk while I run. Suddenly a disciple ran over in panic and reported, this is bad. Something major has happened. Tiu Ngu hurriedly asked, what happened to make you so flustered? Once you step onto the path of cultivation, you must remain calm. The disciple said urgently, at the foot of Tone Tun Jio 9 Dao realm experts from Tin Kim Tong, Bat Fuang Mon, and Lian Minhoi have blocked the way. They say the boss killed people from their sects and demand a life for a life. They are about to attack the mountain gate. Hearing that, Luke Jiao Chu stammered in panic. Dao realm leader this matter. After listening, Jiang then calmly walked toward Luke Jiao Chu. Tiu Ngu glanced at him and thought, to make more than a dozen Dao realm experts come to his door. The people he killed were indeed extraordinary. Jiang then curled his lips arrogantly and said, what a pity. 9 Dao realm experts coming to Tone Tun Jio to pay a visit can be considered flattering me. Those 3 brats must have spread the news everywhere. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. In their minds, they all thought, the Grandmaster is truly no ordinary person, facing so many Dao realm experts yet remaining calm. Tiu Ngu said in shock, at a time like this you can still laugh. Luke Jiao Chu roared angrily. The protective formation has not been repaired yet. Tiu Ngu suddenly thought, could it be that formation was destroyed by my grandfather? Seeing everyone tense, Tiu Ngu quickly said, what is there to panic about? The one who broke the formation is still here. Whoever caused it should solve it. Fang Ngu, follow your master to drive those people away. Hearing that, Tiu Ngu was stunned and asked, what? Jiao Chu asked worriedly, is it really all right to let Miss Bach go? Before he finished speaking, the monk had already interjected. The Grandmaster is indeed different. Jiang then smiled and replied, since you are so curious, then watch. In his heart he calculated, it was also a good opportunity to test the strength of the Tai Am sacred body. Outside, the disciples of Van Than Tran Vo Kak shouted in unison, people of Tone Tun Gyro listen, hand over Jiang then at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for showing no mercy and leveling Tone Tun Gyro. Jiang then get out here and face death. Jiang then come out now. Hearing this, Jiang then's face darkened as he replied, you want my life. The leader of Van Than Tran Vo Kak shouted loudly. Jiang then, you colluded with the demon sect and slaughtered fellow righteous cultivators. Today we act on behalf of heaven to enforce justice. Surrender at once. Inwardly he thought, dealing with Jiang then still requires caution. He likely has other tricks. Jiang then turned and said to Tiu Ngu, Fang Ngu, your master needs quiet. Tiu Ngu pouted and replied, my hands and feet are perfectly fine. Why do you always make me take action? On the other side, the people of Van Than Tran Vo Kak glared fiercely at Tone Tun Gyro. Seeing Tiu Ngu step out, they laughed disdainfully. Has Jiang then run out of tricks? Sending a woman to deal with us, and such a beautiful woman at that, planning to use honey traps. So the people of Tone Tun Gyro are also incompetent. Hearing this, Tiu Ngu angrily shouted, watch your filthy mouths. Those people sneered. What is a little girl acting fierce for after we level Tone Tun Gyro? Just obediently follow me. Stop the nonsense. Capture her and force Jiang then to show himself. Being openly humiliated, Tiu Ngu was so furious she was speechless. Her anger surged to its peak as Tiu Ngu shouted loudly, all of you, gather everything for me. The others burst into laughter. A little girl conjuring a few ice blocks dares to show off. A woman should know her place and not come out to make a fool of herself. Hearing that, Tiu Ngu shouted, enough nonsense. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately channeled divine power and struck a palm straight toward them. Seeing this, those people laughed smugly, little brat. Today we will show you what a Dao realm cultivator is. After speaking, they coordinated together and jointly resisted Tiu Ngu's attack. The leader of Van Than Tran Vo Kak stood outside watching silently, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think you are qualified to make us kneel, little girl? Your mouth is quite sharp. Suddenly the expression of the leader of Van Than changed. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, how could this be? Tiu Ngu remained calm and said coldly, your mouths are full of filthy words. As soon as the words fell, Tiu Ngu struck another palm toward the people of Van Than Tran Vo Kak, causing them to cry out in panic, impossible, no. But it was too late. The entire group fell to the ground in pain without any chance to retaliate. After dealing with them, Tiu Ngu stood leisurely before them and said, stepping from the martial Dao realm into the Dao realm is a transformation. The true chi within the body will convert into spiritual power. As for you, though you bear the name of Dao realm, your true chi has not transformed at all. yet you still dare to come out and cause trouble. He had already appeared, arms crossed over his chest as he said, "Since the fight is over, then go back." Luke Jio-chu, standing beside him, widened his eyes in disbelief. Is she really that strong? Tiu Ngu thought irritably. I only said a few extra words. How was that fierce? The people of Van Than Tran Vo Kak were terrified. 8 or 9 Dao realm experts joining forces, yet unable to withstand a single palm from a young girl. Since when did Ton Tun Jio have such an expert? Shouted loudly, "Why are you not getting lost yet?" Inwardly calculating that Bok Fong and Gu was still not strong enough. Wiping them all out would not be easy, so he could only let them go. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the leader of Van Than Tran Vo Kak darkened his face and barked, "Go. This matter is not over yet." A disciple of Van Than quickly whispered, "I have a way. When the time comes, Jiang then will surely have no path of return." As he spoke, he leaned close to the leader's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing it, that man burst into laughter. "Jiang then, this time you are doomed for certain." On this side, Tiu Ngu walked up to him and said softly, "Master, everything is settled. These past days you have been struck by lightning all the time, no, cultivating all the time. Now you should teach me something," he replied. "You are already very strong now. What more do you want to learn?" Tiu Ngu frowned in frustration. "But I do not even know what I should learn. You are my master after all. Are you not going to teach me anything?" He pondered for a moment and said, "It is not that I do not want to teach you. It's just that General Bok has not paid the tuition yet. I am truly your master, but rules still require payment." Tiu Ngu was so angry she was speechless, inwardly cursing that she truly wanted to defy her master and ancestors. He reflected again. Today's matter shows that the current strength of Ton Tun Jio is still too weak. On the surface it looks fine. In truth it relies only on Fong Ngu. It seems I must quickly raise my cultivation. Unlocking the Jiang Lu primordial sacred body cannot be delayed either. In the blink of an eye, 10 days pass. Breaking through, upper stage of the body realm. Ordinary people only need to condense 9 drops of essence blood to reach the upper stage of the body realm. But the endless art condenses 36 drops. He withdrew his power, raised his hand to sense it, and muttered, "I have condensed 35 drops. 1 more drop and I will reach the peak of the body realm. The endless art will also be complete." Unfortunately, Han Thien has reached his limit today. Jiang Lu has also awakened the primordial sacred body. His cultivation has surged. He should wake up as well. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out. Leader Luke Jio-chu ran over holding a letter. "This is an invitation from Vo Kak. The Than Van banquet begins tomorrow. Only ranked sects receive it. This is our first time." He said calmly, "So Ton Tun Jio was not ranked before you go in my place. I will continue cultivating," Luke Jio-chu replied in panic. "That will not do. Leader, you must go. The pavilion master of Vo Kak said the Than Van banquet will raise Ton Tun Jio from 9th rank to 8th rank. You must be present." Reluctantly nodded. "Fine, then we will go, make the arrangements. I will bring Bok Fong Ngu and Jiang Lu," Luke Jio-chu asked curiously. "Jiang Lu is that fat one. He has grown much stronger these past days. It is time he sees the world." He nodded. "The primordial sacred body should be like this. Go prepare. Ton Tun Jio should reclaim its reputation." Luke Jio-chu immediately bowed. "As you command, leader." One day later, at the gate of Than Van Tran, Tiu Ngu asked curiously, "Master, walking beside a great beauty like me, do you feel proud?" He replied directly, "What use is beauty? If you do not have the strength to protect me, I would not bother bringing you." Tiu Ngu huffed. "You truly never say anything pleasing." That moment, disciples of Than Van Tran recognized him and shouted, "Jiang then, was it you who killed the sect master of Tin Kim Tong? Speak clearly. What exactly happened in Lak Enhat Zam Lam?" During this, he remained silent. Then he looked at them and said decisively, "A bunch of defeated losers dare to show their faces. Fong Ngu, go on. I am a gentleman and it is inconvenient for me to act. A woman is different." Fong Ngu blushed and replied, I am still a proper lady." Exclaimed in surprise, "You are a proper lady. Do not insult those 2 words. Fong Ngu, I leave this place to you." "Jiang Lu, let us go," Jiang Lu hurriedly replied. "Oh, all right." The 2 turned and left, leaving Fong Ngu shouting angrily, "This is too much. Still dare." Fong Ngu cast a sharp glance at the people of Than Van Tran. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual. Fong Ngu exclaimed in shock, "Such a powerful aura." Immediately after, she charged straight at the disciples of Than Van Tran and attacked. Fong Ngu thought, no wonder they dared to return after being defeated by my single palm, so they had reinforcements. Before long, she had finished dealing with them. On the other side, he was not idle either. Grabbed the fat man with one hand and hurled him far away. Landing on the ground, he said, "Upper stage of the Tao realm, true chi has transformed into spiritual power. In Than Van Tran you cannot be a nobody." The old man roared angrily, "Kill." Immediately, he set his stance and prepared to fight. He launched a powerful palm strike toward Jiang then. He calmly erected a barrier of divine power to block it. then activated the 9 words of war, defense like a mountain to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the old man's great bell was shattered. His sword intent pierced through and broke the formation. Without stopping, he poured out his full strength and continued the battle. Jiang Lu stood outside watching nervously. He shouted loudly, "Boss." During the call, he opened his eyes and looked over. His expression revealed that he was nearly exhausted. The old man refused to let up and roared, "Let me see how many more times you can dodge my killing moves." After speaking, he charged at Jianglin again. Seeing the situation turn bad, he shouted, "Fong Ngu." Fong Ngu immediately appeared, causing the old man to tense as he thought. This woman arrived so quickly. In an instant, Fong Ngu was already standing in front of him. She struck a palm straight toward the old man. Fong Ngu asked, "Master, are you all right?" He replied quickly, "I am fine, just attack." The old man calculated inwardly, "This woman is difficult to handle. Prolonging this fight is disadvantageous. Better find another opportunity to kill Jiang then." That thought, he immediately turned and fled, leaving only him and Fong Ngu standing there watching. Fong Ngu frowned and said, "Master, let me chase him." He held her hand and said, "No need, he is not the target. I want to see whether this is the Than Van banquet or a Hongmen banquet." After speaking, he supported Jiang Lu and said, "Let us go, attend the Than Van banquet." The Than Van banquet. Vomuk greeted with a bright smile, "Leader Jiang, welcome, welcome." Hearing this, he smiled politely and replied, "Pavilion Master Vo, I have long heard of your reputation." As he passed by, Vomuk lowered his voice and warned, "Be careful. The Dark Pavilion has placed a bounty. Someone wants your life." Replied calmly, "I have already encountered them," inwardly understanding that the person earlier was most likely from the Dark Pavilion, one of the 3 top forces of Vo, then Dai Lu, specializing in raising assassins who pursue their targets relentlessly once ordered. Hearing this, Vomuk's tone turned serious. "I have had people watch over Vong and Gaiet for a long time. I hope you can remain safe at this Than Van banquet." He glanced at him and asked, "Do you know who issued the order?" Vomuk shook his head and replied, "The Dark Pavilion never reveals its clients, but it is highly likely those 3 sects." Hearing this, he only said, "Then we will wait and see." Within the upper floors, countless eyes quietly observed everywhere. Someone whispered, "Pavilion Master Vo personally came to welcome a 9th-rank sect master. Ton Tun Jio has declined so much. It must just be a coincidence." Vomuk loudly invited, "Leader Jiang, please proceed to the 2nd floor." He nodded and replied, "All right." Elsewhere, several people angrily slammed tables and chairs. A 9th-rank sect is allowed to sit on the 2nd floor. What does the Pavilion Master take us for? Vomuk immediately retorted, "The Than Van banquet is organized by Vo Kak. Do you have the qualifications to cause trouble? Attend the banquet obediently, otherwise get out." At this moment, Vomuk had reached the peak of his anger. He continued coldly, "Ton Tun Gyro sitting on the 2nd floor is a decision of Vo Kak. Do you have objections to Vo Kak or to me?" Seeing this, the surrounding experts all showed caution. Since Vomuk had spoken, Ton Tun Gyro's status today was considered secure. It was not worth offending Vo Kak over this matter. Those people forced a smile and said, "Since Pavilion Master Vo has spoken, we have no objections." Another added, "Your decision must have been carefully considered." At this moment, the leader of Than Van Tran stepped forward and calmly asked, "Pavilion Master Vo, does the Than Van banquet have any special highlights today?" Vomuk smiled and replied, "This year is naturally very spectacular. The greatest highlight is a drop of sub-Killin blood." The experts below immediately erupted in discussion. "What Killin blood?" Vomuk raised his hand to calm them. Everyone remained calm. "It is only sub-Killin blood." Even so, no one could hide their astonishment. Even sub-Killin blood is extremely rare. An ordinary person who uses it can be reborn and remolded. A cultivator can greatly strengthen the body. Vo Kak is truly wealthy. Tiu Ngu was also stunned, inwardly thinking that such a small place actually had Killin blood. She said to her master, "Killin is a divine beast. In the eyes of the world, sub-Killin is no different from a true Killin." He could not care less about such things. It was only because the people before him were not on the same level. He yawned and said, "What use is it? A trivial item. Back in the 9 heavens, when I was bored, I even hunted Killin for fun." Turned to Jiang Lu and said, "If you bathe in Killin blood, your body will improve by leaps and bounds. Not to mention those at the same realm. Even those a whole major realm higher would struggle to compare." Jiang Lu widened his eyes, "Really? Then I want this sub-Killin blood." He pointed toward Vo Kak. "If you want it, then go take it yourself. Ever since your sacred body awakened, your cultivation has advanced like the wind. You are about to surpass me." Jiang Lu scratched his head and laughed. "It is all right. I just broke through to the Nin realm yesterday." He thought with interest. Not long after awakening the sacred body, he rushed from the Lim realm to the Nin realm. "Unfortunately, I have been busy cultivating. Otherwise, with more guidance, he would not be limited to the lower stage of the Nin realm." Crowd shouted and urged, Pavilion Master Vo, do not keep us waiting. Start quickly. The younger generation is already impatient. Vo Muk did not wish to delay and waved his hand. Fine, begin. He leaped to the center of the high platform, where the formation was already prepared. Standing before everyone, Vo Muk clearly stated the rules as usual. If you want sub-kill in blood, then step onto the arena. Accept challenges or initiate them. Fight until no one dares to come up anymore. He found it interesting and thought this was no different from competing for a championship. With Bok Fong and Gu's strength, this sub-kill in blood would hardly fall into anyone else's hands. Martial artist confidently jumped up first and announced, Tin Kim Tong, Lam Mak, his entrance quite imposing. He stood on the stage, sweeping his gaze around, seemingly having grasped quite a bit of information. Lam Mak thought to himself, even Dao realm experts could not kill Jiang then. He is truly troublesome. He knew clearly that gaze was aimed at him and said coldly, I spared this one once. If he dares harbor killing intent again this time, then do not blame me. Just as he was about to step onto the stage, Lam Mak pointed at Jiang Lu and shouted, I want to challenge him. He understood Jiang then was hard to deal with, so he chose the fat one as the first target. He was slightly surprised, thinking the target was himself. Challenge Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu was bewildered. What? Lam Mak replied at once, yes, you. He nodded for Jiang Lu to go test himself and reminded him, your sacred body just awakened and your power is hard to control. Be careful not to beat someone to death. Jiang Lu answered seriously, I will pay attention. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Lam Mak turned to provoke him. Today I will defeat your Tone Tun Gyro disciple first. Later I will come for you. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Lu coldly struck with a palm, sending the loudmouth flying. Lam Mak did not even have time to take a stance. He flew straight into the spectator stands. Walls shattered and dust filled the air. Even Jiang Lu was surprised. He had not expected the opponent to be so weak. Tin Kim Tong sect master Duong Hin and the people around him stared wide-eyed. He had been so aggressive just now yet was sent flying with a single punch, truly disgraceful. Jiang Lu felt embarrassed for not following instructions. He merely smiled. When we return, I will teach you again. Turned toward Tin Kim Tong and mocked. This is only the weakest disciple of my Tone Tun Gyro. Duong Hin was furious but swallowed his anger and ordered, winning one match is nothing to boast about. Step down. The disciple lowered his head and obeyed. Yet his outcome was no better. With just one palm, Jiang Lu smashed him flat. Tin Kim Tong fell into panic. Even without weapons he was this strong. Duong Hin clenched his teeth, his heart filled only with hatred toward that fat man. Jiang Lu was also shocked by his own strength, boss. I do not want to fight anymore. The energy in my body is growing more terrifying. I fear one more punch will kill someone. He encouraged him. It is fine. Even if someone dies, it will not be your fault. Duong Hin could not endure the provocation and revealed his trump card, shouting, Lam Tiu, get up here. A mysterious figure appeared and coldly replied, as you command. Lam Tiu stepped out slowly and drew his sword with ease. His aura was completely different from the others. Standing on the stage, Lam Tiu asked, Jiang Lu is it? So arrogant? Soon I will show you your end. The crowd gasped. That is Lam Tiu, the strongest of Tin Kim Tong. Entered the body realm at 10, killed countless demon sect members at 15. That fat one is finished. Hearing this, Jiang Lu trembled slightly and asked, Boss, do I really have to fight? He replied calmly, if you do not want to fight, then admit defeat. You will not lose a piece of flesh. Lam Tiu refused and roared, want to admit defeat? No chance, sword out. Countless sword shadows burst forth densely. The crowd exclaimed, falling rain sword. When the sword moves, it is like rain. Nothing escapes its pierce. Even Lam Tiu can execute it. Which youth can withstand it? Though they had not yet exchanged blows, the praise already made Jiang Lu waver slightly. Yet instinct urged him, and he decided to counterattack and test it. Jiang Lu gathered all his strength and threw a punch, a roar echoing through vocab. Unexpectedly, Lam Tiu's sword formation shattered. The punch struck his body directly and shattered his meridians and bones. Lam Tiu flew like a sandbag and crashed heavily into the stands. When the dust cleared, everyone was stunned. Lam Tiu was only a limp corpse lying in a pool of blood. Jiang Lu awkwardly explained, I truly did not mean it. I was about to admit defeat, but he would not allow it. He kept forcing me to act. This cannot be blamed on me. He had long predicted the outcome and remained calm. He sought his own death, so who could he blame? Tin Kim Tong lost their genius Lam Tiu and could not accept it. Shouting and cursing, Duong Hin said painfully, Jiang Lu killed my disciple during a duel. Is there no explanation? He replied, Jiang Lu said he wanted to admit defeat, but Lam Tiu would not allow it. Now that he is dead, who can he blame? What? The younger ones failed, so the elders want to step in. A 9th-rank sect like yours. My Tone Tun Gyro sees no need for it to exist anymore. Tiu Ngu was furious upon hearing this. This is bullying to the extreme. He remained calm. Do you not want my life? I will give you the chance. Liu Engu and Jiang Lu were both stunned. They had not expected their master's provocation to flow so smoothly. Seeing the situation not yet beyond remedy, Muk stepped forward to mediate leader Jiang. Let us discuss this slowly. Inwardly he chanted, stay calm. If you die I am finished as well, he replied. If as leader I still do not act now, then where would Ton Tun Jio's dignity be? Duonghin, the sect master, wasted no words and jumped out directly, effectively accepting the life and death duel. He drew his sword and pointed it forward. His voice arrogant, words are useless, come up here. He leaped leisurely onto the arena and smiled. I am here, do not rush. He curved his lips in a cold smile, so eager to die. Jiang Lu turned pale. This is bad. This time master will surely be implicated because of me. Duonghin glared angrily and ground his teeth. What tricks do you have left? He crossed his arms and replied, in front of so many people I assume the sect master will not bully the weak. Duonghin had intended to charge, but paused upon hearing this, not understanding what scheme was coming. He explained calmly, I am indeed a leader, but by age you are a senior, by cultivation you are far higher. If a senior yields a little to a junior, then even if you defeat me, outsiders will not gossip. What do you think? Even Tin Kim Tong disciples found it reasonable. Duonghin's cultivation was far higher. It was indeed somewhat oppressive. Duonghin then realized he would have to suppress his cultivation. Yet even so it would be enough to kill him and uproot everything. Duonghin decisively said, what does a few realms difference matter? This is a life and death battle. I will suppress my cultivation to the upper stage of the body realm and fight you fairly. He nodded in agreement. Duonghin turned to the audience and shouted, all of you bear witness. I Duonghin of Tin Kim Tong hereby establish a life and death duel with Jiang then. Smiled inwardly, the fish has taken the bait. At first I only hoped he would lower his cultivation slightly for easier maneuvering. I did not expect such confidence. Outside Vo-Kak more and more people gathered to watch. Hearing of a life and death duel they erupted in chaos. Someone cried out in panic. If anything happens to the Grandmaster, the formation pavilion will level Tin Kim Tong. He yielded politely and said, you are a senior, please make the first move. Provoked, Duonghin grew furious and shot his sword forward. Since you want to die quickly, I will fulfill you. Crowd gasped, lotus sword. One sword gives birth to 9 lotuses, endless and unceasing. Truly the secret ultimate technique of Tin Kim Tong. The lotus sword roared toward him, so tight that there was no path of retreat. Tin Kim Tong disciples rejoiced. He stood motionless. This time he is surely dead. Evil meets its retribution. The lotus sword struck its target and exploded thunderously, shaking all of Vo-Kak. Spectators gaped. No one believed anyone in the body realm could endure the lotus sword. He must be finished. Duonghin said confidently, what a pity. If earlier you had knelt and apologized, I might have spared Ton Tun Jio. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something terrifying ahead, and his eyes widened. He still stood there, arms crossed, looking at him as if at a ghost. How could this be? He sneered, is this the legendary unbreakable defense move? Give it another try. Duonghin's voice trembled. Impossible, struck by the lotus sword, yet uninjured. How many drops of essence blood did you condense? He replied, look carefully. Spectators buzzed. His body surface was glowing. This phenomenon requires at least more than 18 drops of essence blood. Duonghin roared, even 18 drops mean nothing. Today you will still die. Inwardly he calculated that the defense was too tough, and only killing at all costs would work. Seeing Duonghin intending to break his word, he cursed directly, shameless old man. Absolutely do not let him release his cultivation. After speaking, he suddenly shot forward. He charged straight toward Duonghin, giving him no chance to mobilize his cultivation. His eyes turned icy. This opportunity absolutely could not be missed. Duonghin had never expected him to be that fast. He unleashed several lethal sword strikes, tearing Duonghin's body apart. Blood splattered everywhere. That man died without even leaving last words. Duonghin collapsed to the ground. He landed right after. He turned toward the outside and smiled. I have won. The audience held their breath. No one could believe that a Dao realm expert had died so cleanly. Only Lai Van Sun, the new chairman of Lian Minhui, silently calculated that he must force him into a life and death duel. Otherwise, the future consequences would be endless. Lai Van Sun stepped forward and shouted, Jiang then, I will fight you in a life and death duel. He asked back, are we taking turns? Lai Van Sun roared angrily, I only ask whether you dare or not. Could the leader of Ton Tun Jio be a coward? He replied calmly, oh, I do not dare. The answer stunned everyone. Lai Van Sun was left speechless. The plan failed. Lai Van Sun stammered as he tried to continue. He slowly explained, you are in the lower Dao realm. Fighting someone in the body realm like me, does that not embarrass you? Lai Van Sun snapped. If you are afraid, then get lost. A crooked leader like you disgusts me. Lai Van's son secretly hoped he would agree so he could strike with full force and kill him. He continued, "A leader like me also needs dignity. If I handle everything myself, then what are disciples and elders for?" Lai Van's son was furious to the point of madness, truly thick-skinned and shameless. Without bothering to argue further, he jumped down from the arena. He said to his disciple, "Your master is tired. The chairman of Lian Min Hoi is yours." Bok Fong Ngu, my chief disciple, play with this senior, Tiu Ngu replied, "There are too many people. I want to maintain the image of a proper lady." Lai Van's son bitterly thought that Jiang then was truly shameless, letting a woman act, and before this his people had already been suppressed by her single palm. He pretended to think, "Has your tuition been paid yet? Or shall we add more 10 million top-grade spirit stones?" Tiu Ngu panicked. "Master, are you joking? It is just a fight, I will go." In her heart she lamented that no matter how wealthy Bok De Than was, it could not withstand her master constantly raising the price. Tiu Ngu stopped arguing and immediately stepped forward. Facing Lai Van's son, Bok Fong Ngu said calmly, "Begin." Lai Van's son shouted, "Little brat, you dare be disrespectful to me." Lai Van's son circulated his power and charged forward. He roared for Tone Tun Jayo, "Young or old, all must die." Tiu Ngu calmly raised her hand to counterattack. With a single move, Lai Van's son suffered a crushing defeat. No one expected the chairman to lose so easily. Bok Fong Ngu brushed off her hands and sighed, "What little brat? I am clearly a beautiful young lady." Crowd stared wide-eyed. The chairman of Lian Min Hoi had fallen with a single strike. Vo Muk spoke up. "Lai Van's son has lost. Is there anyone who dares challenge Tone Tun Jairo's Bok Fong Ngu?" Everyone hesitated. If even the chairman lost, what was the point of going up to lose face? Sect master sighed and admitted defeat. Continuing would only bring further humiliation. He turned to Vo Muk. "The Than Van banquet should end. Once my chief disciple acts, no one dares accept the challenge. Sub-kill in blood belongs to Tone Tun Jairo." Vo Muk nodded, of course. "Bring the sub-kill in blood here." After speaking, Vo Muk stepped forward. Before everyone, he solemnly announced that Than Van Tran Vo Kak would promote Tone Tun Jairo to 8th rank. Crowd protested fiercely. To become 8th rank, there must be 2 Dao Realm experts. Tone Tun Jairo has only 1. It does not meet the rules. "No, we do not agree. Tone Tun Jairo is not worthy. Vo Kak must follow the rules. It cannot be decided by a single word." Vo Muk lowered his voice. "Tone Tun Jairo is not worthy. Who says it is not worthy?" From the gate of Vo Kak, a group of experts stepped in and shouted, "Who says Tone Tun Jairo has only 1 Dao Realm?" Leaders bowed in unison. Dan Kak and Tran Kak pay respects to the leader. Lai Van's son widened his eyes as if witnessing something rare. "Lao Sun Pavilion Master, Dong Tang Pavilion Master. What is the meaning of this?" Dong Tang spoke first. "Our Tran Kak has long joined Tone Tun Jairo. Our food and supplies all come from Tone Tun Jairo. The current Than Van Tran Dan Kak also belongs to Tone Tun Jairo. If you say Tone Tun Jairo has no Dao Realm, then what do you take me for?" Lao Sun nodded and added, "Correct. Dan Kak as well. Though I am not skilled in fighting, my cultivation has reached the Dao Realm." Dan Kak, Tran Kak, and Vo Kak were originally 3 top forces of Vo then Dailu. In a small place like Than Van Tran, they were the 3 giants. Now Dan and Tran stand behind Tone Tun Jairo, and Vo Kak does not oppose it. From now on, likely no one will dare touch Tone Tun Jairo. How exactly did he manage to pull these influential figures to his side? Vo Muk was very satisfied and spoke again. "If no one has further objections, then I declare Tone Tun Jairo officially promoted to an 8th rank sect. After reaching 8th rank, the sect will receive spirit stones from Vo Kak each month. The higher the rank, the more spirit stones." He could not hide his joy at finally having income. Tiu Ngu was speechless. Her master truly loved money. Cultivators should treat money like dirt. He sternly lectured, "Without money, how would you know hardship? Bring the sub-kill in blood back to the sect." After the time of 1 incense stick, returning to the mountain gate of Tone Tun Jairo, Dong Tang and Lao Sun eagerly asked to become disciples. "Grandmaster, are you still accepting disciples?" "I can as well, though old I am diligent in learning." He replied indifferently, "Your talent is still not enough." Words of a stranger startled everyone. "Who is there?" He spoke. "You have followed me all the way, want my life." The stranger remained silent for a moment without answering. Then he spoke. "Jiang then, young master of the Jiang family of Tanzian, mediocre talent, originally unfit for cultivation. I am truly curious how someone like you rose." He immediately recognized him. So it was someone from the dark pavilion before. He asked back, "How I rose has anything to do with you?" Inwardly thinking that his movements had clearly caught the attention of many. That man replied, "Just curious. In any case, you are about to die. Whether you know or not does not matter." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed the hidden black formation, a familiar formation of dark pavilion assassins. He frowned. Hidden black formation, a formation that conceals perception and seals space, commonly used in assassination. The assassin said coldly, "Your life." The dark pavilion will take it. He lunged forward and reached to grab his throat. Yet he remained unexpectedly calm and said, "You cannot take my life." The assassin was astonished, still boasting at the brink of death. At that moment he sensed something wrong. Looking up, he saw a terrifying aura pressing down from above. Demonic energy erupted violently. What member of the demon sect was protecting Jiang then? Ma Tianhan appeared and asked coldly, "You want to kill him, have you asked me?" Inwardly he thought, if Jiang then dies, then I am finished as well. He looked at the assassin and said again, "I told you, you cannot kill me." Ma Tianhan asked him, "Kill him or not?" He replied, "Capture him and find out who ordered it." Ma Tianhan accepted the order and turned into a stream of chilling demonic energy. He charged straight at the assassin. That man was so frightened he shrank back. Peak 9th level Dao realm, how could this be? He dodged aside, intending to launch a sneak attack. Ma Tianhan roared, courting death. The attack was knocked away. He advanced closer, his aura suppressing the assassin until he stiffened and dared not move. Heavy strikes smashed him flat onto the ground. Ma Tianhan grabbed his neck and lifted him. The assassin trembled and begged, "Do not. Why do you obey a body realm leader?" He said coldly, "Still talking at death's door, who sent you?" The assassin remained silent, calculating that being captured alive would disgrace the dark pavilion. After thinking it through, he gathered power in his hand. Just as Ma Tianhan waited for an answer, he tore out his own heart and committed suicide. Blood splattered, choosing death to preserve the dark pavilion's honor. Ma Tianhan fell silent and turned back, signaling to his master. He was not surprised. Dark pavilion assassins were always like this. If they failed to kill, they would take their own lives. Ma Tianhan asked what next. He said, "Repair the minor profound 9 great formation. Within the sect, no one can touch me. Then secretly investigate the one behind this." Ma Tianhan replied, "The dark pavilion is extremely mysterious. Even assassins do not know where the headquarters is. It is very hard to investigate unless." He pondered for a moment and said, "I will return to the demon sect and use their power to investigate." He nodded. "Go, spare no cost. Daring to hire the dark pavilion to kill me. Do they think I am easy to bully? If necessary, level the dark pavilion of Than Van Tran." Ma Tianhan laughed in delight. Those words were true, but if the dark pavilion were destroyed, the storm would be immense. After thinking it through, he bowed his head and accepted the order. "Will return after I go. Within 6 days there will definitely be an answer." Just as he stepped away, he lifted his foot to block him. Ma Tianhan with his towering aura was tripped and fell flat on his face. He sneered, "Do not rush. My 36th drop of essence blood has not yet been refined. If you leave, who will draw the lightning for me?" Ma Tianhan could only reply, "Yes, as you command, master." Tears of regret rolled down his face. "If I could do it again, I would never covet the inheritance of the sunset demon god." The rear mountain of Tone Tun Jio at this moment, he and his disciples were cultivating. Lightning was being drawn down continuously. Jiang Lu was still circulating his power when he had already finished and stood up first. Feeling the surging stream of power, he laughed heartily. 36 drops of essence blood. The endless art is complete. Ma Tianhan spoke up to request permission. "Master, your divine art is perfected. I will set out to investigate the dark pavilion." Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally free. He nodded. "Jiang Lu is almost done as well. You may go." Ma Tianhan obeyed. He suddenly remembered, "Call Bok Fong and Gu as well. It is time she learns to control the power of Tai Yin." As expected, Jiang Lu was also about to complete his cultivation. He frowned, enduring the violent transformation, and shouted, "Boss, save me. The power is too violent. I cannot control it." He was already standing behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder to transmit power. Jiang Lu immediately stabilized. He thought to himself, "The primordial sacred body is too fierce. Without me here, it would have been disastrous." Bok Fong and Gu came to pay respects. He gestured for her to wait. He still had to settle Jiang Lu first. Tiu and Gu said, "Master, did you call me here just to watch my brother calm his mind? I thought you would finally teach me the power of Tai Yin." He smiled. "The simplest way to teach you is battle. In battle, you understand your own strength. Through friction and comprehension, you gain control." Tiu and Gu nodded. "But master, you cannot defeat me." He replied, "Will you not suppress your realm? Besides, who said you would fight me? Jiang Lu also needs to learn to control the primordial sacred body. The two of you fighting is perfect." Jiang Lu had just finished cultivating and was dragged into a fight, slightly trembling. "Boss, if we are at the same realm, I fear I might beat her to death." Bok Fong and Gu immediately grew angry. "Fat one, who are you calling weak?" Tiu and Gu suddenly thought that since meeting him, her intelligence seemed to decline. Where had her proper lady image gone? Bok Fong and Gu immediately changed her tone and spun around coquettishly. He was helpless with this girl, and Jiang Lu was even more unwilling to fight. Seeing this, he said, "If neither of you wants to fight, then I will fight both of you." Jiang Lu was stunned. "Boss, I still cannot control my strength." Tiu and Gu also nodded. "If master does not suppress his realm, it will be dangerous." He sneered and asked back, "Relying on just you two? At my current realm, I can play to the end with you. and conveniently test how tough my body is after completing the endless arc. Tiuangu appeared modest, but inwardly rejoiced. Finally, a day to suppress his arrogance, while Jiang Lu felt his blood boil and readily accepted the challenge. Boss, I will try not to hurt you. Tiuangu pretended to encourage her master. Master listened carefully. Later, when I bully you, do not complain. He smiled meaningfully, who knew what scheme was in his mind. Before Jiang Lu could even rotate his wrist, he had already charged straight at him. Once hands move, there is no need for words. A straight punch flew at his face, sending Jiang Lu flying. Yet his skills were not so poor as to fall at the first strike. Stabilizing himself in time, Jiang Lu spread his burning red palms and asked in surprise what weapon the boss was holding that was as hard as iron. He raised his hand and replied, "Just my bare hands. Where would a weapon come from?" He teased, "What is wrong, primordial sacred body? Is this all you have?" Jiang Lu shouted excitedly, "Fight again." Before the words ended, he pounced like a tiger, striking his abdomen and kicking Jiang Lu into the air. Jiang Lu had no time to resist and was sent flying miserably. He shook his head. If this is the primordial sacred body, then it is somewhat weak. He advised Jiang Lu to treat his injuries and think of ways to control his power, inwardly thinking that the endless art was indeed the strongest body realm technique. Even the legendary primordial sacred body could withstand it. Jiang Lu was both shocked and confused. The power within him was hard to control, feeling as if he were colliding everywhere. After dealing with Jiang Lu, he turned to Bok Fong and Gu and beckoned provocatively. He said, "Were you not bullying your master earlier? What now, afraid? Come on." Tiuangu replied, "Fight then. Do not bully too excessively." Tiuangu no longer held back and raised her hand to cast a technique. Spiritual power around her erupted violently, the same force that had swept through opponents strong and weak alike. Bok Fong and Gu unleashed her move, sending a rain of hidden weapons toward him. "Master, take this." He glanced and recognized it at once. A profound rank martial skill. "Do not use it again, it is embarrassing." Tiuangu retorted, "Profound rank martial skills are top tier in Than Van Tran. Even in Bak Ko Than they are upper class." Yet no matter how formidable the profound rank was, he effortlessly blocked them all. Standing nearby, Tiuangu watched him dismantle an upper-tier formation with one hand without effort. His strength was clearly abnormal. He laughed at the little girl, upper tier. Dark Radiance, Heavenly Rain, or the 9 words of war are heaven rank. In my eyes, they are trivial. If not for cultivation limits, I would not bother using them. He locked both hands into a strange stance. Profound rank. Spiritual power quickly condensed into a sphere on his arm. The aura it emitted made one's hair stand on end. Then exploded. The invisible hidden weapons were hard to detect, but their destructive force could not be ignored. Tiuangu widened her eyes in shock. How are the hidden weapons flying back at me? It was not a single one, but an entire rain sweeping across. Her clothes were torn to shreds. She could not dodge in time. Something was terribly wrong, leaving Bok Fong and Gu frozen. The formation just now had shattered her garments. Only 2 pieces of cloth covered her, her exquisite figure exposed before his eyes. Tiuangu could not believe it. Her eyes reddened. Clearly she was still a proper lady. Unable to bear it, she screamed, "Jiang, then you are too much." While hurriedly covering herself, he replied calmly, "I did not injure you." He understood and prepared to take off his robe to give to his disciple. Tiuangu thought this old goat intended something else. What are you trying to do?" Said bluntly, "Take off my robe to cover you. Otherwise, what do you think I intend? Come here." Tiuangu finally calmed down. She obediently stepped forward, but just as she tried to walk normally, her feet tangled awkwardly. She slipped and fell straight into his arms. Posture was awkward. He could only endure as it was completely accidental, a sensation of terrain he had never experienced before. What is this place? Why is it so soft? When he regained his senses, he only wanted to cry out. He knew where his hand was placed, while Tiuangu's mind went blank. Outside the mountain gate of Tontun Gyro, everyone heard a loud scream from Jiang, then accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Dongtang and Lao Sun rushed over, seeing him running and shouting, "Quickly calm her for me, and bring clothes and wound medicine. Do not let scars remain." As he ran, he thought that escape was the best policy, truly troublesome. Yet thinking back, he felt secretly pleased. That sensation was not bad. Dongtang approached and spoke, "Grandmaster, such a beautiful female disciple, and you could still act." He frowned, "Want a beating? Speak if you have something to say, otherwise get lost." Dongtang, with an admiring face, said, "Do not misunderstand. News has arrived. Bakmin Institute is about to recruit students. Will you go?" He pondered. Bakmin Institute in Bak Ko Than. This academy has extremely deep foundations, but... He asked, "I am a sect leader, and now I go be someone else's student." Dongtang replied, "Grandmaster, you may not know, Backmin Institute is a branch of the Four Directions Divine Academy. Countless sects, large and small, dream of entering to cultivate. Asked curiously, who founded the Four Directions Divine Academy, Dong Tang shook his head. It is only said that 2,000 years ago it was founded by someone called the Mind God. Hearing this, Jiang then was stunned, Neem then Jia, a familiar name tied to his fated tribulation of love. Under the Four Cardinal Divine Academy were four branch academies: Backmin, Nam Hong, Dong Lai, Tae Hak. Only the most outstanding were admitted into the main academy. Jiang then speculated that if it was truly created by Neem then his inheritance must lie within the Four Cardinal Divine Academy. Jiang then asked whether he could enter the main academy directly. Dong Tang shook his head. It was not allowed, that was the rule. Jiang then thought that since it was the rule he would follow it, then asked where Backmin Academy was located. Dong Tang replied that it was 600 li from Back Than Van Town, 100 li from Back Ko City, situated within Tin Van Mountain. Dong Tang offered to escort him. Jiang then refused, there was no need. The assassins of AMCAC were still lurking. This trip to Backmin Academy required him to stay hidden and cautious. After speaking, Jiang then turned and left. At the same time, he transformed into another person. He thought that with Dong Tang, Lao Sun, and the Grand Formation guarding the place, Tone Tun Gyro would be safe. He could act without worry. Jiang then returned to Than Van Town with a completely new appearance. He thought to himself that the mandatory route to Backmin Academy had made Than Van Town far more bustling than before. People gathered in groups discussing, "Have you heard Backmin Academy has begun recruiting? How many in this town can get in? The conditions are harsh. Under 18 years old, cultivation must reach the Neem realm, and there are numerous assessments. It is said that many young masters from great sects have arrived. Even the young lord of Thien Ha Tine Trang has appeared. You even dare to discuss Thien Ha Tine Trang? Lower your voice. If they hear you, you are finished." Those words entered Jiang Then ears. He muttered, "Thien Ha Tine Trang" was the force that controlled the entire economy of Vo then Dai Lu. With countless rare treasures and divine weapons, anyone entangled with them could hardly live in peace. He did not expect that force to remain glorious until today. Jiang then could not help but feel surprised. The crowd whispered again, "Stop talking," mentioning Thin Vo Tong is strange as well. They attacked Tone Tun Gyro and no one returned. Their strength was clearly superior. Jiang then only sneered inwardly. Thin Vo Tong, merely a stepping stone for him after his rebirth to ascend the divine altar once more. Behind Jiang then chaos suddenly erupted. "Move aside quickly. Young Master La has arrived. Blocking the road is asking for trouble." Someone beside him whispered advice. "Little brother, step aside a bit." Hearing this, Jiang then grew even more curious. A brat rode on horseback, his face arrogant, his manner disdainful of everyone. Spurred his horse straight toward Jiang then and shouted loudly, "Delivering a letter for the authorities. Clear the way." Jiang then replied coldly, "Even a true dragon would not dare step on my head. What right does a tiny spirit horse have to stand so close?" A seal appeared in Jiang then palm. It was the mystic longhand seal. As soon as the seal was unleashed, a vortex swept both man and horse flying past him. Fortunately, it was only an immature brat, so Jiang then had held back his strength. That man was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Judging by his clothes, he must have come from a noble family. Attendants hurried over. "Young Master, are you all right? Such audacity to touch our young Master La." Young Master La scrambled to his feet in a miserable state, pointing and cursing. "You dare block my way and strike my horse? You are tired of living." Jiang then looked closely and found the face somewhat familiar. He cursed inwardly, "A brainless nouveau rich. Why is someone like this so wealthy while he is poor? This type would absolutely not be spared." Young Master La ordered his lackeys to deal with him. Jiang then scoffed, "Is this road yours? Can you even take my life?" Jiang then stepped forward. Lightning flowed from his feet straight into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the lightning formation exploded, shocking the lackeys into jumping wildly, able only to wail. 3 lackeys collapsed on top of one another, trembling and convulsing in a corner. Jiang then advanced to teach young Master La a lesson. "Having a few coins, and you think you are a true young master. With that trivial strength you dare provoke me." That man crawled up and stammered, "My surname is La. I am a young master, but not the kind of young master you mean." Jiang then slowly approached him and asked coldly, "Whatever your surname or name is does not matter. Your actions just now are enough to warrant death." Jiang then gaze at this moment was no different from the god of death. He leaned close to the other man's face, his eerie eyes wide open. Young Master La was so frightened he wet himself. Jiang then growled, "You have angered me." Young Master La jumped up and shouted that he warned him. He was the young lord of Thien Ha Tine Trang. If anyone dared touch him, the entire Tine Trang would not forgive. Jiang then was slightly surprised. So this man carried the name of Tine Trang. On second thought, there was no need to make enemies with them now. Jiang then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Tone Tun Gyro should not offend Thien Ha Tine Trang. But now he had changed his appearance and aura. There was no longer any connection. Jiang then sneered and cursed directly. So what if it is Thien Ha Tine Trang? I am the young hall master of Thong Thien Than Dien. Thinking that no one had time to care about face now, a grand-sounding name was enough. After hearing this, young Master La thought that any sect daring to bear the name Thong Thien must not be simple, yet he had never heard of it, so he asked which tier sect Thong Thien Than Dien belonged to. Jiang then spoke at length. Thong Thien Than Dien is an inheritance force. How can it be ranked together with mortal factions? Young Master La shouted that even so Thien Ha Tine Trang was not easy to provoke. At that moment a few wandering swordsmen passed by. Crowd buzzed. The senior disciple of Kim Tong Deep Truong Fong, the senior disciple of Dao Tong Tich Kong Diet. Tich Kong Diet smiled and asked whether young Master La was causing trouble again. Jiang then immediately recognized that the two strongest sects of Bak Ko Sun had also sent people. Young Master La gritted his teeth in anger. Tich Kong Diet, shut your mouth. Deep Truong Fong spoke mockingly, boasting all day that you are the young lord of Thien Ha Tine Trang and deceiving the ignorant. Do you feel no shame? Only then did Jiang then understand that he was an impostor. Jiang then turned to question him. Since you are not the young lord of Tine Trang, then how do you explain what happened just now? Young Master La snorted coldly. So what if I am not? What can you do to me? Truong Fong and Tich Kong Diet exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. Tich Kong Diet stepped forward and said to Jiang then that although he was not from Tine Trang, he was the heir of Bat Bok Lai Hak Ha. Little brother should stop here. Making a big scene would bring no benefit. Hearing Bat Bok Lai Hak Ha, a force equal to top-tier sects like Thuong Sun Tiat Hai or Bok De Than, yet he still impersonated Tine Trang. Clearly he looked down on others. Deep Truong Fong stepped forward to advise. Young Master La, stop here. If you keep causing chaos, when will you return to Bat Bok Lai Hak Ha? Your father drove you out to make you awaken, but it seems you have not changed. Young Master La did not bother to listen and turned to curse. Does my business require your interference? He still glared resentfully at Jiang then. What Thong Thien Than Dien? I will investigate. If it is fake, then see how you die. Jiang then shrugged. Do as you please. Jiang then thought to himself that by the time you finish investigating it will likely be too late. The important matter now is Bak Min Academy. One day later outside Bak Min Academy, a dense crowd jostled to register. Jiang then stood amid the sea of people, quietly waiting for the host to appear. Young Master La along with Deep Truong Fong and Tich Kong Diet were also present. He recognized Jiang then and sneered. The one from Than Van Town is here as well. Does he think he can enter? Then muttered that he had already sent people to investigate Thong Thien Than Dien. If it was fake, he would be finished. Tich Kong Diet was weary of him. Deep Truong Fong waved his hand. Forget about that matter. Why did you come here from Bat Bok Lai Hak Ha? Young Master La fell silent for a moment, his expression unpleasant. He replied that it was naturally for the inheritance of Neem Than Jia. Surely many here shared the same purpose. Tich Kong Diet nodded. In the past, Bak Min Academy recruitment had never been so lively. Jiang then thought to himself that the inheritance of Neem Than Jia had emerged. It seemed he had missed quite a bit of news. Deep Truong Fong continued that disciples of Tai Tu Sun Trang and Hiat Dong of Thien Hien Tong had all arrived. Tich Kong Diet was startled upon hearing this. Young Master La said irritably that these people rushed from remote corners as if certain to seize the inheritance. None of their sects were weaker than Bat Bok Lai Hak Ha. An aged voice rang out before the gates of Bak Min Academy. Maintain order. The old man announced that the assessment officially began. Anyone entering the mountain gate must pass the first round. Those over 18 or not yet at the Neem realm should leave on their own. Jiang then felt uneasy. In the entire field, only he was at the upper body realm. It sounded as if this was directed at him. Crowd advanced one after another into the assessment gate. As he walked, Jiang then thought that he was only one step short. It should not be that strict. But as soon as he stepped forward, something changed. Barrier erected beforehand blocked directly in front of Jiang then. The barrier was like an automatic filtering system. It flung Jiang then away. He cried out once, then quickly steadied himself and landed safely. The old man shouted that a boy not yet at the Neem realm dared to come. Get lost and do not waste others' time. Several peers laughed. This formation checks both age and cultivation. Did you think it was worthless? Jiang then asked again whether it had to be the Neem realm. Was the upper body realm not acceptable? The old man nodded firmly. It was not allowed, that was the rule. Young Master La mocked with a laugh. Some heir of Thong Thien Than Dien. I think you are just a fool who crawled out from nowhere. Your sect must be third-rate at best. He did not want to argue with fools, yet being insulted still irritated him greatly. He walked straight in regardless. The old man was startled and shouted that he did not understand human speech. Without reaching the Neem realm, he was not allowed inside. The people nearby burst into laughter. Did he think he could bluff his way through? Get lost. The purification formation struck again, but this time it could not push him back. He let out a laugh, how embarrassing, seeing that he did not meet the requirements yet still strolled in calmly. The other candidates gathered in shock to watch. Someone spat toward him, only for it to rebound and hit his own face. He could not be bothered with these people. It was simply not the time to teach them a lesson. He glanced back and mocked. "Does your own spit taste good?" Tich Kong Diet was still stunned. Tich Kong Diet said to young Master Law, "Did you see clearly just now, that guy?" At that moment he released his aura, lightning wrapped around his body like rolling thunder. The scene was utterly shocking. Young Master Law was speechless. The people around stared wide-eyed, thinking that they could never do such a thing. Had they seen wrong, breaking through in a single instant. He had now successfully stepped into the Neem realm. He moved forward and asked directly, "Now that I am in the Neem realm, I can enter." Yahello lowered his head and nodded slightly. Rules were rules. Since he had broken through, he could pass. Yet inwardly he thought it was only the first round. Nothing to be proud of. Tich Kong Diet called out that the boy was interesting, breaking through on the spot. Young Master Law interjected unwillingly that it was only the lower tier of the Neem realm. They could play again another day. He answered with a single word. Young Master Law felt even more uncomfortable hearing that. "Oh, are you looking down on me?" Unable to hold back, he roared in anger for that brat to come out and face him. Tich Kong Diet had to pull him back and tell him to calm down. The next assessment was about to begin. Yahello waved them toward the next round. Voice rang out that sounded familiar to him. Wait, turning back he saw it was Tian Gu, with Jiang Lu beside her. He did not expect the two of them to follow all the way here. Jiang Lu panted and gestured that they had also come to take the assessment. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, youths like young Master Law had their eyes light up. What a beautiful woman, whose disciple is she? It would be wonderful to marry her. Yahello turned away as if he saw nothing, seemingly tacitly allowing the two to join late. Merely reminded them softly to hurry up. The next round was about to open. Tian Gu looked around and asked whether Jiang then had truly entered. Jiang Lu replied that Dong Tang said they would find him if they searched. He saw the two scanning the crowd, clearly looking for him, and he sighed inwardly. Those two refused to stay quietly in the sect and had run here to suffer. Yahello led the new group of candidates to the next round. They had arrived. He explained clearly that the second round was to climb the stairway to heaven. Those who reached the end would pass. The candidates eagerly rushed forward. "I will go first. It is only 99 steps, what is so hard?" Yet as soon as someone stepped onto the first step, he tumbled down. The very first step already carried the force of 1,000 jinn. How could anyone endure the 99? Tian Gu clicked her tongue at the people sprawled on the ground. How dull! Such a simple assessment, and they still found it difficult. She flashed forward in an instant, passing those struggling on the lower steps. Everyone stared in disbelief. As if walking on flat ground, Bok Fong and Gu advanced straight ahead. Yahello nodded in appraisal. Not yet 18 and already at the Dao realm, this time he had found a treasure. Jiang Lu scratched his head and asked whether it was really that hard. Yahello replied briefly that it was. The moment the words ended, Jiang Lu charged up with a bang, his momentum so strong that the wind disheveled Yahello beard and hair. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Tian Gu, panting heavily. Young Master Law looked intrigued. Interesting, this batch is not bad. It only makes me more excited. Deep Truong Fong reminded him softly to pass first before boasting, lest he fall early and lose face. Tich Kong Diet and Deep Truong Fong also quickly rushed forward. "Brother Deep, do not dream of leaving me behind. I will go first." Young Master Law stood below with a sneer, seeing who would dare look down on him. After a few breaths, those who had climbed the stairway to heaven stood above looking down. Young Master Law frowned. Could that brat not make it up? The crowd discussed him. He seemed impressive but was stuck at this level. By the 50th step it already weighed 100,000 jinn. His legs could not lift. It seemed he was finished this time. Perhaps only those in the origin breaking realm could reach the top. Yahello spoke that within 10 breaths, anyone who had not reached the 99th step would be eliminated. Tich Kong Diet sighed in disappointment. What a letdown. Yet something around him seemed amiss. Everyone cried out in surprise. Strange. There was no surge of spiritual energy at all. He had sealed his cultivation and was climbing with only his body. Was he mad? Without true chi to support him, his body would soon shatter. Yet on his side, he remained calm as ever, showing no sign of strain. He stretched and yawned. What a trash formation. Such little pressure could not temper anything. Those above who did not understand mocked him. Look at that brat, boasting before he can even walk. Reached the 11th step first before talking. Laughter echoed. Hearing this, he felt they had a point and replied that they were not wrong. He secretly exerted force beneath his feet, his aura shaking the entire stairway to heaven. Then so be it. In an instant he vanished. Before everyone's eyes, there remained only a long streak of energy tearing through the air like an arrow. It was like an illusion sweeping past every step. Yahello stood silent as the gale rushed by. When he set foot on the summit, he spoke softly. As expected, the people above gaped at him as if he were a monster. He looked around at the scenery and clicked his tongue. The view atop the mountain was indeed far more beautiful. Young Master La, Tich Kong Diet, and Deep Truong Fong were all stunned, their faces pale. What in the world was happening? He paid no attention to the surrounding gazes, and even yawned as if bored. He complained that it was only climbing stairs. What was so difficult? Could he not rest a little since he was tired? Lao Lo had always disliked braggarts, yet facing him he felt somewhat annoyed and muttered that he was showing off too much. He announced that the second round had ended. Those who had not reached the top should leave. Those who passed should follow him. He thought inwardly that since they could not make things difficult for him, they were angry. Forget it, it concerned the inheritance of Neem than Jia. As long as they did not provoke him, it was fine. The candidates followed the old man into the next round. At this moment, Jiang Lu began to feel suspicious. Looking at his new appearance, it felt somewhat familiar. Everyone proceeded to the outer court of Back Min. The old man said that the final round would be held here. Those whose cultivation had reached the Dao realm were exempt and could enter directly. Tiu Ngu frowned and replied that she had come to find someone. If he was not here, then she would not enter Back Min Academy either. She thought to herself that she still had not seen him. Could Dong Tang have lied? Perhaps he had not come at all. Lao Lo frowned and said did she think Back Min Academy was a place one could come and go as one pleased. Bok Fong Ngu placed her hands on her hips and replied, so what if I am rude? She continued that not only in Back Ko City but across the entire Vo then Dailu. If she wished to act arrogantly, few would dare stop her. The people behind grew wary. Her background was clearly not simple. Lao Lo was left speechless, momentarily unsure how to deal with this stubborn girl. Jiang Lu quickly tugged at Tiu Ngu's sleeve and warning. He advised in a low voice to be more modest. The boss did not like those who were overly arrogant. Tiu Ngu pouted that he was not even here. Jiang Lu seemed to guess something and said softly that perhaps he was right beside them. Seeing Jiang Lu wink, he could only feel helpless, thinking that the fat boy had always been sharp since childhood. Tiu Ngu looked toward the silver-haired youth who was him now and felt puzzled. Why did this person resemble her master so much? No wonder he felt familiar. He froze and thought, what are you staring at? Bok Fong Ngu seemed to realize something and smiled meaningfully. So that is how it is. She immediately revealed her aura before the old man and declared loudly that she was Fong Ngu of Thuong Sun Tiat Hai Bok De Than. This matter ended here. Tiu Ngu changed her tone to something gentler and said he was right. She would enter the inner sect. The old man nodded. Understanding was good. Lao Lo was secretly shocked that she was the heir of a first-rate sect. He stroked his beard slowly in that case. Standing among the crowd, the old man announced that Bok Fong Ngu and 10 others would enter the inner sect. The remaining candidates would compete for 10 spots. Young Master La asked in confusion, Elder Lo, why so strict? Last year more than 100 were admitted. Lao Lo replied that this was personally ordered by the dean, and there were also directives from the 4 Cardinal Divine Academy. It concerned the inheritance. The old man waved his hand and told them to choose their own opponents. Finish quickly. He thought inwardly that there was no need to fight at all. Young Master La, Deep Truong Fong, Tich Kong Diet, Tu Du, Hyatt Dong were all renowned masters on the Than Van ranking. The others would only serve as background. Than Van ranking was a list of young geniuses of Vo then Dai Lu. Only those under 20 and not yet at the Dao realm were qualified to be recorded. Young Master La reached out and grabbed a lackey standing nearby. He dragged the familiar man away and growled, let us go. Finish this in one fight. On the other side, Tich Kong Diet and Deep Truong Fong also chose their opponents. And you, why are you standing there? I am talking to you. Get on the stage. Each person took a corner, each pair a life and death match. The loser had to roll off the platform. This was a competition with no room for mercy. The last one walked up to Jiang Lu, Fatso. It is your turn, hurry up, finish it and clear my head. Jiang Lu nodded without hesitation, fine. The remaining pair was he and the one no one chose. That man thought to himself, let me deal with this braggart. End him and it will be over. He shouted while he was still looking around. Brat, come out, quick fight, quick win. Do not be afraid, I will go easy. Young Master La cut in and cursed, trash, to do, stop talking and kill him. Jiang Lu looked at he pair and sighed for that opponent. This guy is about to be miserable. The scar-faced man beside him nodded. This fatso has good judgment. Young Master La continued. To-do is at mid-tier Neem realm and close to upper tier. This match that guy will surely be trampled flat. Jiang Lu kept staring at he, thinking to himself, what I mean is, one facing the boss is the truly miserable one. To-do will likely not even have a whole corpse left. While he was thinking, the opponent shouted, Fatso, have you looked enough? The one fighting you is me. Young Master La commented, Hyatt Dong Jia used a killing move the moment he stepped up. A pity this Fatso suits my taste. Tich Kong Diet nodded, using a vicious move from the start. That white-robed kid is finished. Blood pupil art swept across the stage. The two opponents of he and Jiang Lu attacked at the same time, yet none of them knew their fate had already been sealed. Jiang Lu's opponent shot out a strange gaze, and since he had not fought for a long time, he felt a hint of excitement, even a little amused. Jiang Lu kept his old style, charging straight ahead without thinking. On his side, Tu flashed behind him swiftly, yet it was still not enough. Hayat Dongjia sensed the terrifying impact from Jiang Lu's charge, and could only scream, "How is this possible, this fatso?" While Tu was even worse, feeling the aura around he and not daring to utter a word. Jiang Lu threw a decisive punch, sending Hayat Dongjia flying, not giving him even half a move to retaliate. On his side, a single move of dark light heavenly dance sliced Tu apart, sending him to meet his ancestors. Jiang Lu asked, "Does this count as a win?" He sneered, "A pity, the winner is me." The three Dan-Tun brothers stood frozen. They had just been divining for he. Jiang Lu was also stunned. It turned out they had never truly read fortunes. Young Master La stood agape. Fortunately, Deep Truong Fong caught him. Too strong, Tich Kong Diet had his horizons broadened. What kind of monster is this? Yahello no longer dared to underestimate he. Thinking inwardly, this kid just entered the Neem realm and already defeated his opponent. He turned and asked, "Is it over? Can I enter back Min Academy now?" The old man replied, "You defeated Tu. According to the rules, you may enter." The recruitment ended. The list of this batch was set. Disciples of Back Min Academy led them to the dormitory area. Yahello was still annoyed inside. "Brat, sooner or later I will deal with you." Fong and Gu reproached, "You clearly saw me yet did not even greet me." Tiu and Gu echoed angrily, "That was too much." Jiang Lu nodded as well, "That is right. Without you there, who would teach us?" He lay on the bed and complained, "Who told you to run here? Truly foolish." He casually grabbed a fruit to chew and said, "Fine. Since you are here, then stay and cultivate. After I take what I need, I will leave." Just as things were peaceful, a rude man kicked the door open. "Your lord is here. This young master has arrived." He hurled a stone straight at his head. Widened his eyes. Spiritual power shot out and shattered the stone. Who is so idle as to seek trouble? Being disturbed irritated him. He raised his hand and caught the stone. Bok Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu flared up. Who dares offend master and the boss? Stranger carrying a staff swaggered in. By the rules, newcomers must pay protection fees. I have come to your door to collect. Why are you not handing it over? Yu and Gu thought this man had something wrong with his head. He asked in surprise, "Did I hear that correctly?" He ordered Jiang Lu, "Tell him what happens to those who collect protection fees from me." Jiang Lu blinked. "Boss, you mean beat him?" He was speechless. "Think for yourself." That man swung his staff and charged. "If you refuse the toast, you will drink the forfeit." He remained seated, using only spiritual pressure to crush that fool. Jiang Lu felt sorry for him. Of all people he chose to provoke the boss, that man turned pale from the pressure. With a bang, he was blasted away. On his first attempt at collecting protection fees, he was sent flying by a youth. Lying on the ground, he struggled up and asked, "Do you want to rebel?" His mouth was faster than his brain. He cursed, "He brat." He stepped forward and asked, "What are you?" He thought inwardly, "My spatial ring does not even hold 100,000 spirit stones. I am so poor yet still charged a fee." Robber replied, "Newcomers must follow Back Min Academy rules. If you do not pay today, I will cripple you." He said calmly, "Jiang Lu, I do not understand what cripple means. Show me." Jiang Lu nodded and walked over slowly, cracking his wrists. "Sorry," the boss instructed. Jiang Lu's eyes turned red and heat surged. He threw an iron fist. "I will show you what crippled means." That man trembled like a leaf, drenched in sweat. "How dare you?" Some bad habits only stop after a painful beating. Jiang Lu did not hold back. One punch shattered his dantian. That man screamed miserably, "My cultivation." Jiang Lu looked at him lying motionless and asked, "Boss, should I continue?" He replied, "No need. Crippling his cultivation is enough to make him remember." He turned his head as if recalling something. He looked at the broken door and thought a room without a door was not good. He placed his hand on Jiang Lu's shoulder. He instructed, "Go next door and borrow a door to use." Tiu and Gu was speechless. If she remembered correctly, that was the room of the one Jiang Lu had just defeated. "You really are." Jiang Lu did as told. Cries rang out. "What are you doing, still bullying people?" After much effort, Jiang Lu carried the door back. "Boss, here is the door." He nodded in satisfaction. Tiu and Gu spoke up. "Now that it is done, we will return to the inner court." He replied, "Go back, cultivate well there. With a backing, I can be at ease." Tiu and Gu waved reluctantly. "Fine, fine." Young Master La came and said softly, "As newcomers, you should know your place and follow the rules. Back Min Academy will not punish you. But what about others? Can you endure retaliation?" He felt annoyed. "Mind your own business. Do not think Bat Bok Lai Hak Ha is so great. In my eyes, you are nothing." Young Master La fumed. That moment, a strange voice rang out. "This year, newcomers are truly arrogant." The crowd immediately recognized him. That was Fan Wielder Bai Yi. His subordinate had just been crippled. He would surely seek revenge. Those two newcomers were finished. Young Master La quietly retreated, thinking viciously, "Brat, this time pray for your own luck." Jiang Lu felt annoyed and asked, Boss another fight. He sensed Baiye cultivation was lower-tier origin realm and replied, "You are not his match. Go back to the room." He stepped forward and asked, "Here for revenge." Baiye coldly ordered, "Cripple your cultivation and cut off both hands. I will let you leave Backmin Academy alive." He sneered, "Cripple my cultivation and cut off both hands. I will also let you leave Backmin Academy alive. Stop talking nonsense, choose." His gaze was sharp as a blade slicing toward the opponent. He slowly declared, "Fight." Baiye ground his teeth. He had never met a freshman daring to speak to him like this, truly strange. Baiye could not save face any longer. He flicked his fan and charged like the wind, his voice filled with killing intent. "You are tired of living." He immediately realized this one was not small fry like the previous ones. Baiye fan cut through the air. He dodged lightly. The 9-word battle art circulated, his movement as swift as lightning. Baiye wrist rotated the fan repeatedly, movement smooth as turning a wheel. Baiye pressed forward with continuous attacks. He was not at a disadvantage. The two figures intertwined and dodged like twin shadows. Both sides displayed dazzling footwork. The crowd could not stop exclaiming, "Too fast." A freshman able to evade all of Baiye attacks, something ordinary people simply could not do. Leaped up to dodge a blazing strike and seized the chance to counter with dark light heavenly dance. His gaze grew cautious, while Baiye remained calm as if nothing had happened. Baiye raised his hand to seize the attack. Only a soft thud was heard as it was cleanly dispelled. He was slightly startled by the opponent's skill. Baiye had already glided forward the moment the move was broken. Baiye discarded his fan and threw a punch forward with a cold shout, "End." It was not a direct punch but a spell. He instantly fell into a formation. He was locked inside a barrier hard as steel ice. He thought inwardly, a barrier master. On the path of cultivation, there were all kinds of abilities, yet barrier masters were extremely rare, requiring both outstanding spiritual power and mastery of formations. Baiye laughed loudly. "Within my barrier can you still move?" He had not wanted to display his strength before these juniors, but now there was no way back. He sneered and asked, "Is that so?" Spiritual energy burst from his entire body, and the barrier instantly melted away. In a mere instant, Baiye's ultimate move shattered. He stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be? He grew interested, drew his sword and rushed forward to counterattack. He closed in on Baiye and said coldly, "Do you think only you know barriers?" Then swung his sword to form a barrier of sword shadows. He smiled faintly. "Well then, it seems this contest of wits requires more skill." Baiye was trapped within the barrier, staring in panic as he charged toward him. He widened his eyes in alarm. "What are you trying to do?" He replied coldly, "Just now you told me to cripple my cultivation and break my arms. Now try it on yourself." As his words fell, a beam of light shot from his hand straight toward Baiye. The beam struck metal with a deep clang, accompanied by a shout, "Stop." Looked through the cloud of dust. Elder Lo stood in front of Baiye, his gaze stern in warning. He frowned. Is an elder interfering in a fight between disciples? Elder Lo channeled spiritual power and said coldly that the loser need not continue. They were all disciples of Backmin Academy, and there was no need to go too far. He retorted, "Ridiculous, if I were weaker. Then by now I would have been crippled and had both arms broken by him." Hearing this, Elder Lo heart turned cold. "What are you compared to my grandson?" Yet with so many people present he could only endure. After thinking it through, Elder Lo announced that the duel would end here. Baiye seized the chance to mock, "Brat, you think you can injure me?" Surrounding disciples immediately whispered, "With Elder Lo here who would dare touch Baiye, the grandson is indeed well protected. Let us disperse." He muttered upon hearing this. "Has backing?" Jiang Lu asked worriedly. "Boss, he has Elder Lo support. Will he make things hard for us later?" He answered thoughtfully, "Backmin Academy is not decided by him alone. He has backing, do I not as well? This matter is not urgent." Not long after, a commotion arose. "What is happening?" A summons of the outer court. It has not been heard for 3 years. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Hearing the disturbance, he opened his eyes and exhaled softly. The summons had sounded again. Jiang Lu stepped in from outside to explain. It is said to be related to the ranking promotion tournament, held once every 3 years. He scratched his nose and added, "It seems the top 3 can enter the 4 Cardinal Divine Academy. Boss, will you go take a look?" After hearing this, he stood and nodded. "That is fine." The outer court square was already packed with disciples. Everyone discussed. Even young Master Law has not arrived for the summons. It is said he went to receive his cousin. Backmin Academy is truly lively these days. He pondered inwardly, young Master Law cousin. On the stage, Elder Lo held a list and announced that in 3 days the 4-direction ranking tournament would be held at Nam Min Academy. Today the 10 participants would be announced. Upon hearing of the tournament, some were excited. Entering the top 3 meant admission to the 4 Cardinal Divine Academy. Others sighed, "Freshmen like us have no hope." Elder Lo continued reading. "Anyone with objections may speak. The first is Baiye," someone shouted, "Cao Fong." Yet Cao Fong is also worthy. outer court champion for 3 consecutive years. And Lam Hai, young Master Law. Upon hearing this, the disciples protested loudly. How can a freshman be qualified? Elder Lo narrowed his eyes. Anyone dissatisfied may challenge young Master Law. The winner will replace him. That is the rule. Young Master Law stepped forward with arms crossed arrogantly. Anyone dissatisfied come up. Behind him stood young Master Tran. Young Master Law walked past he and provoked. Dissatisfied, he replied calmly, childish. Yet he gaze paused on young Master Tran behind him, assessing silently. This one has a very different aura. An unwilling disciple stepped forward. Let me. Young Master Law raised his brow in surprise. Before he could react, young Master Law waved his hand and sent the opponent flying. He laughed loudly in provocation. Anyone else? The other disciples could only remain silent in anger. Elder Lo sneered, a naive disciple daring to challenge the descendant of a prestigious family. He declared young Master Law the winner. Then he continued reading names. Deep Truong Fong, Chkong Diet, Hayat Dongjia, Jiang Lu. Each person who was opposed quickly resolved their challengers. Finally, Elder Lo read the last one, Jiang Then. Seeing this name, he froze. He rested his chin and thought, Bok Fong and Gu works quickly. But there are many experts in this tournament. I should still conceal my identity. Young Master Law pointed at he and shouted, What qualifications does he have? Young Master Tran echoed, I also think he is unfit. Baya looked at he and thought, why did grandfather put him on the list? The crowd collectively objected. I refuse. Suddenly from a dark corner, a figure leisurely sipping tea nodded. I think it is very appropriate. That voice reached Elder Lo ears and startled him. Elder Lo hurriedly shouted, silence. The last one is him. No more objections. Everyone present was stunned. That sentence struck like thunder. Even Elder Lo widened his eyes in shock. He did not expect the Grand Elder of the Inner Court not only to request the list, but to personally pay attention to this matter. Crowd below immediately erupted in protest. No one accepted it. On what basis is it him, Elder Lo? He is clearly unqualified. He lowered his head and let out a faint snort of dissatisfaction. He raised his head, revealed a bright smile, and declared bluntly, I will not go. The people around were petrified, thinking they had misheard. What? Gazes converged on he. What nonsense are you saying? Are you sane? Do you know how important this position is? Truly ignorant of heaven and earth. Elder Lo's face darkened, his voice cold in warning. Tran Jiang, do not be foolish. Participating in the 4-direction ranking tournament brings only benefits. Good results will earn rewards from Backmin Academy. He began weighing it inwardly. With my strength, entering the 4 Cardinal Divine Academy would not be hard, but doing so would expose my identity. I would stand in the open while assassins lurk in the dark. Thinking this, he rested his chin and hesitated without replying. Though displeased, Elder Lo still spoke sternly. Tran Jiang, the Grand Elder, has personally named you. You have no right to refuse unless you withdraw from Backmin Academy. He stood frozen and speechless. In his mind, he quickly calculated gains and losses. Leaving Backmin Academy meant all previous efforts would go to waste. Taking a deep breath, he knew there was no retreat and nodded decisively. Fine. If I participate, then so be it. He thought inwardly. At most, I will fight perfunctorily in a few matches and not reveal all my cards. As long as I enter the 4 Cardinal Divine Academy, it will suffice. Elder Lo announced briefly, gather here again in 3 days. After speaking, he turned and left, muttering angrily as he walked. Insolent, truly insolent. He placed his hand on Jiang Lu's shoulder and spoke. Jiang Lu, when we return, I will pass the Heaven-Earth Tyrant Body art to you. If mastered, this technique combined with the primordial sacred body will be enough to sweep across the same realm and even fight above your level. Jiang Lu nodded obediently. Fine, but why suddenly? He sighed, his gaze firm. The 4-direction ranking tournament will likely fall to you. Jiang Lu cried out in shock. Fall to me? What do you mean? He rolled his eyes and tapped Jiang Lu's head. Of course, to win the championship. How could I expose myself? Otherwise, what is the point of ranking promotion? Just then a voice sounded behind them. Actually, it may not be exposed. The one who came was Bok Fong and Gu, speaking calmly. If you do not use dark light, heavenly dance, and 9-word battle art, who would know Tran Jiang is Jiang then? He replied cautiously, better to be safe than ask. Why did you come? Bok Fong and Gu patted her chest proudly. I came to deliver news. The Grand Elder of the Inner Court wants to take me as a disciple. You once told me to find backing. Is relying on the Grand Elder acceptable? He replied indifferently. As long as he is stronger than Elder Lo, it is enough. Did not forget to remind her. Taking a master cannot be done casually. You are already my disciple. If you acknowledge another master than him, Bok Fong and Gu grimaced and nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. With a master like an ancestor, one is enough. 3 days later, the square was packed with spectators. Elder Lo spoke on behalf of Backmin Academy. Nam Hong Academy has the strongest strength among the 4 branches. In this ranking promotion, it is no surprise that first place will likely belong to them. Do not put too much pressure on yourselves. Hearing this, young Master Lo immediately refuted. Elder Lo, that is not correct. The champion may not necessarily fall to Nam Hong Academy. Elder Lo replied worriedly. As far as I know, their strongest disciple has reached upper-tier origin realm. If any of you can enter the top 10, it would already be good. Young Master Law hurriedly waved his hand in advice. Relax a little, truly. After hearing this, he analyzed inwardly. The ranking promotion only allows disciples below the Dao realm, and upper-tier origin realm is still far from Dao realm. It seems the opponents this time will not be easy. At that moment, a group approached from afar, each of them smiling with confident expressions. The two leading figures greeted Elder Lo with mocking smiles. Long time no see, you have not changed. Elder Lo remains the same, and Back Min Academy disciples as well. It seems still as weak as before. Back Min Academy crowd trembled with anger. Young Master Law rolled up his sleeves and snapped. What did you say? Suppressing you would only require raising a hand? Hyatt Dong Jia raised his thumb in provocation. Such fierce words. Do not cry later when you lose. Elder Lo turned away with a cold face. With you here it is indeed noisier. The other laughed and made a gesture of invitation. Just children, they will be fine when they grow up. Elder Lo, the tournament is about to begin. This way, please. The two gritted their teeth in anger yet could do nothing. Elder Lo stepped forward and shouted, "Let us go." The opposite side did not forget to taunt young Master Law. Hope you can make the top 10. Young Master Law shouted back, no need for your concern. He walked behind and thought inwardly that the ranking promotion had not even begun, yet the smell of gunpowder was already thick, enough to show how much the academies valued it. Footsteps sounded as the elder of Nam Hong Academy stepped forward and cleared his throat twice. He announced to everyone that this year Nam Hong Academy had the honor of hosting the 4-direction ranking tournament. The elite outer court disciples of each branch would compete together. He hoped everyone would display their full strength, but remember not to cause fatal harm. Next, representatives of each academy were invited to draw lots to determine order and opponents. After speaking, Elder Lo raised both hands, and a beam of light shot upward. Light descended from the sky onto the arena and fell into the hands of the disciples. Looking at the token in their hands, each was astonished. Elder Lo let out a faint sigh of relief. He advised everyone, the draw is by fate, just do your best. Baya confidently patted his chest. Grandfather, rest assured, I will not let you lose face. He also received his token, Nam Hong Academy, Thak Bat Than Neen, lower tier origin realm, top 10 of Than Van ranking. Hearing the name, Jiang Lu sighed, boss, your luck is truly bad. He scratched his head and laughed. What does it have to do with me? Exchange a few moves, give way a bit and pretend to lose and it will be done. Jiang Lu nodded at ease and then checked his own token. Upon seeing the contents, Jiang Lu nearly cried out, "Oh no, boss, the championship may be difficult." He handed over the token. Brother, look. Nam Hong Academy, upper tier origin realm, third Chin Than Van. After hearing this, he could only shake his head and sigh. Your luck is truly unique. From above, the host voice rang out. Next match, Back Min Academy Jiang Lu versus Nam Hong Academy Long Dao. He pondered, upper tier origin realm still has a chance to test. Go up and see, if not I will think of something else. He thought that although Jiang Lu had only practiced heaven-earth tyrant body art for a few days, he possessed the primordial sacred body. With good luck, he might overturn the situation. Jiang Lu quickly stepped onto the stage, and before leaving turned back to say, "Boss, I will do my best." On the arena, Jiang Lu and Long Dao stood facing each other. Jiang Lu cupped his hands politely. Please give guidance. Long Dao looked arrogant and did not bother with words, directly releasing spiritual power and shouting, "Stop the nonsense and make your move." Terrifying force crashed straight into Jiang Lu, pressing him heavily to his knees on the ground. Jiang then stood below, his face pale as he looked up. Jiang Lu's opponent was clearly a Dao realm cultivator deliberately suppressing his realm. He frowned and calculated inwardly. That man had suppressed his cultivation, yet his foundation was far too solid. Jiang Lu was likely doomed to lose. On the arena, Long Dao pressed close to Jiang Lu, a twisted smile carrying a trace of madness on his face. A layer of spiritual power coiled tightly around Jiang Lu like invisible ropes, leaving him with almost no chance to counterattack. Before long, the referee's voice rang out. Jiang Lu was blasted out of the arena. Long Dao of Nam Hong Academy claimed victory. Jiang Lu stepped down from the stage, scratching his head and muttering in confusion, "Boss, I feel something was off about that guy. How could someone in the origin realm have such vigorous true chi? There was even spiritual power mixed in." Jiang then crossed his arms, glanced at Long Dao and said, "Your instinct is right. He is indeed in the Dao realm." Jiang Lu jolted and shouted, "What Dao realm? Nam Hong Academy truly has no shame." On the spectator stands, a core disciple lowered his gaze toward the arena. In his mind, there was only one thought. This year's champion must be me. Back here, Jiang Lu held his head and complained irritably, "Boss, what now? I lost already." Jiang then continued analyzing silently. Someone in the Dao realm could have entered the inner court to cultivate. Why bother suppressing his realm to compete? It seems this time the championship must be taken. Jiang Lu asked worriedly, but you were not planning to make a move. Jiang then released his spiritual power, his voice lowering. Not wanting to make a move does not mean I cannot. Once you have lost, then let it be. Jiang then clenched his fist, killing intent rising. It seems I have to go up myself. Back in the arena, the referee shouted again, next match. Thakbat Than Enheen of Nam Hong Academy. His opponent is Min Academy, Tran Jiang. Hearing his name, Jiang then walked onto the stage calmly. Mocking laughter erupted from the stands. Is back Min Academy this week every year. Even someone in the lower realm is sent out. On the arena, Thakbat Than Enheen looked at his opponent, his voice full of disdain. Someone in the lower realm dares to participate. Has back Min Academy run out of people? Kneel and admit defeat, and you can still save some face. Jiang then coldly uttered a single word, noisy. Thakbat Than Enheen roared angrily. What did you say? Before he could react, Jiang then had already rushed forward. Thakbat Than Enheen leaped up to dodge and snorted coldly, childish tricks. He swung his hand and unleashed myriad blossom palm. Shattered stones shot forward in a torrent. Jiang then stood motionless like a statue, executing the stance immovable as a mountain. Vuongdang on the stands widened his eyes, an earth-grade martial technique. On the arena, Thakbat Than Enheen's attack was repelled the instant it touched Jiang then's energy. Corner of his mouth curved up as he said with interest, how intriguing. Jiang then lightly pushed off with his foot, his figure soaring into the air. His entire body was enveloped by a rotating ring of inscriptions. He smiled faintly. This is only the prelude. Barrier unfolded. Jiang then pressed his hand to the ground. Energy erupted and drew gasps from the crowd. He is a barrier master. Jiang then asked imposingly, what do you think now? Thakbat Than Enheen raised his head, black spiritual energy surging. So what if you are a barrier master? Your barrier cannot stop me. He waved his hand and shattered the surrounding barrier. Thakbat Than Enheen laughed provocatively. The barrier is broken. What use are your talismans? Hurry and admit defeat. Jiang then formed seals with both hands. The lightning summoning talisman took shape. Light shot from his hands. Jiang then said coldly, worry about yourself first. The elder on the stands could not help but be shaken at the sight. The lightning summoning talisman, intelligence had mentioned it before. Below, Thakbat Than Enheen cried out in panic, lightning tribulation. He roared in fury as the lightning struck him. His whole body collapsed to the ground, white smoke billowing. Jiang then stepped forward, stroked his chin and mocked, oh, why are you kneeling already? His words fell, his aura surged, his face icy cold. Still want to continue. Thakbat Than Enheen raised his hand in fear. I admit defeat. Jiang then won this match. The entire arena buzzed. This guy knows everything. Barriers and talisman arrays. Truly a prodigy. Back Min Academy has turned its luck around this time. Elder Lo on the stands looked down at Jiang then, understanding dawning in his heart. No wonder the Grand Elder valued him. Vuongdang assessed. That fat one earlier had low cultivation, not worth attention. But this one's martial techniques are not bad. If I seize them, my strength will increase considerably. Jiang then also sensed that gaze. He turned his head, his eyes sharp and cold. Bullying my brother was not enough. Now you want to steal my things. You want my martial techniques. Are you worthy, you trash of Nam Hong Academy? Jiang then raised his index finger in blatant provocation. Vuongdang on the stands roared angrily, brat. The elder beside him hurriedly reminded, do not forget the goal of the championship. Do not ruin things over trivial matters. Vuongdang snorted coldly and finally restrained himself. He said confidently, rest assured, elder, everything has been arranged. The champion will certainly be me. The elder nodded with a smile. Good, Nam Hong Academy will definitely win this time. On the other side, Elder Tu finally recognized the person on the arena as Jiang then, his face filled with killing intent. So it is him. The stands, Jiang Lu glanced across and asked softly, boss, that person keeps staring at us. Jiang then nodded, yes, we have been discovered. Jiang Lu asked in alarm, discovered what? Jiang then's gaze darkened, killing intent flashing. On the stage, I only made them lose face, not to the extent of wanting to kill me unless. Jiang Lu cried out, your identity is exposed. Then he hesitated, but he is an elder of Nam Hong Academy. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and analyzed. Assassins of the Dark Pavilion are spread across the continent. They usually hide under various identities and only act when there is a bounty. Jiang Lu was at a loss with worry. Jiang then gestured, let us go back first. Just then, two people approached. Jiang then greeted them, what are you here for? The rivals were young Master La and young Master Tran, both covered in injuries. Tran Thiu Nhu asked, Tran Jiang, in the first round only you advance. Which sect are you actually from? Jiang then replied calmly, Tongshan Divine Hall. I have said it before, young Master La shouted. I have sent people to inquire everywhere. There is no such sect. Jiang then looked at him as if at a fool. Not every sect can be found by your investigation. Is the 800-li Black River that powerful? Is its foundation that deep? Compared to Tongshan Divine Hall, it is merely ants. Ants dreaming of gazing at the moon. After speaking, Jiang then pulled Jiang Lu away. Young Master Law stared at his back and wondered if he truly came from a hidden great sect. As they walked, Jiang then instructed, go back and rest. Wait for the next match. Jiang Lu asked curiously, what is Tongshan Divine Hall? Why have I never heard of it? Jiang then tapped Jiang Lu's head and scolded, he is stupid enough. Are you stupid too? I was fooling him. Jiang Lu said awkwardly, oh, then that elder. Jiang then snorted coldly, if he wants to kill me tonight is the best time. Later you go out first. Back in the room, Jiang then sat in contemplation, staring at the floor in thought. Tomorrow after the soul battle it will be the semi-finals. That man will certainly not miss tonight. At that moment, Jiang then's eyes lit up, he is here. From the rooftop, Elder 2, an assassin of the Dark Pavilion, leaped down and shouted, brat, you hid well. Everyone thought you were hiding in the sect. Who would have expected you to dare come out and compete? If not for your lightning summoning talisman and that fat one, I might not have recognized you. Jiang then smiled provocatively. So what if you recognized me? Do you think you can kill me? Elder 2 sneered. Still stalling at this point, that fat one went to call for reinforcements. Did he not? Jiang then replied, merely lower Dao realm. What can you do to me? Elder 2 finally could not restrain his anger and charged with a roar, killing you will settle everything. As his words fell, he threw a punch of spiritual power straight at Jiang then. Jiang then chuckled softly, many people want to kill me, yet in the end I am still standing here. Saying that, Jiang then raised one finger and blocked right before the opponent's forehead. It is over. From his fingertip, a ring of light shot out. Immediately, Elder 2's entire body was swallowed by golden radiance. Cried out in panic, Formation Master, you even know how to set up formations. Jiang then replied calmly, knowing you would come I prepared a gift in advance. Enjoy it. Only then did Elder 2 feel fear and hurriedly beg, wait, I can tell you the secrets of the Dark Pavilion. Unfortunately, Jiang then could not be bothered to listen and turned away amid the desperate screams. An explosion sounded behind him. Dazzling light erupted. Jiang then curved his lips in a faint smile. Surrendering only now is too late. Looking at the wreckage behind him, Jiang then shook his head and commented, are the assassins of the Dark Pavilion this week now? He stepped out the door and called Jiang Lu, let us go. Jiang Lu ran over and asked anxiously, boss, is it done? Jiang then said coldly, he is dead. If you and Bak Fang and Gu had not appeared, I would not have been exposed. Jiang Lu scratched his head guiltily, boss, I was wrong. Jiang then nodded, knowing you are wrong means you fix it. Your punishment is no sleep tonight. Cultivate the heaven and earth tyrant body art. After speaking, he turned and went back into the room. Jiang Lu stood there stunned. This kind of punishment. As if suddenly remembering something, Jiang Lu stuck his head in and asked, boss, what are you planning for tomorrow's melee? After that match it is the final. Backmin Academy only has you left. After hearing that, Jiang then fell into thought. Jiang Lu was right. Tomorrow will certainly not be peaceful. From start to finish it will be just me alone. I am afraid it will be hard to carry. But suddenly the corner of Jiang then's lips curled in an eerie smile, however. If that is the case, then tomorrow I will sweep them all clean. Next morning, sunlight blanketed the city as the referee's voice rang out. The second melee officially began. The stands immediately buzzed with discussion. Backmin Academy is finished this time. Only one person entered and he is at the lowest realm. If not targeting him, then who? Nam Hong Academy has 4 people. That is too much. On the arena, the disciples began provoking Jiang then. Hey, kid from Backmin Academy, stop dragging it out. You think you can fight us? Obediently get lost and save yourself the pain. Jiang then glanced at the 3 of them and snorted coldly. Just the 3 of you and you expect me to surrender. Yuang Dang led his group forward, staring at Jiang then with a sinister smile. What about adding us? Jiang then turned and saw Vuong Dang and his companions grinning maliciously. Brat, when you provoked Nam Hong Academy, did you think of today? Call me grandfather and offer up your martial techniques. We will spare you. Behave like a grandson and we will even let you into the final. Only then did Jiang then understand their intent. Jiang then's eyes turned icy. You think I will let this go? You bullied my brother and even covet my martial techniques. Today we settle everything. Yuang Dang sneered. Since you refuse to get lost, then I will send you off. But before he could finish speaking, his face stiffened. He only saw Jiang then's eyes blaze as killing intent poured out. Is that so? Then come at me all together. Jiang then rose and hovered in midair, golden light radiating from his entire body. Vuong Dang lifted his head and stared. Without breaking through to the Dao realm, he can still stand in the air. Could it be a heaven-grade martial technique? He calculated inwardly, but Jiang then's realm is low, and we outnumber him. Vuong Dang pointed and shouted, listen up, everyone. His martial technique is dangerous. Join forces and eliminate him first. The whole group nodded in unison, agreed. They all charged forward to attack. Brat, think flying up lets you escape. Let us see how I knock you down. Jiang then clenched his fist as power surged. The moment I use my martial technique, your ending is already decided. Jiang then swung his arm and a stream of light shot out. In the sky, countless black circles appeared, flashes of lightning flickering within them. Before long, one core disciple's arm was charred black as he trembled and raised it. Quickly, he fell to the ground, burned to charcoal, screaming, "Stop him quickly. He is summoning lightning again." The elder of ManhwaCapped felt his heart tighten at the sight. This is bad. This talisman is even stronger than before. In the arena, the corner of Jiang Then's lips lifted. He placed both hands before his chest and swiftly formed seals. Beneath Jiang Then's feet, beams of light erupted one after another. Light transformed into pillars of lightning that tore through the sky and shot upward, enveloping Jiang Then's entire body. From his hands, light continued to pour out. Jiang then slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he stood in midair, with a sky filled with lightning behind him. The elder of ManhwaCapped turned pale. "That is tribulation cloud, it is over." He hurriedly shouted, "It is heavenly tribulation lightning, retreat quickly." The disciples stood frozen, their bodies numb. "Why is my whole body suddenly tingling?" Jiang then would not possibly let them escape. He raised his hand and snorted coldly. Too late. Jiang then clenched his palm. In the blue sky, a gigantic blood-red flower blossomed, dazzling and eerie. From that flower, tribulation lightning descended. The lotus took shape as Jiang then opened his eyes coldly. Lightning poured down as black radiance engulfed the entire group. Jiang then said in a deep voice, "Ascend 9 immortal cloud mass." Black radiance seemed to drain their life force, making them scream miserably. As if enduring every agony in the world, they could no longer bear it and cried and begged, "Spare us." Falling heartlessly from the peak, Jiang then gently clenched his hand. Outside, the elder of ManhwaCapped roared, "Brats, stop. If this continues, they will all die." Jiang then calmly set his condition. "I can withdraw it, but I have one question." The elders panicked. "Whatever it is, ask quickly and then withdraw it." Jiang then laughed wildly and asked, "Who won this match?" The elder of ManhwaCapped widened his eyes. In his mind, he weighed the gains and losses. Admitting defeat meant losing the top position. But the two elders beside him hurriedly shouted, "Of course you win. The disciples are about to die. Who dares to compete, you win." Jiang then urged coldly, "Say it clearly." The elder beside him pressed urgently. "My disciples are crying." The leading elder hesitated. "This is the second melee." The elder of ManhwaCapped gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and said in a low voice, "Jiang then wins," inwardly cursing him as a monster. Jiang then snapped his fingers gleefully and laughed. "I told you, is it not simple?" He snapped his fingers lightly once more. People on the arena finally could breathe, yet pain still tormented their bodies. The elders anxiously asked, "How did it become so miserable?" The elder of ManhwaCapped had yet to recover from the chain of events just now. Could only stiffly announce a day of rest for everyone. "The final will be held tomorrow." Jiang then glanced at him as anger rose within. ManhwaCapped is truly shameless beyond words. He crossed his arms and sneered. "This is what you call ManhwaCapped? Fine, I will give you one night to rest." Jiang then calmly uttered 2 words, "Continue fighting," inwardly thinking, "Since you enjoy courting death, I will indulge you." The elders exchanged glances with chilled hearts. This man's killing intent is real, and the 4-direction ascension ranking has always been full of variables. The elders hurriedly spoke. "Well, West Snow Academy has no strength left and withdraws. East Lai Academy is the same." Only Vuongdang refused, gritting his teeth and saying, "Elder, I want to fight, me too." The elder of ManhwaCapped looked at them thoughtfully. In the end, he gritted his teeth and announced, "ManhwaCapped, 2 participants." After hearing that, Jiang then simply turned away calmly. "Then I will wait for the final tomorrow. I hope you rest well enough to fight me." It was the first time the elder had been humiliated to such an extent. Furious to the point of grinding his teeth, Jiang then, turning to the room, Jiang Lu exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, you were truly domineering just now." In the room, Jiang Lu clasped his hands and looked at Jiang then with worship. "I declare that from now on you are my #1 idol." Jiang then teased with a smile. "Then what was I before?" Jiang Lu's eyes shone brightly. "Before you were #1. Now you are #1 of #1. Just then Elder Lo walked in from outside and called, "Jiang then." He turned back in surprise. "Elder Lo, is there something?" Elder Lo advised, "Listen to me. Give up tomorrow's final." Jiang then responded with a faint sound and asked, "Why?" Inwardly thinking, "I am the only disciple in the final. This elder indeed has a problem." Seeing he could not be swayed, Elder Lo used his authority to pressure him. "I am an elder of Backmin Academy. My words are an order. You must withdraw. You know the reason yourself." Jiang then snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are to order me?" Elder Lo shouted angrily, "Tran Jiang, you are too arrogant." Jiang Lu watched with even greater admiration. Jiang then remained calm. When an elder is not upright, do not blame others for lacking respect. Elder Lo turned away and said coldly, "I have given you a chance. If you do not listen, do not regret it later." Jiang Lu leaned over and asked softly, "Boss, what does Elder Lo mean?" Jiang then replied lightly, "He has been bought off." Nam Hong Academy fears me. Prepare yourself. This old man will ruin things. Nam Hong Academy will not let it go. Suddenly, Jiang Then's eyes widened. He looked at his hand. Two words appearing in his mind, spiritual pressure. Outside the room, the elder of Nam Hong Academy led people to set up a formation and said loudly, Tran Jiang, Elder 2 of our academy disappeared last night. Someone saw him enter your room. For the matter is investigated clearly. You are not allowed to take a single step away. Jiang then asked in surprise, an elder of Nam Hong Academy disappears. What does that have to do with a disciple like me? He is an elder, while I am only in the Nyan realm. Where would I get the ability to kill him? The elders' faces darkened as they pointed at him. You are the prime suspect. Stay put until it is clarified. Jiang then immediately understood this was a deliberate framing and asked, so I am not allowed to participate in tomorrow's final. Kyuma-sun growled, you are suspected of killing an elder and we have not interrogated you yet out of mercy, and you still ask about the final. Clearly they had forced Jiang then into a dead end. He remained silent and let them leave. Inwardly they were pleased. Locking this brat up settles everything. The championship will certainly belong to Nam Hong Academy. Jiang Lu asked worriedly, boss, what now? Jiang then said calmly, Elder 2 was killed cleanly by the formation. Nam Hong Academy is using this as an excuse to block me. After hearing the explanation, even slow-witted Jiang Lu immediately understood. Jiang Lu continued, then will you go to the final tomorrow? Jiang then turned away and only said, rest well tomorrow. Next day, before the final even began, the stands were already packed. Young Master La cursed impatiently, damn it, where is Tran Jiang? Half an incense stick is almost burned out. Deep Truong did not answer. Even Jiang Lu was nowhere to be seen. Could they both have overslept? Elder Lo secretly laughed. That brat Tran Jiang is probably locked inside Nam Hong Academy by now. Yu Ma-sun and his group smugly announced, Tran Jiang of Back Min Academy has not arrived. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Then's voice sounded from afar, sorry about that. Jiang then walked over leisurely, woke up a bit late today, and took the chance to tease you a little. I am not late, am I? Elder Lo stared as if seeing things. He got out. Kyuma-sun was furious to the point of choking. Subordinate asked in shock, how did you get out? Elder Kyuma-sun's formation is the best among the 4 academies. Who helped you? Hearing that, Jiang then finally understood the cause. So it was that old man's trick, no wonder. Thinking back to how he broke the barrier as easily as tearing paper, Jiang then felt it was not worth a blow. Kyuma-sun was furious, glaring at him. The one who harmed Elder 2 still dares to show himself. Jiang then retorted, you say I killed him. Where is the evidence? He stepped onto the arena and declared loudly, without evidence I also have the right to say Nam Hong Academy framed me to eliminate me from the final. Ma-sun looked at Jiang, then as if at something disgusting. He waved his hand and scolded loudly before the match even began. Stop talking nonsense. Jiang then did not care. Oh, then let the 4-Direction Divine Academy know about this, and see what happens to you, Ma-sun. Ma-sun was driven nearly mad by that bearing, not knowing how to counter. Feared that if the 4-Direction Divine Academy intervened, he might lose his life. Ma-sun did not dare to touch Jiang then with his martial skills, truly laughably weak. Ma-sun growled, since you have come, why would I stop you? Jiang then walked past him leisurely as if he were air. Ma-sun still tried to use last night's matter to threaten him, but Jiang then smiled faintly. The final is about to begin. You brought 2 people here. Are you afraid of me? Ma-sun did not forget to remind him. In half an incense stick the final begins. Go down and wait. Jiang then laughed inwardly. This group can do nothing to him. Let us see how shameless Nam Hong Academy can still be. Jiang Lu finally ran over to young Master La and was scolded harshly. What exactly happened? Why did Tran Jiang arrive only now? Do you not know today is the final? Jiang Lu hurriedly explained. Nam Hong Academy accused boss of being involved in the elder's disappearance and even locked us up. Young Master La turned to Elder Lo and asked, such a big matter and you truly did not know. Elder Lo brushed it aside. Enough. The final is about to begin. Anything else can be discussed after returning to Back Min Academy. Young Master La replied irritably, you are truly useless as an elder. You cannot even protect your own disciple. I may look down on Tran Jiang, but I look down on you even more. Ma-sun and his group stepped onto the stage under cold stares. Ma-sun spoke with false generosity. In this final you choose your opponent. Whoever you choose, Nam Hong Academy will not object. Inwardly he sneered, 2 mid-Dao realm cultivators suppressing their realms to play with you. Let us see how you handle it. Jiang then calculated inwardly, Nam Hong Academy truly has no bottom to its shamelessness, daring to let 2 mid-Dao realm cultivators suppress their realms to act against me. Very well. Could not be bothered to argue with such petty villains, and only waved lightly. Both of you come together. The martial artist of Nam Hong Hall raised his aura and shouted, Brat, do not be too arrogant. The consequences are beyond your imagination. I have heard enough of your tricks. Let me see how you fight me. Drew his sword and roared, boy, today you will surely die. The long sword swung. Flames surged into a pillar like a roaring fire dragon charging at Jiang then. Jiang then looked at the scene and only smiled faintly. I have many methods. Even I cannot remember them all. Since Nam Hong Hall has no need for face, I will broaden your horizons. Jiang then's figure sank into thick black smoke. The stands erupted in noise. What martial technique is this? Heaven grade or even higher, never seen before. It even looks like demonic arts. Then the darkness, ghostly shadows flickered around Jiang then. The eerie formation closed space like a net, dragging the opponent into the area under his control. Jiang then's dark red eyes swept over them as he said coldly, today you all die. Darkness swallowed all sight, and no one understood what he had done. Jiang then summoned the phantom of a ghost king blazing with infernal flames, advancing step by step with killing intent. The two martial artists were terrified out of their wits. Demon, do not come closer, do not. Like a raging wind, Jiang then rushed forward. One of them was pierced straight through and only felt his meridians shatter. He collapsed and died on the spot. Jiang then turned to the other, who trembled like a lamb before a wolf. Jiang then advanced step by step like an evil spirit. The opponent cried and wailed, do not come. The one who wanted to harm you was not me. Spare me. Jiang then sneered, if you had known today why act before. A few sword strikes sent him off swiftly. Blood splattered like a slaughterhouse, and the blade was dyed red. Jiang then stood still as cold air spread, making those who had offended him tremble in fear. In truth, if given the chance, he would not mind killing them all. The lackeys of Nam Hong Academy were frightened out of their wits. Vuongdang is dead. His gaze is too terrifying. Demon god, he is a demon god. Jiang then pointed his sword at the group of trash. 4 direction ascension ranking. The champion is mine. Yu Ma Sun roared in opposition. You still dream of being champion, keep dreaming. Jiang then looked at him with amusement. You truly have no shame left. Yu Ma Sun pointed and slandered. You used demonic arts and slaughtered the disciples of Nam Hong Academy. Clearly a member of the demonic path. What right do you have to be champion? His subordinates echoed, the demonic path deserves death. Those who cultivate demonic arts must be killed. Branded like that, Jiang then turned and asked back Min Academy, do you also think so? Only now did young Master La blurt out his true words. Bastard, are your eyes blind? Young Master La shouted at Elder Lo, Tran Jiang is from Back Min Academy. You stand by while he is slandered as demonic path. The old man remained silent, thinking he had already offended Nam Hong Academy and would not interfere. The people of Back Min Academy immediately stepped forward. Who dares to assert that Tran Jiang cultivates the demonic path? Relying only on your mouths? Nam Hong Academy, have you admitted defeat yet? Seeing the situation turn bad, Jiang Lu rushed forward to pull Jiang then, boss, run. Jiang then stood calmly. What is there to fear? Nam Hong Academy is tiny. What can they do to me? Had already calculated everything. Placing a hand on Jiang Lu's shoulder, wait and watch the show. Ma Sun went mad and shouted, facing death and still arrogant. Elders of Nam Hong Academy, follow me to eliminate demons and defend the righteous path. Just as the crowd was about to charge, a shout thundered from the sky, let me see who dares. Ma Sun was startled. Who dares to interfere in the affairs of Nam Hong Academy? A powerful figure tore through space and descended, the violent spiritual aura revealing terrifying strength. The old man announced himself, by Chuangder of Kang Sun Snow Sea. Jiang then nodded in satisfaction, just in time. Kiu Ma Sun's eyes widened. Someone from Bai Da City stands up for a disciple of Back Min Academy. Grand Elder, what do we do? Tran Jiang has a top-tier expert backing him. Bai Chuangda handed over spirit stones and said, the tuition of little Ngu is delivered. Please take care of her. Jiang then replied, tuition accepted. If you want extra guidance, you must pay more. Bai Chuangda laughed heartily. Can you give a small discount? Inwardly thinking this brat truly loves money, Jiang then nodded, a discount is fine. Then he pointed at Ma Sun. Take his life and I will reduce it by 20%. Bai Chuangda could not refuse. Ma Sun felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly stepped back. You two must be joking. I was only hot-headed just now. But before he could flee, Bai Chuangda had already struck with a fatal blow. Bai Chuangda, killing Ma Sun was as easy as turning his hand. He died without even understanding what had happened. Seeing the elder of Nam Hong Academy killed, the crowd panicked. You dare kill an elder of Nam Hong Academy? Are you not afraid of revenge? Not afraid of the 4-direction Divine Academy? Perhaps the headmaster must step forward. As the words fell, the headmaster's voice resounded from above. Do you not think this is excessive? Everyone looked up. Murong Bak, headmaster of Nam Hong Academy, appeared, and the underlings cheered. Headmaster has arrived. The headmaster has come to save us. We greet the headmaster. Bai Chuangda said indifferently, What is excessive? You bullied the weak with numbers and even wanted to kill my niece's master. That is excessive. Murong said coldly, do not forget this is Nam Hong Academy, a branch of the Four Direction Divine Academy. The envoy of the Four Direction Divine Academy has arrived. Say those words to the envoy. The envoy may not do anything to you, but that brat pointed at Jiang then and shouted, must die. Just then the sound of horse hooves echoed from afar. Envoy of the Four Direction Divine Hall arrived. The carriage stopped before the stands. The carriage landed majestically. 3 horses breathing fire. Everyone waited nervously for the envoy to appear. A woman lifted the curtain and stepped out. Beautiful in appearance, dignified in attire, her features somewhat resembling Bai Fong and Gu. Murong secretly hoped the envoy would punish the other side. Your time of death has come. He stepped forward and saluted. Murong greets the envoy, but the female envoy brushed past him without a glance, treating him as non-existent. Murong froze and could not help asking envoy. The female envoy walked straight to Bai Chuangde and bowed. Bai Xiao Lin greets uncle, so they were family. Bai Xiao Lin asked in surprise, uncle, why are you here? Bai Chuangde smiled. I am handling personal matters, and you are the envoy this time. Bai Xiao Lin replied, the mentors were busy, so they sent me. Uncle, wait a moment. I will review the 4-direction ascension ranking, and then we will speak. Murong realized this relationship was immense. Xiao Lin asked, who are the top 3? Murong hurriedly replied, reporting to the envoy, all are disciples of Nam Hong Academy, thinking rankings were the most important. Young Master Law could not endure it and ran out to protest. Scoundrel, first place is Tran Jiang of Back Min Academy. Nam Hong Academy, you are shameless. Sensing hidden details, Bai Xiao Lin asked for clarification. Murong answered, the champion was originally Tran Jiang, but he cultivates the demonic path. Elder Kuma-sun stripped his qualification. Murong feigned anger and pointed at Jiang then. This wicked beast even deceived a senior to kill Kuma-sun, inwardly planning to pin all blame on Tran Jiang. Hearing such foolish words, Jiang then laughed. You mean I have fallen into demonic corruption? Chuangde quickly explained, Xiao Lin, do not listen to his nonsense. All accusations come from his mouth. Your cousin's master is the young man standing beside me. Bai Xiao Lin was deeply shocked. She suddenly remembered that, if not mistaken, Fong Ngu preserved her life and successfully condensed the Tai Yin sacred body thanks to that master. If he were demonic, it would be the same as pushing Fong Ngu onto the demonic path. Bai Xiao Lin understood and turned sharply to shout at Murong outrageous. How could cousin Fong Ngu's master be of the demonic path? Bai Xiao Lin asked directly, do you know who he is? Murong stammered, I am not clear about that. Seizing the moment, Xiao Lin stated clearly, he is surnamed Bai, named Lin Xiao, city lord of Bai, the city of Kang Sun Snow Sea, and also my father. Murong legs went weak upon hearing that. Bai de city, it is Bai de city. Xiao Lin stepped forward, her voice low and cold. Is a powerhouse of that level inferior to an elder of Nam Hong Academy? You cannot even distinguish the demonic path. Only then did Murong understand that everything was over. Today he had truly dug his own grave. Xiao Lin glanced around and asked, so who participated in the final? Jiang then replied, those 2 are lying on the stage. Bai Xiao Lin stepped forward to inspect the 2 corpses, traces of deathly aura still lingering. With Xiao Lin's cultivation, deducing the process was not difficult, but there was still something that made her wary. Sensing the remaining spiritual aura, Xiao Lin was startled. Dao Realm cultivators. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Murong secretly attempted to slip away. Xiao Lin did not even turn back and casually released a hidden weapon. Murong heart jolted, his soul nearly leaving his body. It turned out without permission he could not leave. Running recklessly would only bring disaster. Xiao Lin said coldly, are Dao Realm cultivators also allowed to participate in the ranking? Since when were the rules of the 4-direction Divine Academy changed? Murong you are truly bold. Murong panicked and knelt to beg. This was all done by Kuma-sun alone. Now he is dead. Nam Hong Academy admits fault. Please be magnanimous, envoy. Xiao Lin replied. The 4-direction Divine Academy will handle this matter itself. Await the result. After speaking, Xiao Lin turned to Jiang then, clearly having more to say. Taking the chance, young Master La stepped forward and sneered at Murong Foolish. Xiao Lin then saluted. By Xiao Lin greets senior. Jiang then felt slightly awkward, no need for such courtesy. Xiao Lin explained, senior as champion may use this token to enter the 4-direction Divine Academy directly for cultivation. Then she presented several treasures, and this book is the inheritance of a divine sense master. It is that very thing. Jiang then had long awaited this day, and finally encountered what he sought, a divine sense master. Xiao Lin continued, Not long ago, the divine sense master descended a divine decree to choose a successor. Jiang then thought inwardly, a divine decree descending to select a successor. Is the divine sense about to dissipate? That moment, a meteor streaked across the sky. Everyone marveled at its beauty. Only Jiang then frowned. Why is there a meteor in broad daylight? He murmured, when stars fall, gods perish. Is it you, divine sense? With everything settled, Xiao Lin bowed to take her leave. Uncle, senior. The Four-Direction Divine Academy has matters to attend to. I must also report the issue of Nam Hong Academy. The two of you, farewell. Bai Chuangde nodded. If you have time, return to Bai De City. Yurong Bak gathered his courage to beg Bai Chuangde. It was all caused by Kuma-san. I was unaware. Please speak for me, senior. Jiang then replied coldly, you reap what you sow, and besides, what do you think this matter has to do with me? Jiang then never cared about such two-faced people. Two then departed just like that, passing by the old man surnamed Lo. He did not even dare breathe loudly. Jiang then did not let him off and reminded coldly, go back and explain clearly to Backmin Academy. Otherwise, I will handle it myself. Only then did the treacherous man realize his mistake was beyond remedy. Bai Chuangde suggested, I will take you back and visit my niece. Jiang then smiled, I think you mainly want to visit your niece. The old man laughed heartily, ha ha, that is also true. Returning to the dormitory of Backmin Academy, the sky darkened and rain poured like a waterfall. Jiang then seized the time to study the inheritance. The spiritual power within the inheritance radiated heat, causing his cultivation art to tremble. Outside, the rain grew heavier and thunder roared. The people in the city gradually sensed that something was wrong. A dazzling beam of light shot up from the direction of Backmin Academy. Everyone felt discomfort within. Why does my heart suddenly feel so heavy? Halo hovered above the sky over Backmin Academy. The divine sense appeared before Jiang then and laughed loudly. Jiang then called out to him. The divine sense said warmly, I knew the heavenly god king would not die so easily, having waited for you. I can die without regret. Jiang then asked in surprise, then why did you leave? The divine sense replied, the 36 main gods betrayed you. After your death, the 9 heavens war erupted. Now your faction is either dead or in hiding. Many have gone into seclusion. Jiang then asked in confusion, and what about you? Why did you not go into seclusion? The divine sense answered, the 9 heavens and your divine throne needed someone to guard them. Divine sense fell silent for a moment and sighed. Unfortunately, I could not hold it. Jiang then choked with emotion. Truly a tragedy of brothers from a past life. He regretted that there was no longer a chance to live and die together again. Jiang then said in a low voice, I only hope you all can be at peace. He longed to rebuild the warm days with his brothers of old, waiting for the day he would return to the 9 heavens. Old scenes resurfaced vividly in his memory. Jiang then had never felt so vulnerable as at this moment. The divine sense said, those still alive are waiting for your return. Jiang then was stunned. Divine sense grasped his hand and instructed, let my successor follow you to fight the world again, conquer the 9 heavens, and rule all mountains and rivers. After speaking, his figure dissipated into the void, his voice echoing, brother, we miss you. Jiang then stared at the spirit image one last time and shouted loudly, divine sense. Final trace of spiritual energy also vanished. Jiang then reached out in pain, as if trying to hold on to something. Space returned to silence. Jiang then stood still for a long time. Never had he felt such loneliness. He had never shed tears, yet at this moment tears were deserved. A hot tear fell, soaking into the inheritance scroll like oil meeting fire. At last, Jiang then's spiritual power ignited that inheritance scroll. The cultivation art transformed into a flowing stream, seeping into Jiang then's flesh. He told himself, wait for my return. I will reclaim the 9 heavens. 10 days later, Jiang then ended his seclusion. His cultivation broke through to Upper Nyan realm, his aura completely different from before. In his sea of consciousness, Ma Tianhan's voice sounded, Master, I have found the branch hall of the Dark Pavilion. Good news, Jiang then immediately replied. The Dark Pavilion, this debt has finally come due. While meditating, Jiang then realized that the branch hall of the Dark Pavilion was located at Hao Van Inn in Qingyun Town. He murmured, so it was right before my eyes. Thinking carefully, Jiang then smiled inwardly. He had entered and exited that inn many times. If not for Ma Han Tian's secret investigation, he would never have suspected that place. In that branch hall, how far does the strongest cultivate? Wait, master. Do you truly intend to destroy this branch hall? Doing so would be declaring a life and death war with the Dark Pavilion. If they find out, it will be great trouble. Hearing this, Jiang then merely curled his lips in a faint smile. He replied calmly, do not worry, I have already planned everything. You have been in the demon sect for quite a while. It is time to return to the main sect. The other hurriedly answered, yes, I will return at once. That Jiang then stood and walked away, thinking to himself, the inheritance of the divine sense master is now in hand. It is time to return to the main sect. As the door opened, he suddenly saw two people already waiting outside. The two shouted in unison, Tran Jiang. Young Master La smirked, his tone full of pride. Finally caught you. You went into seclusion as soon as you returned. Were you trying to avoid me? Jiang then replied coldly, avoid you? What qualification do you have for me to avoid you? Do not overestimate yourself. Seeing this, young Master La rushed forward to block Jiang then. He shouted, I have tolerated you long enough. Time and again you made me lose face. Today we settle this. Jiang then answered briefly, nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master La said angrily, Tran Jiang, are you not afraid my cousin will make a move? The cousin then spoke, you are Tran Jiang, champion of the 4-direction ranking. You seem ordinary. Jiang then glanced at him and replied calmly, who are you to stand before me and wag your tongue? Inwardly he assessed that at such a young age he was already upper Dao realm. The cousin said coldly, I am young Master Tran of Tianxia Bank. Since you have the inheritance of the divine sense master, as long as you apologize to my cousin and hand over the inheritance for me to examine, your rudeness will be forgiven. Otherwise, Jiang then interrupted, otherwise what? The inheritance of the divine sense master, do you think you are worthy? Anger surged in his mind. The divine sense master had just fallen, and already someone coveted the inheritance. How could he allow outsiders to meddle with his brother's legacy? Without further words, young Master Tran immediately swung his fan and struck at Jiang then. He laughed arrogantly. Defeating a few Dao realm cultivators who suppressed their realms made you think you are invincible. Before me, you have no right to be arrogant. Jiang then rubbed his head and replied, my methods are not as simple as you think. If you want to fight, I will oblige. I will fight to the end. As soon as Jiang then finished speaking, he stretched his limbs and his aura flared. Immediately after, he unleashed the forbidden art, all beings equal. Young Master Tran exclaimed in shock, a forbidden art. A mark appeared on Jiang then's forehead. He widened his eyes and stared at young Master Tran and shouted, fight. Young Master Tran stared blankly, using a forbidden art to raise cultivation to upper Dao realm. But so what? He immediately retreated backward. Young Master Tran declared loudly, you are still not my opponent. Jiang then observed him and thought inwardly, seeing a forbidden art yet showing no fear, indeed not ordinary. Young Master Tran continued and unleashed the forbidden art 3,000 life gates, striking directly at Jiang then. Before it could reach him, he himself was blasted far away. Young Master Tran staggered for a moment before steadying himself. Behind him suddenly appeared a golden lion with blazing red eyes. Young Master Tran sneered, you truly have many techniques. Jiang then laughed, it seems you have awakened a Dao soul. He thought to himself, after stepping from martial path into Dao realm, true Qi transforms into spiritual power. Those gifted by heaven awaken Dao souls. Dao souls are extremely mysterious, and their owners possess strength far beyond ordinary people. Young Master Tran did not wait and shouted an order, lion. If he had not continuously used forbidden arts, dealing with this kind would not require my Dao soul. After speaking, young Master Tran commanded the Dao soul to charge straight at Jiang then. Jiang then responded calmly, so what if you have a Dao soul, you have a Dao soul, I have forbidden arts. Young Master Tran was startled. He still has another forbidden art. His mind was in turmoil. Such domineering forbidden arts are usually controlled by great forces, yet Jiang then knows so many. Without time to think further, young Master Tran and the Dao soul rushed at Jiang then together. Jiang then remained calm, observing every change. Then he wielded the might of the Star River to counterattack young Master Tran. Jiang then's gaze turned sharp and fierce like a blade. Miserable scream rang out. Young Master Tran collapsed. Young Master La cried out in tears, cousin. Young Master La stared in panic. His mind blank, impossible, how could cousin lose? He trembled as he approached young Master Tran. Young Master La cried and asked, how are you? Jiang then sat down and placed his hand on the ground, sensing inwardly, at this realm merely activating forbidden arts consumes too much. He raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, Jiang then turned to the La brothers, his voice icy cold. You have lost this match. Listen carefully. The inheritance of the divine sense is not something you are fit to dream of. Jiang then placed a hand on his chest, thinking to himself, the Dao realm with a Dao soul is indeed extraordinary. Tran Thiu Chu was severely wounded, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He weakly said, you are worthy of the inheritance of the divine sense. Suddenly, Tran Thiu Chu noticed something and stared with widened eyes. He shouted, be careful. Someone is attacking from behind Jiang then. Sensing danger, Jiang then immediately turned his head. Before he could react, he was struck heavily. Tran Thiu Chu and La Thiu Chu watched in shock. The masked man swung his blade and stabbed straight toward Jiang then's chest. He laughed smugly. Jiang then, this time you are certainly dead. Jiang then clenched his arm with all his strength. their gazes locked without breaking. At that moment, Bok Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu rushed over shouting, "Master, boss." Bok Fong and Gu immediately charged at the masked man. He angrily shouted, "You despicable coward, get away from me." The masked man turned around and exclaimed in shock, "Bok Fong and Gu." Jiang then still held him tightly, not letting him escape. Bok Fong and Gu delivered a fierce kick to his body, knelt down in pain, still gritting his teeth as he said, "Jiang then, you are certainly dead." After saying that, he fled. Bok Fong and Gu stomped her foot in anger. Damn it. He escaped. Jiang Lu ran to Jiang then while crying, blaming himself. "It is all because I came late." Jiang then replied painfully, "Jiang Lu, the Dark Pavilion has targeted me for a long time. This is not your fault." Bok Fong and Gu hurriedly asked, "Master, how are you?" Jiang then gasped and replied, "Take me back to the sect first. There is poison on the blade." Jiang then thought to himself, "If the poison is not removed in time, I fear this life will be hard to keep." Hearing this, Jiang Lu immediately nodded and said, "All right, boss. Let us return to the sect." Bok Fong and Gu, with tearful eyes, softly responded, "Yes." Right after that, Bok Fong and Gu carried Jiang then away. Before leaving, she shot a reproachful glance at the Tran brothers. "This is all because of you two. If anything happens to my master, Bok De City will spare no cost to wage war against Thien Hatine Tran." Tran Thiu Chu cried out in alarm upon hearing this. Bok De City, the daughter of the White Emperor Bok Fong and Gu. She came to this remote place and even took Tran Jiang as her master. Just who exactly is Tran Jiang? In the freezing night rain, the three of them gritted their teeth and left through the downpour. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Stop right there." Dean Lo stepped forward, his voice cold. "Do you think Back Min Academy is a place you can come and go as you please?" In his heart, Dean Lo calculated. The news about the man in black was indeed true. Tran Jiang has truly met with misfortune. As long as we keep him in the academy, he will surely die. Then who would still care about rising on the Four Directions ranking? Seeing there was no time to waste, Bok Fong and Gu angrily shouted, "All of you get out of my way." Dean Lo replied coldly, "You are outer court disciples. Without my permission, do not even dream of leaving." Soon as he finished speaking, thunder suddenly roared across the sky. Bok Fong and Gu immediately handed Jiang then to Jiang Lu and sternly instructed, "Jiang Lu, take good care of master." Jiang Lu quickly supported him and replied, "I will rely on you." After that, Bok Fong and Gu cast a sharp gaze at Dean Lo's group. "I will clear a path to take master back to the sect. Die for me." As soon as she spoke, Bok Fong and Gu activated her formation and attacked straight at them. A violent gale howled up in an instant. Seeing this, Dean Lo angrily shouted, "Bok Fong and Gu, you are truly arrogant. Do you think I fear you? Attack." In his mind, he sneered coldly, "I have long prepared a way to deal with this." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of Back Min Academy immediately scattered. He quickly formed a barrier to block Bok Fong and Gu's attack. Bok Fong and Gu roared, "Even with preparations, you still dare to block me. Are you tired of living? If anything happens to my master, Bok De City will march its army to your gates." Dean Lo only gave a faint smile upon hearing this. "Your Bok De City is indeed imposing." Without further words, Bok Fong and Gu executed Thien Haiyan Art, Ice Manifestation, and launched a direct counterattack. Thousands of sharp ice shards shot fiercely toward Back Min Academy. Dean Lo shouted in panic, "Bok Fong and Gu, your courage is truly not small. Back Min Academy a place for you to run wild. Today none of you will leave." After speaking, Dean Lo struck out with a palm aimed straight at Bok Fong and Gu. Bok Fong and Gu's face turned pale as she thought to herself, "Master, your disciple can barely hold on." At that moment, a gigantic hand appeared and gently blocked the attack for her. The great elder stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Enough. This matter ends here. Elder Lo, follow me to the Hall of Discipline." Hearing this, Elder Lo suddenly recalled the terrifying scene from years ago. Disciples of Back Min Academy had once knelt in despair begging for mercy. Elder Lo trembled inwardly. The Hall of Discipline has always been a place one enters but never leaves. Thinking of this, Elder Lo collapsed to his knees in terror and begged, "No, great elder, I know I was wrong. I do not want to enter the Hall of Discipline." Seeing this, Bok Fong and Gu hurried over to support Jiang then. "If anything happens to my master, you can prepare to pay with your lives." Elder Lo fearfully kowtowed, "Miss Bok, I was wrong. Miss Bok, please say a few good words for me. I am already old. I fear I cannot enter the Hall of Discipline." Ignoring the pleas, Bok Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu quickly escorted Jiang then away. Everyone felt heavy, with worry over Jiang then's condition. At this moment the poison had already spread. Jiang then weakly opened his eyes. Bok Fong and Gu cried out in panic, "Jiang then, hold on, you must not die." Not long after, the group returned to Tone Tun Jiao. Reporting Jiang then, Bok Fong and Gu said anxiously, "Master, endure a little longer. I will find Dong Tang to refine an antidote pill." Jiang then softly replied, "Help me onto the sect master throne." Hearing this, Bok Fong and Gu helped him sit on the chair and nervously asked, "Is this all right?" Jiang then sat upright on the throne and and focused his mind to regulate his breathing. Bok Fong and Gu turned to Jiang Lu and instructed, "I will fetch more pills. You stay and protect Master." Jiang Lu quickly replied, "All right." Jiang then thought to himself, "This poison can devour both spiritual energy and flesh. It is extremely overbearing. Fortunately, before becoming a god in the past, I refined this throne." He activated 10,000-year cold snow and placed one hand on the armrest of the throne. His other hand rested on the opposite side, borrowing the power of cold snow to heal his injuries. Jiang then murmured inwardly, 10,000-year cold snow freezes all things. Vermilion bird blood burns everything. When the two forces merge, yin and yang harmonize, they are enough to neutralize all things in the world. Thinking of this, Jiang then's eyes turned icy cold as he said in a low voice, "Dark Pavilion, I will remember this death." At this moment, Bok Fong and Gu hurriedly ran over. "Hurry, he is here, quickly examine him." Jiang then let out a helpless long breath. Bok Fong and Gu exclaimed in shock, The poison has been neutralized." Her entire body trembled with joy. She said emotionally, "Master is fine now, this is truly wonderful." Jiang then smiled and replied, "Yes, a few days of rest will suffice. This poison could not take my life. Fong and Gu, you have worked hard today, go back and rest." Bok Fong and Gu replied tearfully, "It is good that you are well. In the future, do not risk yourself like that again. I was very worried." After speaking, she turned and left, raising her hand to wipe away her tears. Jiang then called out in a deep voice, "Dong Tang, Lao Sun, you two stay. I have matters to assign." Jiang then asked Dong Tang, "Are there many pills stored in the alchemy room?" Dong Tang quickly replied, "A great many. Every day besides studying the Tao of alchemy under your guidance, we also practice. There is quite a surplus." Jiang then said with interest, "Take all those pills to recruit troops and gather cultivators at the Tao realm and above." Dong Tang asked in confusion, "What does Grandmaster intend to do?" Jiang then lightly patted his shoulder, "Just do as I say, remember, keep it absolutely secret. I will disguise you. This time caution comes first." Dong Tang's appearance immediately changed. He nodded and replied, "Understood." Jiang then turned to instruct Lao Sun, "Lead people near Than Van Town and secretly set up formations to surround the entire Hak Van Inn." Lao Sun asked curiously, "Hak Van Inn, do you have a grudge against them?" Jiang then replied coldly, "It is more than a grudge. I nearly lost my life there. Later I will disguise you. Be careful when setting up the formation. Do not expose anything." Lao Sun thought to himself, "If Grandmaster encounters trouble, our path in formations will likely be cut off." After thinking this, he gritted his teeth and said, "This grudge must be avenged." Jiang then took out a banner and handed it to Lao Sun, carefully instructing him, "Arrange everything according to this formation diagram." Lao Sun immediately replied, "Rest assured, I guarantee it will be done flawlessly." At this moment, the white-haired man stood quietly outside and heard everything, unable to suppress his doubts about what was truly going on. Jiang then stood alone and muttered, "You people of the Dark Pavilion are truly persistent, sending people again and again to kill me, never knowing fatigue." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jiang then's mood boiled, his face gradually turning cold and frightening. The white-haired man approached and cautiously asked, "You are telling them to deal with the Dark Pavilion. What if this news leaks out?" Jiang then turned to look at him and calmly replied, "Why are you worrying about this? You came back at the right time. There is another matter to handle." The white-haired man was startled and asked, "What else is there?" Jiang then answered coldly and succinctly, "Revenge. Those who dared issue a bounty on me. Besides the three-sex alliance, Bat Fuang Mon and Tin Kim Tong, who else could it be? Do you think I only plan to level a branch of the Dark Pavilion? Those three sects, I have no intention of letting them off either." Hearing this, the white-haired man said, "Among those three sects, Tin Kim Tong is slightly stronger. The other two are nothing to fear." Jiang then gave a faint smile and replied, "That is right. But relying only on Tone Tun Jio is still not enough. Can you call more people from the demon sect?" The white-haired man stroked his chin, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "This matter." Seeing his hesitation, Jiang then continued, "This is the inheritance of the sunset demon god. Can you summon the demon sect now?" Hearing that, he widened his eyes and shouted, "The inheritance of the sunset demon god. I am the great elder of the demon sect. Calling a few people here is nothing difficult. Fine, I can do it." Jiang then waved his hand and replied, "Go, the faster the better, the stronger the better." In his heart he calculated, "In a few days I will raise my cultivation to the origin realm. Once I complete the origin armor technique, my foundation will be as solid as a rock. At that time, even those in the Tao realm will not be able to do anything to me." 3 days later, sudden cries rang out, "Master Tin Kim Tong, save me." Hearing this, Jiang then was startled and turned to look. Thought to himself, "This is bad. Tin Kim Tong truly deserves death." Sensing trouble, Jiang then immediately stepped outside. He said loudly, "Since you are so eager to seek death, I will grant your wish." On the other side, Bok Fong and Gu was so furious that she sprang up. "What boss went out alone? No one knows where Master went. The assassins of the Dark Pavilion are still lurking. How could Master dare to go alone? Lao Sun quickly replied, when I finished my task and returned to the sect, I seemed to see Grandmaster heading toward Tin Kim Tong. Dong Tang also nodded. That is right, I saw it too. Grandmaster has a grudge with Tin Kim Tong. Going there now may not be good. Bok Fong and Gu immediately said, I will go ahead to check. You gather people and follow. Everyone answered in unison, understood, and she left at once. Outside the mountain gate of Tin Kim Tong, their group was already waiting. At the same time, Jiang then had just arrived. The leader laughed loudly. Jiang, then you finally came. Attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of Tin Kim Tong rushed forward together to attack Jiang then. Cold gazes locked onto him. Jiang then showed no fear, only calmly observing. He easily dodged each strike and shook his head in disdain. Such petty tricks, and you think they can trouble me? Saying that, he struck out with a palm toward the leader. The attack was too sudden for the opponent to react. He was instantly severely wounded. Wang Hin, standing nearby, angrily shouted, Jiang then, you dare cause trouble in my Tin Kim Tong and seriously injure an elder. Are you tired of living? Jiang then landed lightly on the ground, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Captured my man, was that not forcing me to come to Tin Kim Tong? Now that I am here, say what you want. A man beside him pointed and sneered. Jiang then, you admit the great elder of the demon sect is your man, you demonic cultivator, obediently accept death. Jiang then could not be bothered with words, and directly activated divine power. With one palm strike, that man was sent flying before he could react, blood spraying from his mouth. Without stopping, Jiang then seized his throat and said coldly, too talkative, I have spared you many times, yet you repeatedly plotted against me, and still dare show your face here. Duong Hin shouted in panic, what are you doing? Release my sect's disciple. That man struggled to speak. Good and evil cannot coexist. You are demonic, I am righteous, I despise you. Do you think you are worthy of sparing me? In his mind he thought, all the sect's combat strength is here. Jiang then surely would not dare act rashly. Jiang then laughed, even beasts know gratitude. You are not even equal to a beast. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. That man screamed in fear, release me. Duong Hin rushed forward and shouted, stop. But it was too late. Jiang then snapped his neck and he died instantly. After finishing, Jiang then gave a faint smile. Such an ungrateful wretch. Not worthy of living in this world. Duong Hin angrily charged at Jiang then. He roared, Jiang then, I will kill you. Jiang then calmly said, I give you two choices. One, release Ma Thin Han, and I will give you a path to live. Two, today I will wipe out Tin Kim Tong and personally take him away. Duong Hin drew his sword and shouted, you dare force us to choose, coming alone to Tin Kim Tong. The one who should choose is you. How do you wish to die? After speaking, he signaled all the disciples to charge. The disciples of Tin Kim Tong fiercely rushed forward, shouting, Jiang then, accept death, demonic cultivator. Jiang then laughed strangely, in such a hurry to die, I will indulge you. Suddenly an arrow shot through Jiang then's body. Duong Hin laughed proudly, knowing you are skilled in talismans, how could we not prepare? Jiang then glanced at it and replied coldly, so what if you break my defensive talisman? Today you all certainly dead. A terrifying surge of power suddenly erupted from his body, causing the others to stare in horror. Duong Hin said with emotion, you know talismans and barriers. If you were a disciple of my Tin Kim Tong, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, today you are only a dead man. After speaking, he swung his sword straight at Jiang then. Jiang then smiled disdainfully. Fight, words are useless. He immediately executed Dark Sky Dance. His movement technique was swift as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he swept away the entire group. Without stopping, Jiang then activated Blaze like fire and unleashed a fierce strike that defeated Duong Hin, causing Duong Hin's eyes to widen in disbelief. He stammered, impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, the people of Tin Kim Tong had also rushed over, shouting fiercely as soon as they arrived, Vice Elder, kill Jiang then, this demonic cultivator must die. Jiang then only gave a faint smile upon hearing this. What do you think you can do to me? Immediately after, Jiang then executed Mountain-like Han, defending while counterattacking the people of Tin Kim Tong. He continued by activating the might of the galaxy. Jiang then's body immediately underwent a distinct transformation. Seeing this scene, that man angrily shouted, Jiang then, before absolute strength, your martial skills are nothing but a joke. Everyone quickly assist me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang then immediately condensed a spiritual sword and slashed down. In an instant, a colossal dragon appeared behind Jiang then. The two sides stood facing each other, simultaneously taking stances ready for battle. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out. The people of Tin Kim Tong were blasted dozens of meters away. Seeing this, they cried out in panic. The sect master is dead. Jiang then coldly added, none of you will escape either. Hearing that, the disciples of Tin Kim Tong retreated in fear, trembling and shouting demon. Jiang then's face was so cold it sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, a man launched a sneak attack on Jiang then from behind, catching him off guard and severely injuring him at once. Jiang then raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile, So this is your so-called righteous sect. Those people burst into mocking laughter. In battle, there is no need for methods. Did your mother not teach you? Who would have thought that for a mere dog of the demon sect you would dare come here to die? Just a cheap mortal life daring to oppose all of Tin Kim Tong. He is already badly injured. Kill him quickly. Jiang then, today you are certainly dead. Kill Jiang then first, then conveniently wipe out Tone Tun Jiao as well. Kill. An image suddenly flashed through Jiang then's mind. It was the scene of Ma Thin Han being cruelly tortured. Do not go, or you will be struck to death by tribulation lightning. Is he someone you are worthy to touch? Seeing that scene, Jiang then clenched his teeth tightly. His hands rapidly formed seals, a violent aura erupting from his body. Jiang then roared in fury, my people are not someone you are allowed to insult. The people of Tin Kim Tong panicked. The aura on him was too familiar. Could it be a forbidden technique? Just how many forbidden techniques does he possess? Using them consecutively like this, how can his cultivation endure it? Even cracks appeared on his body. Jiang then opened his eyes, the forbidden technique complete. 3,000 nether gates burst forth from the ground. Streams of blood energy shot straight into the sky, knocking people down one by one. A man struggled to raise his sword and shouted, "Brat, are you seeking death?" Jiang then, stop now, do not bring about a catastrophe. Jiang then sneered coldly, this so-called righteous sect only has this little ability. You cannot even protect your own mountain gate. Suddenly, Jiang then's eyes narrowed slightly. A streak of blue aura surged forward. He immediately recognized it, archers. Archers who enter the Tao through martial arts, mainly cultivating spirit and using bows as weapons, able to take lives from hundreds of miles away. At this moment on the mountain, a group of archers simultaneously drew their bows at him, shouting, Jiang then, you destroyed the mountain gate of my Tin Kim Tong. I will tear you to pieces. As soon as the words fell, they released their arrows together. Jiang then immediately moved to evade. In his heart he cursed, truly unlucky to encounter archers at this time. Continuously using forbidden techniques had weakened both his body and soul, yet he still had to face these archers, but my 36 drops of essence blood were not refined for nothing. Thinking this, he let out a cold smile. Jiang then clasped his hands together as if about to unleash a supreme move and slowly said, this is still not enough. It was unclear what forbidden technique he executed, but the wounds on his body and even the bloodstains gradually closed. He suddenly glared. A golden leaf enveloped his entire body, blocking all the arrows of the archers. After defending, Jiang then immediately shifted to counterattack. Forbidden technique, true 3,000 palace life gate. Blazing flames erupted, condensing into a colossal seal that crashed down with a roar. As if to crush everything, the people of Tin Kim Tong cried out miserably, save us. A man buried beneath a massive rock still struggled and shouted, save me. Those fortunate enough to evade were also heavily injured. Shouting an accusation, Jiang then, you killed so many from Tin Kim Tong. Are you not afraid of retribution, you demon? At this moment, Jiang then coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He wiped the blood and said with a cold smile, if the one dying today were me, would you speak of retribution? Cultivation is defying the heavens. Retribution is merely an excuse of the weak. A Tin Kim Tong disciple trembled and pointed while cursing. You will not die a good death. Jiang then paid no attention and spread his hand, shouting, hand Ma Thin Han over. I will let you die with your bodies intact, otherwise. At that moment, Ma Thin Han's voice rang out, Master. Jiang then was immediately shaken. Turned to look. Ma Thin Han was tightly bound and dragged forward by a man escorting him. Ma Thin Han shouted, Master, I am only a servant. You need not risk your life for me. Leave quickly. They have invited a powerhouse beyond the Tao realm. If this continues, you will die. Jiang then replied calmly, a servant is also a person. I only know that you are my person. If we leave together. If we stay together. Hearing this, Ma Thin Han wept in anguish as memories surged. I once thought of resisting, but I never imagined you would risk your life for me. If today we leave alive, I, Ma Thin Han, swear to devote myself wholeheartedly to you. Jiang then ordered coldly, release him. The escorting man sneered, such a touching master-servant bond, but do you think I cannot see through it? You no longer have the strength to fight. After speaking, he unleashed his full power. Let us die together. Jiang then gave a bitter smile. The 36 drops of essence blood were nearly burned out. He could no longer recover quickly. Could it be that today he truly could not save Ma Thin Han, just as he was about to give up? A barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the opponent's attack. Bok Fong and Gu appeared, gritting her teeth as she shouted, my master is not someone you can touch. Immediately after, Lao Sun, Dong Tang, and the people of Tone Tun Jiao descended one after another, seeing corpses strewn everywhere. Dong Tang was horrified. What is going on? Tin Kim Tong is almost wiped out. The entire sect reduced to ruins. Was all this done by Grandmaster alone? A surviving Tin Kim Tong disciple gritted his teeth. Jiang then already has reinforcements, damn it. Why have the people of Vo Kak not arrived yet? Bok Fong and Gu turned and reproached. Why did you go alone? Do you know how worried I was? Jiang then smiled and replied, because I was not certain of victory, I feared death. But I fear even more the death of those by my side. I do not want to see everyone injured. Hearing this, Bok Fong and Gu immediately declared coldly, whoever dares let you die, I will destroy that person, so what if it is Tin Kim Tong? Today I will level this Tin Kim Tong with you. You dared injure my master, you all must die. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately attacked. At that moment a voice rang out, stop. Immediately after, a surge of spiritual energy like a vortex appeared, directly dispersing all of Fong and Gu's immortal spiritual power. Bok Fong and Gu was forced to her knees. Jiang then quickly knelt to support her. Sensing that aura, his expression immediately turned grave. This is a martial master, not only Fong and Gu. When that person stepped forward, everyone was forced to kneel by the pressure. One who appeared was Dak Ko Luthan. He stood high above and looked down at Jiang then, coldly declaring, you deserve to die. Jiang then held Fong and Gu and looked up to retort, are you the reinforcements of Tin Kim Tong? Without asking the reason or distinguishing right from wrong, you already wish to kill me. Truly domineering. Dak Ko Luthan looked at the ruins of Tin Kim Tong, inwardly astonished. This boy relied solely on himself to annihilate an entire sect. Thinking of the day he would fully mature, just imagining it made him swallow hard. Dak Ko Luthan frowned and said coldly, I was entrusted to protect Tin Kim Tong. You have touched Tin Kim Tong, so you must die. After speaking, he clenched his fist and charged down at Jiang then with extreme speed. Bok Fong and Gu immediately glared and cursed. Who gave you the courage to touch my master? She stood up and raised her hand to block the strike, but the opponent was a martial master. She was no match at all. In just an instant, she suffered internal injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Jiang then hurriedly caught her and anxiously called, Fong and Gu, are you all right? He forced the circulation of all 36 drops of essence blood. Recover quickly. Dak Ko Luthan withdrew his hand and sneered, you two are truly deeply attached, then I will send you off together. His fist like a fatal pair struck down. At that moment Bok Fong and Gu suddenly opened her eyes. He took out the white emperor token and held it straight before him. The token shone, Fong and Gu sternly warned, I am Bok Fong and Gu, daughter of the city lord of Bokta City. You dare kill my master. Will exterminate your entire clan. Jiang then was stunned and softly called Fong and Gu. Dak Ko Luthan was also startled. The super first-rate force Bokta City, the city lord's daughter. How could such a figure appear in this place? Must this matter truly be let go? He stood still, his aura turning cold and oppressive. Jiang then supported Fong and Gu and retreated. Dak Ko Luthan struggled inwardly. Before Bokta City, a martial master like him was merely an ant, but matters had reached this point. If he did not proceed, he would still have to, as long as everyone here was killed. Bokta City would never find me. Thinking this, he revealed a malicious smile. Jiang then saw that expression and immediately understood. He truly had killing intent. Dak Ko Luthan slowly gathered spiritual power and said, Miss Bok, our ManhwaCapped maintains order across the continent and governs the sects. We will never allow Jiang then to act as he pleases. Give me, he charged forward again. Bok Fong and Gu immediately shielded Jiang then and urged, Master, he does not dare hurt me, go quickly. Jiang then released her hand, stepped forward and said, my people, no one may touch them. Hypocritical righteousness. If you want to fight, I will see it through. Fong and Gu cried out in alarm, Master. Jiang then clasped his hands and began forming seals. Glow gradually appeared on his forehead. Forbidden technique. All beings equal. Spiritual energy surged forth and enveloped Jiang then's entire body. Dak Ko Luthan widened his eyes in shock. What forbidden technique is this? In the blink of an eye, it raised his cultivation to the martial master realm. But even at the same realm, do you think I fear you? He roared and lunged with a punch. Jiang then blocked it with a single finger and said coldly, I hold the authority. You want to kill me? Are you worthy? As he spoke, a surge from his hand blasted into Dak Ko Luthan. He staggered back and spat blood in horror. Your forbidden technique is this powerful. After I kill you, all your forbidden techniques belong to me. He steadied himself and prepared his ultimate move. Below, Bok Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu called out in worry, Master Boss. Jiang then raised his hand and chanted, Today my people, none shall die, divine banner cloud and rain dual forms descend. A gigantic hand appeared above Dak Ko Luthan and smashed down. Had no time to resist and could only stare in panic and shout, What level is this martial skill? Wait. Jiang then gave no chance. The hand slammed him into the ground, drawing out a painful scream. Fresh blood flowed. Lying beneath, he clenched his fists, unwilling to accept. I lost. How could I be defeated by someone in the origin realm? Jiang then slowly approached. Dak Ko Luthan cried out in fear. Jiang then, I am from Vo-Kak. You dare touch me without fearing Vo-Kak's revenge. Jiang then folded his arms and replied coldly, Vo-Kak, let them come. When my Tone-Tun Gyro dominates the martial god continent, what will Vo-Kak amount to? After speaking, he turned back to Bok Fong and said, Fong, let us go. She nodded. Before leaving, Jiang then left a sentence, you are not yet worthy for me to kill. Now on my Tone-Tun Gyro will restore its former glory. If Vo-Kak dares to obstruct, I will destroy them one by one. Dak Ko Lu Than struggled to stand, wiped the blood, and did not dare say another word. The people of Tone-Tun Gyro rejoiced. Jiang then declared, Tin Kim Tong is destroyed. Next is the Alliance Council. After walking some distance, his body suddenly swayed. Fong hurriedly supported him, Master. Jiang then said with difficulty, go quickly. Bok Fong was extremely worried, but still nodded. Before long, Jiang then's breathing grew heavier. His eyes drooped. This is bad. I cannot hold on. Under Fong panicked gaze, he slowly collapsed. He immediately knelt and held him, sobbing, Master. The others hurried over. Dong Tang quickly checked his pulse. Dong Tang's face turned pale with shock. He said the essence blood is exhausted. The body nearly shattered. Even the spiritual force is about to dry up. Lao Sun anxiously asked, is he beyond saving? Bok Fong cried soundlessly. Jiang Lu also knelt and held him, sobbing, impossible, boss cannot have anything happen. At this moment, Ma Thinhan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, perhaps I have a way to save him. I'll take him back to the demon sect, return truly to the demon sect. As soon as the sect disciples saw Ma Thinhan, they hurriedly reminded him, the great elder has returned to the sect. The sect master is searching for you everywhere. Ma Thinhan did not argue and immediately acted. He raised his hand and broke the seal of the forbidden hall. The red-haired man cried out in alarm, Great Elder, this is the forbidden land of the demon sect. Only the sect master may enter. Ma Thinhan broke the restriction and said coldly, I will bear all consequences. Even if it costs my life, I will not say more. He placed Jiang then into the blood pool and ordered that this place be sealed. No one was allowed to disturb it. The guard still hesitated. He thought to himself, the blood pool was created from rare heavenly treasures mixed with the blood of a dark phoenix. Though it could remake one's body, its killing aura was terrifying. Could this person endure it? Ma Thinhan said in a deep voice, I believe he will endure. He absolutely cannot leave like this. After speaking, he turned and left. He added, I will seek the sect master to plead guilty. You take good care of him. The two guards knelt and replied, we obey, Great Elder. Jiang then's body gradually sank into the blood pool. Stains on his body slowly faded away. With the help of the blood pool, his body gradually regained vitality. Suddenly, a red phoenix flew over and lightly pecked his forehead. Jiang then slowly opened his eyes, a familiar sensation flooding back. The surrounding scene gradually became clear. At that moment, a mocking voice sounded, Brat, it is you. Did you not become a god and live freely in the 9 heavens? Why are you sneaking back here? Brat, were you not so formidable? Now you rely on this king's blood to live again. Only then did Jiang then fully regain consciousness. He held his head and sat up. Seeing the bald bird chained nearby, he snapped, once you wake up, I will be your life-saving benefactor. Saying this, the bird coughed several times, grumbled, you used up all my feathers, I am freezing to death. Jiang then stared at it in shock and called, Tiu Yu. He stepped forward and asked, Tiu Yu, why are you here? The bird angrily cursed, what Tiu Yu, get lost? This king is Ku Yu Hong. Who in this world dares call me that, and you still dare ask? If back then you had not gone to seek the blazing underworld soil, and suppressed me as a mount, and when you ascended and faced the tribulation and nearly died, you would not have conveniently sealed me as well. Jiang then forced a smile and explained, I did that to protect you, to let you heal. Ku Yu Hong angrily retorted, then why did you not make the seal stronger? Cried and complained, do you know the seal was broken by others? I was turned into a reservoir of essence blood for the demon sect. Look, the essence blood is almost drained. Even my feathers are nearly gone. Jiang then broke into a sweat, quickly dressed and stepped out of the blood pool saying, this was only an accident, do not be afraid. I will negotiate with the demon sect. Ku Yu Hong roared angrily, Brat, do not run, get back here. He reassured, do not worry, I will definitely rescue you. Just then Ma Thinhan returned after pleading guilty, holding a basket of fruit and saying, Master, I came to visit you. Before he could finish speaking, his collar was grabbed by Jiang then. He pulled him and ran quickly. Ma Thinhan asked in panic, Master, are you well already? Jiang then smiled and replied, well enough. I do not like soaking in chicken blood. Hearing that, Ku Yu Hong's eyes turned red with anger as it gritted its teeth. Old man, this is phoenix blood, the blood of me, Ku Yu Hong. Ma Thinhan stared at it and asked, there is a chicken in the blood pool. What kind of chicken is that? It does not look very tasty. Ku Yu Hong felt doubly wounded and shouted, you are the chicken. I am the sovereign among phoenixes. Outside, Jiang then adjusted his clothes and ordered, enough, stop arguing. My body has recovered. Return to the sect and gather all forces. attack the Alliance Council and bat Fuang Mon. Ma Thin Han knelt to receive the command. Jiang then added, I will meet your sect master and say a few words. It will not take long. Ma Thin Han left. At that moment a voice sounded. How interesting. Jiang then immediately sensed an aura approaching. The sect master of the demon sect asked from behind, I heard you wanted to see me. What is the matter? Jiang then looked at him and could not help but be surprised. With strength like yours, you chose to live in seclusion. He cupped his hands and said, regarding the blood pool, thank you for helping me. I owe you a favor. If the demon sect faces trouble in the future, come to Ton Tun Jio and I will act. The demon sect master was surprised upon hearing this. He smiled and asked, the demon sect has secluded itself for years and no longer cares for conflict. How could we encounter disaster? Jiang then smiled and replied, I hope so only. The bald chicken in the blood pool, may I take it with me? Demon sect master crossed his arms and said sternly, you have discovered it. Ku Yu Hong is the foundation of the demon sect. Do not be greedy. Jiang then rubbed his nose and offered, I will exchange divine inheritances and martial skills for it. What do you say? After speaking, the air between them fell silent. After a while, the demon sect master angrily kicked him out and scolded. Releasing Ku Yu Hong is no different from destroying the demon sect's foundation. Moreover, we possess the inheritance of the demon Dao patriarch Deep Thien Thur. We do not need your concern. Jiang then could only think helplessly. At least it is not dead yet. He then stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and left the forbidden land of the demon sect. As he walked, he thought, I heard demon god Deep Thien Thur in the 9 heavens was killed by the bright main god. Forget it. The Alliance Council, Bat Fuang Mon, and the bounty for assassination through the Dark Pavilion. It is time to settle accounts. The demon sect master still stood there watching, pondering. The demon god inheritance has never been taken away. Where did that Jiang then obtain it? Or is it his own inheritance? Interesting. Perhaps this boy is the variable that will shift the situation. Jiang then arrived at the Alliance Council. The ground was already covered with corpses. He smiled inwardly. It seems Ma Thin Han was faster than I thought. At the Alliance Council Square, Bok Fong Ngu and Ton Tun Jio were in a difficult situation, jointly besieged by the Alliance and Bat Fuang Mon. The Alliance Council President sneered, I thought you were formidable. You cannot even break the protective formation. The Bat Fuang Mon master mocked. So you only have petty tricks. I wasted effort pretending weakness to lure you in. Bok Fong Ngu held her wound with one hand and clenched the other as she demanded. Despicable villains. Without laying traps, how could you match Ton Tun Jio? Ma Thin Han Yen Jiang said, merely filthy tactics to prolong your last breath. What is there to be proud of? Jiang then is about to arrive. How long can you remain smug? The Alliance Council President laughed loudly. What is Jiang then? Merely an Origin Realm cultivator. Is he worth fearing? If he dares come, I will kill him. The Bat Fuang Mon master suggested. Fellow Taoist, no need for more words. Seize that woman. Such a beauty cannot be left for that brat alone. Bok Fong Ngu shouted, you dare. The Alliance Council President laughed obscenely, reaching out and saying, why would I not dare? Let me see your figure. After destroying Ton Tun Jio, I will slowly enjoy you. Bok Fong Ngu's clothes were torn. She hugged herself in panic and cried no. But the two perverts did not stop, continuing to use spiritual power to force her hands away. The two looked and laughed, making filthy comments and planning to have her serve them at night. They humiliated Fong Ngu like this. At that moment, a powerful beam of light descended from above and shattered everything. Jiang then held Bok Fong Ngu in his arms, his palm igniting with flame as he said coldly, Ton Tun Jio Jiang then. After speaking, he hurled the flame toward the Alliance Council and Bat Fuang Mon. Their protective barrier shattered instantly. Two sect masters were horrified and cried out. Jiang then, he set Bok Fong Ngu down and gently comforted, do not be afraid. Your master is here. No one will hurt you again. Fong Ngu blushed and called emotionally, Master. Jiang then turned to the crowd and sneered, is this your righteous path? Ma Thin Han spoke, Master. They colluded with Tin Kim Tong to place a bounty through the Dark Pavilion to assassinate you. And now they dared offend Miss Bok. They must not be spared. Jiang then's eyes turned icy as his sharp voice rang out, of course. After speaking, he raised his hand and halted the formation. Talismans appeared from nowhere in waves. He declared coldly, today none will survive. The Bat Fuang Mon master roared in anger. A mere Origin Realm cultivator dares boast. I do not know what evil method you used to break the formation, but cultivation realm is not decoration. If you dare come, I will send you off first, then it will be your woman's turn. He and the Alliance Council President charged together. Jiang then only sneered in open disdain. The talismans shot out at his will. The talismans instantly surrounded the two like an iron cage. The Alliance Council President turned pale and cried, forbidden barrier technique. The Bat Fuang Mon master frowned in doubt. You also know forbidden techniques. Jiang then raised his hand and wrote the word open. His voice icy, you two die. The forbidden technique activated. Countless blazing fire arrows shot toward the two elders. Two hurriedly gathered energy to form shields. The Bat Fuangmon master even sneered. I thought it was impressive. A few fire arrows dare try to kill me. Before he finished speaking, the fire arrows pierced through both of their defenses. The Alliance Council president cried in panic. What technique is this? Why is my defense useless? The Bat Fuangmon master trembled and begged. I was wrong, do not kill me. It was too late. The fire arrows pierced straight through their heads, killing them without a final word. The remaining disciples stared wide-eyed, sweat pouring as they stammered. Dead, even Dao Realm cultivators are dead. Scattered in all directions, crying and begging as they fled. Do not kill me, this has nothing to do with me. Jiang then turned toward Ton Tun Jiao. Jiang Luli cheered joyfully. Boss returning is truly wonderful. Dong Tang also sighed in relief. It is good that Grandmaster is safe. Jiang then ordered the 3 great sects are destroyed. Immediately seize all their assets and store them in Ton Tun Jiao. Everyone accepted the order. He continued, Dong Tang, Lao Sun, follow me to Than Van Town. At this moment the screen darkened. Omuk came to report, Master, the area around Hak Van Inn is empty. Do you truly wish to do this? Jiang then nodded firmly. Rest assured, they will not trace it to me. Withdraw and do not let anyone suspect you. Vomuk accepted the order. After that, Jiang then together with Dong Tang and Lao Sun set out for the Dark Pavilion. Dong Tang reported in a low voice, Grandmaster, the Dao Realm cultivators you told me to recruit are all assembled. Lao Sun added, the formation has been set. Jiang then covered his face and replied, very good. Jiang then strode straight into the Dark Pavilion branch. Today's grudges will be settled once and for all. Upon arrival, a fat man stepped out pretending to be friendly. What is your intention? Our Hak Van Inn only does small business and lives peacefully. Before he could finish, Jiang then exposed him. Since when do Dark Pavilion assassins conduct honest trade, the words peaceful living were thrown into the trash long ago. The fat man's face darkened. Knowing this is a Dark Pavilion branch, yet you still dare be arrogant. Jiang then smiled faintly because I have never regarded the Dark Pavilion as anything. As soon as he finished speaking, an assassin master appeared, eyes full of provocation. You've gone too far. Jiang then looked at him in slight surprise. An assassin master. After the Dao realm, cultivation will branch out. The martial path has martial masters. Formations have formation masters. There are also sword masters, barrier masters, and many other types. Among them, dark masters specialize in assassination. Unexpectedly, this small branch hall actually has a dark master guarding it. Lao Sun and Dong Tang are fundamentally no match. Jiang then immediately set up a barrier to protect the two of them. Dong Tang and Lao Sun still did not understand what was happening, Grandmaster. Jiang then said briefly, this battle, leave it to me. The Dark Master grew impatient, attacking as soon as he arrived, ignorant of life and death, daring to provoke the dignity of the Dark Pavilion. Give me your life, Jiang then replied coldly. I have never known what fear is. If you want to kill me, then think about whether you can survive first. 6-pointed star formation killed. As soon as the formation took shape, the people of the Dark Pavilion turned pale. A sword formation. They were beaten miserably. Blood splattered. Cries of pain rang out. What level formation is this? I am a martial master. Suddenly a streak of light brushed past Jiang Than's cheek. He remained calm. The Dark Master lunged forward and roared, how dare you? Jiang Than's face was cut and bleeding, yet he calmly mocked. Your companions are all dead, and you can still stand firm, truly cold-hearted. The Dark Master said smugly, do not provoke me. You have been struck by the Dark Pavilion's secret poison. Let me see how you maintain the sword formation. Jiang then sneered. The formation continued to operate. The Dark Master could not believe his eyes. Why has it not stopped yet? He glanced to the side, his face pale green. Jiang then said lightly, your poison is not strong enough for me. Each counterattack made the Dark Master taste more suffering. The 6-cloud star formation annihilated everything. None of the Dark Master's subordinates could hold on. He gnashed his teeth and roared, impossible. How did I get hit? Jiang then explained, because I deliberately let you mark me with blood. Before that I soaked in Xiaoyu's essence blood. The 9 nether imperial flame is within me. How could this little poison affect me? Only then did the Dark Master understand. But he still sneered, ridiculous. Think that way and you can keep me here. Jiang then began to move to finish him. He gave a cold smile and raised his hand to slap the Dark Master across the face, extinguishing that hateful grin. If not for the great dark heaven, how could such petty tricks deceive me? The Dark Master shouted unwillingly, how is this possible? Jiang then rose into the air and coldly announced, it is over, Dark Master. Cold sweat poured down the Dark Master as he said in panic, I cannot move. Jiang Than's face turned solemn as he unleashed a forbidden technique, Grace of Release. Dark Master screamed in despair, no. A blinding burst of light exploded. The Dark Master was destroyed. Jiang then collapsed exhausted to the ground, he thought to himself. Dark Masters are too strange. Without using fresh blood, it is hard to win. It is best not to use this forbidden technique again. The backlash struck, causing him to cough violently. Dong Tang and Lao Sun hurriedly asked about him. Jiang then coughed up blood yet still said, I can still be saved. Quickly call Ma Thin Han. Take me back to the demon sect. Dong Tang helped him up. Jiang then still nodded firmly. I can be saved. One day later at the demon sect, Jiang then soaked in the 9 Nether Emperor's essence blood and sighed comfortably. Being alive feels so good. The 9 Nether Emperor grumbled, do you take me for a bathtub? You go out to have fun without bringing me. Then come here when you are injured. Jiang then picked at his ear and shouted, what are you yelling for? I almost lost my life. The 9 Nether Emperor snorted coldly. I do not care. If you do not release me, then just stay here and wait for death. Jiang then smiled slyly. Death is even better. Once dead, I will stew you into a nourishing soup. 9 Nether Emperor immediately changed his tone. Wait, master sir. Are you planning to keep me locked here forever? Jiang then sighed. What choice do I have? Mok Iron refuses to release you. I cannot see through him either. The 9 Nether Emperor grew worried. What you cannot see through him either is his cultivation that high. Jiang then finished dressing and reassured, do not worry. I will not abandon you. It is just not the right time yet. The 9 Nether Emperor shouted angrily, get lost. Once outside, the demon sect master complained. Jiang then, do you take the demon sect's forbidden ground for a bathhouse? Jiang then replied calmly, even if I bathe it is a private bathhouse, not a public one. Jiang then handed over some gold to settle it. Everyone can use it. I will just pay. The demon sect accepted the gold and snorted softly. There will not be a next time. Jiang then immediately negotiated. Wait, look at its condition. It is about to fail. How about this? You release it. I will carefully raise it and periodically provide you with essence blood. After hearing this, the demon sect pondered and found it reasonable. Releasing it for free will not do. Right. Jiang then immediately understood that today Mac Iron appeared to set conditions. No matter what, Zio, you once lived and died with me, I must save it. Jiang then spoke directly, state your conditions. As long as you want it, I can agree. Demon sect revealed an interested smile. Anything is possible. I want the life of the pavilion master of the martial pavilion, Lam Lang Van Thien. Can you do it? The demon sect pondered. Back then my sect declined because of Lam Lang Van Thien. As long as he is not dead, my heart cannot rest. Jiang then heard this and guessed. So you want me, someone who has not even reached the Blade Realm, to kill him? Demon sect replied, of course not now. When you become stronger in the future, just a promise from you is enough. Because the martial pavilion is the one that manipulates the order of the continent. All sects, families, and inheritances must follow the rules of the martial pavilion and accept the control of Lam Lang Van Thien. I did not want to be bound, so I once sought out Lam Lang Van Thien. Jiang then pondered, even if the entire religion flourishes, it does not interfere with the overall situation. Lam Lang Van Thien is truly domineering. Jiang then continued to ask, and then demon sect continued. Afterward, the demon sect suffered a crushing defeat. I made a blood oath not to appear in the world. If I break the oath, the ancestor Deep Thien Thur in the 9th heaven will suffer backlash. Jiang then fell silent after hearing this. Jiang then hesitated and asked, after making the oath, have you ever broken it? The demon sect replied, for one disciple I acted once, but the blood oath did not rebound on me. Jiang then rubbed his head and thought, I remember that back then Deep Thien Thur seemed to suddenly be gravely injured, then was seized upon and killed by the god of light. It seems Mac Iron played a very deep game. Jiang then immediately refused the initial proposal. I do not kill without cause. Lam Lang Van Thien has no grievance with me. Why should I kill him? The demon sect persuaded. I heard from Ma Thin Han that you want to restore the flourishing era of the entire religion then. Sooner or later you will have to face the martial pavilion. You and Lam Lang Van Thien were born opposed. Moreover, you still want to save that bald chicken, Jiang then considered. Lam Lang Van Thien is domineering by nature and will certainly not allow the entire religion to rise. In that case, confrontation is inevitable. After thinking it through, Jiang then nodded. Fine, I accept this condition. The demon sect brought Jiang then inside. The 9 Nether Emperor is handed over to you. When I need spiritual blood, just give me a portion. Jiang then replied firmly, rest assured. With the 9 Nether Emperor, a bit of essence blood is nothing. The 9 Nether Emperor was overjoyed upon seeing Jiang then. The chains binding the 9 Nether Emperor were severed and turned into ashes. Laughed gleefully, finally free. Jiang then cupped his hands in thanks. I will take it away. Before he could finish speaking, the 9 Nether Emperor was already excitedly flying about. This king is finally free. Sky is vast for birds to fly. It shouted joyfully. Jiang then could only shake his head helplessly. Just as he was about to say farewell, the 9 Nether Emperor was taught a lesson by the demon venerable. It cried out in pain. The demon venerable scolded. Locked up for so long and you still do not know your place, just released and you already want to run. 9 Nether Emperor panicked. Heavens, what level has your cultivation reached? Demon venerable replied calmly. I have only just passed the 5 declines of heaven and man. Jiang then thought to himself, this man is about to become a god. No wonder the martial pavilion does not dare touch the demon sect. The demon venerable said, "The bird is given to you, take it away quickly. I will wait for you to grow and help me kill Lam Lang Van Thien." Jiang then nodded in agreement and left carrying the 9 Nether Emperor. The two sides parted here. The 9 Nether Emperor urged, "Let us go, let us go." Jiang then returned to the entire religion. As soon as he appeared, everyone rushed out to greet him. "Master, Grandmaster, Boss." Seeing the 9 Nether Emperor, Jiang Lu curiously exclaimed, "Boss, where did you get this bald chicken? Although cultivators transcend the mundane, we can still cook chicken to eat." The 9 Nether Emperor flew into a rage. "Where did this damned fatso come from?" Than then reported, "Sect Master, the Martial Pavilion has issued an order requiring you to go to Back Ko City to plead guilty." Jiang then stroked his chin so fast. "The world still belongs to the Martial Pavilion. I have to go." Ma Thin Than worried. "Previously you beat Ko Dok Lu Than until he was nearly dead. This time going will bring more ill than good." Jiang then remained calm. "He cannot do anything to me. In Than Van Town, the entire religion already dominates. I should also leave." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Is the Grandmaster leaving? Will the Sect Master no longer manage the entire religion? Jiang then placed his hand on Luke Than Than's shoulder. "I entrust the entire religion to you. The previous decline was not your fault. From now on, strive to lead it and revive the entire religion for me." Luke Than then had not yet spoken his worries, when Jiang then understood and transmitted power to him. "I pass on to you the 3,000 flame equilibrium art and the heaven-connecting divine record. Cultivate well and do not disgrace the name of the entire religion." Everyone's eyes widened. These are techniques surpassing the heaven tier. Jiang then also gave Dong Tang and Lao Sun 2 volumes recording the Tao of Alchemy and the Tao of Formations. If you comprehend them, you will be capable of standing at the top of the continent. The future of the entire religion depends on you. The two opened the books and were immediately shaken. "This is true Tao inheritance." Luke Than then hesitated. "This inheritance is too precious. Can I truly accept it?" Jiang then turned and left without another word. In this world, there is no banquet that does not end. Everyone watched his departing figure with sorrowful faces. Choked up, everyone. "We'll meet again another day." Everyone knelt to see him off. Luke Than then kowtowed. "I will certainly not fail your expectations." Dong Tang and Lao Sun spoke in unison to bid him farewell. Dong Tang called out, "Master, Boss." He thought to himself, with the current cultivation and foundation of the entire religion, it is still difficult to contend with the martial pavilion of Back Vo City. Among the various forces, only the Back Min Divine Academy of the 4 Divine Academies can stand against it. According to Bok Fong and Gu, the Grand Elder may bear goodwill toward me and could be the key to breaking the deadlock. In the distance, 2 strangers were watching. Grand Elder of Back Min Academy said to the dean who was drinking tea, "That person is Jiang then." Huang and Han Tiu set down his teacup and spoke in a deep voice. "Bring him here," the Grand Elder replied. "Yes." Discussions immediately broke out all around. "Is that Jiang then? He has not appeared for a long time. I heard an outer court elder entered the hall of punishment because of him and eventually died. Yet the dean still appointed him as Holy Son. Does he have a powerful backer? I heard he concealed his identity and is originally the sect master of the entire religion." Jiang then found it rather amusing when he heard this. Being made Holy Son for no reason is truly interesting. Suddenly a voice rang out, "So you are Jiang then?" The Holy Son who kept his head down and hid for so long has finally shown his face today. The surroundings instantly buzzed as if it were theater season. Isn't that Lan Fong Van from the inner court? If Jiang then had not suddenly emerged the title of Holy Son, this term would have been his. This will be entertaining. Jiang then thought to himself that he had run into bad luck early in the morning. Which fool had jumped out now? Then said coldly, "Move aside. Do not block the way." And Fong Van roared, "Defeat me and you can pass. A turtle Holy Son like you dares to show off. Take this move." The crowd burst into mocking laughter, some even worried if he strikes so heavily and kills the Holy Son it will be troublesome. "Hey, take it easy. If you beat the Holy Son to death it will be serious trouble." Jiang then rotated his wrist and cursed inwardly, truly brainless. He threw a punch that made the opponent spit blood, then followed with a palm strike that sent him flying. Jiang then said indifferently, "Which corner did this brat crawl out from, making noise so early?" The crowd cried out in shock. Lan Fong Van at Tao Realm actually lost to Jiang then at Origin Realm. And Fong Van coughed blood, and had not even finished saying Jiang then's name when another voice sounded from behind. "Why is there spiritual energy fluctuation here? Do you not know private fighting is forbidden in Back Min Veen?" Lan Fong Van smiled sinisterly. "You fell into the trap. The law enforcement hall is here. What of a Holy Son?" Lan Fong Van shouted loudly, "Elder Can. Jiang then is the one who caused Elder Lo's death. He even attacked me just now. Please uphold justice for me." He sneered again. Elder Can and Elder Lo were close friends. "Jiang then is finished this time. Once he enters the law enforcement hall, the holy son of Baek Min Veen will be mine. Jiang then looked at Lan Fong Van's appearance and thought to himself that this mad dog actually had a bit of brains. In the law enforcement hall, Elder Ken said coldly, "You are Jiang then. You are not permitted to leave the academy, yet you dare cause trouble. Baek Min Veen is not a place for you to run wild." After speaking, he immediately ordered someone to seize Jiang then and escort him away. Jiang then said calmly, angering him to the point of explosion, "So you are an old friend of Elder Lo. No wonder you carry the look of death in your eyes. Do you want to reunite with him, facing death yet still so arrogant?" He launched a move while shouting, "Obediently follow me back to the law enforcement hall to receive punishment otherwise." Jiang then remained composed. "Otherwise what? Kill me." Using the name of the law enforcement hall for personal revenge, no wonder your good friend left early. He roared and rushed forward. "How dare you? Even if I kill you today, what of it?" Jiang then replied calmly, "Kill me. Can you even manage it?" As his words fell, he made his move. Killing intent condensed into a single word, kill. Suddenly a hand rested on Jiang Then's shoulder from behind. "Enough. Little friend Jiang Then, calm your anger." It was the Grand Elder of Baek Min Veen. He said, "Our Baek Min Veen is not a third-rate sect. We do not forbid little friend." Jiang Then was secretly startled. The Seal Master is truly powerful. With a mere lift of his hand, he locked all my true chi. The Grand Elder turned to Elder Kan and sneered, "Kan Han, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, you broke the rules and bullied others with power. You are no longer worthy." Elder Kan collapsed. "What?" Grand Elder said, "Crippling your cultivation is already lenient." Kan Han roared, "I was framed by Jiang Then. You cannot treat me like this. I did it for Baek Min Veen." He went mad and shouted, "I refuse to accept this. You cannot kill me." The Grand Elder merely said coldly, "You do not know repentance." He howled and lunged toward Jiang Then. "It is all because of you. I will kill someone." Jiang Then threw a punch that sent him flying, then said calmly, "Not intentional. I just reacted when I saw him rush over." The Grand Elder casually praised, "Little friend truly has ability," yet inwardly thought that Kan Han had not even been fully crippled and was subdued so easily. The Grand Elder turned and walked away, calling, "Little friend, follow me." Jiang Then nodded, "All right." Upon arriving, the Grand Elder saluted, "Dean, Jiang Then has arrived." Dean turned around and called softly, "Jiang Then, we have long heard of your name and waited for you for a long time." The Grand Elder introduced, "This is the Dean of Baek Min Veen, Kung En Han Tiu." Jiang Then thought to himself that a mad master and a seal master, the Dean and the Grand Elder, two rare positions existing together. Baek Min Veen truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Jiang Then asked why they were waiting for him. Kung En Han Tiu smiled and replied that they knew everything he had done. "Baek Ko Than Vo Kak has decided to take action against you." Jiang then asked again whether they were waiting to protect him. Two looked at each other and shook their heads. They could not. "Baek Min Veen cannot shield you. Vo Kak is the #1 force. All sects and academies obey it. Unless Tu Fuang then Veen steps in." Jiang then sighed, "I fear they will act before that happens." Kung En Han Tiu said that was why he waited to show him a path to survival. Jiang then asked what that path was. Present aside from Tu Fuang, then Veen there is another force Vo Kak does not dare touch. Kung En Han Tiu pondered before concluding that force is. Looking at the pavilion ahead bustling with people coming and going, Kung En Han Tiu was familiar with it, the Demon Hunting Guild. He further explained that the Demon Hunting Guild spans the entire Vo then Dailu. Within it, dragons and snakes mingle. There are many experts, yet they dislike following rules. Even Vo Kak does not dare provoke the Demon Hunting Guild too deeply. Jiang then thought that 3,000 years ago this place was insignificant. He did not expect it to now contend with Vo Kak. "It seems the Demon Hunting Guild suits me best, only." Kung En Han Tiu reminded him that if he joined, the people of Vo Kak would be wary. Jiang then laughed and said he would go. How could someone as kind as he mingle with that crowd? As he finished speaking, a white-haired man spat and hit a red-haired man, truly unruly. The white-haired man waved his hand and sneered, "You call yourself kind. After destroying the 3 great sects, you still say that." Jiang then scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "I was forced. And besides, the Demon Hunting Guild is not somewhere one can enter at will." Kung En Han Tiu took out an item. "This is a letter of recommendation. The nearest guild is in Baek Ko Than. With this letter, you can join." Jiang then was surprised that they had prepared it upon first meeting. He thought for a moment, then said many thanks. White-haired man patted his shoulder in encouragement. "When you reach the guild, remember to maintain your image." Jiang then smiled and said he would keep himself pure and never blend in. Kung En Han Tiu was not too worried, yet still reminded him not to disgrace the guild. The white-haired man suddenly recalled, "Is the plucked chicken outside the mountain gate yours? That chicken is quite nourishing. Since we helped with a major matter, it would be better to use it as payment." Jiang then was startled. Tiu Yu was just saved and not yet fattened. Why catch it now? Thinking of this, Jiang then grew anxious and hurried off. "Grand Elder Dean, I have urgent matters. I take my leave." The Grand Elder frowned and asked whether that brat was interesting, and if he valued him greatly. Kung Enhan Tiu replied that not only did he value him, perhaps he was the one he had been waiting for, but it was not yet time. Jiang then hurried out onto the street. He went to find the playful chicken that had forgotten the way home. Before long, he saw Tiu Yu staring intently at the girls passing by. "Hey, little sister." Jiang then said irritably, "Can you not stay in the sect, always coming out to cause trouble?" Tiu Yu retorted that he should see how ugly his face looked now. Jiang then flared up, saying he worried for it. If it had its 1,000-year blood essence taken, it would not look good either. Tiu Yu sighed like an old man. Life is like falling feathers. After one cry of lament, one must still endure. Jiang then nodded, "Forget it. If you do not leave, the Seal Master and Mad Master will come to catch you and cook soup. You look quite tasty." Hearing that, the chicken's face turned pale. Tiu Yu shot off while shouting that someone was eating birds. Jiang then called after it, "Tiu Yu, do not run, let us keep talking. In my view, there is good food and drink and even beautiful women. Enough with the girls, slow down." Jiang then and Tiu Yu went deeper into the forest. On the way to Bak Ko Than, Jiang then said this place is Thien Nguyen Forest. Must go to the Demon Hunting Guild in Bak Ko Than. It is inconvenient for you to follow. Tiu Yu listened in confusion and jumped up, asking what he intended to do. Jiang then placed his hand on Tiu Yu and softly called, "Contract bind." Tiu Yu cried out that it was being forced into another contract again. Jiang then set off at ease, giving a few perfunctory instructions. "If nothing happens, do not seek me. Thien Nguyen Forest is your territory. I will go now. If something occurs, I will send a message across 1,000 miles." Tiu Yu resentfully only wished to stay far from this troublesome fellow. "Go quickly. Birds of the forest, hear me? This king arrives." Jiang then sighed that it was truly a foolish bird. As he walked, he calculated that by logic the outer region of Thien Nguyen Forest should not be this quiet. This is the mandatory road to Bak Ko Than, yet there was not a single demon hunter or passerby. Jiang then suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Waves of whistling wind sounded. It turned out Jiang then had not been alone from the start. A group of martial artists surrounded him, either robbers blocking the road or here for personal vengeance. Dak Ko Lu Than laughed arrogantly. "I heard the head of the Jiang family was heading to Bak Ko Than. What do you think of this gift?" Jiang then found it amusing and replied, "3 dark masters, 1 sword master, 1 formation master. Dak Ko Lu Than, you truly think highly of me." Dak Ko Lu Than was determined not to let Jiang then escape, and said coldly that 6 Dao Realm experts were joining forces. He would see what moves remained, and that today he would surely die. Jiang then casually remarked that they did not look very impressive. Dak Ko Lu Than laughed loudly. "You are about to die, yet still speak boldly." He waved his hand and ordered them all to attack. The group immediately rushed forward, weapons flashing. Experts unleashed their full strength. A single combined strike aimed to take Jiang then's life. Jiang then shook his head, using a killing move right away without giving me a chance to use a forbidden technique. What a pity. The joint attack crashed down onto him with a thunderous roar. Dak Ko Lu Than was overjoyed. This time Jiang then would die without a burial. Yet the next moment he froze, eyes wide in shock. Jiang then stood there calmly, brushing off dust and saying, "Is that all 6 Dao Realm joining forces, and I am so frightened? Here, take a low-grade spirit stone as a reward. Your acting was not bad." Dak Ko Lu Than was humiliated before his subordinates, realizing what stood before him was only an illusion. He roared that Jiang then dared to humiliate him. Jiang then sneered and said it was because he was foolish, tricked, yet still trying to save face. Dak Ko Lu Than furiously crushed the spirit stone underfoot, utterly disgraced. Jiang then had no interest in entangling with this bunch of trash. With a wave of his hand, he vanished, leaving Dak Ko Lu Than standing alone and speechless. Those behind whispered that the Grand Elder mobilized so grandly only to catch an illusion and be humiliated by a brat. All face lost. Dak Ko Lu Than painstakingly plotted another assassination, yet once again was toyed with by Jiang then. He howled like a madman in the forest that he wanted Jiang then dead. On Jiang then's side, it was already nightfall. He had also reached the headquarters of the Demon Hunting Guild. Jiang then smiled and thought that if he had not detected it early and used blood essence to create an illusion clone, he would likely be dead by now. Thinking of Dak Ko Lu Than, he would remember this debt and repay it in full sooner or later. Now that man had been provoked by him and would surely act again upon returning to Bak Ko Than. Jiang then stepped toward the guild gate. He must quickly join the Demon Hunting Guild to avoid a mad dog jumping the wall. Inside the guild, it was as noisy as a marketplace. 10 high-grade spirit stones for a snow deer. Buy it for your sisters and they will be satisfied. Monkey blood to temper bones, only 3 high-grade stones. Do not miss it as you pass by. Jiang then found it interesting. This truly was the demon hunting guild, looking no different from a grand bazaar. Okak truly had nothing better to do. If not for the demon hunting guild's shelter, he would have been dragged away to fight again. Thinking of it was amusing. Vokak really had thick skin. An elder approached and asked whether he came to buy goods or sell demon beasts. Jiang then replied that he wanted to join the guild. The old man was surprised that someone so young and decent also wanted to join. Jiang then did not understand what he meant. The old man explained that demon hunters constantly fought demon beasts. With luck they earned greatly. With misfortune they left and never returned. This profession risked one's life. Most who came had no way back. In return there was freedom and few rules. The old man took a drag. Jiang then smiled and said he liked freedom most. This is a letter of recommendation. Please help me join. The old man read the letter and was stunned. Recommended by the mad Kung Enhan Tiu, Dean of Back Min. Jiang then was startled that his name carried such weight. The old man hurriedly said he could not decide this and must report to the guild master. People around curiously asked if he knew the mad Kung Enhan Tiu. In the past, he led them hunting demon beasts, earning a fortune and living comfortably. Jiang then did not wish to say more, and only said they were not close, inwardly thinking that Enhan Tiu had once been part of the guild. Suddenly, there was a commotion telling others to move aside. The old man turned back holding an order letter. The guild master agreed to let him join. This is the token, third room in the rear courtyard. Bok Eula, move aside and do not block the way. He just entered and already became an elder. Jiang then accepted it with a smile of thanks. Several young men muttered in jealousy not to think that being recommended by Mad Brother made him impressive. Anger them, and they would kill. Jiang then replied gently that he would only stay a few days and not trouble anyone, inwardly thinking that Enhan Tiu's reputation was indeed significant. As he walked, he thought that the people in this guild were truly straightforward. Even their malice showed plainly. Token in his hand glowed. It seemed to be this place. Jiang then opened the door and saw a young girl bathing, her fair skin exposed before his eyes. Full curves faintly visible through the mist left him stunned. The young girl was startled. Her face flushed red at the sight of a man bursting into the room. She hurriedly pulled a towel to cover herself and shouted that he was a rogue. Jiang then was bewildered as the token clearly indicated this room. How could he encounter such an awkward scene? The girl was a martial artist and immediately blew a flute, releasing hidden force to attack the intruder. Throwing on a robe, she angrily shouted that she would teach him a lesson. Jiang then said helplessly that she bathed in his room yet wanted to beat him. How should that be explained? She grew even angrier, saying he had seen everything and still argued, telling him to die. The technique surprised Jiang then somewhat. Dense spiritual beast phantoms appeared. She was a beast tamer using a flute to summon demon beasts. Jiang then did not let her act recklessly and grabbed her hand. Holding her heated body firmly, he said she still wanted to summon demon beasts before him. She flushed and called him shameless, telling him to release her or she would kill him. Jiang then sent a strange force into her, causing her body to stiffen. She panicked and asked what he was doing. He pressed her against the wall, drawing close enough to frighten her, warning her not to harbor improper thoughts. Jiang then sighed that he had no such intentions, and she was overthinking. After speaking, he slammed the door and left her outside, letting out a breath that it was finally quiet. The girl had not expected him to be so decisive. She gritted her teeth and cursed that she would make him pay. An old man stepped forward asking Dahan what the commotion was. She angrily complained that a lecher had peeped at her bathing and even driven her out. The old man awkwardly said this matter. After a while, Jiang then opened the door to speak. He explained clearly that this was his room, and she entered to bathe, then blamed him. The old man nodded that it was indeed a misunderstanding, introducing himself as Da Min Deep, the guild master, and that she was his daughter who did not know he had arranged the room for Jiang then. Jiang then understood that he was the guild master. Out of respect, he let it go. Yet Dahan grew angrier, calling him thick-skinned and refusing to share a place with him. Min Deep spoke, sternly telling Tiu Han that was enough and to return to cultivation. He still had matters to discuss with Jiang then. Dahan felt her father was different today. For the first time, he was so indifferent to her. Eyes reddened with tears as she turned away without looking at anyone, running off saying she would ignore everything and no longer care about them. Min Deep quietly entered the room to speak privately with Jiang then, saying the girl had been spoiled and asking him to forgive her. Jiang then replied it was fine as she had not injured him. Presidenta then said he wished to speak of a few matters. Inwardly, Jiang then thought that speak if you will. In any case, he had seen everything and her figure was indeed not bad. Da Min Deep said seriously that Doc Ko Lu Than knew he had joined the demon hunting guild and was enraged. That man sent people to deliver a message ordering him to go to Vo Kak to plead guilty otherwise. Added cautiously not to blame him for sending troops to attack Ton Tun Jio directly. Jiang then murmured the name Doc Ko Lu Than. De Min Deep continued that if it were merely a message, he would have answered on his behalf. But since it involved Tone Tun Gyro, he felt it necessary to inform him to decide himself. Yang then replied that he remembered Vo Kak was not permitted to arbitrarily attack sex of Vo, then Dai Lu. De Min Deep nodded that although Vo Kak was domineering, it still had to maintain rules on the surface, using the excuse that the leader of Tone Tun Gyro had destroyed the three great sects to justify action. Yang then sneered that if he were no longer the leader of Tone Tun Gyro, then what? De Min Deep immediately understood, his expression full of shock as he looked at him. Thinking it over, he calmed down and realized it was not impossible. How interesting. It seemed there would be a good show. Outside, Doc Ko Lu Than's men were still shouting loudly that if Jiang then did not go to Vo Kak to plead guilty, they would attack Tone Tun Gyro. The people of the Demon Hunting Guild immediately retorted that since they could not deal with him, they resorted to threatening his sect. Vo Kak truly was shameless. This was Demon Hunting Guild territory, and they should mind their words. Subordinate's face darkened as he thought that a bunch of nobodies dared disregard Vo Kak and would meet their ends sooner or later. At that moment, De Min Deep opened the door and stepped out with Jiang then to confront them. Jiang then looked straight at the other party and said they did not understand the situation, yet dared use Tone Tun Gyro to threaten him. De Min Deep added that before the Demon Hunting Guild they dared threaten an elder, did Vo Kak treat them as heir. The man barked like a dog that Jiang then had arbitrarily destroyed the three great sects and committed an unforgivable crime. As their leader Tone Tun Gyro shared the guilt, that president accepting him as an elder was a slight against Vo Kak. The people of the Demon Hunting Guild laughed, saying they heard Jiang then was no longer the leader. Jiang then glanced and noticed the people of Vo Kak standing on the opposite building above the guild. Doc Ko Lu Than stood beside his subordinate and angrily asked what was going on. That man stammered that this matter, President could not speak nonsense. Jiang then he hurriedly opened documents to check. In Vo Kak's official notice from Than Van Town days ago, it clearly recorded that Tone Tun Gyro had changed leaders and was now led by Luke Than then. Doc Ko Lu Than was furious beyond endurance and began cursing that Jiang then and Tone Tun Gyro were truly bold. The subordinate anxiously asked whether they still needed to threaten them. At this point, what was there to threat? Doc Ko Lu Than roared to pass the order that Vo Kak had been arrogantly bullying others and to have him return. The subordinate hurriedly turned and said that since Jiang then was no longer the leader, the matter today was settled and they would withdraw. The man from earlier was instantly speechless, unable to utter a single word. He swallowed his anger and retreated, throwing back a remark as he left that this time Jiang then was lucky. The people of the Demon Hunting Guild burst into laughter, telling him to get lost, saying Vo Kak was only capable of that, and they were so frightened. Jiang then watched silently, already calculating in his heart. Doc Ko Lu Than's eyes were filled with venom. Jiang then, De Min Deep, just wait. Jiang then thought to himself that this man could not be left alive for long. Following days were peaceful. Jiang then stayed in his room cultivating. 10 days passed and his aura had completely changed. He suddenly entered a strange space where a thread of Xuan Huang transformed into a world. Jiang then stepped forward. His true essence turned spiritual energy, gradually transforming into Xuan Huang. Xuan Huang art succeeded, and his cultivation advanced another step. Among the forces of the world, only Xuan Huang reigned supreme. From now on, within the Master Realm, he would have no opponent. Doc Ko Lu Than. It was time to settle this debt. Jiang then laughed in delight, taking out a strand of Xuan Huang, already having a plan in mind. He directed the strand of Xuan Huang to shoot out through the window. It went straight to De Han's room. The Xuan Huang beast form shattered the 10,000-year cold iron. A piercing scream rang out in the night. My 10,000-year cold iron. Jiang then stood on this side, watching and nodding in satisfaction. The Xuan Huang power within him was still scarce and could only be used once, speaking of which he seemed to have heard that girl's voice just now. Sure enough, De Han rushed over to question him whether he had destroyed her cold iron stone for cultivation, saying that these past days he had thrown the guild into chaos and kept her father busy while he remained leisurely, calling him shameless. Hearing this, Jiang then understood that De Min Deep had already begun to act. He recalled De Min Deep's words that Vo Kak and the Demon Hunting Guild had long been at odds, and this time they must teach Vo Kak a lesson, or they would think the guild easy to bully. Jiang then smiled and said, since it was her cultivation stone, perhaps he could teach her a few techniques as compensation. De Han stubbornly shook her head, saying she needed her cultivation stone. She pointed and insisted that if he did not return the stone, he should leave. Her house would not shelter someone like him. Jiang then hesitated and said he had not meant to break it, but if she drove him away then. Han's eyes welled with tears, and seeing him yield, she could not bear to scold further. In the end, she turned and walked away, saying it was her fault and he could stay while she would leave. Ever since he arrived, her father no longer cared for her. Jiang then suddenly felt guilty. Why was she crying again? He sighed and thought that Bak Ko Than had good security, yet if that girl ran out without guards, it would be dangerous. As soon as the thought ended, he heard Da Han scream, and Jiang then immediately sensed something wrong. He rushed out at once to see what had happened. Jiang then leapt high to observe, and only sensed a strange spiritual force in the alley. It was Dak Ko Lu Than's aura. His heart turned cold. Before he even sought that man, he had delivered himself, wishing to die so quickly, then he would grant it. Jiang then immediately issued an order that if he had not returned within half an incense stick, they were to let the demon-hunting guild, the sects of Bak Ko Than, and Vo Kak know that Da Han had disappeared, and lure them all to his location. Jiang then calculated that Dak Ko Lu Than relied on his status as a Vo Kak Grand Elder to act arrogantly, but kidnapping the guild master's daughter would show what fate awaited him. Since he knew that man was cunning, he had prepared in advance. The trusted subordinate understood his master's intent and responded in obedience. Da Han was taken to Thien Nguyen Forest. Dak Ko Lu Than laughed proudly. "Da Min Di, you have fought me for years and still protect Jiang then. Now your daughter is in my hands, let us see whom you choose." He set Da Han down and sneered that he would wait for their painful choice and have Jiang then handed over. Dak Ko Lu Than clenched his fists confidently, saying he would let them taste despair. At that moment, Jiang then's lazy voice sounded beside him, apologizing for interrupting his pleasant dream. Dak Ko Lu Than was startled and turned around asking who it was. Jiang then stood with arms folded in the shadows like a ghost and said coldly that the dream was about to shatter. Dak Ko Lu Than could not believe it, saying Jiang then still dared to come on his own, and that this place was already laid with a net of heaven and earth. Before he could finish, Jiang then struck him with several palms, staggering him nearly to the ground. Jiang then mocked him for talking too much and thinking he would stand and listen foolishly, striking first and catching him off guard. Dak Ko Lu Than growled to let him talk while waiting for the formation to activate. Then even with wings, he would not escape. Jiang then understood his intention and sneered that he was waiting for this, merely a casually arranged low-level killing formation. He laughed disdainfully, asking if this was his method, and that he thought it children playing. Dak Ko Lu Than's face turned pale when he saw a formation core made of high-grade spirit stone already in Jiang then's hand. Dak Ko Lu Than was stunned, saying it was impossible and asking how he saw through it, claiming it was a 5-element killing formation arranged by a formation master he hired, and that the old man dared deceive him. Jiang then grasped the entire scheme and said coldly to hand over his spirit stones. Dak Ko Lu Than was always a step slower than Jiang then. His fists clenched in fury. He lunged to strike, saying it was impossible that a brat from a remote place could break such a formation and meticulous arrangement. Jiang then lightly received the punch, saying that even at the Tao realm he could not do anything to him and still wanted to transform true Qi into spirit. Dak Ko Lu Than had never seen such a scene, saying he was only at the Tao realm yet so strong and asking what he truly was. Jiang then did not like to boast, and a mind like that man's would not understand anyway. At this moment, Jiang then sensed several other auras approaching. They had arrived. Good show was about to begin. Figures gathered from afar, and this play seemed more interesting than expected. Jiang then glanced at that fool and barked for him to get lost, then unleashed a Kshu and Huang Palm. Dak Ko Lu Than was blasted away without any strength to resist. Dak Ko Lu Than roared that he was a Vo Kak Grand Elder, and killing him would not be forgiven. Jiang then replied calmly that Vo Kak was nothing. Dak Ko glanced at Da Han lying behind Jiang then, and gritted his teeth, saying it was that girl who forced him to this step. Like a cornered dog, he suddenly attacked with a vicious move, seized Da Han's slender neck, and shouted to threaten Jiang then to release him or he would kill her at once. Jiang then did not bother explaining and only spat out a single word, foolish. At that moment, Da Min Deep's deep voice rang out, calling Dak Ko Lu Than. The old man was furious like a beast, roaring his name. The conflict between the demon hunting guild and Vo Kak had never been so tense. A Vo Kak Grand Elder, Dak Ko Lu Than, could not even defeat a newly appointed elder of the guild, and in disgrace used another's daughter as a hostage, truly shameful. Could be said Jiang then's plan was complete, and now they could deal with this surnamed Dak Ko with full justification. Dak Ko Lu Than had not expected the entire Bak Ko Than to gather. Why were there so many people here? Shouted, accusing Jiang then of framing him. Jiang then asked in return whether he had forced him, as a Vo Kak Grand Elder, if he had not personally kidnapped the guild master's daughter who could have forced him. Da Min Deep stepped forward, and sneered that Dak Ko Lu Than was worthy of being a Vo-Kak Grand Elder. Furious aura surged, and Dak Ko's prestige and authority completely collapsed. Another force also began to intervene in the conflict. Someone in the distance spoke, calling the branch master, and saying Dak Ko Lu Than clearly intended to provoke a full war with the demon hunting guild. The branch master of Vo-Kak and Bak Ko Than, Lu Vo, observed and calmly replied that as stated, Vo-Kak recently needed to conserve strength for a grand plan. Watching Dak Ko Lu Than lose all advantage, Lu Vo said coldly that such a brainless waste could be discarded. Strange spiritual aura spread through the forest, causing everyone to startle, wondering what it was. Saying Dak Ko Lu Than was unworthy of his position, Vo-Kak of Bak Ko Than officially declared stripping his identity and expelling him. Did Vo-Kak think that would settle it? Da Min Deep roared in fury. Dak Ko Lu Than went mad, asking what right Lu Vo had to expel him, declaring he was a Vo-Kak Grand Elder, and that it was all Jiang Then's fault and he would kill him. He pointed at Jiang Then and shouted that if Da Min Deep had not sheltered him, he would not have touched Da Han, telling them to hand Jiang Then over and he would release her at once. He would play to the end. Jiang Then thought that this old man's villainous heart had not died. Da Min Deep was caught in a dilemma. If Dak Ko acted, no one could save Da Han, yet Jiang Then could not die. After weighing the greater picture, Da Min Deep gritted his teeth and decided to sacrifice, saying he did not agree. Yet Jiang Then calmly said he agreed. Min Deep was stunned, saying it was not Jiang Then's fault. Jiang Then replied it arose because of him and he would bear it himself. There was no need for guilt. In Jiang Then's heart, there were deeper calculations that were not convenient to reveal for now. Dak Ko Lu Than tightened his grip on Da Han's neck and laughed wildly that Jiang Then also had this day. Jiang Then calmly stepped forward, demanding he release her. Dak Ko Lu Than roared for him to stop and return the spirit stones to their place, telling Da Min Deep to seal his spiritual energy or he would kill her. Jiang Then did not resist and handed over the spirit stones. Da Min Deep was troubled. Jiang Then reassured him that only this could save Da Han. Da Min Deep could only seal his spiritual power and choked that he should hold on and he would rescue her, then return. Jiang Then replied at ease that ordinary sealing techniques could not confine him. Dak Ko Lu Than laughed in delight, waiting for the precise moment. He lunged forward to seize Jiang Then, his expression like a wolf that had scented blood, saying good and that he was very satisfied. He had just shifted his foot away from the restriction, thinking to himself about that girl. Dak Ko Lu Than no longer needed Da Han. He threw her toward Da Min Deep and sneered, returning her to you. He acted as if he had struck gold, saying Jiang Then had ruined him like this and should not dream of escaping. Dak Ko laughed madly, his face twisted, telling him to die and die together with him. Da Min Deep cried out in alarm that it was over. It was the 5-element killing formation. Once activated, anyone inside would surely die. The two sides would become irreconcilable enemies. Jiang Then remained composed and called out Dak Ko Lu Than's name. He said he knew that man was foolish, but did not expect him to be foolish enough to cooperate and give him a chance to escape through death. Truly a good person. Dak Ko roared back that the killing formation was open and no one could escape. Yet he suddenly sensed something wrong and stared wide-eyed. Jiang Then's figure gradually dissipated within the formation, his voice echoing that it was a forbidden technique, weapon dissolution. Had he heard of it, dissolving the body into blood mist to evade fatal strikes? Farewell, Dak Ko Lu Than, take care. Only then did he understand that in Jiang Then's eyes he had always been a fool, forever a step behind. Tears and snot streamed down as Dak Ko howled in despair. Jiang Then. Killing formation erupted and shook heaven and earth. Da Min Deep and the others outside all thought Jiang Then had sacrificed himself to save Da Han, calling his name helplessly. Min Deep roared in fury that Vo-Kak would pay the price. The crowd was horrified. A Vo-Kak Grand Elder had died so miserably, likely without even a complete corpse. Back in Thien Nguyen Forest, Tiu Yu was preening and flirting when he saw blood mist condense into a human shape. Jiang Then appeared like a ghost, startling Tiu Yu out of his wits as he shouted his name. Tiu Yu rejoiced and asked if he had failed hiding in the city and come to seek him instead. Jiang Then told him to stop talking and give him some blood essence to consolidate his cultivation. Tiu Yu pretended to bargain, saying there was blood essence but he must beg. Jiang Then plucked a few feathers in threat and asked if he believed he would cook him into soup. Tiu Yu panicked and said he was joking and would give the blood essence for free. Tiu Yu dripped blood essence onto Jiang Then's hand. Immediately Jiang Then entered meditation, the blood essence swirling around him. He guided the blood essence into his veins, his vessels bulging visibly. Tiu Yu stared wide-eyed and asked what he intended to do. Jiang Then replied that his Tao soul was awakening, thinking that among cultivators awakening a Tao soul was extremely rare. and any who did were invincible within the same realm. Only this Tao soul differed from his previous life. Tiu Yu was puzzled and asked if it was not his former Tao soul. Blazing Tao soul surged forth from Jiang Then's body. Both cried out at the same time, twin Tao souls. In heaven and earth each Tao soul was unique, and only after its former master died could another inherit it. Twin Tao souls were even rarer. The Tao soul quickly entered the mark upon Jiang Then's forehead. Jiang Then felt the new power, Emperor Vine. It seemed to be the Tao soul of this life. Yet it had once belonged to the water wood lord god of Jiu Zhao, and that lord god had fallen. Jiang Then sighed and looked to the sky, wondering when he returned to Jiu Zhao how many old acquaintances he would meet again. A faint voice cut through the silent space. Jiang Then stepped forward and said that since she was the master of the Tao soul, she need not worry. He would not disgrace her name, and would roam the mountains and rivers of Jiu Zhao together. The aura of the Tao soul surged into the mark, as Jiang Then fully fused with it. As Tiu Yu watched eagerly, Jiang Then suddenly paused and said to wait. The two stepped closer to look. Another Tao soul was awakening. Tiu Yu was shocked. Triple life Tao souls, how could that be? After absorbing it, Jiang Then exhaled and said it was the Tao soul of his previous life. 10,000 transformations, heavenly lamp. Tiu Yu's face fell, thinking he had gained a treasure only to find it was a discarded Tao soul. 10,000 transformations, heavenly lamp was the strongest and also the weakest, for it required another Tao soul as a wick to ignite. Otherwise, it was useless. Suddenly, a change occurred in Jiang Then's hand. Tiu Yu shouted that the discarded Tao soul had lit up. Jiang Then replied that the 10,000 transformations heavenly lamp had been ignited. He stared wide-eyed, witnessing a scene far beyond his imagination. The Tao soul suddenly transformed into a young woman. Jiang Then stood stunned as if meeting someone from the past. It was Yahello, his lover from his previous life, who had once said that if there were another life, he should find her among the vast sea of people. Jiang Then's eyes reddened, never expecting to meet her again, his voice trembling as he called her name. The 10,000 transformations heavenly lamp used a Tao soul as a wick, and once lit could bear the great Tao, mend the world and turn the cycle of reincarnation. Tears streamed down Jiang Then's face. He recalled old memories, that when the 36 Lord Gods had besieged him, it was Yahello who burned her Tao soul to open reincarnation for his rebirth. Jiang Then reached out his hand and she touched back, as if he held the hand of his lover from a past life. The Tao soul was still only a Tao soul. Yahello faded into mist, a scene that shattered the heart. Jiang Then stood silent, tears falling endlessly for the unfinished love. He lifted his face to the sky and roared that even if he overturned mountains and rivers, he would find her again, and in this life never betray her. Tiu Yu spread his wings and awkwardly wiped away his tears. Tiu Yu comforted him that he did not know about matters of Jiu Zhao, but this time he would accompany him to sweep across Jiu Zhao, telling him to guard Thien Nguyen Forest and wait for him to roam together. Tiu Yu then asked about him. Jiang then replied he would return to Back Ko Than. In the eyes of the world, he was already dead, and no one would think he lived. He explained he would return to observe the situation and plan further, then transformed into white-haired Tran Jiang. Back in Back Ko Than, rumors spread everywhere that Jiang then had died. The Demon Hunting Guild gathered 100 Tao Realm cultivators to battle Vo Kak with heavy casualties. Even a mad sect came to avenge Tran Jiang. Who exactly was this person to command such face? After hearing this, he thought he had not expected the guild to go so far for him, and that he must secretly protect them, and that mad master was likely Kung Enhan Tiu. Jiang then was eager to grasp the situation. His strength was still weak, and once he converted all spiritual power into Xuan Huang and broke through to the master realm, he would dare fight even the sect realm. Above the Tao realm was the master realm, then the sect realm, then the 5 declines of heaven and man. Only by surviving the divine tribulation could one ascend to Jiu Zhao. Someone rushed into a tea house shouting that a major event had occurred. The daughter of the Back Ko City Lord had entered Thien Nguyen Forest days ago and vanished, her life and death unknown. Jiang then overheard that the City Lord's residence had offered a Xuan Huang wood as reward, inviting experts to search for her. He was startled. Xuan Huang wood. The crowd discussed excitedly that it contained Xuan Huang Qi to aid cultivation, and might even grant a Xuan Huang body. Perhaps his name would enter the ranks of experts. Arriving at the City Lord's residence, a loud voice declared that only those at Master Realm or above were accepted, and the unqualified should leave. The crowd sighed in disappointment. Someone whispered why the City Lord did not search personally, saying he had fought with the City Lord of Ju Luo City, and his injuries were not healed. Back Ko Than had been unsettled lately. Jiang then stepped forward to register. A high-rank sword master ahead was invited in. He said he was familiar with Thien Nguyen Forest and requested entry. The guard shook his head, saying 8 out of 10 claimed the same. Jiang then added that deep in the forest, there was a featherless chicken, dominating the territory of Master Realm demon beasts, and he had fought it before. Guard was inwardly startled. The city lord had mentioned this strange beast, but the news had not spread. This youth was indeed unusual. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and invited him in. Jiang then cupped his hands in thanks. Several martial artists present sneered that a high-rank Dao realm dared to mix in hoping for luck, telling him not to follow them and not to implicate them if he died. Jiang then glanced at them. 2 sword masters, 1 formation master, and 1 dark master. Entering deep forest, they would likely become demon beast prey. He wondered whether Tiu Yu was reliable. Subordinate of the city lord greeted them and said those seeking the reward should follow him. Everyone replied to lead the way. Entering the city lord's residence, a servant said the city lord was waiting in the main hall. The cultivators, including Jiang, then entered to pay respects. Only he stood straight without excessive courtesy. Bak Ko, who with silver hair, said formalities were unnecessary and that they knew the purpose of the reward, to bring back his beloved daughter Yan Ru. Lifted a cloth and said this Xuan Huang wood would be the reward. The cultivators were astonished. 1,000-year Xuan Huang wood, truly a grand gesture. Jiang then thought silently that with only 1 piece, how would it be divided? Someone asked how 1 piece would be divided. Jiang then interrupted, saying it was not 4 but 5 people, thinking that it would be his. Jiang then said whoever brought Yan Ru back would receive the Xuan Huang wood. The city lord looked at him and found it interesting that a high-rank Dao realm dared speak so, telling them to decide among themselves. The city lord struck the table and added 1 more sentence. If Yan Ru were injured due to their struggle, then not only would there be no reward, Bak Ko Than would not tolerate them. His aura erupted. The cultivators trembled and swore to protect Yan Ru. Jiang then sensed that this presence did not resemble someone gravely injured, yet he had come only for the Xuan Huang wood. Jiang then made up his mind that the Xuan Huang wood would certainly be his. He took his leave, and the cultivators followed with farewells before departing. Outside, the cultivators discussed that the brat claimed to know the forest and likely knew Yan Ru's location, mocking that a high-rank Dao realm dared dream of the Xuan Huang wood. Someone sneered that they would let him lead the way, then kill him afterward to divide the reward, since he did not know his own limits. Jiang then found it amusing. If they wished to follow, then let them. Back in Thien Nguyen Forest, he asked Tiu Yu through voice transmission whether he had found her. Tiu Yu replied eagerly that this was his territory, and the woman was near the lake at the end of the path. But Chicken hesitated, saying she was unconscious and guarded by 2 sword masters and 1 dark master, and rescuing her would not be easy. Jiang then replied calmly that who said he intended to act personally. He leaned close to Tiu Yu and whispered his plan. After speaking, he patted him on the shoulder and told him to act accordingly. Someone else would deal with the guards. Tiu Yu shook his head, saying Jiang then was growing ever darker. Tiu Yu flew off, secretly pitying those unlucky fellows, while Jiang then waited calmly for the moment. Upon arrival, Tiu Yu signaled. Jiang then perched on a branch observing. People below discussed why Vo Kak had kidnapped the daughter of Bak Ko Hu, and since when they did such things, another told them to be silent, as the branch master forbade discussion. Hearing this, Jiang then was startled. It was Vo Kak again. 2 swordsmen continued that Bak Ko Hu refused to hand over the 9 palace maze map, so they seized his daughter in exchange, already merciful since they did not harm her life. The Dark Master signaled that the person was in hand, and wondered why the Branch Master had not yet given the order, perhaps delayed. As Jiang then calculated, he heard rustling in the forest. The cultivators appeared and mocked that he thought he could escape and monopolize the Xuan Huang wood, telling him to reveal Yan Ru's location for a swift death. Jiang then replied calmly that they had finally arrived, and it was not in vain that he had Tiu Yu lead the way. One demanded to know what he meant. Jiang then sneered that he would fulfill their wish as Yan Ru had been found, then transformed into spiritual energy and dispersed into the mist. The group was stunned, unsure whether he was human or ghost. They fixed their target and shouted that Yan Ru was by the lake and to rescue her quickly. The Vo Kak martial artists immediately grew alert to an enemy attack. The cultivators rushed forward, then abruptly halted, realizing something was wrong and that they had fallen into a trap. Jiang then hid in the forest with a cold smile, watching the prey step into the snare. Vo Kak martial artist alone drove back the Bak Ko Than cultivators, who hurriedly pleaded to stop fighting. They argued that they had been framed and wandered here by mistake, merely seeking the reward to find someone. Vo Kak swordsmen thought that since they also sought Yan Ru, and the kidnapping could not be exposed, it would be better to kill first, and ordered them to attack. Jiang then watched the show with delight, saying before deciding had they asked him, as he was still busy escorting Yan Ru back to exchange for the Xu and Huang wood. After speaking, Jiang then shot a dart forward. The man surnamed Bak Ko secretly calculated that regardless of Yan Ru's presence, long-term plans must be secured, and he must not let the brat seize everything, then nodded in agreement. That swordsman suddenly felt a chill down his spine, instinct warning of danger. Jiang Then's dart flew toward him and enraged him, daring to ambush. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and he narrowly escaped death. The wrongly accused cultivators could only shake their heads and sigh, saying it was not them, and that if he wished to question someone, he could ask the King of Hell. The Vo-Kak swordsman did not bother arguing and charged to slash. The opponent dodged cleanly while he roared that they could discuss below, and sneered in reply that he had spoken politely but was ignored, and that a cold face did not frighten him. With that, he waved and summoned others to charge, saying that at this point there was no need to pretend civility and to attack together. The remaining swordsmen observed from afar, uneasy that Old Third alone could not hold out. The Dark Master above signaled that he would go over while the other guarded Yan Ru closely. Jiang then secretly rejoiced at reaping the fisherman's profit, yet the one who left was the fiercest Dark Master. He immediately acted, thinking heaven favored him. Swordsmen who remained felt somewhat reassured that with Old Third and the Dark Master those fellows were nothing, only needing to guard against them sneaking Yan Ru away, and that Jiang then likely was finished. The swordsman had just drawn his blade and shouted who was there when it was too late. Jiang then flipped down like a demon and said coldly that he had come to take his life. Slicing sound rang out as fresh blood sprayed. Jiang then landed lightly. The swordsman staggered and died wide-eyed without even warning his companions. The plan was mostly complete, only quietly escorting Yan Ru back remained. Jiang then glanced at the appearance of Bak Ko's daughter, quite pretty yet seemingly empty-headed, unable to stay put and venturing into Thien Nguyen forest to test fate. Thinking so, he dismissed it, lifted her and left, treating her decently for the sake of the Xu and Huang wood. Back at the battlefield, the Vo-Kak swordsman roared that even he was no match, and how could they rescue Yan Ru? Their leader was finished. Receiving no reply, he turned to find only a lifeless corpse, their leader dead and Yan Ru gone. He was furious and glared at the others as if to devour them, accusing them of doing it. The swordsmen hurriedly denied. Only then did they realize they had been played by that brat, who stirred chaos to seize Yan Ru. The swordsmen gradually understood they had all been turned into fighting cocks, slashing at each other. Without further division, the two sides united and pursued together. Jiang Then's plan had ultimately only blinded them briefly. He was still strolling when the cultivators caught up and shouted for him to stop. Jiang then flexed his limbs, feeling slightly annoyed and thinking a fight might relieve him. He landed and smiled that they were quick and reacted faster than he expected. The cultivators coldly demanded he release Yan Ru or die. Jiang then ignored them and slowly set Yan Ru against a tree, asking if they wished to die and whether they were qualified. The Vo-Kak swordsman sneered, asking what he was to dare speak so. Merely a high-ranked Dao realm. The swordsman could not wait and swung his blade, charging to kill. Jiang then seized the chance to test a new move, Xu and Huang wisdom power. Light and darkness intertwined. Two swords in his hands as a strange power within him erupted beyond even his own measure. The swordsman foolishly rushed forward, saying he would kill him, dreaming. Blind before the divine, Jiang then flashed past, snapping the sword and cleaving the man in two. He had not understood what happened, saying his 10,000-year-cold iron sword had broken and asking what monster he was. One man fell. Jiang then beckoned to the cultivators and said next. Pointed ahead, saying since he had killed accidentally, he might as well finish the act, otherwise the performance was wasted. Their turn. The cultivators charged desperately, loud-mouthed and fearless as those who weep only upon seeing the coffin. Jiang then surged forward and in a blink pierced through two, belittling a high-rank Dao realm led only to this end. Their eyes bulged and mouths hung open, unable to believe it. Jiang then dragged the two corpses and looked at the next trembling man, saying it was his turn and asking if he was ready to die. That man was terrified and begged for mercy, saying how could a Dao realm be so strong and not to kill him as he had value and knew Vo-Kak secrets. Jiang then found it interesting that he used his brain, placing a foot on his shoulder and telling him to speak. Before he could answer, Jiang then smelled urine, as the man had wet himself. Such a martial artist was laughable. Trembling, he confessed that 10 days ago an ancient era ruin, the remains of the nine-palace divine temple that once flourished and vanished. Now the nine-palace tomb had emerged, and he overheard the branch master and elders discussing monopolizing it. Jiang then was shaken, as on Jiu Zhao there had also been a 9-palace divine temple that vanished, perhaps connected. He asked what was inside the tomb. The man answered inheritances and treasures, and that he knew the location and could guide him. As soon as he finished, his neck turned cold. He clutched it wide-eyed as blood poured out. Jiang then said coldly that he thanked him for the information but had never promised mercy, as he was from Vo-Cap. The man rolled on the ground, crying that he did not want to die. Jiang then lifted Yan Ru and replied that when he sought to kill him, he should have been prepared. Returning to the city lord's residence, where Bak Ko-Hu was overjoyed as Yan Ru was rescued. The maidservants hurriedly supported the young lady. Fortunately, she was unharmed. They thanked their benefactor. A subordinate of Bak Ko-Hao stepped forward with an invitation. The city lord wished to personally reward him. As Jiang then walked, he pondered. For a dignified city lord to reward him in person, it was likely a hangmen banquet. Even knowing that, he still had to go. There was no other choice. Bak Ko-Hao had already prepared. Upon seeing Jiang then arrive, he signaled, "He is here." The old man turned to ask the Dao master, "Everything is proceeding according to plan." The other replied, "Rest assured, do not be impatient." Jiang then went straight to the point. "Where is the profound yellow wood?" Bak Ko-Hao sneered. "A mere Dao realm saved my daughter and calls it an honor, yet still dares to demand payment." The old man intended to cross the bridge and burn it. He hurled the box of profound yellow wood forcefully. "This city lord grants it to you. Can you withstand it?" Jiang then saw through his intention, gently catching the box. He gave a cold smile. "You call it an honor. You forced me and several stronger ones to charge into the demon forest to risk our lives for you." Bak Ko-Hao was slightly startled. "He could withstand 3 parts of my strength. This brat is not simple." The old man changed his tone to a threat. "Brat, do you know who you are speaking to? Kneel. Treat a benefactor with such contempt." Jiang then countered, "Kneel, what are you?" The box was burned to ashes by him. The profound yellow wood revealed itself. Having secured the treasure, Jiang then finally spoke of reason. His ghost Dao soul erupted as he declared, "The ones who should kneel are you." Bak Ko-Hao and the twin-faced Taoist both changed expression. A Dao soul. They had not expected that a high Dao realm would possess something so terrifying. Jiang then drove his Dao soul forward in a swift surge. Old Bak Ko was forced against the wall, his Dao soul crushed, completely unable to resist. "Grade of Dao soul is this? My green vine Dao soul shrinks within me, not daring to show itself." Jiang then stepped forward and set his condition. "Within 3 breaths, heavenly tribulation lightning will descend. Not only you, but the entire city lord manor will vanish into smoke." The twin-faced Taoist hastily removed his hat and smiled in conciliation. "Dao friend, wait. I am the president of the Demon Hunting Guild. This fault lies with Bak Ko-Hao. I apologize on his behalf. We will compensate with treasures and let this pass." At this moment, Jiang then felt moved upon meeting his old acquaintance Da Min Deep again. With him here matters would be easier. At least he would not need to go too far with Bak Ko-Hao. And if the old man turned hostile afterward, he could withdraw from the city lord manor cleanly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang then set his condition. 3 pieces of profound yellow wood will settle it. Old Deep thought inwardly that after such a great clash only that much was needed. It seemed he was not from the martial pavilion. After thinking it through, Old Deep handed over the items. "The profound yellow wood is here. I hope little friend will calm your anger." After receiving the profound yellow wood, Jiang then rejoiced inwardly. "That makes 4 pieces. In less than half a month I will convert spiritual power into profound yellow power and break into the master realm. Many thanks." Only Bak Ko-Hao could not swallow his anger. He was determined not to let Jiang then gain the advantage. He violently triggered his Dao soul restriction and charged forward in fury. The ground trembled as he roared. Only then did Jiang then truly intend to open the eyes of the other two. "Bak Ko-Hao, are you planning to turn hostile?" He removed the Chen Jiang disguise and restored his true form, saying to the president, "A member of the Demon Hunting Guild is being attacked. Will you not intervene?" Da Min Deep widened his eyes in disbelief, staring before blurting out. Jiang then, causing Bak Ko-Hao to break into a cold sweat. Could it truly be him? Da Min Deep ran over in delight. "Jiang then, you truly are not dead." Then he turned and shouted, "He is a member of my Demon Hunting Guild. No one is allowed to touch him." Knowing his true identity, Bak Ko-Hao immediately changed expression. If it was Jiang, then even with 10 times the courage, he would not dare touch him. The one who once made Kung Enhan Tiu destroy the entire city lord manor. Min Deep continued, "Once news of your death spread, Kung Enhan Tiu single-handedly leveled the martial pavilion of Bak Ko City. Only then did we learn." Jiang then was startled. Kung Enhan Tiu. If he had not returned to the 4 Directions Divine Academy, in time we might now only hear bad news. Jiang then thought to himself, Kung Enhan Tiu went so far because of me. Old Deep worried further, "Little friend, what do you plan to do? The Demon Hunting Guild and the Martial Pavilion have already gone to war over the deaths of you and Dak Ko Lu. If news of your survival spreads, it will cause great trouble. Jiang then understood and immediately transformed back into Chen Jiang, asking softly, President Duh. You see Jiang then here? He originally did not wish to reveal his identity. This time it was unavoidable. De Min Deep instantly grasped his intent. Truly a clever move. The old man laughed heartily. Here there is only little friend Chen Jiang. There is no Jiang then. Jiang then smiled and replied, in that case I have matters to attend to. I take my leave. After leaving, he thought that the matter of the 9 palace tomb would certainly not be peaceful. Many secrets remained atop the 9 heavens in those years. He must quickly increase his strength. Old Deep spoke sternly to Bak Ko Hao, a high Dao realm who dared force Dak Ko Lu to death before countless people and then escape, and who strikes one who does not resist. In this world, there is only the successor of that person. 5 days later, Jiang then rented a room at an inn. During several days of secluded cultivation, all the profound yellow wood had been refined. Jiang then began absorbing their power. When he opened his eyes, his realm leaped forward instantly. Dao realm, yet he did not stop. Next was the Master realm. Above it were divided into Martial Master, Technique Master, Shadow Master, and Barrier Master. The omnipotent sovereign art is the strongest technique of the Master realm. Ordinary people cultivate only one path. Those who cultivate the sovereign art cultivate all paths but progress slowly. In my previous life, I was always several realms behind others. After thinking for a moment, Jiang then decided to enter the Dao through martial arts first, break through, and then consider the rest. He entered deep meditation. His mind's sea shone brightly. He pushed his spiritual power to the limit and then broke through. Scarlet light bound his body tightly. Merit surged like a tide. Jiang then opened his eyes. Spiritual power swirled around him. The Master realm achieved. New strength overflowed. His body radiant. Even the surrounding space trembled along with it. Jiang then was satisfied. Every effort carried its price. He murmured, myriad transformation, heavenly slash truly lives up to being the #1 Dao soul. It helped me break into the Master realm and shatter the shackles of 10 years. From now on, cultivating one path will advance all. Outside suddenly grew noisy. Hurry up. The purple tower has opened. I heard the beauty there is incomparably precious. Drink 1 cup and you become wealthy. If you cannot afford it, you may at least stand and watch. Jiang then grew interested. The purple tower opens just as the 9 palace tomb emerges. Truly interesting. The attendant warmly welcomed guests. The young master of the martial pavilion has arrived. There is the young master of the World Bank, and also the young master of the City Lord Manor. Jiang then found it strange. All the wealthy young masters gathered here. The purple tower is indeed extraordinary. The attendant blocked him. Stop. The purple tower does not receive the poor. Even all your wealth combined cannot buy a single cup. Jiang then was astonished, opening a shop yet choosing customers. He gave a cold smile. Do you not see the sign 1 cup breaks poverty? 1 cup costs 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Can you afford it? Jiang then widened his eyes. He had never heard of wine so expensive. Guests burst into laughter. Get lost. This is not a place for beggars. Go outside and rummage through trash for food. Know your place. Jiang then revealed a meaningful smile, as if he had just thought of something amusing. Took out spirit stones and asked the attendant, cannot afford it. The attendant stared wide-eyed. This is a grand customer. 1 million top-grade spirit stones thrown down in an instant. Jiang then appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly wept. The money he had just earned had already flown away. Those beside him mocked. Why pretend? Who does not have 1 million spirit stones? If you have money, take it out sooner and drink. Jiang then gestured. The 2nd floor does not seem meant for you all. Your spirit stones are probably insufficient. The attendant hurriedly invited him upstairs. The attendant said, young master, please enjoy at your leisure. 1 jar exactly 1 million. Jiang then replied, leave it there. Let me see what is special about this wine. Could not wait and immediately took a sip. He instantly felt the wine enhance his spiritual sense. His spiritual power surged violently. Truly interesting. He could not resist and drained it in 1 breath. Jiang then laughed loudly. Good wine. With only 1 cup, my spiritual sense increased by more than half. Worth the price. Just as he was enjoying himself, a mocking voice rang out. Where did this fool who wastes wine come from? 1 cup breaks poverty is brewed by Nalan Mi Nhi. Drinking it like that is truly crude. Jiang then asked in surprise, how I drink has anything to do with you. That man snorted coldly. Sitting beside me dirties my eyes. Someone like you is worthy of drinking wine she brewed. He threw out spirit stones. I have seen many who pretend to be rich. This million is for you. Get lost from my sight. Jiang then glanced and knew he was a spoiled rich heir who had never tasted fine wine. He decided not to bother. He spat lightly, disgusting. He no longer needed to hide, smiling as he said, oh, I dropped a bit of money. Do you need me to give you some? The flick of his finger, a mountain of top-grade spirit stones poured down from the sky and crushed that man beneath it. The entire building was stunned. How much money was that? Tran Thien's son was the son of Elder Tran, and this man still dared to touch him. Tran Thien's son crawled out from the pile of money and screamed, "You poor wretch, you dare smash me with spirit stones." Jiang then remained calm. "So what if I smashed you?" Just then someone announced, "Young Master Tran and Young Master La have arrived." Tran Thien's son's eyes lit up. "Young Master is here." Young Master Tran and Young Master La were honored guests of the Purple Tower. The moment they entered, they were treated like kings. Tran Thien's son laughed loudly. "My uncle has arrived, you are dead." Crowd whispered, "If Young Master Tran makes a move, this brat is finished. The uncle and nephew are very close." Tran Thien's son ran over crying, "Uncle, stand up for me. He ruined Na Lan me Enhai's wine and even smashed me with spirit stones." Jiang then found it amusing. "Young Master Tran and Young Master La, the debt at Back Min Academy has not been settled, and now you deliver yourselves to my door." Young Master Tran and Young Master La were astonished. Who dares to ignore the World Bank? Just one glance, the two of them stiffened like statues. In the end, they had still run into that demon named Chen Jiang, or rather Jiang then. Young Master Tran suddenly kicked Tran Thien's son flying and shouted, "Get lost. Blind fool, hurry and apologize to this Dao friend." The entire hall fell silent. Tran Thien's son could not understand at all. Who exactly was that man to make his uncle change expression so abruptly? Jiang then smiled in satisfaction. Just as he had expected, this was the proper way to handle it. As his words fell, Jiang then's spiritual power erupted, casually displaying several moves of his Dao soul for everyone to broaden their horizons. Young Master Tran gritted his teeth in fury. Of all people to provoke, he had to stir a hornet's nest. He grabbed Tran Thien's son's head and pressed it down, shouting, "Kneel and apologize." The man had not even understood before he was gagged. He turned to Jiang then and said, "Brother Tran, this brat is ignorant. Punish him however you wish. I will absolutely not interfere." Inwardly thinking that back at Back Min Academy, before he had even entered the Dao, he had already beaten him severely. Now that they were both in the master realm, he dared not lose face. Jiang then rolled a spirit stone between his fingers and said with a smile, "How should I conveniently punish your nephew?" Young Master Tran cursed inwardly but still nodded. "What you say is right." He swung his hand in a fierce slap, sending Tran Thien's son flying into a table and then straight into the wall. Seeing that scene, everyone was both frightened and curious. With just one sentence, Young Master Tran struck so heavily. Who exactly was that white-haired youth? After striking, Young Master Tran cautiously asked, "Brother Tran, are you satisfied?" at the same time transmitting his voice, "Today all expenses here are on me. I hope you will leave me some face." Yang then replied, "Is that all? Back at Back Min Academy, because of you I nearly died." Young Master Tran snapped, "What more do you want? Whatever it is, I will give it all. Do not push me too far." After speaking, he slapped his own face and muttered, "I am not a rabbit. Fine, say it. Are you done?" Yang then brushed past him with a light smile. "We are friends. Why let a junior damage our friendship? The second floor does not match our status. Let us go to the third floor." Young Master Tran froze, then nodded. "You are right. Let us go." Surroundings buzzed with discussion. Who exactly was this youth to make Young Master Tran deal with Tran Thien's son so ruthlessly? Young Master La secretly clutched his chest in relief. Fortunately, they forgot about him. As the two stepped up, a shout rang out, "Stop." Young Master Tran cupped his fists in salute. "I am the Young Manor Lord of the World Bank. May I ask who you are?" That man lifted his teacup and sneered. "My title is not worthy of your knowing. This third floor is not for stray dogs and cats. While I am not yet angry, get lost." Young Master Tran flared up, spiritual power surging. The other said coldly, "It seems you are tired of being Young Manor Lord." He growled, "Among our generation, how many dare speak to me like that? State your name. My hand does not slay the nameless." Spiritual power transformed into a roaring white tiger. That man smiled coldly and set his teacup down heavily on the table. His entire aura erupted, his spiritual power also condensing into the form of a tiger. Young Master Tran stepped back, tugging Jiang then's sleeve and whispering, "It is La Tian Trong of the Martial Pavilion." Jiang then frowned. "Another from the Martial Pavilion." La Tian Trong sneered, "Since you recognize me, then get lost quickly." Jiang then asked about his background. Young Master Tran explained that he was the illegitimate son of the Martial Pavilion Lord Lam Lang Van Thien, following his mother's surname, inwardly lamenting his terrible luck today. Hearing his name mentioned, La Tian Trong angrily struck out with a palm. "My affairs are not for you to discuss." Young Master Tran hurriedly pleaded, "Jiang then, I cannot defeat him. Help me. The reward will be fully paid." Jiang then smiled. "For friendship price, 10 million top-grade spirit stones." Young Master Tran gritted his teeth and nodded, "Deal. Compared to face, it is nothing." Jiang then cracked his wrists and reminded softly, "Do not default." Young Master Tran quickly pointed ahead. Once it is done, I will pay immediately. Jiang then curled his lips in a cold smile. He threw a punch straight at the head of the golden tiger. The golden tiger was forced back. La Tian Trong also suffered internal injuries and spat blood. That man roared, "Who are you to dare interfere? A lower master realm actually blocking my Dao soul." Before Jiang then could answer, young Master La shouted, "He is my cousin's sworn brother, the successor of the heaven-connecting divine temple." Jiang then was speechless. La Tian Trong raged, spiritual power exploding. "I have never heard of the heaven-connecting divine temple, nameless wretch seeking death." Jiang then retorted, "Do you think yourself invincible? You are not worthy to kill me." As the two sides were about to charge at each other, a woman's voice rang out, "Young masters." Both stopped and turned, stunned. A woman in pink held a smoking pipe. Masked guards stood behind her. She said, "The small purple tower cannot withstand a fight. Why not take it outside?" Tian Trong folded his arms and smiled. "You are Lan Mi and Chai, the #1 beauty of Back Ko City. For your sake, I will let today's matter pass." Guard behind her emitted killing intent, but was stopped by Lan Mi Enhai's raised hand. She said, "We open for business. Guests come first. Since you wish to stop, then let it stop." La Tian Trong judged the guard to be in Dark King and restrained himself. Jiang then also found it interesting inwardly. Lan Mi Nhai asked, "What are you two thinking?" Jiang then replied, "Whether to fight or not is not for me to decide." Young Master Tran hurriedly said, "I never intended to fight." Lan Mi Nhai smiled in thanks. La Tian Trong suddenly proposed, "The usual 1 cup breaks poverty is merely common goods. The beauty brew you prepare is the real thing." He asked if he had the honor to drink a cup personally brewed by her. She pondered, then replied, "I fear you cannot afford it." As her words ended, she drifted backward. With a slight flick of the pipe in her hand, wine flew over and filled the cups. Lan Mi Nhai sat down. 6 cups before her, 1 cup priced at 10 million top-grade spirit stones. He said, "Help yourselves." La Tian Trong stepped forward and took a cup. He said someone would deliver the payment. "I hope the wine does not disappoint me." He turned to provoke, "Brat, can you afford 10 million? Then asked young Master Tran. "You are covering everything today," the other sighed and nodded. Young Master Tran said, "The wine money today will be sent later by the World Bank." The two raised their cups together. Young Master Tran reluctantly invited. Jiang then smiled and accepted. He lifted the cup and drained it. As soon as he finished, he was shaken, this wine. Jiang then's spiritual energy erupted. His cultivation broke through. Young Master Tran cried out, "Mid-Master Realm, how so fast?" Even La Tian Trong could not help being startled. How is this possible? Yet that man sneered, "So what if you break through? You are still no match for me." That man raised his cup and said, "Beauty indeed lives up to her name. 1 cup breaks poverty. 1 cup breaks a realm only." "How exactly is this wine brewed? What is used to brew it?" Dark King shot a sharp glance. She replied calmly, "Only brewed with water." Young Master Tran placed his cup back on the table. "Enough jokes. The World Bank is very interested in the formula. Name your price." As his words ended, the crowd below surged forward shouting. Various forces competed with bids. Qing Yun Sect, Qing Sword Sect, Demon Hunting Guild all expressed intent to buy. La Tian Trong let out a cold laugh. That man placed his hand on the table and looked straight at Lan Mi Nhai. "You should choose the most beneficial path for yourself." She drew on her pipe and exhaled smoke, inwardly thinking La Tian Trong was indeed as domineering as rumor. Finally she replied, "1 cup breaks poverty has no formula. However I brew it, that is what it is. If you want a formula, go outside and ask the wine workshop." La Tian Trong angrily shouted, "Do not think that with Dark King behind you that you can do whatever you want. Before me, Dark King is nothing." That man coldly declared, "I am La Tian Trong, son of Marshal Pavilion Lord Lam Lang Van Thien. Hand over the formula and I will take the Back Ko City branch as the bride price to marry you." Dark King, standing behind, finally could not endure it, roaring with killing intent, "How bold! Are you tired of living?" Tian Trong showed no fear and even arrogantly threatened, "My father is Lam Lang Van Thien. If you dare touch me, then Lan Mi Nhai should not dream of leaving alive." Lan Mi Nhai frowned at this, her expression turning cold, her voice sinking. "Your tone is truly not small. The son of Lam Lang Van Thien. I think illegitimate son suits better." During her mockery, the crowd stirred anxiously. Lan Mi Nhai truly has courage. Does she think Dark King can withstand La Tian Trong? Someone even spoke up in her defense. "You underestimate her. There was once a man who tried to force her." Before he finished speaking, La Tian Trong was already furious, slamming his hand on the table and making 3 cups of 1 cup breaks poverty bounce up as he shouted, Lan Mi Nhai, you dare." At that very moment, a hand flashed past and seized the wine cup before him. The other 2 cups were also caught, without missing a single one. La Tian Trong roared in anger, "What are you doing?" Jiang then replied calmly, 1 cup costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. It pains me greatly. You may continue. La Tian Trong's face twisted with rage as he bellowed, "Stinking brat, get lost. Na lan mi Nhi do not think that because he disrupts things I will." Jiang then calmly placed all 3 cups back on the table. He folded his arms and looked at La Tian Trong with a mocking smile. Rare indeed, a group of men joining forces to trouble a woman. She did not deceive you. This truly is ordinary beauty brew. It is only your knowledge that is shallow. La Tian Trong flushed red and shouted, "What do you mean?" The others also curse it, while Na Lan Mi Nhi wondered silently. Jiang then lifted a cup and explained, "This wine increases spiritual sense because it was brewed by Na Lan Mi Nhi, and Na Lan Mi Nhi is a battle dancer." The crowd was stunned. What is a battle dancer? Never heard of it. Could he be deceiving them? Only La Tian Trong and young Master Tran vaguely understood battle dancer. It seemed elders had once mentioned it, a forgotten profession, so that is it. Jiang then continued, "A battle dancer uses dance to battle. When the dance begins, it can raise the opponent's spiritual sense to the limit, miss. Am I wrong?" Na Lan Mi Nhi smiled, "Little brother, you truly make sister see you differently. Then tell me, did you say so much only to help sister out of trouble? Or are you a rare, pure-hearted youth?" Jiang then smiled, "Of course not. Wish to take you as my disciple. The battle dancer legacy has been forgotten by the world. The only one who can teach you is me." La Tian Trong burst into mocking laughter. "Boasting nonsense. A mere mid-master realm dares." Before he could finish, Na Lan Mi Nhi silenced him. She moved close to Jiang then, her pipe lightly touching his cheek as she smiled. "Taking me as a disciple sounds amusing, but sister is more curious. Do you not want to marry me? Perhaps I might not." Everyone watching grew red-eyed with envy. Could it be that Na Lan Mi Nhi truly favored this brat? La Tian Trong grew angrier the more he looked. "Very well, Na Lan Mi Nhi." Jiang then was teased into a slight blush, coughing lightly as he said, "Do not speak nonsense. I take you as disciple because you are a battle dancer. It has nothing to do with men and women." Inwardly thinking women nowadays are truly fierce. Lan Mi Nhi still did not let him go, moving closer to touch his chest with a laugh. "Is that so? Your body says otherwise. Sister likes young and wild but not foolish types like you." Behind them, La Tian Trong was furious to the point of explosion. Jiang then inwardly assessed that this enchantress truly knew how to draw hatred, but one more La Tian Trong made no difference. He stepped back and folded his arms. "Your cultivation has stagnated for a long time. If not resolved, it will remain so. Acknowledge me as master, and I will help you break this impasse." Dark King behind her stepped forward to remind Miss, "Taking a master requires careful thought. Do not rush." She smiled, "I understand." After speaking, she rose onto her toes. Leaning close to Jiang Then's ear, she whispered, "Brat, you have some ability, but I spend money fiercely. Taking me as disciple, you may not be able to afford it." With that, she brushed past him, leaving Jiang Then momentarily stunned. Na Lan Mi Nhi leapt straight out the window. Before vanishing, she reminded, "When sister can no longer live peacefully, I will come find you. Do not run." Jiang then stood watching her leave while the surroundings buzzed with whispers. Could it be the #1 beauty of Back Ko City truly had feelings? Jiang then was certain inwardly. The battle dancer inheritance has been lost. If she wants to progress, she can only seek me. Na Lan Mi Nhi, I will wait for you. La Tian Trong calculated with jealousy that such a treasure must belong to him. Jiang then smiled coldly. "If you seek death, I can grant it." La Tian Trong was about to curse when someone cried out in panic, "Young master, the 9-palace tomb has appeared." Crowd rushed outside as a massive pillar of light rose. Jiang then was puzzled. Was it not said to be far off? Everyone was shocked. All major sects have arrived. A subordinate reported to La Tian Trong, 2 beast kings guard the tomb entrance. The sects suffered heavy losses. He glanced at Jiang then and snorted coldly, "Lucky brat. Next time we meet, I will make you wish for death." Jiang then frowned, "Wish for death? I fear it will be you instead." Now the tomb was most important. Someone urged to hurry, delay, and the entrance will be seized. Young Master Tran glanced secretly. Jiang then smiled and asked, "Where do you think you are going? No one else is around. How shall we settle our debt? Pay with money or life?" Young Master Tran panicked and replied, "Money." He handed over a spirit stone card, 200 million top grade. "Is it enough?" Jiang then accepted it with a smile. The young master's life is worth only this much, but it will do. Young Master Tran had just felt relieved when Jiang then placed a hand on his forehead and transmitted a strand of energy. Clutched his forehead and screamed, "What did you do?" Jiang then flicked his sleeve and left, reminding, "I am Chen Jiang. Do not call the wrong name. Let us go. The tomb has appeared." Young Master Tran cursed angrily yet still followed behind saying, "Tran Ba has arrived ahead to lead the way." Jiang then urged, "Then hurry." Master Tran sighed gloomily. Today is truly unlucky. Jiang then walked while thinking of the nine-palace divine temple. If it is related to the nine heavens divine realm, then there must be a terrifying secret of sect annihilation. At the tomb entrance, a guard shouted, "Report your name. Those not from the three great sects are forbidden entry." Young Master Tran asked, "Do you know who I am?" The guard sneered, "I do not care who you are. Rules are rules." Tran Lak stepped forward from behind and said, "Qing Sword Sect is indeed imposing. Been daring to block the young master of the World Bank." The guard looked at Tran Lak and was shocked. King Realm. He hurriedly asked, "Are you from the World Bank?" Tran Lak bowed. Tran Lak greets young master. Young Master Tran told him to rise. The guard immediately changed attitude and invited them in. Seeing Jiang then, the guard curiously asked, "Who is this?" Young Master Tran replied, "A friend." Jiang then added, "Chen, Jiang of the Heaven Connecting Divine Temple. This cover identity is quite suitable." In a hidden corner, an elder of Qing Sword Sect looked down and whispered, "A member of the Heaven Connecting Divine Temple under orders of young Master La," then leapt down. He blocked Jiang then and said, "Young Master La has instructed that members of the Heaven Connecting Divine Temple are not permitted entry. As the Martial Pavilion, believe the World Bank will not intervene." Tran Lak asked softly, "Do you need me to act?" Young Master Tran replied, "Uncle Tran, he is not easy to move against. That man is about to be unlucky." Tran Lak was puzzled, "But he is a sect elder, and your friend is only in the master realm." Jiang then asked disdainfully, "Only a sect elder? Just in time I need to stabilize my cultivation." The elder of Qing Sword Sect shouted angrily, "Today I will send you to meet Yama." Jiang then's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked, "Where are you looking?" The elder of Qing Sword Sect widened his eyes in shock. The green sword in his hand was knocked away by spiritual force. Jiang then smiled coldly. "How do you cultivate to be this weak?" Before he could recover, Jiang then had already dashed forward to seize the sword. In a blink, he pressed the blade to the elder's throat and said coldly, "Return and tell La Tian Trong to wash his neck and wait for me." Jiang then snapped the sword and shouted, "Get lost." The elder of Qing Sword Sect trembled and collapsed to the ground, stammering obedience. Tran Lak witnessed it and assessed inwardly. With only a few words he frightened an expert. This youth's future is immeasurable. Young Master Tran and young Master La forced smiles. If he were truly a friend, that would be excellent. Atop the cliff, a group appeared. An announcement rang out, "The city lord has arrived." Jiang then looked up and could not help but be surprised. He saw Bak Fang and Gu and Jiang Lu, wondering inwardly why they had also come here. The crowd from the city lord manor advanced together. Jiang then thought they had managed to infiltrate here. It seemed they had grasped information about the Nine Palace tomb. At that moment, Bak Fang and Gu and Jiang Lu also recognized him. She lowered her voice and said, "Master is indeed here." Jiang Lu replied, "Boss has disguised himself again. At this time, it is best to pretend not to know him." The people of the City Lord Manor behind them discussed noisily. Did not expect the City Lord would truly share the Nine Palace maze map. Truly righteous, or perhaps, because the entrance has been controlled by major forces, so he had no choice. In any case, within the tomb may very well lie the treasure of the Nine Palace Divine Temple. Perhaps even the inheritance of the Nine Palace Divine Temple remains. If anyone obtains it, they could become the present successor, and thus gain the favor of major powers. Back Ko Hao saw Jiang then and waved, "Little friend, we meet again." While Jiang then was deep in thought that if the Nine Palace Divine Temple is truly related to the Nine Heavens Divine Realm, then that maze map is very likely the true map of the tomb. Seeing him silent, Back Ko Hao asked curiously, "Little friend, it has not been long since we parted. How has your cultivation risen again?" Jiang then replied, "Thanks to the 4 pieces of profound yellow would you gifted." He also sensed that Back Ko Hao's attitude today was far more friendly, likely out of respect for Kung Enhan Tiu. Back Ko Hao laughed loudly. What happened before was only a misunderstanding. The 4 pieces of profound yellow would count as compensation. In the future, if little friend needs anything, just speak. Within my ability, I will not refuse. Bak Fang and Gu whispered to Jiang Lu, "Master is truly formidable. Even the city lord must show respect." Jiang Lu lifted his chin, "That is my boss." The surrounding people discussed again who exactly is that youth to receive such favor. Best not to provoke him. Jiang then thought inwardly that if he could borrow the maze map to examine it, perhaps Back Ko Hao would not make things difficult. With that thought, he took the initiative and said, "To be honest, I truly have a matter to request. That Nine Palace maze map. Could you lend it to me for a look?" Bak Fang and Gu and Jiang Lu were secretly startled upon hearing this. Master wants to see the maze map again. The crowd immediately protested fiercely. What, he wants to borrow the maze map? Impossible. Our three great sects spent so much effort just to earn the right to view it. What right does he have? Why would the city lord let a nobody see it, get lost? Meanwhile, back Ko Hao asked in a deep voice, "You wish to borrow the 9-palace maze map?" He took it out at once and solemnly instructed, "Little friend, there is only one copy of this maze map. You must examine it carefully." Jiang then felt somewhat surprised after hearing this. "What do you mean?" Someone shouted in dissatisfaction, "City lord, why give the maze map to a useless master realm? What can he help with?" Back Ko Hao's face turned cold as he roared, "If you have objections, then get lost. Let Qing's sword sect send someone else." That man immediately shrank back, understood. Yet inwardly he was full of doubt. Who exactly is this brat? Jiang then unfolded the map to examine it. This 9-palace maze map looked rather old, yet that was not the case. Right, this is clearly a mixture of real and fake, redrawn recently, absolutely not the original. Entering the tomb with this would mean death before a stick of incense burns out. What exactly is Back Ko Hao planning? At that moment he asked, "Little friend, have you seen anything?" Jiang then returned the map and said, "What can be seen from just a map? City lord should keep it safe, lest someone swap it." Back Ko Hao smiled and replied, "Rest assured, not just anyone can touch it." Jiang then glanced at Bok Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu, secretly guessing Back Ko Hao deliberately sent them into the tomb with his own plan. Both of them broke into sweat, inwardly thinking Master must not find out yet. Jiang then cupped his fists in thanks. "Many thanks to City Lord for lending the maze map. My friends are waiting. I will go ahead. We shall meet again in the tomb." He left, passing by the two of them and inwardly scolding them for acting on their own. Letting them taste some hardship would do them good, while secretly leaving life-saving talismans for them. Crowd gathered and gossiped resentfully. So what if he goes first, putting on airs? Once inside the tomb, we will absolutely not let him see the maze map again. Jiang then went to young Master Tran and said, "Have Tranba suppress the Beast King and then lead you inside?" Young Master Tran was stunned. "What do you mean?" Jiang then replied, "If you wish to die, then wait for them." After arranging things, he headed toward the tomb entrance. Tran Lak reminded softly, "The city lord and the three great sects are not on good terms with the martial pavilion." Young Master Tran nodded. "Wealth is sought amid danger. I trust him more. If Jiang then wished to kill me, he would not have left the restriction." At the entrance, 2 Beast King creatures appeared. White Tiger and a black leopard opened their mouths and roared. Jiang then shouted loudly, "Tran Ba, act." Tran Lak immediately rushed forward, his Dao soul erupting. Jiang then assessed inwardly. Dao soul ranked 367. 10,000 Buddha White Tiger, a guard at this level. The World Bank is indeed unfathomable. Tran Lak used his Dao soul to directly challenge the Beast King. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. A King Realm cultivator as a guard, even Back Ko Hao was shocked. With the 10,000 Buddha White Tiger, there was no need to fear the beasts. Thinking this, he handed the map to Fong and Gu and instructed, "I will restrain the beasts with this Dao friend. Everyone sees the chance to enter the tomb." Fong and Gu accepted the map and replied, "Rest assured," inwardly thinking to send them to their deaths. The people of the city Lord Manor shouted, "That brat was indeed waiting. Absolutely do not let him follow in to share the benefits. Miss Bok also does not want extra people, right?" Jiang then shrugged, who said, "I would enter with you. The entrance is over there. I will take another path." Hearing this, they felt satisfied. Bok Fong and Gu smiled secretly. Master must have already seen through it. Young Master Tran did not understand. Seeing everyone enter, he urged, "Chen Jiang, Tran Ba has suppressed them. Why not enter to seize opportunities?" Jiang then folded his arms and replied, "Why the rush?" Shortly after, miserable screams echoed from within the tomb. Only then did Jiang then grab young Master Tran by the collar and pull him along. "His time, let us go." Inside the tomb, the space was dark and cold. Jiang then and young Master Tran descended below. The two stood within a protective barrier. Young Master Tran asked, "Are we inside the tomb now? Earlier there were screams. Why do we see no one?" Jiang then explained, "They are trapped in an array. Naturally, you cannot see them." Young Master Tran was horrified. Even with the maze map, they fell into an array. Touching it means death. Elsewhere, Bok Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu also followed the source of light inside. Jiang then withdrew the barrier and said, "The maze map Back Ko Hao gave was fake. He wants to use the tomb to kill members of the three great sects and the martial pavilion." Young Master Tran was deeply shocked. Is he not afraid of retaliation? Jiang then smiled and reminded, "Worry about yourself. He is no kind man. Look ahead." Young Master Tran looked ahead. It was pitch black. Jiang then condensed flames to illuminate. Ahead was a figure sitting. Young Master Tran panicked. Someone inside the tomb, alive or dead. Jiang then replied, "Dead. But when the living approach, it will awaken. A King Realm puppet, speaking loudly, will alert it." Young Master Tran clung to him, trembling, and you can still smile. "We are doomed." The puppet suddenly opened its eyes and slowly stood up. Jiang then remained calm. It has not fully awakened. What is there to fear? Young Master Tran shouted. That is a King Realm puppet. Jiang then condensed an explosive talisman in his hand. He aimed at the puppet. This type is refined from human corpses. At the moment of awakening, it is weakest. Its interior is extremely sensitive. Detonate the talisman inside, and it is done. Explosive talisman erupted violently. Young Master Tran stammered, King Realm. Bak Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu hurried over, shouting, do not approach. King Realm puppets are very hard to kill. Yet the puppet before them had already shattered into pieces. Two stared wide-eyed. It is dead. In their eyes, Jiang then seemed to radiate light, truly worthy of master and boss. He rested his hands on his hips and asked, out of the array so soon, where are the people of the three great sects? Young Master Tran sat stunned, questioning light. Jiang Lu scratched his head and said, Bak Ko Hao gave us spirit stones and told us to use the fake maze map to lure others into traps. Fong and Gu added, they activated the restrictions themselves. We threw the fake map and escaped following the real one. Jiang then looked at the item in their hands and asked, is this the real maze map? Bak Fong and Gu handed over the map and said, Master, actually the maze map only leads to the true gate. Nothing inside is recorded. Jiang then opened it and smiled. At least you were not foolish. You knew to keep yourselves alive. Map clearly stated that only those below the sect realm may enter the tomb. The gate is guarded by a King Realm puppet. Simply use a talisman to detonate and destroy it. Bak Fong and Gu added that only this section was recorded. The central area had no information at all. Jiang then casually put the map away, his movements neat as if nothing had happened. Hanzo Akam pondered in silence. So the so-called 9 Palace burial was only a frightening act. This map was truly worthless. But if her uncle wanted to harm the three great sects and the martial pavilion, why not use trusted aides and instead involve outsiders? Bak Fong and Gu explained that it was said the city lord had suffered a break in strength, and there happened to be no master realm expert guarding the place. After hearing this, Jiang then suddenly laughed, the smile on his face unreadable. He stepped forward to remind them that ahead was an unrecorded area in the 9 Palace maze map. They might as well continue and see just what secret was hidden inside. Thus the 4 of them continued deeper inside. Before long, they arrived at a strange space. Bak Fong and Gu looked around and sighed. This underground palace has existed for thousands of years and is still so imposing. Jiang then frowned in thought. The layout here is identical to the 9 Palace Divine Temple in the Ku Tiu Divine Realm. There must be a connection between the two. After observing, he warned that this place is very unsettling. Those statues look bizarre. Everyone be careful. Before he could finish speaking, a statue suddenly opened its eyes. Jiang then cried out in shock. Inside the statue is a puppet of the three-eyed divine clan, a top race in the Ku Tiu Divine Realm. Why would it appear here? The eye emitted a beam of light. Jiang then immediately warned that this is an extremely powerful ocular art. Dodge quickly. Bak Fong and Gu stiffened and cried in panic that, Master, I cannot move. Seeing this, Jiang then immediately grabbed the back of her collar and pulled her hard. Exerted force at the right moment, spinning her around to avoid the falling fragments from the statue. Do not be afraid, I am here. Jiang then frowned and continued that the three-eyed divine clan excels in ocular arts and possesses terrifying spiritual power. Even a mere puppet is not something ordinary people can handle. The eye on the statue continued releasing power, spreading throughout the space. Jiang then stood in front of the 2 of them. Jiang Lu asked in confusion what to do next, while Tran Thiu Chu at the side shouted in fear for Jiang then to save him. Jiang then stepped forward, both hands gathering protective aura. Tran Thiu Chu, saving a life comes with a separate fee. Tran Thiu Chu was terrified out of his wits and had no mind to think about money. He immediately nodded that any amount would do. He pointed ahead as the ocular attacks made Jiang Lu and Bak Fong and Gu uneasy as well. Jiang then laughed and said there is no need to rush. Your life is now in my hands. No one can take it. He quickly formed seals and a barrier appeared at once, blocking the falling ocular beams. After a while, the attack dissipated. Tran Thiu Chu let out a breath that he was still alive and not dead. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and reminded him not to celebrate too early. The most terrifying move of the three-eyed clan is not this. Their true horror lies behind. Puppets of the three-eyed clan erupted with another surge of spiritual power. Bak Fong and Gu exclaimed in shock that the spiritual power had turned into a massive wave. Tran Thiu Chu covered his head and wailed that his life was finished. Jiang then immediately stood before the 3 of them, raising a protective barrier with true qi and spoke. This spiritual tidal wave is not something you can endure. These array patterns will form a spiritual defensive formation. I guarantee you will be safe. Bak Fong and Gu asked worriedly, what about you? Jiang then had already stepped out of the barrier and calmly replied that of course he would handle the rest. He leaped into the air, preparing to shatter the sky's surging wave. The Phoenix martial path was summoned by him. Two forces collided, friction creating violent tremors. Part of the aftershock struck toward the barrier. Fortunately, it was still blocked. Tran Thiu Chu stared in amazement. Even the aftershock alone is more than I can bear. Yet Jiang then charges forward like this, clearly at the same realm as me. Outside, Jiang then continued to summon another soul technique, gave the command, and immediately energy flowers bloomed. All of them rushed forward under his order, attacking the three-eyed clan puppets at once. Before long, they were completely suppressed. Hak Feng and Gu asked blankly whether Master had already become this strong. It seems we only become a burden. Tran Thiu Chu found it even harder to believe. Only a few days apart, and he had advanced to this level. I am truly far inferior. After finishing everything, Jiang then turned back and instructed them to stop here. As for the next stretch, he advanced alone and raised his head to look at the stone statue. The outer layer of stone gradually peeled away, revealing a humanoid divine soul. The last fragments of stone scattered onto the ground. That man spoke coldly, "Outsider, leave." Jiang then was shaken. The royal of the three-eyed clan had awakened his third eye. Moreover, he retained the memories of his previous life. Since I was reborn and recalled the Ku Tiu divine realm, everything has been hazy. Today, I have finally uncovered a corner of it. To annihilate a top-tier sect in a single night is something even when I was a divine king I could hardly achieve. If I could obtain this kind of power. Thinking this, he clasped his hands in salute and said, "Senior, I intruded upon the relic of the divine temple unintentionally. I only seek the truth." The three-eyed royal asked, "What truth do you wish to know?" Jiang then replied that he wanted to know why the nine-palace divine temple that once dominated Ku Tiu was destroyed, and what everyone had truly experienced. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. The three-eyed royal muttered vaguely that destruction, yes, we were destroyed. But as for what we experienced, darkness, it was endless darkness. At this point, the three-eyed royal clutched his face and screamed in panic that darkness engulfed everything who could endure it. The entire underground palace shook violently, rubble beginning to fall without end. The state of the three-eyed royal changed abruptly. He laughed arrogantly and said, "You lost, you lost. Endless darkness, no one can stop it, no one at all." He laughed madly as purple-black aura radiated from his body. Jiang then frowned and thought, "This is bad. He is about to lose his sanity." Three-eyed royal kept laughing wildly with arms spread. Jiang then asked coldly, "What is endless darkness? How was the nine-palace divine temple destroyed?" Suddenly, the body of the three-eyed royal exploded, shattering into countless pieces within the thick dust. Jiang then clasped his hands behind his back and looked up, saying coldly that merely mentioning the cause of destruction made a puppet with strength equal to the 36 masters collapse. Thinking this, he pondered how many secrets Ku Tiu still hides, and what endless darkness truly is. After a while of contemplation, Jiang then turned and left the chamber. As he walked, he said that it seems only by returning to Ku Tiu can this story be understood. At the mention of Ku Tiu, Jiang then seemed to recall something and immediately frowned and widened his eyes. Ku Tiu. Spiritual energy fluctuated, and before him appeared the faint afterimage of a flame. Jiang then sank into thought again. I once believed that breaking the great Tao would allow me to stand atop Ku Tiu and sever the heavenly shackles, to transcend the six paths, yet in the end it was still emptiness. At that moment a mysterious purple-haired figure appeared, hair fluttering in the wind, standing with arms folded waiting for Jiang then. Jiang then narrowed his eyes at him warily, limbs ready to defend. "Who are you, alive or dead? Why do you appear here?" The purple-haired man replied in a pessimistic tone that alive or dead makes no difference, unable to transcend, believing oneself to have broken the great Tao. In the end, only a chess piece. "You came later, so do you understand what the great Tao is?" Jiang then slowly repeated, "Great Tao, great Tao." He suddenly raised his voice and shouted that the great Tao is invincibility of the self. Jiang then folded his arms and analyzed solemnly that invincibility is the Tao. Without invincibility, one is no different from dust and lowly ants. What Tao is there to speak of? With what qualification to discuss it? What do you ultimately want? The purple-haired man laughed hoarsely like one who had seen much of the world, and slowly said that there was a time we also believed so, but we were wrong, completely wrong. Who came later are quite interesting. When you truly understand the great Tao, then return here to awaken. After speaking, he vanished without a trace. Jiang then was filled with doubt, his face tense as he thought to himself that he had truly disappeared. Whoever this person is, I will unveil the secrets of Ku Tiu. What I must do now is stabilize my cultivation and return to Ku Tiu to face the 36 chief gods. Kill them all. Jiang then eyes burned with ambition to conquer and explore. Suddenly, his attention focused on the glowing golden ring on the table. Jiang then reached out to touch it. standing there in a daze as he wondered what this thing is. The moment he touched the ring, countless images of weapons, spiritual medicines, bombs, and all kinds of miscellaneous items flooded his mind. Jiang then gaped in astonishment and exclaimed, "Could this be the entire fortune of the nine-palace divine temple?" His eyes instantly lit up, his face brimming with satisfaction as he cried out that he had struck it rich. Seeing the book on the table, he picked it up and flipped through each page. Looking as if he had won the grand prize, there was even the secret legacy of the three-eyed divine clan. One of the 6 great ocular arts, yin-yang eyes, sun-moon eyes. This was truly a massive windfall. 10 million top-grade spirit stones are nothing. Now I could even buy an entire purple tower, and before his joy could fully settle, he sensed something wrong, his eyes widening as he thought, "What is happening?" The rune on Bok Fong and Gu body has been activated. At the same time, Bok Fong and Gu cry for help rang out. "Master, save me." Jiang then immediately shot outside. Bok Fong and Gu was in tears, her mouth tightly covered by someone. That man wore a lewd and self-satisfied grin. Bok Fong and Gu, along with Jiang Lu and Triothiu Chu, were restrained by a group of people. She had a blade pressed to her neck by the man in blue who threatened in a trembling voice to release her, or her master would not spare him when he returned. The man in blue sneered that the useless master realm trash is your master. I will wait for him to come and deal with you in front of him. Stuck out his tongue and licked Bok Fong and Gu hair and ear. His venomous gaze fixed on her as he said, "You dared to trick me with a fake map. If I do not make you scream in tears today, then my surname is not Ditch. Remember this. The first man you belong to will be Ditch Thai Tiu of the Than Kim Mon." Bok Fong and Gu could only grit her teeth and endure because she was no match for him. Jiang then stepped forward boldly and spoke coldly, "Ditch Thai Tiu of Than Kim Mon." Seeing Jiang then, Bok Fong and Gu called out master in delight. Ditch Thai Tiu laughed mockingly. "The little trash from Thien Ha Tine Trang finally dares to show himself. Is the treasure of the 9-palace tomb in your hands?" Pressed the blade harder against her neck and set his condition. "If you want me to release her, then hand over the treasure in exchange." Bok Fong and Gu sobbed. Ditch Thai Tiu cast her a lecherous glance and laughed with relish. "I prefer killing and seizing treasures than enjoying her in front of your corpse." He curled his lips and asked, "Jiang then, you have never seen this woman body before. Before you die, I will broaden your horizons." As he spoke, he slashed her skirt to reveal her pale legs. Bok Fong and Gu screamed for help. Jiang then frowned in fury as golden flames surged around him. He said in a low voice, "It seems you truly enjoy this game." Ditch Thai Tiu hurriedly tightened his grip on the blade. Sweat poured down as his face began to tremble in fear. Jiang then revealed a dangerous smile, his gaze icy cold, a corpse cut into 10,000 pieces. Jiang then golden flames swept away the blade, and at the same time bound Ditch Thai Tiu limbs according to his will. Suppressed by the power, he floated in midair and asked in terror, "You are only at mid-master realm. How can your spiritual power be so strong?" "You a divine sense, master." Fear was clearly written across his face. Jiang then replied coldly, "What if I am? What if I am not? You dared to harm my disciple, so today you are dead for certain." The flames around him grew denser. Energy chains tightly coiled around Ditch Thai Tiu, under Jiang then control. The chains tightened further. Ditch Thai Tiu screamed miserably that his body was breaking apart. His companions watched. The crew cut man sneered inwardly. Ditch Thai Tiu claims to be the strongest in the sect realm, yet he is this weak. The agony of being torn apart. Ditch Thai Tiu cried for help. Limat and Ho, Mohan Van, save me. Hearing this, Limat and Ho intended to intervene and said with disdain, "A mere mid-master realm daring to oppress others like this. For the sake of being from the same sect, I will save you once." Mohan Van crossed his arms indifferently. "I do not wish to be entangled in grudges. I withdraw from this matter." And then smiled, "You are very smart. This decision will keep you alive." Mohan Van looked at him with a meaningful smile. Limat and Ho laughed confidently. "That decision only makes him miss out on the treasure. Once I kill you, everything will be mine. I'm not trash like Ditch Thai Tiu." As he spoke, he stepped forward and rotated his hand to release a swirling green aura. The phantom of a green dragon appeared, its momentum fierce and terrifying. Limat and Ho eyes sharpened as he shouted, "Accept your death." Jiang then used the divine brush to draw in the air. He said calmly, "If the painting sect relies on such petty tricks, then it truly loses face." Limat and Ho was stunned, his face darkening as he cried out, "You are also a painting master." At that moment, Jiang then Gray Dragon roared into existence, its claws sharp and ferocious. He waved his hand to control it and sneered, "Do not use that term. It sounds as though you are insulting me." Limat and Ho roared angrily, "What are you pretending for? I have cultivated." Before he could finish speaking, he gaped in horror and exclaimed, "This is." He stared at the gray dragon with a trembling voice. "This is called painting sect." Turn of events was too sudden, leaving him frozen with eyes wide and speechless. The gray dragon lunged forward, its claw only inches from Limat and Ho face. He cried in despair that it was impossible. A thunderous explosion rang out. Lai Mat Nho body shattered as light burst everywhere. Mohan Van stood aside with an amused smile, thinking that this was truly interesting. Ditch Thai Tiu face turned pale as he muttered, Lai Mat Nho died so easily. Yang then used his aura to pull Mohan Van over, gripping his throat as he sneered, now it is your turn. Ditch Thai Tiu begged in panic, spare me. I know I was wrong, I am the chief disciple of Than Kim Mon. I can compensate you. Hearing this, Jiang then tightened his grip and lifted Mohan Van up to question him. Compensate? Did you think of that when you humiliated my disciple? Ditch Thai Tiu screamed in agony as his meridians felt as though they were shattering. But Jiang then did not kill him. He released his hand and let him fall miserably to the ground, saying coldly that today I cripple all your spiritual veins. From now on remain in the 9-palace tomb and wait for death. He continued, wait slowly, then turned and left, killing intent filling his eyes. Ditch Thai Tiu struggled to crawl up and begged not to be left here. Jiang then supported Bok Fong and Gu and told Jiang Lu and Triu Thiu Chu to leave. Above them, Mohan Van hid and observed, curling his lips as he thought that this boy is truly formidable, but Mohan Van put on a mask and launched an attack from above, saying that these people are your weakness. Jiang then stopped and turned his head to glance, drew his brush to block the move and frowned as he shouted, who is it? Come out. Bok Fong and Gu thought anxiously that there was still someone else. Mohan Van removed his mask and leaned arrogantly as he praised, you have the ability to block my human annihilation needle. Jiang then recognized him at once and said, so it is you, quite confident to dare show yourself. I thought you were merely a rat hiding in the shadows. Mohan Van crossed his arms and laughed. You are about to die yet still speak boldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he widened his eyes in shock at something. Jiang then rushed forward like lightning and struck his forehead with a palm, leaving him gaping without time to react. Jiang then sneered, the one about to die is you. Mohan Van trembled violently, blood streaming from his forehead as he stammered, you could only utter a single sound before collapsing to the ground. Jiang then stood still, observing Mohan Van movements for a moment. Suddenly he widened his eyes as if realizing something unusual and thought, this is not right. This does not seem to be the real body. Could it be a shadow Dao soul? This type of Dao soul separates from the main body and exists independently. Its combat power only half, but when it dies it reveals a flaw. Dao soul is not easily dispersed and can even split further. Only by finding the true body and killing it can it be eradicated completely. In Kutiu, there was once a deity who used the shadow Dao soul, and even when Jiang then was a divine king, he found it troublesome. Black speck suddenly shot toward Jiang, then from behind at astonishing speed. Jiang then inwardly sighed that he did not expect to encounter someone with a shadow Dao soul in this life. Truly enemies meet on a narrow road. Mohan Van body suddenly brimmed with vitality as he stood up and waved his hand, saying that divine sense and painting techniques both rely on spiritual power. My human annihilation needle specifically restrains spiritual power. Jiang then nodded and said, you are right, but who told you that is all I have? As he finished speaking, Jiang then flashed behind him and delivered a fatal palm strike, saying coldly, who said I have only 2 professions. Mohan Van was struck again and fell back with eyes wide, slammed heavily onto the ground. Jiang then stood proudly and sneered, still a shadow Dao soul. So what, how many more times can your Dao soul endure? Let us see whether your Dao soul shatters first, or you find my true body first. Each time you show yourself, I will send you off. His eyes icy cold. Mohan Van staggered to his feet, coughing repeatedly, his face pale as he cursed inwardly. What kind of monster is he to master so many paths? If this continues, even if I seize the treasure, I will find it hard to escape the encirclement outside. Thinking of failing to obtain the 9-palace tomb treasure, his heart felt as though it were being cut by a knife. Not even think of taking it so easily. He raised his hand to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Jiang then had already turned and sneered that he had found it. Jiang then pushed out a powerful force. Mohan Van was blasted into the corner of the room as the stone wall exploded violently. Gravely injured, he still forced a smile and said, Jiang then, once we leave the 9-palace tomb, I will wait to see you die without a burial place. Then he vanished without a trace. Only then did Jiang then spit out a mouthful of blood. Earlier he had strained himself to bluff the opponent so that he would not dare act rashly. The remaining 3 were alarmed. Bok Fong and Gu called out, Master. Jiang Lu called boss. Triu then Chu also spoke anxiously. Bok Fong and Gu hurried to support Jiang then, her eyes red as she softly called Master. Jiang then wiped the blood and forced a smile. It is fine. He was too cautious and did not dare let the true body come. Cutting him 3 times was enough to make him wary. It is a pity the human fire needle injured my soul. Now I cannot use spiritual power otherwise. Could not eradicate him today. In the future, this will likely become a long-lasting trouble. Bok Fong and Gu asked worriedly whether they should chase after him. Jiang then shook his head. With a shadow Dao soul, if he wants to flee, no one can stop him. Rest for a while and prepare yourselves. Once outside, there will still be a fierce battle. As expected, Mohan Van had already returned to his base. After hearing his account, the elder of Hakim Mon shouted in fury, "What did you say? Mere Master Realm killed Ditchthai Tiu and Limat and Ho, seized the 9 palace tomb treasure and even intended to silence witnesses." Mohan Van only lowered his head, his face covered in wounds. He said wearily, "Had I not fled quickly, I would have died. I begged the senior brothers and elders to avenge me and reclaim the treasure." The 3 elders had icy gazes. The elder of Than Kim Mon said the 9 palace tomb treasure cannot be monopolized by a master realm. The elder of Haksun Phi also nodded in agreement. 2 disciples escorted Mohan Van away to rest and recover. With backing, Mohan Van curled his lips in a secret smile. "Jiang then, do not disappoint me." Tran Lak was also present. The elder of Than Kim Mon clasped his hands and asked, "Brother Tran, I heard the young master of Thien Ha Tine Trang went with that man. I wonder what Brother Tran thinks." Tran Ba narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "This base is far from headquarters. If chaos erupts, it may be hard to protect the young master." In the end, Tran Lak said shrewdly, "Thien Ha Tine Trang will participate, but we want a share of the 9 palace tomb treasure." The elder of Than Kim Mon smiled in satisfaction. Just then La Thien Trong arrived with Nap Lan my Nha Chai and his subordinates. Everyone hurriedly cupped their fists in greeting. La Thien Trong laughed loudly as he stepped forward. "How could my share be missing?" Nap Lan my Nha Chai also said she wished to take part in this matter. Displeased, the elder of Than Kim Mon still smiled in welcome. "Naturally, there will be a share for you both," inwardly lamenting that little would remain after division. La Thien Trong looked at Nap Lan my Nha Chai with determination, secretly planning to seize the treasure and rely on his father. Nap Lan my Nha Chai smoked and inwardly despised him. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Do not forget who provided the 9 palace maze map." Bak Ko Hao and members of the Lian Yu Guild stepped forward to claim a share. The man in brown smiled and said, "We came uninvited. Please do not mind." The 3 elders wiped their sweat. The elder of Than Kim Mon reminded them that the treasure has not yet come out. Discussing division now is too early. Suddenly someone shouted, "They have come out." Jiang then led the way out, standing proudly with arms folded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Bak Fong and Gu, Jiang Lu and Triu then Chu followed behind, their faces full of worry. Jiang then smiled and said loudly, quite lively indeed. The elder of Haksun Phi shouted, "Enough talk. Hand over the 9 palace tomb treasure." The elder of Than Kim Mon added that if you hand it over, there will be a way to live. Bak Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu trembled as they called master. Triu then Chu advised that if necessary wealth can be exchanged for safety, Thien Ha Tine Trang can safeguard a portion. Jiang then coldly refused, "No need." Triu then Chu lowered his head and sighed, a glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang then smiled confidently and warned that this matter is not for you to meddle in. Step back. Triu then Chu understood and thought Jiang then clearly knew Tran Ba's stance. Triu then Chu ordered Tran Lak not to interfere, though unwilling Tran Lak had to obey. Elder of Than Kim Mon pointed at Jiang then and shouted, "Brat, hand over the treasure." Jiang then replied coldly, "The treasure is in my hands, but do you have The Chinese letter to take it?" The elder angrily drew his sword and shouted, "Once you are dead, the treasure is mine." The 3 elders charged together, multicolored auras erupting, the elder of Haksun Phi showing disdain. He sneered, "With such little strength you wish to monopolize it." Another elder coldly uttered a single word, "Die." Jiang then calmly replied, "What are you that you think you can kill me?" The elder of Haksun Phi roared, facing death yet still arrogant, "If I want you dead, then you must die." The 2 sides immediately clashed. Explosions thundered, dazzling light bursting forth. Jiang then frowned and said in a low voice, "You all." Stomped the ground and shot straight into the air. His hand pushed out a massive force as he shouted, "Submit." The elder of Haksun Phi revealed his true form as a black rock and sneered, "You think your dragon phoenix phantom can defeat me? Difference in realms cannot be bridged by martial skills." The elder of Truong Kamon also joined in, turning to the other 2 and saying, "Let me lend a hand and shatter his dragon phoenix." After speaking, he took a deep breath and blew a long note into the divine flute. Even with the combined strength of the 3 elders, they were still no match for Jiang then and his dragon phoenix. Instead, they themselves revealed clear panic. The crowd stared wide-eyed, their faces twisted in disbelief. Someone stammered, "How could this be?" Jiang then pressed close to the elder of Haksun Phi, forcing him to retreat trembling. The dragon phoenix spewed fierce flames, leaving the others rigid before they crashed heavily to the ground. Jiang then landed lightly, looking at the 3 elders as if they were trash. The elder of Than Kim Mon begged in a trembling voice, "No, do not." Jiang then stepped on his back, a cracking sound ringing out as if his spine were about to break. He curled his lips in disdain. Elders of the three great sects are only this capable. The elder of Than Kim Moan grimaced in pain, not daring to breathe hard, only thinking inwardly that with the power of Xu and Huang assisting him, how could someone not yet in King Realm fight me? The disciples of the various sects could only stand and discuss. A mere mid-master realm is this strong? 3 half-step King Realm elders all defeated. Nap Lan my NHI brushed her hair thoughtfully. So it is the power of Xu and Huang. It seems he is qualified to be my master only. Above came an angry voice. You dare kill elders of our sect. Everyone immediately retreated and looked up. An elder wielding a sword charged straight at Jiang then and shouted angrily, "This brat is not ordinary. Let me handle it. Brat, hand over the 9 palace tomb treasure. Otherwise today is your death day." The appearance of the white-robed elder caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The sword king of Than Kim Moan and the wood king of Truong Ka Moan have both appeared. This brat cannot escape. The white-robed elder expelled black aura to envelop Jiang then. Declared firmly, "Today is your death day." Jiang then replied calmly, "You want me to hand over the treasure? Keep dreaming." Inwardly he calculated swiftly. 3 king realms at once. Using a forbidden technique may not mean defeat, but the backlash could shatter my meridians. The white-robed elder frowned and shouted, "You seek death." Time was pressing. Jiang then knew he could not hesitate and could only risk it. At this point only a forbidden technique remained. He closed his eyes and circulated all his energy. Tilting his head back, he roared loudly, "Forbidden technique." Terrifying force shot straight into the sky. The heavens darkened, wild winds howled, and dust filled the air. The black-robed elder cried out in shock, "This brat broke my great dark heaven." Crimson fragments appeared suspended in the air. It was the true color heavenly talisman gate of light. The crowd fled in chaos. An elder shouted in terror, "This is bad, run, this strike cannot be withstood." Black-haired elder ran while glancing back. How many forbidden techniques does he have? The golden-haired elder gritted his teeth and said, "We cannot drag this out. Once the forbidden technique ends, kill him immediately." Jiang Then's condition was dire. He spat blood and said tensely, "The forbidden technique can only last a few breaths." 3 King Realm elders still stood waiting for an opportunity within the forbidden technique. Seeing the aura weaken, the black-haired elder leaned on his sword and snorted coldly, "This brat." The moment arrived. The 3 King Realm experts charged at once to surround Jiang Then. Weapons pointed straight at him as they shouted that today he must die. Jiang Then's spiritual strength was exhausted. He gritted his teeth and glared at them. At that very moment, Nap Lan my NHI descended, as if from the heavens to support Jiang Then. She kicked out and shattered the combined assault of the 3 King Realms. Standing beside Jiang Then, she smiled and said, "My master is not someone you can touch." Black-haired elder snapped, "Nap Lan my NHI? What are you doing?" The golden-haired elder said in a deep voice, "Do you wish to oppose us? Can a mere dark king stop the 3 of us?" Nap Lan my NHI drew on her cigar and smiled meaningfully. "Who said I rely on only one dark king?" Turned to Jiang Then with a bright smile. "Is that right, master?" Jiang Then laughed, "Since you have acted for me, how could I let you be disappointed?" Inwardly he thought, the battle dancer is the strongest support. With this assistance, even King Realm experts are nothing but clouds. Nap Lan my NHI spread her hands and closed her eyes, saying then today. She began her dance, supreme support, her supple figure swaying as if performing on stage. Spiritual power surged into Jiang Then, allowing him to recover rapidly and stand upright. Nap Lan my NHI smiled and reminded, "In the future, master must not disappoint me, NHI." Jiang Then stared at the elders and said coldly, "Today you dance for me. Another day, I will stand guard for you." The power within Jiang Then body surged continuously. Golden-haired elder cried out in shock. His aura is still rising. "Nap Lan my NHI, what have you done?" Jiang Then roared coldly, "Is my disciple someone you can call by name?" He unleashed a surge of water energy straight ahead. The golden-haired elder shouted in resistance, "Even if I open 10 layers of spiritual power as a shield." Before he could finish, the force struck and silenced him. He screamed in panic, "No, no." Black-haired elder sensed something wrong and hurriedly said to his companion, "There is a problem with this dance. I will hold off Nap Lan my NHI. You kill that brat." The other elder nodded in agreement. The black-haired elder drew his sword and sneered, "Nap Lan my NHI, you brought this upon yourself." That man charged at Jiang Then arrogantly saying that dying under my great dark black needle mist is your honor. Jiang Then sneered and lifted his head and absorbed all the spiritual power Nap Lan my NHI transmitted. Suddenly he opened his eyes, one blue and one gold. Both hands radiated 2 completely different streams of energy. Jiang Then shouted loudly, "Moon wheel." Terrifying force shot out, piercing straight through that elder body, blood spraying everywhere. In a single move, 2 elders were slain cleanly without even a final word. Jiang Then floated in midair, arms folded as he said coldly, submit or die, his gaze sharp as blades. The situation reversed completely. Everyone was stunned. Bok Fong and Gu beamed and said master has won. Jiang Lu shouted that boss is truly the strongest. All eyes immediately turned toward Lathin Trong. His subordinates hurried to shield him. Yet all of them trembled, inwardly thinking that with Nap Lan my NHI support he had crushed even King Realms. Must they truly submit? Lathin Trong gritted his teeth, unwilling in his heart. He roared stubbornly, Jiang, then you go too far. Lathin Trong of Vo-Kak is not easily bullied. Lathin Trong spread his legs and threw his head back with a roar. Breakthrough to Mad King. Dazzling light erupted as the amber tiger spirit body appeared. Jiang then folded his arms and looked on calmly. What can you do to me? Lathin Trong growled that my father is Lam Lang Van Thien. What right do you have to force me? Vo-Kak spans the entire continent. Forcing me to submit will not end well. Outwardly tough, he knew he was no match. Even after breaking into King Realm, he could only stall for time to seek escape. Jiang then raised his hand, purple-black aura swirling as he sneered. So what if it is Vo-Kak? Thien Trong face darkened, his body trembling slightly, sweat forming on his brow as he thought in panic, Imperial Vine Dao Soul. This is bad. Is he truly going to act? Jiang then gave Lathin Trong no further chance and said coldly, since you refuse to submit, then I will teach you a lesson. After speaking, he struck with a palm that smashed him face down onto the ground, limbs clawing at the stone as he howled in pain. After a while, Lathin Trong lay limp like a dried fish, unmoving. His subordinates whispered in panic, has he been crippled? Is the legendary Imperial Vine Dao Soul truly this strong? We are finished. Jiang then stood before the subordinates with arms folded and gave them a single chance. He said slowly, submit or. Those people dared not hesitate and immediately shouted in unison, we submit, we submit. Jiang then nodded and continued then. That moment Nap Lan Mi Nhi spoke. Master, Mi Nhi spiritual energy is exhausted. Jiang then turned and saw her leaning in the arms of the Dark King. Nap Lan Mi Nhi continued the rest. I leave to Master, her whole body drenched in sweat, face flushed like drunk, the Dark King still supporting her coldly. For Jiang then, his eyes shone brightly, mouth slightly open as if nearly drooling. The moment came so suddenly that he struggled to remain calm, yet he still had to deal with Lathin Trong first. Jiang then knelt and clutched his chest, the Dark King supporting Nap Lan Mi Nhi behind him. Seeing this, Lathin Trong's subordinates grew greedy. He has lost strength, a perfect chance. They intended to seize the moment to attack and kill. That instant, a powerful presence descended, freezing them in place. A crushing pressure fell. All were restrained and unable to move. Huang Enhan Tiu appeared. Let me see who dares. The subordinates turned pale at the sight of him. The chaotic madman, the true madman of a single smile, Huang Enhan Tiu. Why is he here? Even Jiang then was surprised. Huang Enhan Tiu. Huang Enhan Tiu declared that my disciple of Back Min Academy. Is it your turn to bully him? Jiang then thought inwardly that this aura is truly terrifying. But why is he protecting me? Those on Jiang then sighed in relief. Someone said luckily Huang Enhan Tiu arrived in time. Back Ko Hao explained that I sent word earlier, a moment later, and we would be collecting corpses. But Jiang then identity is likely exposed. Someone from Vo-Kak asked in shock, Huang Enhan Tiu, you say he is a disciple of Back Min Academy. Why have we never heard of it? Jiang then knew he could no longer conceal it and admitted. I am the sect master of Tone Tun Jiao. Jiang then removed his disguise and restored his true appearance. Huang Enhan Tiu said in a deep voice, for now I can still protect him, but with his identity exposed, Tone Tun Jiao will not remain peaceful. Only then did Lathin Trong understand, his eyes widening in shock. His subordinates shouted that Jiang then is not dead, and even dared cripple the young master. The Vo-Kak headquarters will not spare you. Lathin Trong laughed darkly. Huang Enhan Tiu can protect you, but he cannot protect Tone Tun Jiao. Nap Lan Mi Nhi stepped forward. Is that so? My master matter is my matter. From now on I will protect Tone Tun Jiao. Do you have any objections? Lathin Trong was furious. Nap Lan Mi Nhi, do you wish to oppose us? A subordinate hurriedly advised young master calm down. Offending her would not be wise. Nap Lan Mi Nhi said calmly, that is right, I oppose you. What can you do to me? Lathin Trong gritted his teeth, speechless. Could only curse Jiang then. Consider yourself lucky. A subordinate hurriedly added, since Miss Nap Lan has spoken, how would we dare object? Nap Lan Mi Nhi shouted, since you have no objections, then get lost. The group lowered their heads and withdrew. Huang Enhan Tiu stood silently beside them. Nap Lan Mi Nhi glanced at Jiang then. Master, let us go. With the dean and me here, they will not dare act. Jiang then smiled and sighed. Mi Nhi, your background is not small. Huang Enhan Tiu watched the two figures depart and recognized the bloodline of the Nap Lan clan. Mi Nhi gently held Jiang then arm. To master, I am only Mi Nhi. Jiang then blushed. Huang Enhan Tiu thought inwardly that this brat truly has fortune wherever he goes. Scene shifted back to Jiang then room. Master, your injuries. Jiang then coughed lightly and replied, it is nothing. A little rest will suffice. Me Nhi went straight to the point. Since Master is fine, I have something to ask. Where is my meeting gift? Jiang then was stunned. What gift? Me Nhi extended her hand. I just performed the initiation dance for Master. By rights, you should give me a gift. Do not tell me you are that stingy. Besides, battle dancers do not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in cultivation. We rely entirely on spirit stones. Me Nhi is poor now. Master has accepted me. Then you must raise me. Me Nhi pressed closer, making Jiang then flush red. If you are going to talk, then talk. Why stand so close? Me Nhi seized the chance. So Master agrees then. Jiang then could only yield, fine. But as soon as he said it, Jiang then froze. Meeting gift and raising you. Me Nhi said calmly, that is right. Master is a true man. Once you speak, you cannot take it back. Jiang then forced a smile. How could I go back on my word? Yet inwardly his heart ached. My spirit stones. Here are 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Both the gift and living expenses are inside. Me Nhi accepted them, but still shook her head, not enough. Just then Bak Fang and Gu walked in, face bright as she called, Master. Seeing Me Nhi so close, she immediately acted coquettish. Master, you have not given her enough, I want some too. Fang and Gu asked curiously, Master, what are you two doing? She pulled Jiang then arm and pushed Me Nhi aside. What did Master give her? I want it too. Me Nhi and Fang and Gu glared at each other. Master, do you choose her or choose me? Jiang then was helpless. You too. Nhi shoved Jiang then's shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. Jiang then shouted, hey, do not go too far. Fang and Gu eyes brimmed with tears. Master, choose me. I am your first disciple. Me Nhi pounced forward. Master already said he would raise me. You cannot go back on your word. Jiang then roared, you two truly have guts. Pushed both of them away and stood up. Bak Fang and Gu, Nap Lan, Me Nhi. I still have serious matters. Both of you step aside. Suddenly, Jiang then realized something was wrong. Both his hands had pressed against the full breasts of the two girls. Jiang then flushed and explained, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Fang and Gu grew angry while Me Nhi smiled with delight. If Master wants, then just say it. Me Nhi will not refuse. The moment Me Nhi spoke, Fang and Gu expression changed instantly. What a scheming vixen. She immediately grasped Jiang then hand, her voice urgent. Master, do not believe her. I can do that as well. Jiang then was so flustered that he nearly had a nosebleed. The atmosphere between the two girls was impossible to describe. He hurriedly found an excuse to drive them out. Both of you get out for me. I have serious matters to handle, Fang and Gu shouted angrily. What serious matters? I must beat her to death. Jiang then sternly roared, get out now. Nhi and Fang and Gu stepped outside, turning to glare at each other, sparks flying like fire meeting water. The two girls snorted coldly and turned away, each walking in a different direction without another glance. All of this fell into the eyes of the Lord of the Lian Yu Guild. He stood before Jiang then door and raised his hand to knock. As soon as he entered, he sighed in admiration. Jiang then, you truly inspire no small amount of admiration. I was worried about your health, so I came to see how things were. Jiang then frowned in displeasure. Are you here to visit or to gather intelligence? You should know the remnant great sects and Vo-Kak joined forces to injure me severely at the Nine Palace Tomb. This matter I will never let go. How exactly has the situation at the Nine Palace Tomb unfolded? The Lord of the Lian Yu Guild lowered his head and sighed. We originally intended to kill the people of the three great sects and Vo-Kak. Who would have thought you would appear? Jiang then asked coldly the reason. He recalled and slowly recounted. Since Ton Tun Jio declined, the then Vuk continent has fallen into the hands of Vo-Kak. They established all sorts of rules and systems, using power to bully others, slaughtering the innocent, even destroying many small sects. What Vo-Kak has done has stirred boundless resentment among the people. Jiang then continued. So the Lian Yu Guild wants to overthrow Vo-Kak. Lord continued. All things under heaven should not be bound by rigid rules. When Ton Tun Jio stood at its peak, it never interfered in the grudges of various forces. That was the true world. Jiang then asked doubtfully, what exactly is Bak Ko Hao identity? If he is only a city lord, he would hardly be qualified as your ally. He replied that he is a descendant of the Bak Ko family. In those years, the Bak Ko family joined forces with the demon sect to oppose Vo-Kak. Unfortunately, they were eventually wiped out. Only Bak Ko Hao survived, but he is certainly not as simple as he appears. Seeing him hesitate, Jiang then understood. If you do not wish to speak, then I will not press further. Next, I will move against the three great sects and Vo-Kak. I hope it does not cause too great a disturbance. The Lord lowered his head and said then, wish you success in advance. Jiang then replied calmly, I hope so. As soon as the Lord left, Huang Enhan Tiu was already waiting for Jiang then. He spoke softly. Jiang then turned to look, Dean, you were waiting for me. Is something the matter? Huang Enhan Tiu's face was gray. Do you know that since you arrived at Tu Fuang then Veen, those leaders have already gone to Min Veen to cause trouble? Hearing this, Jiang then immediately hurried off. Once I finish handling things here, I will head to Tu Fuang then Veen at once. Today, I must go ahead first. Huang Enhan Tiu shook his head helplessly and sighed. Truly a troublesome brat. The scene shifted to Thien Nguyen Zam Lam. Yu Hong was leisurely enjoying himself, eating and drinking while surrounded by demon beasts, with someone even massaging his legs and shoulders. Jiang then suddenly appeared and said with a smile, Zio Yu, it seems you live quite comfortably here in Thien Nguyen Zam Lam. The moment Ku Yu Hong saw him, he widened his eyes. Jiang then. Ku Yu Hong immediately ordered the demon beasts, all of you withdraw. He snorted arrogantly, let me tell you, aside from a few leading beasts here, all others bow before my might. Jiang then placed a hand on Ku Yu Hong's shoulder. That is good. Gather all your brothers and follow me to war. There are some debts to settle. At Than Ki Mon, sunlight shone across the mountain gate. Not far away, Jiang then and Ku Yu Hong hid in the bushes observing. Ku Yu Hong asked curiously, wipe them all out. Jiang then shook his head no. He revealed a sly smile, crushing them is enough. Ku Yu Hong glanced at him and smiled knowingly, I understand. With that, Ku Yu Hong flew straight toward Than Ki Mon and shouted at the disciples, brats, charge. Then he shot up into the sky. Upon receiving the order, the demon beasts went mad and surged toward Than Ki Mon. The disciples of Than Ki Mon saw the commotion and cried out in panic. What is happening, demon beasts? A beast tide. The beast tide is attacking. Seeing the urgency, someone stepped forward to calm them. Do not worry, I will activate the sect protecting Grand Formation at once. It is only a small beast tide. It cannot harm our Than Ki Mon. Yet at this moment, the beast tide outside grew ever larger, continuously assaulting the protective barrier of Than Ki Mon. Yu Hong saw the demon beasts press close. He turned toward Jiang then and shouted loudly, Jiang then. Jiang then sneered mockingly, Zio Yu. It seems you are not doing so well either. Just a tiny, mysterious grade formation. After speaking, Jiang then mounted his sword and flew forward, his eyes fixed on the barrier. He snorted coldly. It is not so easy to deal with. Jiang then unleashed his spiritual power and shouted, break. The blazing sun martial skill ignited like a rocket, carrying fierce flames as it shot straight toward the barrier of Than Ki Mon. The demon beasts below coordinated their assault, directly shattering the defensive barrier before fiercely charging inside. Inside, the sect master of Than Ki Mon roared in fury. Who dares oppose my Than Ki Mon? Get out here at once. Jiang then descended from the sky, smiling and greeting everyone. It has been a long time. Recognizing Jiang then, the crowd cried out in shock. Jiang then, immediately after, they questioned, was it you who led the demon beasts to attack Than Ki Mon? What do you want? Jiang then smiled brightly and replied calmly, what do I want? It is simple, I want you all. He emphasized each word, disband Than Ki Mon. Sect master of Than Ki Mon refused at once. Impossible. That man gritted his teeth and said, Than Ki Mon has existed for ages. How can it collapse because of a single sentence from you? Moreover, Vocac has long established its rules. By doing this, you are opposing Vocac, destroying a sect on your own. Jiang then repeated coldly, Vocac. Jiang then's aura erupted with crushing pressure. When I roamed the world freely, what was Vocac worth? From beginning to end, they were never worthy of entering my sight. Under that terrifying pressure, the sect master of Than Ki Mon could not endure it, his entire body trembling before he helplessly lowered his head. The crowd cried out in alarm, Sect master, Sect master. The sect master of Than Ki Mon lowered his voice to plead. Our Than Ki Mon no longer poses any threat to you. Can you spare us? Jiang then threw his sword down before him. Sword emitted a dazzling golden light. Jiang then said, back at the Nine Palace Mausoleum, you were arrogant and bullied others. Did you ever think of sparing me then? The sword hovered before him. Jiang then threatened coldly, disband Than Ki Mon, or use the lives of your disciples and elders in exchange for the name of Than Ki Mon. In the horrified gaze of the sect master, demon beasts stepped forward, clearly ready to attack the disciples. The sect master of Than Ki Mon blankly raised his head, his heart in turmoil. Could it be that compromise was truly the only path left? That man had no other choice, lowering his head helplessly as he said, I understand. All of this is the karma of my Than Ki Mon from today onward. Than Ki Mon is disbanded, having achieved what he wanted. Jiang then did not linger and turned to leave. Very well. I hope you remember today's words. With that said, Jiang then rode his sword away, passing by Ku Yu Hong. He reminded him, why are you standing there? There are still 2 of the 3 great sects left to visit. Ku Yu-hong did not look at him and ask, "Are you really letting them off just like that?" Jiang then smiled and replied, "I have never liked killing, but if they are given a chance and do not cherish it, then they cannot blame me for taking action." After Jiang then led the demon beasts away, the people of Than Kim Mon hurried to the sect master, asking anxiously, "Sect master, are you truly going to obey him and disband the sect?" "Sect master, it cannot be. The legacy of our Than Kim Mon cannot end here." The sect master of Than Kim Mon lowered his head deeply, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, and answered hoarsely, "Disband it." That man suddenly lifted his head, his face filled with viciousness. Does he think that relying on Jiang then alone he can force my Than Kim Mon to this extent? That brat! I will surely take his head to wash away today's humiliation. After speaking, the sect master led the crowd forward and shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow me to Vo-Cap." At Truanca Mon, Jiang then had arrived. An elder immediately stepped out to receive him. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." The elder looked at Jiang then and spoke gently, "Taoist Jiang, we already know about Than Kim Mon and Hak Sun 5. Tomorrow I will issue the order to disband Truanca Mon." Seeing the other party act sensibly, Jiang then did not wish to fight and nodded. "Since you have chosen to disband, I will not pursue past matters, however." After a pause, Jiang then stated his condition. "I want you to hand over Mo Han Van," he thought to himself. "This man formed a deep grudge with me at the Nine Palace Mausoleum, and he possesses the Shadow Dao soul. Letting him grow will be a disaster. He absolutely cannot be spared." That person turned his head to look around, pretending to search, then shook his head and replied, "The one you seek has already left." Afraid that Jiang then would not believe him, that man hurriedly explained, "Mo Han Van is exceptionally talented and cultivates both seals and arts. He will certainly seek a better place to develop. A small place like Truanca Mon cannot contain him. He has gone to Fan Thien Hoc Vien." Hearing this, Jiang then quickly thought of the renowned Fan Thien Hoc Vien of the two Fuang Then Vien. "It seems I must wait until there to have a chance to kill him." He let out a soft breath. "If that is the case, so be it." Seeing Jiang then turn away again, Ku Yu-hong asked unwillingly, "Is that the end of it? Hak Sun disbanded so easily, and now Truanca Mon as well. The three great sects all agreed to disband. How dull." Jiang then folded his arms and replied without turning, "Not yet." But when the others were not paying attention, the corner of Jiang then's lips curled slightly. "They will not disband, not a single one." Ku Yu-hong raised his head in shock and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang then said slowly, "The three great sects agreeing to disband at the same time. Do you not find it too much of a coincidence?" That moment, the spirit image of Bok Fong Ngu appeared in the air, glowing as he reported, "Master, Vo-Cap has joined forces with the three great sects and is preparing to kill at Back Ko Than." Jiang then said in a deep voice, "If my guess is correct, the real battle has only just begun." Killing intent flashed in Jiang then's eyes as he solemnly ordered, "Set out, attack the Vo-Cap of Back Ko Than." Ku Yu-hong shouted excitedly, "Set out." Above Back Ko Than, the people of the three great sects stood with folded arms watching Jiang then approach. He has come. Moments later, Jiang then was already standing before Back Ko Than. Behind him, the demon beasts surged forward in great numbers, their momentum rolling like waves, the scene immensely grand. People of the three great sects stared wide-eyed in shock. Jiang then coldly ordered the demon beast army battle. The sect master of Than Kim Mon ground his teeth in hatred. He has finally come. Who would have thought that our three great sects would be forced to this extent by a mere brat? The elder of Truanca Mon assessed gravely, "This battle must be won. It cannot be lost." The pavilion master of Vo-Cap raised the battle flag high. Pointing straight at Jiang then, he declared war. "Today, in the name of the Vo-Cap master of Back Ko Than, I announce to the world." Jiang then trampled Than Van Tran, destroyed the three great sects, and forced Back Ko Than to disband its sects. His hands are stained with fresh blood, cruel to the extreme. Such a person deserves only one word: kill. Ku Yu-hong flew alongside Jiang then. Angered by the declaration, "This old man is still putting on a show. Clearly they struck first, truly shameless." Jiang then said calmly, "No need to mind it. Right and wrong will be judged by the world." Jiang then looked at the three great sects on the city wall and said coldly, "I once gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Since that is the case, wipe them out." Jiang then's eyes widened as killing intent surged violently. The order was given. Demon beasts roared, their eyes bloodshot as they charged forward. People of the three great sects were utterly terrified. Those are King Realm demon beasts from Thien Nguyen Zam Lam. How can Jiang then possibly command them? The demon beasts attacked with increasing ferocity. The three great sects hurriedly set up their formation. Pavilion Master placed his hand on the ground and shouted loudly, "Activate the formation." A radiant formation circle immediately appeared on the ground. The pavilion master turned back confidently and said, "This is an Earth-rank grand formation, enough to protect the entire city from the beast tide. If Jiang then dares attack, he will suffer backlash. That will be our moment to counterattack." The sect master of Than Kim Mon laughed loudly and said smugly, "Excellent plan. Once he is struck by the rebound, I will tear him apart." The people of Truong Ka Mon were full of anticipation. Still talking tough, I will wait to see him suppress. Suddenly, the smile on the face of the pavilion master of Vo Kak froze. His eyes filled with horror at the sight before him. Wait, that is. The three felt unease rising in their hearts. What is that thing? Before them, numerous tentacles appeared, soul technique, divine finger sanctuary. A gigantic hand manifested, releasing terrifying spiritual power. Jiang eyes were crimson, killing intent, erupting from his entire body. A mere Earth-rank formation. Under Jiang control, the gigantic hand slammed straight into the formation. With a single punch, the formation shattered like glass. The pavilion master of Vo Kak stared wide-eyed and stammered, "The Earth-rank formation, it is broken." The disciples were knocked to the ground, trembling as they asked, "Pavilion master, what do we do now?" The people of Truong Ka Mon were also heavily injured, clutching their chests as they said, "Jiang can even break an Earth-rank formation, then we." The pavilion master clenched his fists and forced himself calm as he analyzed. The backlash of an Earth-rank formation is powerful. Jiang must be injured. This is when he is weakest. Charge together and we can certainly kill him. Pavilion master turned and shouted orders. Everyone, at this point there is no retreat, all sects attack. At any cost, kill Jiang though injured. Everyone still forced themselves up and charged forward with determination. On Jiang side, he showed no hesitation. Demon beasts roared and charged directly into battle. The two sides collided violently, humans and beasts fighting fiercely, neither yielding. Human strength could not rival the beasts. One after another fell. Before the city wall, corpses lay scattered everywhere. The three great sects relied on their numbers to surround Jiang in the center. "Jiang, hand over your life." Jiang did not retreat, his gaze blazing as he shouted coldly, "Kill." Sect master of Than Kim Mon waved his hand and unleashed 10,000 swords unleashed, dense streams of spiritual power shooting out. The people of Truong Ka Mon blew their flutes and released their ultimate technique. Another elder raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Jiang brat, accept your death." The disciples below saw this as if grasping at hope, cheering excitedly. The sect master has taken action. All three sect masters are using killing moves. How can Jiang withstand it? Charge. Once he dies, these demon beasts will become materials for artifact refining. Yu Hong stood behind Jiang eager to fight, yet still asked, "Jiang do I need to act?" Jiang folded his arms and replied indifferently, "You have not recovered yet. Focus on healing. These three are not enough to make me afraid." Jiang formed seals. The power of Xu and Huang erupted. Golden spiritual energy surged violently. Ku Yu Hong's eyes widened in shock. The power of Xu and Huang is razor sharp and can shatter all things. You have already cultivated it to great completion. At that moment, a sect master rushed straight at Jiang and roared, still talking tough when death is near, "I will take your head." Jiang looked at the first one charging in and casually struck out with a palm, sending him flying instantly. He snorted coldly, "Before me, you are nothing but ants." That sect master was slammed straight to the ground, completely crushed by Jiang The remaining people shouted together immediately after. The other two instantly surrounded Jiang but the light from his body erupted, illuminating the entire area. The bodies of the sect masters were constricted until they could barely breathe. He stared wide-eyed in horror and cried out, "How can this be possible?" Jiang flashed like lightning and appeared before him, explaining calmly, "Why would it not be possible, such a simple matter?" The sect master of Truong Ka turned pale with fear, struggling desperately yet to no avail. Jiang turned to look at the other sect master and glared coldly, trying to run. Waved his hand. Spiritual energy transformed into vines, then condensed into a man eating flower that shot straight toward the sect master of Than Kim Mon. Bound tightly by the flower, the sect master of Than Kim Mon cried out in panic, "Pavilion master, save me, save me." That very moment, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air. The floral vines were cut apart. The sect master of Than Kim Mon finally escaped and fell straight from the sky to the ground. Jiang suffered a heavy backlash, opening his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The pavilion master stood before the sect master of Than Kim Mon and said coldly to Jiang "You dare control your Tao soul to devour living people, truly bloodthirsty. Today the Vo Kak of Bak Ko Than will act on behalf of heaven and kill a demon like you." Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied with a faint smile, "Hiding like a turtle for so long, you finally dare to show yourself." Spiritual energy burst from the pavilion master's body as he said arrogantly, "Breaking the earth mysterious formation must have drained you, and after fighting 3 King Realm cultivators you must be exhausted. I have been waiting for this very moment." Battle officially began. Spiritual energy surged wildly from the pavilion master's body, forming a massive vortex. The disciples below cheered excitedly. It is the vermilion bird Tao Soul. The pavilion master has taken action. This battle is finally coming to an end. The pavilion master narrowed his eyes and sneered disdainfully. Jiang then brat, prepare to die. Jiang then showed no fear, glanced at him and asked calmly, the vermilion bird, does it look that impressive? Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted in midair. Jiang then spread his arms to both sides. Behind him, a colossal phoenix gradually took shape. Jiang then stood with arms folded, his voice calm before the undying bird. What is a vermilion bird worth? In the distance, Bok Fong and Gu and Nap Lan My Nhi looked up at Jiang then. Bok Fong and Gu asked in astonishment, is that master? After confirming it was indeed Jiang then, Bok Fong and Gu cheered excitedly. Master is amazing. Nap Lan My Nhi blushed and smiled softly, truly heart-stirring. The pavilion master stared at Jiang, then with wide eyes and shouted in disbelief, twin Tao souls, and one of them is the undying bird Tao Soul. He gritted his teeth and said incredulously, two special Tao souls coexisting. What kind of monster are you? Jiang then did not bother to respond and slowly closed his eyes. Vermilion bird, submit. The pavilion master roared unwillingly. I am a king realm cultivator. How could I submit to a lowly creature? Extended his hand and unleashed a move, Tao Soul power, wrath of breath slaughter. Today I will turn it into a dead bird. The two streams of red and golden power collided fiercely, evenly matched. The pavilion master believed victory was his and shouted madly. When the vermilion bird rages, how can your tiny undying bird withstand it? Jiang then laughed, really? I advise you to look more carefully. The undying bird of Jiang then was continuously absorbing the flames of the vermilion bird. The pavilion master's expression changed as he asked with a trembling voice, are you devouring my flames? Jiang then did not answer. The undying bird had already swallowed the vermilion bird whole. Immediately after, the undying bird charged straight toward the pavilion master and launched a fierce attack. Before long, the pavilion master was beaten miserably and lay sprawled on the ground. Only then did Jiang then speak from above. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Jiang then descended from the sky and stepped directly on the pavilion master. I will reward you with a little more life to watch me cleanse the trash of Bak Ko Than. Struck by the blow, the pavilion master widened his eyes and spat blood. Stepping on the pavilion master, Jiang then folded his arms and declared to all disciples of the three great sects, in the name of Jiang then I proclaim, from today onward Bak Ko Than will no longer have vocab. Lying on the ground, the pavilion master cried out in despair. Jiang then, opposing vocab is seeking your own death. The headquarters will never spare you. Jiang then feigned surprise. Oh, but I do not care. Nap Lan My Nhi stepped forward and glared angrily at the pavilion master. Tell me, who is the one seeking death? Do you have THE Chinese letter to represent vocab? You do not, but I do commit suicide. Hearing the cold voice from the beautiful girl, the pavilion master cried out in fear, Miss Nap Lan. He was so terrified he was speechless. In the end, he could only respond in despair and grit his teeth to take his own life. A painful scream rang out as fresh blood sprayed. Nap Lan My Nhi looked at Jiang then and smiled enchantingly. Master need not worry. I will protect you completely. Jiang then looked at her and thought, the identity of my second disciple is indeed not simple. Jiang then raised his hand in a gesture. We will talk about this later. After speaking, he turned and left. Jiang then walked toward the crowd still fighting and shouted sternly, vocab of Bak Ko Than has been destroyed. Those who surrender will not be killed. The disciples were frightened out of their wits. They hurriedly dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. We are willing to submit. Jiang then turned to look at Nap Lan My Nhi. Now we can talk. Nap Lan My Nhi. Who exactly are you? My Nhi looked at him, unsure how to answer. Jiang then and Nap Lan My Nhi whispered to each other, making Bok Fong and Gu extremely curious. Master is my master. How could he be easily taken away by that vixen? Zio and Gu stepped forward to probe, thinking to herself, what is going on? Could it be that the vixen and master are already so close? My Nhi continued. Since things have come to this point, there is no need to hide anymore. Master, have you ever heard of the North Dipper Star Sea? The Heavenly Star Clan. She pondered. 3,000 years ago when I ascended, the Heavenly Star Clan did not seem as strong as it is now. Bok Fong and Gu asked doubtfully, you mean the Heavenly Star Clan is as powerful as vocab? My Nhi nodded, that is right. Nap Lan My Nhi said this to reveal a secret master had never known. I am the eldest young lady of the Heavenly Star Clan. Bok Fong and Gu was astonished. But you do not bear the surname Heavenly Star. Moreover, the previous clan leader Thien Tin Hai Lam was the lawful wife of Lam Lang Van Thien. After thinking for a moment, Zio and Gu somewhat understood and angrily asked, then what about you and vocab? Jiang then spoke. My NHI, you know that sooner or later I will have a battle with Vo-Cac. When that time comes, I will not show mercy because of you. My NHI nodded. Would that not be better? My NHI had long wanted nothing to do with that wretched place and replied, I hope Master can destroy Vo-Cac. Yang then thought to himself, have I just heard a great family secret? Since we met Nap Land, my NHI has helped me many times. If she wished to harm me, she would not have needed to help. Everyone has their own hardships. I do not need to force her. Jiang then warned my NHI sternly, I hope what you said is true. If not, if you betray me, I will personally kill you. Hearing this, my NHI hesitated slightly. In the end, she decided to follow Jiang then to the very end. Kneeling as she said, my NHI will absolutely not betray Master's trust. 3 days later, during this time, Nap Land, my NHI remained by Jiang then's side attending to him. My NHI gazed at Master's appearance in fascination without growing tired. So Jiang then is this handsome. Being his disciple truly is not a loss. Jiang then sat in contemplation. These days of cultivation have increased my cultivation significantly. Only half a step remains before breaking through to the sect realm. While Master worried about great matters, the female disciple climbed onto him and caressed him. My NHI asked gently, has Master finished cultivating? Jiang then deflected, not yet. If someone were to dance for me and help me break through to the sect realm, I would be very grateful. Nap Land, my NHI, immediately understood Master's meaning, though she interpreted it playfully. Tilting her head, she asked, dance. NHI stroked Jiang then's chin and smiled mischievously. I am quite skilled at several dances. I wonder which kind Master wishes to see, flying celestial dance, or... After hesitating for a moment, my NHI stood up and swayed her waist, casting flirtatious glances, preparing to perform a strip dance. Jiang then assumed a stern Master's demeanor and shouted, Nap Land, my NHI, have you no sense of propriety? My NHI acted as if she heard nothing, her hand lightly tightening around the silk sash on her body, that half-hidden, half-revealed figure swaying gently. Could it be that it could not enchant Master? Clearly Master wanted to watch her begin to dance. Jiang then was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word. My NHI's voice was as soft as honey pouring into the ear. This time, can you still refuse? Yet my NHI was full of schemes, suddenly pretending to slip right in front of Master. Jiang then instinctively reached out to catch her. Just as she had planned, he even had time to remind her, be careful. My NHI immediately fell straight into Master's embrace. My NHI's hand followed the motion, gently caressing Jiang then's cheek. My NHI's eyes were brimming with affection. Staring straight at Jiang then as if to steal his soul, she softly asked, Master, are you satisfied with my NHI's dance? Jiang then stammered, you. Just as the atmosphere was rising, the door was suddenly pushed open. Huang Enhan Tiu and several elders rushed in shouting, Jiang then. The 3 old men froze when they saw the scene before them. Jiang then was tightly holding Nap Land, my NHI. The two pressed together as if glue. Huang Lao, Deep Lao, Hao Lao were speechless and did not dare say anything. Clearly they had come at the wrong time. Their important matter had to be set aside. Even thunder avoids mealtime. The 3 experienced old men understood each other and politely closed the door as they left, not forgetting to call out, sorry for the disturbance. Jiang then was still held tightly by my NHI, yet he hurriedly broke free and ran to the door calling out, you 3, come back here. After a while, the 3 elders returned. This time the way they looked at Jiang then had changed, each thinking to himself, truly an interesting figure. My NHI seized the chance to look smug, while Bok Fong and Gu glared at her with a low growl. Jiang then set aside the private matter and asked sternly, speak, why have the 3 of you come together? Huang Enhan Tiu went straight to the point. I received news that the matter of La Thien Trong being crippled has alarmed Lam Lang Van Thien. He is furious and intends to personally come to Bak Ko Than to question you. The mere mention of Lam Lang Van Thien had long been a nightmare for Bak Ko Than through the ages. Yet today Jiang then had provoked his hornet nest directly. How would Jiang then face this time? Huang Enhan Tiu spoke cautiously, explaining clearly, Lam Lang Van Thien's strength is close to the divine realm. We are not certain we can fully protect you. You must immediately go to Tu Fuang then Vien. Only there can shelter you now. Jiang then pondered silently. From Huang Enhan Tiu's tone, it seemed the 3 of them might still be capable of contending with Lam Lang Van Thien. Not wanting to guess blindly, Jiang then asked directly, what exactly is your cultivation level? Huang Enhan Tiu replied, nearly on par with old ancestor Mac Ian. Jiang then was slightly startled, not ordinary cultivation. Mac Ian was originally at the same realm as Lam Lang Van Thien. Continued to ask, Dean, why are you helping me? Huang Enhan Tiu only replied, there are matters that cannot be spoken of now. When the time comes you will understand. For now just remember one thing. Huang Enhan Tiu emphasized seriously, we bear no ill will toward you. Jiang then thought to himself, with their strength there is no need to pretend to curry favor with me. Vo-Cac rules the Vo then continent. Only Tu Fuang then Vien remains neutral, truly suitable for me to cultivate my forces. Having thought it through, Jiang then did not press further since the dean does not wish to speak. I will not ask again. Jiang then cupped his hands in thanks to the three elders. No matter what, I will remember this favor, mountains high and roads long. I hope we meet again someday. The three elders did not detain him, only wishing him a safe journey. Jiang then immediately signaled to his two disciples. My Chai, Fang and Gu called Jiang Lu. We depart at once. Both quickly responded. Jiang then turned to Xiao Yu and instructed, Xiao Yu, prepare well. Come with me to Tu Fuang then Veen. The rooster's eyes lit up as it cried out, Are there many beauties there, beauties, I am coming. Yet the fate between Jiang then and Lang Van Thien would inevitably bring them face to face again. Jiang then never avoided it. The debt between me and him will be settled sooner or later. 3 days later, after a long and exhausting journey, Jiang then and his disciples finally arrived at a city to rest. Seeing the two disciples and Jiang Lu utterly fatigued was no surprise. Along the way they had barely any time to rest. Jiang then decided, on our first day here we will enter the city and rest a bit. The three answered in unison, yes. Finding an inn to dine, Jiang Lu suddenly asked, Boss, on the way to Tu Fuang then Veen must we pass through Tanzian? Hearing this, Jiang then fell into thought. Tanzian is the land of the Jiang family and also Jiang Lu's ancestral home. Jiang Lu sighed, Boss, I once thought that one day we would return to Tanzian with honor and make the great elder regret it. But now Lang Van Thien is pressing step by step. Jiang then comforted, we will return. Once he is dealt with, we will not only return, but do so openly. In his heart, Jiang then held another resolve, to make him beg us to return. The two disciples asked curiously, Master is from the Tanzian Jiang family whose power rivals Bakta city. Why did you and Jiang Lu join Tone Tunjiao? Is that not common for great families? Jiang then replied, In truth, I never cared much for the Jiang family. Jiang Lu sighed, Boss, do not say that. You are the young master of the Jiang family. Back then the patriarch had no choice but to send you to Tone Tunjiao. In the end, it was all the great elder's scheme. Jiang then recalled the past. The original body's father treated him well. I have borrowed this body and should also accept that affection. Just as Jiang then was about to continue speaking with Jiang Lu, noise erupted outside. What, no more superior rooms? How can my young master stay in an ordinary room? If there is no upper room, then drive them out. Jiang Lu frowned. This scene is exactly like years ago in the Jiang family. The great elder's grandson also bullied others like this. Jiang then nodded. Where did these flies come from? Tyrant kicked the door open and shouted, Trash, who allowed you to occupy the young master's room? Jiang Lu said angrily, which madman suddenly came to cause trouble? This is the room my boss reserved. It has nothing to do with your young master. A young master peeked out from behind the guard and sneered, You poor country bumpkins. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something familiar. His eyes widened as he looked carefully and exclaimed, Jiang then, Jiang Lu, the two were also stunned. Jiang Lu Veem. Jiang then thought to himself, Truly enemies meet on a narrow road. Just as one speaks of Cao Cao arrives. Jiang then smiled with interest. How interesting, to meet the original body's old sworn enemies again. Jiang Lu Veem regained his arrogance. I wondered who it was. So it is you two wastes, expelled from the Jiang family and still dreaming of staying in a superior room. Bok Fong and Gu stepped out angrily and shouted, Who dares insult my master? My Chai pulled her back. Calm down, observe first. These two cannot do anything to master. Jiang Lu looked at Jiang Lu Veem and said, I am the young master of the Jiang family and will return sooner or later. What are you so proud of? Jiang Lu Veem was stunned. Return to the Jiang family. The master and servant burst into laughter. Trash will always be trash, and now you still dream of returning. Curled his lips and said loudly, Let me tell you, the young master of the Jiang family now is me. Jiang Lu shouted angrily, There is only one young master of the Jiang family, and that is my boss Jiang then. Jiang then remained silent, thinking to himself, merely a title of young master. But if Jiang Lu values it so much, I can help him seize this Jiang family back. Jiang Lu Veem sneered disdainfully. Jiang Lu, you are just a dog. By Jiang then sighed. So loyal, has he given you an extra bone? The Jiang family changed hands long ago. Hearing this, Jiang then was shaken inwardly. Has something happened to the Jiang family? No wonder the original body and Jiang Lu were sent away back then. Jiang then said, I will investigate the matter of the Jiang family clearly. As for you, Jiang Lu nodded. I understand, boss. Jiang Lu glared with fury. Jiang Lu Veem, boss says, beat them and drive them out. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Lu charged forward. Jiang Lu Veem still sneered. A mere trash at the master realm dares touch this young master. He immediately ordered the guard, Jiang Nhai, beat them to death for me and teach him a lesson. Jiang Nhai nodded. As you command, young master. Jiang Nhai used a few flashy stolen moves and shouted, Little trash, Die 9 yin-sharp claws. Such showy tricks could not block the blow Jiang Lu had practiced tens of thousands of times. Once unleashed, it ended the fight. Jiang Lu's fist struck straight into the opponent's face, knocking teeth and lips into chaos. The body flew backward. Jiang Enhai's head slammed into the wall, and he died on the spot. Jiang Lu Vim looked as if in a dream. How did it turn out like this? Jiang Lu turned to ask Jiang then, "Boss, what did you just say? I did not hear clearly." Jiang then replied calmly, "Nothing important. Ignore him. There is still one more waiting over there." Only then did Jiang Lu Vim try to steady himself, feeling something was wrong. It seems Jiang Lu is still as foolish as before. Just now Jiang Nhai was merely careless. Thinking this, he strode forward arrogantly. Jiang Lu Vim never placed Jiang Lu in his eyes and sneered, "You damned fatso. What are you so proud of? You only got lucky beating Jiang Nhai. I am a high-level sect realm cultivator. High-level my foot." Jiang Lu roared and threw a punch straight into his abdomen. Jiang Lu Vim immediately spat blood. Blow did not stop. The surging force sent Jiang Lu Vim flying back to the very spot where Jiang Nhai had fallen. Truly born a pair, one falls, the other stacks on top. The two lying atop each other looked rather neat. Jiang Lu laughed gleefully, "Boss, I sent him flying." Rarely had Jiang Lu shown such joy regarding family matters. But just as the joy appeared, a hidden weapon shot straight toward Jiang Lu's face. "Watch out." Someone shouted coldly, "Beast." Jiang Lu was ambushed, and before he could react, he was blasted away, fresh blood spraying. Jiang Then's heart tightened as he hurried forward to catch his brother. Looking at the newcomer, Jiang then said in a deep voice, "A king realm, you are from the Jiang family." That man replied, "I am the young master's personal guard." That man sneered coldly. Two pieces of trash who were expelled dare to harm the young master. Courting death once helped up. Jiang Lu Vim cursed arrogantly. "Jiang then, even your dog dares bark in front of me." He immediately ordered, "Jiang Ngu, Jiang that, sever their limbs for me. I want them to crawl on the ground for the rest of their lives." The two answered in unison that they obeyed. Bak Fong Ngu hurried over, "Master, do we need to call people from Bak to city?" My Nhai also stepped forward ready to assist. Jiang then said coldly, "No need. You two take care of Jiang Lu." At this moment, Jiang then no longer looked calm, his face cold as a ghost. He spoke slowly, "I will handle it myself." Jiang Lu Vim had no idea death had arrived. Still casting an arrogant glance, "I did not expect two such stunning beauties here." He laughed obscenely. "Jiang then, I happen to lack 2 maidservants. Strip these 2 and send them to my bed. I will spare you. After all, your father once knelt at my father's feet begging for his life before he died." Those words struck the deepest wound and awakened the demon within Jiang then. "I am so kind. How could I go against an elder's last wish?" Jiang then seemed frozen, unable to believe his ears. "What do you mean?" Suddenly a surge of power erupted within him, stirring every meridian. His heart felt ready to explode. Memories surfaced of childhood days playing beside the father, who always loved him. The first training sessions, father holding his hand to teach. Without diligent cultivation, how can you protect yourself? And the time the two misunderstood each other. Because of Jiang Then's youthful impulsiveness, they severed ties. Do not blame father. Jiang Then's teeth ground together. He is already dead. The resentment of the original host, I feel it all. I have become you, your revenge. I will avenge for you. With that, Jiang then activated the Phoenix Tao soul within him, his aura exploding. Spiritual power surged to envelop his entire body. Jiang then called coldly, "My Nhai." Jiang Lu Vim stared in horror. Jiang then has awakened the clan's undying bird Tao soul. My Nhai understood and stepped out, beginning her dance, "Master. My Nhai will dance for you." The initiation dance empowered Jiang then, his cultivation breaking straight through to the sect realm. Jiang then roared, "Jiang Lu Vim, he is already dead. What right do you have to live in this world?" Jiang Lu Vim panicked. Jiang then's talent is terrifying and he bears irreconcilable hatred toward me. I absolutely cannot hold back. He gritted his teeth and replied, "So what if you have a dance to assist you? A sect realm trash still dreams of killing me." He had complete faith in his 2 guards and ordered, "Jiang Ngu, Jiang that, kill him." The 2 answered in unison that they obeyed. These 2 were not easy to deal with. Their beast martial souls erupted as they charged forward. Fong Ngu and my Nhai warned in alarm, "Master, those are the twin wolf homage Dao souls. The 2 Dao souls resonate and can merge, almost without weakness." Jiang Ngu's Dao soul lunged, as if to devour Jiang then. Jiang then remained still, saying coldly, "Among all beasts under heaven, dragon and phoenix stand supreme." In the air, Jiang then shouted, "Divine Phoenix, rise." The Divine Phoenix Dao soul burst forth with might, one strike shattering Jiang Ngu's wolf homage. Jiang Ngu was blasted away. The undying bird reigns supreme. "Is that all your wolf homage amounts to?" Jiang Ngu slammed to the ground. Jiang Lu Vim and Jiang that never expected he could not withstand a single move. But Jiang then had no intention of stopping, continuing to command, "Divine Phoenix, now him." Jiang Lu Vim seemed to have anticipated this and sneered, "You took the bait. Jiang Ngu, Jiang that." The 2 rushed forward and shouted together, awakened twin Tao souls. The two Tao souls rapidly fused. A bizarre Tao soul formed, its power soaring astonishingly. A monstrous beast roared, shaking heaven and earth. Tao soul technique, Wolf Homage Calamity. Wolf Homage Calamity opened its maw and charged. Jiang then saw only childish tricks. The Divine Phoenix advanced straight on, before absolute power. Everything is trash. The Divine Phoenix collision shattered the Wolf Homage's abdomen. The Tao Soul technique collapsed. Jiang Ngu and Jiang that died with their Tao Souls. Seeing this, Jiang Lu Vim stood stunned. Impossible. Collapsed, wetting himself as he begged, "Do not kill me. I am the young master of the Jiang family. If you kill me, the Jiang family will not spare you." Fong Ngu and my Nhi feared he might go too far and hurriedly dissuaded him. "Master, you cannot kill him. He has a soul steel in the Jiang family. If he dies, the image will be transmitted back." Jiang Lu Vim hurriedly nodded. Yes, that is right. But his words no longer held meaning for Jiang then. Jiang then had decided, the Jiang family must pay for the debt of killing father. One strike pierced straight through Jiang Lu Vim's crown as he was still pleading. Jiang Lu Vim died. The soul steel in the Jiang family shattered instantly. A panicked cry rang out. The young master's soul steel has broken. The old patriarch of the Jiang family erupted in fury like a wild beast. "Who dares kill my grandson?" A spirit image appeared, revealing clearly the killer. That image immediately appeared before him. Jiang then said calmly, "It was me." "Jiang then, next it will be your turn." The old man furiously dispersed the spirit image and roared, "Jiang then, I will strip your skin and tear your bones." Outside, an old woman with tear-filled eyes was overwhelmed. The young master is still alive. The old woman rushed into the street. "I must find the young master and protect him safely." Returning to the room to care for Jiang Lu, Fong Ngu worried, "Master, there are still pursuers from Vo-Kak behind us. Now you have killed Jiang Lu Vim. The Jiang family will surely hunt you down." My Nhi added, "In Lakthan City there is no Vo-Kak force to help." Fong Ngu continued, "I have sent word to grandfather, but people from Bokta City will take at least a day to arrive, while Tan Zion is only half a day away." Jiang then replied calmly, "What is there to panic about?" Jiang then covered Jiang Lu with a blanket. "Whether the Jiang family comes or not, sooner or later I will go find them to settle accounts." Fong Ngu said, "Master, Jiang Lu Vim is dead. The Jiang family," my Nhi pondered. "Those who come from the Jiang family will surely be venerable realm." Jiang then calculated, "I have reached the sect realm. The power of Xu and Huang perfected, with my Nhi's assistance. Facing the venerable realm may not be impossible." Outside, a gray-robed old man stepped in and asked respectfully, "May I ask, is Jiang then here?" It was the old man from the Jiang family before who came searching upon seeing Jiang then. The two disciples stepped out vigilantly. "Who are you? Why are you looking for our master?" Jiang then looked at the old man, feeling somewhat familiar, seemingly someone from the original host's past. He said, "Fong Ngu, my Nhi, do not be rude, this old gentleman." The old man could not hold back his tears. The young master has finally returned. As Jiang then stepped forward, the old man knelt down. "Young master, I am Tu Dubat Tai, a guard of the Jiang family, protector of the Jiang bloodline." Jiang then searched through memories, yet the original host remembered a middle-aged man with towering presence. Why had he become so wretched now? Jiang then imitated the original host and asked, choked with emotion, how he had come here and what had happened to the Jiang family. Tu Dubat Tai knelt prostrate, his voice trembling. "Young master, after the patriarch passed away, the collateral branch attacked and slaughtered the direct descendants. This useless old man could not protect the Jiang family. Please punish me, young master." Grievous news left Jiang then stunned. Fong Ngu widened her eyes, asking how the collateral branch dared be so mad. My Nhi nodded, saying families that lose their leader usually fall into disorder, but rarely to such cruelty. Jiang then silently grasped the loyal old man's hand, that hand trembling yet the heart unwavering. Spoke gently in comfort. "If there is guilt, it belongs to those beasts. How does it concern you? Tell me clearly everything that happened over the years." Old Tu Du nodded and slowly recounted. Since young master and Jiang Lu were expelled from the Jiang family, father's position in the clan became increasingly difficult. The great elder's branch bribed the supreme elder, schemed to seize the patriarch position. After that, they found a pretext to transfer me away from the Jiang family, secretly arranging a killing formation and slaughtering all the Jiang descendants. I sensed something was wrong and rushed in to save them. It was already too late. The horrifying memory made tears stream uncontrollably. If my life could have preserved the direct bloodline, I would have died willingly. But all were lost. None remained. Jiang then now fully understood the original host's miserable life, placing his hand on the old man's shoulder in reassurance. Now he no longer needed to wait for the Jiang family to come. Unwilling to waste the fury within, he stepped forward and told the old man, "From now on leave everything to me. The Jiang family grudge I will claim." Tudu's eyes brimmed, as if he no longer recognized the frail young master of old. "Young master, you have changed." The two female disciples were uneasy, fearing this trip would bring more danger than safety. Master merely gestured lightly for them to be at ease. He said coldly, "The debt of hundreds of Jiang lives. I will collect both principal and interest." The two disciples understood Master's temperament, knowing persuasion would be useless, so they fell silent. With a sigh, "Wherever Master goes, the two will follow to the end." Jiang then summoned Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu appeared excited. "What do you need me for?" Jiang then signaled that he needed to use that move and told Xiao Yu to prepare essence blood. Xiao Yu glared and said, "Are you tired of living? Wait until I return." Jiang then closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing for a moment. When he opened his eyes, killing intent erupted across his body. He said he could not wait any longer. His hands operated the forbidden formation, energy surging violently, his aura rising fiercely. Without hesitating for even a moment, Jiang then prepared to pour out all his strength for this blood-soaked vengeance, reclaiming the rightful name for the original host. After all, the original host and he combined into a power never before displayed. Jiang then whispered, "Wait just a little longer. I am Jiang then. I am the heavenly divine king, the strongest summoned Tao soul, the legendary power of my past life reappearing." This time, whether Jiang then would live or die was truly unpredictable. Combined power he summoned was strong enough to form a pillar of light piercing straight into the sky. Within the vast space, spiritual energy tore through the clouds like lightning and descended. That stream of spiritual energy was sent to the highest heavens, its destination exactly where Jiang then sought aid. Medicine King, who had been sitting in silence, suddenly jolted awake. His eyes brimmed with tears. Overjoyed as if in a dream, "Is Wu King still alive? This light is clearly Wu King's divine radiance forbidden art." Without hesitation, the Wing King soared upward and cast his spell. "Wu King, rest assured, I will lend a hand. Using my divine power to support yours." The Wing King's spiritual force flowed back toward Jiang then. Jiang then absorbed it completely. Such a technique in the mortal world could only be used by divine beings. It was indeed his forbidden art. Gu was astonished as Master's aura surged, breaking past the King realm and rising to the venerable realm. Then the Earth realm, my Chai stared wide-eyed. Master is even more mysterious than imagined. He even knows lost forbidden arts. Old Tu Dubat Tai could no longer recognize the young master of the past. If the patriarch saw this scene, he would surely be at ease. Gu gaped again. Master has broken through to the heaven realm. The Medicine King's spiritual power had been fully absorbed. Jiang then calculated inwardly that in this state maintaining the third or fourth level of heaven realm was enough to kill the wicked. Jiang then brimmed with killing intent, stepping forward one step at a time. At this moment, he was no longer merely the master of Gu and my Chai. In his heart there were only two words: revenge. Killed the descendants of my Jiang family. With a light step, Jiang then arrived before the Jiang residence and declared coldly, "Die." From master to servants, the Jiang family poured out, shouting, "Who dares cause trouble? State your name. My blade does not strike the nameless." Jiang then looked straight ahead and answered, "Jiang then of the Jiang family. Today I come to collect the debt of 100 Jiang lives." The divine phoenix was ready to join battle, its aura surging. Killing intent swirled like a storm before the Jiang residence. Jiang then roared a single word: "Die." The old man had not expected the one he sought to come to die on his own, shouting, "Brat, the vengeance for killing my grandson is not yet repaid, and you dare come." He immediately summoned his Tao soul to meet the battle. "Today I will take your head to sacrifice to my eldest grandson." Before he could finish, Jiang then had already swept past with a single move, piercing straight through the talkative one. The old man's eyes widened, not understanding what had happened. The servants cried in panic, "Patriarch, great elder." Looking at the large hole in his chest, he thought he was dreaming. "This cannot be. How could I die by a waste?" Battle ended in an instant. The old man collapsed, dead before he could close his mouth. Jiang then dealt with the ringleader cleanly and turned to the lackeys. "The debt is settled. Now it is your turn." Servants gaped. "Heaven realm, no, you cannot kill me." Jiang then, "You cannot kill us. We are all members of the Jiang family, your elders." Hearing that, Jiang then felt only nausea, relatives and elders. Their words buzzed like mosquitoes. He turned and swept them all away. "No, Jiang then. No one would die easily." Jiang then made them understand that if relatives under heaven were like you, cruel and vicious, slaughtering your own clan for personal gain, then what of it if I kill the whole world? Jiang then finished what needed to be done, his body exhausted from bearing destructive power. He waved his hand and returned to the room where his disciples were waiting. Seeing Master fall, the two cried out together, "Master." His voice echoed, "If the world lacks justice and fairness, I will wield my sword to carve it out for all." Jiang then gradually dispersed the aura borrowed from the forbidden art and fell. My Chai hurried to catch him. "Master, young master." Fong and Gu anxiously asked how master was and what those flames were. My NHI explained it was a forbidden art that crossed mountains and rivers, causing severe backlash. The Tao soul was helping to dissolve it. Old Tu-Du wondered what would happen if it failed. Fong and Gu continued the question. At that moment, Ku Yu-hong waddled over laughing. With this emperor here, even the king of hell must step aside. Fong and Gu was startled by his appearance. Ku Yu-hong shouted, "Hand him to me, let me save Jiang then." After speaking, he took a deep breath, as if preparing to do something earth-shaking. He spat a mouthful of essence blood onto Jiang then, powerful as a fire hose. My NHI who was holding master was drenched and angrily scolded the meddlesome bird. "What are you doing?" Ku Yu-hong flapped and protested that it was emergency rescue. "Look there." He pointed at Jiang then. The essence blood instantly enveloped his body, and his aura stabilized visibly. Truly the essence blood of a bird who appreciates beauty. My NHI widened her eyes. Master's body is really absorbing his essence blood. Bird grew smug, saying, "Do not praise me like that. If you like essence blood, I can give you more." While babbling, he took a blow from my NHI that knocked his beak askew, yet lost. Fong and Gu hurriedly signaled my NHI, "Look at master." Jiang then suddenly rose on his own. His body floating in midair, the others watched without blinking. A rare sight indeed. The bird cried out in shock, "This is sacred body awakening." The essence blood fully absorbed by Jiang then, even reviving the divine phoenix Tao soul which circled around him. Ku Yu-hong clicked his tongue. This boy's fortune truly defies heaven. Legend says only by bathing in special blood can one awaken a sacred body, yet he has done it. Jiang then had indeed accomplished what even Zyro Yu would not dare dream of. The divine phoenix was now awakened far stronger than before. The sacred body fully integrated with Jiang then. Divine phoenix mark appeared clearly on his body. Ku Yu-hong stared in astonishment. He has awakened. The most special aspect was the undying phoenix body, merging Ku Yu-hong's recovery ability, the undying bird's regeneration, and the power of two great divine beasts. Seeing master fall again, Fong and Gu refused to let my NHI take all the credit and pushed her aside to catch him, master. 1 month later, Jiang then awakened, his face restored to its former handsome appearance. The first sight before his eyes was the rounded curve beneath Zyro and Gu's white silk. "Master, how are you? Are you well?" my NHI asked softly. Jiang then was helped to sit up and asked blankly what happened and why everyone was surrounding him, while my NHI focused entirely on the bird. Not a teasing bird, but master's handsome bird. Ku Yu-hong shouted, "You were hit by forbidden art backlash. I used essence blood to save you, and you even awakened the undying phoenix body." He added, "Right now you are naked lying in your disciple's arms. Heaven, why is it not me lying there?" Hearing this, Jiang then jolted. 2 disciples hurriedly dressed master properly. Old Tu-Du Bat Tai spoke. "Young master, earlier you used a forbidden art. What exactly did you do?" News says all forces were shaken because the new patriarch of the Jiang family has died. Jiang then replied calmly, "I merely went to the Jiang family to collect some interest." Old Tu-Du said emotionally, "The direct descendants must be proud only." His voice lowered. "The Jiang family's pursuers are likely already on their way." Jiang then had long anticipated this, and replied that those coming would not be only the Jiang family. In his eyes flashed the figure of someone he knew would meet him sooner or later. A terrifying aura spread through the building. A voice resounded, "Lam Lang Van Thien has arrived." Even the barrier jointly maintained by the 3 elders and Enhan Tiu could not stop him, his figure standing high cutting through the wind. He looked down coldly and said, "Tone Tun Gyro Master Jiang then, knowing this seat has descended, and yet you do not come to welcome me." Jiang then had long prepared himself, and answered that what is destined to come will come. Fong and Gu stood behind with worry evident. Jiang then turned back and instructed them to take Jiang Lu and find a chance to leave. Staying here would only be a burden. Lam Lang Van Thien was targeting him. He could not leave. Tu-Du Bat Tai volunteered to block the way, but Ku Yu-hong sternly stopped him. "Do not go, let him handle it himself." Jiang then silently stepped forward. Facing the great enemy, Jiang then coldly asked what right he had to demand that he kneel. Lam Lang Van Thien sneered. After crippling his son, he still dared to act arrogantly. He truly had guts. Jiang then spoke of reason. "Those who kill will sooner or later be killed." Did the master of the martial pavilion not understand this principle? Lam Lang Van Thien laughed coldly. What was there to fear in death? It seemed he had already realized he would die. After speaking, that man began chanting an incantation. The world-renowned Zhao family Tao soul was summoned. The heaven and earth Dharma manifestation appeared, suppressing everything. Lam Lang Van Thien laughed loudly. Death was at hand, yet he still did not know his mistake. For that terrifying assault, Jiang then remained standing without the slightest wavering. He merely said calmly, "It was only death, what was there to fear?" After awakening, he knew he was no longer a mortal. Jiang then let out a soft sigh. It was just a pity that dying here meant he could not return justice to the world. Fong and Gu and the others watched helplessly from afar, unable to change reality. They could only weep for their master and young lord. As Jiang then prepared to face death, a shout rang out, "Lam Lang Van Thien, stop." Hong Lao arrived in time and stood before Jiang then. The attack was neutralized. The elders also arrived one after another. Jiang then stared in shock at the academy head, the association president, and the others. Enhan Tiu shouted loudly to hurry to the Four Directions Divine Academy. Enhan Tiu rebuked Lam Lang Van Thien. Did he think he could cover the sky with one hand? The Divine King continent was not his backyard. Lam Lang remained cold. Anyone who blocked him. Killing intent surged from his eyes as he roared to kill them all. De Min Deep seized the chance to push Jiang then back, telling him to go. This battle was not something they could take part in. Jiang then had wanted to bear the responsibility himself, but he understood the three elders stepped forward for the greater good. He could only bow his head in gratitude. Many thanks to the three of them. If they met again in the future, Jiang then would surely repay them. There was no time to delay. Jiang then signaled everyone to retreat at once. Lam Lang Van Thien was already half a step into godhood. The academy head and the others could not hold out for long. They must not fail that goodwill. As soon as they emerged from the back gate, a group of strangers blocked the path, wanting to leave. They were the pursuing forces of the Jiang family. Jiang then was now trapped with no way forward or back. He said coldly, after killing a member of the Jiang family, they still wanted to run. Tu Du Bat Tai cried out in shock. They were all sovereign realm experts. Knowing the situation was dire, the old man rushed forward to shield them, telling Jiang then to take everyone and leave first. He would handle these people. In his heart, Jiang then knew they were all sovereign realm experts. Tu Du had only just reached half-step Earth realm. Staying behind would only mean death. After Jiang then finished calculating everything, he entrusted all matters to old Tu Du. Very well, I will leave it all to you. I will remember this favor in my heart. Lam Lang Van Thien, Jiang Ra. I will remember today's debt clearly. Pursuing group of Jiang Ra at the Venerable Realm had just intended to chase after him when Tu Du Bat Tai blocked their path. Your opponent is me. As for me, the grudge of you harming my descendants in the past, today I will settle both the principle and the interest. Jiang then led his two disciples away from Tan Zion, leaving behind a battlefield raging like a storm, smoke and flames surging into the sky. Fong and Gu worried about tomorrow and turned to ask his master what to do next. Jiang then only opened his mouth and uttered two words, next step. Suddenly, he sensed a strange aura, this wind. It belongs to a Jiang Ra Venerable Realm. Jiang then understood he had no choice. He immediately signaled his disciples. The people of Jiang Ra have caught up. Leave quickly. Tiu and Gu asked in panic, what about you? Me Nhai hurriedly said. A venerable realm can leave the mountain and kill another venerable realm in an instant. Whoever stays behind will surely die. There was no time to explain. Jiang then shouted loudly, stop talking. If you do not leave, then stay and die together. Yu Hong never liked getting entangled with battle maniacs. He immediately pulled the two away. Fine, I will take them away from here. Jiang then, I will wait for your return. With his disciples safe, Jiang then stood still waiting for the pursuer to appear. He unleashed an extremely grand opening strike. The Jiang Ra Venerable Realm spoke arrogantly. You run quite fast, but it does not matter. Taking your life is enough. Clearly, he did not place Jiang then in his eyes. A one-eyed man with no path of retreat left. Yet he still brazenly declared, Jiang then, your time to die has come. He executed the gale technique. A whirlwind swept up earth and trees with roaring tremors. Jiang then, accept your death. Jiang then thought to himself, so the target is only me. Then it suits my intention. I only need to hold him back. Jiang then's new power erupted, true dark heaven wings, and a mere venerable technique dares to claim my life. The Jiang Ra Venerable Realm sneered. No wonder you are arrogant, so you possess a heaven-tier martial skill. Somewhat interesting, but so what? Killing you is no different from crushing an ant. He swung a palm. An explosive roar tore through the air straight toward him. Jiang then stood below as if deliberately not dodging. He directly endured the full palm strike from the Jiang Ra. The collision shattered the cliff face. The Jiang Ra Venerable Realm landed with delight. The gap between venerable realms cannot be bridged by martial skills. Struck, Jiang then still smiled faintly. It seems they have already gone far away. The Jiang Ra still had not realized death was about to knock, instead thinking he had frightened his opponent into confusion. Obediently accept death, he continued to unleash palm strikes. Jiang then raised his head and replied, you are not wrong. The gap between two great realms truly cannot be crossed. Therefore, Jiang then immediately executed the forbidden technique blazing fire across 1,000 miles. From the beginning, I never intended to fight you head-on. A person like the Jiang Ra Venerable Realm was never worthy of Jiang then's notice. He raised a finger as if to bid farewell. Bye-bye. Jiang then vanished into smoke right before the attack arrived. The opponent stood stunned without understanding what had happened. Seeing no trace of Jiang then, he ground his teeth in fury. Angry roar echoed through the forest. Jiang then, I want you dead. But when his power erupted, the opponent had already gone far. Outside Van Tu town, Jiang then's teleportation gate tore through the air and opened. Jiang then appeared, temporarily escaping the pursuit across the world. His disciples were somewhat relieved. He suffered a light internal injury from that strike earlier. Thinking back, fortunately he was only 2 realms above me and did not understand forbidden techniques. Now they were tens of thousands of miles apart. Han could not catch up for the moment. Jiang then looked down at the unfamiliar town, not knowing where this was. I should find a place to rest and heal first. 3 days later, Jiang then temporarily stayed at an inn. The undying phoenix body truly lived up to its name. In just a few days, his injuries had recovered considerably. These past days, Yanbin town had been peaceful with no pursuers in sight. Even so, it was better to go out and gather information. Jiang then strolled through town, coincidentally during the annual Lantern Festival of Van Tu town. Guest, will you not buy a lantern for your wife? Answer 10 riddles correctly and you will get a lantern. Do not miss it as you pass by. Jiang then thought to himself, it seems the war at Lakthan City has not affected this place. While absent-mindedly thinking, Jiang then suddenly noticed something ahead. This place is truly crowded. Blending in should not be easy to detect. Jiang then stepped into the central area of Van Tu town. What exactly did he want to investigate here? Wandered into a tavern. The madam and several courtesans immediately approached to invite him. Young master, please come inside. The young man politely replied, Miss, please keep your distance. I did not come here for pleasure. I was in a hurry and lost my way. I want to ask where the martial pavilion is to join. Young girl shyly replied, young master came at the wrong time. I heard the chief pavilion master was seriously injured and is in seclusion, so they are not recruiting new members for now. Hearing this, Jiang then grew even more curious. Lam Lang Van Thien is injured. It seems the opponent's strength is greater than expected. Thinking this, he felt reassured. The young girl beside him tilted her head and asked what the young master was thinking that he ignored me. Jiang then quickly stepped back, Miss. I have no money. I was thinking if the martial pavilion does not accept people. Does Jiang Ra lack manpower? With an empty purse, joining a large force is not bad. The young girl laughed. Young master truly knows how to joke. Anzian Jiang Ra is millions of miles away. Moreover, it is chaotic now. I heard the rebel Tu Dubat Tai killed many people, causing turmoil in Jiang Ra. Jiang then obtained useful information again. No wonder there have been no pursuers these past days. The young girl anxiously moved closer and pleaded, young master, without money there is no need to tease me. With your appearance, if you are willing to spend time happily with me, I am willing to serve you. Jiang then awkwardly said, what do you mean? Suddenly a group of women rushed over as if to divide a share. Sisters, what do you think? That is right. I think so too, young master. Jiang then was speechless enough, no need. Jiang then pretended to pitifully beg for mercy. Yet inside he felt delighted as if floating on clouds. Elder brother truly is blessed. After a while, he stepped out of the tavern holding his nearly broken back. Human hearts are truly hard to fathom. Morality declines with each passing day. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder. Young hero, please stop. Jiang then turned pale, his heart nearly leapt out. Have the pursuers caught up already? Looking carefully, he saw it was only a young master. He smiled and asked, does this young hero wish to go to Burning Heaven Academy? Jiang then replied indifferently, you startled me. I thought it was pursuers. If we are not acquainted, then do not grab my sleeve. But the young master still followed, chattering, then young hero must be from the Four-Direction Divine Academy. Hearing this, Jiang then could not help but be startled. Even so, he still feigned coldness. Where I go is none of your concern. What do you want? The young master scratched his head. I just left my sect and lost my way. I thought coming to Van Tu town I would meet someone going to the Four-Direction Divine Academy, who knew they were all from Burning Heaven Academy. His eyes lit up. If young hero is from the Four-Direction Divine Academy, can I travel with you? I am not a bad person. My name is Neem Truong Ka. I come from Thong Thien. Despite the sweet words, to Jiang then he was still a stranger. Jiang then walked on and replied coldly, I do not care who you are, do not follow me. You might die without knowing when. Thinking to himself, if I meet pursuers, I will not have time to protect a fool. Neem Truong Ka stood there blankly, stubbornly watching Jiang then. In his mind, he made his own deductions. He did not deny it, so he must be going to the Four-Direction Divine Academy. Wonderful. I finally met a fellow disciple. It does not matter that I did not finish introducing my sect. After thinking this, Neem Truong Ka hurriedly chased after him. Jiang then, young hero, wait for me. Jiang then could only feel helpless toward this boy. Two walked together but said nothing more. Jiang then thought, if you like following, then follow. Lam Lang Van Thien is seriously injured, and Jiang Ra is in chaos. Surely no one has time to hunt me down. 3 days later, Jiang then led Neem Truong Ka to the Four-Direction Divine Academy. Neem Truong Ka marveled that young hero is truly amazing to find the way so quickly. Jiang then replied calmly, It is nothing. You are just too foolish. Entering the street where the Divine Academy was located, Neem Truong-Ka widened his eyes at the prosperity. This is the candied hawthorn master mentioned. It looks delicious. There are also sugar figurines, truly beautiful. He tugged at Jiang Then's sleeve like a child begging for candy. Jiang Then said irritably, hey. He turned his head. The boy excitedly said, young hero, look, there is a talisman shop. Near my sect we do not have these things. Jiang then reminded him, fellow cultivator, did you not say you were in a hurry? At this moment a group of youths pushed in. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You have never even seen a talisman shop. Move aside quickly. Can you not see this young master wants to buy something? Jiang then felt trouble approaching again. Why do I always meet people who look down on others? Neem Truong-Ka innocently pointed aside. The road here is wide. I thought he was foolish. Who knew even his insults were structured? You are not pigs, so why can you not squeeze through? The others' faces flushed red. Boy, what did you just say? If told to get lost, then hurry and get lost. Neem Truong-Ka suddenly seemed to think of something. Oh, I understand. He replied leisurely, your Dao souls must be pigs, so you cannot control them and thus cannot pass. It is my fault. I will let the three of you go first. Jiang then listened curiously. Is this boy born with a problem in his head? The group could not bear the anger and rushed forward cursing. Bastard, you dare insult us. Are you seeking death? Truong-Ka hurriedly said, I did not. Took out a combat handbook and raised it saying, wait, if you want to fight that is fine. Let me finish reading first. The others were stunned, thinking he was preparing something formidable. You brat, what trick are you playing? Jiang then was slightly surprised. Is he learning a martial skill on the spot? Since we travel the same road, if it becomes dangerous, I will help. Neem Truong-Ka muttered. Ah, so it is this part, I remember now. Jiang then cursed inwardly, what nonsense is this? The book was filled with phrases like a cultivator's life fears no battle, trample the starry sky, fight without limit. After swallowing all those words, Neem Truong-Ka boldly declared, if you want to fight, then fight. My life as a cultivator fears no one. He even put on a dazzling golden glow. I am true radiance. Suppress the enemy, kneel and submit, you ants. The three youths were speechless. They had never encountered such a person in their lives. Three of them linked arms and slipped away. It seemed this trip was for nothing, better to forget it. So he was a madman. Arguing with a lunatic would only disgrace burning Heaven Academy. Neem Truong-Ka looked bewildered. Were they not going to fight? Why did they all leave? Jiang then thought to himself. Actually, I also wanted to slip away. Truong-Ka turned back and saw his senior quietly leaving. Jiang then said, I will go first. You think it over slowly? Neem Truong-Ka hesitated, but suddenly he sensed a strange aura. This aura is. Abruptly grabbed Jiang Then's hand tightly. Truong-Ka spoke excitedly as if meeting an idle young hero. You led me thousands of miles to the four-direction Divine Academy. You are a good person. I can sense the aura of a god. Jiang then suddenly froze. Ma Jia O Thien then. Even the Divine King has fallen. Jiang then was led by Neem Truong-Ka to an extremely strange place. Truong-Ka pointed and said, it is here. This mountain carries a divine aura. Jiang then let out a breath. Is that all? You nearly scared me. He also realized this boy was truly formidable. He could sense a divine treasure from dozens of miles away. Jiang then asked, do you know which god left this divine treasure? Truong-Ka replied, I can only sense the aura. I do not know whose divine treasure it is. Jiang then felt it himself. The aura seemed familiar, back in the nine heavens divine realm. I seem to know this god. Ah, so it was him. Jiang then stood up and dusted off his hands. This is the divine treasure of Thien Veem. Truong-Ka asked in confusion, Thien Veem, what use is the divine treasure of a minor god? Jiang then found it strange. Ordinary people's eyes would light up at the mention of a divine treasure. Yet Neem Truong-Ka was indifferent. It seems his background is far from simple. Neem Truong-Ka said regretfully, I intended to use this to repay your kindness. Forget it then. Jiang then felt helpless. Even a small piece of meat is still meat. You may not need it, but I do. At that moment a shout came from behind. Get lost. Jiang then was startled. Someone has arrived. Truong-Ka said excitedly. It seems to be people from the four-direction Divine Academy. We have met the main force. Looking carefully, they saw two groups arguing fiercely. This divine treasure belongs to the four-direction Divine Academy. Nonsense. Clearly our burning Heaven Academy discovered it first. Jiang then thought irritably, clearly I discovered it. Jiang then looked at Truong-Ka with greedy eyes. We too discovered this divine treasure. Do you truly not want it? Truong-Ka replied. This kind is far inferior to the treasures of my sect. Jiang then said enviously, my sect has given me nothing. Truong-Ka grinned. If young hero wants it, then I will give it to you. Neem Truong-Ka continued innocently. They are disciples of great academies. They should be reasonable. As long as we determine who came first, they will not fight over it. Jiang then thought, as long as you are happy. Neem Truong-Ka walked forward to greet them. Hello, I am, the fierce-looking men shouted. Lost, do not get in the way, ugly freak. The two words ugly freak struck Truong Ka's heart like a heavy stone. The group continued yelling, Burning Heaven Academy, get lost. Once reinforcements from 4 direction arrive, you will be finished. Do you think only you have people? Two sides argued intensely. The divine treasure of Thien Veem definitely belongs to Burning Heaven Academy. At that moment, Jiang then stepped out. The ownership of the divine treasure is not decided by your 2 academies. We discovered it first. The martial artists were stunned. You discovered it. This is academy territory. Do you still want to argue about who came first? If you want the divine treasure, do you have the ability? Jiang then was too lazy to argue further. It seems you do not intend to be reasonable. He burst into mocking laughter. What are you to speak of reason with this young master? If you do not get lost, do not blame us for being ruthless. Team Truong Ka stepped forward angrily. You are going too far. Jiang then pulled him back. Why rush? Let them make the first move. Since they want to rely on strength, I will not hold back. Jiang then suddenly remembered, Thien Veem has the martial skill 3000 Great Flames. Truong Ka nodded. That is right. It is his signature skill, one of the strongest fire techniques. Jiang then said, since we discovered it first, we will not yield. Let them attack. After speaking, Jiang then left and instructed Truong Ka. I will determine the exact location of the divine treasure. From above, Jiang then sensed the terrain around the divine treasure. It did not take long for him to lock onto the target. Found it. Jiang then unleashed a palm strike. The forest exploded. Earth and rocks surged. How could my treasure be looked down upon by others? The entire mountain split apart. The divine treasure revealed itself before everyone's eyes. Neem Truong Ka praised proudly. Young hero, truly formidable. With the divine treasure revealed, no one had the strength to contend with Jiang. Then he smiled. That is more like it. Disciples of 4-direction Divine Academy shouted angrily. What are you doing? They rushed forward cursing. How dare you covet our divine treasure? Do you want to oppose Burning Heaven Academy? Jiang then replied calmly. The divine treasure is here so the strong take it. Does Burning Heaven Academy want to bully the few with numbers? Martial artist sneered. A mere minor venerable realm dares to be arrogant. No need for the academy. I alone am enough to kill you. The 4-direction Divine Academy side was more cunning. Thinking this person is not simple, let Burning Heaven test him first. The eager martial artist swung his sword and charged. Get lost. Jiang then waved his hand. A palm force shot straight toward him. You alone dare tell me to get lost. The palm force was only a warning. It brushed past him and shattered the forest behind. That martial artist stood frozen. His legs went weak with fear. His fellow disciples hurried to support him. Senior brother, senior brother. No one expected to encounter such a mysterious expert. Those who had met them in town recognized them. It is you again. I spared you in town, and now you still dare snatch the divine treasure and harm my senior brother. Jiang then sneered. Who gave you the confidence to speak so? Neem Truong Ka interjected indignantly. That is right. Who is the fool here? Moreover, it was clearly you who fled earlier. Jiang then thought to himself, this boy truly does not know how to calculate consequences. That man shouted angrily, fine, fool. Since you seek death, I will grant your wish. Jiang then thought, are they preparing to act? Just in time to see Neem Truong Ka's true strength. The thought had just flashed when Jiang then froze. Saw Truong Ka unleash a technique in his fury. Neem Truong Ka shouted loudly, I already said. His aura exploded and struck the Burning Heaven Academy group, leaving them stiff as if struck by lightning. Truong Ka roared, I am not a fool. Only then did those idiots truly panic. The spiritual force was unimaginably powerful. Terrifying ghostly force pressed down on them until they could not endure, each one forced to cough blood. Nyan sect, he is from the Nyan sect, specializing in spiritual power. This is bad. The Nyan sect is famous for fighting above its level. The Burning Heaven Academy group collapsed to the ground. That man still argued. How can someone from the Nyan sect pretend to be foolish? Jiang then felt his horizons broaden at this moment. No wonder he could sense Thien Veem from afar. Truong Ka immediately retorted, who is pretending to be foolish? Clearly you kept insulting me. Another martial artist from Burning Heaven Academy rushed to assist and shouted, enough. Matters between the 2 academies are not for outsiders to interfere. After speaking, he swung his sword and charged. Jiang then calculated inwardly. The Nyan sect focuses on spiritual power. Their physical body is certainly not very tough. Sword energy erupted and shattered the surroundings. Dazzling palm shadows made it impossible to see clearly what happened. When everything settled, Neem Truong Ka was shocked to find himself unharmed, because Jiang then had blocked a strike for him, young hero. Jiang then said calmly, your opponent is not him. He decided to handle it personally and signaled Truong Ka to step back. Let me see what ability he has. Truong Ka nodded gratefully. Jiang then spoke, I am also a disciple of 4-direction Divine Academy. I did not wish to make enemies. It is still not too late to stop now. After all, 4-direction was founded by the Nyan god. You can be considered descendants. That man laughed arrogantly. I return your words to you. It is still not too late to get lost. He pointed his sword straight at Jiang then's face. Not knowing whom he was provoking, this sword must taste blood. Jiang then sighed. It seems reasoning cannot move these brats. Neem Truongka said eagerly. In that case, we cultivators also do not fear fighting. Jiang then glanced back and reminded him. I alone am enough. Truongka chuckled. Used to it, used to it. Young hero, do as you please, that man spat. Do you two want to die together? He immediately executed a heaven-tier sword technique with fierce momentum. If you want to die, then come. Dense sword shadows poured down like rain. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Sword energy shot straight toward Jiang then. He merely stood there with a faint smile as if it were beneath concern. 10,000 swords crashed down, causing the ground to explode. An ordinary person would surely be reduced to flesh and bone fragments. When they looked up, they saw Jiang then still standing firm. He said, in that case, there is no need to argue anymore, this divine treasure. Jiang then did not want to waste time with children, he declared. It belongs to me now. Mysterious yellow sword light turns into rain. Jiang then's mysterious yellow sword rain completely surpassed the previous move. Before the opponent could react, he was slammed straight into the ground by the sword light. Jiang then stepped forward and called out, let us go, take the divine treasure. Truongka beamed with joy. But that scholar still had a trump card. He sneered and said, you want to take the divine treasure, keep dreaming. He pulled out a signal flare, left over from the wedding banquet, from his pouch. The flare shot straight into the sky. This is the final measure when the academy faces danger. Flare exploded brilliantly in the sky. Jiang then and Truongka were startled. This is. Truongka innocently thought it was fireworks. How beautiful. Jiang then turned pale. This is serious. That is a signal. Truongka clasped his hands and murmured a wish. Jiang then whispered to the heavens, if there is punishment, then punish me. Do not make me endure this fool. Scholar laughed loudly. Idiots. These fireworks are the last scenery you will ever see. Our academy disciples are nearby. You are doomed. All directions, disciples of the two academies swarmed in like ants from a broken nest. Jiang then leaned close to Truongka. It seems we must. Truongka replied, young hero, no need to say more. At this point, we can only accept it. Jiang then was surprised. What did you just say? Truongka choked up. Meeting you is the greatest honor of my life. You go quickly. Do not let me drag you down. Before he finished speaking, Jiang then slapped him. Truongka was stunned and confused. Jiang then did not bother explaining. He hoisted him over his shoulder and ran headlong. Being carried away, Truongka muttered hazily, who said I wanted to fight. Seeing the two flee, the scholar finally struggled to his feet. His team rushed over anxiously. Senior brother. He waved his hand. Those two were frightened off by me. No need to mind them. Standing up, he declared to Burning Heaven Academy that this divine treasure would never be yielded. Burning Heaven responded without courtesy. We must also obtain this divine treasure. Two sides of Burning Heaven and Four Direction immediately formed ranks, preparing for a decisive battle. Jiang then and Truongka hid in a corner waiting for the right moment. Truongka sighed in relief. Young hero, truly formidable. Jiang then corrected him, who said we were running. He taught Truongka a lesson. Remember this well. This is called a tactical retreat. Jiang then analyzed like a strategist. Wait until both sides suffer heavy losses. Then we take back what originally belongs to us. Just as predicted, the two sides fought fiercely with considerable casualties. The two senior brothers clashed swords with sparks flying. If you do not stop, do not blame my sword for being merciless. Burning Heaven replied. The ones who should stop are you. The Theen Veem divine treasure belongs only to me. Four Direction roared madly. It seems you seek death. He swung his sword with full force, no longer holding back. Whoever dares contend for the divine treasure will die. Seeing the moment was ripe, Jiang then signaled, enough, let us go. Truongka nodded eagerly. The senior brother of Four Direction gained the upper hand and slashed Burning Heaven to the ground. Collapsed onto the ground and sneered. Even if I lose, Burning Heaven disciples will never let you take the divine treasure away. Jiang then cut him off. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Then let me remind you, this divine treasure belongs to me. That scholar could not believe it and shouted for Burning Heaven Academy to charge. Jiang then asked Truongka, is it difficult to suppress them? Truongka nodded lightly, no problem. Truongka did not wait for Jiang then to act. I am a god, suppress all enemies. He waved his hand and commanded, kneel. Spiritual power erupted and swept away the scholars of both sides in an instant. No one remained capable of resisting. Truongka spoke urgently. It is done, but hurry, I cannot hold it long. Jiang then nodded and moved. The scholars were bound by spiritual power, helplessly watching the divine treasure being taken away. In the shadows, a white-haired man watched silently, waiting to reap the fisherman's profit. Entering the sacred hall of the divine treasure, the massive stone radiating holy light had already been opened. Jiang then said, the Theen Veem divine treasure is here. Before him lay the treasure, a cultivation manual, and a radiant orb. Jiang then smiled in satisfaction. At last I have found it. Outside at this moment, Neem Truongan could no longer endure. His spiritual power was visibly draining. Neem Truongan gritted his teeth and held on bit by bit but suffered backlash and spat out blood. This is bad, young hero. Scholars immediately broke free from the restraint and shouted loudly. He is exhausted. Attack, Burning Heaven Academy disciples. Show no mercy. Do not let them take the Thien Veem divine treasure away. Jiang then reacted half a beat too slow and finally realized the situation was wrong. He immediately dashed out like the wind and in an instant grabbed Neem Truonka. Jiang then unleashed his mental power and shouted softly, "Go, soul escape technique, Thien Veem mind shift." Just as the scholars of both sides were about to close in, they saw the two shoot away as if rockets were strapped to their backs. Damn it. How can that speed be so terrifying? He let him escape. Want to enter Four-Direction Divine Academy? Just wait. Neem Truonka was held so tightly he could hardly breathe and stammered, "Young hero, can you find a place to set me down?" Jiang then replied briefly, "The danger has not passed." Truonka barely managed to say, "No, it is that I am too dizzy." As soon as he finished speaking, he vomited a streak of 7 colors. Jiang then was startled. "Hold it in. I will put you down at once." Truonka thanked him repeatedly. Just as he finished speaking, Neem Truonka suddenly froze, sensing something extremely unusual. Weapons sliced through the air. Truonka hurriedly pushed Jiang then behind him and shielded the front himself. "Young hero, be careful." In that split second of life and death, Jiang then was saved by Truonka. He caught Truonka and looked at him in disbelief. Neem Truonka whispered, "Go quickly. The Dark King is ambushing." Just as Jiang then was about to say he would take him away, the assassin finally revealed himself and sneered, "Jiang then, we meet again." Yuhan Van, who had repeatedly made things difficult for Jiang then, said calmly, "Old friends meeting again? Why rush to leave? That is not polite." Jiang then was slightly stunned. "What does this man want? It is you." Yuhan Van disliked wasting words and immediately launched hidden darts. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. Jiang then struck out with a palm and shattered the hidden weapons, shouting, "Get out." Yuhan Van was only good at sneak attacks like a thieving dog. Facing Jiang then head-on, he was no match at all. Knowing he could gain no advantage, he immediately vanished, leaving only his voice lingering. "Jiang then, we will meet for a long time to come." Jiang then hurriedly took Neem Truonka to seek treatment. If he were not in critical condition, today I would have killed Yuhan Van. After setting Truonka down to rest, Jiang then asked, "How are you now?" Truonka replied weakly, "Young hero, I feel terrible. Am I about to die?" He thought hazily, "Actually, I am not afraid of death, but before dying, I want to know." Neem Truonka had watched too many Korean dramas and loved tragic scenes. His voice trembled. "Are we considered friends?" Jiang then nearly shed tears. "Korean dramas truly are poisonous." He replied, "Yes, we are friends." Upon hearing this, Neem Truonka sprang up as if he had never been injured. Jiang then felt as if struck by lightning and stared wide-eyed at the cheering Neem fellow. "That is wonderful." Neem Truonka's eyes shone brightly. "I finally have a friend. Master did not lie to me. Friends are found only by risking one's life." Jiang then was utterly speechless. He could not even bring himself to beat him. He roared, "Neem Truonka, I will beat you to death right now." Turning to Four-Direction Divine Academy, the elder saw the miserable state of the disciples and anxiously asked, "What happened?" The dirt-covered men cried out, "Headmaster must uphold justice for us." The Thien Veem divine treasure was snatched by 2 who claimed to be Four-Direction disciples, and they even severely injured our people. The elder was stunned. "What?" The old elder replied with an ugly expression, "If they truly are disciples of Four-Direction Divine Academy, I will absolutely not tolerate harming fellow disciples." Furious, he led the disciples inside to discuss and prepare retaliation. Jiang then and Neem Truonka stood before the Divine Academy talking. "Master previously told me to cultivate well here." Truonka said tearfully, "I left the mountain gate and lost my way. Finally, I arrived here." Jiang then corrected him, "To be precise, I found the way." The gatekeeper Wang Nhi stared at the 2 suspicious figures standing before him. He shouted loudly, "It is you two." Jiang then replied calmly, "We are disciples of Four-Direction Divine Academy. Why would we not dare to come?" Truonka added, "Do you decide who gets accepted?" Wang Nhi sneered, "Even if that is true, the headmaster has ordered severe punishment. If not death, then skin them alive." Li Si hurried off to report, "Do not let them escape." Truonka flared up, "What crime did we commit to deserve severe punishment?" Jiang then felt something was wrong. "What is going on?" Wang Nhi shouted, "Because you robbed a treasure and harmed fellow disciples." Truonka retorted, "The Thien Veem divine treasure was discovered by Jiang then and me. You wanted to snatch it and force me to yield." A cold voice cut in insolence. The headmaster stepped out with a vicious face, followed by a group of sycophants. He roared, "You are disciples of Four Direction, yet you do not cherish fellow disciples. It is only a minor Theen divine treasure. What is wrong with giving it to them?" The blond man chimed in, "Exactly, I am the senior brother. Should not junior brothers show respect?" Jiang then laughed, "What a shameless senior brother. What a headmaster who cherishes fellow disciples." The old headmaster roared angrily, "How dare you? Who allowed you to insult me? A disciple like you is unworthy of staying in Four Direction Divine Academy." As he spoke, he made a move, spiritual energy surged. Terrifying pressure crashed down like a storm. Jiang Then and Neem Truong-Ka were blasted away. The blond man seized the chance to flatter. "Many thanks to Headmaster for upholding justice. But now, these two are not Four Direction disciples. Should we force them to hand over the Theen divine treasure?" "Exactly. If they do not hand it over, they will not leave." The old headmaster glared. "Did you hear that clearly?" Jiang then sneered, "No wonder you say we are unworthy. If Four Direction disciples are all trash who bully others with power, then we truly are unworthy." Truong-Ka stared blankly, "My heavens. So people can be shameless to this extent." Master clearly said headmasters are all good people. Truong-Ka suddenly realized, "I understand now. Four Direction has four divisions: heaven, earth, inner, outer. You must be the outer division headmaster, so master did not mention you." Jiang then asked curiously, "Why?" Truong-Ka explained, "Because the other three headmasters have virtue, but he does not." Jiang then burst into laughter. Humiliated, the old man went mad with hair disheveled. "Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Just as he was about to strike again, a palm force from afar blasted him back. At that moment the other three headmasters appeared. Earth Division, Inner Division, Heaven Division revealed themselves together. The Inner Division headmaster shouted, "The insolent one is you. Who allowed you to discipline my nephew and the Four Direction Holy Son?" The Outer Division group instantly turned pale. Nephew and Holy Son. Their background is that great. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. This is bad. Such a grave offense, can it still be saved? Even Jiang Then and Neem Truong-Ka were surprised. "You are the Holy Son. You are the nephew of the Heaven Division headmaster. Who would have thought he had such a background?" The Inner Division headmaster stepped forward apologetically. "Truong-Ka, Jiang Then, I am truly sorry." Jiang Then said coldly, "Is an apology enough? He as Outer Division headmaster drove us out without distinguishing right from wrong." Truong-Ka added fuel. "My master said whoever makes things difficult for me, I make things difficult for them." The old headmaster hesitated. This boy's master cannot be offended. The Holy Son was chosen by the Nyan God, it seems. Knowing he could not evade it, he turned to accuse the Outer Division headmaster. If wrong, then punish. Outer Division disciples bullied others with power. Jiang then seized the chance to add fuel. The Outer Division headmaster still argued stubbornly. "Headmaster, do not listen to his nonsense. Even if he is Holy Son, harming fellow disciples and robbing the divine treasure cannot be tolerated." The Inner Division headmaster did not listen further and directly pronounced judgment. Outer Division headmaster handled matters unjustly. Stripped of his position, Outer Division disciples stirred trouble, all confined for 1 month. That old man's career and reputation collapsed. He stood there stunned. The Outer Division headmaster knelt and clutched the Inner Division headmaster's legs, crying, "Headmaster, you cannot treat me like this. I have devoted my entire life to Four Direction Divine Academy. How can you dismiss me?" The Inner Division headmaster replied coldly, "Do you think no one knows what you have done these years? Your mistake was touching them." The Inner Division headmaster pointed at Jiang Then and Neem Truong-Ka. "You should feel fortunate they only requested punishment. If they wanted your life, I would not stop them." The Outer Division headmaster's face drained of blood as he trembled and looked toward Neem Truong-Ka's group. Stammering, "Headmaster." Jiang then sneered and continued, "Thinking it over, removing his position seems not quite enough." Neem Truong-Ka interjected, "Such scum would not be pitiful even if dead." The Inner Division headmaster immediately turned to the old man and replied, "In that case, I will do as you say." Upon hearing this, the surrounding headmasters turned pale. The old man hurriedly knelt and begged, "Do not, please do not. I know I was wrong, headmaster. I accept punishment." The Inner Division headmaster leaned close and said coldly, "If you had known this, you should not have acted in the beginning. Today's matter ends here. Whoever dares gossip further will leave Four Direction Divine Academy." After speaking, the Inner Division headmaster turned and left. The disciples behind answered in unison, "Yes, as you command." The Outer Division headmaster muttered blankly, "This is big, truly big." With everything settled, Jiang then respectfully bowed. "Many thanks, headmaster, for handling matters fairly." Neem Truong-Ka hurriedly added, "Truong-Ka thanks headmaster uncle." The Inner Division headmaster waved his hand. "No need for courtesy. Helping you is what I should do." Inwardly, the Inner Division headmaster thought, with these two entering the academy, Four Direction Divine Academy will surely prosper. Jiang then continued to ask, "Headmaster, have you seen my companions?" The inner division headmaster replied. "The Holy Sun refers to Bai Fong and Gu and the others. They have entered the inner division to cultivate. Shall I take you to see them?" Jiang then quickly answered, "No need to see them. I ask headmaster to allow me to enter and cultivate. I will hand over the divine sense inheritance shortly. Please help find a suitable successor." Inner division headmaster said solemnly, "On behalf of Four Direction Divine Academy, I thank the Holy Sun. From now on, cultivate with peace of mind. I will handle the matter of the martial pavilion." Jiang then breathed inwardly in relief. With these words, "I am at ease." The inner division headmaster added, "The academy has rules. Newcomers must pass assessment to enter the heaven and earth divisions. I hope you understand." Jiang then replied, "Following the rules is fine." Neem Truongka also nodded. "And I will take you two into the inner division first. Remember to cultivate well." Jiang then's gaze turned resolute. He thought to himself, "Next I can safely break through to the king realm." The blink of an eye 10 days passed. In a quiet cave, Jiang then was cultivating with full focus. The spiritual energy around him began to surge violently. Waves of immense power continuously gathered. Before long, he officially stepped into the king realm. The cultivation realms are divided into Master, Sect, King, Venerable, Earth, Heaven, Saint. Above Saint is the 5 declines of heaven and man. After crossing the divine tribulation, one ascends to the 9 heavens. King realm is the foundation, as long as one cultivates this realm to the extreme. Below the earth realm, who can still be my opponent? At this moment, Jiang then had firmly established himself in the new realm. Supreme King Realm Technique, Creation Evolution Art, it is you. Refine essence and energy, strengthen the body, temper the soul. First layer of creation, Heavenly Evolution Art. Condense life essence. Jiang then poured spiritual energy into his palm. He was slightly stunned and muttered, "This is backlash force." Jiang then thought to himself, "Since rebirth I have used forbidden techniques many times. This backlash cannot dissipate on its own unless I cross the heavenly tribulation and use tribulation power to dissolve the backlash." Jiang then stood by the cliff. He looked up at the sky and thought, "This is one of the strongest heavenly tribulations, 7-colored tribulation lightning. I did not expect such a heavenly tribulation to appear in the inner division. Who exactly triggered it? Strangely, this tribulation cloud is targeting me." Suddenly Neem Truongka appeared within the tribulation cloud, smiling broadly. "Brother Jiang, what a coincidence." Jiang then was startled. "What nonsense is this?" Jiang then angrily shouted, "Damn it, Neem Truongka." Neem Truongka waved cheerfully. "Brother Jiang, let us undergo tribulation together." Jiang then roared, "Undergo your head. Can heavenly tribulation be shared?" Jiang then frowned. 7-colored tribulation lightning is extremely dangerous. I still need to use it to cultivate. I do not want to suffer double pain. Neem Truongka suddenly hugged Jiang then tightly and grinned foolishly. "We are friends. Friends share heavenly tribulation together." Jiang then hurriedly broke free and shouted, "Damn it." A thunderclap exploded and shook the entire 4-Direction Divine Academy. The surrounding disciples cried out that someone was undergoing King Realm 7-colored tribulation lightning. Normally, a King Realm cannot trigger this tribulation. A male disciple said in panic that someone had entered another's tribulation, and the power of the tribulation lightning would double. Quickly report to the headmaster to save him. Female disciple pointed and shouted to wait and look. The male disciple followed her gaze and froze. How could this be? Neem Truongka looked at the tribulation lightning with fascination. "Brother Jiang, this tribulation lightning is truly beautiful." Jiang then sneered, "Beautiful your head." Neem Truongka took out a jade disc and said with a smile that Brother Jiang does not know how to appreciate this beauty. Took out the Tao Soul ranking Earth 536 linked and continued, "Let me help you feel it more clearly." "I will go first," Master said. "Tribulation lightning can temper the body. I will give this opportunity to you. No need to thank me." Jiang then was furious and glared. Neem Truongka. The surrounding disciples were horrified. "This is bad. The one undergoing tribulation is using Tao Soul to neutralize the lightning. Then the one who intruded will bear double heavenly tribulation." The female disciple cried out in panic, "Heavens, what is happening?" Jiang then crossed his arms and sighed. 7-colored tribulation lightning is just in time to help me eliminate the backlash force. Fine, after I finish the tribulation, I will settle the score with Neem Truongka. After speaking, Jiang then stepped straight into the tribulation lightning. Black smoke immediately rose from his arms. Jiang then closed his eyes with a calm expression, as if enjoying it. The 4-Direction disciples stared with mouths agape. Someone undergoing tribulation could still look relaxed, as if enjoying blessings. The heavens are truly unfair. After the tribulation lightning eliminated most of the backlash, Jiang then raised a hand to smooth his hair. His hair was blasted into a frizz, and he muttered that the backlash force was nearly resolved. I wonder where my King Heaven Realm tribulation is. Suddenly, Jiang then sensed something abnormal. A gigantic eye appeared in the sky, staring directly at him. Jiang then widened his eyes in shock. The surrounding disciples exclaimed that this is Azure Eye Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. It appears once in 1,000 years and is meant to destroy geniuses. It is over. This boy is doomed. Jiang then charged straight toward the Azure Eye Heavenly Tribulation, frightening the male disciple out of his wits. Jiang then drew his sword and pointed it at the eye. He smiled arrogantly and slashed once. In an instant, the Azure Eye Heavenly Tribulation shattered. Jiang then said coldly that being born with this kind of tribulation is truly my misfortune. The Inner Division Headmaster observed from afar and sighed with satisfaction that this boy is indeed extraordinary. Protecting him and opposing the martial pavilion is no loss. Jiang then landed lightly and said with a smile that after 2 lightning tribulations his life essence is complete. From now on I only need to absorb heaven and earth essence to cultivate normally. Suddenly, Ku Yu rushed over in panic and shouted that something is wrong. Jiang then glanced over and saw Ku Yu fall to the ground. Ku Yu said in panic that Jiang Lu was severely injured by a Jiang Ra disciple in the inner division, and Jiang Ku Than was also injured. Hearing this, Jiang then immediately rushed away. Inside Jiang Lu cave, Jiang Lu lay unconscious on the bed. Jiang then urgently asked where Jiang Ku Than is. Naplan Mi Nhi replied that he is in the 3rd chamber of the inner division. Upon hearing this, Jiang then immediately turned and left. Seeing this, Naplan Mi Nhi hurriedly called out asking where master is going. Jiang then did not answer. Ku Yu sensed something wrong and stepped in saying to wait. Jiang Ku Than is a mid-level venerable realm. Do not be so impulsive. Ku Yu ran up and grabbed his sleeve and advised softly that Jiang then listen to me. Jiang Ku Than is not ordinary. This matter should be considered carefully. It went in one ear and out the other. Jiang then shook off Ku Yu's hand and continued forward. Ku Yu looked helplessly and muttered that it is over. Persuasion is useless. Soon Jiang then arrived at the 3rd peak. He stood before the cave entrance with cold eyes, staring inside. Suddenly he struck out with a palm and shouted, Jiang Ku Than, get out here. The cave entrance exploded with a thunderous roar that shook the surroundings. Ku Yu stared in shock and muttered that Jiang then is too reckless. That is a venerable realm. The surrounding disciples whispered that Jiang Ku Than is top 10 in the inner division, and he still dares to provoke him. Is he tired of living? An abandoned member of the Jiang family dares challenge the orthodox line. Truly insane to smash a venerable realm cave. At that moment, Jiang Ku Than strolled out leisurely waving a fan and smiling that he wondered why a 4-direction disciple would come to another's territory to cause trouble. So it is a discarded one like you. Lacking education and committing rudeness is no surprise. Hearing this, Jiang then calmly replied that today I only ask one thing, was Jiang Lu beaten by you? Jiang Ku Than laughed and said, Jiang Lu, you mean that servant? A lowly servant who does not kneel when meeting me deserves a beating. In my eyes, both you and him are nothing but ants on the ground. Killing you would be easier than crushing an ant. I only knocked him unconscious and did not cripple his cultivation. That is already lenient. Do you not think so? Hearing this, Jiang then recalled Jiang Lu struggling on the bed and asked coldly, is that so? Immediately, Jiang then rushed at Jiang Ku Than. That man crossed his arms and said indifferently that this is nonsense. In an instant, Jiang Ku Than leaned back and easily dodged Jiang then's attack. Seeing this, Jiang then was slightly surprised and thought inwardly, a zither venerable. Immediately, Jiang Ku Than took out a zither and played eerie sounds. He sneered that brat, you dare be arrogant before me. Today I will teach you hierarchy, kneel. The disciples outside shouted excitedly that Jiang Ku Than has acted. Zither sound like thunder and sound waves shaking the soul. Even from afar the heart trembles. Jiang then is finished this time. Ku Yu worried inwardly that Jiang then must not suffer harm. In complete contrast, Jiang then showed no fear and said with a smirk that a dignified zither venerable has only this much. As he spoke, Jiang then raised one hand to block the sound waves. Seeing this, Jiang Ku Than sneered that breaking one move makes you proud. Today I will cripple you and clean trash for the Jiang family. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ku Than summoned 3 sound soldiers with vicious faces rushing toward Jiang then. The surrounding disciples exclaimed that it is here. Jiang Ku Than's exclusive zither technique. Jiang Ku Than executed the move ambush from 10 sides. Facing this, Jiang then remained calm and watched coldly. Jiang then laughed and said that you only know how to pluck strings, but do not understand the intent of the zither. Truly laughable. Immediately, Jiang then took out a massive zither and swiftly played a melody, saying calmly that the zither path should be like this. In his mind, Jiang then thought that before mysterious cycle power playing zither techniques, Jiang Ku Than is insignificant. Witnessing this, Jiang Ku Than was stunned and realized the opponent is also a zither player, inwardly thinking that a mere zither king dares oppose me. At this moment, Jiang then continuously played, and the sound echoed like a dragon emerging. Teams of sound soldiers manifested and charged at Jiang Kuthan. Seeing this, Jiang Kuthan was shaken and exclaimed that zither sound turning into thousands of troops. How is this possible? Before he understood what happened, Jiang Kuthan was severely injured by Jiang Then. He screamed in horror that it cannot be. Jiang then said coldly that Jiang Kuthan, I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your life as mercy. Hearing this, Jiang Kuthan trembled and said that I have cultivated the zither path for years and never reached this realm. Jiang then said with sharp eyes that you should be grateful this is for Direction Divine Academy. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kuthan spat blood and muttered that it cannot be. Jiang Kuthan's blood dripped onto Jiang Muklak. Jiang Muklak sensed the change and said in a deep voice that Jiang Kuthan has been crippled. Jiang Muklak burned with anger and ground his teeth, uttering each word. Jiang then. A day later, Jiang then returned to Jiang Lu cave. Bai Fong and Gu joyfully shouted, Master. Inwardly, Jiang then thought that Jiang Lu is king realm and has an ancient saint body. How could he be beaten so badly by Jiang Kuthan? Suddenly, Bai Fong and Gu shouted that brother Jiang Lu has awakened. Hearing this, Jiang then immediately turned. Jiang Lu weakly sat up and softly called boss. Jiang then asked sternly, why did you not fight back? Jiang Lu stammered without words. Jiang then stepped closer and said coldly that Jiang Kuthan is so insignificant. How could he leave you like this? Inwardly, he hoped this fat one would not disappoint him. Aplan Mi Nhi ran over and hugged Jiang, then pleading that master, his injuries have not healed. Jiang then replied coldly that with such attitude, healed or not is useless. Jiang Lu heard this and said with grievance that boss, my father is a servant of Jiang Kuthan's lineage, and I am as well. I dared not strike back. Jiang then angrily shouted that if you carry that servant name for life, then what is the point of cultivating? Jiang Lu forced himself to shout boss. Witnessing this scene, Ku Yu frowned and said, you are injured like this yet still thinking nonsense. Jiang then is very worried about you. Think it through carefully. How do you want to live from now on? Jiang Lu asked blankly, how should I do it? Jiang Lu recalled the past and said in a low voice, before following the boss, I was only a minor servant in the Jiang family. Now I live under the boss protection. Jiang Lu thought to himself, this cannot continue. I must become the boss support, not a burden. Jiang Lu continued, I want my mother to escape her status as a servant and rebuild the Jiang family from the beginning. Hearing those words, Jiang then smiled inwardly. Jiang Lu, you truly did not disappoint me. Then Jiang then turned around and stared at Jiang Lu. Jiang then placed his hand on Jiang Lu's forehead and said in a deep voice, as long as you want it, nothing is impossible. This is a top-tier human cultivation method, sovereign over the world. I have prepared it for you long ago, Jiang Lu replied emotionally. Thank you, boss. Ku Yu stood beside them feeling pleased. This is worthy of being Jiang then friend. Seeing this, Naplan Mi Nhi turned around and said, I will head back first. Take good care of your injuries. Jiang then thought to himself, leaving so quickly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Jiang then hand. A coquettish voice sounded, Master, Master, you accepted us as disciples. When will you finally teach us? Naplan Mi Nhi placed her hand on Jiang then chest and continued, Master, you took us in. Could it be only to make use of us? Bok Fong and Gu angrily shouted, stop talking nonsense. Jiang then said calmly, since you both ask, then follow me back to the cave dwelling. I will teach you, so you do not have idle thoughts. Naplan Mi Nhi replied happily. We await master guidance. Bok Fong and Gu snorted coldly. Fine then, who is afraid of who? Just do not teach carelessly. At that moment cries rang out, Master, do not, in broad daylight like this. If others see it will not be good. Jiang then shouted angrily, watch your words. I have already set up the cultivation formation. If you break the formation, you will naturally achieve a breakthrough. Bok Fong and Gu in thin clothing was suspended in midair. She cried out, Master, how am I supposed to cultivate like this? Jiang then replied, you focus on spiritual power, but your body cannot be neglected. Only when you free yourself from these restraints will it count as complete cultivation. Naplan Mi Nhi in alluring thin garments stood upon a block of freezing ice and spoke up. Master, what about me? Why is my cultivation method different from senior sister? Jiang then said angrily, how is it different? Do you not know in your own heart? A battle martial artist like you still stands there asking, where is your dignity? Ice pillar is for tempering battle martial arts. Only when you no longer feel it's cold will your battle martial arts be considered successful. Seeing Jiang then in different attitude, Naplan Mi Nhi trembled and said, Master, you are truly cruel. Hearing this, Jiang then simply replied, this is for your own good. After speaking, he turned and left. After Jiang then disappeared from sight, Bok Fong and Gu muttered, a master like that is truly rare. From afar, Votian raised his hand and called out loudly, Jiang then, stop, I am looking for you. Okak has issued an order. All sects that wish to advance to 7th rank must accept an advancement mission. The sect master must go to the branch hall to receive the mission. Within Vo-Kak jurisdiction, there is no other path. Jiang then replied coldly, "What does this have to do with me? The current Tone Tun Gyro Chu is Luke Than then." Vo Tian stroked his chin and said, "Lam Lang Van Thien personally named you to complete the mission. Otherwise, Tone Tun Gyro will be demoted to 9th rank. Hearing this, Jiang then thought to himself that old man is still thinking of me despite his severe injuries. It seems I cannot avoid it. He asked again, "Will any branch hall do?" 15 miles from here is Ko Phuong Than, located beside Phan Thien Hoc Vien. There is a branch hall there. Vo Tian continued, "Vo-Kak has sent word that if you do not go, they will destroy the entire Tone Tun Gyro for resisting orders. You can only delay for a short time." After hearing this, Jiang then replied, "Thank you for the goodwill of Tu Phuong Than Vien, but this disaster cannot be avoided. I will go and settle it." As those words fell, Jiang then had already envisioned the situation clearly in his mind. His gaze became resolute as he thought inwardly, "It seems blood will be shed again soon." In Ko Phuong Than, while strolling through the streets, Jiang then suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Lathin Trong. He was slightly startled. "I crippled him before. I did not expect Lam Lang Van Thien to spend spiritual power to restore him. Is Vo-Kak truly planning to turn against me now?" A group of people suddenly rushed forward. Jiang then immediately circulated spiritual power to guard against a sneak attack. Contrary to his expectations, the group brushed past and shoved him aside. "Where did this idiot come from? Ignore him, hurry up. If we are late, we will miss the martial contest for the City Lord Daughter Hand. I heard Hoa Lian why beauty can topple a nation." Jiang then stood there stunned and did not understand. What is a martial contest for marriage? At the same time, in a large martial hall, Hoa Lian Y stood high above, her proud gaze looking down at the crowd. Jiang then also blended in to watch the excitement. With one glance, he recognized her. This is a summoning spirit king. Summoner mainly cultivates spiritual power and can summon ancient battle spirits to fight. A true powerhouse can even call forth the remnant souls of gods. This profession is rare even in the 9 heavens god realm. This woman has outstanding talent and is very suitable to be my disciple. Hoa Lian Y spoke. "Within the same realm, whoever defeats me, I will marry that person." Lathin Trong leapt from the crowd onto the arena and laughed loudly. "It seems today I will win the arena and embrace a beauty, and conveniently kill Jiang then as well." Below the stage, Jiang then shook his head after hearing this. This man truly thinks with nothing but hormones. Lathin Trong brushed his hair confidently and said, "This arena is surely meant for me." Hoa Lian Y frowned and asked, "Lathin Trong, what are you doing here?" Lathin Trong replied with a laugh, "Women of the Hoa family in every generation die young if they do not marry before 18. I originally came to kill my enemy, but I cannot bear to see a beauty fade away. The young master of Vo-Kak, my participation in this marriage contest is your fortune." Upon hearing this, Hoa Lian Y scolded disdainfully. "Lam Lang Van Thien is severely injured, and the Vo-Kak experts have all been recalled. Yet you still dare to boast. How could an illegitimate son like you be worthy?" Mocked like that, Lathin Trong went mad and immediately summoned his martial soul. "Foul woman, once I win and take you back, we will see if you still dare to be arrogant." Seeing the martial soul, Hoa Lian Y was shocked. 9-headed golden tiger, the martial soul has mutated. She immediately summoned her battle spirit to meet the attack. Jiang then frowned and judged that the mutated martial soul allowed Lathin Trong, though only at venerable realm, to erupt with earthly realm battle power. Hoa Lian Y battle spirit would have difficulty winning. As expected, her battle spirit was torn apart by the golden tiger. Lathin Trong laughed arrogantly. "Are you afraid now? Tonight you are mine." Golden tiger lunged forward. Hoa Lian Y shouted to summon her battle spirit again. Lathin Trong sneered, "Your battle spirit is already shattered. What else can you use to fight? Obediently follow me back to Vo-Kak, and I will grant you an easy death." Below the stage, the crowd murmured in regret. "It is over. The goddess is about to be humiliated." Jiang then narrowed his eyes and thought, "You dare touch my disciple? A waste like you is far from qualified." Hoa Lian Y gritted her teeth and said, "I would rather die than marry." At that moment, a passage of text transmitted into her divine sense. Divine sense as guardian, 8 directions display might. Stabilize the heavens, grasp a remnant soul. Hoa Lian Y was astonished. This is the ancient spirit summoning art. The text continued to merge into her. Sacrifice to the vast underworld, gaze toward eternity, shatter the divine tomb, summon the radiance of the gods. Lathin Trong stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, shouting, "Foul woman," still pretending to be noble. At that moment, a beam of light burst from her body. The pillar of light shot through the martial hall into the sky. Lathin Trong was forced back and asked in panic, You still have strength to resist. Hoa Lianwei shone brilliantly, floating in midair as a gigantic gate slowly opened. Inside, a colossal god slowly stepped out. A deep voice resounded. Fight for your master, Hoa Lianwei immediately ordered. Knock him off the arena. Lathin Trong screamed in terror. A god, you can summon a god, I admit defeat. I admit it. Before he could finish speaking, God Bok Chin threw a punch that sent him flying. The master has spoken, get off the arena. That punch was so powerful that it blasted Lathin Trong straight into the sky. Figure vanished from sight in the air. His subordinates turned pale and cried out for their young master. Jiang then folded his arms and left. Hoa Lianwei watched his departing figure and thought, was that him just now? Jiang then headed straight toward Vocak. Stepping inside, before him was another arena, surrounded by statues of various shapes. Jiang then frowned and thought, does Vocak have a hobby of collecting statues of men posing? Suddenly the statues all spoke at once. Jiang then, your day of death has arrived. Jiang then walked up leisurely and said with a smile, why the hurry? Hand over the advancement mission first. Otherwise, if you die, I will have a hard time explaining it. He glanced around. There was not a single earthly realm aura in the hall. Is Vocak underestimating me this much? One statue sneered, you are about to die yet still dare to be arrogant. As soon as the words fell, the statues charged forward together. The three-eyed statue rushed up with a sinister laugh. Go to the underworld and carry out your advancement mission. Jiang then eyes turned icy. Since you wish to die so quickly, I will indulge you. He even felt a trace of joy inside. The more that come together, the easier it is to use that move. Statues roared in unison, kill. Jiang then raised his hand and condensed flames. In the next instant, countless fireballs appeared. Heavenly flame, divine record. The bronze statue swung its palm and shouted, you bastard dare disrespect Vocak, die. Jiang then let out a cold laugh and slammed his palm hard onto the ground. Instantly, the fireballs pierced through the charging statues. The flames surged violently, burning every statue to ashes. A cry of despair rang out, no. The fire died down and the statues shattered. Jiang then sat down to pick up the scroll and let out a sigh. He muttered mockingly, sending only a few venerable realm cultivators. They truly looked down on me. At that moment, someone broke through the roof and dropped down from above, shouting loudly, insolent. He landed on the ground, the terrifying impact causing the earth to tremble violently. The old man slowly stood up, his aura surging skyward, and said coldly, Jiang then, I only left briefly to escort the young master, and you seized the chance to attack the Ko Fuang Than branch hall. Seeking death, the aura around him instantly erupted like raging waves. Jiang then put away the scroll and looked straight at him, asking in return, you want to kill me and still forbid me from fighting back. Inwardly, he had already realized this was an earthly realm cultivator, somewhat troublesome. The earthly realm old man frowned and scolded, what are you? If Vocak wants you dead, then obediently accept death. That is your fortune. Unfortunately, a brat like you does not know your place. Leave your corpse behind. He mobilized spiritual energy into shackles that locked Jiang then in place. Immediately after, he summoned his Dao Soul. Dao Soul shot upward and struck straight at Jiang then. It was a gigantic black bear, its sharp claws nearly reaching his body. Jiang then did not dodge, only said coldly with ridicule, you people of Vocak always wear that lofty face. It makes me sick to look at. The earthly realm old man laughed arrogantly. Vocak is the heavens. Anyone who defies orders must die. Jiang then eyes gradually turned icy, the image of the Dao Soul reflected in his pupils. He smiled faintly and said, your joke is quite amusing. As the words fell, the spiritual power of his entire body erupted. A precious lamp shone brilliantly in midair. Jiang then chanted, mortal, I grant you one chance to pay homage. Myriad transformation heavenly lamp. Seeing this, the old man cried out in horror. The number one Dao Soul, myriad transformation heavenly lamp. Or rather, the myriad transformation, heavenly lamp soul annihilation. His eyes widened as he retreated, muttering in disbelief. A god offering its soul. How can a god burn a Dao Soul in your stead? Impossible. Jiang then curled his lips in a smile. This is the first time I have used the myriad transformation heavenly lamp in this life. You should feel honor. After speaking, he clenched his hand, and the myriad transformation heavenly lamp blazed fiercely. The earthly realm old man pleaded in panic. Jiang then, I was wrong, spare me, I know my mistake. But his pleas were useless. Jiang then lowered his hand, and the myriad transformation heavenly lamp instantly engulfed him. Flames burned amid desperate struggles, do not. A miserable scream echoed through the space. When the fire went out, his life ended as well. Jiang then was slightly disheveled, clutching his chest and frowning, thinking that with his current cultivation he could only use the myriad transformation heavenly lamp once. Fortunately, there was only one earthly realm opponent. Any more would have been dangerous. Suddenly there was movement behind him, and he immediately turned around. Come out. Hoa Lianwei sat down in fright, hugging her head and hurriedly said, do not attack, great hero, it is me. We met 3 days ago. Jiang then remained silent. She opened one eye and asked softly, I followed you here. I only want to ask if you need my help. Jiang then eyes lit up and he replied briefly, yes, then suddenly grabbed her shoulder. His other hand pressed against her forehead to establish the master-disciple contract. He said, becoming my disciple is the greatest help. Lian Y's consciousness shook as she angrily scolded, what are you doing? But Jiang then gaze gradually dimmed and his body swayed. Seeing this, Lian Y hurriedly supported him. Before losing consciousness, Jiang then forced himself to say, good disciple, take me back to Tu Fuang then Veen. Sometime later, Jiang then lay on a stone bed and slowly opened his eyes. Lian Y said, you are finally awake. Neem Truong Ka handed him water and asked, I heard you forcibly took her as your disciple and made her carry you back. Jiang then held his head and replied, passing on the Tao and accepting a disciple is called forcing. Lian Y shot him a sideways glance and asked, did you ask for my consent before passing on the Tao? Jiang then drank water and explained, you are now my disciple. What is there to ask? Respect your master and honor the Tao. Lian Y suggested, then master should help me break the curse. Neem Truong Ka nodded and said, that is right. I heard you were unconscious for 2 days. I fear your disciple could not endure it. Jiang then sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I will search the classics. Within 3 days, I will definitely find a solution. Suddenly, Neem Truong Ka cut in. Brother Jiang, do not worry. You both have already taken the aphrodisiac. Just share a room and it will be resolved. He even praised himself. I am truly great. Lian Y and Jiang then widened their eyes and sprayed out water. Jiang then angrily kicked Neem Truong Ka out of the room and cursed loudly. After closing the door, he turned around with a flushed face. Lian Y's entire body was flushed red from the aphrodisiac. He tugged down her sleeve and said softly, Master, I am so hot. Jiang then stammered and waved his hands. Disciple, calm down. But Lian Y had already lost clarity of mind and kept pleading, Master, help me. Outside the door, Neem Truong Ka was still enthusiastically fanning something. He thought smugly that the love incense of the Tangshan Divine Hall was truly top grade. Brother Jiang, my master prepared it all for you. No need to thank me. Under the effects of the aphrodisiac and love incense, Lian Y rushed forward and hugged Jiang then, whispering that master is so cold, let me warm you. She sealed his lips, leaving him only muffled sounds. Inwardly, he screamed that he told her to calm down. Lian Y sat on him, pulled his hand onto her body, her breath scorching hot and her voice full of temptation. Master, help me break the curse. She continued moving against him and said softly, Master, begin. Jiang then helplessly embraced and kissed her, tears rolling down in despair within his heart. My 2 lifetimes of innocence, Neem Truong Ka, I swear I cannot coexist under the same sky as you. Several hours later, Jiang then staggered outside. His entire body was exhausted, his clothes disheveled and covered in kiss marks. He froze the moment he stepped out. Bok Fong and Gu angrily demanded, am I not beautiful enough? Was I not meant to be your first woman? Nap Lan Mnhi also said, Master, if you seek someone, Mnhi is always here. I have kept my first time for you. Jiang then roar echoed to the heavens, Neem Truong Ka. At that moment, Neem Truong Ka was reading a secret manual when he sneezed. Jiang then kicked the door open and shouted loudly. Neem Truong Ka scratched his head and laughed. Brother Jiang, you came at the right time. I just checked the records of the Tangshan Divine Hall and discovered your disciple does not seem to be cursed. Jiang then flared up. You are still laughing. What did you do? Suddenly he froze and asked, wait, you said Tangshan Divine Hall. Neem Truong Ka looked puzzled. My sect is the Tangshan Divine Hall. Is there a problem? Jiang then avoided his gaze and replied, no, it just sounds familiar. He recalled how in the past he had been given the identity of young hall master of the Tangshan Divine Hall. Who would have thought such a sect truly existed? Neem Truong Ka stroked his chin and said, it is normal to find it familiar. Recently, my sect received news that someone in Bak Ko Than claimed to be a disciple of the Tangshan Divine Hall. My master told me to bring that person back to the sect and conveniently go with me to the ancient Tangshan ruins. After speaking, he took out a portrait depicting Jiang. Then after disguise, Neem Truong Ka asked, Brother Jiang, does this look familiar? Jiang then eyes widened at the sight. He quickly turned away to clear himself of any connection. Never seen him, not familiar. Inwardly he thought, what ruins? It sounds like a trap. Neem Truong Ka scratched his head and said, how strange. I think this portrait looks very much like you. Jiang then coughed dryly and changed the subject. Forget it. What do you mean Lian Y is not cursed? Neem Truong Ka immediately got into character and clapped his hands. Right, that reminds me. I just finished checking. Your disciple is in fact the myriad spirit sacred body. The myriad spirit sacred body is born with yin souls entwined around it and lacks the nourishment of yang energy. For time, the body cannot endure it, and the only outcome is death and the dissipation of the Tao. The harmony of yin and yang is indeed the quickest solution. Jiang then darkened his face and asked in return, you mean I should even thank you? Neem Truong Ka winked and grinned. We are brothers, why be so polite? Jiang then gritted his teeth in anger and called out in a low voice, Neem Truong Ka. That moment, a booming voice suddenly rang out, Jiang then. The sound echoed everywhere, and the two immediately stepped outside. Looking at the man blocking their way, Neem Truong Ka whispered that it was Jiang Muklak. Jiang then found the name unfamiliar and inwardly startled. This man aura was even stronger than any venerable realm he had met. But before so many people, he could not use the myriad transformation heavenly lamp. Jiang Muklak landed on the ground, his sword tip pointing straight at Jiang then as he demanded, Was it you who crippled Jiang Ku Than? Jiang then replied calmly, and if it was. Jiang Muklak let out a cold laugh. You should be grateful the Academy forbids private fighting. I have already reported it. In 3 days there will be a life and death arena battle. Whoever flees will be expelled from the Academy. Jiang then, my Jiang family has been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang then answered at once. 3 days later, fine, I will wait. As for the Jiang family hunt, do you think I am afraid? Since you are here, let me take your life as interest first. Neem Truong Ka called out trembling, brother Jiang. Jiang then slung an arm over his shoulder and pulled him back, saying softly, stop stammering. We will talk after we return. He shot Neem Truong Ka an annoyed glance, his hand tightening on his shoulder until the other broke into sweat, yet still nodded. After delivering the challenge, Jiang Muklak turned and left, not forgetting to snort coldly, enjoy your last few days alive. 3 days later will be your death day. Jiang then replied immediately, let me correct you, it will be your death day. Jiang Muklak's eyes flashed with hatred as he gritted his teeth and swore, in 3 days I will tear you to pieces. Inside Neem Truong Ka cave dwelling, he stood with hands on hips in worry, brother Jiang. Jiang Muklak is no ordinary venerable realm. Do not lose your head. Jiang then sat in a chair and replied, I can fight him, but at this point he paused in thought. The myriad transformation heavenly lamp is the #1 Tao soul. Once exposed, the consequences would be endless. After a while, Jiang then continued, without special means it will be very hard to defeat him. It seems I can only risk using a forbidden technique and endure the backlash. Neem Truong Ka sighed. Hearing that is truly regrettable. If you are the person in the portrait, you could follow me to the ancient Tangshan ruins. There lie the inheritances of countless gods. Jiang then eyes lit up and he asked truly. He sighed and admitted, fine, I will not hide it anymore. The person in the portrait is me. Neem Truong Ka sighed in reproach. Brother Jiang, it would have been better if you said so earlier, but it is not too late now. After speaking, he reached into his robe. In the blink of an eye, Neem Truong Ka pulled out a treasure gate. I have already prepared the teleportation array. Let us go. Jiang then was speechless at the sight and inwardly thought, so this is the Tangshan Divine Hall. Scene shifted to the Tangshan Divine Hall, where an old Taoist sat upon a stone amid tranquil surroundings. The hall master of the Tangshan Divine Hall sat in meditation, with eyes closed, cultivating. Faint sound arose, and the old Taoist immediately knew someone had arrived. Neem Truong Ka led Jiang then forward, and upon seeing his master happily bowed, disciple Neem Truong Ka greets master, while Jiang then looked around observing his surroundings. After only a moment he recognized that this place was indeed the Tangshan Divine Hall. Neem Truong Ka smiled and introduced, Master, this is Jiang then, the one you told me to find. The old Taoist did not turn around and only said, very well, enter. Jiang then stepped forward in confusion. Neem Truong Ka muttered complaints. Understood, always so temperamental. He pulled Jiang then back and whispered, brother Jiang, stand a little farther away in case master accidentally strikes you. Jiang then still did not understand what was happening. The old Taoist walked to the riverside and slowly extended his hand. River water rose and parted to both sides, revealing a dazzling golden light at the bottom. Jiang then was astonished. Such a method. This man's strength is no weaker than Lam Lang Van Thien. Shortly after, beneath the water appeared a long flight of steps, at the end of which stood an ancient gate. That was the ancient Tangshan ruins. The old Taoist said calmly, descending the steps leads to the ancient Tangshan Divine Hall. At the end lies the entrance to the ruins. Go. This place has been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang then was stunned, senior, those words. Neem Truong Ka did not let him finish and pulled him away. Brother Jiang, do not question master. He has always been mysterious. Remember, bringing back an inheritance to defeat Jiang Muklak is the main matter. Jiang then glanced back at the old Taoist, an indescribable doubt rising in his heart. The old Taoist stroked his beard and murmured, finally you have arrived. Jiang then and Neem Truong Ka stood before the gate of the ancient Tangshan ruins. The two of them pushed the gate open together. As soon as Jiang then stepped inside, he could not help but marvel at the sight before him. Neem Truong Ka hurriedly urged, brother Jiang, hurry. We are almost there ahead. Passing through the light gate was the ruins. Jiang then looked up at the divine statue, myriad transformation divine king. I have never seen this divine king before, yet I feel an inexplicable familiarity. Neem Truong Ka tugged his sleeve and shouted, brother Jiang, let us go. The ruins wait for no one. Jiang Jiang then cast one more lingering glance at the statue before turning away. Perhaps sooner or later he would know. The two ventured deep into the ruins, and a crimson space enveloped Jiang then. He slowly surveyed his surroundings. It seems I have entered the ruins. Neem Truong Ka was likely teleported elsewhere. Suddenly a terrifying voice resounded. Kill. Jiang then widened his eyes. This is. Horrifying scene unfolded. Kill. The countless gods of the heavens must all die. After today there will be no more gods in this world. Jiang then thought inwardly. Countless gods of the heavens. There are not that many in the 9 heavens. Voice sounded once more. Kill. This battle must absolutely not be lost. If the gods are annihilated, the 9 heavens will also cease to exist. Jiang then looked at the scene before him and realized that countless gods once truly existed. Then why are the 9 heavens now empty? Could it be because of this battle? A brutal melee unfolded. The defeated lay everywhere. Blood dyed the ground and horses trampled broken swords. Voice rang out, victory, stop, record. The countless gods have lost. The pile of corpses, a trembling arm rose. That man gripped his sword tightly and struggled to kneel upright. His entire body blazed brilliantly. Jiang then was astonished. The myriad transformation heavenly lamp was igniting. The flames shot straight upward. Soldiers and war horses were flung away. Men and horses alike tumbled far into the distance. 100 lifetimes of cycles. Inheritance through reincarnation. If the heavens do not collapse and the earth does not shatter, I will surely return. Jiang then was moved. With the strength of one man he turned the tide, sealing 1,000,000 alien races, and protecting the 9 heavens and myriad worlds. In death there was not even a monument. Was it truly worth it? Jiang then pondered what secret the Tangshan Divine Hall ruins truly concealed. A voice sounded from behind. You have seen it. Who are you? Jiang then respectfully cupped his hands. I come from Back Ko Than, Than Van Town, Ton Tun Gyro of the Jiang family of Tanzania. Surname Jiang, given name then. The senior grasped his shoulders emotionally. It is you? You have returned? No, not yet. Jiang then was bewildered. What do you mean? Senior calmed down. It is nothing since you have come. Erect a monument for him. Jiang then followed his gaze and nodded. Very well. He stepped to the grave and used his magic power to raise a stone stele, using his own flesh and blood as a guide. Protect the living beings of the 9 heavens and myriad worlds. Today I, as the heavenly divine king, erect this monument for you. May you rest in peace. Suddenly, a stream of golden light pressed against the back of Jiang, then neck. He staggered and fell to his knees before he could understand what was happening. The old man's eyes suddenly blazed with light. Senior forced Jiang then to sit down. He asked in alarm, Senior, what exactly are you doing? The old man slowly explained that the blood light within the stone stele is the inheritance of the myriad transformation divine king. With your current cultivation you cannot bear it. Sit still and calm your mind. Jiang then thought inwardly that turning the tide alone and sealing the alien races, this inheritance must be unimaginably powerful. After pondering for a long time, he decided to obey. If he intended to harm me, he would have acted long ago. I will listen. The senior continued speaking as he acted. I will seal this inheritance within your body. When your cultivation is sufficient, the seal will open on its own. As soon as the words fell, the inheritance was forced into Jiang then body. After a while, the seal was complete. Jiang then knelt to give thanks. The old man waved his hand and said there is no need for courtesy. Originally, he hesitated, then changed his tone. Very well, you may go. In the future, you will understand its benefits. Jiang then silently looked at the old man. He stood up, intending to leave this place. Jiang then suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. Chaotic battlefield still remained. Far away, a lonely green flute lay amid the ruins. Jiang then stood gazing at the flute for a long time. He walked into the wreckage and bent down to pick up the flute. The moment his hand touched it, a gentle sound drifted out, faint as the wind. Jiang then looked up at the melody spreading through the air. He said softly, to meet in life and death and grow old bearing it together, that is enduring love. As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out, Brother Jiang. It was Neem Truong Ka, his face filled with worry. Brother Jiang, you are finally out. Do you know 3 days have already passed? Jiang then was startled. 3 days? I did not expect I stayed inside that long. Neem Truong Ka hurriedly pulled him away from the ruined gate. Today is the day of your duel with Jiang Muklak. Hurry up. I have waited until the flowers nearly withered. Jiang then laughed. Do not tell me I was here for 3 days. Truong Ka stared wide-eyed. How could that be? Came out early. I was only thrown out by the ruins. Look, zither of parting sorrow. It is as famous as the ancient flute of eternal love back then. Jiang then gently stroked the flute. Parting sorrow, eternal love, truly interesting. Neem Truong Ka winked, strike with both hands, accomplished 2 tasks at once. The old Taoist suddenly appeared and patted his shoulder. Truong Ka jumped in fright. The old man scolded. What kind of talk is that? Truong Ka quickly bowed, greetings master. Jiang then also cupped his hands, greetings senior. Truong Ka turned and asked softly, Master, will you not say anything? No one responded. Truong Ka immediately dragged them along. Brother Jiang, it is almost time for the duel. We must hurry back. Suddenly Truong Ka halted, his expression changing. Could it be? He picked up the formation platform, crack, crack. Fragments fell apart. Truong Ka cried out in alarm as expected. He shouted, Master, the formation platform is broken. Jiang then folded his arms and watched helplessly. The old Taoist frowned. What are you shouting for? Fine, I will have Xiao Long take you out. Hearing this, Truong Ka was overjoyed. Great, we can make it. Jiang then was puzzled. What is Xiao Long? At that moment, Xiao Long flew over. Jiang then widened his eyes. A divine beast. Truong Ka laughed. That is right. A hybrid of golden dragon, southern python, and golden winged roc. The scene shifted to the duel ground. Not seeing Jiang, then the crowd buzzed. Is Jiang then coming? Is that waste afraid? How dare a cast-off fight a true bloodline? What a disgrace to the inner court. Let us disperse. Fong and Gu angrily retorted. Nonsense, my master will not flee. There must be a reason for his delay. Nap Lan Mi and Chai nodded. That is right. He is not afraid of battle. Jiang Muklak glanced at them. Are you disciples of that bastard? A waste taking so many disciples. Does he satisfy you? Surely can satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared behind the three. Fong and Gu turned back angrily and scolded. Insolent, filthy words. Who do you think I am to toy with? Nap Lan Mi and Chai sensed the terrifying pressure. Jiang Muklak smiled wickedly and squeezed Fong and Gu's face. My patience has limits. Or do you want to be stripped naked right here? Fong and Gu ground her teeth in hatred, but could not resist. Jiang then voice rang coldly from above. Jiang Muklak, you are courting death. Seeing Jiang then appear riding Xiao Long, everyone was stunned. A divine beast. It is a golden-winged roc. Jiang then stood on Xiao Long back, his aura overwhelming my disciples. Not for you to defile. The crowd murmured. Did Jiang Muklak not say Jiang then was a waste? A waste riding a divine beast like this. Were we deceived? Jiang then patted Xiao Long head. Thank you, go back. The aura around Jiang then surged like flames. Jiang Muklak tightened his grip on Fong and Gu's neck and mocked Jiang then. Faced before everyone. I did not expect a bastard like you would dare to appear. Do you think riding a beast can wash away your discarded identity? Aplan Mi and Chai hurriedly warned. Jiang, then be careful. He is not easy to deal with. Hoa Lian Wai cried out, Master Jiang. Jiang Muklak shouted provocatively. Still standing there, come up here and let these women see clearly. Before me, you are only fit to kneel and lick my shoes. Jiang then suddenly appeared behind him. Are you only good at talking? Jiang Muklak was shocked. What? Jiang then made his move. Profound yellow shatter 10,000 laws. Jiang Muklak still sneered, bastard seeking death. The crowd whispered, is Jiang then not a zither king? Why is he using the Dark King move? Others sneered, he only dabbles in everything. Jiang Muklak curled his lips, a genuine waste, knowing a little and daring to use it, ridiculous. Jiang then said nothing more, and immediately charged forward. Two officially clashed. Jiang then was pushed back. Jiang Muklak sneered, is that all? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare you like a dog. Jiang then looked at him seriously, interesting. How soul immortal rock. Jiang then calculated after the previous collision. Jiang Muklak held the advantage. At Venerable Realm, only by using his Tao Soul could he force him to reveal his profession. On the other side, Jiang Muklak also summoned his Tao Soul, Water Mist. He laughed sinisterly. The immortal rock is your trump card. Today I will show you that before my water mist it is nothing. The immortal rock and water mist collided head-on. Crowd gaped. It is out. Senior brother Jiang Water Mist Tao Soul. It suppresses all Tao Souls and reflects damage. Everyone knows he is serious now. Jiang then is doomed this time. Jiang then disciples were anxious for their master. Only Neem Truong Ka remained strangely calm and even smiled. What is there to worry about? I believe in brother Jiang. Jiang Muklak laughed loudly and said to Jiang then, I am done playing. Now it is your turn. Tao Soul Giant Bear. Water element techniques were unleashed by him. Jiang then looked up at the spell Venerable without fear and continued stepping forward. Two continued their standoff. Jiang Muklak suddenly changed expression and shouted, Tao Soul Emperor Vine, you are a false twin Tao Soul. The surroundings erupted, twin Tao Souls and both ranked at the top of the Tao Soul list. Truly monstrous, but sadly his potential is exposed. Jiang Muklak will surely eliminate him without mercy. Jiang Muklak laughed arrogantly, still thinking of begging for mercy. Too bad it is too late. Must die, Jiang Muklak roared in fury. This hatred cannot be shared under the same sky. A forbidden technique was activated. Water burial heavenly phenomenon. Jiang then curled his lips in a cold smile. You dare use a forbidden technique to scare me. Took out the flute obtained earlier, circulated the clarifying heart art and played a melody. The melody named Never Part sounded. Jiang Muklak, your end has come. Bring the flute. Jiang Muklak clutched his head and screamed, losing control of his body and falling into panic. Jiang then pointed the flute at him and coldly called out Jiang Muklak's name. He was both frightened and enraged, his body uncontrollably drawn toward the flute. What is happening? Why can I not control my body? Jiang, then what trick have you used? Jiang then smiled disdainfully. Those lecherous eyes dared look at my disciple. Keeping them is useless. Jiang Muklak screamed miserably in pain. Jiang then did not stop. That filthy hand dared touch my disciple and must pay the price. Jiang Muklak, two arms fell to the ground. He howled in despair. Blood poured from his eye sockets as Jiang then flute pressed against his forehead. It ended. Your life, I take it. Jiang Muklak trembled and begged. Do not, Jiang then, please do not. I can give you everything of the Jiang family. But Jiang then could not be bothered to listen, his face drenched in cold blood. Jiang Muklak collapsed to his knees and then fell unconscious onto the ground. Everyone who witnessed it stood frozen. The sound of the flute made life worse than death. Jiang Muklak had been completely destroyed. Black aura spread out. Jiang then turned toward the crowd. Victory and defeat are clear. Whoever refuses may step forward. The entire crowd trembled and did not dare move. Demon, what exactly is he? How can he be so terrifying? Jiang then returned to his disciples as praises rang out endlessly, calling him domineering brother and invincible master. Even Ku Yu Huang praised him, though no one paid attention. Truongka slung an arm over his shoulder and whispered, "You crippled two from Fuang then Veen. They will not let this go easily. Jiang Muklak deserved to die. We will deal with it when it comes. Thinking too much is useless indeed. Oh right, in 3 days the two academies will jointly hold the Hong Thin Banquet. The top 10 can enter the Tower of No Thought to cultivate. There is the Bodhai ancient tree. I have already registered you." Jiang then was startled upon hearing this. He rubbed his chin in contemplation. The legendary Bodhai ancient tree. I heard it can help one attain enlightenment overnight. This is worth my action. 3 disciples ran over excitedly. Master, we registered too. You cannot abandon us. For you we joined Tu Fuang then Veen. Jiang then nodded in agreement. Fine. Then we will go together for fun. In the blink of an eye 3 days passed, and the Hong Thin Banquet officially began. The venue packed with people. Dean Vo Tian instructed Jiang then and Neem Truong Ka. Besides the 9 of you, the rest are inner court elites. Thien Tiat will arrive a bit late. Team from Fan Thien Hoc Veen is about to arrive. Do not cause trouble, Truong Ka laughed confidently. Dean, rest assured I am very obedient. Jiang then also silently promised to preserve his dignity. Vo Tian added, it is not that I am targeting you. It is just that this situation is rather special. The small world of no thought is jointly opened by the 2 academies. Time flows 10 times faster inside. In the past, only the 2 academies competed for entry spots. As Tu Fuang then Veen had not entered the top 10 for many years, Fan Thien Hoc Veen invited Ba Lan Academy to participate. Kin Ti and Lam Tai led the team. Kin Ti and Lam Tai came to greet Vo Tian, exchanging polite smiles while not forgetting to mock last year's results. Vo Tian responded calmly. The disciples of Tu Fuang then Veen need not your concern. Please enter. The arena is ready. Disciples of Fan Thien Hoc Veen glanced at Jiang then and Truong Ka with disdain. It is those 2 again, truly unlucky. Someone mocked. Tu Fuang then Veen worsens year by year. This year is even more miserable. Jiang then folded his arms silently, while Truong Ka gritted his teeth in anger. A pair of slender legs stepped before them. People like you worthy of representing Tu Fuang then Veen. Everyone turned and cheered. Senior sister Thien Tiat. With her here we are at ease. Truong Ka face lit up boasting about his goddess. Jiang then watched Enhung Thien Tiat approach and inwardly assessed that her strength was not simple. Thien Tiat folded her arms, her aura erupting, her voice icy. Dare to insult Tu Fuang then Veen, you deserve death. Under the terrifying pressure, the disciples of Fan Thien Hoc Veen were forced to kneel and could not lift their heads. The purple-haired one refused to yield, raising his head in contempt. Was I wrong? In recent years, none of you were selected. If not waste, then what? The word struck the sore spot, and Thien Tiat face paled with anger. Jiang then laughed behind her and declared confidently, with me here, Fan Thien Hoc Veen can forget about anyone being selected this year. Enhung Thien Tiat turned to assess him. This man is truly arrogant. Disciples of Fan Thien Hoc Veen burst into mocking laughter. Who do you think you are to block us? A man from Fan Thien Hoc Veen stepped out to support the purple-haired one. He was Dong Lang, number 1 of the inner court, declaring he would enjoy battling Tu Fuang then Veen. Dong Lang glanced past Thien Tiat and said coldly, do not disappoint me. Thien Tiat snorted and walked away as the disciples hurried after her. Jiang then patted Bok Fong and Gu head to reassure her. Master has never lied to you. The referee announced the Hong Thin Banquet began. Vo Tian explained the rules. The first round individual matches would select 15 into the team round. Tu Fuang then Dean proceeded with drawing lots. Thien Tiat drew the first match on Arena 1. Jiang then was in Match 2 on Arena 3. Jiang Lu laughed saying he was also on Arena 3, but in Match 4, Bok Fong and Gu and Truong Ka reported their positions in turn, all sighing in relief. Vo Tian looked at the draw results and felt relieved. Fortunately, there was no internal clash. On the Fan Thien Hoc Veen side, Dong Lang felt regret at being on Arena 2. The purple-haired one was excited to meet Jiang then on Arena 3 to seek revenge. The white-haired one waited for the team round. On the stands, Ba Lan Academy discussed, if we win, good. If not, we will just enjoy the show. The referee shouted, the match begins. En Hung Thien Tiat entered first. Her opponent trembled, like facing a fiend the moment he saw her. He rushed forward with full strength, risking everything. Thien Tiat casually swung her sword, the blade resting against his throat. The referee immediately declared, Tu Fuang Then Vien, Thien Tiat wins. In the second match, Jiang then landed on the arena and smiled. What a coincidence, we meet again, the purple-haired one sneered. You can still laugh at death door. His face darkened as killing intent flashed. Kneel and call me father once, and I may consider sparing your life otherwise. As the referee finished speaking and the match officially began, before the purple-haired one could finish boasting, Jiang then had already rushed forward and seized his face. A miserable scream rang out. Jiang then withdrew his hand and rotated his wrist with cracking sounds, snorting coldly. Too much nonsense. Purple-haired one lay sprawled on the ground, mind blank, staring at the sky, doubting life. What just happened? Jiang then laughed wildly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is the 3000 divine flame I seized last time. The purple-haired one was furious yet helpless. The referee immediately declared, Tu Fuang Then Dean. Jiang then wins. In the next match, Jiang Lu unleashed Sovereign over the world to blast his opponent away, easily securing victory for Tu Fuang Then Vien. Immediately after, the referee voice rang again. Tu Fuang Then Vien, Bok Fong Ngu. Aplan Mi and A Chai and Hoa Lian Y won their matches in succession. Tu Fuang Then Vien, Neem Truong Ka wins. Elder Vo Tian stepped out to announce. The first round ends. Tu Fuang Then Vien has 7 advancing. Fan Thien Hoc Vien 3, Ba Lan Academy 5. Tomorrow the team battles. On the stands, people from Ba Lan Academy exclaimed in shock. Is Tu Fuang Then Vien this strong? Is this still the Tu Fuang Then Vien we remember? Jiang then walked to the Fan Thien Hoc Vien group and smiled provocatively. Next it is your turn. His eyes were icy and killing intent surged. I said it before, this time Fan Thien Hoc Vien can forget about sending even one. Dong Lang ground his teeth in fury, yet could not refute. Midnight in Neem Truong Ka cave dwelling. He looked up at the sky and said to Jiang then, a few days ago you made too big a move, yet Vo Kak and the Jiang family remain silent. I feel something is wrong. Jiang then replied thoughtfully, the Jiang family is in internal turmoil and has no time. As for Vo Kak, they will likely arrive soon. Before he could finish, a powerful aura descended. Neem Truong Ka looked up and shouted, they have arrived. Elder Vo Tian suddenly appeared blocking before them to receive the attack. Neem Truong Ka cried out in alarm. Dean. Vo Tian was gravely injured. Jiang then and Neem Truong Ka hurried to support him. Jiang then asked anxiously what happened. Vo Tian struggled to utter Vo Kak by Wu Chang. That moment, a tall figure appeared at the cave entrance. A chilling yin aura spread. The newcomer dressed in white with ghostly features and icy blue eyes. It was Bai Wu Chang of Vo Kak, Heavenly Realm upper rank, ordered to kill Jiang then. He stuck out his black tongue to lick his lips. Anyone who blocks me will die. Vo Tian struggled to stand before Jiang then. To kill a disciple of Tu Fuang Then Vien, you must step over me first. Jiang then hurriedly tried to stop him, knowing the Dean was no match. Bai Wu Chang did not bother with words and stepped forward. Since that is the case, excuse me. From his hand shot out a strange flame. The flame transformed into a white skeleton shape and shot toward Vo Tian. Jiang then eyes widened. Neem Truong Ka looked at the ring on his hand, recalling his master instructions upon entering the ruins, if facing danger. Bai Wu Chang swung his fan toward Jiang, but he immediately countered. Force thread shot out to block it as a loud shout rang. Wait. Neem Truong Ka stepped forward and said, my master has a message for you. Bai Wu Chang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What trick are you trying? Before he could finish speaking, the spirit image of the old Taoist appeared from Neem Truong Ka's hand, his deep voice echoing. This brat is not bad. This old man does not wish for anything to happen to him for now. Bok Vo Thuong was shaken. This was someone from the Thong Thien Divine Palace. He looked at Neem Truong Ka and asked again, is this the will of your superior? Neem Truong Ka nodded solemnly. Bok Vo Thuong fell silent for a long while, then ground his teeth. Consider yourself lucky this time, brat. He turned and left. Before departing, he reminded them that since the superior had spoken, Vo Kak would not touch Jiang then before leaving the academy. Vo Tian let out a sigh of relief, patted Jiang then on the shoulder and told him to prepare for tomorrow. It was a pity the great heads of the academy were not present. Jiang then cupped his hands in thanks. After that, Jiang then looked at Neem Truong Ka and asked who his master really was. Neem Truong Ka scratched his head and said he did not know either. He only knew he could protect him for a while. Jiang then nodded. For a while was enough, let us rest. The next day, the final of the Hong Thin banquet began. Vo Tian announced the rules. The 3 academies would engage in a melee on one stage. Life and death did not matter. After one incense stick of time, the 10 still standing would win. Otayan declared the second round to begin, flames bursting from his palm. The flames rose and ignited the incense. He shouted loudly. The battle officially began. Jiang then looked toward Fan Thien Academy, locking onto Mo Van Han. On the stage, Dong Lang turned to Ba Lan Academy. Join forces. Do you want to Fuang Divine Academy to take 7 spots? The other side immediately agreed. Team Truong Ka looked at Dong Lang in displeasure. Why are you staring at me? Am I not allowed to laugh? Dong Lang's face twisted in anger. Jiang then stepped forward, his voice icy. Stop the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Fan Thien Academy can forget about taking a spot. Seeing his teammates all present, Neem Truong Ka stuck out his tongue in teasing. Dong Lang could not endure it. Gripping his sword and charging forward, I will deal with you first. Petals scattered through the air. Dong Lang's eyes widened. Enhung Thien Tiat was already holding her sword, standing in front of him. She stepped forward, confronting him head-on. Thien Tiat spoke coldly. Your opponent is me. Dong Lang was slightly stunned, then sneered, then I will kill you first. On the other side, Jiang then faced Mo Han Van. The auras of both sides collided. Killing intent shot outward. Mo Han Van smiled. We meet again. Jiang then replied coldly, your day of death has arrived. In the stands, the disciples of Fan Thien Academy were stunned. These two were too fast. Jiang then drew his flute and charged straight at Mo Han Van. Old grudges and new hatred. Today he would settle them all. Mo Han Van shifted aside with a faint smile. Is this all you rely on? He licked the sharp blade, his expression crazed. I fear you would not even recognize my true form. Immediately after, from a single Mo Han Van, he suddenly split into 5 identical figures. Jiang then glanced over the 5 of them, quickly judging in his mind that Mo Han Van's shadow Dao Soul was extremely bizarre. The mystic clones were almost no different from the true body, so there was no need to waste effort toying with these clones. It would be better to use a single melody of eternal longing and directly crush his spiritual power. Jiang then let out a cold laugh. Why bother searching for the real body? How ridiculous, as his words fell. He raised the flute to his lips and began to play. Mo Han Van's eyes widened in shock. Sound technique. Immediately charged straight at Jiang then. You think I will let you use that move? Jiang then snorted coldly. And you even dare to launch a sneak attack. Seeing the opponent closing in, Jiang then swung his flute to counterattack. You think I will make the same mistake with the same move again? At that very moment behind Jiang then, Mo Han Van launched a sneak attack. No need for nonsense. Killing is enough. Die. Jiang then chuckled softly and cut him off. As if sensing danger, Mo Han Van looked up and shouted, hey. He saw Neem Truong Ka rushing forward with his sword in fierce momentum. Is my brother, Jiang, someone you can touch as you please? With a single slash, Mo Han Van's face twisted from the blow as his body was sent flying. He went mad and charged again. You, the clones instantly surrounded Jiang then. Neem Truong Ka leaned on his sword and sneered. You what only you are allowed to bully the few with numbers. The 3 academies are in chaotic battle. Who fears whom? Jiang then said with a smile, Mo Han Van. I already said today both old grudges and new will be settled. Mo Han Van unleashed a surge of dark energy, grinding his teeth. Since you want to die, I will send you both to the grave together. Neem Truong Ka flared with anger and roared, grave your head, before he could finish cursing. Jiang then behind him reminded softly, he is deliberately disturbing you. Do not lose focus. The shadow Dao Soul is hard to deal with. Use your zither. Let Lai Sao coordinate with me. Neem Truong Ka blushed in embarrassment, took out Lai Sao and nodded all right. Jiang then raised the flute to his lips. The sound of the flute blended with the music of Neem Truong Ka. Around the two of them, a circle of golden light flared up and enveloped them. Mo Han Van raised his hands wildly. Dark domain erupted as rolling black energy surged forward. On this side, Jiang then calmly continued playing the flute. Neem Truong Ka focused on plucking the strings. 2 streams of sound merged. Lai Sao and eternal longing united as golden light shot straight toward Mo Han Van. The white smoke dispersed. Mo Han Van clutched his chest, severely injured as he collapsed on the ground coughing violently. His face twisted as he ground his teeth. Damn it. Jiang then stepped forward and looked down at him from above. Mo Han Van, you have schemed against me more than once. Today it is your turn to pay the price. Mo Han Van looked up in disbelief. No. Jiang then, there are so many people here you would not dare to kill me. Jiang then kicked him, sending Mo Han Van rolling across the ground. Mo Han Van looked up in pain, panic clearly visible in his eyes. Within his sight, Jiang then held the flute, killing intent overflowing as he said coldly, want to die. Jiang then did not hesitate and thrust the flute straight toward Mo Han Van eye. He screamed miserably, team leader, save me. Immediately the leader of Fan Thien Academy rushed forward and shouted, stop. Qin Ti stood in front of Mo Han Van and said, we admit defeat. Then he immediately led Mo Han Van away from the arena. Before leaving, Mo Han Van cast a venomous glance at Jiang then. Jiang then, I will remember today grudge. Jiang then snorted coldly, consider yourself lucky. Neem Truongka clenched his fists in anger. Fen Tian Academy is truly shameless. Thien Tiat also said irritably, as if they ever had any shame. Neem Truongka looked toward Bok Fong and Gu group still fighting, his eyes flashing. Brother Jiang, there is still one fish that slipped through the net. Jiang then let out a surprised sound. The Fen Tian Academy disciple trembled under the gaze of the two of them. Jiang then and Neem Truongka exchanged glances and revealed wicked smiles. Will you step down yourself, or shall we send you down? That disciple hurriedly replied in fear, I will step down myself. Jiang then folded his arms and looked at the remaining people. Ba Lan Academy. Now aside from us, there are only 3 spots left. The Ba Lan Academy disciples showed unwilling expressions. They spoke up to be honest. We also think Fen Tian Academy was too shameless. Truly shameless. Jiang then smiled meaningfully. Since that is the case, before he could finish, the Ba Lan Academy disciples voluntarily left the arena. We understand the rules. Elder Vo Tian could not help feeling pleased at the sight. Jiang then is indeed no ordinary person. After that, Elder Vo Tian appeared and announced, then I declare Hong Thin Yen ends here. The 10 selected disciples, prepare yourselves. 3 days later, you will enter Vo Neem Tri That. Elder Vo Tian smiled brightly and patted Jiang Then's shoulder in praise. Well done. Jiang Then replied modestly, it is all thanks to the academy cultivation. The Fen Tian Academy disciples looked at each other unwillingly. The Vo Neem Tri Thap quota is precious. Not everyone is worthy. Kin Ti looked at them, his face pale with anger. He turned around with a cold snort and left. Dong Lang called out in panic, Captain. The people of Fen Tian Academy passed by Jiang Then. Mohan Van glanced at Jiang Then and swore viciously in his heart. Next time I will surely take your life. Jiang Then noticed that gaze and sneered as he lowered his thumb in provocation. In his heart he felt regret. It was a pity he could not kill Mo Han Van outright. The potential of the Shadow Dao soul was too terrifying. Next time he must finish him. Lam Tai shook hands with Elder Vo Tian. Dean Vo, see you in 3 days. Your academy gained quite a harvest at this Hong Thin Yen. Elder Vo Tian smiled modestly, just luck. Lam Tai turned to Jiang Then and said, many thanks for the 3 quotas you yielded, little friend. When you are free, come visit Ba Lan Academy. Jiang Then nodded. I will definitely visit when there is a chance. Seeing it was late, Elder Vo Tian waved his hand and said, disperse. Gather at the entrance of Vo Neem Tri Thap in 3 days. Jiang Then group responded excitedly and went their separate ways. Only En Hung Thien Tiat still cupped her hands formally, obeying the dean. On the way, Neem Truongka followed behind and asked, Brother Jiang, what do you plan to do next? Stay at Tu Fuong then Veen. Thong Thien then Dean probably cannot shelter you forever. Jiang then replied calmly, the world is vast. There will always be a place for me. Jiang then looked into the distance and said, I have thought about it for a long time. Those 2 forces cannot protect me forever. But after leaving the small world of Vo Neem, will it not be the great assembly of the 4 academies? Neem Truongka said excitedly, if you rank first among the 4 academies, you can enter Thien Dia Cat. That place is strong enough to fear no alliance. Neem Truongka looked at Jiang Then with admiration. So Brother Jiang had planned so far ahead. Inwardly he thought, only a few days ago I had just heard of the 4 academies. As if remembering something, Jiang then turned and asked, speaking of which I also want to ask you something. Neem Truongka nodded readily. Brother Jiang, just speak. Jiang Then expression turned serious. What exactly is the origin of Thong Thien then Dean? And what does the ancient Van Hoa then Vuong have to do with me? Neem Truongka did not expect this question. His whole body froze as he was speechless. He swallowed hard. Then he said seriously, Jiang Then, you must know there are many eyes in this world watching. Some matters are taboo, not to be spoken of, nor to be asked. Neem Truongka quickly regained his normal expression and changed the subject. Do not think too much. When the time comes, everything will become clear. What you should focus on now is not those matters. Jiang then frowned and asked, then what is it? At that moment, the sound of a sword leaving its sheath rang out, accompanied by a voice, turn around. He saw En Hung Thien Tiat charging forward with her sword. Jiang Then, a duel. Jiang Then folded his arms and said flatly, boring, I have no time. But Thien Tiat had her purpose. She had to probe his strength before entering Vo Neem Tri Thap. Thien Tiat glanced toward Hoa Lien Wai, who was approaching, secretly calculating in her heart that she had to force him to act. En Hung Thien Tiat swung her sword in a slash, tearing Hoa Lien Wai clothes. Already said, a duel. Hoa Lien Wai hugged herself in fright, both ashamed and aggrieved. Jiang Then narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. You dare bully my disciple since you want to play. Jiang Then stood there with arms folded as countless golden vines shot out behind him. En Hung Thien Tiat rejoiced. Here it comes. Vines shot toward Thien Tiat like lightning. Her eyes widened in shock. How could his Dao soul speed be so fast? Thien Tiat twisted her body to dodge. escaping Jiang Then attack. But she still felt a chill across her chest. Glaring with a flushed face and tearful eyes, my clothes. Jiang Then stood above and said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself." Thien Tiet shouted in shame and anger, "Lecher, I will never let you off." Hung Thien Tiet was truly enraged now, her eyes bloodshot as she formed hand seals before her chest. Jiang Then eyes widened as he recognized that this Dao soul was actually that thing. The Asura Dao soul manifested. A crimson Asura appeared, its fierce aura like it had stepped out of hell. Jiang Then secretly evaluated. It is said this Dao soul was formed after the war god Achilaluk died. Its killing intent heavy. When fully unleashed, it attacks wildly without distinguishing friend from foe, easily disrupting the mind. But if it matures, few in the world can rival it. Jiang Then let out a light laugh. "No wonder you dared to challenge me." Jiang Then raised his hand and moved lightly in the air. The vines immediately shot forward and bound Thien Tiet tightly. He said calmly, "Calling out your Dao soul only now is too late." Hung Thien Tiet shouted angrily, "You." Jiang Then waved his hand and the vines lashed hard against Thien Tiet backside. He sternly lectured, "At such a young age you do not focus on cultivation. Even in an ordinary fight you dare summon the Asura Dao soul for slaughter. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Dean." Thien Tiet cried out in humiliation. Jiang Then, "Bastard, release me." Neem Truong Ka was no less embarrassed, blushing as he covered his eyes. "Brother Jiang, that is enough. Your disciple is still watching." The three disciples immediately widened their eyes and shouted, "We are not here." Jiang Then released her and asked briefly, "Do you still want a duel?" After that, Jiang Then led everyone away. "Today matter ends here. Do not cause trouble again." Thien Tiet lay flat on the ground, unable to speak for a moment. She watched Jiang Then back as he left, thinking to herself that she truly had not misjudged him. Truly was a divine aura on him. Jiang Then spoke, "Let us go, return, and prepare. In 3 days we head to Vo Neem Kai Thap." Neem Truong Ka smiled excitedly, "All right." Yet inwardly he calculated that once inside the tower he must find a way to separate him, absolutely not allowing him to affect the Empress awakening. 3 days later, at the entrance of Van Neem Tri Fap, Elder Vo Tian voice rang out, "Vo Neem Kai Thap lies within the small world of Vo Neem. Apart from the tower, every other place is dangerous. Once inside, do not wander around. The gate is open, all of you enter." He led the group and stepped inside first. His eyes flashed, "Vo Kak, once I find the Bodhai ancient tree, I will make you pay the price." As they advanced deeper into Van Neem Tri Fap, Hoa Lian Wai spoke, "I heard this place was formed after an ancient battlefield collapsed, enough to bury gods. This passage was opened by powerful figures of the 2 academies specifically for Vo Neem Kai Thap. Outside the passage, danger lurks everywhere. It is said that Vo Neem Kai Thap was originally a divine artifact of a god. It can alter the flow of time. Cultivating 1 day inside equals 10 days outside. That is why the Hong Thin Yen quota is so precious." He asked in confusion, "Was it not said that the Bodhai ancient tree is within the small world of Vo Neem?" Neem Truong Ka nodded. "That is right." Hoa Lian Wai added that indeed the Bodhai ancient tree is here. Walking ahead, Hung Thien Tiet said that the small world of Vo Neem was once a battlefield. The Bodhai ancient tree was established by Thong Thien as a place where ancient gods transmitted their Tao and accepted disciples. But one thing is certain, 300 miles east of Vo Neem Kai Thap lies the forbidden land of the small world, maintained by the Dong Thang Imperial Dynasty. His eyes widened. Dong Thang Imperial Dynasty. Rested his chin and pondered. When he was still a god king, he had seen ancient records stating that the Dong Thang Imperial Dynasty once ruled Vo Neem continent for tens of thousands of years, surpassing countless prodigies and gods, nearly invincible, then suddenly vanished from history. Hung Thien Tiet continued that the Bodhai ancient tree he sought was very likely within the Dong Thang ruins, but that place is extremely dangerous and has been listed as a forbidden land. It is best not to approach it. Thien Tiet narrowed her eyes and thought that Jiang Then bore deep hatred toward Vo Kak and the Jiang family. How could he possibly give up such a great opportunity as the Bodhai ancient tree? Jiang Lu scratched his head and assured them not to worry. "We will not cause trouble." But he did not think so simply. Analyzing in his mind that the Bodhai ancient tree is connected to the Dong Thang Imperial Dynasty, if found it would surely bring countless karmic entanglements only. He stepped forward and declared with bold spirit that he would go seek his own opportunity while they cultivated here. He was not afraid of karmic cycles. Jiang Lu was stunned. He really left. That moment, Hung Thien Tiet angrily scolded him for not knowing his limits, then turned to the others and said to ignore him and follow her into Vo Neem Kai Thap to cultivate, not to waste the Hong Thin Yen quota. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, while Neem Truong Ka felt something was off. "Forget it, brother Jiang can protect himself." Neem Truong Ka glanced at Thien Tiet. "There is something very strange about her. As long as Jiang Then is pushed away, he can safely arrange the Empress awakening. Soon Thien Tayet group advanced deep into the tower. Thien Tayet said, "From now on you will cultivate here. The pressure on each floor of Vo Neem Kai Thap is different. The higher you go, the stronger the pressure, and the richer the spiritual energy. Each floor corresponds to different cultivation levels. Lower King Realm cultivates on the 1st and 2nd floors. Middle King Realm on the 3rd to 5th floors. Upper King Realm on the 5th to 8th floors. Those who have not reached the Venerable Realm must not step onto the 9th floor." After speaking, Thien Tayet stepped onto the 2nd floor. Lo Hoa Lian Wai grumbled that she may be young, but her authority is not small. Bai Fong and Gu, though disliking Thien Tayet, still said that she is the number one of the inner court and supported by the dean. Neem Truong Ka looked at Thien Tayet back and thought that the spiritual energy in the tower is enough for 10 people to cultivate. The pressure mainly tempers spiritual power. Thien Tayet is a sword king whose spiritual power is only auxiliary. So why is she in such a hurry to go up? Something is abnormal, there must be a reason. Thinking so, Neem Truong Ka quickly followed. Thien Tayet also sensed someone following behind and felt annoyed at another obstacle. But the 9th floor has the Empress suppressing it, and he has not reached the Venerable Realm. No need to worry. Thinking this, Thien Tayet increased her speed and quickly climbed to the next floor. Neem Truong Ka chased closely, inwardly disdainful, running quite fast. Does she think reaching the 9th floor will shake me off? I am the Mind King specializing in spiritual power. What is the 9th floor to me? But as soon as he stepped into the entrance of the 9th floor, he was repelled and blasted out. He cried out in pain that he truly should not have let curiosity get the better of him. Neem Truong Ka rolled into a heap, his mind full of doubt. How did Thien Tayet get up there? Could it be? His eyes lit up. The Empress. A bold speculation rose in Neem Truong Ka's heart. The temple records that the supreme first Empress of the ancient holy Tao was suppressed here. This is bad. Jiang then went to seek the Bodhi ancient tree and will not return for now. I must cultivate quickly and break through to the Venerable Realm to reach the 9th floor. Absolutely cannot let her be alone. The thud footsteps sounded. His gentle voice came. It was found so easily. He looked at the great tree before him. This is the legendary Bodhi ancient tree. He thought that it is said to meet the Bodhi ancient tree one must gather the 3 formless roots: wisdom water, wisdom earth, wisdom snow. Yet he had not even collected them, and the ancient tree had already appeared before his eyes. Did I find the Bodhi ancient tree? Or did the Bodhi ancient tree take the initiative to find me? Beneath the tree sat a monk chanting, "Bodhi saves people, saves the Tao, saves achievement, yet does not save me." Fearing to disturb him, he softly called out, "Who are you?" Doubt rising in his heart at the strange sense of familiarity. Could it be that I have met him before? Monk slowly opened his eyes. He gently waved his hand. "Little friend, since you are here, why not come over?" The bald monk used a red glowing artifact to pull him closer. He frowned and asked what relation he had with the Bodhi ancient tree. The monk clasped his hands and murmured before smiling meaningfully. His eyes burned red. His aura surged as fierce winds whipped his robe. He replied that whether he is someone important does not matter. The Bodhi ancient tree saves neither you nor me. So what relation is there between him and it? He clenched his fists, watching him approach step by step, his face contemplative yet his heart shaken, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to tremble. This man likely surpassed the divine tribulation long ago and possesses divine power. If he harbors killing intent, I fear. Bodhi ancient tree behind shook violently. Specks of light like bubbles fell as leaves scattered everywhere. The monk still sat with hands clasped chanting, then sighed that in just a short while chaos has arisen again. He suddenly understood the monk's earlier action and thought that this man had disturbed his mind. Now that his aura has withdrawn, he should observe further. Monk asked whether he had been hurt. He hesitated before asking about the Bodhi ancient tree. Before he could finish, the monk understood and said that it has already died halfway. If he came for enlightenment, it may not help. Hearing this, he took his leave. Since the ancient tree has withered, this junior will depart. After speaking, he turned and left without hesitation, thinking that he cannot attain enlightenment in one night nor recover his previous life cultivation. This man has a mysterious origin and unstable mind. Better to leave early. At that moment, the monk called out for him to wait. He reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him back. He turned and asked if there was anything else. The monk smiled kindly and said that since he has come, it is fate. Sit down and rest assured he will not harm him. Feeling uneasy, he clenched his fists, yet politely declined, saying he had matters to attend to. The monk held his shoulder, firmly forcing him to sit and not allowing him to leave. His expression turned cold as he asked what could be more important than inheritance and enlightenment. After speaking, he guided spiritual energy from his hand into his body. He sat still and cooperated like a docile cat, allowing the inheritance and enlightenment to proceed smoothly. He raised his face and sat cross-legged, absorbing spiritual energy. The monk said that meeting is fate, and this is the opportunity he gifts. comprehend it yourself. The Bodhi ancient tree in the darkness suddenly shone brilliantly like a lamp switched on. He sat cross-legged with eyes closed. His entire body relaxed as he merged into the silence to focus on absorbing spiritual energy. Gu Fat stood in a corner with arms folded, observing every change in him. He looked at Jiang then with satisfaction and asked the Bodhi ancient tree whether the person saw it as all right. The ancient tree laughed loudly and teased that forcing transmission like this will make him call you master when you meet again. Are you not afraid he will remember and slap you to death? Gu Fat sighed pessimistically that if he can still recognize him when they meet again, then, even if he beats him, he will accept it. He only fears he will not live until that day. In this myriad transformation calamity, can they still find a path to survival? He remained immersed in meditation, quietly absorbing the inherited artifact. Gu Fat voice echoed within his consciousness that by the time you return, I may no longer be myself. In his subconscious, he was startled and anxiously looked around. He spread his palm, sensing the strange change. Returning to reality, he stared at his palm, thinking that perhaps he has attained enlightenment, and this time may break through to the upper king realm. Within his consciousness, a cultivation method floated. He stared at it, thinking that this is a cultivation technique. Then he hurriedly grabbed that cultivation method. At the same time, outside Tu Fuang then Veen, three strangers appeared, startling the guard, who hurried out to see what was happening. It was the King of Hell along with black and white impermanence. The King of Hell looked viciously at the guard and said in a deep voice that he is the Vo-Kak King of Hell. By order of the Pavilion Master, he has come to capture Jiang Then. He pointed at the guard and shouted the order and threat to immediately hand over Jiang Then. Otherwise, he will personally capture that thief, and whoever dares obstruct will bear the consequences. The guard was still stunned when the two deans of Tu Fuang Then Veen appeared. The Heavenly Court Dean spoke that Jiang Then is their disciple and asked what crime he committed to be wanted. The King of Hell frowned viciously and replied that offending the Pavilion Master is the greatest crime. The Pavilion Master wants him dead. Who dares keep him? Heavenly Court Dean roared in anger that as long as he stands here, no one may step into Tu Fuang Then Veen. His entire body erupted with azure spiritual energy, taking a stance ready to face battle. The King of Hell also raised his claws as black energy surged violently, roaring that since they would not hand him over, then do not blame him for barging in. At that moment, a decisive voice rang out telling them to stop. The Heavenly Court Dean turned his head in shock. Grand Dean. The King of Hell frowned in displeasure upon seeing who had arrived, inwardly cursing that Tu Cao Triuang Min had actually returned. Grand Dean Tu Cao Triuang Min stood before the Heavenly Court Dean. He raised his hand and circulated his power, personally teaching the King of Hell group a lesson. With a single palm strike, the four were plunged into a sea of flames, their bodies numb as if struck by lightning. Tu Cao Truong Min pointed at the King of Hell and sneered, Hall Master King of Hell, you are too impatient. Tu Fuang Then Veen is not a place for you to act recklessly. Go back. In 1 month, we will no longer protect Jiang Then, but during that time, if Vo-Kak touches even a single hair of Jiang, then go meet the real King of Hell. The King of Hell clutched his chest in fury, knowing he was no match, inwardly seething that this old man had broken through the 5 declines of heaven and man. Was he not said to have disappeared? In the end, he retreated resentfully without gaining anything. Before leaving, he forced out that today he would give face to the Grand Dean. Corner of his lips curled cunningly. Vo-Kak could wait, but Jiang Then could not. The scene shifted back to the Bodhi ancient tree. He was still comprehending the bald monk cultivation method. The words echoed in his mind. One thought becomes Buddha, one thought becomes demon. Without falling into demon, there is only becoming Buddha. He opened his eyes in realization. The bald monk explained the Tao. The Dara demon's 6 fists are divided into 3 steps. First, cultivate the heart. Second, cultivate the blood. Third, cultivate the soul. Cultivating the heart makes it indestructible and strength inexhaustible. Cultivating the blood clears the meridians and makes the body like glazed crystal, forming a saint body. Finally, cultivating the soul strengthens the origin and breaks 10,000 laws. The heart has 9 layered locks. To cultivate the heart, one must unlock them one by one. During this, he touched his chest, inwardly anxious. If he cuts one lock, his cultivation will reach peak king realm. This technique is truly heaven-defying. He stood alone amid a space where illusion and reality intertwine. Unconsciously, he stared ahead. Crimson hue filled the space as Bodhi crystals drifted everywhere. He cupped his hands and bowed in thanks to the bald monk before taking his leave, thanking the senior for transmitting the method. He will remember this fate and repay it one day. With that, he turned and left. Still worried about Enhung Thien Tiat group, he thought he should return to Vo Neem Kai Thap to see how their cultivation progressed. Hearing the respectful words, the bald monk felt satisfied, murmuring to the ancient tree that in this life being called senior and receiving a bow from him is enough. Whether he becomes Buddha or demon later no longer matters. The ancient tree understood and asked if that is why he passed on the 3 harmless fists that do not sever demon yet are as strong as demon. Gufat watched his departing figure and slowly replied that it is because he is worthy. The scene shifted to the 7th floor of Vo Neem Kai Thap, where Jiang Lu, Bai Fong Ngu, Hoa Lian Y, Na Lan Mai Na Chai and several guards were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly he appeared behind the door, his voice startling everyone awake. He raised his hand to remove the restriction for them and smiled reassuringly. It seems you have not wasted these past days. Everyone rose happily and gathered around him. The 3 girls were equally delighted. Bai Fong Ngu called out master with sparkling eyes. Hoa Lian Y placed her hands on her hips and called him boss. Na Lan Mai Na Chai pretended to be cold and said he finally decided to return. He asked where Neem Truong Ka and Enhung Thien Tiat were. Bai Fong Ngu huffed with hands on hips asking who exactly is his disciple. Na Lan Mai Na Chai pointed upward saying they are on the higher floor, then asked if he intended to take another junior sister. Before she could finish, a cracking sound rang out. A piercing noise echoed as something above snapped. Everyone looked up. Na Lan Mai Na Chai startled and asked what happened. He thought that sound was the seal breaking and Neem Truong Ka was still above. He instructed his disciples that it is dangerous here and told them to return to the academy first while he goes to find Neem Truong Ka. After speaking, he flew into the air. Na Lan Mai Na Chai calmed everyone and told them to follow her. At this moment, he had stepped onto the 8th floor of Vo Neem Kai Thap. Seeing Neem Truong Ka exhausting herself, breaking the 9th floor restriction, he called her name. She turned with sweat on her brow. She said in relief that it is good he returned and urged him to quickly help break the 9th floor restriction to stop Enhung Thien Tiat. He looked up and asked if she was on the 9th floor and what had happened. Neem Truong Ka panicked, saying there was no time to explain. His spiritual sense is strong, so quickly break the restriction, or it will be too late. The first empress is sealed by the 9 luminaries' hook ghost art, and Enhung Thien Tiat may be a descendant seeking to break the seal. He nodded and gently exerted force on the 9th floor restriction, instantly shattering it. Neem Truong Ka pulled him into the 9th floor while urging him to hurry and not let her break the chains. He glanced at the dissipating water aura and thought that it is divine aura. Neem Truong Ka halted with a pale face, saying it is bad they were still 1 step too late. He asked what this is. The 9 luminaries' hook ghost art. Above hung a coffin bound in chains. Inside is the eternal first empress. One side of the chains had already snapped. Frowned thoughtfully and told Neem Truong Ka that using 9 Wisdom Sun dragon bones as pillars combined with 9 luminaries sun essence can seal a god. The sealed one is immortal yet suffers endless torment. Inwardly he thought this forbidden art should have been lost long ago. He asked if she could now explain what happened and whether it relates to Enhung Thien Tiat. Neem Truong Ka looked at the coffin and replied that the only way to break it is life for life, using the descendant bloodline as sacrifice to lift the seal. The sealed one is the first empress, and Enhung Thien Tiat may be the sacrifice. He said in a deep voice that it could also mean his future disciple is gone. Neem Truong Ka frowned, saying the worrying part is that breaking the seal may alert those people. After speaking, she quickly covered her mouth, thinking she misspoke. He suddenly understood that this is the key issue. Neem Truong Ka paced irritably, telling him not to ask further as some matters cannot be spoken. The seal has broken, and the other chains will not hold long, so they should leave. He folded his arms with eyes full of doubt. One day he will personally unveil all the secrets of this world. Suddenly a powerful beam of light shone upon the eternal first empress body. The coffin vanished without a trace, leaving her suspended in midair. Her body seemed revived. A lotus throne phantom appeared as divine light spread. Neem Truong Ka and he looked at each other and almost said in unison that it is the Van Hoa heavenly lamp. The eternal first empress slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing him, she was overjoyed and said emotionally that it is you and that he has returned. He showed surprise and said no, that is not the Van Hoa heavenly lamp, but the Dong Nguyen heavenly lamp of the same origin. Then softly asked if she knows him. The eternal divine empress stepped forward, looked closely again, and said there is no mistake. Her face filled with astonishment at meeting an old acquaintance, asking if he has forgotten that tens of thousands of years ago they once. As she was about to continue, she suddenly sensed an intruder. She said they are still here, as a beam of light descended beside them, regretting that their reunion lacked privacy. Thinking of those still present, she found it inconvenient to mention the past. The Empress waved her hand, and spiritual power spread, saying to leave first. The blink of an eye, the Empress vanished. A bolt of thunder filled with rage shattered the giant coffin. When Neem Truongka arrived, he was still standing in thought. The Empress had vanished, the giant coffin destroyed by 7-colored thunder. The Tao soul fused with Van Hoa and Dong Nguyen heavenly lamp. What exactly is going on? Neem Truongka explained that there are many things she cannot yet say, and when the time comes he will understand. He nodded, saying before he has enough strength he will not ask further. Before he could finish speaking, Neem Truongka suddenly froze, sensing an extremely terrifying aura. He also sensed it, and said something happened at the entrance. Truongka asked in alarm what happened. A man in ornate patterned robes stepped forward, coldly calling him Brat Jiang then. He said he finally showed himself, and introduced himself as Jiang and of the Jiang family, Upper Earth Realm with painting art 3 prisons, accusing him of killing Jiang family descendants and humiliating them, and that today he will take his life. He was startled at the opponent cultivation. The Jiang family actually has an Upper Earth Realm. Neem Truongka responded, displeased, calling the old man out for trying to kill brother Jiang without asking her. He inwardly worried that Earth Realm is truly troublesome. Jiang twirled his brush and laughed arrogantly that even if he is from Thong Thien, then Dean, so what? Not yet at Venerable Realm, yet daring to be arrogant. Killing them all will settle it. Gave the order, and the dark Venerable squad he trained appeared together, saying today they will tear that little beast apart. He grew vigilant as Earth Realm brought Dark Venerables. This time the Jiang family is serious. The Dark Venerables said nothing, and charged with surging killing intent. He and Neem Truongka took defensive stances as they arrived. Neem Truongka turned to shield him, saying, "Brother, Jiang let her block the Dark Venerables, and that Earth Realm won." Replied that she is no match for him, and told her to let him handle it. He stepped forward to face Jiang and activated Imperial Vine. Let him see how capable the Jiang family Earth Realm truly is. Jiang sneered in disdain, "Brat who does not know life from death. Do you really think your Tao soul is invincible? Taste my ink flame." He swung his brush fiercely. Ink flame burned each of his Tao soul tendrils. He realized he had slightly underestimated his opponent, his gaze turning far more serious. Upper Earth Realm, the spiritual power is indeed strong, but just enough for me to confirm that before your landscape painting is complete you cannot unleash your full strength. The Dark Venerables gathered beside Jiang, and as he laughed coldly, "So what? Can your Tao soul withstand 30% of my power? Can it break the defense of 4 Dark Venerables?" He smiled faintly. "Are 4 Dark Venerables that impressive? Tell me, do you know why I am still only in King Realm?" Jiang burst into loud laughter. "Little bastard, you act well. With that talent you should thank your parents." The Dark Venerables roared with laughter, thinking who you are, just trash. He stepped forward as aura erupted from within, his voice calm. "You are wrong. If I wanted I would have entered Earth Realm long ago, but I did not because I want every realm to be perfect. Therefore in every realm I can cross levels and kill my enemies, insignificant Dark Venerables." The myriad lotus blossom phantom bloomed, radiance enveloping him. A violent strike blasted straight into the Dark Venerables. Dark Venerables fell dead simultaneously. Jiang was horrified. Impossible. They were Jiang family elites. At this moment, Jiang was nearly insane. He charged forward with a ferocious face. "Little bastard, I must kill you." Before he arrived, he was already standing before him. "The one who must die is you." Jiang bared his teeth in a grin. "Arrogant little bastard, it is time for you to have a taste." Unleashed his ultimate move, using his body as brush and heaven and earth as painting. Within the painted world I am king. He was startled. The painted world was ignited by life force. Jiang, like a ghost, wielded the brush, declaring that his day of death had come. He became cautious. Within the painted world his strength nearly touched heaven realm. Could not underestimate him. He unleashed his body Tao soul to defend, absolutely not allowing himself to be dragged into the painted world. Killing force from Jiang brush shot forth. He launched a counterattack as well. Thanks to the Van Hoa heavenly lamp and Xuan Huang power, most of the force was neutralized. He said, "Jiang, having just entered Earth Realm yet already painting heaven and earth, it seems your status is not low." Backlash of the technique visibly aged Jiang. He laughed hoarsely, saying he is a Jiang family elder and naturally holds high status. "Are you afraid? Kneel and he may consider sparing his life." Sneered, "Afraid? You are mistaken. I only find it amusing. After all killing you would surely pain the Jiang family." Hearing this, Jiang went mad and hurled the entire painted world toward him. Little bastard seeking death. He closed his eyes and raised his hand to summon the Van Hoa heavenly lamp. Van Hoa heavenly lamp blazed and directly shattered. Jiang technique collapsed in an instant. His full power strike broken. Jiang roared in disbelief. "Impossible. How could my painted world be destroyed?" He stepped forward calmly, saying to him, "Nothing is impossible. It is also time for you to see the true descendant of the Jiang family." Van Hoa heavenly lamp combined with Xuan Huang power. 2 great forces fused and shattered 10,000 techniques. He closed in. Jiang cried out in horror, asking what he intended to do. He is a Jiang family elder and killing him would be treason. He laughed loudly. Did you not boast of being Jiang family? I will only show you the orthodox Jiang family Dao soul. What is there to fear? He unleashed the undying vine, its pressure leaving Jiang in a gate. Undying vine, the pinnacle Dao soul of the Jiang family, how could it choose you? Undying vine did not bother listening further and struck him down. Jiang lay trembling, saying he does not want to die. Those who fear death most cannot escape it. He turned back to see Neem Truongka had finished dealing with the dark venerables. It is time to return to the academy. He brushed off his hands and said, let us go. Returning to Tu Fuang then Veen, Neem Truongka relaxed and flopped onto the bed, saying, finally it is over and she is exhausted. He said, this time I killed a Jiang family earth realm. They should stay quiet for a while next. As he was about to speak, the dean entered, saying next he fears he will not live peacefully. The Heavenly Court Dean. He asked what the dean meant. The Heavenly Court Dean walked in leisurely and poured himself a cup of water. He took a sip, his gaze sinking as if weighing a grave matter. Setting down the cup, he said directly that the Vo Kak King of Hell Hall brought a full team demanding 2 Fuang, then Veen hand him over. He was startled, asking what. The dean explained slowly that the Grand Dean returned and made a 1-month agreement with the King of Hell Pavilion. During this time, Vo Kak cannot touch him, but after that the Academy cannot shelter him. He calculated inwardly that 1 month remains. Dean instructed solemnly to cherish this final month. He lowered his head in gratitude, saying thank you. The Academy has shown great righteousness, and the road ahead depends on him alone. After the dean left, Neem Truongka stepped forward, saying he still has 1 month, enough to participate in the 4 Academies' Grand Assembly. He asked in surprise, 4 Academies' Grand Assembly. Truongka explained that the 4 great academies hold an annual advancement assembly lasting 1 month. The winner may enter the number 1 academy under heaven, Thien Dia Kak. Shenwu continent has 10 great academies, but Thien Dia Kak ranks first and stands above the mundane. Even Vo Kak dares not touch it. Neem Truongka guessed that this is the retreat path the dean left for him. He considered that Vo Kak is powerful and the Jiang family lurks. There is no need to confront them head-on. He nodded, saying in that case at the Tu Fuang, then Veen Grand Assembly, he must prevail. 3 days later, the host announced that from today the Tu Fuang then Veen Grand Assembly officially begins, and the first round is inner court ranking. This round lasts 10 days. One may not challenge someone 10 ranks above. Each day one may only challenge or accept 3 matches. At the end, the winner decides whether to change rank. Disciples across the academy buzzed that this is the only chance to enter Thien Dia Kak, and they must give their all. After this round, the top 10 inner court will enter round 2. The ranking updated immediately, and names appeared one by one. Jiang then, Neem Truongka, Ulin Y, Lok Min Tri, Namchap by Fungangu Jinglu, Tong Tu Da, Dong Fuang Soch, Nalan Mi and Achai. Neem Truongka added that this rule benefits him, as those in top 10 will surely enter round 2, and no one is foolish enough to challenge him early. He nodded, saying he can use this time to investigate the other 3 academies and know both enemy and self. Peace did not last long, as someone came causing trouble, calling out Brat Jiang then. Neem Truongka grew alert, asking who. Such a way of calling is irritating. Could it be the Jiang family again? Indeed, it was Jiang Lang Tiu of the Jiang family, Heavenly Court disciple, Upper Earth Realm Formation Master. Neem Truongka was shocked. The current number 1 of the Jiang family and invincible in Heavenly Court, Jiang Lang Tiu. At 24, he has reached Upper Earth Realm. He thought inwardly he is 2 major realms above and a Jiang family prodigy, and he cannot reveal the Van Hoa heavenly lamp. Jiang Lang Tiu stepped forward, calling him Brat. Jiang then swung his whip and shouted that he ruined Jiang Ku Than cultivation and killed Jiang family elites. Crimes unforgivable. Considering shared blood, he offers him a way to live. Endure 9 punishment lashes and swear to heaven to be his dog. Those fierce words to him were like passing wind and drifting clouds. His probing strike was repelled. Jiang Lang Tiu said coldly that it seems he must act personally. Reclaim justice for the Jiang family. He smiled faintly. During the assembly, a Heavenly Court disciple comes to threaten an inner court like me. It seems the Jiang family holds no regard for the academy. Jiang Lang Tiu could not refute and roared to stop the nonsense. He lashed his whip straight at him, saying either die. He clenched his fists that since he is so stubborn, he will not be polite. Jiang Lang Tiu laughed proudly, asking if he fears now, and that it is too late. He had no choice but to use a forceful measure, and called the dean to maintain order of the assembly. The Heavenly Court Dean appeared and blocked the whip, saying no trouble is allowed during the assembly. The Heavenly Court Dean ordered him to return. Jiang Lang Tiu roared angrily that the dean can protect him for a time, but not forever. Before leaving, he said coldly that if he does not wish to return to the Jiang family, then do not blame him for being ruthless. The assembly is his last path to survival. He replied calmly that his path to survival is that man death. Jiang Lang Tiu swallowed his anger and left. He watched him go, thinking the Jiang family ghosts are truly persistent. Im Truong Ka asked that the second round is the 4 academies melee, and if Jiang Lang Tiu challenges him, no one can stop it. He replied that Upper Earth Realm cannot stop him, and killing him will quiet the Jiang family for a time. He asked what Dao he entered with. Truong Ka replied formation. He specializes in formations, and with a wave he sets arrays, often using grand formations to kill. He calculated that his spiritual power is strong, but his body is a weakness. Only formation masters are adept at hiding within formations. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He said he has thought of a way to deal with him. Truong Ka was startled, telling brother Jiang to stay calm, thinking inwardly that even if you think of something, why grab my shoulder? Truong Ka blushed, saying, Brother Jiang, I know I am handsome, but you cannot force a man. Frowned and turned away. I have no interest in men. Truong Ka let out a breath of relief. That is good, that is good. Truong Ka wished him victory and to kill the petty villain. As he walked, he silently repeated the name, Jiang Lang Tiu. 10 days later, the host announced the preliminaries had ended. The 4 academies selected their top ranks. From today, challenges are free. In 5 days, the top 2 of each academy enter the finals. The second round begins. Jiang Lang Tiu laughed heartily. The moment has come. Number 1 of Heavenly Court, Jiang Lang Tiu, challenges Inner Court Jiang Then. This match ignores life and death. Do you dare? He smiled faintly, just as I wished. The host declared the challenge established, and the arena opened. Jiang Lang Tiu observed him with interest in his eyes. He smiled wickedly. I find you have some looks as well. If you are willing to be my woman and call me brother, I will cherish you. He froze. Does he meet this kind of twisted type everywhere? That man ground his teeth in anger. His gaze turned icy as his hand gathered Xuan Huang power. Jiang Lang Tiu. He charged forward with a direct, probing strike. You have angered me. Jiang Lang Tiu merely shifted slightly. That man seemed to sense something, yet remained calm. Jiang Lang Tiu retreated a few steps and sneered. So eager to get close to brother. Once I cripple you, we can play however you like. After that strike, he realized the Xuan Huang power had seeped in but was ineffective. He excels in formations, and his body is weak, but close combat is his fatal weakness. Unfortunately, he will not allow me to get near. I must provoke him. He mocked Jiang Lang Tiu. Are you only good with your mouth? As expected, Jiang Lang Tiu roared. Formation rise. I know many things, afraid you cannot endure them. Formation was laid out, as that man sat leisurely on a high platform. Jiang Lang Tiu laughed arrogantly. This is my ground, begin. 2 massive stones flew in to crush him like bread in a sandwich. Channeled power and unleashed 5 Xuan Huang punches. Take for me, 1 punch shattered the stone. Jiang Lang Tiu sneered. Xuan Huang power breaks 10,000 techniques. That man thought inwardly that such talent is terrifying. If he could subdue him, the position of clan head would be secure. Obsessed with fame, Jiang Lang Tiu shouted that he is no match and should submit and return to the Jiang family as his right hand. He smiled faintly. You are mediocre, yet so confident. After speaking, that man teleported instantly. He pursued and roared, Who are you to demand my submission? Jiang Lang Tiu remained calm, seeking death. This is the move I was waiting for. He suddenly sensed something wrong. This formation has an issue. Indeed, it was a trap. A binding forbidden formation erupted and locked him in place. Seeing him struggle, Jiang Lang Tiu laughed that he used himself as bait only to divert his vigilance. At this moment, Jiang, that no matter how capable he is once inside the absolute formation, he can only await fate. Within the 7 absolutes formation, the body is locked, and life force becomes energy to nourish it. He once used this formation to grind a heaven realm expert to death within 1 incense stick, until he dried like firewood. He thought this formation not only deceives outsiders, but also gives him a gap to use part of the Manhwa heavenly lamp power. He remained silent for a long time without a word. After a while, that man slowly spoke. Hey, I say. He began verbal sparring. Your formation looks like a cheap imitation. Jiang Lang Tiu frowned, replying how he could still speak. The Manhwa heavenly lamp manifested clearly on his face. With that power in hand, Jiang Lang Tiu no longer had any means to threaten him. He shattered the confinement and flashed forward. So you used me as bait. Interesting, I have also been bait before. Otherwise, how could a cautious earth formation master like you dare appear before me? Jiang Lang Tiu did not know when the dark feather of the nether god was already at his throat. Embracing was too late as blood sprayed. That man collapsed in terror. He said coldly, I must thank you for giving me the chance to use the Manhwa heavenly lamp. No one expected such a tragic end. Jiang Lang Tiu gasped that it is impossible. He is the future heir of the Jiang family. How could he die? Jiang Lang Tiu formation collapsed instantly. That man fell flat and died on the spot. He stood with arms folded watching. Jiang Lang Tiu was truly dead. He shouted loudly, Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Two Fuang then Veen disciples were stunned, asking that was no different from asking who else wants to die. Even the number one of Heavenly Court, Jiang Lang Tiu, fell to him. Just how strong is he? Team Truong Ka cheered excitedly. Brother Jiang, does it feel good being the center of attention? I also want to stand on the stage and shout my sect name. That must be impressive. Though he spoke so, he clearly felt the internal injury from the formation backlash. Not good. This is the formation counterforce. Jiang Lang Tiu death shocked the crowd briefly, but the allure of Thien Dia Kak is immense, and they would recover quickly. I must return to my cave to heal, or I cannot continue. He signaled to Neem Truong Ka, let us go. But Neem Truong Ka stood like a wooden statue. He asked in confusion why he was not moving. Looking closely, Neem Truong Ka seemed drained of soul. Heavens, what is happening? That man stammered, asking why they are here. He pointed toward two strangers. They replied they came to find him and are from Thong Tu Then Dien. Lao Trong and Lao Enhan said they traveled thousands of miles to Tu Fuang Then Veen to bring him back to Thong Thien Then Dien to complete the marriage. He must follow them back and fulfill the engagement. Neem Truong Ka jumped up, protesting not to force him. Forced melon is not sweet, and forced marriage cannot be happy. He was curious whether Thong Tu Then Dien is related to Thong Thien Then Dien. Lao Trong frowned and shouted that they came to this shabby academy only to capture him. This time he cannot escape. Lao Enhan nodded, saying forced melon may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst, and this marriage must happen. After speaking, they dragged Neem Truong Ka away. That man cried, Brother Jiang, no, I do not want to marry. Brother Jiang, I will return. The tragic scene brought tears. Why gag him? I fear he will shout more. How strange, the first and second of outer court dragging away the second of inner court. He covered his face and turned away. Do not call me, I will not turn back. Before leaving, he thought, brother, it is not that I will not help, but my condition truly leaves me powerless. Felt heavier at heart. With Neem Truong Kag on the shelter of Thong Thien Then Dien vanished, it seems he must live low profile for a while. 4 days later, at his cave dwelling, disciples searched everywhere. He was not in the cave. Where did he hide? They must drag him out and teach him a lesson. Without finding him, they cannot challenge him. Never seen someone so outrageous. Truth, he was right inside and only sighed after they left. No matter how you search, I will find you. He shook his head. A bunch of fools fooled by simple illusion. He thought excitedly that in tomorrow melee, he must find a way to win cleanly. After some calculation, he came up with a good idea. It is done. The next day, the host announced the 3 final matches of the 4 academies' grand assembly begin. Those entering the final round stepped onto the arena preparing for melee after 1 incense stick. Inner Court Dean declared loudly that the 4 remaining on stage will enter Thien Dia Kak. He read the contestants' names, Lam Hyen Ko, Hoa then, Jiang then. Contestants stepped out in order. The dean asked curiously that he hid well and heard disciples search the academy without finding him. He smiled, replying that is called tactics. The old dean added to perform well as Thien Dia Kak people will notice him. In truth, everyone is long tired of Vo Kak. He nodded in understanding. At this time, the deputy pavilion master of Thien Dia Kak, Lai Ian, was enjoying the calm breeze and sunlight. Inner Court Dean approached, whispering not to sleep as the match is about to begin. Lai Ian replied calmly that there is no hurry as it has not started, and he will watch when it begins. His opponent stepped up to provoke, saying he heard he hid for 5 days, and today he will beat him to death. This fellow must have eaten too much and lost his wits. The man charged fearlessly and unleashed Star Fist. Let me see where you can run today. Disciples were shocked. That is Vuong Trine of Earth Court. Just lower Earth realm, yet already mastered Star Art, the strongest technique of the Divine Academy. Once trained, the body is like steel, breaking all things. Daring to strike first means he prepared. He is in danger. Star Art closed in on his face as he only smiled slightly, a bit more precise. That is called revealing your hand. He looked straight at Vuong Trine without flinching, though his vision was blocked. Star Art surged mightily, but he merely shifted slightly to dissolve it, leaving Vuong Trine unable to react. He flashed forward. It is time to show you my strength. He pointed a finger, striking straight at Wang Trine's back. Power of Chuan Huang surged forth, directly crushing that opponent. Wang Trine's body swelled up like a balloon about to burst. His face turned pale, with death before his eyes. Regret came too late. A loud explosion rang out. The massive body vanished into nothingness. Wang Trine was defeated, utterly terrifying. No wonder the inner court spread word that Jiang then stood at the peak of the combat generation. Only now did Lai Ian sit upright to observe Jiang then. This rising figure was indeed interesting. Jiang then stood in the center of the arena, provoking the rest. All of you come at once. He sneered and rushed forward. You are strong, but not our match. It has been a long time since we met someone so fitting to our taste. Then let us fight. The leading martial artist immediately took out a tool and cast a technique. One guarded the east, water. One guarded the west, wood. Taiyan Sun and Gaiet held the center, yin art, ba en huak at the core, summoning battle spirits as guardians. Fire God roared and charged head-on. Once I finish him, you and I will settle the victor. This group was determined to join forces and defeat Jiang then. The disciples seized the chance to broaden their horizons. Lam Hien Ko was proficient in divination. His formations had never erred. Fire God's control over flames was unmatched. Few in the academy could rival him. All were rare prodigies, now joining hands. Witnessing this scene meant life held no regrets. Jiang then grew more intrigued. The four formed the Four Gates Minor trapping formation, capable of endlessly restricting my strength. Two mid-earth realm cultivators as the core. Hong Long attacking head-on, truly interesting. We charged together just as expected. If there were a chance, I would also like to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. But today you must leave the arena. The 4 spots on the list are already filled. It is a pity you are too arrogant. Fire God swept forward with raging flames. Fire God descends. Jiang then mobilized the Undying Phoenix, summoned Dao Souls, and counterattack. Fierce counterattack forced back 2 cultivators. Jiang then was not as easy to handle as they had imagined. The 2 men became more cautious. It seemed quite interesting. Jiang then no longer had the mood to toy with them. You do have some skill, but after summoning the ghost Dao Souls, Jiang then declared coldly, I have no time to play cat and mouse with you. This match ends here. As his words fell, his gaze turned icy, unleashing lethal moves in succession, myriad trees, 1,000 hands. Ninefold netherworld life gate, 3,000 great flames appeared simultaneously. A strange surge of ghostly power condensed in the air, crushing everything around it. The cultivators cried out in panic. What kind of monstrous thing is this? Tendrils of aura erupted wildly. The forbidden life gate technique revealed its terrifying might. Dao souls swarmed forward, locking onto a man hiding in the corner. As if bound tightly by demonic roots, that man was so frightened his soul nearly fled. The formation collapsed too quickly. This is bad. He can actually wield forbidden techniques and Dao soul skills at the same time. He possessed far too many martial skills. The only way to win was to close in and attack. Jiang then nodded with a faint smile. You are right, but Jiang then's dark heaven transforming rain swept past the throats of the 2 men in an instant. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance to do so. Witnessing this scene, Lai Ian was so excited he smashed the table, truly interesting. It seemed the competition had officially come to an end. The host stepped down onto the arena and immediately announced the results of this year's Academy Grand Assembly. The champion was Jiang then, together with Lam Hien Ko and Fire God selected to enter Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Turned out Jiang then's dark heaven transforming rain had only been a warning. He had not taken the lives of Lam Hien Ko and Fire God. Jiang then lowered his head modestly. I have yielded. Lam Hien Ko replied gratefully. Even 6 of us joining forces could not defeat you. Fire God laughed loudly. In my life I have rarely admired anyone, but you are certainly one of them. We shall fight again if there is a chance. The inner court dean led the disciples away. From now on they were all students of Heaven and Earth Pavilion. There would be many chances to meet again. Now let us set out. Lai Ian gestured, let us go. That moment Lam Tai interjected. Wait, then turned to invite. Jiang then, if you come to Ba Lan Academy, we will ensure your complete protection. Lai Ian was furious. This Lam Tai dares to snatch him before my face. But the old man beside him looks somewhat familiar. Let us see how this unfolds. Jiang then asked in confusion, Ba Lan Academy ranks 2nd. Heaven and Earth Pavilion stands first. Should I abandon first place for 2nd? Lai Ian nodded. My mind is still clear. Lam Tai could only force a smile. It seems this boy is not easy to approach. Lam Tai had always been a schemer. He had long prepared another move for Jiang then. Strange finger force shot straight at Jiang then's forehead, leaving him no time to react. Lam Tai spoke leisurely on his behalf. It is settled. He has agreed. The surrounding crowd stood stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Disciples were thrilled. To receive such treatment in this life would make death worthwhile. Jiang then was truly formidable. 2 great academies competing for him. His disciple and Ku Yu Hong also rushed over. Master, are you all right? Ku Yu Hong examined him and said, do not worry. They only value Jiang then's potential. Wherever he goes, he will not suffer. The more Lai Ian looked, the more uneasy he felt, frowning as he asked, Lam Tai, what do you mean by this? Lam Tai respectfully presented a gift. It is only a disciple. Heaven and Earth Pavilion has countless prodigies. When Lai Ian saw it, he was startled. Breakthrough pill, martial skill treasure tome. To go this far for a single disciple, could it be? At this moment, the old man accompanying Lam Tai finally spoke. Lai Ian, the chief is very satisfied with this disciple. Lai Ian pressed. Who are you? The old man whom Lai Ian had noticed from the beginning introduced himself. I am Than Lao. The inner court dean was shaken upon hearing the name. That was the current Grand Dean of Ba Lan Academy, Than Lao. It was said his cultivation had surpassed the 5 declines of heaven and man. yet he had personally come here for Jiang then. Ian pondered before accepting the gift. Since Than Lao has spoken, this disciple will be entrusted to you too. It is not worth offending Ba Lan Academy for one person. Lam Tai and Than Lao reached an agreement and immediately took Jiang then away. Then we shall take our leave first. The two quietly escorted Jiang then back to Ba Lan Academy. As they were about to arrive, a voice suddenly called from behind, Lam Tai, Than Lao, please halt. Than Lao replied calmly, no need to mind them, just tricks of pretending to be mysterious. He waved his hand, and the illusion before them instantly shattered, break. Members of the Yama Pavilion arrived demanding the person. Than Lao is indeed skilled. You must know, this man is a major offender of the Martial Pavilion. We cannot let you take him away. But Than Lao had always been decisive. Once he chose someone, no one could take him back. And you think you can stop this old man? As soon as he finished speaking, a formidable group of cultivators descended and surrounded them. What if we join as well? The Hall Master of the 100 Beasts Hall of the Martial Pavilion, Tian Bok, that Upper Saint Realm. Another Martial Pavilion expert joined. If they are not enough, then what about me? That was Kai Trong Duong, one of the 10 Hall Guardians of the Martial Pavilion, second only to Lam Lang Van Thien. This time they were clearly determined to bring Jiang then back. Kai Trong Duong spoke coldly. Jiang then is marked for death by order of the Pavilion Master. If you insist on protecting him, do not blame me for being discourteous. Is it worth being injured for him? Than Lao did not bother to reply, only glancing at Lam Tai with a signal. Lam Tai understood and said with a smile, what you say has reason, but Lam Tai immediately engaged in a battle of words. Jiang then has not yet officially joined Ba Lan Academy. If you wish to seize him, you might as well ask Heaven and Earth Pavilion first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Ian of Heaven and Earth Pavilion appeared behind them, startling the others. Lai Ian did not beat around the bush, directly confronting Kai Trong Duong with a challenge. What is this? Must even disciples of Heaven and Earth Pavilion follow the rules of the Martial Pavilion now? Kai Trong Duong's momentum immediately weakened. He was forced to lower his tone. Vice Pavilion Master Lai Ian, we have no intention of offending. It is only that this boy has enmity with Lam Lang. Lai Ian cut him off. When Lam Lang Van Thien was still at Heaven and Earth Pavilion, he did not dare be insolent before me. Is he planning to betray his master now? Kai Trong Duong hurriedly explained. Pavilion Master Lam Lang has no such intention. Vice Pavilion Master, you misunderstand. Seeing matters settled, Lam Tai led Jiang then away, saying, since there are no objections, then Hall Master Kai, please make way. Watching Jiang then being taken away, Kai Trong Duong ground his teeth. Heaven and Earth Pavilion's forces are complex. Ba Lan Academy spreads far and wide. It is not worth making enemies now, and the Pavilion Master is injured. Than Lao remained frighteningly silent. Before leaving, he turned back with a faint smile of thanks. Everyone, farewell. Lai Ian returned the courtesy. Than Lao travels safely. Lai Ian secretly regretted it. I made the wrong move. Jiang then is certainly no ordinary man. Otherwise, the Martial Pavilion would not have mobilized such force. He should not have been allowed to fall into Ba Lan Academy's hands. Kai Trong Duong failed once again, swallowing his bitterness as he left. With Jiang then entering Ba Lan Academy, he would likely be even harder to deal with in the future. Jiang then remained unconscious for quite a while, only waking after being brought into the academy. He opened his eyes groggily and saw Than Lao looking at him, awake now. He sprang up, glancing around in confusion. A thin old man sat before him. Where is this place and who are you? Than Lao replied, this old man is the Grand Dean of Ba Lan Academy. Than Kong En Hat, the people call me Than Lao. This is my cave dwelling. From now on you are my direct disciple. Are you pleased? He shot to his feet, pleased about what? Than Lao said gently, respect for the old and care for the young is a virtue. The rice is already cooked. Better to calmly discuss your martial skills. Than Lao's brief and cold words struck straight at the most crucial point in his heart. Only then did he truly study the old man. It seemed there was no avoiding this conversation. He asked, is that why you insisted on dragging me to Ba Lan Academy? Than Lao replied, yes, and not entirely. He took out a flute and said, this flute is called Wangking, ranked 4th among sound-based weapons. Than Lao explained slowly, there are as many martial techniques in the world as stars in the sky, yet those that enter the rankings can be counted on one's fingers. Fewer than 50, and the martial skills you possess all have extraordinary origins. Such a coincidence is truly strange. He said in surprise, I once heard that supreme wanking art is a fusion technique. Could it be? Than Lao nodded. Speaking with a smart person truly eases the mind. That is right. Chanking art and wanking art combined form supreme wanking art, for short supreme art. Than Lao continued, I will exchange wanking for your chanking, and also protect you within Ba Lan Academy. This deal does not disadvantage you. He frowned in thought. It sounds reasonable, but I still feel I am losing out. I originally intended to enter Heaven and Earth Pavilion. After pondering, he sighed and said, "Fine. In any case, I was dragged here by you already." He handed over Chanking. Than Lao gave him wanking in return. The old man thought to himself, "This boy lets go of obsession remarkably fast. Not like a youth, but like an experienced elder, which is good for me." Wanking immediately reacted to its new master. So to obtain wanking, one must first understand emotion. After Chanking left his hand, he quickly grasped its operating mechanism, deducing the pattern to advance toward supreme wanking. Truly worthy of being the foremost hidden art, killing invisibly amid boundless melodies, he immersed himself in sensing the rhythm. If cultivated to the extreme, a single tune would suffice to sweep away 100 men. Seeing him accept it so smoothly, Than Lao asked, "Little friend, have you fused them yet?" He guessed the old man had not managed fusion, which made sense. Fusion required astonishing talent and accumulation. Pretended to sigh, Than Lao, "I cannot fuse them either. It seems supreme wanking art is not easily obtained." Inwardly he smiled. This damned old man toyed with me. Sooner or later I will make him turn and beg. Than Lao's expression changed at once. "If you cannot fuse it, then why stand here being an eyesore? Lam Tai, take him to the outer court." Lam Tai replied cheerfully, "As you command." Cried out in anger, the outer court. "I am the champion of the 4 academies' grand assembly. At the very least I should be chief of the inner court." Than Lao curled his lip. "You cannot even fuse supreme art and you want to be chief. Get out." He turned away resentfully. "As if I even wanted to stay here. Who will lead the way?" Lam Tai covered his mouth and laughed. "Very well." And Lao silently watched him leave the cave dwelling. He knew clearly the extent of that boy's strength. He only hoped he would not disappoint him. In a corner of Ba Lan Academy, as soon as he left, an order was immediately sent out. "Proceed according to plan. If he takes the bait, then kill him. Subordinate obeys." Dog-faced man bared his teeth in a grin. This subordinate guarantees Jiang then will leave but never return. Lam Tai escorted Jiang then to the outer court. "This is as far as I go. Above is your cave dwelling. Watch your step." He set foot in the outer court of Ba Lan Academy, unease rising within him. Than Lao and Lam Tai snatched me from heaven and earth pavilion. Could it really be mere goodwill? He was thinking, someone blocked his path, stopped there. Several youths with blue and red hair swaggered out noisily. "We heard Dean Lam Tai personally brought someone back from the 4 Directions Divine Academy. Is it you? A mere king realm trash worthy of entering Ba Lan Academy. Get out." He sighed, "Just arrived, and already someone finds me unpleasant. Sending these fools to provoke me is courting death. An academy should be pure and quiet. Why are there so many barking dogs?" Grew angry, killing intent rising in his eyes. "Say another word and see." Burst into laughter. "Hear that? This king realm trash dares mock us. Before so many venerable realm and still so arrogant brothers teach him." They rushed forward only to be schooled instead. Shu and Huang power suppressed them. The group was beaten half dead. "It seems you are deliberately seeking death." Their faces turned purple. "Impossible. How can a king realm injure us? My meridians are broken. I am crippled." Ta Cao observed from afar, secretly pleased. Good. He finally took the bait. He stepped forward with a sneer. "If you come to cause trouble, then be prepared to be crippled. Sparing your lives is already mercy." Someone retorted stiffly, "Crippling fellow disciples is a grave crime. The discipline hall will not spare you." It was his first time hearing of the discipline hall. Ta Cao then revealed himself. "In personal combat, crippling fellow disciples violates the great taboo. Jiang then, come with me to the discipline hall to answer for your crime." He understood at once. So this was the trap awaiting me. He said calmly, "I just crippled them and you arrived right on time." Ta Cao replied, "The discipline hall supervises the outer court. I discovered your violation. Regrettably, I came too late to save them. If not for Lam Tai's protection, I would have crippled you on the spot. Now follow me to the discipline hall." He answered evenly, "Very well, lead the way. With Than Lao here, I would like to see who stands behind this." Ta Cao looked at him as if wanting to devour him. "Arrogant brat. Once you enter the discipline hall today, you will not come out." The surrounding disciples worried. The newcomer has already fallen into Ta Cao's hands. The discipline hall is merciless. It seems hard to escape. Let us follow and see. Ta Cao led Jiang then to the discipline hall, where guilt is judged and sentences pronounced. The disciples around buzzed with discussion. Crippling fellow disciples is hatred beneath the heavens. If not killed, then cultivation will be crippled. Ta Cao declared, "According to Ba Lan Academy's rules, this is a grave crime." He replied with interest, "Oh, is that so? Let us see how grave it is." Ta Cao had not expected he to remain so composed. He roared and raised his artifact. "Brat, you brought this upon yourself." Ta Cao swiftly drew a forbidden technique, an attack formation. Formation activated. He observed, "What formation is this?" Ta Kao said before the formation, "Since you are newly arrived, I have reduced the power by 70%. If you withstand it, then we let it pass." He understood, shattering merit formation. The disciples were alarmed. Using shattering merit formation as punishment is no different from crippling cultivation. Even a heaven-favored earth realm would be reduced to flesh and blood. This clearly intends to kill. He sensed the pressure. Though he claimed 70% it was in fact the full force, he grew more suspicious of Ta Kao's scheme. Ta Kao looked smug as if at fish in a barrel. "Jiang then, do you admit your mistake now?" He closed his eyes to prepare his response, answering calmly, "I have not erred, how would I admit fault?" Ta Kao raged madly. Still stubborn at death's door, "Today you will not leave." He exerted all his strength, fully activating shattering merit formation, determined to kill Jiang then. The pressure within the formation surged, enough to crush anyone. Widened his eyes, unable to underestimate that man's intent. The pressure tightened. He stood unmoving within the formation. He circulated Chu and Huang power, his aura gradually spreading. His body withered and cracked like stone. Ta Kao laughed loudly. "My shattering merit formation at full force, even Earth Realm cannot endure it. I await you becoming a pool of blood." Blood was forced out. His body like sugarcane fed into a millstone, he thought. This formation is interesting, but only this much. Within him a terrifying aura gradually formed. This formation happens to aid me. He had already calculated. Suddenly rising with a roar break, his aura exploded as he broke through to lower venerable realm. Extraordinary meridians absorbed the strange power within the space. The mark upon his forehead transformed, heralding advancement into a greater realm. He stepped into another space, where memories of a love tribulation appeared. This was the inheritance of the myriad transformation divine king. He clenched his fists, his aura shattering outward. "So purple blood knight is the inheritance of the myriad transformation divine king." He threw a punch to break the formation, terrifying power erupting. Outside the discipline hall nothing could be seen, only exploding light. Shattering merit formation shattered as he broke through to venerable realm. Used shattering merit formation as a whetstone to temper his body. A heaven-favored one. He truly deserves the title of heaven-favored one. Ta Kao fell flat on the ground, staring at Jiang then as if he had seen a living ghost. "You should have turned into blood by now. How are you not dead?" Jiang then crossed his arms and replied calmly, "My being alive shocks you that much. From the moment I stepped into Ba Lan Academy, you have staged scheme after scheme. First sending those fools to provoke me and force me to act, then appearing yourself to drag me into the discipline hall to put on a show of fairness." Jiang then bluntly exposed Ta Kao's plot. "Now it is my turn to question you." Jiang then's aura pressed heavily on Ta Kao's spirit, making him tremble violently. Jiang then asked coldly, "Who is behind you?" On the verge of death, Ta Kao still spoke stubbornly. "Jiang then, I am an officer of the discipline hall. Rules of Ba Lan Academy are strict. You committed an offense and deserve punishment. If you stop now, I can still." Jiang then countered, "Still what?" Before Ta Kao could finish, he saw Jiang then's gaze turn icy, his aura shifting abruptly. An instant, Jiang then stood behind Ta Kao, gripping his neck like a chicken. Killing a useless officer is nothing. I doubt Than Lao or the one behind you would show themselves for that." Jiang then tightened his hand and said coldly, "Speak or die." Facing death, Ta Kao screamed in panic, "Central Court. It is Luke Ma of the Central Court." Ta Kao's scream echoed throughout the cave dwelling. Luke Ma of the Central Court. News was swiftly relayed by Lam Tai to Than Lao. Luke Ma was a disciple of the Martial Pavilion, planted inside Ba Lan Academy. Acting on orders from the Martial Pavilion, he incited Ta Kao to cripple Jiang then, and Ta Kao was already accustomed to such dirty work. Than Lao decided it was time to send Jiang then into the Central Court. Lam Tai asked, "Luke Ma is in the Central Court, you mean?" Than Lao said coldly, "Ba Lan Academy has been peaceful for too long. Many have forgotten the blood once shed here, and forgotten that this old man still knows how to be angry. Release Jiang then in there to stir things up, and those hiding in the shadows will reveal themselves." Lam Tai replied, "At present the deans of the outer and central courts have already pledged themselves to other sects. The earth and heaven courts pretend to be blind and deaf. As inner court dean, my position is weak, and my words carry little weight. I fear no one will listen." Than Lao understood and took out a command token. He handed it to Lam Tai and said, "With my order, outer court disciple Jiang then possesses exceptional talent, exceptionally promoted to central court disciple. Report to the central court immediately." Lam Tai accepted with interest. Than Lao added, "Outer court officer Ta Kao disregarded regulations, abused public authority for private use, maliciously framed a disciple, cripple his cultivation and expel him from Ba Lan Academy." Lam Tai obeyed, thinking that Than Lao clearly intended to use Jiang then's hand to cleanse the academy. Before long, Lam Tai arrived at the discipline hall, where Jiang then and Ta Kao were confronting each other. Ta Kao cried out in delight, "Dean Lam, you came at the right time." Quickly punished Jiang then. Jiang then thought, Lam Tai truly came at the right moment. Lam Tai raised the token and read in a deep voice. By order of Than Lao, Outer Court Disciple Jiang then possesses extraordinary talent and is promoted to Central Court Disciple immediately. Outer Court Officer Ta Kao is to have his cultivation crippled and be expelled from Ba Lan Academy. Ta Kao rolled on the ground screaming, "What Dean Lam, it is not my fault." He still tried to argue. It was Jiang then who provoked and disrupted the outer court order. He should be crippled and expelled. Lam Tai ignored him and turned to Jiang then. "You should head to the Central Court now. Leave matters here to me. You will not be wrong." Jiang then replied, "No one can force me to suffer injustice." Jiang then said to Lam Tai on his own initiative, "Indeed, I should go to the Central Court. This debt I will settle personally." Jiang then immediately entered the Central Court. The Central Court of Ba Lan Academy was indeed far more imposing than the Four Directions Divine Academy. In such a vast place, finding Luke Ma would not be easy. While Jiang then was considering this, someone called out, "Jiang then." It was the Martial Pavilion disciples embedded in the academy. They had long been waiting. Upon hearing of his promotion to the Central Court, they came at once. The surrounding disciples whispered, "Are those not the Martial Pavilion faction that always forms cliques? Anyone who offends them meets misfortune. They are all upper venerable realm. This new disciple has stirred a hornet's nest." Jiang then swept his gaze over them and asked calmly, "Luke Ma of the Martial Pavilion, no need for me to search any longer." That man sneered, "So what, there are so many of us, can you kill us all, little trash?" Seeing him laugh, Jiang then also laughed along cheerfully. Luke Ma's face twisted in fury. Unable to endure that attitude, he shouted to his underlings, "Kill him." Jiang then charged forward coldly, taking the initiative to fight. These upper venerable realm men were not even worth killing. He brushed past them like the wind. His sole target was Luke Ma. A few simple moves smashed Luke Ma's face in an instant. It ended cleanly, so fast it was chilling. The underlings stood frozen as their leader collapsed on the spot. Jiang then crossed his arms and said, "Honestly, I rarely meet someone foolish enough to rush to his own death like that." He roared in fury, "Jiang then, you seek death." The Central Court disciples were stunned. He passed over more than a dozen upper venerable realm and killed Luke Ma in a blink. This speed rivals Earth realm, too formidable. Luke Ma's confidant could not endure it and ordered everyone to act, kill him. The upper venerable realm immediately surrounded him. Jiang then said with interest, "A group attack." Just as he was about to clean them up, a sudden change occurred. In the sky tribulation, clouds gathered crimson, lightning weaving like a web. They all looked up in shock. "Damn it, my venerable realm tribulation." Jiang then was stunned, this feeling. Could it be the top-ranked heavenly tribulation? Martial Pavilion swordsmen shouted in panic. If this tribulation descends, Jiang then cannot survive, kill him. The swordsmen immediately formed a sword array, protecting the deputy leader as he unleashed his strike. He wanted to seize the moment before the lightning fell and kill Jiang then. The sword array erupted with fierce power, a killing move shooting straight forward. Minor 8 desolations. The disciples below poured all their strength into reinforcing it. The Central Court disciples fled in panic. These men are insane, fighting even as tribulation arrives. What deep hatred is this? Jiang then shouted, "You are truly mad. This is Red Lotus Karmic Fire Tribulation ranked in the top 5. Even gods are burned to death. Do you want to die together?" The Martial Pavilion swordsman roared, "Even if I die today, I will drag you with me." Sword light descended. Before Jiang then could finish speaking, that man rushed forward. Jiang then retreated not because of the sword, but because the flames were chasing close behind that man. A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth. Jiang then cursed, "Are you insane? I will not play with lunatics." Jiang then turned and ran. The swordsman chased after him. Do not think of escaping. Red Lotus Karmic Fire Tribulation automatically pursued where fluctuations were strongest. Swordsman charged forward, unaware the fireball was closing in right behind him. Then die together. Jiang then ran while cursing. "Are all of you from the Martial Pavilion brain damaged?" Before he could touch a single hair of Jiang then, the swordsman was obliterated by the fireball. Jiang then sighed helplessly. "I already said this is a top 5 heavenly tribulation. Such courage." The Martial Pavilion underlings screamed, "Boss." They rushed like mad dogs. "Jiang then, you killed our leader. We will fight you to the death." Jiang then had no choice but to run again. A pack of lunatics. Lotus Myriad Tribulations continued to drop another fireball. Flames incinerated the Martial Pavilion men. The more people gathered, the greater the tribulation's power. Truly foolish beyond remedy. Jiang then was scorched by licking flames, running while cursing, a bunch of madmen. Before he could catch his breath, another fireball fell. Jiang then shouted, "There is more heavens. If there is something to say, then say it slowly. After all, I am an outstanding youth. Heavens, why treat me with such cruelty?" As Jiang then ran wildly, he suddenly halted upon hearing an aged voice behind him. Jiang then exclaimed in delight, "Heavens have finally recognized my handsome face. Wish to befriend me." Than Lao manifested and shouted, "It is me, Jiang then. If you keep running, the entire academy will be flattened by tribulation. Return and undergo tribulation properly. Otherwise, get out of Ba Lan Academy. Jiang then flushed with embarrassment and muttered, "Fine." While Than Lao was glaring and supervising, a scorching fireball descended and struck both master and disciple. Jiang then was like roasted meat, thinking that fortunately Xu and Huang power can regenerate my body. Otherwise, I would be finished. Someone ran over and saw the central court in ruins, trembling as he asked what happened. It was Li Dong, an officer of the Central Court Discipline Hall. He widened his eyes and roared, "Where is my Grand Discipline Hall?" Jiang then poked his head out from the rubble and called out, "This I can explain." Dong shouted, "Explain your head? You are Jiang then, right? You just entered the Central Court and already stirred trouble, even caused the deaths of more than a dozen fellow disciples. Truly beyond saving," Jiang then thought. "They clearly rushed at me themselves." Jiang then awkwardly advised, "Listen to me first. There is a reason for this. I can compensate." Li Dong refused to listen and flared up in anger. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Today I will suppress you and make an example for the entire academy." It was clearly about right and wrong. Yet Jiang then saw that these officers only wanted to intimidate others. He immediately understood, truly hounds of the martial pavilion. There was no need to reason. He was already prepared to respond. At that moment, Lam Tai stepped forward and spoke. "Officer Li, wait." Li Dong was startled to see the inner court dean appear. Li Dong snapped, "You are the inner court dean and you still want to meddle in central court affairs." Lam Tai replied calmly, "I am not interfering. I merely have a few doubts for Officer Li to explain." Lam Tai said slowly, "The discipline hall manages the central court strictly. Yet last year 10 disciples went missing while Officer Li was absent. When the top martial pavilion disciple of the central court accidentally killed someone, you were conveniently occupied." Lam Tai seized the upper hand and asked, "Neglect of duty and accepting bribes. How should these two crimes be punished?" Officer Li still remembers. Li Dong was speechless and replied irritably, "Lam Tai, do you want to oppose me?" Lam Tai smiled, "I am merely asking, why so tense? Since you intend to punish a disciple, we might as well talk while we walk." Li Dong knew he had no room to argue and gritted his teeth. "Lam Tai, you are impressive." Calculated inwardly, "If Lam Tai pursues this to the end, I fear my cultivation will be crippled, and I will be expelled. It seems today I cannot touch Jiang then." Li Dong left resentfully and even turned back to threaten. "Do not think that with Lam Tai protecting you that you can do whatever you want." Jiang then sneered, "Fine, I will be waiting." Lam Tai signaled Jiang then to let it go, then handed him a letter. "Take a look. The little princess of Bai De City sent this to you." He hurriedly took it and opened it excitedly. A letter from Bok Fong and Gu. The contents echoed in his mind, "Master, since we parted more than a month has passed. Nai Mi Na Chai and Hoa Lian Wai left the academy. Jiang Lu and Ku Yu Hong also disappeared, leaving only a letter of reassurance. I felt bored at the Divine Academy, so I followed my grandfather back to Bai De City." After reading the letter, he thought, "I bring too much trouble. Their departure is better for their cultivation." Lam Tai asked, "Finished reading? Now let us speak of proper matters." Lam Tai placed a hand on Jiang Then's shoulder, the pressure strangely heavy. He leaned close and whispered, "Than Lao told me to tell you that he wants you to blood cleanse Ba Lan Academy." Jiang then was stunned, yet deep inside this was exactly what he had long awaited. Even so, he pretended to refuse. "I am not a cruel person. How could I blood cleanse an academy?" Lam Tai smiled, "My nephew." Lam Tai clarified, "Than Lao means for you to cause havoc in the academy and seize the chance to purge the dark forces." Jiang then thought, "I understand. But he tricked me here. I have no interest in being anyone's pawn." Jiang then sighed, "I have many enemies and my strength is still weak. I fear I cannot bear such responsibility." Lam Tai had no choice but to reveal the final card he had prepared. This is Body Protecting Union Pearl. It can block 3 strikes from an upper heaven realm. Carry it, and no one in the academy can harm you. Jiang then was astonished. Such a rare treasure and even top grade. He seized the treasure and immediately changed his tone. "I accept this deal, but I want to know the current situation of Ba Lan Academy." Lam Tai revealed, "The martial pavilion has infiltrated the academy. Heaven-favored ones who refuse to submit are suppressed or assassinated. Over the years, many geniuses have died. The martial pavilion has even established a branch within the inner court to recruit disciples. Now is the time to cleanse it." Jiang then, "If Than Lao fails this time, he will not be able to protect you, understand?" Jiang then grew more eager. The martial pavilion, gaining some benefits would not be bad. Lam Tai thought inwardly, "He has taken the bait." Lam Tai smiled broadly and concluded, "Since you agreed you cannot go back on it, consider this robe a meeting gift. No need to thank me." He then left swiftly. Finally found someone who can fight and dare offend the martial pavilion. Exchanging one body-protecting pearl is not a loss. Jiang then watched him leave, feeling as if he had boarded a pirate ship. But since he was already on it, he would sail forward. 10 days later, since accepting the secret mission. Jiang then investigated day and night without rest, gathered information about the martial pavilion forces within the Central Court. Before the Central Court ranking board, Tiu Vu of the Martial Pavilion, Hatch Chin of the Martial Pavilion, Min Hai of the Martial Pavilion. Jiang then thought, who should I deal with next? Cave Dwelling number 9 disappoints me. The spirit gathering formation is far inferior to what I can arrange. Then I will target the top 3. A disciple lamented. The top 3 cave dwellings have 7 layered spirit gathering arrays, top-grade pill furnaces and marrow cleansing springs. But with our cultivation, we can only dream. Even Jiang then, after causing havoc, only reached number 9. He was startled. Wait, cave dwelling number 9 disappoints you. You are Jiang then, you came out of the discipline hall. Jiang then laughed. I can go back in later if needed. Lying on the stone tablet hurts my back. After speaking, he rushed off. Cave dwelling number 1 has so many blessed grounds. How can it be occupied by the Martial Pavilion? The Central Court disciples were excited. This is bad. He is stirring trouble again. Arriving before cave dwelling number 1, Jiang then blocked the entrance as disciples whispered. This man is truly insane. In 10 days, he seized 9 cave dwellings, yet he accepted punishment each time, going in and out of the discipline hall like a market, utterly shameless. Seeing Jiang then enter, everyone cheered. Tiu Vu is the number 1 venerable realm of the Central Court. Jiang then streak ends here. Before the words ended, a loud explosion shook the cave dwelling. The disciples shouted, Tiu Vu is upper venerable realm. Jiang then is no match. The cave-dwelling thief finally meets retribution. As soon as the cheers faded, Tiu Vu was thrown out of the cave-dwelling, unable to stand on his own. Central Court disciples were stunned. Even Tiu Vu lost so easily. Jiang then raised his head and declared, from today, cave-dwelling number 1 belongs to me, Jiang then. Whoever refuses may come challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, an aged voice called out Jiang then's name again. It was Wang Hu, Hall Master of the Discipline Hall, Upper Saint Realm. He shouted, Ba Lan Academy is a place to transmit the Tao. You disregard regulations and assault fellow disciples. The disciples hurriedly knelt, paying respects to Hall Master Wang. He angrily struck his staff and shouted, kneel and accept your crime. The staff shot toward Jiang, then before he could speak, realizing the opponent was Saint Realm, he grew uneasy. This time I have pushed myself into a corner. The strike crashed down violently, yet Jiang then stood firm without panic, because he already carried the protective treasure Lam Tai had given. Protective treasure shattered once. Jiang then remained unharmed. Wang Hu said coldly, those who violate academy rules must endure the discipline hall's shattering merit formation. The formation will suppress you itself. Jiang then gritted his teeth and refused to kneel. Forcing me to kneel before the crowd is private punishment. Wang Hu was momentarily stunned and thought this sharp-tongued brat is good at pretending. What are academy rules? In Ba Lan Academy, my word is law. The disciples were even more bewildered that Jiang then dared retort an elder like this. Speaking to Hall Master Wang in such a manner is courting death. Silence, or you wish to die. Hall Master Wang comes from the Martial Pavilion. Who dares offend him? Making him kneel is only the beginning. Next he will surely be stripped and publicly punished like Yan Ling, the former top of the Central Court, who was humiliated before all and crippled. For Jiang then it was already too late. Wang Hu lunged like a starving tiger. Old man channeled spiritual power, raised his staff intending to pin the crime of theft upon Jiang then. Today, even if you become a ghost, you must become one. A thunderous explosion rang out as disciples shut their eyes in fear. This strike used even his Tao soul. Jiang then, if not dead, would be crippled. Wait, look who is that. The smoke cleared Wang, who was frozen to see before him Than Lao the Grand Dean and Lam Tai. He cried out, Lam Tai, Than Lao, were you not said to have left for heaven and earth pavilion days ago? Only then did he realize that was false news deliberately spread by you. Jiang then finally spoke. It seems you no longer have the chance to force me to kneel. Than Lao said sternly, Wang Hu, as discipline hall master you abuse private punishment and treat the lives and dignity of disciples as grass. Do you still regard Ba Lan Academy as anything? Wang Hu hurried to defend himself. Than Lao, Jiang then trespassed into fellow disciples, cave dwellings and severely injured them, and even challenged the discipline hall's authority. I punished him for the sake of the academy. Than Lao pressed further. Then harming Yan Ling back then was also for the academy. For personal gain, you opened the gates to Martial Pavilion disciples and allowed them to kill other geniuses to secure your position. You were long unfit to be discipline hall master Wang Hu. Wang Hu's mind was in chaos, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Than Lao, you are protecting Jiang then. Do not forget I am from the Martial Pavilion. As soon as the words Martial Pavilion left his mouth, hot blood surged to his head. Than Lao could no longer contain his anger, and with one palm shattered Wang Hu's dantian. The Martial Pavilion has no qualification to interfere in Ba Lan Academy affairs. Wang, who never expected such decisive action. Falling to the ground, Wang, who still screamed, "I am," from the martial pavilion. In his mind, the martial pavilion had always been his talisman. Than Lao replied coldly, violating academy rules and abusing private punishment. Even if Lam Lang Van Thien were here, he would be punished by law. From today, Wang, who is crippled, removed from his post and expelled from the academy, never to return. Watching the three leave, the disciples were wide-eyed. Wang, who was truly crippled. From now on, there is no need to fear martial pavilion disciples running rampant. If Senior Yanling knew this, he would be pleased. Unfortunately, he has no chance to know. Reduced to a cripple, Wang, whose hatred soared to the heavens. Than Lao, Lam Tai. You offended the martial pavilion for Jiang then. The martial pavilion will never let this go. Threat had not even faded from Than Lao's hearing before he clearly heard it. The old man flared with anger and struck to finish the insolent traitor. Jiang then sighed in annoyance. What does this have to do with me? I am only a pitiful weakling. Than Lao glanced at him. Brat, that is enough. Jiang then seized the chance. Than Lao, I helped you with such a great matter and even drew all the martial pavilion's hatred. Is there no reward? Than Lao had already prepared and replied that in the central court there is a vast cave dwelling that from today belongs to you. Lam Tai added. Jiang, then you are fortunate. The academy leadership has coveted that place for a long time. Jiang then chuckled. Stop teasing me. Let me see what is so extraordinary about this cave dwelling. The moment he arrived, he was stunned. Is this truly an academy cave dwelling? In his entire life, he had never received such generous treatment. This is one of the 10 great spirit springs. Inside, the scenery was like a painting, and there was the Renksun spirit spring capable of cleansing marrow and tempering bones, refining essence, qi, and spirit. It not only replenishes vital blood, more importantly, it repairs and stabilizes cultivation foundations, helping cultivators break through bottlenecks with ease. He thought to himself, the Renksun spirit spring is exceedingly rare, usually formed only from heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Did not bother thinking further, and jumped straight down to experience it fully. Jiang then stripped bare and swam straight to the bottom of the pool to investigate. Sure enough, he quickly discovered the source of spiritual energy. Everything originated from here. It was the myriad demon stone, a rare treasure nurtured by the heavenly hall, containing the essence blood of countless divine beasts. Once fully formed, it turns to stone and gives birth to life according to fate, even capable of nurturing extinct ancient divine beasts. It seems the myriad demon stone is the root of the Renksun spirit spring. He placed his hand on the stone slab and sensed that the myriad demon stone's transformation depends on heavenly will, yet it is not entirely beyond interference. In the past, I roamed the 9 heavens collecting essence blood of various divine beasts, lacking only the extinct azure-eyed blue dragon. Now I carve its image onto the stone tablet, perhaps. After activating the treasure, he left at ease. As for the rest, I will wait for you to take form yourself. He emerged from the water like a model stepping onto a beach, his well-defined physique rather eye-catching. Just as he was enjoying himself, a woman's scream suddenly rang out, "Uro." He was stunned. Clearly, he thought he was alone in this cave dwelling. Unexpectedly, a female figure appeared, and a stunning beauty at that, with a voluptuous figure like a spring blessing. Seeing him stare, the young lady immediately flared with anger. She rushed forward with a full-force strike, her powerful aura proving she was a martial cultivator. Rogue died. He had no time to dive back into the water to cover himself, and could only leap up to avoid losing his jaw. The blow shattered bricks and stones of the cave dwelling. Only then did the young lady freeze in shock. This man is actually an Earthrealm warrior. Warriors are rare and mostly male. Their spiritual power eruption can directly shatter an opponent's meridians. Even across the 9 heavens continent, they are seldom seen. Looked her over and commented inwardly, truly fierce. The young lady cursed even more fiercely. You dare dodge, shameless man, today I will take your life. At this point, he no longer yielded and charged forward. Barged into my cave dwelling, stripped naked and attacked without a word, then turned around and called me a rogue. Young lady, does that make sense? Besides, do you enjoy talking like this while unclothed? She was so furious she nearly burst. Shut up, who is your young lady, shameless man? Only then did she take out a sound transmission treasure, clearly calling for help. Soon an image appeared. Enemies truly meet on narrow roads. It was Than Lao. Young lady immediately complained, Grandfather, you must stand up for me. This rogue sneaked into the cave dwelling to peek at me. Than Lao was also surprised. Jiang, then you two already clashed. He finally realized, so she is your granddaughter. I was bathing when she rushed in, stripped and stared at me, then called me a rogue. She scared me so much I thought she wanted to violate me. What injustice! The young lady was furious to tears. How can someone be so thick-skinned? Than Lao looked at his granddaughter, then at Jiang then. Since you met me, consider it fortunate. Tone Nha from now on this cave dwelling belongs to Jiang then. The martial pavilion is targeting him. You will follow and protect him. Remember, when bathing, do not let him take advantage. Tone Nha shook her head vigorously. Grandfather, I do not want to protect him. Jiang then also nodded. Than Lao, I can manage on my own. Than Lao quickly interrupted. The inner court has a martial pavilion branch with a pavilion master at lower heaven realm. If Tone Nha follows you, they will not dare act. Besides, you are so formidable. Fusing supreme wanking art should be trivial. His words left Jiang then speechless. Calculated inwardly. It seems Than Lao already guessed I fused supreme wanking art. Earlier when I refused, I was thrown into Ba Lan Academy. Now he treats me rather well. He immediately changed his tone. I only fused it recently and have yet to comprehend its cultivation method. Was that not to surprise you? Than Lao smiled and nodded. Oh, I believe you. After speaking, he concluded, you two interact more and do not delay cultivation. Jiang then and Tone Nha reluctantly comply. 1 month later, he cultivated in peace. The fusion art within the myriad transformation, divine king inheritance truly, is the strongest technique at Venerable Realm. He pondered that for Venerable Realm cultivators to advance far it lies in refining the essence of one's Tao seeds. The stronger the Tao seeds, the greater the power. Ordinary techniques condense only 9 Tao seeds, while 6 harmonies art allows cultivation of 2 souls and 4 spirits, creating 18 Tao seeds. Once fully formed, even without myriad transformation, heavenly lamp, it suffices to confront same realm cultivators head-on. That moment Tone Nha entered the cave dwelling. It seems your cultivation session is over. He asked curiously, what is the matter? I recall today is not your spirit spring bathing day. I have condensed 13 grade Tao seeds and advanced to mid-venerable realm. It is time to undergo heavenly tribulation. Tone Nha rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you thinking? My friend is waiting outside the cave dwelling. She is the sole successor of 6 Paths Ghost Gate. The martial pavilion slaughtered the entire 6 Paths lineage back then. Hearing this, he was stunned. She fortunately escaped to Ba Lan Academy. Hearing of your conflict with the martial pavilion, she wishes to meet you. He softly repeated, 6 Paths Ghost Gate. Memories of his previous life surged forth. In this life, I dedicate myself to 6 Paths Ghost Gate. You are my only friend. If one day I am gone, I hope you will look after 6 Paths Ghost Gate for my sake. He waved it off and said, what are you saying? We are brothers. As long as I live, 6 Paths Ghost Gate will remain protected. He sighed softly. I did not expect that after my death in the 9 heavens, even the force I protected declined. As successor of 6 Paths Ghost Gate, I cannot ignore it. Curious about the person Tone Nha mentioned, he gestured. Invite her in. Tone Nha smiled. All right. Tone Nha was not merely happy. In her heart, she began viewing Jiang then differently. She did not expect him to value her so much. It seems in the future she should treat him better. After inviting the person over, Tone Nha gently pushed open the door. She waved lightly, and a shy female voice sounded, hello. A gentle young girl stepped in, her timid demeanor obvious. She softly introduced herself as the sole heir of the 6 Paths Ghost Myriad sect, named Tiu Than Jayat. Tone Nha stepped forward to explain that Tiu Than Jayat was naturally shy. Jiang then thought to himself that the 6 Paths Ghost Myriad sect cultivated the path of spirits and had never liked socializing. So why was this girl crying like this? So be it, in any case she was the only successor. Jiang then opened his mouth and asked, the 6 Paths Ghost Myriad sect was destroyed by the martial pavilion. Do you want revenge? Tiu Than Jayat's eyes lit up at once. She had dreamed of this day. As long as you dare to deal with the martial pavilion, I will follow you to the end. Jiang then smiled faintly. If that is so, then I will give you a gift to mark our meeting. Jiang then continued leisurely. Come, follow me to pay a visit to the martial pavilion branch hall in the inner court. In the stillness of late night, Jiang then led the 2 girls silently toward the inner court branch hall of the martial pavilion. Tone Nha still could not guess his intention and directly asked what he planned to do. He replied briefly, of course, to give them a meeting gift. Tiu Than Jayat was uneasy. There were 3 upper earth realm experts and 1 heaven realm hall master inside. Charging in like this was no different from courting death. Tone Nha comforted her. It is fine, just treat it as testing his ability. If he cannot even flatten a small branch hall, then what is the point of following him? Jiang then did as he said. His body shot upward and rushed straight ahead. Standing on the highest point of the branch hall, fiery energy surged wildly around him. It looked as if Jiang then was setting up a tribulation formation again. Spiritual power pressing against the entire night sky. The disturbance in the night made the martial pavilion guards shout a warning. Who dares cause trouble? This is the martial pavilion branch hall, not a place to undergo tribulation. Leave at once. The branch hall elder hurriedly flew up to check and immediately recognized Jiang then. The elder was overjoyed as if he had caught a fat prey. You dare come to the martial pavilion to undergo tribulation. You truly have a death wish. Jiang then laughed and asked back, you fear heavenly tribulation yet still dare to charge up. The other party snapped that once we kill you, the tribulation will disperse on its own. Jiang then found it interesting. The power of Xuanwang within him began to activate. Is that so? He dragged the elder into his formation. A dual heavenly tribulation formed from the karmic red lotus fire, gradually taking shape. Only then did the other party realize how insane Jiang then was, shouting that even immortals cannot withstand a dual heavenly tribulation. You lunatic. But by the time he understood, it was too late. Heavenly tribulation fire poured down in the night and swallowed the entire martial pavilion branch hall. Jiang, then, you have gone mad. I will never coexist under the same sky as you. Jiang then laughed loudly. Members of the martial pavilion, take your time enjoying this. This is the grand gift I specially prepared for you. Miserable screams of the martial pavilion members echoed through the night. Jiang, then you seek death. Call for reinforcements. I must kill you. Tiuthan Jayat saw her enemies suffer retribution with her own eyes, and softly asked Tone and Hi whether this was too cruel. Tone and Hi smiled lightly. Say less of that. It sounds more convincing. About the time of one incense stick later, dawn broke. The martial pavilion branch hall was reduced to smoking rubble. Jiang then stretched and sighed. This heavenly tribulation was truly dull. It ended before I could even loosen my muscles. The branch hall elder stubbornly crawled out from the ruins and hoarsely called Jiang Then's name. He resentfully accused him of going too far. Jiang Then was surprised. Oh, you are still alive. So what, do you dare kill me? This is Ba Lan Academy. Dean Lam Tai appeared at this moment, pretending to apologize, but everyone understood it was deliberate. Lam Tai looked very satisfied. Just now Elder Than sent down instructions to accept Jiang Then as a personal disciple. It is indeed a bit excessive that he destroyed the martial pavilion, ha ha. The branch hall elder watched the two of them act and felt bitter. Elder Than said he would handle him personally. Then I will send you on your way first. Elder refused to let it go and shouted that Jiang Then destroyed the branch hall. How could the dean take him away so easily? Jiang Then curiously asked, since Elder Than wants to deal with me, killing a few more should not matter. Lam Tai hurriedly signaled that the branch hall master was Heaven Realm. Even severely injured, he was not someone a venerable realm could touch. The branch hall elder then activated the divine artifact hidden within his body. He roared, arrogant fool. Do not think that borrowing heavenly tribulation to destroy the martial pavilion is so impressive. His heaven realm Dao soul was filled with resentment. Like a judgment, Jiang Then died. Lam Tai anxiously stepped forward to stop it. Jiang Then, do not be impulsive. His Dao soul is too strong. You are not his opponent. But before Lam Tai could finish speaking, he realized his worry was unnecessary. Jiang Then moved like lightning, so fast it did not take a single breath. He shattered the protective armor of the branch hall master, the naked body exposed. Jiang Then coldly ordered, kneel. A wave of deathly aura instantly enveloped the opponent. That man trembled as if about to suffocate, his mouth stammering without forming words. Lam Tai was horrified. This is the method of an artifact refiner, the art of controlling objects. What kind of monster are you? Jiang Then stated clearly, now that you have no armor to protect you, the heavenly tribulation is enough to send you off. After speaking, he turned and left, letting the heavenly tribulation handle the rest. Killing you is what I should do, no need to thank me. In Lam, I leave the aftermath to you and Elder Than. Jiang Then turned to the two girls. Why are you still standing there? Go back and cultivate. Tiuthan Jayat, how much of the Six Paths inheritance do you know? Have you learned the Six Paths council art? She replied that technique has not been lost. Hearing that, Jiang Then scooped the girl up. Come, I will teach you. As the Six Paths successor, you cannot cry all day. Tone and Hi angrily shouted. Jiang Then, let go, do not touch my sister. 3 months later, Rong Rang then ran in panic as if he had seen a ghost. Make way, make way. Above them, dense heavenly tribulation lightning filled the sky. Jiang Then must get there at once. The third soul heavenly tribulation has come too fast. Absolutely cannot let the lightning tribulation destroy the 10,000 demon stone transformation. Tone and Hi firmly chased after him. Jiang Then, the academy forbids running around. Hurry to the tribulation site to undergo tribulation. Unable to catch up by running, Tone and Hi gathered strength and leaped to block his path. She gritted her teeth to stop Jiang Then. Come back with me. This is what grandfather ordered. It cannot be ruined. Thinking of facing grandfather made her shudder. She might be punished to stand and read again. At the place where the heavenly tribulation descended, a cultivator from Heaven and Earth Pavilion was also undergoing tribulation. It was Vuong Thuong, his current realm sufficient to pass the 9th ranked heavenly tribulation. The disciples were astonished. Worthy of being the king disciple of Heaven and Earth Pavilion, even the 9th Jengjin Spear Lightning could do nothing to him. It seems they will lead the exchange conference again this year. While they were discussing, they saw Jiang Then rushing over, shouting loudly to move aside. At the sight of the heavenly tribulation ahead, Jiang Then unleashed his spiritual power, his venerable realm body shooting straight into the center. The disciples turned pale from the aura. What just flashed past? Tone Nhi panted as she caught up. Someone trembled and guessed, could it be someone coming to undergo heavenly tribulation? We are finished. Vuong Thuong is still inside. Seeing someone charge in during his tribulation, Vuong Thuong was shocked. My heavenly tribulation is about to disperse. If you enter, you will be implicated. Jiang then urgently replied that there is no time, move away quickly. I fear my heavenly tribulation will kill you. Vuong Thuong sneered, not taking the Zhengjin spear lightning tribulation seriously at all. Jiang then's heavenly tribulation reached its peak, exploding across the sky. Vuong Thuong widened his eyes and looked up. Damn, third-ranked 5 elements heavenly tribulation. In his life, he had never seen anyone at Ba Lan Academy undergo such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Before he could dodge, the lightning had already struck. He shouted for others to stay away. The 5 elements heavenly tribulation poured down like rain. Jiang then finally entered the tribulation. Vuong Thuong was helplessly blasted away by Jiang then's heavenly tribulation. The fire gods rushed over in shock, not expecting such a figure in the academy. They must seek guidance. Vuong Thuong had yet to recover. Surviving the 5 elements lightning tribulation was already a huge question. Elder Than appeared excitedly. Jiang then, Heaven and Earth Pavilion has sent 3 disciples for exchange, and they are waiting outside the heavenly tribulation pool. I need you to challenge them and bring glory to Ba Lan Academy. Jiang then had just finished his tribulation, his clothes tattered, his face blackened and smoking, looking miserable yet nothing unusual. Elder Than knew well what would make this fellow act, so he deliberately spoke vaguely. It seems these 3 drops of true dragon essence blood have no fate to be given away. Upon hearing this, Jiang then immediately panicked. Wait, I will do it. I can do it. The young man secretly swallowed. Each drop of true dragon essence blood could temper the body like a true dragon, who would not covet such a treasure. The fire gods waited long without seeing anyone come out and could only sigh regretfully. It seems he truly died. Vuong Thuong suddenly frowned and interrupted. That is not right. Stared closely with wide eyes. That person is still alive. Jiang then calmly walked out and took the initiative to speak. I am Jiang then, disciple of Ba Lan Academy, mid-level venerable realm. Today I have come specifically to challenge the 3 fellow disciples of Heaven and Earth Pavilion. The disciples of Ba Lan Academy immediately beamed with pride. It seems today they will witness a battle of heavenly talents. Looking at the 3 opponents before him, even Jiang then could not help being stunned, and stepped forward and asked directly, why is it you, all defeated generals of the 4 academies? When the fire gods heard the name of this fierce god, they were speechless. Vuong Thuong curiously asked whether you know him. Knowing that Jiang then was their exchange opponent, the fire gods immediately waved their hands in surrender. We concede. We yield the stage to the younger generation. Whoever agrees can even acknowledge him as grandfather. Vuong Thuong saw that his 2 senior brothers had turned pale with fear before even fighting, and an uneasy feeling immediately rose in his heart. He raised his hand and made a few perfunctory gestures, mumbling under his breath. Unexpectedly, it was to bow his head and admit defeat. Even he was surprised. Are you serious? In his mind, he only wondered whether the 3 drops of true dragon essence blood still counted. The entire Ba Lan Academy instantly erupted. Jiang then, the pride of the academy. Jiang then. Elder Than and Lam Tai were also stunned. The 3 disciples of Heaven and Earth Pavilion collectively admitted defeat. Lam Tai burst out laughing. This time it would be hard for Jiang then not to become famous. Elder Than looked at him and blurted out that it seemed from now on this brat would never have a peaceful day again. One day later, just as he returned to his cave dwelling, Tiu Than Jayat brought over a stack of letters. Brother Jiang, they are all your challenge letters. Tone Nhi laughed gleefully. Yesterday you won 3 people without even fighting. Now you have become the uncrowned king of the exchange conference. Of course there are many letters. He narrowed his eyes and asked, yesterday it was you and Elder Than who joined hands to tease me. Right, these letters today have your share too. Split them evenly with Than Jayat. I will not argue over it. Tiu Than Jayat immediately froze for 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, she could not stand steadily and had to sit down. Unable to utter a word, Tone Nhi shot. Jiang then a glance, truly a born businessman. Are 3 drops of true dragon essence blood still not enough? He was still flipping through the letters when one flew before him. Tone Nhi cleared her throat. Brat, can I not help you handle it? Suddenly he stared at that letter. This is. His expression instantly turned cold. No need. I will accept this challenge. Tone Nhi asked curiously why the sudden change of mind. The young girl insisted on snatching the letter, smiling as she said, there is nothing. Let me take a look. The name on the envelope was Thin Tayat. Tone Nhi tilted her head and asked who Thin Tayat was. After thinking for a moment, she teased, could she be one of your romantic debts? He hesitated and replied that she could be considered one. In his mind appeared the image of the girl named Thin Tayat. He had too many things he wanted to say, the person who should have died. He and Tone Nhi stepped outside to face Thien Tayet. He could not hide his shock, it truly was her. Thien Tayet, how did you survive the 9 luminaries Hook Soul Ghost arc? Upon seeing him again, she showed a trace of resentment and remained coldly silent. He frowned. If you cannot endure it, then why come here? I have no interest in accepting your challenge. Thien Tayet replied briefly that if not for the ancestor's order, do you think I wanted to see you? He reached out to take the item. Thien Tayet softly reminded that the ancestor told her to deliver it to you. He was puzzled. Could the ancestor be the female emperor? But I do not know any female emperor. Spiritual projection of the female emperor emerged from the message talisman. He stared blankly. The female emperor appeared in perfect Gen Z style, even choosing the moment she was bathing to send the message. This time, do not dream of escaping my grasp. On her slender waist was an extremely eye-catching heart tattoo. The female emperor winked and smiled, her voice firm. This time when you return, I will definitely sleep with you. He felt as if he were floating in the clouds, his mind blank. Tone Nhi and Tiu Than Jayat looked at him with admiration. Wow, Jiang, then, is that your wife? Such a sexy, great beauty. He did not know how to explain and only shouted for them to shut up. Thien Tayet blushed slightly. The message has been delivered. I take my leave. We will settle our score at the Za Hong assembly. Tone Nhi insisted on pressing him. Explain clearly. What exactly is that great beauty to you? Tiu Than Jayat nodded repeatedly. That is right. I am curious too. He grew irritated. Instead of focusing on cultivation, you are curious about nonsense all day. Than Kong Tone and Gaiet. Stop leading her astray. Tone Nhi waved her hand. Got it, got it. He suddenly remembered, right? What is the Za Hong assembly? Tone Nhi widened her eyes. You do not even know that. Explained that the Vo then continent was divided into 7 great regions. The East, West, South, North 4 regions. Central region Imperial Dynasty, overseas Bright Pearl, and our Hong region. The Za Hong Assembly is the largest selection event in Hong region. Cultivators at Venerable Realm and above under 30 can participate. The top 100 will enter the Hong then Dao field to cultivate and seek opportunities. He suddenly recalled Hong then. Could it be the god of 8 desolations? It is said he once stood at the top for a very long time. After his promotion, he became a god king and then suddenly disappeared. Tone Nhi asked excitedly whether you will go to the Za Hong assembly. He smiled. The invitation is already in hand. The Hong then inheritance lies before me. How could I refuse? When do we depart? Tone Nhi had long prepared and was waiting for this sentence. In 10 days, when the exchange conference ends, grandfather will lead the Ba Lan Academy team to Za Hong Inner City. Besides you, there are 2 disciples from the heavenly courtyard and a personal disciple. Remember to keep a low profile. He replied that I have always been very low-key. Suddenly flickering light shone within the forest. He was startled. This movement, could it be? He immediately rushed into the forest, not forgetting to tell the 2 to wait outside and absolutely not follow. Running to the spirit spring, brilliant light shot up from the lake bottom. The 10,000 demon stone was about to transform. He observed joyfully. Transforming according to the main body stream was like this. While he was sketching intently, a disdainful voice rang out, "What are you?" Before him was a strange creature claiming to be a holy spirit born of heaven and earth, saying that how it transformed was its own right. He could only sigh. What kind of species is this? What shocked him even more was that the azure-eyed blue dragon he once rode had turned into a human. He simply could not accept it. The other party arrogantly declared that I am the great virtue, great might, holy dragon ancestor. Ancestor of the azure-eyed blue dragon. Seeing your ancestor yet not kneeling. He was furious, but told himself to stay calm and not hit a child. But thinking was one thing and doing another. He could not resist beating that chubby body up. The dragon wailed that you are bullying the dragon ancestor. Panting, he thought that he would soon set off for the Za Hong assembly. Bringing this thing would only cause trouble. He must find someone to look after it. Just then news arrived that Neem Truong Ka had come to Ba Lan Academy. He immediately recognized that familiar green aura. A figure appeared. The shy girl waved. Brother Jiang, long time no see. Widened his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. How had his little brother Neem Truong Ka turned into a woman like this? Life was truly full of surprises. He immediately stepped back 10 paces, then another 10 to be safe, muttering the name Neem Truong Ka. Truong Ka understood that reaction and slowly explained, Brother Jiang, you find it strange that I wear women's clothes. I think so too. But the old man said that if I am a woman then I must dress like this. Recalling how they once went to the restroom together, he had found Truong Ka's posture different from his own. Only after asking did he learn, Truong Ka scratched her head. At that time I did not know either. The old man hid it well. Truong Ka continued that he had raised me as a son since childhood. He waved his hand. Let bygones be bygones. Do not think about it anymore. He sighed that I planned to ask you to discipline this dragon. But now thinking about it, that seems inappropriate. The little dragon angrily retorted that you dare lecture this dragon ancestor. Im Truongka merely glanced at it and felt a chill down her spine. She trembled and pointed at the dragon. The great virtue dragon ancestor has already gone extinct. He was puzzled. Is this thing truly stronger than the azure-eyed blue dragon? Pondered and calculated for a long while. He immediately changed his tone and attitude completely. Since Neem Truongka says so, then forget it. I will reluctantly form a contract with you. Dragon struggled in anger, shameless. This dragon ancestor has not agreed. Wait, I will kill you. It was done. He laughed happily. The contract is complete. Objections invalid. From now on you are the great virtue dragon ancestor. I will call you Long-Dyed Duck. In his heart, he only regretted that it was a bit small and not satisfying to hold. Long-Dyed Duck was furious and humiliated before him, baring his fangs and lunging forward. I am the dragon ancestor above all beings. How can I form a contract with a human? He grabbed this stuffed toy-like beast and both coaxed and lectured it. Whoever is stronger is the big brother. Understand? Long-Dyed Duck was furious yet speechless. Im Truongka cautiously asked whether I need to help raise the dragon ancestor. If not, I will return to study. He replied immediately, yes. Watching Truongka lead Long-Dyed Duck away, he carefully instructed that I am about to go to the Za Hong assembly. If no one watches this dragon, it will overturn Ba Lan Academy. Truongka was still stunned. Brother Jiang, you are truly bold. Are you not afraid my old man will stew the dragon? After the two left, he finally had a clear mind. Next, he had to prepare for the Za Hong assembly. 10 days later, the whole group arrived at Thien Hong City. The Za Hong assembly was the grand feast of the entire Hong region. Elder Than added that heavenly talents from across Hong region gather there. Sects, forces, and clans all watch closely. Entering the top ranks not only grants a ticket to Hong Then Dao Field, but also officially steps into the center of power in Hong region. Following closely behind the group, he learned that the Za Hong assembly each year was jointly organized by the Martial Pavilion and Heaven and Earth Pavilion. At the end, the ranking of the strongest heavenly talents of Hong region would be announced, called the Hong List. Two disciples behind muttered sarcastically that even such common knowledge of great families must be repeated. Clearly it was said for some bumpkins to hear. Elder Than must be muddle-headed. Realizing someone was speaking ill, Elder Than coughed a few times, signaling the youngsters to mind their mouths. He turned back and instructed that I will handle the matters of the competition. You may move freely. This is Thien Hong City. Fighting is forbidden. Return to the guest house before nightfall to gather. He thought to himself that here even the Martial Pavilion would not dare act rashly. Thinking so, he felt several degrees more at ease. He looked forward eagerly. At this Za Hong assembly there are countless heavenly talents. With my current strength I dare not be careless. Better to visit a tavern to gather information. Before he could step in, the waiter blocked the door. Stop. The tavern is full. Seeing someone else swagger in, he asked in surprise, then why can he enter? The waiter sneered. That young master is a famous heavenly talent of Hong region. What are you to compare? This tavern only receives heavenly talents. Someone like you should not come cause trouble. He was too lazy to argue and walked straight in. Heavenly talent rank. What a coincidence it seems you are talking about me. The waiter became furious. A mere venerable realm trash dares call himself a heavenly talent, seeking death. A familiar voice sounded from inside. That voice was. The cultivators in the tavern mocked Jiang. Then as soon as they saw him, a mere venerable realm dares sit with us. Get lost. Do not dirty our eyes. The waiter chimed in that your cultivation is not even equal to the dog beside a heavenly talent. Get out. Glanced at that man and thought to himself that if the heavenly talents of the Za Hong assembly were all this brainless, there was nothing to worry about. The waiter kept shouting that if you do not get lost, you will not even know why you die. A cold shout rang down from upstairs, insolent. Bok Fong and Gu appeared. You dare touch someone of this princess. The waiter turned pale. Princess Bok, he is your person. He was also surprised. So it was that girl. The cultivators whispered that Princess Bok has always been aloof. Few can catch her eye. Who knew how this brat managed to get close to her? Bok Fong and Gu stepped down. The waiter hurriedly bowed to apologize. This lowly one was blind and disturbed princess. Tiu and Gu said coldly, shut up. She looped her arm through his intimately and said softly that I came late and let this kind of person disturb you. Master, please forgive your disciple. Tiu and Gu spoke brightly. The waiter trembled in fear. He smiled faintly and spared him. The entire tavern was shaken. He is Princess Bok's master. The waiter stood frozen as if he had just escaped the gates of hell. That man dropped to his knees and hugged his leg, begging that this lowly one failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare me. He replied that you ruined my mood, but it is not worthy of death. According to the tavern's rules, go receive your punishment yourself. The waiter kowtowed in gratitude. Fong and Gu smiled that master is right. No need to bother with petty people. Let us go to the second floor to talk. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Wait. One after another people sought trouble with him. The newcomer stepped out with an arrogant face. That man said Princess Bach may go upstairs, but this brat may not. He glanced at him sideways. A venerable realm dares be the princess's master, unworthy. After speaking, he reached out and launched a few claw-like strikes toward him. Before they could touch him, he was frozen in place by Fong Engu. He did not even bother to look. Fong Engu angrily scolded that who I take as master is none of your business. That man still argued. You call him master, yet do not dare let him spar with me. I say he is your lover instead. You broke off your engagement with Hoa Van's son because of him. Fong Engu was struck at a sore spot and answered directly that what if this princess admires my master? Seeing his disciple blush yet remain resolute, he thought to himself that this girl truly had intentions. Another person could not hold back and stood up to join the fun. How interesting. It was Thak Bat Veem. That man said resentfully, Bok Fong Engu, you broke your engagement with my Hoa Van's son because of this brat. I want to see what ability he has relying on a woman. Tiu Engu grew worried. Thak Bat Veem is upper heaven realm, the young master of Hoa Van's son. This is troublesome. But he reacted in complete contrast to her thoughts and gently placed his hand on his disciple's shoulder. These common fools were not worthy of his attention. Fong Engu, leave the rest to me. He said calmly, Thak Bat Veem. Fong Engu was right to break the engagement. You are not worthy of her. Thak Bat Veem furiously charged forward. You have little skill yet a sharp tongue. Wait until I kill you. He reminded him that you cannot kill me. He raised his hand with an unhurried posture. To deal with someone beneath him, he needed only one move, Buddha seal. The advanced secret art instantly restrained Thak Bat Veem. Beneath the Buddha's spiritual image he spoke. See me as Buddha. All beings should kneel. Thak Bat Veem helplessly knelt down. That man could not understand it at all, even though he knew he was kneeling before Jiang then. Bat Veem's voice trembled. A Buddhist martial technique. Are you from the Buddhist sect? He smiled faintly. The Buddhist path is only a part. I am proficient in all professions. Thak Bat Veem roared in disbelief and activated the Hoa Van's secret art. He asked casually, is that so? Just as that man tried to resist, he said coldly, Buddha does not save fools. Go down. Buddha seal descend to earth. Thak Bat Veem panicked and asked, what did you say? Before he could act, he was sucked away by the forbidden spell. Everyone was stunned. An upper heaven realm completely suppressed by a venerable realm monster. No wonder Princess Bach takes him as master. I also lack a master. Pouring tea would suffice. He turned to ask, did he make things hard for you? Tiu Engu smiled that he brought it upon himself. From now on, Hoa Van's son will not dare cause trouble. But how did you do that? He lifted his chin. I am your master. Inwardly thinking that though my cultivation is venerable realm, my spiritual power and soul force far surpass heaven realm, and I am proficient in all professions. How could Thak Bat Veem be my opponent? People upstairs discussed that a venerable realm defeating a heaven realm without pressure. Such terrifying accumulation of spiritual power. He must be waiting to break through. Someone sneered that even so the gap in realms is hard to bridge. Learning Buddhist martial arts without being of the Buddhist sect. Sooner or later he will harm himself. Against a top heavenly talent he will surely lose miserably. That man's master, Hong Ku Trong, said coldly that indeed he cannot compare with me. Bok Fong Engu was pampered, so she took him as master. The Za Hong assembly is near. I do not wish to cause trouble now. At the Za Hong assembly, I will let him know what a top heavenly talent is. So Princess Bach understands who is truly worthy. He suddenly sensed a brutal aura. Looking toward Hong Ku Trong, he asked Fong Engu who that person was. Tiu Engu immediately answered Hong Ku Trong. She leaned close and whispered that he is upper heaven realm, possesses a half-dragon body with dragon strength support. The troublesome part is he once pursued me, master. He will target you at the Za Hong assembly. He smiled with interest. Hong Ku Trong, I want to see what the heavenly talents of Hong region are truly like. He pretended to sigh, appearing as if provoked by a senior. Hiding in the shadows brings no pleasure. Since you wish to fight, I will accompany you. Hong Ku Trong let out a cold laugh, clearly not taking the opponent seriously. That man also struck out with a palm in counterattack, the assault showing no mercy. The two forces collided. A thunderous explosion rang out. Now held Tiu Engu in his arms, completely unaffected by the aftershock, and took the chance to sense part of the opponent's aura. Tiu Engu reminded worriedly that master, Hong Ku Trong is not weak. A clash now may affect tomorrow's Sa Hong assembly. He reassured her that rest assured, I know my limits. I just use the undying soul tuning to probe him. He merely relied on spiritual power to forcibly dissolve it, and that is worthy of the words heavenly talent. Bang Bang anxiously advised that, Prince, this brat is not simple either. Fighting now is unfavorable. Better to deal with him at the Sa Hong assembly. Hong Ku Trong thought the same. I misjudged earlier. He is harder to handle than expected. Fighting now brings me no benefit. After speaking, Ku Trong stepped onto the railing. He jumped down and coldly stared at Jiang then. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he set the appointment. At the Sa Hong assembly, we will settle this. He found it odd that he left just like that, thinking that this man was indeed different from those empty-headed fools. After probing, I have grasped part of his strength. If I use all my methods, he is not frightening. He held his disciple and said softly, tell me more about the others. At the Sa Hong assembly, I will calculate carefully. Tiu and Gu nodded. It seems Master already has a plan. Then I look forward to this assembly even more. This time the strongest competitor is still Thien Tiat of Tu Fuang than Veen. It is said she disappeared and reappeared, invincible at the same level. Besides that, one must also pay attention to the fourth-ranked disciple of Heaven and Earth Pavilion. The next day, the arena of the Sa Hong assembly was packed. From today, the grand event officially began. The host announced that on the first day, by tradition, there would be no martial bouts. Instead, there would be 4 cultivation paths of alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talismans. Participation is unrestricted. Each champion will receive a battle exemption token. He curiously asked Elder Than about the battle exemption token. Elder Than explained that during the official competition with this token, one can skip around and advance directly. It is a special benefit of the Sa Hong assembly. He immediately understood that the battle exemption token was indeed a treasure. I am only venerable realm, though I have many methods. With this token, the Sa Hong assembly will be much easier. The disciples behind mocked that the battle exemption token is indeed good. But can you obtain it? It was not prepared for someone like you. Thought to himself that these 2 personal disciples had been displeased with me from the start. Their mouths never stopped. He asked in return, what if I obtain it? The monkey-faced one sneered. Do you not understand the rules? Only champions receive the battle exemption token. You think drawing a lightning guiding talisman makes you first place. The 2 laughed loudly again, believing he was merely lucky. Elder Than flushed with anger and shouted, enough. Sa Hong assembly has not even begun, and you are already making noise. The 2 still argued that by saying so, Elder Than was defaulting that he could obtain the battle exemption token. We also do not want him to disgrace Ba Lan Academy. He grew bored. Arguing with such people was truly a waste of time. He signaled to Elder Than that the competition has begun. I will head over. Elder Than smiled and nodded. Go. The battle exemption token of Ba Lan Academy depends on you. The 2 monkeys still followed behind. Since that is the case, we will also go see what tricks you can perform. Arriving at the alchemy competition field, pill fragrance filled the air. It is said the presiding elder this time came from distant Back Ko Than, with extremely high attainment in alchemy, specially invited by the alchemy pavilion. This alchemy grand competition is entirely under his charge. He was slightly surprised. Back Ko Than, could it be that old man? The host slowly opened the door and stepped out. The old man stood before the alchemy pavilion and announced that everyone, the alchemy grand competition is about to begin. Contestants, please enter the arena. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. That person was Dong Tang, Jiang Than's former subordinate. He reminded that anyone not entering before the time limit would be deemed to have forfeited. He found it interesting. It truly was Dong Tang. The 2 monkeys jumped out again. If you know you cannot make it, then get lost early. Do not disgrace Ba Lan Academy. Jiang Than, why are you standing there, afraid already? Dong Tang recognized the familiar face at a glance. Extremely familiar. Jiang Than immediately shouted, Sect Master Jiang. The host's face lit up as if it were the new year. Seeing the host personally come to greet Jiang Than, the 2 monkeys were stunned and could not understand. Dong Tang shouted loudly that the sect master is truly here. The 2 who had mocked so much now stood with mouths agape. What sect master? Dong Tang introduced that this is my former supreme sect master in Back Ko Than. Jiang then glanced at him and smiled lightly. So it really is you. Vuong Dang interjected, wait, so you know each other. No wonder Jiang then dares join the alchemy grand competition. He has someone backing him. Dong Tang was furious. Do not speak nonsense about the sect master's alchemy attainments. Lu Tong snorted coldly. Knowing each other like this, who knows whether you will show favoritism? After all, this concerns the battle exemption token. Even loudly incited that the chief examiner and contestant are so close. The champion is likely predetermined. The crowd began whispering in agreement. Dong Tang was so wronged he widened his eyes. Does the sect master's alchemy need my help? What utter nonsense, he frowned. These 2 truly cling like leeches. The 2 personal disciples continued making trouble. one provoking and the other echoing, saying he was not impartial. Dongtang was about to retort when he raised his hand to stop him. Enough, bring the alchemy furnace here. Dongtang was shocked. Does Sect Master wish to refine personally? He nodded. Dongtang was overjoyed and immediately called for the furnace and medicinal herbs, inwardly excited that he would finally see the Sect Master refine pills again. Vuongdang burst into laughter, refining pills in front of a crowd. Do you think you are a grandmaster? Lu Tong mocked that I will wait to see what you can refine. That man sneered inwardly. Pill refining requires calm focus, daring to do it before so many people. He is courting humiliation. Shortly after, the alchemy furnace was carried over. Furnace was quickly set down on the ground. He immediately ignited the fire, controlled the soul fire to heat the furnace. The onlookers could not help exclaiming that his fire control technique is indeed good. Even so, it is likely just for show. Lu Tong scoffed. He will fail sooner or later. Even the pavilion master of the alchemy pavilion does not dare refine in public. Who does he think he is? He added the medicinal herbs into the furnace one by one. The crowd discussed skeptically. Can this pile of herbs even produce pills? Too casual, Dongtang secretly smiled. Back then, I was just as ignorant as they are. After adding the herbs, he continued increasing the fire to refine them. The flames surged violently and startled the spectators. The furnace is about to explode. He said calmly that it is time. After speaking, he raised his hand and opened the furnace lid. A burst of light like blooming flowers shot out. Everyone gaped. Flowers born within the furnace. 6 pills from one batch, 9-star top-grade golden pills. Even the pavilion master of the alchemy pavilion would struggle to achieve this. The 2 personal disciples of Ba Lan Academy were slapped in the face, cold sweat pouring down. 1 batch, 6 pills. He truly did it. He shook his head regretfully. I originally thought to produce 9 pills, yet only 6 came out. Dongtang proudly said that the sect master is still the sect master of old. Even I cannot produce 6 pills in 1 batch, and it even birthed pill aura. Then he loudly announced that in this alchemy grand competition, Jiang then wins. Do you two have any objections? He glanced at the 2. Ever since leaving Ba Lan Academy, you have been dissatisfied with me. Are you satisfied now? The others turned to criticize the pair. So you were jealous of an alchemy grandmaster. Truly petty to harm your own academy fellows. The 2 left in shame, not forgetting to spit venom that so what if you can refine pills? The Sa Hong assembly is not just about such side arts. Dongtang handed the battle exemption token to Jiang then. Sect Master, this is the champion's reward. Please accept it. Now that it is done, why not visit the alchemy pavilion? Took the token and smiled. Who said it is done? There are still 3 more battle exemption tokens to take. Hearing this, everyone stood dumbfounded. What? Walked straight to the formation competition area and declared, Ba Lan Academy, Jiang then participates in the formation grand competition. The people setting up formations grew furious and cursed. Who dares disturb the competition? The chief examiner also shouted that contestants are under assessment. Maintain order. He raised his hand and wrote lines of script floating in the air, beginning to construct the formation. Astonishing formation quickly took shape, its power spreading and shattering the formations of others. He said apologetically that time is short. Please forgive me. Those whose formations were destroyed looked at their hands in despair. Their painstaking setups were wasted. The chief examiner widened his eyes, asking, where have all the formations gone? All vanished. Stepped forward and pointed. This battle exemption token. The chief examiner immediately threw the token to him and drove him away. Take it and go. You have destroyed all the formations. If I do not give it, I cannot proceed. He shook the token and sighed with feigned embarrassment. Dongtang slung an arm around the chief examiner and laughed awkwardly that my sect master has always been like this. By the way the formation path is done, shall we go to the talisman competition? Formation chief examiner was stunned. He still plans to smash the talisman field. Dongtang raised a finger and nodded, likely so. The sect master is reducing your workload. The chief examiner stared blankly as Jiang then walked away, muttering that is he truly helping us reduce work. He continued to the talisman field and declared war. Ba Lan Academy. Jiang then participates in the talisman grand competition. Upon entering, he took out the lightning guiding talisman and infused spiritual power. The sky instantly darkened as dense lightning descended. The crowd cried out, lightning guiding talisman, the lost 9-star talisman. Someone tore up his own talisman in anger. Drawing such a talisman and still competing for the token, truly shameless. The talisman chief examiner helplessly handed over the token. Young friend, here is your token. Could you return peace to Thien Hong City? One more bolt and this city will need rebuilding. He cupped his hands and said, then I will not be polite. He happily held the 3 battle exemption tokens, and even deliberately sighed loudly. I wonder if the Artifact Path Chief Examiner will be as hospitable. Tang whispered that Sect Master, by consecutively winning 3 paths, you have drawn the attention of major forces. The Martial Pavilion, Heaven and Earth Pavilion, and the great families have all sent people to investigate. He nodded. No wonder the artifact field has such a crowd. At that moment, someone stepped forward and asked, "Are you Jiang then?" The newcomer was the seated contestant of the Martial Pavilion, Menghe, arms folded as he looked at Jiang, then with disdain. Tang softly introduced that he is the Martial Pavilion seed, extremely gifted in the artifact path. It is said the artifact battle exemption token was originally prepared for him. Upon hearing this, his gaze turned cold. Someone from the Martial Pavilion. He looked up and said directly, "You are blocking my way." Menghe sneered that braggarts like you, not worthy to participate in the Artifact Grand Competition. The Artifact Path requires a lifetime of calm study. He did not bother listening further and beckoned. Why waste words? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned the Artifact Refining Furnace. A furnace instantly appeared. The Artifact Furnace crashed down before Menghe. That man shouted that, "Jiang, then you are mad. This is the pavilion's supreme treasure, not something you can use." He leaned against the furnace and smiled faintly. An artifact furnace is for refining artifacts. Is it for display instead? Menghe gritted his teeth. This treasure has spirit. Even I cannot use it. How is it possible? How are you controlling it? Calmly took the materials. Are you so astonished just because of an artifact furnace? Materials, bring them up. First, he used fire to refine the materials outside the furnace. After melting them, he placed everything into the artifact furnace. The onlookers discussed heatedly. Refining outside the furnace is an advanced method requiring extreme fire control. Even artifact grandmasters struggle to do it. At this moment, the artifact furnace gradually shaped into a divine artifact, resembling a suit of armor. He continued circulating energy. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. He cried out, golden light descending upon the furnace, a sign of a divine artifact emerging. How can this be? Jiang then is only venerable realm. How can he refine a divine artifact? Impossible. That man's eyes reddened with rage, nearly spitting blood. From afar, the Martial Pavilion's vice pavilion master, Hu Tao, saw it and shouted. Menghe rushed over with killing intent. Jiang then, you dare use the pavilion's supreme treasure and harm a Martial Pavilion disciple, seeking death. Tang immediately blocked before Jiang then. No, the divine artifact is about to form. Interrupting it will cost lives. Hu Tao sneered that I precisely want him dead. Just as tension peaked, a shout rang out, "Stop." Elder Than appeared from nowhere and shouted that, "Are the disciples of my Ba Lan Academy to be bullied by others?" He laughed inwardly. How foolish, I am the Academy's seed. How could Elder Than let me fall into danger? Hu Tao angrily questioned, "Elder Than, do you intend to indulge him in harming my Martial Pavilion disciple?" Elder Than stomped his foot in rebuttal. Nonsense. Which I saw him harm anyone. If one is careless, do not blame others. Hu Tao pointed and roared that I clearly saw him deliberately provoke. With his ability, what could he refine? All tricks and deception, and Ba Lan Academy still shields him. At that moment, he stopped refining. In the artifact furnace, a divine armor emerged. Golden light erupted. Tang nodded proudly, indeed a divine artifact. The crowd exclaimed at the heaven-piercing divine artifact. Hu Tao ground his teeth in jealousy. Put away the divine armor and mock. Is jealousy useless? Hu Tao gathered power in fury. In an instant he struck, but a hand blocked him. Yuan used only one finger to hold the attack in place. He smiled, Vice Pavilion Master Hu, calm your anger. Hu Tao was forced back. Li Yuan clapped to draw attention. Jiang then is young and spirited. That is normal. Today a divine artifact is born and becomes a highlight of the Sa Hong Assembly. What do you two think? Hu Tao suppressed his anger and replied that since Li Yuan has spoken, I have nothing more to say. Elder Than stroked his beard and smiled, just modest skill. I have reminded him many times. He acted carefree, just basic operations. Hu Tao said coldly, wait until the official competition and see if you can still smile. Yuan secretly regretted that had he known Jiang then was so formidable, he would not have let Elder Than take him. Elder Than, as if reading his thoughts, stepped forward to block him. Do not dream. He is of Ba Lan Academy. Li Yuan tried to suggest that changing your mind now is still in time. Elder Than cut him off. Not a chance. Put on a saintly expression. I am merely an ordinary genius. Do not let me ruin your harmony. The two elders were speechless. Li Yuan added that Jiang then today has taken 4 path championships and holds 4 battle exemption tokens. He will surely draw the attention of many forces. Elder Than instructed that once inside the Sa Hong Assembly, stay by my side and give no one an opportunity. He nodded. On the first day of the Sa Hong Assembly, the arena was packed like ants. Elder Than explained the rules. The first round is a 1,000-person melee to select 400. The arena opens on its own. This assembly does not avoid life and death. Remember to protect your life. Huang Dang laughed and replied, rest assured we can handle ourselves. The one to worry about is not us. A bald man patted his shoulder. Ignore him, just jealousy. Yesterday you consecutively took 4 championships. He leaned close and whispered that I heard you drove Hu Tao mad. He asked curiously, do you also have grievances with the martial pavilion? The man rubbed his bald head and smiled. Somewhat similar, have you heard of the 10 ghosts? He was surprised. 10 ghosts. The man explained that the 10 ghosts are a mysterious organization formed by 10 peak experts. They were established to oppose the martial pavilion and once heavily injured the headquarters before retreating safely. They are still top wanted criminals of the martial pavilion. After hearing this, he asked that making the martial pavilion helpless truly shows ability. Do you wish to cooperate with me? The man shook his head repeatedly in refusal. Forget it, I still want a peaceful life. He immediately cut in that yesterday I just received news that among the 10 ghosts the martial ghost successor has appeared and will surely attend the Sa Hong assembly. Since you are all from the martial pavilion, you might recognize him. Before he finished, another voice interrupted, saying that even if the martial ghost successor participates, he will have no chance to get acquainted with anyone. With me standing here, he should not dream of passing the first round. The one boasting was none other than Hong Ku Trong, deliberately displaying his human dragon Dao soul to provoke. Turning to Jiang then, and saying that today I will show you what a true heavenly talent is. Felt weary at the sight of him, too lazy to even respond. The surrounding crowd instead cheered excitedly. Excellent, at last, a true expert makes a move. The 4-path champion versus peak human dragon Hong Ku Trong. This trip was not in vain. He glanced over and asked directly, do you think I truly intend to join the melee? Hong Ku Trong sneered. What are you afraid? He raised a battle exemption token and smiled faintly. Fear is not my turn. With this in hand, who has time for brawling? The crowd froze with mouths wide enough to fit eggs. Hong Ku Trong cursed in rage, coward. He calmly brushed his hair and replied, yes, I am cowardly. But can you do the same? All 4 battle exemption tokens of the Sa Hong assembly are in my hands. Hong Ku Trong's blood rushed to his head. He pointed in challenge. If you have guts, then step onto the arena. Before he could charge, he leisurely activated a battle exemption token. Then he calmly put away the remaining 3 tokens and politely said, Brother Ku Trong, it seems we will hardly have a chance to settle matters. I wish you success in surviving the melee. Only after the words ended did Hong Ku Trong turn and realize behind him stood a group of burly men ready to rush. Elder Than laughed loudly in praise. Well-used token. In the first 1,000-person melee seeds like you and Hong Ku Trong would only be surrounded if you entered, wasting effort. Soon the melee officially began. The crowd surged and fought chaotically. Elder Than watched while reminding Jiang then to pay attention. This Sa Hong assembly has several heavenly talents worth noting. First is Dean Tine, human dragon prince Hong Ku Trong, his body as sturdy as a divine beast. Within him is sealed dragon bloodline. Once opened, his strength can touch Saint Realm. Next is the chief of the heavenly courtyard of Tu Fuang then Veen, Thien Tiat, of mysterious origin, possessing an evolved Asura Dao soul. When she draws her blade, she shows no mercy. Hearing this, he was startled inwardly. Her Asura Dao soul evolved again. It must relate to the awakening of the female emperor. Elder Than continued, then the one you met yesterday, Meng He of the martial pavilion blood hand, heavily cultivated by the pavilion, ranked 15th, extremely gifted in artifact refining and able to personally forge 9-star armor. After that is your disciple Bok Fong Ngu. Though her Dao soul has not manifested, her Taiyin sacred body already surpasses many. And the fat man standing behind her, you must be especially cautious. Very likely he is the martial ghost successor among the 10 ghosts. He immediately activated Sun Moon Eyes to look over and was stunned. This is Jiang Lu. That brat actually disguised himself as the martial ghost successor. His disguise is meticulous. Appearance and techniques are not what I taught. If not for Sun Moon Eyes, I might have been fooled. Elder Than placed a hand on his shoulder to remind that though you still have 3 battle exemption tokens, using too many will affect ranking and the reputation of Ba Lan Academy. He sighed inwardly that Elder Than is my current support. I must give him face. After a while, the first melee round ended, and only 400 remained on the arena. Among them, of course, were Hong Ku Trong and Bok Fang Ngu. At this time, City Lord Din of Thien Hong City descended to announce that the 400 remaining have all advanced. Jiang, then using a battle exemption token, naturally passed. Half an incense later, the second round began. The second round is one-on-one duels. Equal numbers face each other. Whoever draws 0 advances directly. Hong Ku Trong looked at his number and glanced at Jiang, then thinking you better not meet me, while he wore an incredulous expression. Elder Than looked at the number in his hand and was surprised. If you were not my Ba Lan Academy disciple, I would think you bribed the city lord. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Even fortune knows how to choose. Luck truly arrived. He raised the number 0, no match direct advance, even flashed a V sign and winked. Please make way. Hong Ku Trong was furious. The others could not help reddening with envy. This man truly has blessed fortune. How can such luck be possible? Why is it not me who advances directly? Triumo Tu rubbed his head in admiration. Your luck truly defies heaven. Hong Ku Trong was so angry he rolled up his sleeves to rush forward. Luckily, someone stopped him. He growled that in the next round I will make Jiang then look good. On the martial pavilion side, Meng He approached Hu Tao to report, Pavilion Master. Jiang then has advanced another round. It seems difficult to stop him from entering the top 100. Hu Tao frowned and said that the headquarters has issued an order. We must not allow an enemy of the martial pavilion to enter the Hong then Dao field. If the inheritance is seized, it will be unfavorable. If our people cannot block him from the top 100, then we will use another method. We will use that move. He suddenly felt a cold, killing intent on his back. He turned to look and saw Hu Tao staring at him, slightly frowning. Martial pavilion. Elder Than immediately approached and reminded that before the public Hu Tao cannot act rashly, but he is lower Saint Realm. Absolutely do not underestimate him. On the arena, Bak Fong and Gu had also defeated her opponent and advanced smoothly. City Lord Din appeared again to announce that the second round has ended, and winners may rest briefly. After an incense, the third round began, selecting the final 100. On the Ba Lan Academy side, the participating disciples had results. Dao Kui cupped his hands, reporting that Elder Than it was truly fortunate. Triumo Tu drank water and nodded. The opponents were not strong. By the way, those two were casually sent off by Dao Kui and me. He thought that it seems they also disliked the martial pavilion. After an incense, the signal sounded, and the third round officially started. Everyone brought their number plates to their respective arenas. Dao Kui turned to ask him, "You will not advance directly again?" He raised his number and replied that I do not wish to, but unfortunately I cannot. After speaking, he leapt onto the arena and looked back smiling. You two, I go ahead first. Standing on the stage, he thought leisurely, for Elder Than's sake, I must fight seriously this time. Seeing him step onto the arena, Hu Tao's eyes flashed with calculation. I was worrying about lacking a chance to kill you, and you deliver yourself. Do not blame me. Arena number 9. Jiang then turned his head to look behind him. On another arena, two people stood facing each other. They were Jiang Lu and Hong Ku Trong. While he was still watching, someone had already leapt onto the arena opposite him and shouted loudly, Jiang then. This man was a disciple of the martial pavilion, Chuang Hai. He looked at Jiang then with a scornful smile. Your day of death has come, and you still have time to look elsewhere. Below, the crowd buzzed with discussion. That was Chuang Hai of the martial pavilion, a high-level heaven realm expert, second only to Manhatch. His earth element techniques had reached perfection. Jiang then was only at the venerable realm. How could he possibly fight him? Than Lao watched with unease rising in his heart. The state of this man seemed somewhat strange. Jiang then spoke to confirm martial pavilion Chuang Hai. Is that so? The man dropped to one knee, one hand touching the ground to gather energy, and said coldly, You are about to die. You are not worthy to call my name, he shouted, then began to execute his move. Secret art, 8 earths arise. Instantly massive slabs of rock surged up from the ground, launching relentless attacks at Jiang then. Jiang then flashed aside to dodge, even smiling as he asked, Is that all? Daring to wield earth before the imperial throne, Jiang then summoned his Dao soul. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the stone pillars. The spectators gasped. A heaven realm technique broken so easily. It could not be. Even the Saint realm would struggle to break Chuang Hai wall of 8 earths. Patterns began to move across Chuang Hai's face. He sneered and said, Jiang then, did you think my secret art was only this much? Jiang then looked at him and was startled. This is bad. Chuang Hai's body suddenly swelled. His clothes stretched tight and then tore apart as his form changed. Jiang then instantly realized his intent and shouted, You intend to self-detonate. Have you gone mad? Chuang Hai's body had completely deformed. As if turning into stone, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. He laughed crazily. As long as you die, the martial pavilion will remember my name. For the martial pavilion, I can do anything. Jiang then gritted his teeth. He absolutely could not let him explode. Than Lao below the arena also shouted, Jiang then, do not let himself detonate. The surrounding crowd panicked and fled. Chuang Hai has gone mad. Run quickly. The formation cannot withstand it. Below the Saint realm, all will die. Jiang then made up his mind. It seems there is only one way left to use that move. Chuang Hai, on the verge of exploding, charged forward with wild laughter. Jiang then, do not dream of stopping me. A heaven realm self-detonation cannot be stopped by anyone. We die together. No one can stop me. Everything that approaches is swept away by spiritual power. He locked Jiang then tightly in his grip. Immediately after, spiritual power erupted violently. A massive pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. Screams rang out from below the arena. Jiang then, master. Amid the uncertain scene of life and death, Truong Hai's voice still echoed like a vengeful ghost. Die. Flames gradually died down. The smoke dispersed with the wind. Than Lao and Jiang then disciples all stood frozen, mouths agape in shock. For before their eyes, Jiang then stood completely unharmed, his entire body protected by thousands of golden threads. He looked at Truong Hai and curled his lips into a proud smile. Die. The one who should die is you. After speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a violent surge of spiritual energy. Truong Hai was covered in blood, killing intent still rising from him. He even sneered that it was useless. Jiang then, you cannot stop me. But before he could finish, the spiritual energy pierced straight through his abdomen. Truong Hai struggled in vain, his face twisted and trembling, stammering as he cried out before collapsing to the ground. A huge hole torn through his stomach with smoke still rising. He lay there barely breathing, unable to believe he had been defeated, trembling as he said, impossible. The undying Tao Fusion sovereign can shatter all things. You are no exception. Than Lao stroked his beard and laughed in praise. Jiang, then you truly did not disappoint me. The disciples of various factions were both fearful and admiring, pale as they whispered, is Truong Hai really dead? Even a heaven realm self-detonation was stopped. This boy is truly a monster. Jiang then lifted his foot and kicked Truong Hai straight in the face, making him numb with pain, crossed his arms and laughed in satisfaction, saying, I rarely use this move, you should feel honored. Beneath the stands, Hao Dao clenched his teeth in fury, his eyes filled with killing intent. Jiang then must not be allowed to continue growing stronger. Jiang then must die. Jiang then turned around and saw Hao Dao staring at him intently. His gaze turned cold as he thought to himself, Martial Pavilion Hao Dao. At this moment the sun rose high. The sky was blue with white clouds, the sunlight gentle. Birds filled the sky in flocks. In another arena, Hong Ku Trong was battling Jiang Lu. At that very moment he was struck and sent flying, his body hurtling straight to the edge of the stage. The crowd below grew tense with every exchange, constantly murmuring, Hong Ku Trong has been knocked flying. Hong Ku Trong immediately stood up, slowly stepping forward, one hand on his chest to regulate his breath. His expression still confident, boy, you are qualified to make me unseal my power. Jiang Lu stomped both feet onto the ground and shouted, 3,000 great realms, battle golden energy surged upward. Jiang then widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Jiang Lu, thinking to himself, I clearly did not teach him this move. Hong Ku Trong body also began to transform. An azure dragon tattoo appeared on his face. His eyes turned completely white and soulless. He laughed strangely and then roared. Post-martial exclusive martial skill, 3,000 great realms. How interesting, he said as he raised his hand high. Dragon power within his body erupting violently, causing the distant wall of the stands to explode, bricks and stones scattering everywhere. Before Jiang Lu stood a power, overwhelming him many times over, making him unable to help but frown, revealing clear unease. Jiang then observed and secretly worried, this strike carries the might of the Saint Realm. Jiang Lu likely cannot withstand it. Immediately Jiang then pulled out a token, raised it high and shouted, wait. I use a battle exemption token, replacing this fat one to forego the fight, temporarily halt the match. Thien Hong token appeared and saved Jiang Lu from death at the last moment. Jiang then words left everyone stunned as they stared at him, including both Jiang Lu and Hong Ku Trong. The city lord of Thien Hong City suddenly appeared behind Jiang then, smiling as he said, approve, startling him as he thought to himself, where did this old man come from? City lord of Thien Hong officially announced. Arena number 10. Jiang then uses a battle exemption token for Ghost Marshal. Ghost Marshal Jiang Lu and Hong Ku Trong both advance into the top 100. Upon hearing this, Hong Ku Trong withdrew his stance and turned to leave. He had clearly suffered heavy depletion of his vitality and serious injuries. Hong Ku Trong clutched his throat and coughed up blood, roaring at Jiang then, you deliberately targeted me. Just you wait. Jiang then merely smiled faintly and replied, it is a misunderstanding. Jiang Lu hurriedly flew to Jiang then's side, calling out breathlessly, boss. Jiang then replied coldly and briefly, too many loose tongues here. We will talk after we return. At the end of the competition day, the city lord of Thien Hong stood tall and announced, the third round has ended. Contestants disperse. Tomorrow the top 100 will compete for the top 50. Than Lao turned back to instruct his disciples. Tonight will likely not be peaceful. All of you stay in your rooms. The two disciples nodded in agreement. Night fell, the moon hung suspended, its silver light covering the surroundings. Jiang then had not yet slept, standing by the window with arms crossed admiring the view. On a distant treetop, a shadow appeared, secretly observing. Jiang then had already noticed. He suddenly turned to look toward the dense foliage, his gaze icy cold. Jiang then spoke and asked, who is there? The brown-haired man smiled confidently and replied, the one who has come to take your life. After speaking, he drew his sword and lunged forward. Jiang then remained calm, only curling his lips into a faint smile. He lightly rubbed his hands. The sword immediately lost control, halting midair and pointing straight upward, leaving the brown-haired man stunned. Than Lao appeared in time to block in front of Jiang then, angrily shouting, "You truly dare to come? If you want to touch a disciple of Ba Lan Academy, you must ask me first." The brown-haired man trembled and stammered, Than Lao. Then he changed his tone and shouted back, "Jiang, then life or death is not for you to decide." He tensed his body and circulated his power, his form expanding as he roared, "Dark sound domain." The space instantly dyed in glaring red. Jiang then exclaimed in shock, "Dark sound?" Than Lao immediately said sternly, "A Saint Realm battle is not your affair. Withdraw, leave this place to me." Jiang then immediately retreated, not forgetting to remind him before leaving, "Be careful." Than Lao waved his hand and pushed forward, green spiritual energy surging as he shouted, "Martial skill, all things lie. Your opponent is me." The brown-haired man looked at Than Lao and revealed a meaningful smile. In the blink of an eye, he split into hundreds of identical clones, the sound of wind whistling throughout the room. Than Lao was momentarily flustered, his eyes scanning to find the real one. Suddenly his eyes flashed. He had locked onto the target. Than Lao immediately struck out with spiritual energy and shouted, "Found you." He grabbed the brown-haired man's shoulder, startling him before he could react, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. The brown-haired man fled at full speed. Before leaving, he even laughed and said, "Than Lao, another day we will fight again." Than Lao did not pursue, suspicion rising in his heart. The injury was not fatal. His killing intent toward Jiang then was clear. So why did he retreat so easily? Suddenly a miserable scream rang out. Than Lao's expression changed as he exclaimed, "We have been tricked." He hurried toward the source of the sound, only to see Lu Tung supporting Vuongdang. Lu Tung roared angrily at Jiang then. "Jiang then, just for a few words you dared to kill Vuongdang, you devil." Jiang then stood silently without saying a word, his eyes red and brimming with tears. The noise awakened Dao Kui. He yawned and stood at the second-floor railing looking down. Than Lao asked sternly, "What happened?" Iomo too cupped his hands and replied, "Lu Tung said that he killed Vuongdang. He sadly defended himself. He was upstairs in IA. He was already dead." Lu Tung shouted emotionally, accusing without evidence, "You are lying. Vuongdang died at your hands, Than Lao. If you shield him, then you are unworthy to lead the academy." Hearing that, Triomo too grabbed Lu Tung by the collar and shouted, "Lu Tung, what do you mean by that? Is Than Lao someone you can question?" Than Lao frowned in thought. For Lu Tung to dare say this, he must have prepared in advance. Lu Tung hurried to explain, pointing at he. "This is also the intention of the high-level masters in the academy. Your Ba Lan Academy, Than Lao you choose." Than Lao ground his teeth in anger. "You." At that moment, Hao Dao pushed the door open and walked in, laughing loudly, "Choose what?" He brought a group with him, pointing straight at he and shouting, "Today he must die." Those behind him shouted in unison, "A life for a life. If he does not die, our hatred cannot be quelled." Dao Kui stood stunned at the scene before him. Thinking this is bad, he crossed his arms and stood still observing, inwardly weary. Here we go again. Than Lao's gaze turned icy as it swept over the people Hao Dao had brought in. His voice lowered. "You barge into the residence of Ba Lan Academy and even dare to demand the death of my disciple. Your tone is truly not small." Hao Dao retorted angrily, raising his voice, "Tonight Than Wai Moan, Dung Kim Moan, Dong Lai Than." Even the martial pavilion Manhatch suffered disaster. Dozens of geniuses lost their lives. Before dying, Manhatch shouted his name. I heard it clearly. Even if he is a disciple of Ba Lan Academy, murder must be repaid with life. Lu Tong looked at Hao Dao and echoed, "Deputy Pavilion Master Hao, my junior brother Vuongdang also died miserably at he hands. Please seek justice for us." Hao Dao glared at he and gritted his teeth. "He must die," he declared coldly for everyone to hear. And Lao stood in front of he, speaking sternly in defense. "He is only one person. How could he split himself to kill dozens in one night? I cannot accept this reason." At this moment he also spoke calmly. "You all say I am the murderer. Then where is the evidence?" Hao Dao revealed a sinister smile and replied, "Manhatch shouted your name before he died. Is that not enough?" Just then a shout sounded from outside, "I have evidence." Hao Dao was startled and quickly turned his head to look. It was Hong Ku Trong. He walked in holding Pang Pang corpse, his expression resolute as he repeated, "I have evidence." Hong Ku Trong stepped forward holding Pang Pang body, his eyes red as he said on his corpse, "Your spiritual energy still remains." Everyone who saw it could not help but stir. He spoke up and admitted, "This fluctuation of spiritual energy does resemble mine. But in this world, similar spiritual energy is not rare." Hong Ku Trong brushed aside the explanation. "Enough. At this point you still intend to deny it." Hong Ku Trong's eyes suddenly became abnormal. He seemed as if his mind was being controlled by someone else. "Get out here." Repay with your life, he roared, determined to risk everything with he. Than Lao worriedly intended to help, but Hao Dao quickly blocked him. Than Lao, this is a struggle between juniors. If you interfere, it would not be righteous. Hearing that, Than Lao hesitated. With Hao Dao blocking him, I fear I cannot intervene. Behind them, Hao Dao revealed a calculating smile. Hong Ku Trong. Not disappoint me, you must kill he. He remained calm and replied, repay with my life. Hong Ku Trong cried as he charged forward like a madman. Repay with your life. Could no longer endure it, and decided to teach them a lesson. How hateful, I have had enough of fools like you. The two sides immediately engaged in battle, closed in on Hong Ku Trong and scolded him directly. Similar spiritual energy is everywhere. Instead of finding the real culprit, you cling to me. Hong Ku Trong stubbornly replied, at the Za Hong assembly, I only have enmity with you, if not you then who? The two rushed at each other, fists and kicks colliding repeatedly. Hong Ku Trong unleashed a move and shouted, die. He did not dodge and directly took the blow head-on. Touching his wound, he quickly analyzed. Pang Pang death caused Hong Ku Trong to lose his reason and be exploited. He was not originally bloodthirsty. I cannot kill him, otherwise I will fall into the trap behind this. I must find another way. Hong Ku Trong still charged madly. A life for a life, dragon soars 9 heavens. Seeing that move, he mind flashed, got it. He raised his hand and erected a defensive barrier to block the strike. In the end, it was shattered by Dragon Soar's 9 heavens. He was hit and suffered serious injuries. His body was sent flying, crashing into the corner wall and shattering bricks and stones. Hong Ku Trong laughed proudly, while he coldly looked at him and said, Human Dragon Clan, Fallen Dragon Divine Ability, is it not Neem Truong Ka call Long Dai Duck here? Hong Ku Trong was stunned. Long Dai Duck. Shortly after, Neem Truong Ka brought Long Dai Duck before he. Brother Jiang, Long Dai Duck has arrived. Long Dai Duck asked blankly, I am here, what do you want with me? Said to Long Dai Duck, go, talk to your disobedient grandson. The people around looked at Long Dai Duck's small form and could not help but sneer. This worm looks truly foolish. Hao Dao stood in a corner, smiling smugly. Hong Ku Trong continued to curse and mock. Have you been scared, stupid? Relying on this worm to save you, even if the ancestral dragon came today, you would still have to die. Hearing those insults, Long Dai Duck grew angry, a worm. He immediately shouted, I will teach you what respect is, I am your ancestor. Long Dai Duck transformed from his small form into a giant dragon, manifesting as the supreme holy dragon. Giant dragon opened its mouth and roared, dragon might pouring down upon Hong Ku Trong. Hong Ku Trong was terrified, trembling as he looked up and muttered, this kind of bloodline suppression. Holy ancestral dragon. Than Lao and the others beside him were horrified. They all widened their eyes and exclaimed, this is the holy ancestral dragon. Behind them, Hao Dao's face turned pale as he cursed inwardly, damn it. With this dragon here, Hong Ku Trong move is ruin. Looked at Hong Ku Trong and said with a faint smile, Long Dai Duck, beat him until he wakes up. Long Dai Duck replied briefly, do you need to order me? As soon as the words fell, Long Dai Duck had already rushed forward to attack, causing Hong Ku Trong to retreat in panic. He frowned and glared fiercely at Long Dai Duck. Long Dai Duck gave him no chance, repeatedly using his massive body to crush him, beating Hong Ku Trong into utter misery. Before long, Hong Ku Trong lay exhausted on the ground. He stepped forward and asked, are you awake now? Hong Ku Trong looked toward Pang Pang corpse beside him. He choked as he said, I am not your opponent, but my Pang Pang. His eyes reddened. He angrily kicked him hard in the stomach and shouted, is your brain just for decoration? He said through gritted teeth, first, since the end of the Za Hong assembly, I have not left the inn even half a step. Second, if I wanted to kill Pang Pang, would I use a soul path that everyone recognizes? Finally, when I kill, I do so openly and above board like now. If you want to die, I can oblige. Hearing that, Hong Ku Trong suddenly found it reasonable and asked, if it was not you, then who? He grabbed his collar and said coldly, use your head and think. If you kill me, who benefits? After a moment of thought, Hong Ku Trong turned his head to look at Hao Dao and replied coldly, it was you. Hearing that, Hao Dao burst into loud laughter and replied, Hong Ku Trong, do not throw accusations around. You and I have no grudge. Why would I kill Pang Pang? Besides, I have always been at the martial pavilion. Where would I find the chance to meet him? Hong Ku Trong took a deep breath to calm himself. He continued in a low voice, tonight it roughly happened like this. Pang Pang went to investigate the situation, then chased after a shadow and left in that direction. Hong Ku Trong raised his hand and pointed straight at Hao Dao, toward the residence of the martial pavilion. Than Lao stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, if I remember correctly, the martial pavilion has quite a few people surnamed Jiang, with Dao souls and bloodlines similar to he. Imitating the spiritual energy fluctuation of the undying bird would not be difficult either. Hearing that, Hao Dao showed clear displeasure and replied coldly, Than Lao, without evidence do not speak nonsense. Hong Ku Trong frowned and shouted, Call out all those surnamed Jiang. Let them manifest their Dao souls and it will be clear. He standing nearby thought to himself, forget it. I will spare him for just losing his brother. Hao Dao roared angrily, Hong Ku Trong, even if you are a prince of the human dragon clan, you cannot insult the martial pavilion. If you want trouble, then summon your clan elder. Then he turned to the people around and continued, even if Pang Pang was not killed by the deaths of Manhatch and the other core disciples, he can hardly escape involvement. Hong Ku Trong gritted his teeth inwardly, damn it. With my cultivation, I cannot touch Hao Dao at all. Suddenly someone spoke up. Actually, what he said makes sense. Pavilion Master Hao. If he dies, you also benefit. Another person immediately echoed, that is right. Pavilion Master, will you not explain? Hao Dao was initially furious, roaring inwardly, no, today he must die. Lu Deng stepped forward and continued, that is right, Pavilion Master speaks correctly. I saw it with my own eyes. Killed my junior brother, he must pay the price. Hao Dao shouted loudly, you must accept the punishment of the martial pavilion. An Lao immediately stepped forward to shield him. Speaking sternly, Deputy Pavilion Master Hao, without witnesses or evidence, the death of Yuang Dang is an internal matter of Ba Lan Academy. Or in other words, this is Deputy Pavilion Master Hao deliberately framing him and dragging others along. Hearing that, the surrounding crowd began whispering, Deputy Pavilion Master Hao, what exactly is going on? Today you must give us an explanation. Hao Dao's face darkened, his fierce gaze sweeping across as he shouted, are you all suspecting that our martial pavilion committed murder? Everyone hurriedly replied, not suspecting. We only hope you give a reasonable explanation. We respect the martial pavilion, but we are not fools to be led by the nose. He gave a faint smile and interjected, that is right, Deputy Pavilion Master Hao. They respect you so much. Should you not say something? Than Lao nodded in agreement. You should explain. Hao Dao snapped angrily, explain. If you want an explanation, then look to he. Manhatch was a disciple our martial pavilion painstakingly nurtured. Would I take his life just to frame someone? Crossed his arms and raised his brow. That is hard to say. The martial pavilion has always treated disciples like chess pieces. To kill me, they even allowed self-detonation, killing Manhatch, and shifting the blame would not be strange. Many experts nodded and said, he is right. Hao Dao even dared to sacrifice a core disciple, exchanging Manhatch's life for he would make sense. Hao Dao heard this and sneered. A bunch of people swayed by the wind. Hao Dao pointed at he and shouted, this brat speaks nonsense and you all believe it. He was furious to the point of madness. If you think the martial pavilion did it, then come to the martial pavilion to settle it. I will not see you out. The crowd whispered, why does he look like he is angry out of embarrassment? He rested his chin on his hand and smiled faintly, angered into leaving. His skin truly is not thick. If you are not leaving, then are you staying here for a meal? The expert stepped forward and saluted. We take our leave. We would not dare disturb further. Hong Ku Trong said in a low voice, what happened today was disrespectful. If you need anything later, just find me. Then he turned and left. Behind him, Lu Tung muttered, I cannot stay either. Triumotu chuckled. Just now Hao Dao was so angry he was jumping like a monkey. Than Lao calmly said, as long as it is resolved, that is good. He immediately shook his head. No, it is not over yet. Lu Tung was startled upon hearing that. Lu Tung rubbed his head and stammered, Brother Jiang, just now my eyes were playing tricks on me. He pressed a hand heavily on his shoulder and smiled coldly. Your eyes were playing tricks. What a coincidence, my hand also slipped. Lu Tung trembled in fear. I was wrong. He smiled faintly. If you know you are wrong, then you must accept punishment. Lu Tung shouted angrily, you are playing me. He gripped Lu Tung's shoulder tightly with one hand, causing him to scream miserably in pain. He said calmly, yes, I am playing you, so what? He threw Lu Tung to the ground. Lu Tung groaned weakly. You will not die peacefully. He laughed loudly, rest assured. The one who dies first will certainly not be me. He turned and said to Than Lao, striking first and taking the blame, you will not blame me, Than Lao replied. It is fine. Ba Lan Academy is also due for reckoning. Triumotu, take them out. Triumotu replied cheerfully, right away. With everything settled, he turned and said, I will rest first. Long Dai Duck returned to his original form. Neem Truong Ka called out from behind, Boss, wait. Suddenly, a fat man ran hurriedly to stand before him. He panted and said, Boss, I am sorry. He crossed his arms and stared. Neem Truong Ka and Triumotu also stared wide-eyed without blinking. Frowned and asked, what have you done? Neem Truong Ka thought to himself, could it be Jiang Lu like's boss? Jiang Lu hurriedly explained, the core disciples of those great factions were killed by our 10 ghosts. They had grudges with the 10 ghosts. Hao Dao took advantage of this. He glared, you are truly bold, daring to touch the core disciples of great factions. Are you tired of living? Jiang Lu replied helplessly, Boss, I do not want to rely on you for my whole life. He thought to himself, this boy has finally swum into the vast sea on his own. I cannot shield him forever. sighed and said, "Stand up. This matter is not entirely your fault." He asked further, "Then what about Manhatch and Pang Pang?" Jiang Lu replied, "Manhatch was killed by Hao Dao himself to frame you. Pang Pang saw something he should not have seen. The martial pavilion had to silence him. After Pang Pang died, Hong Ku Trong was turned into a chess piece. He frowned, so that is how it is. Cast a sharp glance and thought, Jiang Lu truly has courage, daring to provoke great factions. He knocked Jiang Lu hard on the head. Do you act without thinking? Remember this. Life is the most important. Jiang Lu emotionally hugged his leg. Boss treats me too well. Lightly kicked him on the backside. Enough flattery, I am going to rest. Find your own lodging, Neem Truong Ka thought to himself. It is finally time. Neem Truong Ka stepped forward and said, Brother Jiang, I have something to say. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, this must be discussed in bed. He froze on the spot. On the bed, he asked hurriedly, speak, what exactly is it? Neem Truong Ka laughed. Actually, it is like this, my master told me to acknowledge you as my master. That time my master said, Truong Ka, he is no ordinary person. Keeping distance is not good. It would be better to take him as a second master. I will prepare the ceremony. The bond will grow deeper. Neem Truong Ka said ingratiatingly, a master order is hard to defy. Accept this bottle so I can report back. He held the bottle blankly and asked, a ceremony gift. Then he opened the bottle and glanced inside before continuing. This thing is an immortal-grade dual cultivation pill, also infused with an aphrodisiac fragrance. Neem Truong Ka explained slowly. My master said only a master-disciple bond pure enough will not fade with time. The spring night was quiet. The atmosphere suddenly became entirely different. Neem Truong Ka took the initiative to remove her clothes, her soft figure revealed in full allure. She bit her lip and whispered, what are you still waiting for? He looked at the scene and breathed heavily. His gaze locked onto Neem Truong Ka as he called her name. Before he could think, Neem Truong Ka had already thrown herself into his arms. She lowered her head and bit onto the edge of his robe. In an instant, his clothes were pulled away. Revealing firm muscles, Neem Truong Ka asked softly, have I not shown enough? Then what are you still hesitating for? In his mind, he suddenly realized it was because of the aphrodisiac scent of the immortal pill. With no strength left to resist, in the warm room, Neem Truong Ka softened her voice. Brother Jiang, be gentle. An hour passed. Outside, Bok Fong and Gu called out loudly, Master, I just learned the martial pavilion sent people to cause trouble. Are you all right? She pushed the door open and stepped in, then froze, eyes wide at the scene before her. Bok Fong and Gu saw he sitting on the bed, Neem Truong Ka clothes disheveled. Neem Truong Ka blushed and murmured, Senior sister. Bok Fong and Gu angrily asked, why are you a woman? Neem Truong Ka quickly signaled to he and said, I did not know either. It turns out I am a woman, oh right. Master asked me to tell senior sister. The Martial Pavilion headquarters has been making big moves these days. I fear something major is about to happen. Hearing that, he asked for details. Neem Truong Ka shook her head. This I do not know. Even the Tongshan Divine Hall could not find out. In any case, you should be careful. The Tongshan Divine Hall cannot conveniently interfere in this matter. I will return first. Long Dai Duck, weak and pitiful, was grabbed by the collar and dragged away by Neem Truong Ka with one hand. He thought to himself, and this is called convenient. The Tongshan Divine Hall truly cannot be relied on, then asked, so what do you plan to do? Bok Fong and Gu quickly replied, the Martial Pavilion headquarters has 10 halls. Each hall master is Saint Realm. If they target someone, even Than Lao will struggle to protect. He said thoughtfully, before in the artifact path my senior sister forged a ferocious armor. If I refine it once more, it can withstand 3 Saint Realm strikes. We'll also refine a few divine movement talismans. If things go wrong, I will withdraw immediately. Bok Fong and Gu nodded. Then I will not disturb you further. He thought inwardly, I cannot let Master face the Martial Pavilion alone. Perhaps I should contact Father. The night grew colder. He stood alone by the window looking down. He murmured, a storm is coming. In the small room, the air also turned chilly. He frowned and thought, as long as I finish refining the second soul. This technique is indeed the strongest in the venerable realm. I only worry this tribulation will not be small. I hope nothing unexpected happens on the final day of the competition. It was time to depart. He stretched lazily at the door. Outside, Li Ayan said, what happened last night is likely known to all. The Martial Pavilion and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion have intervened and are searching for the culprit. Once found, they will exterminate the entire clan and sect. He smiled inwardly. Hao Dao truly acts well. The people around discussed. The 1,000-year kill order has not been used for ages. This time they are truly enraged. Li Ayan raised his hand and announced loudly, the final round of the Za Hong Inter competition now begins. Opponents ascend the stage by number. This match is jointly overseen by the Heaven and Earth Pavilion and the Martial Pavilion. He held the token and smiled inwardly. I hope I do not exhaust too much spiritual energy today. Let me see who my opponent is. That moment Hong Kutrong stepped forward. He held his token and said, Brother Jiang, let us fight. He stared blankly at the token. Someone behind whispered, a venerable realm fighting a heaven realm human dragon. What is there to watch? He will surely lose. He only quietly looked at the token. Spoke, today I am not well. Before he finished, Hong Kutrong cut in. Yesterday you were fine. He explained, yesterday I even helped you use the battle exemption. Below people shouted, he is afraid. He does not dare fight. Hong Kutrong waved his hand and said, Brother Jiang helped me. All the more I should fight with full strength to repay. Do you look down on me? He waved dismissively. I just broke through. The heavenly tribulation is near, like holding my breath. If I exert force, I am finished. Hong Kutrong laughed loudly. A small tribulation only. I will help you overcome it. After speaking, he charged straight to attack. He calmly observed, his gaze icy. Frowned and muttered, Why did I help this fool? Hong Kutrong roared. What did you say? Not fighting means you look down on me. He tilted slightly and lightly dodged the strike. Hong Kutrong laughed and said, Brother Jiang finally makes a move, but with this little strength. I am not afraid. He gathered all his spiritual energy, aura exploding around him. Crowd gasped. This human dragon eruption even a high-level heaven realm would struggle to block. He is finished. In contrast, he remained at ease. He leapt high into the air. He looked directly at Hong Kutrong and said, Foolish. Unexpectedly at that moment, Hong Kutrong had already heavily injured, vomiting blood, both hands trembling. Hong Kutrong cried out in pain. The human dragon is injured. Yet he burst into loud laughter. Brother Jiang is indeed formidable. Even so, in my complete state, I am invincible among peers. He treated it like a cat playing with a mouse, giving a faint mocking smile. Hong Kutrong now had no room to perform. He waved his hand and he flew away like a blade of grass. Time did not allow he to toy long. One decisive strike ended it. Hong Kutrong had not yet understood what happened before coughing blood and collapsing. Heavenly tribulation lightning descended, pressing him flat to the ground, unable to move. He slowly walked over, dragging him up like retrieving a floating corpse. Surrounding cultivators stood dumbfounded, utterly unable to understand what had just occurred. He finished reciting the great compassion mantra and leapt up with blessing, his aura soaring beyond reproach. Earth element erupted, 8 directions confinement tightened. Chains appeared from nowhere binding Hong Kutrong stiff as a trussed pig. He still refused to stop. Unused moves remained, continuing to invoke the water element. Great Empress pool water descended. Hong Kutrong felt himself turned into goods to be handled at his disposal. No one could guess what else he had. Hong Kutrong screamed in despair. Dragon might surged out. He casually unleashed another move. 100 prohibitions formation descended. Bands layered one after another. The spell pressed straight onto Kutrong's head, forcing him flat, unable to move at all. Jumped in and kicked the pig Kutrong repeatedly, muttering a lesson, not listening, satisfied now. Just how many arts does this man master? Spells, formations, barriers, even martial skills. Could he be omnipotent or not even human? Li Ian stood on the high platform, stunned as he watched he all this time. His heart ached as if about to stop. Bitterness filled his chest. A subordinate found it strange and asked, My lord, are you all right? Li Ian did not know how to explain, only replied perfunctorily that he was fine, yet inside he hurt deeply, blaming himself for bringing him into Ba Lan Academy. Suddenly his eyes widened, sensing a mysterious aura circulating. Looking up at the sky, thunder and lightning roared. He was horrified, who is undergoing heavenly tribulation. This cannot be allowed, Li Ian shouted. Ninefold destruction, heavenly tribulation. This is Thien Hong City, even the city lord manor. Do you want to drag us all to be buried with you? He waved his hand, signaling. About this matter, he stammered because he knew it was hard to say. But hiding was impossible, because at this moment he truly needed everyone's help, so he admitted it. 9 Supreme Tribulation Fate is the 9 Destruction Heavenly Tribulation, also called the Great Tao 9 Destruction. Since ancient times, this has rarely appeared, and once it appears, no one has ever passed it. The Iron could only drive he away, leave here quickly. He shook his head and explained, I cannot run. Once the tribulation appears, it is already locked onto me. He loudly announced to everyone, do not blame me in advance. Hong Kutrong insisted on fighting me. Helping me now is saving yourselves. The cultivators erupted in furious curses. What does your heavenly tribulation have to do with us? The Iron stepped forward to persuade him, Brat, you are creating karma. He analyzed sternly, if this heavenly tribulation destroys Thien Hong City and wipes out all living beings here, do you know how heavy your sin will be? He changed his tone, I do not want that either, so you all must help me. The cultivators murmured, if we do not help the whole city is finished. Scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Truly sorry, Li Ian thought inwardly. If this brat destroys the city, the people of Hong Chau will be wiped out. With no other choice, Li Ayan raised his hand and ordered help him. Hong City has existed since ancient times. Inside it hides countless treasures, and it is the symbol of Hong Chau. It cannot collapse. How can we not help? My descendants are still trapped in the city and have not escaped. An old cultivator gritted his teeth and threatened, once you pass the tribulation, I will make you all die. After speaking, he immediately channeled spiritual power to reinforce the defense. Li Ayan also did not hesitate and led the transmission of spiritual power. The heavenly tribulation officially began. Lightning bolts slammed violently into the barrier covering Hong City. Li Ayan resisted until sweat poured down. Seeing Than Lao standing idle, he was astonished. That is your disciple. Why are you still watching? Than Lao replied awkwardly. What can I do? I was injured in battle yesterday. Even lifting a finger is difficult. The cultivator was furious upon hearing this, yet could not find words to refute. The Iron had never felt so desperate. He could only grit his teeth and uphold the barrier, leaving life and death to fate. The power of the tribulation was too terrifying. The barrier began to fill with holes. Lightning struck straight to the ground. He tiptoed and ran quickly. He shouted for support. What are you standing around for? Reinforce the spells. Do you want lightning to kill me? A cultivator replied, because of you we suffer like this. We only protect the lives in the city. You handle yourself. We spoke politely. Inwardly he cursed loudly. If words did not work, then hands would. He unleashed a few threatening moves. If I die today, I will drag a few of you with me. The cultivators turned pale upon hearing that and immediately changed tone. Let us talk calmly. Brothers, stay calm. We will help. Truly, if you do not accept a toast, you must be forced. Only shouting makes them obedient. He lay flat, enjoying the spiritual power being poured into him. Even modestly said, the 9 destruction heavenly tribulation is rarely survived. This little help from you is already precious. As he put on a saintly front, the cultivators feared death even more, pouring out all their spiritual energy and praying he would quickly withdraw his divine ability. Very full power in one strike. A massive surge of energy poured into his body. He absorbed it with delight. The tribulation entered its decisive moment. A colossal bolt of lightning descended. Heaven and earth shook. No one could hear anything clearly. A month later, everything settled. The cultivators struggled to their feet and stared blankly at the scene before them. A figure flickered within the remaining radiance, looking utterly satisfied. He walked toward the ruins of Hong City, passing a few cultivators, who because of him had become unwilling miners. He spoke in praise. Well done. In his hands were the fruits crystallized from the sweat and tears of the entire group. Walking, he suddenly was startled by something unusual. From the rubble, 2 familiar faces looked up, making he immediately show embarrassment. It was Li Ayan leading them, now appointed leader of the Hong City mining team. He could only politely ask, are you all still all right? Heavenly tribulation had dispersed. Sunlight shone brightly again. The cultivators and disciples in the city sighed in relief. It was finally over. A hoarse voice filled with killing intent rang out, calling his name. Hao Dao rushed forward in a wretched state, veins bulging across his face, roaring like a cornered beast. I will kill you. Charged straight at he, making even he somewhat uneasy. After all, the man had contributed to the tribulation. He put on a pitiful face, spreading his empty hands to show he was penniless. He hurriedly called for help. Than Lao, you will protect me. Than Lao smiled faintly. It is only Hao Dao, no need to worry. He thought inwardly, Hao Dao is at the Saint Realm after all. Than Lao being so calm must mean reinforcements from Ba Lan Academy. Hao Dao stepped forward and shouted at Than Lao, your tone is truly bold. He had endured long enough. Old and new debts would be settled today. He must die here. Just as he was about to rush forward, he was blocked by Li Ayan's hand. Li Ayan did not allow Hao Dao to act recklessly and said in a low voice, the pavilion master instructed, as long as he nods to join the heaven and earth pavilion. Pavilion master will accept him as a core disciple. Though outwardly calm, Li Ayan valued he greatly. Hao Dao bitterly thought, the heaven and earth pavilion master, even the Lin Lang pavilion master follows this sect, truly troublesome. Without another word, Li Ayan leapt into the air. He was considered out of danger, his face blooming like a flower, hurriedly bowing in thanks all around. Only Shen Wan still choked with anger, pointing at him and scolding, disaster star, look what you have done to the city. Li Ayan stood midair and tactfully addressed the whole city. Today tribulation was an unforeseen accident. Circulated a restorative technique, spiritual light covering the ruins below. Fortunately, no one died. Please give face to the heaven and earth pavilion and let it pass. The disciples in the city stared wide-eyed, thinking this is truly the power of a saint. Pavilion Master Li Ayan has spoken. A single decree. The Hong ranking was considered arranged. Hong City was rebuilt by Li Ayan under a clear sky. At this moment, Dong Tu also appeared in the sky. Li Ayan casually inquired about the health of the heavenly masters of the Ko Pavilion. Dong Tu respectfully replied, my master is well. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your concern. Following his duty, Dong Tu began announcing the rankings of the Za Hong Assembly. First place Thien Loi, 4th Muhan Van, 10th He, 11th Hong Ku Tra. The results of this year's Za Hong Assembly were clear. There were new promising faces and familiar ones who fell from the seed list. Crowd of disciples felt it was unfair and protested. I refused to accept. If not for he, how would it be like this? At this moment, he only focused on one person, Muhan Van. Dong Tu asked again, since you are present, where exactly are you dissatisfied? Hao Dao stepped out and asked coldly, are you dissatisfied with the organizers or with the Seoul Hong ranking of the martial god continent? Disciples of Ba Lan Academy and the Heaven and Earth Pavilion were left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Having completed his task, Dong Tu waved his hand and said, then I take my leave. In 3 days, the top 100 will enter the far wilderness divine battlefield. Discussions flared up again. Those cursing endlessly all blamed he. Forget it. Being on the top 100 list is enough. Return and prepare for an even fiercer battle. He turned and asked, Than Lao, are we not going? Than Lao shook his head. We cannot go. He had long planned to say this. Now he finally had the chance. The words were like cold water poured over he. The martial pavilion is about to interfere. Hao Dao declared beforehand, you colluded with the 10 ghost successors. You will be dealt with shortly. After speaking, Hao Dao did not hesitate and stepped forward. Facing the 10 ghosts, the atmosphere grew heavy. Hao Dao announced, the Za Hong assembly has ended. The 10 ghosts should depart. Worried for his brothers and shouted loudly, Jiang Lu. But Hao Dao's slash had just been released when it was blocked by an uninvited person. The person's cold gaze locked onto Hao Dao, making him halt. His earlier confidence vanished, and he asked, who are you? That person was Vo Kui of the 10 ghosts. He calmly greeted, Deputy Pavilion Master Hao, long time no see. One who should have appeared last finally showed himself. At least Jiang Lu was safe. Hao Dao gritted his teeth. So it is you, Vo Kui. Lai Ian had remained silent from the beginning. At this moment he also made his stance clear. The man signaled to retreat. Thien Dia Kak would not interfere in the grudges of the martial world. Hao Dao angrily shouted, Vo Kui, today Thien Hong Than will be the place where you are buried. But Vo Kui was not alone. Behind him appeared the hand of a woman. Thuat Kui, one of the 10 ghosts, also revealed herself to support her senior brother. The group of cultivators could not help but feel alarmed. Even Thuat Kui had arrived. Dealing with one of the 10 ghosts was already exhausting. Now with another it became even more troublesome. Hao Dao frowned, then let out a cold smile. Today was truly lively. The vice pavilion master of Vo Kak, Tiat An, appeared, showing no fear toward the 10 ghosts, and said coldly, then today we will settle it all at once. Cultivators were stunned. Another vice pavilion master of Vo Kak, Tiat An, heavens, today Vo Kak had revealed 2 of them. Jiang Lu muttered softly, Saint Slayer Tiat An. Only now did Than Lao interject. How long had it been since Hong Chao had stirred like this? Junior brother Tiat An, it has been a long time since we met. Today do you need to make a few more cuts? The monk widened his eyes and cried out, what is this, junior brother of Than Lao? Could he truly be the direct disciple of Than Tu? Tiat An was visibly delighted to meet an old acquaintance. Than Kong En Hat, my good senior brother, my dear elder brother. Than Lao sneered. The old ancestor should have crippled a traitor like you back then, killing father and son alike. Is there anyone in this world you have not dared to strike? Struck at his sore spot, Tiat An flew into a rage. He replied coldly, those who deserve death will be killed, that is my path. The Than Kong En Hat clan stubbornly goes against the tide, refusing to bow to Vo Kak. If this continues, they will destroy themselves sooner or later. I chose this road only to leave the clan a sliver of hope. Where was I wrong? Than Lao had long harbored hatred for that man. He charged straight forward, enough talk, fight. 2 senior brothers who once fought side by side in their youth, Than Lao and Tiat An, now in this chaotic age became mortal enemies, clashing in a battle to the death. Hao Dao kept his eyes fixed on Jiang then, his voice hoarse. Once the Thap Kui are dealt with, I will handle you next. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot toward Vo Kui, who was already prepared to meet him in battle. Punch heavy as a mountain crashed down. Vo Kui struggled to block it. In the end, the power of the Thap Kui was still 1 level below Vo Kak. Seizing a brief lull, Jiang Lu ran over and asked, boss, what now? Jiang then replied calmly, relax. Than Lao is not dead, neither am I. Jiang Lu was still worried, but you are trapped here. If Vo Kak brings more experts who will shield you, the Thap Kui are down to 2. Lai Ian and Hao Dao are fighting and have no time to spare. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh echoed from the sky. Lao Bok and the little princess appeared. In this world there is nothing I, Bok Chuangda, cannot interfere with. Grandfather and granddaughter arrived at the perfect moment, not a second too soon or late. Jiang Lu was so overjoyed he nearly cried, fighting as he shouted the princess' name, Bok Fong Ngu. Bok Chuangda stepped beside Jiang then. Let me remove the restriction on you first. Just as he was about to chant to break the seal, a hidden weapon tore through the air from afar. Lao Bok dodged easily. but the attack prevented him from immediately helping Jiang then. Chuangda frowned. I did not expect an uninvited guest to interfere. Who is it? Everyone looked ahead. A man leaning on a cane stepped out. No, it was an entire group. The expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter instantly grew tense. Vocak first chief patron, Tu Nin, forbidden arts master. Vocak second chief patron, Tu Bang. Crowd erupted in whispers. Powerful figures had gathered densely. The two strongest chief patrons of Vocak had both appeared, along with a forbidden arts master. Nearly half of Vocak top experts were present. Bok Chuangda stood in front without courtesy. Jiang then is the benefactor of my granddaughter. With me here, none of you will even think of touching him. Bok Fong and Gu worried for her grandfather. This is bad. You were once gravely injured and your cultivation has not recovered to the saint realm. How can you fight the saints of Vocak? The old forbidden arts master woman spun magic in her hand and sneered, White Emperor. If you have lived enough, I will send you to your rest. Jiang then thought to himself, this old man knew the danger yet still came. I will remember this favor. Tu Nin and Tu Bang also prepared to charge, intending to gang up 3 against 1 and knock Lao Bok flat. At that moment Than Lao rushed over. Still pursued by Tiat An from behind, he thought to himself, that brat is in trouble. Than Lao roared, Than Kong Enhat ask whether the 2 chief patrons dare to battle me. Tu Nin and Tu Bang replied coldly, we will kill you first then deal with that brat. In any case, he cannot escape. Taking advantage of Tiat An restraining Than Lao, the 2 Vocak experts leapt up and hurled stones. The assault locked Than Lao in place, forming a vicious pincer attack. Even while fighting, Than Lao immediately realized, those 2 are playing dirty. Jiang then clearly saw Than Lao fall into extreme danger. He could no longer stand by and watch. Summoning all his strength, Jiang then desperately tried to break the forbidden spell, though he knew it was nearly impossible. But compared to watching Than Lao be besieged and killed, he could not endure it. Damn it, break for me. Jiang then suddenly froze. A drop of blood fell from somewhere and struck his face. He looked up, a rain of blood poured down in torrents. A saint had fallen, cries of shock rang everywhere. The sky seemed to split as someone was about to fall. 2 currents of aura slammed into the ground and exploded in devastation. In the end, who had been defeated? As the smoke cleared, Tiat An and Tu Bang were revealed. One with a broken leg, one missing an arm, covered in blood. Than Lao hat lay in a pool of blood. Jiang then was startled to see Than Lao sitting before him. Clutching his wounded chest, he shouted, Than Lao. Only Tu Nin remained uninjured. He slipped behind Than Lao and thrust forward. Than Kong Enhat your life ends here. Jiang then roared, Than Lao, be careful. Than Lao had exhausted his strength beneath the rain of blood. He considered that he had fulfilled his promise to Jiang then. Before closing his eyes, he whispered, brat, take care of yourself. Jiang then was like a madman. Since stepping into battle, he had never felt so powerless. Gripping the forbidden seal, he roared to the heavens, no, Than Lao. But before Tu Nin could savor triumph, a figure appeared and calmly commanded, stop. Tu Nin could not believe it. Someone dared to interfere. Tried to stab again, but his whole body stiffened. What is happening? Why can I not move? The stranger glided behind Tu Nin and leisurely introduced himself. Than Kong Enhat clan. Than Kong and Ho Sin. Than Kong and Ho Sin opened his icy eyes and cupped his hands. Please enlighten me. Crowd was stunned. Is that the old ancestor of the Than Kong Enhat clan? That old man is still alive. Than Kong and Ho Sin stepped before Tiat An. He showed no fear at all. Than Kong Enhat Sin spoke. Back then I expelled you from the clan. I did not expect you to sink even deeper. A man like you who does not repent, reach out your hand. Surely no one has the authority to interfere. Than Kong Enhat Sin pronounced judgment. Then there is no place for you in this world. The pressure crushed Tiat An. His head flattened. A death without a whole corpse. He exploded into a mass of blood and flesh. The crowd fell deathly silent. Dead just like that. That was the deputy pavilion master of Vocak, worthy of the famed blood hand scholar of Hong Chao. Now that I have emerged, Than Kong Enhat there has no path of retreat. From today in Hong Chao, aside from the Thap Dai Hok Fujia, it will be decided by the Than Kong Enhat clan. After speaking, he walked toward Jiang then, ignoring Tu Nin standing rigid like a statue. Next, it is Vocak turn. Than Kong and Ho Sin coldly declared the outcome, Vocak. Erase your name from Hong Chao. Tu Nin sneered, you want Vocak to withdraw from Hong Chao. Than Tu, I fear you are not strong enough. If you dare act, the supreme elders will not sit idle. Than Tu remained unmoved and spoke clearly. Below the God realm, I am invincible. Above the God realm, 1 for 1. If they wish to act, I am ready to trade lives. Do they dare? Ho Lam Lang Van Thien is trapped in the 9th forbidden land and can barely protect himself. Do you think he will come to save you? Tu Nin fell silent. The crowd felt chills listening. Above the God realm, 1 for 1, just how far has Than to cultivation reached? Though still a saint, his strategy has far surpassed saints. At this moment, Than Lao suddenly felt better and spoke. Everyone returned. It would be a pity if such grand mountains collapsed. Picked up his hat and put it on properly. I am already this old. I want to admire a bit more scenery, lest I regret it in the next life. Tu Nin and Tu Bang could only retreat silently. Tu Nin supported Tu Bang. They were not reckless fools. After all, he was the deputy pavilion master. Taking Tu Bang away and waiting for a chance for revenge was the best plan. Tu Nin did not bother to greet his opponent. Let us go. Than Lao now beamed brightly and announced to everyone, everything is under control. Turning to his room, Jiang then was startled when Than Tu suddenly appeared before him. He turned and asked directly, Than Tu, why have you appeared here? Than Tu replied calmly, the young master of the Jiang family was sent to Tone Tun Jiao. How did he rise overnight? 3,000 years ago, there was also a Jiang then. An old monster like Than Tu who had lived so long, nothing could escape his eyes. He asked directly, that person is you, is it not? Jiang then was stunned, knowing he could hardly conceal it from this man. Than Tu clearly did not need his nod to be fully certain. He sighed softly, even if I know, this matter will not harm Jiang then. Jiang then spoke frankly, peering into heavenly secrets defies the heavens. At best it brings grave injury, at worst death, no need to guess, if I tell you so what. He openly confirmed it. Than Tu was also the first to know this secret. I am the heavenly god. That moment, the heavenly tribulation seemed enraged and descended upon Jiang then residence once more. Than Tu raised his hand, pointed straight at the sky and softly shouted, suppress. A terrifying force erupted. With a mere casual wave of his hand, he halted the heavenly tribulation. Than Tu spoke in a deep voice. One who has died yet reincarnated and been reborn defies the heavenly Tao and will inevitably be investigated. You dare to admit your identity. You truly have courage. Jiang then had only one doubt left. Why do you know my identity? Than Tu answered, the old heavenly master of Thien Ko Kak deduced it. The old heavenly master of Thien Ko Kak could see the past and predict the future. The greatest diviner of Vo than Dai Lu. Even Vo Kak had to show him respect. He said your past was divine radiance, a divine king. Yet your future is darkness, a bottomless hell. Jiang then was startled. If his identity had been deduced, then exposure was only a matter of time. When that happened, the enemies in Ku Tiu than Jioi would be even more terrifying than those in Vo than Dai Lu. Than Tu voice rang out as if reading his thoughts. No need to worry. The old heavenly master is already dead. Than Tu spoke frankly, I killed him, for the sake of heavenly secrets. Jiang then was astonished. Why would Than Tu protect me to such an extent? Than Tu explained, if I did not kill you, someone else would. I merely sent you on the first stretch of the road. That was what I told the heavenly master before he died. Than Tu concluded, this way no one else will know your secret. Jiang then understood he owed a great favor. He asked directly, then what do you want me to do? Than Tu coughed lightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. My strength can no longer hold much longer, so I wish to gamble once in these final days. See whether I can open a future for myself and the Than Kong Enhat talk. He stated clearly, I want you to become a god before I die. Than Tu put forward a condition, preserve my life. A god preserving a man, that was his demand. And to further explain, only divine power can save me. Thinking of the situation of the Than Kong Enhat talk, Than Tu was resolute. As long as I live, this clan will not perish. Than Tu continued, for you becoming a god is only a matter of time. Jiang then asked in return, but the premise is that I must live. What can you help me with? Than Tu replied firmly, unless I die, no one under heaven will dare touch you. The reputation of the Than Kong Enhat talk will also grant you countless opportunities to cultivate. Jiang then pondered. With Than Tu protection, he could indeed avoid many troubles. Moreover, the Than Kong Enhat talk had already helped him greatly. Thinking back to earlier, Than Lao had nearly lost his life because of him. Jiang then let out a long yawn, leaving Than Tu torn between laughter and tears. The young man spoke ambiguously. With your words I am at ease, let it be for now. I am going back to sleep. Than Tu asked again, so you agree? Jiang then nodded, agree, you may go back. Than Tu looked at him, countless thoughts swirling in his heart. In the end he left, leaving behind a sliver of hope. Very well, I will wait and see. A woman dressed in royal attire, her body swaying and covered in blood, appeared at the door. She pounded on it loudly, open the door, open the door. Still groggy, Jiang then opened the door and shouted, who is it? So early and not letting anyone sleep. But he immediately froze when he clearly saw the person before him. A young woman with unfamiliar features, certainly not from here. She weakly pleaded, save me, please save me. After speaking, she fainted from exhaustion. Her body fell straight into Jiang Than's arms. He panicked, hey, do not. As he caught her, his hand touched a softness that startled him. So soft. Spreading his hand, he saw it covered in blood. This young woman was gravely injured. Jiang then hurriedly carried her inside, laid her on the bed, and considered a solution. He could not understand who would be so vicious. Without further hesitation, Jiang then immediately circulated spiritual power and transferred it to her. While casting the spell, a rebound force struck him like an electric shock. Jiang then stepped back, looking at the strange aura enveloping her body. This is. He immediately recognized it. Overlord physique, an extremely rare innate defensive constitution. Jiang then gaze changed completely. I have picked up a treasure. After a period of treatment and seeing her gradually stabilize, Jiang then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully applied medicine to her external wounds. The pain made the young woman moan softly, her body stirring slightly. She gradually awakened and slowly opened her eyes. Jiang then used spiritual energy to probe her internal organs. The young woman tensed from the pain. He was astonished. Externally, they were only light wounds, but internally her meridians were severed, her bones shattered, even her acupoints were sealed. The only way was to transmit power and activate the overlord physique to let it heal itself. Seeing her lying obediently like a kitten, Jiang then thought to himself, fortunate that you met me. He gently stroked her cheek. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to save you. After speaking, he pressed his forehead to hers and cast the technique of spiritual transfer. The young woman recovered visibly, her complexion gradually flushing as she became fully conscious. Opening her eyes, she gave a soft cry. As she felt true chi surging through her body, spiritual energy seeped into her wounds, causing them to heal instantly. Her body seemed to absorb new strength and grow far more powerful. She was stunned. Am I advancing? Jiang then replied tiredly, you are activating the overlord physique. From now on you are a true overlord. The young woman sprang up and asked, are you Jiang then? He was startled. How does she know my name? Is she here to cause trouble or to get acquainted? But she said nothing further and merely cupped her hands. She knelt down and kowtowed to the ground, her voice full of pleading, master above, please accept this disciple bow. Jiang then stood there stunned without reacting in time. That moment a sharp pain struck his chest. He clutched himself, feeling extremely unwell. Seeing her master in a strange state and coughing blood, the young woman rushed over in panic. Master. She suddenly understood. Why has master cultivation fallen below the king realm? Could it be because he saved me? Overwhelmed with worry, she blamed herself. What should I do? It is I who caused master cultivation to decline. Jiang then unconsciously reached out and gently touched his disciple cheek. The frail girl blushed and softly called master. Jiang then looked at his new disciple and took a deep breath to reassure her. Do not be afraid, there is a way. I expended cultivation to save your life. You will use a portion of the overlord power to assist my cultivation. From now on we are officially master and disciple. Call me master, and I will protect you to the end. Frail girl nodded secretly. Jiang then heart rejoiced as if he had found gold. Many could beg and still not obtain the power of the overlord. After forming the contract, Jiang then asked, disciple, the master-disciple contract is complete. How do you feel? The frail girl answered honestly, a little nauseous, and I even crave something sour. Jiang then coughed lightly. Do not say it like that. It easily makes others misunderstand. Jiang then returned to the main matter. I must rebuild the cultivation I lost. You guard me. The frail girl respectfully obeyed. Next morning, Jiang then fully recovered and let out a breath of relief. His aura burst forth as his cultivation returned to the king realm. Jiang then opened his eyes and began a new day. Than Lao's unpleasant face almost made him choke. Brat, not bad. One night and you are back to the king realm. Tiu Than Jayat also poked his head in. Master, good morning. Jiang then blurted out, why are you all here? Than Lao raised an eyebrow. If not here, then where? He agreed clearly, yet you still ask foolishly. Than Lao shook his head. If I did not come, would you forget that today you enter the Hong then Dao Truong? Only then did Jiang then remember. Than Lao went straight to the point. Clouds gather from all directions. Heavenly talents assemble. The 100 strongest talents of the 7 great continents are all present, competing for the Hong then Dao Truong. The victor gains the support of the Hong then, and in battle will harvest considerable fortune. Than Lao glanced at him. You even dared to rebuild your realm right before departure. Jiang then shrugged. Are you not all still here? He stepped out the door and frowned slightly. Why do I feel something strange? Looking into the space, Jiang then was puzzled. Why is the heavenly aura of Hong Chao so scarce? If so, how did I return to the king realm yesterday? He could not guess blindly. He could still sense the power of Xu and Huang. Jiang then expanded his spatial perception to see what was truly going on. The myriad phenomena of the void unfolded clearly before his eyes. After a moment, Jiang then froze. What is this? When was the dragon vein fortune of Hong Chao severed? Once the dragon vein is cut, heaven and earth are incomplete and fortune dries up. How can Hong Chao still exist? While he was thinking, he saw a shadow flash beneath the moon. Jiang then was startled. What was that? He stood dumbfounded at the door. Severing the dragon vein, even becoming a god might not achieve that. Who possesses such strength? Seeing him standing blankly, Than Lao knocked him on the head. What are you still standing there for? Are you planning to make this old man and 2 disciples wait forever? 3 were ready and waiting only for him. Jiang then replied, got it. I will tidy up a bit. Jiang then calculated silently. The matter of the dragon vein being severed should not be mentioned for now. It would only cause panic. Than Lao led the 3 into a passage deep within the forest. Tiu Than Giant asked doubtfully, Master. We take the wrong path. There is no one here, only a deep pit. Looking down into the pit, Enhuak Tiu exclaimed, It looks like a Dao field below. Yang then reminded softly, Be careful, do not fall. Than Lao explained, The Hong Then Dao Truong lies below. You must pass through a special formation to enter. If you charge recklessly, the barrier will crush you. Once inside, stay low and quietly seize your fortune. At this time, several other cultivators had already gathered. So this is the entrance to the Hong Then Dao Truong. They whispered among themselves, This feels off. It looks unusual. Be careful. Falling down is suicide. When they recognized Jiang, then the group was shocked. Heavens, why is he here? He entered the heavenly ranking too. Stay away. That is a wanted criminal of vocab. Even a remote place like this can hold such a person. They sneered, Ha, even our dogs would not come. Several more arrogant figures arrived, their numbers overwhelming Jiang then. A Hong Chao cultivator shouted angrily, Who are you calling a dog? Monkey-faced man sneered, I made it clear and you still do not understand. The brains of Hong Chao are truly laughable. Is this the top 100 talents of Hong Chao? In Nam Chao, I would not even make the top 500. The Hong Chao cultivator growled, How would you know who is stronger without fighting? Is the venerable realm that impressive? You have picked the wrong target. The Hong Chao cultivators grew excited, attacked. Show them the strength of Hong Chao. They circulated energy and set up a formation above the Dong Chao group, unleashing the king's slaying sword. Dong Chao showed no courtesy. The leader flicked his finger in signal. The sword formation shattered instantly. He sneered, Is that all? I have not even used spiritual energy and you dare act fierce. A monkey-faced man flashed behind a Hong Chao cultivator, freezing him in place. A cold slash swept past. Blood sprayed and a head fell to the ground, clean and ruthless, using the severed head as a warning. Curled his lip in contempt, a bunch of trash. The Hong Chao cultivators panicked. How can this be? That was a top 100 talent killed in one move. Yang then glanced over. The opponent was at the peak of the venerable realm. The monkey-faced man laughed loudly. Is that all garbage? Another roared in fury. Damn it. He charged forward recklessly. I will stake my life against you. A streak of Chuan Huang power shot out and blocked him. It was Jiang then. He spoke. Stop. You are not his opponent. The monkey-faced man burst into laughter. The country bumpkin knows his place. Only at the king realm. Come to Dong Chao and Big Brother will teach you. Huok Tiu trembled with anger on behalf of her master. She shouted loudly, My master does not need your teaching. He is 100 times stronger than you. The Dong Chao group laughed even harder. Ha ha. Trash even brings a stunning beauty. That figure alone is fragrant just to imagine. Tiu Than Giant pulled En Huok Tiu back and shook his head. The monkey-faced man continued to mock. That beauty is not bad either. Offer her to me and I will spare your life. Yang then sneered, Spare my life. He flashed and appeared in an instant. Xuan Huang power had already gathered in his hand. A streak brushed across the monkey-faced man head, light as a breeze. His companions widened their eyes. Heavens, so fast. What just happened? The monkey-faced man still did not understand and frowned. Hey Jiang then, what are you doing on my head? And he felt a chill at his neck and let out a soft grunt. Jiang then clenched his fist. Instant, 1,000-pound annihilation. The monkey-faced man head exploded. Monkey head burst apart before his followers, the scene leaving them numb with fear. The Hong Chao cultivators were utterly confused. When did he strike? Jiang then appeared like a ghost. A heaven chosen was killed in one blow, and the one who acted was only at the king realm. Than Lao narrowed his eyes. When did this brat comprehend a new method? Both speed and strength are not bad. Jiang then raised his hand as destruction fire ignited. Next one. His killing gaze swept across the Dong Chao monkeys, who, the Dong Chao cultivators, stood stiff. None dared make a sound. Voice from Nam Chao mocked. Killed by a king realm in a counterattack. The venerable realm talents of Dong Chao are nothing more. This Nam Chao group was no different from hybrid apes. Dong Chao gives birth to monkey like gods. Nam Chao looks like distant relatives. The leading ape sneered, I want to see for myself. He circulated energy and displayed his aura. How long can you stay arrogant? His followers lifted their chins confidently. Once the earth realm acts, no matter how strong the king realm is, it is useless. Jiang then thought to himself, indeed none of the 100 talents entering the Hong Then Dao Truong are easy to deal with. He also calculated, having just absorbed some overlord power, if converted temporarily he could still fight a battle. The Nam Chao ape charged like lightning. His speed was truly that of a savage ape. His eyes were full of disdain, not taking Jiang then seriously at all. He roared and swung a 1,000-pound punch die. The signature blazing flame fist of Nam Chao crashed down, the ground exploding. Jiang then stood unmoving, waving his hand as if brushing off dust. En Huok Tiu and Tiu Than Giant anxiously tried to rush forward, but were stopped by Than Lao. Stay calm. Than Lao said calmly, if he dares to take the blow, he must be prepared. Even if you go up, you cannot fight an Earth Realm talent. Ape laughed arrogantly. Under my fist, no one survives unless he... Suddenly, his eyes widened and his throat tightened. Within the dust, Jiang Then figure gradually emerged. He was completely unharmed. Jiang Then stepped out with his body intact. That full-force blow did not even shake a strand of hair. The ape and his followers stared in shock. How can this be? Immediately realized, Overlord, what is going on? Does he have Overlord power? Even the Heaven Realm struggles to break Overlord defense. Where did he obtain such a technique? Even Than Lao was confused. Only Enhuoc knew this secret. She looked at her master with proud eyes. Than Lao calculated silently, using Overlord power to block a lethal Earth Realm strike, but his body. Jiang then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stepped forward as his Dao soul roared into manifestation. My turn. The Nam Chao ape stiffened. Moments ago he had been disdainful, now no one could save him. His eyes turned bloodshot as he lunged at Jiang Then like a night demon. The gate of death has opened. Punch slammed straight into the ape head. This time Jiang Then let him die relatively intact. Teeth flew everywhere as blood gushed from his mouth. Jiang Then gathered all his strength and grabbed the top of his head. This punch is returned to you. Next punch struck straight into his abdomen, bones shattering. The ape let out the howl of a dying beast as blood sprayed like a fountain. The massive body was blasted far away, tumbling through the air. The cultivators hesitantly approached to see the outcome. The ape lay flattened, dead with eyes wide open. Everyone shuddered. A heaven chosen of the Earth Realm defeated by the King Realm. What kind of monster? Enhuoc and Tiu Than Jiat ran over. Master, are you all right? The cultivators whispered. Defeating the Earth Realm like this is too unreasonable. Perhaps he used some evil technique to raise his cultivation. Look at the two beauties beside him. I thought they spoke softly, yet Enhuoc heard every word. She clenched her fists. You all. The Nam Chao group burned with hatred over their ape leader death and refused to let Jiang Then leave, shouting his name. You dare kill a heaven chosen of Nam Chao. Today we will take your life. The whole group charged at once. Jiang Then sensed the situation was turning bad. Than Lao spoke coldly. Do you take our Ba Lan Academy as heir? Before he finished, a shout rang out. Stop. A Grand Master appeared amid radiance, blocking the Nam Chao group. Is that not Grand Master Min Ai? He has come to the Hong Then Dao Truong as one of the overseers. The Nam Chao group pointed angrily. Grand Master Min Ai. He killed our disciple. This debt cannot be ignored. Move aside. They placed their hands on the Grand Master's shoulder, yet he did not move at all, leaving them astonished. Grand Master Min Ai cast a cold glance. Oh. He cupped his hands in a Buddhist salute. His voice gentle. Young ones are ignorant. I will not blame you. His other hand extended as golden light shot forward. Golden radiance tore through the air, carrying a violent gale. The Nam Chao group was blown away in all directions. The Hong Chao cultivators were horrified by such power. Jiang Then looked toward Grand Master Min Ai, yet remained silent. Jiang Then narrowed his eyes. Great saint, peak saint. Just as he was thinking, a Nam Chao man rushed forward shouting Jiang Then. Seeing him attack from behind, Dao Kui and Triu Mo Tu cried out in alarm. It was too late. Jiang Then was struck heavily in the back and fell straight into the deep pit. Dao Kui and Triu Mo Tu rushed to pull him back. They only grabbed a piece of his clothing that slipped from their hands. Losing balance, the two fell down after him. Tiu Than Jiat and Enhuoc cried out in panic. Master. Than Lao was also horrified. Jiang Then, Dao Kui, Triu Mo Tu. The Nam Chao disciple who saw his scheme succeed laughed madly. Enhuoc and Tiu Than Jiat collapsed to their knees weeping. Master. He grew even more excited. No one has ever survived the 10,000 Zhang abyss. Jiang Then is surely dead. Senior brother, I have avenged you. Than Lao erupted with killing intent and flashed before him. His voice was cold to the bone. You dared touch a disciple of Ba Lan Academy. Do you know the consequences? The disciple turned pale and staggered back in extreme fear. Suddenly Than Lao body stiffened. His expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Grand Master Kui Min raised his head, his gaze directed toward the sky. Corner of his lips lifted in a faint smile. Someone has arrived. Immediately a foot landed beside Than Lao, and an overbearing voice rang out. What consequences? The ones who appeared were elders of a Nam Chao sect, their faces ferocious and voices threatening. People of Hong Chao have quite the tone. The Nam Chao disciple regained his courage and pointed at the Hong Chao cultivators. Kill them. They caused the death of our senior brother. Grand Master Kui Min sighed, his voice still calm. Those who have come are not only them. Everyone looked up at once and saw the sky turn dark red as a black crack appeared and slowly split open. The Nam Chao disciple who had pushed Jiang Then into the pit turned pale with fear. In the next moment, his entire body burst into fierce flames, and a miserable scream rang out. The two elders were horrified at the sight. This is the aura of a saint when comprehending the heaven-man realm. Then they roared in anger. Who dares kill before us Nam saints? Get out here. From the crack in the sky, A streak of blue light shot straight down. The one who appeared was Than-Tu. He rushed toward the 10,000 Zhang abyss and coldly threatened, "If those three die, none of you five will live." Than-Tu's eyes widened. As his body descended, it was blasted back by a massive beam of light. Than-Tu was shocked and spat another mouthful of blood. "This is a taboo." Fell to the ground, grinding his teeth in fury and unwillingness. The elders immediately surrounded him and shouted fiercely, "What are you to speak to us like that? You are merely a saint." The first time being humiliated like this, Than-Tu wiped the blood from his lips. "You all must die." He stood upright as blue spiritual power erupted around him. Like a massive storm, it swept through and blasted those reckless elders away. Deep beneath the 10,000 Zhang abyss, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Jiang then sat up and looked around. Seeing Dao Kui and Triomo-Tu had also awakened. Dao Kui was bewildered. Where is this place? Triomo-Tu bumped into something and groaned in pain. Three discovered they were sitting on a boat, drifting above a river red as blood. Sheer cliffs surrounded them on all sides. Triomo-Tu asked doubtfully, "Hong than Dao Truong." He observed the surroundings. "I heard this place is like a fairy realm, but this looks no different from hell." As he spoke, he bent to pick up a wine gourd. Jiang then face turned pale and he shouted, "Wait." Triomo-Tu paused and turned back in confusion. "Brother Jiang, my wine gourd fell. What monk in this world does not drink?" Jiang then gestured for silence and lowered his voice. "Look ahead." Triomo-Tu and Dao Kui turned their heads at once and gaped. Before the bow stood a colossal ship. It was filled with people, yet all stood motionless. Jiang then said in a low voice, "They are all Saint Realm, moreover." Three quickly stepped onto the great ship and saw rows of human statues before them. The statues were neatly arranged, as if guarding something. Jiang then moved deeper inside and saw a colossal golden pillar. The pillar was carved with yin-yang trigrams as spiritual energy surged. Jiang then eyes widened as a conjecture flashed in his mind. Dong Thang, Imperial Dynasty. Triomo-Tu spoke from behind. The Dong Thang Imperial Dynasty once ruled Vo then Dai Luke and vanished overnight. Jiang then was stunned. Before I reincarnated, it had already disappeared. Could it have drifted here for 10,000 years? Jiang then rested his chin in thought while placing his other hand on the pillar. They have fallen into stillness for who knows how long. His palm touched something sharp and cold as fresh blood seeped out. The golden pillar suddenly blazed with light. The three raised their heads. "What is this?" That moment, cracks appeared on the distant statues. Cracks spread as the stone statues shattered into fragments. A massive collapse followed, dust filling the air. Okui's face changed as he shouted in panic, "Look quickly, that is." The great ship continued to drift, drawing closer to a colossal volcano. Then the Hong than Dao Truong, Tiu Than Jiat and the others were guarding around a pit. Suddenly, disciples of Dong Hong appeared and launched a surprise attack on the three. And Huok Tiu immediately leaped forward and threw a thunderous punch. The opponent's face twisted from the blow as blood spurted out. He panicked. "Impossible, I am ranked 10th among Dong Chao talents. How could I lose to a Hong Chao dog?" Being called a dog, and Huok Tiu's face turned icy. "This place is ours now. If you want to die, I will send you off." She spoke, her palm glowed purple. The Dong Hong group still mocked. "Tiny Hong Chao dares claim fortune. Be careful you do not lose your purity." Before they finished speaking, En Huok Tiu struck the back of his neck with one palm and knocked him down. Looking at the corpse on the ground, En Huok Tiu radiated cold intent and flicked her wrist with a snort seeking death. At the same time, a figure quietly observed from the sky. The corner of his mouth curled up. Hong Chao, quite interesting. Back to Jiang then, the three were astonished. Why did everything suddenly shatter? Was it not intact just now? Triomo-Tu speculated. Perhaps they have completed some mission. Jiang then rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Stillness cannot last forever. They drifted for 10,000 years to reach the immortal city. Yet in the end, they still saw no hope. He approached the stone statues. Triomo-Tu trembled. "Brother Jiang." Jiang then closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "Wait, meeting his fate. They drifted for 10,000 years because of obsession and deserve respect." Triomo-Tu stood frozen with sweat pouring down. "This cannot be Jiang then." Then he pointed beside him and shouted, "There is someone next to you." Jiang then was startled and also sensed a cold aura. Shouted loudly, "Why did you not say so earlier?" Turning around, Jiang then saw a girl with a fiery figure, flames covering her body, and the shadow of a cauldron above her head. Jiang then eyes widened. Three words flashed in his mind. Demon-suppressing cauldron, said to have existed since the dawn of heaven and earth. There was once a cauldron that suppressed countless evils and sealed the demon race beneath the 9 mountains. But after the great chaos, the 9 mountains vanished and the cauldron was lost. The demon race had never appeared since. Looking at the girl before him, Jiang then suddenly understood. The fortune of Hong Chao was severed. Could it be because of the demon race? Realizing this, Jiang then immediately grabbed Dao Kui and Triomo-Tu by the collars and pulled them away at high speed. While dragging them, he shouted, "Retreat quickly. This is the 9 mountains, not a place for jokes." Dao Kui, still confused, asked rapidly, 9 mountains. Then that woman is the legendary demon race. Were they not suppressed beneath the mountains? Jiang then shouted angrily, how would I know? Then casually took out a talisman and threw it forward. Jiang then analyzed that even before his ascension, he had never seen a demon race, and the one before him at least had saint cultivation. Talisman shot out as soon as it left his hand, forming a radiant shield. The shield expanded and stood between the demon girl and the 3 of them. Xiaomo turned pale and cried out, Brother, Jiang, what now? Jiang then stood still and said helplessly, I have set up 20 layers of defense. It can stall a great saint for a while. Jiang then turned back, his gaze sorrowful yet resolute. If not we die together, at least we will have company on the Yellow Springs. Okui and Triomo trembled in fear. Brother Jiang, wake up. The demon girl slowly approached the shield and placed her hand upon it, then spoke of the past. When chaos first opened the heavens, our sacred race proclaimed itself emperor. Yet we were mistaken as the demon race. A sage sacrificed his life to forge the demon-suppressing cauldron and forced our race into the blood sea. Her palm pressed lightly, and the shield cracked and shattered like glass. The demon girl looked at Jiang then and asked with sorrow why. 3 stared at the broken shield with sweat pouring like rain. In their minds the same question echoed, why? The demon girl stepped forward with purple light in her palm. Triomo hurriedly raised his hands to block and stammered, Senior, please calm down. She waved her hand, and 3 purple beams shot straight into their foreheads. Images appeared in their sea of consciousness, beginning with the great war of the past. Because of one mistake, the sacred race was labeled the demon race. The world believed the demon race betrayed all beings. The scene shifted as humanity surged forward to attack. Heavens, do not come closer. Jiang then was stunned. This is a memory imprint. She is not merely Saint Realm. This is clearly divine power. The girl voice echoed. We preserved the last spark of incense and were called traitors. In the end, she ordered a retreat. The 3 stood outside watching as only a few figures remained from the crowd. How laughable, only the Dong Thang imperial dynasty of later generations understood the truth and sought to come here to unseal our sacred race. Her voice filled with pain. The sacred race did nothing wrong. Why are people so ignorant? The 3 clutched their chests and gasped as if they had lived through it themselves. Jiang then was inwardly shocked. Memory imprints cannot be forged, yet he remained cautious. He asked sternly, are your words true? How can we believe you? And what are the immortal city and the foreign race? Demon girl folded her arms and replied simply, why would I lie to you? She continued, all spells, techniques, formations, and barriers are useless against the sacred race. Jiang then looked back and saw his talismans burn to ashes. Afraid he still doubted, she flashed before Jiang then and examined him. Your aptitude is enough to enter the immortal city, especially you. Being stared at so closely, Jiang then flushed and felt his nose heat up. Inwardly he roared that his disguise had fallen again. Jiang then hurriedly steadied himself and stepped back, wiping his nosebleed as he asked, then Senior, how do we leave and how can we help you? The girl slowly asked in return, do you truly believe me if I am released outside? I have already destroyed the divine king of this continent. Triomo and Dao Kui were terrified and clung to Jiang then legs crying, Brother Jiang, stay away from her. Yes, do not be bewitched. You still have many disciples. Yet in the end they could not stop him. Jiang then still flew straight to the mountain peak. Upon arrival, he unleashed spiritual power and shattered the demon-suppressing cauldron while quickly analyzing its structure in his mind. It only required the aura of living beings from Vo, then Dailuk to destroy it. The demon girl stared at Jiang then in astonishment, not expecting him to help her. Through the smoke, Jiang then spoke. I believe the blood and tears of those killed will not lie, moreover. He paused with sympathetic eyes. I have not been spared from betrayal myself. At that moment, the wooden barrels above began to tremble violently. Jiang then looked up in surprise. What is this? The demon girl sighed and shook her head. They finally could not overcome time. Just as they emerged, they crumbled. But for Vo then Dailuk, we accept it willingly. Triomo and Dao Kui sat down on the ground, staring upward speechless. Seeing time was short, she waved her hand to create an energy gate. Enough, do not let my demon race suffer more. I will go see the current Vo then Dailuk and take you out as well. Jiang then cupped his hands and said, from now on there is no demon race, only us. Revering demons as saints. The girl widened her eyes in shock. Revering demons as saints, she repeated before regaining composure. She lowered her head, her voice moved, thank you. 3 stepped through the gate and fell straight to the ground. Triomo used Dao Kui as a cushion. Triomo scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It does not hurt at all. Dao Kui angrily pushed him away and shouted, damn monk, are you trying to crush me? 2 stood up and did not see Jiang then. They looked around. Hey, where is the boss? At that moment, Jiang then slowly opened his eyes. Found himself lying in a sea of flowers. Where is this place? Jiang then walked forward into the dense forest. Felt slightly uneasy inside. The 2 of them had no idea where they had wandered off to. Now he was only at the upper king realm if someone came looking for trouble. Suddenly, movement echoed from the river beside them. A green-haired girl with a fiery figure rose from the water, completely naked. Jiang then stared with wide eyes. Girl made no attempt to hide herself. Her bare body left him momentarily speechless. That figure could rival Naplan Mini. She noticed his gaze as well and flusteredly splashed water at him. Stream of water shot toward Jiang then, you pervert. Jiang then waved his hands in panic. Hey, wait. It is just a misunderstanding. The girl grabbed the clothes hanging on the rock wall and put them on, fury boiling inside her. Jiang then turned away yet still commented, not a bad figure, just a bit skinny, especially from behind. She gritted her teeth, unable to endure it. I'm going to kill you. Jiang then remained calm as if nothing had happened. The girl circulated her power to control the water. Bubbles rose with the current and shot toward Jiang then. Jiang then cast a glance and immediately recognized it. Unexpectedly, it was the young lady of the Dong Fuang family. What a coincidence. He also deployed a Dong Fuang formation to counter her. 2 principles, 4 symbols, 6 harmonies, 8 trigrams. Jiang then was brimming with confidence. When it comes to formations, I fear no one. The girl stared at the formation before her in shock. This is the 10 directions formation of my Dong Fuang family. How does he know it? Jiang then and the green-haired girl continued their standoff. The girl frowned in confusion. This 10 directions formation was created by the ancestor of the Dong Fuang clan, Dong Fuang Tridia. How do you know how to use it? Jiang then shrugged indifferently. There is a lot you still do not understand, little girl. In a flash, Jiang then appeared behind her and casually snatched the 3-colored lotus. The girl angrily turned her head back. Jiang then raised the 3-colored lotus to examine it. I was wondering why you were bathing in this part of the river, so this can help increase cultivation. The girl reached out to take it back, return it to me, but Jiang then could not be bothered to respond. He held the lotus and turned to leave. I do not have time to play with you, farewell. The girl furiously rushed forward to block him. Do not even think about running. A gourd suddenly shot toward her. With a thud it struck her head directly. The girl cried out, ah. After that she collapsed onto the ground. Jiang then glanced back him. Seeing Dao Kui and Trio Mo too, Jiang then shook his head reproachfully. So you two still remember the way to find me? I thought we were brothers through life and death. Dao Kui said in alarm, brother Jiang, something big has happened. Jiang then looked at Trio Mo Tu supporting the heavily injured Jiang Lu. The situation did not look good at all. Jiang Lu was likely on the verge of death. In another corner, the detestable Ta Bat Ngu was stepping on Enhuok Tiu, making her cry out in pain. He even wore an extremely smug smile. Overlord Necromancer, it seems aside from that face you have no real ability. Enhuok Tiu clenched her teeth in anger and shouted a threat. If you have the guts, then kill me now. Otherwise, I will never let you go. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a slap across the face. Such a sharp-tongued brat. Did your useless master not teach you how to speak properly? I will teach you what it feels like to be a woman. As he spoke, he tore off her clothes. That very moment, a surge of power rushed straight toward Ta Bat Ngu. He only had time to glance over. Before he could defend himself, he was struck. It was a blow from Jiang then. Ta Bat Ngu was blasted far away. He roared madly, damn it. Jiang then appeared with overwhelming momentum. When Enhuok Tiu saw her master arrive, she was overjoyed. Master. Jiang then spoke coldly. It was you who used those filthy hands to touch my disciple. Ta Bat Ngu sneered. Oh, is this not the well-mannered Jiang then? So what if it was me, a mere waste of the venerable realm, dares to attack me? Demi-Saint decree. Today I will let your disciple die without an intact body. Jiang then frowned, a demi-saint. Enhuok Tiu said anxiously, Master. Jiang Lu was beaten by him, but your cultivation. Jiang then waved his hand to stop her. Rest, leave this place to your master. Jiang then calculated inwardly. The 3-colored lotus has helped me recover to the peak of the venerable realm. But to deal with a demi-saint, I still have to use myriad transformation heavenly slash. The people standing outside mocked, oh dear, why value that trash so much? Do you not even want your life, little waste? Hurry and kneel before our boss. Maybe you will get to die with an intact corpse. Jiang then did not waste words and immediately acted, his palms pressed together. Our soul, myriad transformation, heavenly slash. Ta Bat Ngu laughed disdainfully. You think that trash can contend with me? He slammed his weapon heavily onto the ground. A gigantic brown head appeared. Jiang then exerted all his strength to resist. Only a few minutes later, Jiang then shattered Ta Bat Ngu's move, leaving everyone stunned. Jiang then sneered, trash Dao Soul. Immediately after, he changed his move and stood with arms folded for a brief moment. A clear blue light like water enveloped his body. Jiang then spoke sternly, merge. Water gathered toward Jiang then's right hand, and it condensed into a sword. Jiang then held the sword and stepped forward. Ta Bat Ngu gave a cold laugh. You think conjuring such a small sword can stop me? Die for me, he laughed harshly. Truly despicable. He did not attack Jiang then, but rushed straight toward his disciple. Jiang then merely cast a glance. Before Ta Bat Ngu's eyes, his whole body was already drenched in blood. He was too stunned to speak. Ta Bat and Gu spat out fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. His underlings could not believe the scene before them. How is this possible? Jiang then said calmly, I went a bit too heavy. One underling trembled, you. In his eyes was reflected Jiang Then's icy face. In the blink of an eye, that man's body sliced into many pieces. The remaining ones turned pale with fear. Each of them broke out in cold sweat. A demi-saint. A demi-saint was killed with a single sword strike. Run, he is a monster. At this time, Triumotu carried Jiang Lu on his back and stepped out together with Dao Kui. Triumotu stared wide-eyed, Brother Jiang. Is the one lying on the ground truly a demi-saint? Jiang then replied briefly, why did you take so long? Quickly put Jiang Lu down. Triumotu hurried to comply, understood. Jiang then used his Dao Soul to heal Jiang Lu, Fang Ngu, and Enhuak Tiu. Tiu Than Jayat. Jiang then exerted all his strength. The four lay still absorbing the Dao Soul. After a while, Enhuak Tiu slowly descended to the ground. She gently opened her eyes. Then she sat up. Enhuak Tiu stood, feeling a new surge of power rising within her. Said joyfully, Master, your Dao Soul is truly miraculous. Jiang then asked, why were they targeting you? Enhuak Tiu recounted. After entering the Dao field, we were confident we could withstand any cultivator from the other great continents, and even monopolized a Dao insect pit. The Dao seed can help a cultivator reach a perfect extreme. Even after breaking through the venerable realm, it can still raise the Dao platform. Some prodigies even stepped directly into the demi-saint realm because of it. Jiang then pondered, so they were targeted because of the Dao seed. With my technique after breaking through the venerable realm, I reached the 13th tier. If that Dao seed were exposed. Huak Tiu said worriedly, Master, our skills are not yet refined. We hope you will not be angry. Jiang then shook his head. It is fine. Jiang then's face suddenly lit up. His mind filled with a single thought struck it rich. Day later, at the Dao hunt area, a group of people gathered there, corpses scattered across the ground. Someone suddenly spoke up. Someone is coming. Martial Ghost Descendant Jiang Lu, Overlord Enhuak Tiu. Then who is the one with them? Huak Tiu pointed downward, Master. There are 3 large pits here. They produce the most Dao insects. In 2 or 3 days, Dao seeds will grow. How about we go down these 3 pits? Jiang then waved his hand. Why bother robbing? If we wait for the Dao seeds to grow on their own, how long will that take? Why not dig them out directly? The others were speechless. Jiang Lu said cautiously, Boss, a deep pit that produces Dao seeds must be extraordinary. It will not be easy for others to dig. Jiang then did not waste words, clasping his hands together. Heaven-treading step, Jiang then charged down and threw a heavy punch at the ground. He paused. The earth and rocks did not budge. The people outside burst into laughter. Truly a country bumpkin from Hong Chao. This is the Dao field of the gods. How could trash from Hong Chao like you break it? Jiang then looked at his hand. Is there anything I cannot dig through? Suddenly a thunderous explosion rang out. Imperial Vine secret art. The mocking crowd froze. Imperial Vine, he is Jiang then. Jiang then crouched down. His voice deepened. Come out. For me, a burst of light flared. Earth and rocks exploded apart. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Each of them gaped in panic. The Dao hunt area has been destroyed. In a short moment, white dust filled the air and covered everything. 6 Dao seeds fell down. Jiang then clenched his fist, satisfaction on his face. That is more like it. When a man has courage, his luck is not bad. Jiang Lu could only remain silent. Jiang then nodded proudly. Not bad. 6 from 1 pit, truly a windfall. The others widened their eyes. Heavens, can it be done like this? I waited half a day without getting one. He dug once and got 6. Dig them all for me. They immediately began digging. Before long, laughter rang out. I am about to advance too, but the joy did not last. A loud explosion sounded. 3 people were blasted away, their faces covered in blood. What the hell, it is harder than top-grade spirit stones. How did he dig it? Jiang Lu said, Boss, they do not have Dao ghost assistance. They are only harming themselves. Should we warn them? But Jiang then had already disappeared. Boss, where did you go? He stood by another pit. Only 3. Looks like I need to dig a few more pits. Jiang Lu cried out, Boss, stop destroying it. The 2 men crossed their arms and sneered. Ants from Hong Chao are not worthy of Dao seeds. Leave them and get lost. Jiang then smiled faintly. What is making all that noise? Turned his head, his eyes lighting up. There seems to be something good over there. Disciples, watch this place. Your master will go take a look. And Huak Tiu nodded. Master, just dig. Jiang Lu sighed, hopeless. Tiu Than Jayat also shook his head. Master is too greedy for money. 2 men shouted angrily, You dare look down on us. Both rushed forward, intending to attack. Suddenly halted, fear appearing in their eyes. They were forced back by Tiu Than Jayat's magic power. Tiu Than Jayat said coldly, Without strength you still dare to snatch my master's things. Do you have no shame? The two trembled and muttered, Overlord Necromancer. And Tiu asked blankly, What is wrong? Another person shouted. It seems he struck something. Yang then said in confusion, I was wondering why it felt strange. 13, so heavy, I can barely hold them. Crowd outside fell into chaos. Damn it. How is that kid digging so many? Why keep digging? Rush up and snatch them. But they were immediately blocked by Jiang Lu and the disciples. Jiang Lu said, Boss, there are at least 2 demi-saints over there, and Tiu said worriedly, Master, there are too many of them. Jiang then stood in the pit, his voice deepening. This is a bit troublesome. Someone sneered. A venerable realm waste from Hong Chao dares to monopolize Dao seeds. Hand them over and you might keep an intact corpse. Tiu Than Jiat looked at his master for help. Jiang then sighed. Fortunately, after the last battle, my realm rose slightly. My spiritual energy should be enough for this move. He formed hand seals and shouted loudly. What are you wailing for? Someone growled. Jiang then, before absolute strength, what tricks are you pretending? Jiang then slammed his palm onto the ground. His gaze turned icy as he spoke. Pretending tricks, the crowd panicked that is. A mass of blood-colored light gradually appeared. He said to Tiu Than Jiat, watch carefully. This is the true inheritance of the 6 Paths Ghost Gate. His eyes blazed. King returns to rest. Crowd stirred. All of them are upper venerable realm, kid. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot shake a dragon. You are wasting your effort. They glanced at each other and nodded in signal, then charged toward Jiang then together. Why would the 2 of us demi-saints fear these ants? Jiang then smiled faintly. Is that so? Then what about this? He made his move, Spirit Summon. Someone froze. This is triple Spirit Summon, infinitely close to demi-saint. Necromancer, Spirit Summoner, 2 rare professions. Jiang then smiled proudly. What, not fighting anymore? Jiang then happily turned and left. This place is yours. I have taken enough Dao seeds. Crowd roared, kill him. Jiang then, you scourge of heaven. Tiu Than Jiat exclaimed, this is the true necromancer. Someone behind him asked, Boss, what is Master actually doing? Jiang then laughed in delight, struck it rich. He muttered to himself, it seems this is the last one. Just thinking about it made him happy. He burst out laughing, take them all. All of it is mine. Suddenly Jiang then paused. The ground trembled and exploded, blasting those people far away. Jiang then widened his eyes in amazement. Oh heavens. Those few crawled on the ground and shouted that the restriction here had been activated. Dao Hunt Slope can no longer be entered. This man is truly vicious. He dug Dao seeds until he even broke the restriction. Jiang then replied calmly, I have not even finished digging. What are you in such a hurry for? Suddenly, an old man sprang up from underground. The moment he appeared, he struck Jiang then flying and shouted loudly, Enough. I am the mountain god here, born of heaven and earth, entrusted by the desolate god to guard this place. Get lost. Do not let me see you again. After speaking, he burrowed back underground, leaving the others standing there in a daze. 3 days later, 2 people whispered, I heard a upper venerable from Hong Chao dug Dao Hunt Slope until it was closed. Stop talking. I also heard a group of prodigies chased him, yet still let him escape. His hands are full of Dao seeds. Whoever kills him will be rich. Hearing this, Jiang then sighed. So getting rich is not necessarily a good thing. Now in the desolate god Dao field, aside from a few prodigies of great clans, everyone is hunting me with my current cultivation. If I did not have Dao insects, I have already reached the perfect 13th tier of the venerable realm. No one has ever broken this limit before. Even the gods of the 9 heavens never fully comprehended it. The path is formed by walking. If I do not try, how will I know whether there is a way ahead? After pondering for a long time, Jiang then sat down and closed his eyes. His figure slowly floated upward. Half a day passed, who knows how long. Jiang then cultivated, while sitting on a branch of an ancient tree. He suddenly raised his head and asked in suspicion, what is that? Before his eyes appeared something like a gigantic eye. A sense of unease rose in his heart. His body and divine abilities were sealed, transcendent. Listed for purification, Jiang then felt as if controlled by that eerie thing. His body stiffened, his abilities completely unusable. Suddenly it vanished. Jiang then thought to himself, transcendent purification, what exactly does it mean? Could this be a warning after surpassing the peak? Now relying on Dao seeds, I have broken through to 53 layers. Before this, I could already fight 2 demi-saint prodigies evenly. At this moment, Jiang then heard 2 people behind him talking. The sword seed is about to open. Hurry and see if we can seize a spirit weapon. The spirit weapon within the sword seed has a weapon spirit. It must acknowledge you before it can be used. Jiang then murmured inwardly, sword seed. Black mist just now was too strange. It could even seal my abilities. If there is a divine spirit weapon, perhaps it can help. Jiang then immediately altered his appearance and slipped into the sword seed. To avoid being recognized, he eavesdropped on the people ahead. Be careful. There is military killing intent inside the sword seed. The weak will die upon entering. I just saw several people cut down on the spot. Black Vein twin swords, white sword Luke 2 has also arrived. I heard he has the true inheritance of Bak Chow heavenly sword sect. Among the same generation, only black sword Tiu Vong Yu can rival him. Look, the spirit weapon is choosing a master. Luke Tuda truly is a sword master. So many weapon spirits acknowledge him. Luke Tuda frowned, it refuses to acknowledge me. Someone cried out, heavens, what is that black long sword, even he cannot subdue it. A person stepped forward from behind and said, let me try. Jiang then froze, staring intently at that person, Mohan Van. Mohan Van sighed, forget it. An assassin like me has no use for a sword. Is there a dagger here? The crowd buzzed, Xuan Loi Dong Tai. The two kings of assassins are both here. One is the king of assassination. With two they can dominate the world. What kind of luck is this? Jiang then thought inwardly, Mohan Van already has shadow from the Tao soul. Now with Xuan Loi and Dong Tai, this man cannot be left alive. If you will not choose him, then choose me. Tiu Vong Yu stepped out. One of the white twin swords as expected. Wherever Luke Tuda appears, he also comes, truly destined rivals. Suddenly a shout rang out, got it. Crowd grew noisy. Whose child is that? So small, wait, upper heaven realm cultivation, how is that possible? Huang and Gayat Lai shouted loudly, they are all mine. Look, so many weapon spirits have manifested. Could it be they accept that child? Obviously, she has already flown before them. If not acceptance, then what is it? What is the origin of this child? Huang and Gayat Lai said softly, sorry. Even if you choose me, I only need that one, I can feel you. What weapon is that? No idea, it looks strange. There is even an engraving of a woman on it. Jiang then was shaken. Impossible, beauty beneath the moon, moonlit night flow. The appearance of moonlit night flow left Jiang then stunned. He stood there blankly and blurted out, beauty beneath the moon, impossible. Vague memories suddenly surged back. He once fought alongside moonlit night flow. At that time, he was the heavenly divine king. Jiang then looked at moonlit night flow and asked, why engrave a beauty on a weapon? A weapon is meant to kill enemies. Someone as beautiful as you. Before he could finish, she placed a finger on his lips, signaling silence. The mysterious smile, she replied softly, so that you can find me. The two embraced unconsciously, happiness overflowing. Jiang then gently promised, upon these 9 heavens I will never take my eyes off you. It will always be so. Suddenly moonlit night flow left his embrace and flew into the sky. Before leaving, she turned back and said, no, before it was always you protecting me. Today it is my turn. After speaking, tears fell from her eyes, full of reluctance. Returning to the present, the corners of Jiang Then's eyes were also moist, emotions surging. Thought to himself, she has never appeared, yet her divine weapon is in Ko then great continent. What just now was only the image of moonlit night flow reflected through the Ko, then great continent blade seed in Kuang and Gayat Lai's hand. Everyone was stunned. A divine weapon choosing a master, this was unbelievable. The crescent mark on Kuang and Gayat Lai's forehead glowed. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Standing behind, Jiang then thought to himself, could it be that moonlit night flow has also been reborn? The people behind Luke Tuda and Tiu Vong Yu gaped, pointing at Kuang and Gayat Lai. I remember now. She is the granddaughter most favored by the ancestor of the Kuang family. It is said moonlight and divine radiance descended when she was born. She cultivated at 3, entered the Tao at 5, became venerable at 7, now only 9 and already upper heaven realm. The two white twin swords broke into cold sweat upon hearing this. Our protagonist was still immersed in old memories, his eyes shimmering as he looked at Kuang and Gayat Lai, his heart trembling, born with moonlight and divine radiance. Could it truly be her? Jiang then crouched down and asked Kuang and Gayat Lai seriously, when you were born, did moonlight and divine radiance descend? Do you know what the spirit weapon in your hand is called? Kuang and Gayat Lai frowned warily and snapped. Yes, everyone knows. What are you trying to do? Steal my beauty beneath the moon? Jiang then asked in astonishment, how do you know this divine weapon is called beauty beneath the moon? Kuang and Gayat Lai answered innocently, I do not know either. It just feels like it has always belonged to me. Jiang then frowned slightly, already having the answer in his heart. This is moonlit night flow reborn. Emotions surged uncontrollably. His hand trembled as it reached toward Kuang and Gayat Lai's hair, his heart quivering. In this life we finally meet again. Jiang then gently patted the little girl's head and smiled. I will not steal it. It is enough just to see you safe. People behind sensed Jiang then's cultivation and showed disdain, saying coldly, upper venerable realm, even this can enter the sword seed. Someone beside them asked suspiciously, is he Jiang then? Jiang then feigned ignorance and scratched his head. I am not who is Jiang then, but the two men had sharp eyes and recognized him at once, issuing a threat. Do not think you can fool us with disguise. Among the 700 people here, only one is upper venerable realm. The 7 great continents and the desolate god Tao field all know clearly. That person is you. Jiang then, if you have the guts, do not step out of the sword seed. Once outside, I will take your life. His identity exposed through meticulous reasoning. Jiang then could no longer conceal it and only sighed softly. He gave a soft acknowledgement and restored his original appearance, his gaze turning cold as he thought inwardly, aura truly cannot be hidden. Tiu Vangyi seized the moment of distraction and lunged forward. Huang and Gayat Lai had no time to react and froze, her face turning pale. Jiang then immediately shielded the little girl and launched a counterattack at Tiu Vangyi. Huang and Gayat Lai covered her face in panic and screamed. Jiang then patted the little girl's head to comfort her, then turned to the two white twin swords and shouted, "What are you doing? I am the one who seized the Tao seeds. What does it have to do with this child?" He narrowed his eyes to assess their cultivation, his heart stirring slightly. Two demi-saints. Luktuda crossed his arms and analyzed. At 9, she is already upper heaven realm. If she grows up, will there still be room for us in this world? Tiu Vangyi continued. Only one god is born in 1,000 years. The path to godhood is paved with slaughter. The green-haired man also nodded. Indeed, no matter how strong Jiang then is, he is only upper venerable realm. The whole group immediately surrounded them and shouted in unison, "Kill the girl first, then kill Jiang then. Absolutely do not let these two monsters grow." Under that overwhelming pressure, Huang and Gayat Lai shrank behind Jiang then in fear. The little girl called out in a trembling voice, "Little brother, I am scared." Her tear-filled eyes looked up at Jiang then, tender and clear. Jiang then stroked her head, his voice steady. "Do not worry." He looked straight at the crowd before him, his gaze icy and resolute. "In this life, I will never let you be hurt again." Tiu Vangyi unleashed a surge of power straight at Jiang then. Jiang then immediately raised his hand to block it. Tiu Vangyi curled his lips in a smug smile, still not finished. What a pity. Jiang then's expression darkened. Hands clenched, teeth grinding, he roared, "I will kill all of you." Huang and Gayat Lai clutched his clothes tightly and asked anxiously, "Little brother, can we leave here?" Jiang then crouched down and placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes gentle. "Yes, even if I die, I will send you away safely." His eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he swore inwardly, "I cannot lose her again." After speaking, Jiang then turned back, ready to face the entire crowd. Jiang Lu reported nervously, "Boss, we just saw the 7th prince of the Central Continent Imperial Dynasty arrive." That moment the 7th prince flew over, laughing arrogantly. "Why should we not come? Killing prodigies is something everyone enjoys. This child and Jiang then, if they are not killed, the future world will belong to you." Crowd below echoed in unison, "Indeed, only I can become a god. Kill you and our chances grow greater." Then they charged forward. Jiang Lu asked in panic, "Boss, so many demi-saints and near demi-saints. What should we do?" Jiang then's pupils turned blood red, clasped his hands and murmured an incantation, forcibly pushing the fire aura outward. Huang and Gayat Lai still clung tightly to his clothes. The 7th prince laughed smugly. "Let me see who can block my path to godhood." Tiu Vangyi said coldly. "Do not blame me," Luktuda added. "Blame only that you were born monsters." Suddenly a violent explosion resounded. Smoke and flames billowed like a bomb. The green-haired man outside screamed in shock. "Wait, what is that?" Jiang then held Huang and Gayat Lai tightly, shielding her with his light. That moment, his figure was majestic like a war god. But immediately after, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Huang and Gayat Lai cried out in panic, "Little brother." Jiang Lu also shouted, "Boss." The other disciples looked at him in worry and called out, trembling, "Master." The 7th prince wiped his sweat and sneered. "I thought it was some grand technique. Turns out he is merely exhausted." Then he laughed heartily. Jiang then growled in fury, as expected of prodigies. "Is becoming a god meant for you to gang up and bully a child? After becoming gods, must even the innocent be eradicated?" Jiang then raised his hand high and shouted, "Sword come." Two fierce beams of light erupted from his body, stunning everyone. The crowd buzzed. What is happening? Has Jiang then been acknowledged by all the weapon spirits? Luktuda and Tiu Vangyi frowned. Impossible. Even we who entered the Tao with the sword could not move it. Yet the central singing sword has stirred. The black sword trembled and spun toward Jiang then's hand. He shouted again, "Sword come." The crowd was bewildered. What else does he want? Countless cracks appeared on the stone beneath his feet, sparks flying. In an instant, the stone shattered, revealing a radiant treasured sword brimming with vitality. Jiang then gripped the sword tightly and loudly answered everyone's doubts. "Let me tell you what this is. It is a sword." After saying that, he soared upward with imposing momentum. Jiang then swung his sword and charged straight at Luktuda. Luktuda hurriedly counterattacked. Sword light exploded and spiritual energy surged. He roared, "I Luktuda have never lost." Luktuda's sword pierced through the layer of fire aura created by Jiang then. Jiang then continued to swing his sword, the fire aura growing denser. Spread his stance and tilted his body, shouting loudly, "The sword turns without end." Luktuda cried out in shock, "What?" a golden dragon manifested, coiling around Jiang then. Dragon breath spewed forth, turning Luke Tuda pale and stiff. In the blink of an eye, the battle ended. Jiang then leaned on his sword and sat down with a proud look, while Luke Tuda stood frozen. Blood gushed from him, his body covered in wounds. The surrounding crowd cried out in shock. He withstood Luke Tuda's ultimate move. Luke Tuda suffered a crushing defeat and gritted his teeth. "Wait for me," then retreated to heal. Kyuwang and Gayat Lai looked at Jiang then with joy, her bright eyes sparkling. Little brother. Jiang then's senses were extremely sharp. He immediately detected a sneak attack aimed at Kyuwang and Gayat Lai. Jiang then shouted, "Careful," then rushed to shield Kyuwang and Gayat Lai and blocked with his sword, his eyes icy. "Luke Tuda, I know you are not only a sword cultivator but also an archer. Since you dared to ambush, today you must die." The sky suddenly darkened as if someone extinguished the lights. Black clouds surged and covered the space. Fierce winds howled. Jiang then still stood upright and confident. Luke Tuda unleashed attacks toward him and Kyuwang and Gayat Lin, yet all were futile. Jiang then only needed to raise his sword before him to neutralize them. He curled his lips slightly and calmly circulated his energy, his spirit focused to the extreme. Jiang then waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike. Streams of fire aura immediately surged back toward Luke Tuda. The blow forced him to his knees, gripping a tree root, his face pale and stammering in disbelief. Fire aura pierced Luke Tuda's defenses. He ground his teeth, his eyes full of hatred yet helpless. Blood splattered everywhere, all eyes focused on the scene. This was nothing less than a warning from Jiang than to those who dared target him and Kyuwang and Gayat Lin. The blue-robed group whispered in panic, "Is Luke Tuda really dead?" Jiang then is only upper venerable realm, yet so terrifying, truly a monster. At that moment, a spell suddenly shot straight toward Jiang then. He swiftly tilted his body to dodge, his movement smooth as flowing water. In the air was a painter cultivator, arrogant in bearing, carrying fierce power as he hovered. Jiang then turned his neck to the side. To his left stood a bald mad cultivator with pitch-black eyes glaring. Tran Dongko charged bare-handed in direct attack, while Jiang then remained frighteningly calm. In contrast, the surrounding crowd was already in chaos. One close combatant, one long-range attacker, both upper heaven realm experts. It seemed this time Jiang then would have difficulty escaping. Jiang then merely smiled faintly, his voice confident. "Close and far coordination, then come at me together." With that, he leapt straight into the air, gripping his sword tightly with its tip pointed to the sky. He shouted, "One sword blooms and 100 flowers perish. Sword dance of the 9 heavens." Fire aura erupted violently from his body. The mad cultivator and painter stood stunned, blood spurting from their mouths, their bodies riddled with wounds. In less than 10 seconds they died, utterly humiliating. The surrounding crowd began discussing again. The two were slain before even approaching. Could it be Jiang that not only cultivates the sword, but is also proficient in many other professions? The singer cultivator, the 6th prince of the Central Continent Imperial Dynasty, appeared mysteriously. He sneered, "Fighting this long without killing anyone? Are you all trash?" Singer cultivator was blind in one eye, a long scar across his face, arms folded as he stood there with immense confidence. The white-haired man behind him spoke to remind Jiang then's 6th brother. Enemies suddenly rushed at Jiang then, raising his hand to launch a sneak attack from behind. Jiang then immediately lifted his sword to block, stopping the strike at the last instant. It was Hayat Sat Fat De Nguyen Than, his plump body swaying as he looked at Jiang then with provocation and sneer. "If you want to kill, then say you want to kill. Why sneak attack?" The crowd buzzed again. The 6th prince of the Central Continent and Hayat Sat Fat to have both arrived. These two kill as easily as cutting grass, both top experts. This time Jiang then will likely find it hard to escape. While he defended against Nguyen Than, black aura from the singer cultivator had already crept close. 6th prince suddenly struck straight at Jiang then's dantian. The blow pierced through his abdomen before he could react. Blood spilled from his mouth. His face turned pale and he groaned softly. Jiang then dropped his sword and fell to the ground, clutching his wound. The opportunists immediately shouted and swarmed forward to finish him. Jiang then frowned tightly, blood still flowing. The situation perilous to the extreme, he thought he needed time to recover. Just then a voice echoed from above like a savior, making everyone look up. It was none other than Hong Ku Trong. He struck with a palm and sent several enemies flying miles away, earth and stones scattering. Jiang then called weakly, "Hong Ku." Nguyen Than's body suddenly seemed split in two, his face twisted in horror as he screamed. The demonic Buddha power within him tore at itself. He clutched his own throat and spat blood, asking in panic, "Who is it?" Hung Thien Tiat silently appeared behind Jiang then. Her cold gaze swept over the crowd as she said in a low voice, By order of the ancestor, I have come to protect this person. Singer-cultivator laughed arrogantly and ordered with disdain. Relying only on you, kill them all. Suddenly Hong Can-trong appeared ghost-like behind the singer-cultivator, startling him into turning around. Hong Can-trong warned coldly, "You should worry about yourself first." The words made the singer-cultivator break into cold sweat. Seeing the situation turn bad, Nguyen Than fled and hid behind a rock to observe. Unfortunately, he did not escape and Hung Thien Tiat's sight. She pressed her sword to his neck, turning him pale and drenched in sweat. And Hung Thien Tiat ordered him not to move. Nguyen Than immediately raised his hands in surrender, not daring to utter a word. Huang and Gayat Lin rushed to embrace Jiang Then and anxiously asked if he could endure. He smiled to reassure her, "It is fine." Even so, Jiang Then felt uneasy. Though his side was strong, the enemy was too numerous. Taking advantage of his injury, Tiu Vongyi charged in and swung his sword, shouting for him to die, green-white aura flashing dazzlingly. At that moment, a hand appeared to block the strike. Neem Truong Ka parried while laughing, "Leave it to me." He slammed a scripture against Tiu Vongyi's mouth, blood spraying. Neem Truong Ka declared proudly, "Found it. If you want to pass, you must ask me first." Jiang then hurriedly warned her that this place was dangerous. Before he could finish, she waved him off. She shouted for her elder sister to save her, making Jiang Then and Kuang and Gayat Lin widen their eyes. A terrifying force from Neem Truong Ka's elder sister shot forth, freezing the prodigy about to strike for 5 seconds. Prodigy sweated in fury and roared, "Impossible! This is the technique of the Thong Yu Divine Hall." Neem Truong Ka's elder sister muttered coldly, "How annoying. Thought I found a man, but it turns out he is the same kind. Today let me see who dares move." Neem Truong Ka quickly added, "That is right. Let me see who dares touch my elder sister." Her elder sister tapped her head lightly in warning, "Especially you." The onlookers buzzed again. Even the Thong Yu Divine Hall has appeared. A peak saint realm was killed with one strike. Nguyen Than raged and charged to fight Jiang Then alone, circulating power and shouting for revenge for his lost clone. Jiang Then raised his sword to block the palm strike. Even Nguyen Than's strength could not topple him. Jiang Then's eyes were icy as he asked directly, "I will give you one last chance. Do you truly want to oppose me?" He tossed the sword into the air, a confident smile appearing on his lips. This sword is named Sky Pursuit. 5 phantom heavenly divine kings appeared in the sky. Light element, pure fire, fire element, wisdom bird, wood element, earth element, ice earth, dark element. Great dark heaven manifested in succession. Nguyen Than collapsed to the ground and looked up at the sky, stammering in shock. The weapon of a heavenly divine king. This cannot happen in Vo Then continent. The crowd behind also gaped in horror. They chattered, "Jiang Then masters all professions. Hong Chao will soon be in turmoil." Hearing this, Jiang Then only smiled confidently. Neem Truong Ka clasped her hands and looked at Jiang Then with shining eyes, sighing that her master is truly strong and handsome. Knowing he could not win, Nguyen Than found an excuse to retreat, still threatening to kill next time but already wary of heavenly divine power. The 6th prince of the central continent also had to withdraw. Before leaving, he threatened that at the main hall all of you will die. One beside him mocked Hong Chao for overestimating itself, while the 6th prince secretly vowed to eliminate Jiang Then. Jiang Then stood proudly in the air, thanking those who remained and saying he needed quiet cultivation, asking everyone to leave first. Bak Fong and Gu looked at him worriedly and called master. Jiang Then smiled and replied, "I am fine." Hearing this, Bak Fong and Gu immediately opened a spatial gate. Before leaving, she turned back to remind Jiang Then to take care of himself. Neem Truong Ka's elder sister pulled her away, while Neem Truong Ka happily bid farewell and said they would meet at Thong Thien Divine Hall. Hong Can Trong also flew away, saying he would wait for him at the main hall. Bald man on the ground waved goodbye. "We will go first. Brother Jiang, take care." Once everyone left, Jiang Then could no longer hold on. His face turned pale and he spat a mouthful of black blood. He staggered and fell. Jiang Lu, Kuang and Gayat Lin and the disciples rushed over in panic, shouting, "Boss, master, little brother." Jiang then knelt on one knee and braced himself, reassuring them he was fine, only that he forced the Tao seeds too much and his body had not adapted, though inwardly he did not want them to worry. Just then a large group approached, the leader standing with arms crossed staring at Jiang Then. Their gazes quickly shifted to the group beside Kuang and Gayat Lin. Kuang and Gayat Lin hurriedly explained that someone had tried to harm and kill her. She then took Jiang Then's arm and pointed to him, saying this elder brother saved her. After hearing this, the young man remained cold and said nothing, directly pulling Kuang and Gayat Lin away. Before leaving, he offered a perfunctory thanks. Kuang and Gayat Lin was dragged away with reluctance, repeatedly turning to look at Jiang Then. Nhitu clenched her fists angrily, muttering that the Kuang family is so indifferent, thanking and leaving at once. Jiang Lu was also annoyed that their boss risked his life yet received little concern. Jiang then replied calmly that it was fine. A trace of sadness flickered in his heart. He did not know when they would meet again. Jiang then arranged the plan, rest and recover for a day, then enter the main hall. Nhitu was startled and asked if he still intended to go. Jiang then's eyes turned cold, cutting her off. There are some he cannot let go. Images of Nguyen Than and the sixth prince arose. He vowed that in the past she suffered for me. In this life I will protect you to become a god. Scene shifted outside the main hall. Crowds gathered densely in groups whispering. Jiang then instructed Jiang Lu, Hong Ku Trong and the female disciples to remain outside. Nhitu asked blankly why. Is it truly that dangerous inside? One by one people used their power to fly to the highest level of the main hall, fighting each other, the atmosphere chaotic. The sixth prince of the central continent led the group, a smug smile on his face. He loudly declared that the desolate god inheritance would surely be his. Nhitu urged Jiang then to act, calling master. Jiang then only curled his lips in a smile. Before he finished boasting, the sixth prince spat blood and turned pale as if about to collapse. Jiang then used this as an example to ask if they still dared enter. Jiang Lu turned pale and shook his head. Nhitu also waved her hands in refusal. Jiang then turned back and told them to wait, then flew away without hesitation. He entered the main hall lightly, encountering almost no obstacles. The scene inside was dazzling beyond measure. Light here was brilliant and blinding. Several had already entered and were observing. All eyes were fixed on a painting floating in midair, carved with dense dragons and phoenixes, golden radiance like pure gold. A blue-robed man quickly circulated power to seize the painting, arrogantly saying he would take it as a souvenir. But this was not something to be taken at will. His power was sucked back, and the painting revealed a diagram of yin-yang and 5 elements. The fire energy immediately backlashed, burning the man in green to black ashes in an instant. Yang then witnessed it and broke out in a cold sweat. Inwardly shocked, was that the supreme sword intent. The man in black gaped in amazement that a single strike reduced him to ashes. The blue-haired man quickly added that it was fortunate he had not acted recklessly. Yang then stood to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. He thought to himself that the supreme sword intent was this powerful. If he could comprehend it, it would become an immense trump card. Kula Tai too spoke up with his judgment. The object protected by the restriction on the dragon throne was likely the inheritance of Hong then. Ai Fong Trak frowned and asked whether the supreme sword intent had to be used to open it. With their strength, even touching it was difficult. Jiang then stepped closer to the dragon throne, reached out to touch it lightly, and thought that if he could not control it, then he would comprehend it. As long as he grasped it, that would be enough. Suddenly another hand brushed close against his. Blue-haired man smiled and said that perhaps he too could comprehend the sword intent if the restriction was broken. Before he could finish speaking, he was blasted away by a force from the dragon throne. The crowd outside gaped, realizing it could not be forced. Jiang then thought to himself that brute force truly would not work. In this world, there was nothing that the myriad transformation heavenly chalice could not break. As long as the right method was found, the impossible would become possible. Using the myriad transformation heavenly chalice meant he could not use other abilities. If discovered, it would be extremely dangerous. It had to be swift and decisive. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. Someone was comprehending the supreme sword intent. Jiang then sensed it. One needed a sufficiently high attainment in the sword path to have a chance. It seemed someone had moved faster. No, today his strength was still lacking. The supreme sword intent was his only opportunity. He had to seize it. Since that was the case, do not blame him for being ruthless. At that moment, characters on the dragon throne rose into the air one by one. Vo Thuong Kim Tong, standing nearby, exclaimed in shock that someone had placed a restriction on the painting scroll. Someone had already interfered. Ai Fong Trak asked who was comprehending it. Vo Thuong Kim Tong turned and said it was him, but the sword intent had been obscured. Then he took out a Bagua formation diagram and angrily shouted which person dared to seize the supreme sword intent and play tricks. Jiang then continued, focusing all his spirit on comprehending the sword intent. A green light gradually appeared around him. Vo Thuong Kim Tong recognized Jiang then, whom his sixth junior brother had mentioned. Thinking he could not move, Jiang then merely smiled and said he was only here to take a look. Vo Thuong Kim Tong coldly warned that only his people were allowed to comprehend it, telling Jiang then to remove the restriction or no one would open the dragon throne. Jiang then immediately replied, "Are you certain?" Then he would continue comprehending. Right at that moment, he had already grasped the supreme sword intent. The surrounding crowd could not believe their eyes and cried out in shock. Vo Thuong Kim Tong roared in fury that the inheritance had been stolen and charged straight at Jiang then. Jiang then calmly said that if they killed him, then no one would be able to comprehend the sword intent. The dragon throne restriction would never open. They could decide for themselves. Just then another force intervened to stop them, shouting loudly to halt. Kula Tai Tu and Lai Fong Trak spoke in unison, warning Vo Vo Thuong Kim Tong not to cause chaos. Jiang then smiled and said it seemed everyone had made their choice. This person would be left to them. He would continue absorbing the sword intent. Kula Tai too still doubted, believing the supreme sword intent was not something anyone could comprehend. But Lai Fong Trak reminded him that Jiang then had done so, leaving Vo Thuong Kim Tong speechless with rage. At this time, Jiang then had already finished absorbing the spiritual energy on the dragon throne. The crowd outside shouted and pointed. The restriction had been broken. Someone had comprehended the sword intent. Hurry and seize the Hong then inheritance. As soon as the words fell, they surged forward in a frenzy to compete. Line of words appeared on the dragon throne. Everyone stood stunned, wondering where the inheritance was. Perhaps the supreme sword intent itself was the inheritance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang then quietly left. Seeing this, the people behind hurriedly shouted for Jiang then to stop. Kula Tai too stepped forward, his voice stern as he demanded the Hong then inheritance be handed over. Jiang then listened and put on an innocent expression, asking in confusion. Before he finished speaking, Jiang then had already slipped away swiftly. Behind him, Kula Tai too roared in anger, telling him to leave the inheritance behind. It was not something one person could bear. An elder shouted that when Jiang then went out he must be blocked. Vo Thuong Kim Tong also joined in, yelling to stop him. With this top-tier inheritance, it would be enough to dominate the martial god continent. Suddenly, a gigantic hand appeared above Jiang then, a booming voice demanding that he leave the inheritance. Jiang then looked up, inwardly crying that this was bad. It was a great sage. That moment, Jiang then body suddenly transformed, the clothes on him torn to shreds. A mysterious force immediately manifested to shield Jiang then, coldly declaring to see who dared to make a move. Jiang then looked at that person in shock and blurted out, "Grand Ancestor." Grand Ancestor spoke in a deep voice telling Jiang then to leave quickly, to depart Hong Chao. Jiang then asked worriedly what about him. The Grand Ancestor replied that he would stay to hold the line and see who dared to cross. Kula Tai too loudly threatened Than Kong Nho Sin, demanding to share the Hong then inheritance or Ba Lan Hok Fu would be leveled. Trat Min I Dai Su stepped forward chanting a Buddhist prayer. Truong Mo Tu added that the inheritance belonged to the destined and should not be forced. And he waved at Jiang, then saying he had come to save his brother. Jiang then could only smile bitterly without replying. Dao Kui stepped forward, smiling as he asked Jiang then whether he wished to enter under his sect. Hearing this, Jiang then Grand Ancestor angrily shouted, warning him that he dared to do such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Ancestor immediately struck out with a palm toward the front. When the dust gradually settled, only a hand could still be seen pointing forward. Dao Kui smiled and said it had been a long time, asking whether Than Kong Nho Sin had forgotten him. Vo Kui and Dao Kui immediately bowed solemnly in greeting to their elder brother. Dao Kui Ban turned to look at Jiang then, and mocked that his master had instructed him not to reveal his identity, yet he had come to save someone. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted. The hand of the 10 ghosts Dao Kui was still alive. Just how many backers did Jiang then have? A legendary figure once suppressed had appeared again. Someone spoke up saying Dan Kak wanted to recruit him. Another immediately retorted that Tran Kak wanted him as well. Joining would grant the title of Supreme Soldier. Dong Tang pulled Jiang, then urging him to return to Dan Kak. Lao Sun refused to yield and invited him to Tran Kak, promising the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. Jiang, then Grand Ancestor, angrily shouted, "Do you dare to compete for him right in front of me? You all treat Than Kong and Nho Sin as if he does not exist." The black-bearded old man witnessed this and marveled in shock. Merely the pressure forced him to retreat. Kula Tai too also admitted none could compare. Jiang then truly was a monster. The old man pondered silently that today would be difficult. At this moment, Jiang then called out to everyone. Okui heard this and smiled, asking whether he had agreed. The Grand Ancestor cast Jiang then a meaningful glance. Jiang then said in a deep voice that the Grand Ancestor had saved his life many times and did not hesitate to stand against the world for him. That was grace. He was a disciple of Ba Lan Hok Fu and the leader of the entire religion. That was an unchanging bond. Today life or death would be borne by himself. He asked them all to return. Kula Tai too exclaimed in shock that this brat had gone mad. The person beside him sneered and said just wait and see. The inheritance was still within reach. Dao Kui sighed in regret, saying it was truly a pity. Dao Kui ordered a retreat. His disciple immediately left. He turned back to bid farewell to Jiang then. Jiang Lu called out to boss with reluctance. Jiang then coldly told the two of them to leave as well. This matter was not their fault. Dong Tang and Lao Sun stammered without finishing their words. Suddenly a voice rang out calling Min Ai to return. Min Ai Dai Su heard this and turned his head to look. Min Ai pulled Truong Mo Tu away, replying that the patriarch had spoken. Than Kong Nho Sin angrily shouted for everyone to get lost, saying he alone was enough to protect the person. He also told Jiang then to leave. and as soon as he finished speaking, he struck a palm toward him. Jiang then immediately passed through a spatial gate and departed. Than Kong and Ho Sin reached out to grab him, but was too late. Jiang then called out twice for Grand Ancestor, but the gate had already closed. Jiang then closed his eyes, thinking of his past life where he was accustomed to stepping over corpses. Yet in this life, an old man was risking his life for him. If he did not die, if one day he ascended to the heavens, he would surely repay it. That was his oath. Half a day later, Jiang then quietly returned to Ba Lan Hok Fu. He sighed and said Ba Lan Hok Fu truly was a good place. It was a pity he had to leave. As soon as he spoke, a voice cut in. "Where are you going? Stay. No one dares touch you." Headmaster of Ba Lan Hok Fu appeared, folding his arms and saying not to be afraid. That old scholar was old yet still restless. Jiang then hurriedly knelt in salute, saying he had obtained the Hongthan inheritance and would implicate the academy. The headmaster laughed and replied, since when had Ba Lan Hok Fu ever known fear? The headmaster stroked his beard and said sternly that whoever dared to come would be killed, then told him to return to cultivate. Jiang then anxiously mentioned Grand Ancestor. The headmaster said the other side had a divine realm cultivator. Jiang then quickly replied that they did not. The headmaster lightly tapped his head and said then what was there to worry about? Jiang Tuan looked blankly and asked if there was truly no need to worry. The headmaster explained that Than Kong Nho Sin was invincible below the divine realm, a prodigy of Hong Chao. Hearing this, Jiang then thought that everyone truly trusted Grand Ancestor. Standing within Ba Lan Hok Fu, Jiang then looked down and thought, since Grand Ancestor was so confident, there should be no problem. This time the harvest was great. It was time to break through his realm. The headmaster of Ba Lan, standing beside him, secretly cursed. This brat wanted to undergo tribulation again, his academy. He hurriedly ordered all disciples to return to their caves to avoid disaster. Jiang then was about to undergo tribulation. Upon hearing this, the disciples scattered in panic. At this moment, Jiang then focused with all his strength on absorbing energy. 3 days passed, heaven and earth shook violently. Than Kong Nho Sin returned, several heads of those brats dangling from his hand. The disciples of Ba Lan Hok Fu chatted and laughed, truly worthy of the Academy Guardian, invincible below the divine realm, one for one above it. Than Kong Nho Sin flew past where Jiang then was undergoing tribulation and cast a glance over. Jiang then thought to himself that it was good he had returned. Jiang then braced himself and stood up, his body still slightly dizzy. At this time, he had broken through to the perfected earth realm. Jiang then rejoiced inwardly that the Six Harmonies art was truly overbearing, fusing countless Tao seeds and allowing him to leap in realm. He turned to look at everyone and called out, "Let us begin." Jiang then eyes were sharp as blades. Seeing this, Lai Nuyen Fong spoke up and asked, "Jiang then, this supreme sword intent, our central Zhou imperial dynasty has claimed it." Hearing this, Jiang then calmly replied that the princes of central Zhou were many, but only Lai Fong Track was of any use. As for you, forget it. Upon hearing this, Lai Nuyen Fong flew into a rage and shouted, "What did you say?" Seeing the situation turning bad, Lai Fong Track hurriedly pulled Lai Nuyen Fong back and whispered not to act rashly. You are not his opponent. Before he had used the venerable realm to suppress a saint. Now he had reached perfected earth realm. Lai Nuyen Fong roared in fury that if he did not teach him a lesson today, he would not be worthy of the imperial dynasty. With that said, Lai Nuyen Fong immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Dragon Shadow, straight at Jiang then. Jiang then remained composed and replied that with such a brain, he could still become a prince. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed 6 flashing birds in counterattack. Lai Fong Track shouted in alarm. Lai Nuyen Fong, retreat at once. At this moment, Jiang then Dao Soul directly suppressed Lai Nuyen Fong Dao Soul. The gap in strength, Lai Nuyen Fong could not cause any harm and was instead severely injured. Jiang then said indifferently that for your sake, Lai Fong Track, he would spare your younger brother life. Jiang then calculated inwardly that while he had been cultivating, many had approached, but were blocked by the power of the central Zhou imperial family. The one who did this must have been Lai Fong Track. He warned coldly that if they dared come again, he would kill. Lai Nuyen Fong refused to accept it, gritting his teeth and threatening that if he died, the central Zhou army would level Ba Lan Hok Fu. Lai Fong Track angrily shouted, "Enough. Have you not lost enough face? Go back." Lai Nuyen Fong turned to call out royal brother, but Lai Fong Track cut him off, saying the imperial clan must not be hot-headed in great matters. You are disgracing the central Zhou imperial clan. Hearing this, Lai Nuyen Fong lowered his head in grievance and said nothing more. He immediately left. Jiang then looked at Lai Fong Track and asked why he was still here. Did he want to fight? Lai Fong Track answered frankly that was right. A duel, if he won the supreme sword intent, would be his. Jiang then said calmly that he was more courteous than that foolish prince. If he lost, he must agree to one condition. Lai Fong Track replied confidently that he would not lose. With that, the two immediately charged into battle. Lai Fong Track said their realms were different. Did he find that fair? Jiang then replied that there had never been fairness in this world, only strength. Lai Fong Trak sneered and said that made sense. Suddenly, the tip of Lai Fong Trak's sword was pressed against Jiang then throat. Jiang then glanced thoughtfully at the sword tip. Lai Fong Trak pressed the sword closer and said coldly, "This body. Try this move, mountain shaking seal." Lai Fong Trak raised his hand high. Jiang then could not dodge in time and was heavily injured. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it." He could even use mountain shaking seal. His mind calculated rapidly. This seal ranked 5th. No matter how tough the body, it would be suppressed. But you have mountain shaking seal. He had the supreme sword intent. Sword splits the firmament. Jiang then immediately counterattacked, his aura erupting and shaking heaven and earth. He shot forward like an arrow released from the bow, striking a palm straight at Lai Fong Trak, causing Lai Fong Trak eyes to widen in shock. The blow was so powerful it made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lai Fong Trak shouted angrily that he wanted to die, daring to strike his face. Jiang then replied calmly that the second prince should maintain bearing befitting his status. Lai Fong Trak wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said if not for the dignity of the imperial family, he would not have endured. There was no one else here, so he no longer needed to restrain himself. After speaking, he regained his momentum, his gaze locking onto Jiang then. Jiang then exclaimed in surprise, 3 Dao souls. He had not expected to meet someone like himself after rebirth. He stretched his limbs and laughed, saying it had been a long time since he fought with all his might. Today he would accompany him. Lai Fong Trak laughed loudly. Dragon shield, dragon sword, dragon armor, all 3 complete. Let him see how he killed. Jiang then was slightly astonished. 3 Dao souls were indeed rare. In this generation of Vo then continent, a peerless genius had finally appeared. As he fought, he marveled inwardly that it was truly interesting. Lai Fong Trak struck back and laughed, saying he was not bad either. Deep within the Kulu imperial clan, an order had been issued that during this period no one was to be killed. If by mistake someone of the great calamity was slain, the imperial dynasty would be finished. As soon as the white-haired elder finished speaking, the close ministers behind him all knelt and kowtowed, begging the emperor to judge wisely. After fighting for half a day, Lai Fong Trak leaned on his sword, panting as he complained, "Are you even human or a ghost? I am an saint and already exhausted to death. How do you still have strength? You must have taken pills." Jiang then was also worn out and his expression was no better. He replied calmly, "I am poor, cannot afford pills, still want to continue. I cannot defeat you, but you cannot defeat me either." Inwardly, he felt fortunate to have the celestial star and countless earth realm Dao seeds supporting him. A peerless prodigy was truly not easy to swallow. Lai Fong Trak muttered softly, as if preparing to make an important decision. In his palm, a small yet extremely stable sphere of spiritual power condensed. Next, he summoned a spear, assumed a stance of final battle, and said in a deep voice, "Jiang then, I acknowledge you as the strongest prodigy of our generation, but I am not weak either." Jiang then instantly leapt into the air, spiritual power surging from his entire body, forming a thin layer of armor that covered him. This was the supreme sword technique, named Desolate Void. As his words faded, he slashed down. A terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing apart a vast stretch of land. Not only that, the remaining force even blasted the peak off a nearby mountain. Ground trembled violently. Light swept across all directions. The Desolate Void sword intent reappeared, sending chills down the spine. In the distance, Ba Lan Academy head and Thanta stood silently watching. An Lao asked anxiously, "Ancestor, will you not intervene?" Ba Lan Academy head replied in a deep voice, "If this sword truly lands, Lai Fong Trak will surely die. And if he dies, the back mountain will be destroyed as well." The back mountain was the vital foundation of Ba Lan Academy. It absolutely could not be lost. Thanda clenched his fists and said coldly, "If it is destroyed, then so be it. People are about to die anyway. What meaning is there in keeping this academy?" On the battlefield, Jiang then's Desolate Void sword intent struck straight at Lai Fong Trak, causing him to tremble in shock. This was the legendary supreme sword intent. The spear in his hand shattered instantly. Lai Fong Trak thought to himself, "Am I truly going to die?" At that moment, Jiang then spoke, "I already said no more fighting. Why do you not believe me?" In the massive sphere of spiritual power, a vague divine phantom appeared. Jiang then turned and withdrew his sword momentum. After retracting his move, he exhaustedly relaxed his body and let himself fall freely. Only then did Lai Fong Trak slowly open his eyes. He said, "You could not complete that sword strike, so I did not die. Even so, I admit in my heart, an saint like me could not defeat an Earth Realm cultivator. Jiang then, you have won." While Jiang then fell heavily to the ground, unable to stand. Knowing he was defeated, Lai Fong Trak asked proactively, "Say what you want, as long as I can do it." Jiang then placed his hand on his armor and replied calmly, I only need you to promise one thing. From now on, if I fall into a life and death situation with no one to save me, the Zhangzhou imperial dynasty must step forward. Hearing this, Lai Fong Trak was inwardly astonished. This man not only blocked countless prodigies for me, when I was weakened he did not take the chance to kill me. Such a hero was truly rare. After thinking it through, he asked seriously, is it only that simple? Jiang then smiled faintly. You think that is simple? Do you know who my enemies are? At this moment, Lai Fong Trak threw down a token and said briefly, take it. If that day truly comes, crush it. The Zhangzhou imperial dynasty will certainly help you. Jiang then took the token and nodded, agreed. He transmitted a portion of the supreme sword intent to Lai Fong Trak and warned, be careful when comprehending it. Do not be reckless. One misstep, and you lose your life. Lai Fong Trak accepted the inheritance and replied, I understand. With everything settled, he turned and left without hesitation. After taking a few steps, as if remembering something, he stopped. Turning back, he said to Jiang then, you will keep growing stronger. But as long as I live, I will not accept losing to you. Jiang then smiled and replied, I believe it. Next time we meet, I may guide you further. Hearing that, Lai Fong Trak was so angry he nearly exploded, thunder roaring within his heart. He circulated his technique and flew away. After some distance, he could not hold back and raised his middle finger toward Jiang then, muttering, who needs your guidance? At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Jiang then's shoulder. It was Ba Lan Academy head. He reminded softly, go see him one last time. The one he referred to was Than Tu. Than Kong and Ho Sin was lying weakly on the bed. Jiang then hurried into Than Tu's room, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was deeply shaken. Than Lao said, aside from the battle at Hong Then Dao Truong, the ancestor also bore severe injuries and old hidden wounds. In the end, he could not survive. Tone and Guyot sobbed uncontrollably. Upon seeing Jiang, then she angrily reproached him. If not for you, how would the ancestor die like this? What use are you? I do not understand why the ancestor risked his life for you. Jiang then stood stunned, recalling the moment he was pushed away, his voice trembling as he called, Grand Ancestor. He reached out and gently touched Than Tu's face. Tears fell from the resolute man. He said in pain, what do I have that is worth it? Jiang then seemed unwilling to accept reality, gritting his teeth as he insisted there was still a way to save him. He turned to wipe his tears and said decisively, I will take you away from here. Ba Lan Academy head shook his head. His lifespan is exhausted. His hidden injuries are severe. His 3 souls and 7 spirits are damaged. With what will you save him? Jiang then immediately said, I need a piece of eternal azure gold. Everyone stepped back. Onan Guyot was confused. Than Lao also said, the ancestor is already gone. Stop joking. Than Tu awoke at this moment. Though exhausted, he still forced himself to sit up and ordered, everyone withdraw. I hand full authority to Jiang then. Follow him. This old man does not wish to die. Hearing this, Ba Lan Academy head thought to himself, Than Kong is not only the war god of the academy but also a lifelong brother. I should trust him. After thinking it over, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. When everyone had left, only Jiang then remained sitting by the bed. He spoke in a low voice. Outside Hong Then Dao Truong, everyone knows I possess the supreme sword intent. They all want to kill me and seize it. Without you, I would have died long ago. You believe in fate. Do you believe in gods? The 9 heavens divine king. You know my identity as a celestial being. There is something originally reserved for myself, but I, Jiang then, am not an ungrateful man. Today I sever my own path and let you continue walking in my place. If you reach the peak in the future, do not forget. As his words ended, no one knew what he did. A golden pillar of light suddenly shot from the room straight into the sky. Outside, everyone was horrified. The heavens changed color. Stars filled the sky with dazzling brilliance. The beam pierced through the 9 heavens, reaching straight to the Tai Duong Then Deen. Inside the hall, a woman smashed a chair and roared in fury, celestial being, the divine spark has shattered. The divine king is dead. Prepare for war. The divine king belongs to me. Celestial being, what happened to you? The divine king's spark has dispersed. What did you encounter in Vo then Dailu? Can we still wait for your return? Returning to Jiang then, he took out a divine spark like a shining jewel and said, this is the heart of the 9 heavens, the throne of the divine king. I use the divine king's spark to extend your life. From today there is no more celestial being in this world, only you the scholar. After speaking, he infused the divine spark into Than Tu's body. This is my final card. It can only preserve your life for 3 months. A day later, Ba Lan Academy head brought a coffin forged from eternal azure gold. The black-robed elder saw it and said, Academy head, using eternal azure gold for someone about to die, that is material for refining divine artifacts. The Academy head replied, if not used for someone about to die, should it be left for future generations to fight over? Ba Lan Academy head set down the coffin and frowned, saying, you and Than Kong have fought all your lives and still will not let go. The old man laughed and replied, Compete for superiority. No need, he is about to die. I am alive. Victory and defeat are already clear. That moment, Thantu's door burst open. Jiang then carried Thantu out, his face dark as he said, "In the end, you are only an ant beneath grand ancestors' feet." Seeing the vitality on Thantu, Ba Lan Academy head was overjoyed. The divine spark truly succeeded. The rival elder shouted angrily, "Brat, you dare speak to me like that?" Jiang then did not bother replying and placed Thantu into the coffin. Hoisting it onto his shoulder, he said firmly, "One day I will bring Grand Ancestor back." The academy head asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Jiang then answered briefly, "Min Chao, to obtain Luan Hoidu," and then he flew away. The black-robed elder was startled upon hearing this. Min Chao, that is the Vu Thuet Kai Din. Danger lurks on all sides. People from other great continents avoid it like a plague, not to mention he once offended Kula Tai too. This trip is no different from walking into death. As Jiang then traveled, he pondered, Luan Hoidu, the secret art of the Min Chao Kula Hong Trio. It is said beneath Luan Hoidu even the dead can have their souls summoned back. This time he could only gamble on that. Arriving at the shore of Hong Chao, Jiang then looked down and saw a group waiting. Jiang Lu waved and called out loudly, "Boss." He looked at them in confusion. "Why have you appeared here?" Jiang then turned to Luke Than, then and asked, "Long time no see. What tier is Tone Tun Jio at now?" Inwardly he thought that Luke Than then truly had talent. Even after he left, he diligently cultivated the techniques left behind and had now stepped into the venerable realm. Luke Than then replied briefly, "Currently only 3rd tier. Vo Kak no longer accepts advancement missions for Tone Tun Jio." Hearing this, Jiang then fell silent in thought. With Ba Lan Academy backing Hong Chao, likely no one would dare touch Tone Tun Jio. He casually tossed down several scrolls and instructed, "These are 36 divine grade techniques and 72 heaven grade weapons. Place them all into the Tang Kin Cat. Within 1 year, I want the name of Tone Tun Jio to resound throughout Hong Chao." Luke Than then hurriedly reached out to receive them. Jiang Lu spoke, probing, "Boss, will you return? Let me follow you to Min Chao." En Huoc Tiu also chimed in, "I want to go too. It is time to venture out and train." He shook his head in refusal. "This trip to Min Chao is extremely dangerous. Witchcraft is not something people of Hong Chao specialize in. You following will only add trouble. My mind is made up." Inwardly, he also thought that every prodigy must have his own path and cannot cling to me forever. Bok Fong and Gu stepped forward and suggested, "Master, how about stopping by Bok De Than first? This is Thuong's son Tiat Hai. Continue ahead and we reach Min Chao." Hearing this, he pondered, "Bok De Than is close to Min Chao and knows quite a lot. I can gather some information along the way." After thinking it through, he nodded, agreed. At that moment, a soft hand touched his face. "Master." Nap Lan, my NHI, hugged him tightly and whispered, "I will miss you so much. When will I no longer need to call you master?" He sighed. The parting atmosphere that had just risen was shattered by that single sentence. Immediately after, another hand pinched his cheek. "I permit you to take concubines, but I am the principal wife. I am the boss." The owner of the hand was Hoa Lian Wai. She pinched his cheek with imposing force. Bok Fong and Gu was already annoyed by Nap Lan my Enhai's appearance and grew even angrier upon hearing this. He hurriedly freed himself from their embrace and flusteredly said, "Elder sisters, I am only going far away. Do not overdo it." He intended to continue, but seeing their sorrowful eyes, he fell silent. To avoid further attachment, he immediately grabbed Bok Fong and Gu's hand and pulled her away, only managing to say, "I am leaving." Jiang Lu watched with secret admiration. Boss truly is blessed. A day later, he finally arrived at Bok De Fong San. He confirmed again and asked, "Fong and Gu, is this Bok De Than?" But after asking, he heard no reply. He curiously turned his head and called, "Fong and Gu." At that instant, his face flushed red like fire, so hot it seemed ready to smoke. He had not expected that he had been dragging Bok Fong and Gu's skirt the whole way. The situation so awkward it left him speechless. He quickly let go, shut his eyes tight, covered his face with his hand, and stammered an apology. Blushing, Bok Fong and Gu did not blame him and only said softly, "It is fine, let us go inside." He scratched his head, inwardly thinking, why is she acting so strange today? Bok Fong and Gu led him to a courtyard, paved with exquisite patterns. He looked around and said, "Fong and Gu, this place is quite quiet." Bok Fong and Gu blushed and replied softly, "They are about to arrive." He had yet to understand who they referred to. Suddenly, a wooden ball fell from above and struck his head, making him jump. The ball burst open and a strip of white paper unfurled. On it were written, "Welcome, son-in-law." Not only that, behind them people were blowing horns and performing lion dances, the scene lively and bustling. He stood frozen, his mind blank, while Bok Fong and Gu revealed the shy expression of a maiden bringing someone home for the first time. He blushed and stammered, "Can I not go in?" Bok Fong and Gu pouted, "Just try saying that again." At that moment, Bok Fong and Gu's father leisurely stepped out, smiling brightly as he said, "Worthy son-in-law, as you have arrived, come inside and sit." Bok Fong and Gu clutched his arm tightly and said shyly, "Father, what are you saying?" Inwardly, he could only lament that this matter was far from simple. He pointed at the coffin on his back and asked, "Do you see the azure gold coffin I am carrying?" Bogda replied calmly, "Your father-in-law is not blind." Hearing this, he widened his eyes and shouted, "Father-in-law, how can it be so fast?" He quickly coughed to regain composure and suggested, "How about this? May I return to Bogda Than another time? Inside the coffin is the grand ancestor Nho Sin. I use the azure gold coffin to lock his fate and sustain his vitality with my own blood energy. If separated from me, the person in the coffin will." Hearing this, Bogda frowned, "Than Kong and Nho Sin. The faith of Hong Chao's strong, this is troublesome." The lion dancers and drummers instantly vanished without a trace. Bogda stepped forward and questioned him, "Boy, I have only one daughter and have entrusted her to you. Why are you still unhappy? Do you know how many prodigies across the 7 great continents wish to marry my Fong and Gu, let alone Hong Chao?" Helplessly explained, "I'm still carrying a coffin. Marriage at this time is inappropriate. It brings misfortune. When I return to Bogda Than, I will certainly marry Bok Fong and Gu." Bogda glanced at his daughter and asked softly, "Should I force him?" Bok Fong and Gu replied gently, "Please do not, father. I trust him. Moreover, grand ancestor Nho Sin has shown him great kindness. He has greater matters to accomplish." Bogda angrily scolded, "Men are all deceivers. You truly trust him. How did I give birth to such a daughter?" Bok Fong and Gu retorted petulantly, "Forced love is never sweet. What do you understand, father?" He, standing aside, interjected, "I heard all of that." Finally persuaded by his daughter, though still displeased, Bogda turned and left. Before leaving, he handed him a map and instructed, "This is the map of Min Chao's forces. When you arrive, go to southern Min Chao first." Then he turned back and ordered the servants to withdraw. He watched his departing figure. He clasped his hands solemnly in thanks. Bok Fong and Gu tugged at his sleeve and said, "Master, if you are bullied in Min Chao, just tell me. My family has 3,000 Bok Wai Quan. Across Vo and Dai Luke, everyone gives them some respect." Hearing of Bok Wai Quan, he paid attention. He thought to himself, if these super sects go to war, ordinary people will turn to ashes. Could it be that all 3,000 Bok Wai Quan are in the divine realm? This Bogda Than is truly not simple. Thinking this, he curiously asked, "How strong are the Bok Wai Quan? Does Bogda Than have other trump cards?" Bok Fong and Gu was about to answer when a shout rang out, "Why ask so much?" It turned out Bogda had not gone far. Hearing this, he grew angry. "You have not even stepped fully into my house, and already thinking of living off us. Fong and Gu, come back." Bok Fong and Gu could only wave goodbye and remind, "Master, you must be careful." He rubbed his brow, his face full of helplessness, living off others. "I am the celestial divine king." Bogda Than is indeed interesting. It is a pity that, for someone who has not entered the divine realm like me, Min Chao is too dangerous. He tightened the straps and looked at Bok Fong and Gu and her father, then softly called, "Grand Ancestor, if one day I die and you live, what will you do?" He spent another day entering southern Min Chao. He disguised himself in white robes with white hair as when he once impersonated Tran Jiang, walking while studying the map. "Bogda told me to come to the south first. He must have his reasons." Suddenly a shout rang out from behind, "Stop there." He was startled and turned around. A gray-robed youth had already approached. The youth raised his hand and formed seals. Then he immediately directed them at him, establishing a life and death linked fate technique. Red character appeared on his forehead. He was shocked. A linked fate technique. The youth gripped his shoulder and said, "Help me, otherwise we die together." The linked fate technique had been completed. If one dies, neither can survive. He trembled with rage. A piercing roar echoed through the space, the kind of furious curse born of utter anger, damn it. He glanced at the youth and said coldly, "I will deal with you later." Though sweating in fear, the youth forced a strained smile. Then he turned to the group blocking the road ahead and warned bluntly, "Get lost. I do not wish to stain my hands with blood." The group fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Then they burst into mocking laughter. "A mere Earth Realm brat acting like a hero. You are only fit to lick my boots. Enough talk. Kill him." The youth gritted his teeth and thought, "I am doomed anyway. Having someone in front to block is better," while he merely sighed softly. At last he truly grew angry, veins bulging and eyes flashing as he asked again, "Lick boots." As his words fell, his figure vanished before them, appearing directly behind the laughing crowd. 3 men jolted and turned their heads back. He had already completed the move beforehand. Lightless dark heavenly rain, divine grade, and a massive vortex formed instantly. The 3 had yet to understand what happened before being blasted away, blood spraying everywhere. After finishing, he exhaled and feigned innocence. "I was only defending myself, not killing the innocent." The youth behind widened his eyes in admiration. So strong. Those were all a saints. He immediately darkened and appeared before the youth shouting, "Remove the linked fate technique." The youth jumped in fright. The youth stepped back and stammered, "It cannot be removed. Only after 10 days will the linked fate dissolve on its own." He angrily stepped closer, shaking the youth's arm and demanding, "So for these 10 days my life and yours are bound together. If one dies, both die." The youth trembled and replied, "I know you are angry, but you cannot kill me now." He cursed inwardly, "The secret art cannot be undone. Truly a special witchcraft of Min Chao, damn it." The youth forced a smile and suggested, "Take me back to the La clan. The elders in the clan may have a way to undo the linked fate technique." Frowned in thought. Before becoming a god, I had never set foot in Min Chao and do not know how to break it. Might as well listen to him. At worst, I will crush him to death. Thinking this, he warned coldly, "If you dare deceive me, I will kill." The youth hurriedly waved his hands. "I would not dare." He ordered, "Lead the way." At the La clan tribe, the two finally arrived. He wiped his sweat and complained, "This place is truly hot." The youth laughed and replied, "Of course, this is the hottest place in Min Chao. The La clan lies within the southern Li Ming Fire. Beneath us is the southern Mingli Fire Sea." I was shocked upon hearing this. Southern Mingli Fire is divine fire. Even among the gods of the 9 heavens, few can control it. While he was thinking, the youth was already running and shouting, "Father, I am back." Followed and asked why the southern Mingli Fire was here. The youth explained, Min Chao is divided into 4 regions with 4 great clans. Each clan controls a unique witchcraft to command a special power. What is so strange about that? The Tran clan of the east controls the eastern azure dragon wind. The Lang clan of the west commands white ling divine metal. The Hong clan of the north holds northern back profound earth. All trivial things. After hearing this, his expression turned peculiar. He pressed his lips together and wondered, divine wind, divine metal, divine earth. If these are called trivial, Min Chao is truly extraordinary. In the hall, the man seated on the throne stretched out his hand and called, "Son." The youth immediately ran over and cried, "Father King." The youth hugged his father and cried while recounting, "Father, he saved me. Otherwise today you would not see me again." His father looked at him and asked in surprise, "Where does this young brother come from?" He sensed the other's cultivation and was secretly alarmed. "A great saint. If my identity is exposed, it will be troublesome." After thinking, he hesitated and replied, "From an unknown mountain ravine." Youth said petulantly, "Father, stop asking. He saved my life. Do you want me to have no friends in the future?" His father smiled indulgently, while he cursed inwardly, "Friend my foot." The youth patted his chest and guaranteed, "Rest assured, saving my life means rewards will not be lacking. I Latayan know how to repay kindness." His father nodded in praise. He waved his hand, "I do not need those things, just help me remove the linked fate." Latayan suggested instead, "Father, I think we should repay him with a grand gift. I think we should marry my sister to him." The La clan leader found it reasonable and said with a smile, "Father is very satisfied. We will do as you say." He hurriedly explained, "That is not what I meant." But before he could finish, the clan leader waved his hand in assurance, "Do not worry." Upon hearing about the dowry, his eyes lit up, and the words he intended to say were immediately swallowed back. Elder La smiled and said, "The supreme technique Southern Li witchcraft will serve as the betrothal gift." He replied in surprise, "Actually removing the linked fate is enough." He thought these father and son are overly enthusiastic. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out noisily, "You two have gone too far." He had just turned around when an attack rushed toward him, the aura of a saint king crashing down. Strike was so fast, he was blasted against the wall without time to resist. The clan leader hurried forward to shield the father and son, and shouted, "Daughter, stop." The clan leader's daughter, Lisan, spoke angrily, "You two not been beaten enough these days. Since when is my marriage yours to arrange? And you even want to marry me to this trash?" He stood up and looked her over, secretly assessing, without a solid foundation that blow would have killed. But she is indeed not bad, so young yet already a saint king. Clan leader advised his daughter, "According to the rules, in 10 days you must become the holy maiden. Do you want to remain in the clan your whole life?" Lisan replied coldly, "Do you think I want to be holy maiden?" Latayan stepped forward boasting, "Little sister, I found you someone very formidable." He pointed at him and said, "This man is at mid-earth realm but can kill an saint." Lisan looked at him in shock and exclaimed, "What? To recover so quickly after taking her strike? This man is certainly not simple." The clan leader thought. He hurriedly denied, "Do not listen to his nonsense. I am not that strong." San seemed to recall something and asked, "Your name is Jiang then?" She immediately said, "Jiang then of Hong then Dao Truong, the one with supreme sword intent wanted by Kula Tai Tu." He stood silent. He sensed the power of the great Dao gathering around Lisan. The old clan leader circulated his technique, forcing him to reveal his true appearance. Tian checked the notice and confirmed it was indeed the wanted Jiang then. Unable to hide any longer, he said frankly, "It is me. So what, do you want the Hong then inheritance or to hand me over for reward?" He thought inwardly, "If I am detained today, Grand Ancestor, remember to burn incense for me." Clan leader was furious at being deceived. Latayan hurried to stop him. "Father, he saved me." He broke into a cold sweat, finished. But the outcome was completely opposite. The clan leader laughed loudly. You came at the right time. Bokta once owed the La clan a favor and sent word for me to help you. He also said you would come to southern Min Chao. He was so startled his soul nearly flew out. Why not say so earlier? With Bokta backing him, he felt somewhat at ease, though he was curious about their relationship. The clan leader added, Min Chao is about to hold a banquet, convenient for introductions. I am Lathin Thur. This is my son Latian and my daughter Lasan. He replied. Jiang then of Ton Tun Jio. He asked, what does this banquet have to do with me? Lasan answered, very much. The banquet is hosted by the Kulu Imperial Dynasty. Participants can enter the Reincarnation Sea to cultivate. Lathin Thur added, within it is the Reincarnation Crossing. He was startled, Reincarnation Crossing. He asked again, as an outsider, how can I participate? The clan leader replied, you cannot. Only those of Min Chao are qualified. The old clan leader laughed. There is one way if you wish to join. Lasan frowned and cursed. Get lost, you damned old man, trying to sell me again. Thought inwardly, marrying into the family, this script feels familiar. Such a grand gift upon first meeting. Something is off. He politely asked, you want me to marry Lasan upon first meeting? Did Bokta say something to you? Lathin Thur smiled faintly. Indeed, Bokta said you possess many secret arts, including the Southern Lee Heavenly Scripture. He cursed inwardly. That old Bokta truly sold me out. The old man explained in detail. The Southern Lee Heavenly Scripture is the supreme clan guarding technique of the La clan. Cultivating it successfully transforms the bloodline into the Southern Lee sacred body. Pondered, it seems I have encountered it before, recalling that in the 9 heavens he once held a copy, though its owner had long been sent on his way by him. Yet the more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. Something is wrong. How does this old man know about that? Lathin Thur moved closer and smiled. Sooner or later we will be family. That Southern Lee Heavenly Scripture of yours. He did not wish to circle around and ask directly, what exactly did Bokta tell you? Lathin Thur was sweating profusely, yet gritted his teeth and shook his head. Nothing at all. Why is this old man suddenly so heated? He has always been suspicious. Only those who know my identity would target divine grade techniques. Otherwise, where would so many divine grade arts in vogue than Dailuk all end up on me? After thinking for a while, he finally understood. He concluded inwardly, Grand Ancestor, you told Bokta my greatest secret. Found Lathin Thur's pretended composure irritating. Bokta had also said before that to obtain the Southern Lee Heavenly Scripture one must go through you, and that we would all be family. Only a few know the secret. These 2 old men have joined hands to scheme against me. He said frankly, I can give the Southern Lee Heavenly Scripture, but I must participate in this Min Chao banquet. Elder La replied excitedly, rest assured, goods and bride delivered together. He felt a chill down his spine. What bride delivered? Lathin Thur explained, without joining the La clan you are not considered a person of Min Chao. And even if you join, I must create an identity for you. Do you think it is that simple? He understood the reasoning yet hesitated when looking at Lasan. This is not appropriate. Lasan sneered, ordinary men are not worthy of me. My reputation is not small either. And as for this strength, I truly do not know what those of Hong Then Dao Truong ate to be so weak, unable to defeat even cats and dogs. Lathin Thur hurriedly waved. San, do not say that. This is a divine king. San brushed his hand aside. Am I wrong? Is an earth realm worthy of me? He lowered his voice and replied, then how about I at mid-earth realm fight you around as a saint king? He added casually, I never intended to marry you either. My disciples are all peerless in grace, none inferior to you. Do not overestimate yourself. San laughed coldly in anger. You seek death. She immediately suppressed her cultivation to peak earth realm to challenge him. At the same realm, if I cannot suppress you in 10 moves, you may do as you wish. Sneered, same level. If I cannot suppress you in 3 moves, you may do as you wish. Latian whispered to his father, Father, they are really fighting. Can he defeat little sister? Lathin Thur replied calmly, at the same realm, even 10 of her together are not his match. Lathin Thur thought inwardly, that is a divine king. No matter how capable the girl is, she cannot contend. Unable to bear the humiliation, Lasan roared, die. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind her. She had not expected his speed to be so fast, and hurriedly turned to counterattack. It was too late. He wrapped his arms from behind and held her waist tightly. She was flustered and furious, yet unable to break free. In a mere instant, exactly 3 moves, she was completely restrained without the slightest resistance. He said calmly, it seems you are not as strong as I thought. 1 move would have been enough. She could only grit her teeth in silence. His hand tightened around her firm waist as he said coldly, earlier you stood high above looking at me with contempt. And now his voice turned serious without a trace of jest. Then he released her. In truth, he had no interest in Elderla's matchmaking. A marriage in name only is enough. Once I enter the reincarnation sea, it will be considered over. Lathin Thur hurried to help his daughter up. San, once spoken it must be kept. Lasan gritted her teeth and nodded, fine, while Elderla laughed inwardly in delight. Picking up a reincarnated divine king's son-in-law for nothing was a huge gain. Latayan enthusiastically stepped forward to act as master of ceremonies. A nominal husband and wife is fine. Feelings grow over time. Both he and Lasan shouted at the same time, "Shut up." A day later, the wedding of Jiang Then and Lasan was held. The bridal sedan lively throughout the streets. It was bustling outside, yet inside each sat in a corner without a word. Lathin Thur lifted the curtain and said, "Jiang Then, Lasan is the pride of the La clan. Later the 5 great elders will also come to congratulate." The old man sighed. "They did not believe my daughter would agree to marry. I had to talk at length to convince them." Asked curiously, "What did you say?" Lathin Thur grinned. "I told them you two will consummate tonight. Act a little convincingly. I will find a way to drive them away." Lasan shouted, "Dream on, you old fossil, want to die." Lathin Thur turned stern and threatened, "If you do not act, then forget the Min Chow banquet. Stay home and be holy maiden for life." The two immediately fell silent. 5 watches later, the bride and groom were escorted into the bridal chamber, both in utter turmoil. Being watched by the entire tribe left him speechless. "Your clan is truly meticulous." Lasan cut him off. "Stop talking nonsense." Lasan took the initiative and pushed him onto the bed, catching him off guard. He leaned close and whispered, "Just act a little and they will leave. I simply do not want to be holy maiden, as long as you do not get ideas." He spread his hands and replied generously, "I am very magnanimous." After speaking, he pulled Lasan down to lie with him, though he hesitated slightly. Now in an intimate position, he understood her intent and whispered, "This cannot be initiated by a woman." She only prayed he would not go too far. He slowly removed his own robe, pretending to caress her. She threatened in a whisper, "Dare do anything and I will burn you with divine fire." He signaled her to lower her voice. Both remained wary of the eyes outside. Lasan has finally agreed to marry. Those outside sighed in relief, pride evident. He asked softly, "What now?" She blushed and replied, "Kiss me, otherwise they will not leave." He froze for a few seconds, sensing something wrong, but she urged, "Stop hesitating." After speaking, she pulled him down and locked lips decisively. Though a maiden, her movements were skilled. Only after a while did the fervent kiss end. He felt his blood surge. She was no less dazed. She was unwilling to stop, pulling him back. "Continue. What are you waiting for?" He forced himself to remain clear-headed. "Absolutely cannot cross the line or there will be no credibility left." He turned and slammed the door shut. That should do. The next morning, birds chirped throughout the courtyard. In the bridal chamber, the man on one side and the woman on the other, separated by the bed. Lathin Thur peeked through the door and asked, "Are you up?" He replied, "Do cultivators need sleep?" Latayan chimed in, "Father means did you do it?" His ears burned with anger. He struck out and shattered the tent, sending father and son flying into the air. When Lathin Thur landed, he saw his daughter Lasan packing her things to leave. He asked awkwardly, "Just married and already leaving?" She cast him a cold glance. "Are you managing me?" Lathin Thur waved quickly, "Would not dare," thinking inwardly the divine king's son-in-law is secured. "I went too far yesterday, best not provoke further." Lathin Thur waited until he opened the door. "Oh, you are out." He immediately said, "The southern Ming Plains have 4 great tribes. The La clan ranks first. Today we hold the tribal grand assembly. Many youths will display their skills. You should watch to understand Min Chow and inter-tribal relations, so you are not awkward later." He thought to himself, "Who knows how long I will remain in Min Chow?" After pondering, he nodded, "That is fine." The La clan council, the elders chatted merrily. "Lasan is absent, yet your lower La tribe still dares boast about taking the championship. I truly admire you." This time Latayan did not yield and replied directly, "I am boasting. Dare you accept?" The young master of the 3rd La tribe slammed the table and stood. "Why would I not dare? I am the young master of 3rd La. The resources in my hand are not comparable to yours." Latayan laughed gleefully and continued, "If our tribe wins the championship at this 6th tribe gathering, then your 3rd La tribe." He stated the condition plainly, "Must give our tribe 1 slot for the Min Chow banquet." The young master of 3rd La was startled. A slot for the Min Chow banquet. He glanced at the old patriarch. Lathin Thur smiled gently and explained, "If we lose, we will give up one of our slots, but if you lose, your slot belongs to us." The old patriarch of 3rd La nodded at once, agreed. "Since Brother Lathin Thur is so generous, we accept." Lathin Thur replied firmly, "I believe we will not lose," his gaze resting on him. "Boy, you are a reincarnated divine king. Do not embarrass me." That moment he was playing with a few scorpions and sneezed loudly. The youth rubbed his nose and thought, "Who is talking about me? What opportunities will this new life in the great La clan bring?" The day of the 6th tribe gathering finally arrived. He was present very early. Watching Lathin Thur lounging in enjoyment, he thought, "Are all members of this family foxes?" The host's voice boomed. 6 great tribes, team battles choose opponents freely. Warriors and representatives stepped onto the stage one after another, growing in number. Latayan looked left and right excitedly. "Who to pick?" Shouts echoed everywhere. I choose him too." Latayan widened his eyes. What one person chosen by so many, there is only one reason. Turning back, he saw him pointed at by hundreds of hands, everyone thinking him the weakest. I choose him too. He grew irritated, all choosing me. Do you really think I am weak? Latayan hurriedly explained. Cannot blame them. Among these 60, the weakest is mid-earth realm. The rest are upper heaven realm, some even saints. Hearing this, he became interested. Is that so? Before the entire crowd, he pointed straight at the strongest. Then I choose him. He is the strongest. Defeat him, and the others will not need to choose me. Saves time. Contestants burst into laughter. What a foolish country bumpkin that is Manhwa, third ranked of the clan, a young prodigy already a saint, yet challenged by a fake-kept earth realm. Go home and be a son-in-law. Being called fake-kept infuriated him. Latayan hurriedly clarified, Brother Jiang just disguised poorly. Do not be agitated. Never had he felt such heartache. A dignified male god once pursued by countless people, yet in the clan dismissed as a fake-kept earth realm. Manhwa stood on stage and shouted, You fake-kept one, dare look down on me, get up here. For even striking he mocked, a freeloader dares challenge me, I will burn you to death. Those words struck his sore spot. He asked again, What did you just say? Freeloader, his eyes flared with killing intent. This time even immortals could not save Manhwa. He executed Southern Lee Noble Flame, Vermilion Bird. He summoned the Vermilion Bird Dao Soul. It responded as blazing flames erupted. Thunderous explosion resounded. The Patriarch of Third La watched in shock. Not right. This boy's fortune is immense. Cultivating Vermilion Bird clan martial arts is already astonishing. Yet this flame is purer than our southern Mingli fire. Brother Thien Thur, where did he come from? Thien Thur seized the chance to boast. I am not sure either. Latayan was hunted outside and this man escorted him back. I casually married Lasan to him. Considered picking up a son-in-law, inwardly laughing. A reincarnated divine king. Let you all widen your eyes. Contestants were stunned. Impossible. His flame is even stronger than Manhwa's. Manhwa staggered out of the smoke. His already dark skin now charred darker. This time he dared not underestimate, shouting, I am a saint. How can I be compared to an earth realm like you? He found it interesting. Saints are indeed somewhat harder to deal with. Thought inwardly, Grand Ancestor, since you exposed my identity, you should compensate. Your power has weakened recently. Is the deadline approaching? He swung the coffin directly to strike. Damn brat. Manhwa raised his hand to block, relying on this coffin. Another earth-shaking explosion erupted, like raging bulls colliding. This time victory and defeat were clear. He carried the coffin back and said calmly, Saints have been quite hard to provoke these days. The contestants trembled. Impossible. The Patriarch of Third La could not sit still. The first round ended. Lower La won. The second round began. Thien Thur laughed inwardly. I have picked up a treasure. He stood in the middle of the arena and asked, Is there anyone else choosing me? One person stepped out, voice icy. Only you and I remain. Latayan ran over excitedly. Brother-in-law, go easy. This is a top-tier talisman art. His eyes lit up. Top-tier talisman art. In my past life, I never had time to cultivate it. He immediately accepted it and put it away, praising, good kid. Latayan thought inwardly, that should do it, brother-in-law. After that, the two staged a performance before the 6 tribes, everyone astonished. Latayan fought him evenly, even stronger than Manhwa. If the 6th La tribe develops further, it will be invincible. Manhwa was so furious he wanted to spit blood. It was clearly yielding. Why drag me into it? Latayan seized the chance to laugh loudly. Haha, I am invincible. Signaled to end it. Enough, brother-in-law. I thought we would have to act until dawn. The host announced. Second round ends. Third round has 1 direct slot. The elders will deliberate before proceeding. Inside the tent, he and Latayan saw Thien Thur shouting, My daughter just married, and you tribes still have no shame. This slot belongs to my tribe. The elders replied irritably, Fine, give it to you. Never seen such shamelessness. Competition depends on strength. Thien Thur put his arm around his son-in-law. Whatever you want, father will get. He smiled and replied, You exaggerate. Latayan was so moved he wanted to cry. The host announced the third round begins. The one entering directly is the 6th tribe, Tranthen. Everyone now called him Tranthen. He observed the elders. The lowest were Saint Kings. Only Thien Thur seemed weakest. Could it be the clan relied on Lasan at Upper Saint King? He said to the old man, Among the 6 tribes you are the weakest patriarch. Thien Thur smiled. No one dares bully the 6th tribe. He thought inwardly, right, likely connected to Bok de Than. He asked, after the 6th tribe gathering, Can you teach me some witchcraft? If I attend the Min Chow banquet without knowing witchcraft, I may be exposed. Thien Thur replied, Aside from the unrevealed 8-flow fire, the rest can be taught. He took the manual and read, The other things are acceptable. Thien Thur looked curiously. What are you reading so intently? The book recorded 8-flow fire in great detail. truly unlucky. Thinther shouted, 8 flow fire is unrevealed, who gave that to you? He corrected this as separate flow fire, not 8 flow. The old man looked closer. The script is faded, clearly 8. Feeling guilty, he returned the book. Fine, take it back. Thinther was furious. What use is returning it after you have read it? The host interjected. 4th round begins. He hurried out to compete. This matter leave to Latayan. You go settle accounts. Thinther thought, forget it. Unrevealed secret arts cannot be mastered by outsiders. The next opponent was the Le Clan's top prodigy. Lahayan Chiu arrogantly said, stop. If you are not of the Le Clan, you cannot enter Southern Ming Cave Mansion. He frowned. Southern Ming Cave Mansion, Lower Saint King, interesting. Haiyan Chiu, who ranked first among the 6 tribes, declared only the champion may enter Southern Ming Cave Mansion. You join without knowing this. He smiled faintly. Thanks for reminding me. With that, he lifted the coffin and pressed forward. He asked excitedly, why can you still move? Lahayan Chiu panicked. Impossible. I'm a Saint King yet locked down by an earth realm like this. Smashed the coffin down on Lahayan Chiu's face. A clean and elegant strike. Grand Ancestor secret art. 1,000 Jin Cauldron. He calmly defeated 2 Le Clan prodigies. The elders pale as ghosts. Only one thought echoed. Where did this old Thinther find such a monstrous son-in-law? He even waited to strike Lahayan Chiu a few more times to complete the set, beating him until he cried and begged for mercy. He smiled kindly. Do not rush. I still have a new move untested. Endure a little. Effect timing. Using this brat as a test dummy is reasonable, and conveniently strip out the tribe's flowing fire secret move. A colossal flame erupted before the elder's bulging eyes. Our unrevealed secret art. A man who never practiced witchcraft and not even from Min Chao. How could he know? The most shocked was Thinther. The old man's eyes nearly popped out staring at this son-in-law named Jiang then. Haiyan Chiu's position exploded into ashes. No trace of his figure remained. Even he was stunned. How is 8 flow fire so terrifying? The Grand Elder angrily questioned Thinther. How dare you teach witchcraft to an outsider? Want to break Le Clan rules? Thinther stammered. He is my son-in-law, considered clan. What is wrong with teaching? The Grand Elder cited ancestral rules. 8 flow fire belongs solely to our Le Clan. Never otherwise. Now in outsider hands, what is this? Thinther could only sigh. I never expected Latayan truly learned it. Turned to ask Latayan, what exactly is 8 flow fire? Even a saint realm could not be defeated so miserably in one strike. This witchcraft is certainly extraordinary. The presiding elder stepped out and said, Tran then, considering you are Thinther's son-in-law, we will not make things difficult today, but you must seal the memory related to 8 flow fire. This counts as the final procedure of the 6 tribes. Showed obvious displeasure upon hearing this. He thought the memory of a secret art is etched into the soul. How to erase it? That would be stripping all my secrets bare for the world. He replied coldly, dream on. At that moment, a familiar aura descended from the sky. He looked up and saw a group of beautiful female disciples descending, skin radiant and figures alluring. He widened his eyes. Why have they come here? Female disciples rained down, one pressing her hips to his face, another pressing her face to his hips, utter chaos. Hands pressing his chest, chests pressing his hands, they all smiled brightly. Master, do you still remember us? Oalian Y was the boldest, shouting, Master, you are stiff already. This body is steel. Get up quickly, mind the surroundings. The elders roared, enough. If you do not seal the memory today, do not think of leaving the Le Clan. Sneered, you know my memories cannot be probed. Forcing this is no different from trying to kill me. Their scheme was obvious. The Grand Elders used it as excuse to pressure him, then kill him. He no longer held back. If you want a test, then come. Just as both sides prepared to risk it all, a terrifying aura arrived. Lasan stepped out to block and shouted, is this chaos enough? He was surprised. The old elder barked. Lasan, move aside. This is not the time for your mischief. Without further words, she drew out a token of supreme pressure. The old man broke into sweat. Southern Ming seal. You have inherited the ancestor. He said coldly, see the token as seeing the ancestor. Why do you not kneel? The elders bowed in panic. She declared, 8 flow fire goes to whoever is fated. Tran then has obtained it. Our clan must not object. The elder was speechless. Unbelievable, but she glared. Do you require the ancestor to explain personally? The old man trembled, would not dare. Thinking inwardly, with the token present, we cannot touch Tran then today. Put his arm around Lasan and smiled. By the way, can my disciples follow into Southern Ming Cave Mansion for a look? Seeing the sparkling female disciples around her husband, she was speechless. I was gone only a few days, and so many women appeared. Like a cat with fur bristling, she shouted. Thinther beside them laughed happily. Oh, my little treasure is jealous. After an incense stick of time, he led his disciples inside and asked why they came. Hoalian Y replied. Bok Fong and Gu returned to Bok De Than to cultivate. Jiang Lu went to find the 10 Ghost Master. We were bored in Hong Chao. Nap Lan Mi and Hi giggled. We were not fighting for favor, just decided to come take a look. He hurriedly stopped her. Hey, you are revealing everything. He felt it reasonable. Even Enhim Truong Ka had opportunities. Taking them wandering once is good. He waved, follow me. As he turned his back, the disciples reverted to old habits, desire blazing uncontrollably. Poses ready waiting for Master to enjoy. He widened his eyes. What are you doing? Lian Wai thrust her chest forward. Nap Lan Mi and Hi squeezed in pressing her ample chest before him. Master, it is too hot here. Tiu Diet Than and En Huok Tiu also pushed forward. Let me first. His nose bled, afraid of bleeding to death. Shouting while calling, rebellious disciples truly rebellious. Begging was useless. Making them wait too long led to this disaster. The disciples took advantage, touching everywhere, truly more than he could handle. Nap Lan Mi and Hi whispered, Master being with us is no loss. He was stunned. What do you mean no loss? Suddenly he froze as the surrounding aura changed. Wait, what is this flame? The disciples stood before him, sweat beading across their bodies. Their eyes burned with desire, clearly lining up waiting for Master to attend each one. He instead stared intently at the strange fiery leaves. The female disciples were confused. Master was excited. Why suddenly so serious? He raised his hand to look. Earlier En Huok Tiu had sat on him, and now it was soaked. His face flushed. What liquid is this? Forget it, no more entanglement. He hurriedly steadied his mind and waved. Go outside. He followed the direction of the flame while wondering, whose aura is this? It was not hard to tell. It was a god. Suddenly the stream of air transformed into a small bird. Jiang then was astonished. Where did this sparrow come from? Hearing himself called the wrong name, the bird flared up in anger and shouted, You are the sparrow. I am the Vermilion Bird King. Chuchuok glared, Brat. I asked if you are a god. Jiang then thought to himself, the Vermilion Bird King is not that. He immediately executed a divine art. Sun Moon eyes open. Only then did he see the true form clearly. You truly are one of the 4 divine beasts, the Vermilion Bird. Jiang then recalled the ancient legend. The Vermilion Bird caused disaster in the 9 heavens and was struck down by heavenly punishment to the godless continent, almost shattering the dimensional wall. Was that you? Chuchuok awkwardly denied it. You have mistaken me. Jiang then sneered coldly. Stop pretending. There is only one divine beast. Chuchuok hurriedly explained, my lifespan is nearly exhausted. I offered my divine fire to the Le Clan hoping someone would become a god and bring me back to the 9 heavens. They had no hope. If you can do it, I will surely reward you greatly. Jiang then calmly replied, I can bring you back, but if you cause trouble again, it will implicate me, unless you sign a contract. Only then did he understand why the Le Clan could not cultivate yet still use the divine fire. Chuchuok argued, what trouble could I cause? I am a god king. I can reward you with something you would not even dare accept. Jiang then turned away and said no need to discuss further. Chuchuok panicked and agreed to sign, cursing inwardly, threatened by a little god king. Once I return to the 9 heavens, I will deal with you. Jiang then thought to himself, so god kings are divided into ranks. Jiang then smiled and signed the contract with the little bird. At least it knows what is good for it. Chuchuok suddenly noticed something strange. What is this? Imperial vine, immortal bird. Jiang then scratched his ear and told him not to ask. Hurry and restore my disciple to normal. Chuchuok was still gaping. Wait, myriad transformation, heavenly chalice. Who exactly are you? 3 days later, before the Nam Min cave mansion, the arrival of outsiders to cultivate caused an uproar. Could they comprehend the Nam Min Li fire? The Le Clan sneered. We cannot even do it. How could outsiders manage? The great elder said coldly, according to the rules, outsiders who cultivate in Nam Min and fail to obtain the Li fire must die. Lasan has a token protecting Jiang then. But what about his disciples? The old men exchanged glances. That made sense. Hoa Lian Wai and her sisters stretched lazily. Ah, the air outside feels much more comfortable. Inside it was so hot we almost fainted. The juniors curiously asked what the elders intended to do. After checking them, the old man said, there is not a trace of Nam Min Li fire in your bodies. Do you know your crime? Hoa Lian Wai was bewildered. Since arriving here, we have never offended anyone. We only cultivated in the cave with our master. So what crime have we committed? The old man showed no mercy and struck Hoa Lian Wai painfully, shouting, as outsiders entering Nam Min without comprehending the Li fire, that is your crime. Council of the 6 great tribes flew into a rage. The moment of formal judgment officially began. The sinister old man stared fixedly, his eyes bloodshot from smoking, his teeth jagged like a rat had gnawed them. This old man had long awaited this very moment. His purpose was solely to take revenge on Jiang then. He roared and unleashed a thunderous palm strike. Die. Jiang Then's sisters screamed in panic. A saint king? It is a saint king. The pressure was so overwhelming they could barely stand. Jiang then only needed a light breath to sense something wrong. A coffin loomed before his eyes. His disciples behind him trembled like leaves. stood still and waited for the old man to strike. Jiang then casually countered, attacking while asking, "Is it not a bit early to be so hasty with this judgment?" He was besieged from all sides, gritting his teeth to endure, his body forced backward, causing his disciples endless worry. Chu Chuak manifested and cheered him on. "Come on, shine brighter. If you want to live, then burn with everything you have." After hearing that, Jiang then grew fired up, shining so brightly that even the dark seemed illuminated. Thien Thur rushed out to shield his son-in-law. The ancestor shouted loudly, "Step aside. Dare you disobey the ancestor order? Do you want to rebel?" Only then did Jiang then understand and ask, "As long as I comprehend Nam Min Li fire, that is enough." The old man glared and replied, "Of course, but an outsider like you can forget it. Obediently accept death." Jiang then sneered, "Watch closely. From now on." A strange flame instantly enveloped his body. To him, Nam Min Li fire was nothing but child play. With Chu Chuak backing him, the elders turned pale. Nam Min Li fire, how could this be? Thien Thur and the other old men were stunned. It had not appeared for so many years. It seemed heaven had not cut off the LeClan path. There was no more doubt. The elders all knelt down and kowtowed in worship. An elder stammered, "According to the ancestral teachings of the LeClan, whoever obtains Nam Min Li fire will become the grand clan chief of the 6 tribes. Jiang then was stunned. "So that means I am the greatest now." The old man crept toward the women, his manner making them wary. "What are you trying to do?" But he could only kowtow in apology. Today offense was reckless. However, the disciple of the Grand Clan chief wishes to punish me, I will accept. Jiang then thought to himself, aside from Thien Thur, no one stood on my side. What they said did not seem false. This position of clan chief at least requires Saint King's strength. Jiang then waved his hand with the authority of the Grand Clan chief. "Enough, all of you rise, since I am the Grand Clan chief. Prepare to depart for the Min Chao banquet." Hearing this, Thien Thur rushed up, "Of course. The LeClan has 6 slots. My son-in-law takes them all." Jiang then looked at this delighted father-in-law and could only smile, then thank you. Jiang then instructed, "Inform me before the Min Chao banquet begins. Punishment is waived." His disciples looked at him with admiration. "Master is so impressive. What was that flame just now? Can you teach us?" Thien Thur even seized the chance to laugh loudly at the elders who once looked down on them. "See that? That is my son-in-law, envious or not." A day later, Jiang then pondered, "There is still 1 slot missing a person. Who should I call?" He used voice transmission to contact Neem Truong Ka. The other party appeared struggling with a plucked chicken. Jiang then asked, "What have you been doing recently?" Neem Truong Ka shouted joyfully, "Master, what else? Eating, sleeping, then fighting." Jiang then was startled. "Be gentle, that is my mount." Got straight to the point. "Min Chao banquet. Interested? I am short 1 person. Neem Truong Ka pushed the chicken aside and replied with a smile, "Of course. Wait for me a moment." A teleportation gate immediately opened. Jiang then asked curiously, "What kind of spell is this?" Before he could understand, Neem Truong Ka had already rushed out, pressing her newly matured chest straight against his face. "I missed you so much." Jiang then almost did not recognize his disciple. "What did the heaven-piercing divine palace feed you? We were apart only briefly, and you have already become a saint." Neem Truong Ka winked, his master feeling jealous. Long Dai Duck and the chicken stepped forward and spoke. Seeing this ancestral dragon, "Why do you not kneel?" Chu Chuak interrupted, "Kneel for what? In the past, the ancestral dragon ate 10 of me. Now I will eat 50 of him." Long Dai Duck exploded in anger. "What did you say, you sparrow?" Neem Truong Ka widened her eyes at Chu Chuak. "The vermilion bird king injured by heavenly punishment and reduced in cultivation, master. Where did you find such a treasure?" Jiang then seized the chance to boast. Grabbing the bird, "It is a long story. Chu Chuak is hard to deal with. I will tell you later." But now was not the time for idle talk. Jiang then put Chu Chuak away and signaled to cultivate urgently. In 3 days, the Min Chao banquet begins. A fierce battle is unavoidable. Neem Truong Ka suddenly remembered, "Master, I just learned a new posture from the old master study room. Do you want to see?" Jiang then became interested. "Oh, show me. A posture from the heaven-piercing divine palace must be extraordinary." Neem Truong Ka immediately removed her clothes in front of her master. Jiang then was stunned. Thought it was some powerful ultimate move. Yet it turned out to be those lewd tricks like the others. Jiang then had another nosebleed. 3 days later, everyone gathered around Thien Thur. The Min Chao banquet is divided into many stages. First is the King Feng banquet for the heavenly talents to interact. No fighting. Then the court banquet held at the Kulu Imperial Dynasty. Jiang then said with a smile, "Unless necessary, do not reveal my identity as Grand Clan Chief. I prefer to keep a low profile." Thien Thur nodded repeatedly. "Of course, my good son-in-law." While they were talking, suddenly an aura rushed over from somewhere. Thien Thur pointed at 2 people fighting, young men. Their pride is high. "Look, fighting again." A chubby-faced man stepped out with a sneer. "Even cats and dogs dare to come to the King Feng banquet." He was a lower saint, arrogantly ordering, young and old, all of you get out. Jiang then sighed, I have already been so low-key. Ryu, Zio, and the sisters grew angry. Who are you calling cats and dogs? The buck-toothed man pointed straight at Jiang then. Of course him. The female disciples looked to their master for permission. Jiang then nodded. Go, treat it as practice. Thinking that they had all reached upper heaven realm and with additional special professions, dealing with a lower saint would not be difficult. Disciples immediately formed a formation to besiege him. The buck-toothed man sneered. 4 brats who know how to protect their pet, not bad. Erupted with Saint Realm aura, his six-pack body bulging, intending to show off his muscles to lure the female disciples. Fine, I will play with you. Jiang then instantly realized something was wrong. He was hiding his strength. This was an upper saint and signaled to retreat. It was too late. A ferocious palm technique shattered the formation. The buck-toothed man charged straight toward the disciples. At that moment, someone lightly blocked the attack. Neem Truongka voice rang out, with me here, do not touch them. The buck-toothed man shouted, who are you? Neem Truongka turned to ask Jiang then, master, kill or capture. Jiang then hesitated, then nodded. Neem Truongka leaped forward and grabbed his head. Understood. The buck-toothed man screamed in panic. I admit defeat, do not. But an old man suddenly appeared, knocking Neem Truongka away, shouting, dare to strike heavily against my Chen clan people. Call your elder here. Neem Truongka was bewildered. My elder. Jiang then felt worried. This child acted too early. The old man sneered contemptuously. What, an orphan, no elder, or just an ant? Neem Truongka clenched her fists. Jiang then began to understand his intention. The killing intent-filled words left Neem Truongka stunned. Jiang then sensed something dreadful was about to happen. Neem Truongka murmured absent-mindedly, an ant. Why say that about me? Killing intent surged within her heart. The buck-toothed old man kept mocking. What, did I hit the mark, little vermin? Neem Truongka asked coldly. Is it wrong to have no parents? Is it wrong that my clan lives in seclusion? Old memories suddenly surged back. Back then we risked our lives to protect this world, if not for you people. Her thoughts had now completely turned into killing intent. Buck-toothed old man burst into laughter. Are all the clan people orphans? Neem Truongka death aura erupted. Kill, kill, kill. A demonic heart had taken over her entirely. If not for you, this world would be far better. Fortunately, he placed a hand on Neem Truongka's head in time and awakened her. The killing intent vanished in an instant. Neem Truongka came to her senses. Everything had almost gone out of control. Leave the rest to master. I have long heard of the Chen clan prodigies. Today I will have a taste of your strength. Glanced at the 2 men, his voice sinking. Do you dare? The pig-faced old man sneered and replied, what is there to fear? Are you 6 clan chiefs truly planning to wage war against the Chen clan? Inwardly guessing who this boy was to command all 6 chiefs, he raised a hand to signal everyone. This is merely a clash among juniors. The clan chiefs may proceed ahead. Everyone complied. Neem Truongka lowered her head guiltily to apologize to master. The 2 Chen clan disciples seized the chance to act arrogant. A lower saint, and a lower saint at perfection daring to show off. Even a tiny Earth Realm cultivator dares challenge a Chen clan prodigy. Truly, even cats and dogs think they stand a chance. He could not be bothered, calmly calling out, you 2 come together, save the trouble, you little piglets, eager to die sooner. Only then did he narrow his eyes coldly. Dare to insult my disciple and you die. A flash of blood light. Sun Moon eyes instantly opened. Flames clung tightly to the 2 men, burning them until they screamed and rolled on the ground. What is this thing? Even spiritual energy cannot extinguish it. He sneered. Sun Moon eyes combined with Nam Minli fire. Trifling saints like you cannot break it. The 2 shrieked for their clan chief help. Watching his beloved juniors burn to ashes, the old Chen clan man roared madly, you Le Clan brat, you are vicious. The Le Clan chief replied coldly, speak to the grand clan chief of the Le Clan like that, and your Chen clan wants peace. Only then did that old man look carefully and realize he was the Le Clan son-in-law. Chen clan elder growled, so what, are you declaring war on the Chen clan? The Chen clan old man calculated inwardly. The Le Clan mobilized all 6 chiefs just to shield him, and he is the grand clan chief. Nam Minli fire must be in his hands. The Le Clan cannot be provoked now. The old pig immediately changed his tone. Clan chief Le speaks too harshly. It is merely a banquet, no need for tension, let it pass. Neem Truongka still felt remorse. Master, I am sorry. He rubbed her head to comfort her. Why apologize? The fault lies in this twisted world. He suddenly asked, but what was that spiritual energy you unleashed just now? It was not like the heaven-piercing divine palace method. Neem Truongka hesitated. Well, in the end, Neem Truongka revealed the secret, master. My real name is not Neem Truongka. My name is Truong, and he was startled. Oh, so there is such a name. He suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait, before I became a god king, there was an ancient human clan that established the order of the world. Yet the Truong and clan vanished overnight, said to have been exterminated. That is how those who knew them judged it. He was shaken, recalling the prophecy. Whether the world falls into chaos or not, Truong decides. He asked doubtfully, could you be from the Truong clan? Truong hesitated. If so, what of it? That is all in the past. He stepped closer and gently rubbed her head, making her blush. The Truong clan vanished overnight. It is said they were exterminated. About that, I do not know how to comfort you. Truong quickly refuted. The Truong clan was never exterminated. That disaster only took my parents. The others are still alive. It is just hard for them to appear. If they had appeared that day, whether the world fell into chaos or peace would still have been decided by the Truong clan. Soon I will return to the ancestral hall and release them. He placed a hand on her shoulder. I will go with you, he thought inwardly. Truong clan cannot appear in the world. So how did Neem Truongka come out and even change her name to join the heaven-piercing divine palace? Secret lies hidden within. Truong looked at him in deep thought with curiosity. Suddenly, Truong stepped forward and lightly kissed his cheek. She turned and left. Do not overthink it. You will understand in the future. Watched her departing figure, his mind churning endlessly. She is my disciple and also my friend. No matter the danger, I will go with her. A day later, at the Kulu imperial dynasty, the emperor sitting on the throne slammed his hand down, his face filled with fury. Where is the 9th princess now? Ministers trembled and broke into cold sweat, stammering, Your Majesty, this, the 9th princess, the emperor roared, speak quickly. A military general sensing trouble answered swiftly. She likely went out for a stroll. The emperor grew angrier. A stroll? Do you think I do not know she often goes out? The old emperor gritted his teeth. I assigned 36 heavenly guards to protect her. Where are they now? The officials knelt in fear, repeatedly begging the emperor to calm his anger. Just as tension peaked, a guard rushed in to report, found her, inside the imperial city mingling with banquet guests. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Is there any trouble? The guard recounted. The 9th princess disguised herself as a man and was exposed. The emperor growled and then. Guard heart pounded wildly, thinking it was over. The emperor cherished the 9th princess most. Finally, he said it. The young master of fire, Cloud Mountain, exposed the princess and even spoke rudely. The ministers panicked upon hearing. We are doomed. The emperor was stunned, his palms slamming hard onto the throne. Rage exploded. The emperor shouted, issue the decree. From today, Fire Cloud Mountain name is erased from Min Chao. Scene shifted. He and his group had entered the imperial city. Naplan Mnhi sighed in relief. We finally arrived. She brushed her hair and smiled, Master. I heard the Kulu imperial dynasty is selecting a consort for the 9th princess. Naplan Mnhi leaned close to his ear and whispered alluringly, interested, making him awkward amid the crowd. Gently pushed her away, speaking sternly, behave, this is not Hong Chao. As they walked, they heard the people gossiping. Have you heard? This generation Kula princess is very ugly. Another replied, whoever is chosen as consort is unlucky for 8 lifetimes. He sighed and held his head. Good thing I did not show myself. Otherwise, with this face, I would have been taken away. Naplan Mnhi and the others fumed. Who gave you such confidence? Amid the ridicule, a voice rang out in rebuttal. Who says the Kula princess is not beautiful? Everyone immediately turned to look. His group looked over, thinking, why do the men of Min Chao look so young? Young man declared firmly, she is as beautiful as a fairy. 2 girls sneered, forget it. Everyone knows this generation princess is ugly. Becoming her consort is a lifetime misfortune. The young man erupted in anger, divine power bursting forth, radiant light surrounding him. He shouted, say that again. The 2 were terrified, a god that is a god. He looked at the youth with interest, a divine spirit protecting his body, quite intriguing. Observing more closely, he was surprised. Why does he resemble my youngest disciple in the 9 heavens? He sensed a familiar aura and thought inwardly, this boy is truly romantic. Suddenly he was startled, it is him. This brat in Min Chao even has descendants. Truong asked doubtfully, Master, what is wrong? He asked Truong, what do you know about the situation in Min Chao? She poked his cheek and replied, the Kula imperial dynasty has 2 factions. The ruling faction surnamed Vu was killed before. That was the strongest crown prince. Truong continued, the other faction does not bear the surname Hong but Thai. As for why, I am not sure. She put on sunglasses and acted cool. It is said that faction is not truly from Kula. Their surname seems Mu, their ancestor named Mu Kim. Supposedly picked up from a graveyard, so given a random name. After hearing this, he was 3 parts speechless and 7 parts helpless, thinking inwardly, that little disciple was indeed picked up from a grave, and I truly gave him a random name. He coughed lightly and inadvertently placed a hand on Truong's chest, making her blush. The name Mu Kim is quite good. It is profound and meaningful. The one who named him must be well-learned and exceptionally talented. Truongan looked at him suspiciously. Was that name not given by Master? He was left speechless. To change the subject, he hurriedly called the disciples forward. Let us set off. The group cheered and rushed ahead, while Truongan thought to herself, it must be Master. His group reached the entrance of the court banquet and saw someone sprawled on the ground. People nearby whispered, the gravity here is 1,000 times stronger. You think you can compete with those monsters? Suddenly Naplan Mhi hugged him and smiled sweetly. Master, let us clear the way for you. He resisted uncomfortably. Unexpectedly, the three of them dragged Tran Jiang straight into the air. Naplan Mhi gripped his hand tightly. Tran Jiang saw his disciples coordinate so well and praised him. You have truly grown up at last. Hoa Lian Y refused to be outdone, deliberately swaying her round hips to draw attention, nearly making Tran Jiang lose control. Blood spurted from his nose, yet she pretended to scold. Master, do not peek at me. Naplan Mhi went even further, pulling Tran Jiang's hand to a sensitive spot and laughing softly. The longer Master looks, the sweeter it smells. Tran Jiang could not endure and scolded wicked disciple. A man nearby watched with jealousy and sneered, already grown and still clinging to women's skirts. Another chimed in, one look and you can tell he lives off them. His eyes glued to her hips and still denying it. That man smugly added, we will go ahead, trash, hope you choke on it. Tran Jiang choked with anger, his face darkening as he told Mhi, let me go. She replied softly, Master. Tran Jiang lowered himself into a sprinting stance and muttered, living off women. I will let this heavenly god king teach you a lesson. Suddenly he shot forward like a rocket, so fast that everyone jumped in shock. Tran Jiang overtook the two men and even turned back to shout, watch me run you to death. Two were stunned, their jaws hanging open. While rushing ahead, Tran Jiang suddenly felt something was wrong and turned back. Wanted to find out how the competition truly worked. Tran Jiang stopped before the crowd and seeing their alarmed faces asked what was wrong. The men replied dejectedly, we yield this chance to you. The champion becomes the consort. As for that princess. Hearing this, Tran Jiang imagined a coarse princess with a man-like face, making his skin crawl. That moment, a tall and burly man stepped forward and asked, are you the champion? Tran Jiang found it strange. He suddenly realized inwardly and cursed, damn it, divine realm. Tran Jiang scratched his head and replied, well, how about I have not arrived yet? Can I step back a little? Standing before the finish line, still lost in thought, annoyed the gatekeeper who shouted, what are you saying? The court banquet has been held many times and never seen this. Tran Jiang hesitated and stepped back, curiously asking, why has no one else arrived? Youth asked in surprise, do you not want to be consort? Marrying the 9th princess gains the entire Kulu imperial dynasty backing. Tran Jiang saw their hypocrisy and asked, then why are you retreating too? The divine gatekeeper saw everyone wavering and pointed at Tran Jiang. You are the champion. He hoisted Tran Jiang onto his shoulder and returned to the imperial dynasty. Tran Jiang felt displeased but followed. The men behind happily congratulated him. As consort, no one in Min Chao will dare touch you. The gatekeeper looked at what was behind Tran Jiang and asked, what is that behind you? This is the imperial palace, and you carry a coffin. Tran Jiang hurriedly explained it was a spirit artifact, not a coffin. He refused to let it in, saying inside the palace this coffin-shaped artifact must be left behind. It looks unlucky and harms imperial aura. Tran Jiang was unhappy, but said if left behind the great ancestor relying on his spirit would die. The young man laughed. This artifact is quite interesting. The youth curiously asked, why did you refine such a strange artifact? Tran Jiang replied reluctantly, just for fun. Gatekeeper suddenly clasped his hands and chanted, Void Spirit Cave Manor open. The three were instantly transmitted into another space within the manor, and he introduced it. The court banquet will be held in this Void Spirit Cave Manor. Everyone may begin entering. Seeing no danger, Tran Jiang sighed in relief. I thought I was forced to be consort, nearly scared to death. Tran Jiang turned to thank him, but the other face suddenly grew stern. He slammed his hand on the ground, startling Tran Jiang. I must take you to meet the emperor. Turning to the youth, he said, the emperor summons you as well. Tran Jiang was carried on his shoulder and complained, you divine realm are impressive. Put me down. Soon they entered the Kulu imperial palace. Everyone knelt except Tran Jiang and that youth who stood upright. Someone shouted, before the emperor, why do you not kneel? Tran Jiang replied calmly, I kneel only to my parents. The soldiers were astonished. This man withstands great saint pressure. The emperor, seeing his bearing, said, all are cultivators, no need for excessive courtesy. Tran Jiang replied, many thanks. Suddenly that youth clasped his hands familiarly. Greetings, emperor. Tran Jiang immediately suspected his identity. The emperor's face darkened and shouted, have you had enough? Unexpectedly that youth revealed herself as the princess. She smiled softly and called father. Tran Jiang stared wide-eyed. What is this? The emperor asked his daughter, as princess you refuse peace and attend the banquet. Do you know how worried I was? The princess replied innocently, I have fun outside. I should go more often. The emperor continued. What do you think of this man? He is the chosen consort. The princess looked at Tran Jiang and shook her head. Marriage is no joke. The man in my heart must hold up heaven and earth. He looks weak and arrogant, and they even spread rumors I am ugly. The emperor hurriedly comforted. I said you were ugly so no one would steal you. You are very beautiful. Seeing his daughter dissatisfied, the emperor waved his hand. If you do not like him, then kill him. Tran Jiang grew angry hearing this. That is too much. The princess quickly stopped him. Father, mother told you to kill less. He has no fault. Tran Jiang thought inwardly, this imperial dynasty is full of masters. If the emperor makes trouble today, it will not end well. The emperor asked, are you the grand clan chief of the Le Clan? Tran Jiang replied, I am not Le Clan, it was just fate. Truong behind laughed and said, if anyone asks your identity, just say you are disciple of Kung Mak, a beast raised by the heaven-piercing divine palace. Tran Jiang felt it reasonable and nodded inwardly. Tran Jiang casually asked, my master is Kung Mak. Emperor, do you know him? The strategist almost fell hearing this. The emperor asked in surprise, is your master still alive? Old man beside whispered, Kung Mak once entered the imperial garden to eat sub-dragon and stew blood luan. Tran Jiang was stunned hearing this. Tran Jiang's face turned serious, and he loudly called, Neem Truong Ka. Truong, and at that moment was playing by the river with Long Dai Duck and the frog. Who is calling me? The emperor suddenly had a malicious thought. Perhaps we should kill him. The princess hurriedly intervened. Father, if you do not listen to mother, I will tell on you. Besides, Tran Jiang is interesting. The emperor thought of being chased by his wife and grew afraid. Fine. As champion, you need not continue competing. Directly enter the Min Chao banquet. Tran Jiang laughed inwardly. The mighty emperor also fears his wife. Every household is the same. Tran Jiang hesitantly asked, I have 5 disciples. May they come along? Princess frowned. The Min Chao banquet is not for anyone to enter. Is this man clever or foolish? Tran Jiang confidently replied, because they are no weaker than me. The old man laughed loudly, Earth Realm daring to compare. Tran Jiang responded, then Emperor may test them. The Emperor smiled, interesting, if they fail, they lose their lives. The Emperor pointed and said, the wager is your life. The princess, seeing her father's serious, thought, it is over, truly a hidden expert. Tran Jiang took out the divine flute and smiled, tired of refining artifacts. How about a contest of musical arts? The 2 old men behind laughed loudly. The imperial dynasty has a great saint proficient in zither. Are you mad? Summon the zither elder. Old man holding a zither descended before Tran Jiang. Boy, I advise you to admit fault. Perhaps you may live. Tran Jiang, seeing the pity, replied courteously, thank you for your concern, but no need, then leisurely began to play his own melody. Supreme forgetting emotion ended. Countless phantom warhorses roared forth with imposing might. The emperor and the old zither master froze for seconds seeing that move. Supreme forgetting emotion, 7 turns had vanished long ago. Tran Jiang began to unfold his technique, controlling each warhorse movement. Warhorses thundered toward the zither elder. His gaze instantly focused. The zither elder knew this was no amateur and sneered. Truly interesting, worthy of supreme forgetting emotion. Tran Jiang lightly twirled the flute and replied calmly, I have something better. He immediately changed the move. Supreme forgetting emotion reincarnation, returning geese stirring clouds. Energy erupted violently around Tran Jiang's body, making the zither elder gape. 2 old men behind murmured, this Tran then is not simple, but after all only Earth Realm, hard to defeat the zither elder. No one expected that, with just one move, the zither elder would be defeated on the spot. The zither elder stared in disbelief, his mouth agape as he blurted out, impossible. Knowing he was no match, the zither elder lowered his head and conceded sincerely, then asked whether his disciple was also proficient in other musical arts. Tran Jiang smiled and replied, fairly so. There are even those better at playing than you, leaving the 2 old men horrified. The zither elder turned to report to the emperor, this young friend does not boast. His disciples truly have real skill. The emperor, knowing he had met an expert, nodded. Interesting. Issue the order. Summon the remaining 5 disciples here. Kula princess saw that Tran Jiang had strength and looked pleased, not weak as imagined. Tran Jiang was also glad his disciples could enter. An hour later in the imperial side garden, Tran Jiang looked around and smiled. There are even spirit fish here. Rare things, cleansing marrow and meridians they would sell for a high price. Casually sat and fished a few, inwardly laughing that this time he would make a fortune. Just as he was enjoying himself, a voice suddenly rang out, good. Tran Jiang froze as the fish he caught all died and floated up my fish. Panicked as his property vanished, the whole pond filled with white bellies. Turning to find the culprit, Tran Jiang saw a figure standing behind him. It was a princess of the palace, her arrogant voice ringing out. She coldly asked, do you know where this is to dare barge in? Tran Jiang thought that so young yet already great saint was troublesome. I do not want to tangle with women. Thinking so, Tran Jiang turned and left. walking slowly toward the gate. The princess refused to let it go and hurried to block him. Tran Jiang sighed, truly troublesome. Not wanting to fight, he immediately used shrinking earth into an inch. Tran Jiang figure burrowed into the ground and vanished. Elsewhere he exhaled and sat down, glad to have shaken her off. Thinking it over, a beam of light suddenly appeared, startling Tran Jiang. The princess appeared behind him, power already gathered in her hand. He said coldly, "I will ask you one last time." Seeing her temper, Tran Jiang grumbled, "Do all people of the Kulu imperial dynasty grow up on explosives?" The princess flew up in anger, controlling a thunder sphere, and shouted, "Answer properly." Tran Jiang recognized the move at once. This is the Spirit Thunder Sacred Body. He pondered and murmured, "Spirit Thunder Sacred Body is rare, able to control tribulation thunder. If one had the sacred thunder needle then." Tran Jiang confidently said, "If you take me as master, I will tell you." Hearing this, the princess charged in fury. "Dare to tease me, I will beat you to death." Seeing she meant to kill him, Tran Jiang cried out, "Wait, that is my tribulation cloud." Knowing he could not flee, he clasped his hands and cast a spell. 2 tribulation lightning bolts turned into meeting gifts. 10 directions heart-binding pool activated. Bonds appeared around the princess. She sneered, "What will trapping me do?" Tran Jiang replied smugly, "Is that so?" He immediately opened the Sun Moon Eyes shield. Tran Jiang reminded her, "Be careful, the tribulation lightning might kill you." Bound and unable to move, she raged, "You dare." Tran Jiang ignored her and looked around. There are spirit fish here too, but he sensed someone approaching. Dozens of seconds later, the princess broke free with a shout, "You still dare fish my fish?" She escaped. Tran Jiang nodded in praise. Worthy of Spirit Thunder Sacred Body, fast indeed. The princess rushed forward angrily, "You seek death." Just as she struck, someone appeared to block her. It was the emperor who had arrived, saying deeply enough. Tran Jiang spoke directly. "What she wants I have, cultivation methods, martial arts, secret arts, even forbidden arts." The emperor frowned and shouted, "Silence! This is a place of quiet cultivation. Leave at once." Thinking this clan chief speaks boldly. The princess complained, "Uncle, he would not answer me." The emperor turned and asked, "Do you need me to send you off?" Tran Jiang sighed, "Seems today will not be smooth." Turned to leave, saying, "Then we shall meet again if fate allows." Later in the princess hall, Tran Jiang saw Nim Triwangka bruised and lying on the floor and asked what happened. She cried and protested injustice. Hearing mention of a woman chest, Tran Jiang grew interested at once. "Let me see." He leaned to look at the jade stone on the princess' chest and was startled. "This is." She flushed and shouted, "What are you doing?" Princess drove him out, calling him a rogue. Tran Jiang hurriedly replied, "I am not." Suddenly he felt dozens of great saint and divine realm intents locking onto him. His heart jolted. The next moment, Tran Jiang took a punch that knocked out his teeth. Nim Triwangka laughed. "Now master understands why I was beaten." Master and disciple with bruised faces knelt to apologize. Nim Triwangka asked why master is so lustful. Tran Jiang angrily replied, "Silence." Tran Jiang cursed inwardly. Dozens of great saints and even divine realm. No wonder I could not win. The Kula foundation is truly terrifying. This jade pendant resembles the 6 paths ancient jade, but is not genuine. Reincarnation and eternal life are only legend. 6 paths ancient jade is taboo. This woman is far from ordinary, perhaps related to the reincarnation sea. The reincarnation sea differs from other forbidden lands. Enter and you are safe, fail and you seek death. Nim Triwangka said, "It seems rescuing eldest sister depends on us." Two kept staring until the princess grew angry and struck their heads. "Have you seen enough?" Not wanting to stay, they stood and took their leave, saying the other disciples were waiting. The princess found them interesting and invited. "I am bored today, play with me." Tran Jiang and Nim Triwangka waved their hands in unison. "No." Rejected, the princess flared up and scolded. Tran Jiang and Nim Triwangka exchanged glances, knowing not to anger this Kula princess. They stepped forward smiling brightly and politely asked where to go play. Seeing them behave, she nodded satisfied. "Fine, that will do." The Kula princess led them deeper into the palace, stopping before a large door and pushing it open, saying, "My sister is inside. I will take you into play." Hearing this, Jiang Hein shook his head. "I am not going in. There is a madman inside." Nim Triwangka giggled and replied, "Then I will go in first. This is the imperial palace. Do you not want to look around?" Jiang Ka pouted. "Go if you like. This palace is noisier than a pig slaughterhouse." Jiang Ka rolled his eyes, looking around, thinking, "Great ancestor, I have arrived at Min Chao. Yet this place reveals too many strange things. In my previous life, I never saw so many sacred bodies. Yet in this life, they appear one after another beside me. Even Nim Triwangka, I always feel she hides something from me. Talents rise in waves and mysteries spread everywhere. Is this truly a prosperous era or chaos about to descend?" Suddenly, Tran Jiang was startled by a bizarre sight and cried out. Nim Triwangka opened a book and calmly spoke of purple lightning, heaven-piercing cultivation, heaven and earth collapsing from a golden spike. The Kula princess laughed and asked, "Sister, everyone calls you the killing god. What is this today?" Cannot even defeat a saint. Mu Tin Lang, hearing her sister mock her, was speechless. Mu Tin Lang thought angrily, what day is this to meet monsters everywhere? Neem Truongan continued, it is the spirit thunder-forming body. If he teaches you, the future achievement will be supreme. Have you considered taking him as master? Mu Tin Lang replied, take a master again. Neem Truongan frowned and said, who dares steal my master disciple? Mu Tin Lang refused to yield and repeated the same. Suddenly Tran Jiang pushed the door and entered, saying coldly, I struck to stabilize you. What do you know? Mu Tin Lang snorted, seeing an old acquaintance. It is you again. Wanting to settle old scores, Mu Tin Lang smugly provoked Tran Jiang. What, cannot beat me, so you brought help for revenge? Seeing her arrogance, Neem Truongan said, he cannot beat you. Jiang Hein helplessly admitted, yes, I cannot beat you. Jiang Ka wanted to teach her manners and asked, my earth teams cannot even beat you. A saint king with spirit thunder sacred body, and only this little tactic truly weak. Neem Truongan conveniently introduced his disciples. The eldest is White Emperor daughter Bok Fong Ngu. The second is war dancer Nap Lan Mi N Chai. The third is myriad spirit sacred body Hoa Lian Y. Following him are the tyrant who overwhelms little primordial sacred body Jiang Lu, the undead mage Tiu Than Da, and demon sect elder Ma Han Thien. All beautiful and capable, confident to the point of excess, leaving those around speechless. After hearing the introduction, Mu Tin Lang asked in shock, White Emperor City, White Emperor Daughter, Nap Lan Mi N Chai, Martial Pavilion, are they all your disciples? Tran Jiang nodded firmly, of course, making Mu Tin Lang think that she had pursued martial Dao to the extreme. Could he truly achieve it? I want to be as strong as you. Can you help me? Tran Jiang replied directly, I cannot do it for you. Cultivation is each person matter. I can only teach you the method. I cannot force you to cultivate. Hearing Jiang Hein agree, Mu Tin Lang was overjoyed. Holding Jiang Ka's hand, she said, as long as you teach, I will learn. But if you deceive me, the Kulu imperial dynasty favors me and will not spare you. Neem Truong Ka, seeing her rude behavior, reminded, are you doing this on purpose? Do not seduce my master. Mu Tin Lang hurriedly pleaded to form a contract, leaving Jiang Hein speechless. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light shot over. A girl suddenly appeared before the three of them, leaving them wide-eyed and frozen for several seconds. It was the Kula princess. She smiled gently and said, Master, I will rely on you from now on. The Kula imperial princess leaned close to look at Jiang, then with sparkling eyes, making the male lead flustered as he scratched his head and asked, what is wrong with you? Jiang then frowned nervously, thinking that once a contract is formed, it cannot be broken. Unable to find a solution, he turned to Neem Truong Ka and asked, is there any way? Does the 36 links have a function to erase contracts? Neem Truong Ka sighed and replied, do you think the 36 links are omnipotent? Mu Tin Lang looked displeased, seeing the princess cling to Jiang then. He curiously asked, what are you doing? The emperor favors you so much. Finding a master is easy. Why insist on worshipping me? The princess smiled and replied, because I heard him say you are formidable. It seems not exaggerated. Mu Tin Lang anxiously asked, Jiang then what should I do? Will you still accept me? Jiang then generously took out a golden talisman covered in ancient script and handed it to Mu Tin Lang, saying one more makes no difference, making her joyfully accept it. She immediately stuck the talisman to her forehead and shouted super fast. Seeing this, Jiang then could only give an awkward smile, completely helpless. At this time in the Kula palace, a close minister stepped forward to report to the emperor that the fortune of the Kula imperial dynasty had changed. It is a great transformation. Hearing this, the ministers behind were shocked and looked at one another, asking, what? A great change in fortune. The emperor pondered with a heavy expression. Since the founding, the Kulu imperial dynasty fortune had always been stable, leading to long prosperity. He frowned and asked, is it ominous or auspicious? The silver-haired minister holding the 9 stone observed for a long time before replying, unclear. The fortune stone shows the Kulu imperial dynasty may endure. Within that fortune, a black line appears, signaling a great calamity approaching. If not overcome, the dynasty will decline. The emperor asked, what is the great calamity? The minister calmly replied, killing calamity, also called killing realm. During this time, the killing realm must not be open. The one who initiates it is not yet known. The emperor narrowed his eyes, thinking about the mysterious calamity bringer. Killing calamity? Kill one person. Who must the Kula royal family kill? This person likely relates greatly to the royal clan. Immediately, the emperor issued a decree. During this period, the Vu clan and Mu clan must not open the killing realm and must not kill. The ministers bowed to accept. At the same time, at the Ton Tun sect, a white-haired youth with a mark on his forehead stretched boldly and said, heaven descends divine radiance, an auspicious omen for the Ton Tun sect. Is it the sect master? The 9 stone on the table suddenly displayed black lines. The blue-haired man beside saw it and panicked. Ton Tun sect master with disheveled hair and ferocious face ordered, transmit this. At any cost, kill Jiang then. From now on, no one is permitted to protect him. This time in the Kulu imperial dynasty, Jiang then placed his finger on Mu Tin Lang's forehead to examine her cultivation, then sighed, and said, "Your killing god is truly weak. Aside from body cultivation and spirit thunder sacred body, the other aspects are poor." This made Mu Tin Lang's eyes widen. Jiang then, slightly disappointed, asked again, "Do you want to become stronger?" Hearing this, Mu Tin Lang clenched her fists and replied firmly, "Yes, I truly want to." Immediately, Jiang then placed his palm on her forehead. Mu Tin Lang gritted her teeth, enduring. Her face contorted, and she moaned softly as energy was transmitted. Her body seemed stimulated and expanded. Temperature soared, her whole body flushed red. She cried out and panted as sweat poured like rain. Her legs weakened, and she could not stand steady. Finally, she collapsed to the ground. Her watery eyes filled with sorrow as she said, "My cultivation is finished." Kulu imperial princess thought in confusion. Could it be that taking a master is truly a deception? Jiang then circulated his power with solemn focus, his entire body shimmering with white-blue watery aura. He raised his hand to Mu Tin Lang's forehead and reminded her first, "My force is a bit strong, endure it for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the hand carrying his energy pressed down harder, firmly sticking to her forehead without mercy. Mu Tin Lang unconsciously arched forward, as if pulled by a stream of force. Her arms spread wide, her mouth shouting noisily as though struck by towering waves. Neem Truongka's expression tightened. She spoke to Jiang then, "Is what you are doing truly worth it?" Jiang then's face did not change as he replied briefly, "One day as teacher, a lifetime as father. In the future I will teach her properly." After absorbing the energy, Mu Tin Lang was utterly exhausted, her body burning hot, sweat pouring like rain. She cried out, "While my whole body is filled with master's power." Jiang then calmly said, "The rest depends on you." Immediately after, Mu Tin Lang sprang up, placed a hand on her chest and cried out in alarm, "It's gone. Part of my cultivation is gone. My realm fell from Saint King to Saint. Yet strangely, I feel much stronger than before." Neem Truongka smiled softly and explained that young master used his own cultivation to cast a forbidden art, helping her rebuild her foundation and cultivation. Jiang then turned and asked, "With lower earth realm cultivation like this, how do you plan to seize the reincarnation crossing at Luan Hoi Hai?" Then he looked at Neem Truongka and continued, "Do I not still have disciples?" He placed a hand on Mu Tin Lang's shoulder and asked, "I am suffering backlash and need to enter Luan Hoi Hai. Think of a way to help me." Mu Tin Lang nodded happily. "Master helped me clear my meridians. I will help Master in return." Seeing this, the princess of Kula Hong Triu hurried over, tugging Jiang then's hand coquettishly. "Master, I am also your disciple. You helped her cleanse her marrow. What about me?" Jiang then pulled out a memorial scroll from his robe and smacked it straight onto the princess's face, then coldly drove her away. "Doubt I have not even accepted you as a disciple. Take the book aside and read it for now." The princess of Kula Hong Triu looked displeased, opened the scroll and muttered, "What is this, a cultivation method or a martial skill? I lack none of these." After reading for a while, her face turned pale and she angrily cried out, This is the complete life insight art." Hearing that, Mu Tin Lang's eyes lit up. She exclaimed in shock and rushed over to snatch the scroll from the princess, devouring it with her eyes. Mu Tin Lang said in astonishment, "This is the supreme art of the Mok clan. Impossible. This inheritance was severed long ago." Jiang then replied calmly, "Ask what should be asked. Do not ask what should not. Since you are my disciple, I will pass everything to you." Mu Tin Lang gripped the scroll tightly and hurriedly said, "This matter is too great. I must return to the Mok clan once. Master, I will come back in a day." Jiang then closed his eyes and nodded, go, thinking to himself that this method was originally designed for me. It is only fitting that his descendant obtains it. Neem Truongka quickly hugged Mu Tin Lang and cheerfully told Jiang then, "Master, I will go with her. It is boring here." Mu Tin Lang irritably brushed her off. "Let go. Do not think I would not dare to hit you just because you are senior sister." Jiang then forced a smile, inwardly sighing that glory also brought plenty of trouble. Princess of Kula Hong Triu placed her hands on her hips and looked at Jiang then in annoyance. "Master, the life insight art was taken by senior sister. You must give me something else." Jiang then immediately took out a thick book and placed it before her, leisurely asking, "Then what do you want? Is this dual cultivation companion art acceptable?" Princess grew angrier as she listened and shouted, "Who would want to look at that?" She took a deep breath to regain her princess demeanor, then stammered out her request. "I want the position of sovereign." Jiang then asked, "Your imperial father dotes on you so much. If you only want to play for a few days, he would likely allow it." Seeing her speak so seriously, he began to ponder. Her ambition was indeed not small. The princess of Kula Hong Triu looked at Jiang then with sparkling eyes. "But I am a woman. The throne is only passed to men." Jiang then bluntly suggested, "Can you not remain content as a princess?" Fighting for power is a great taboo of the imperial court. The princess stubbornly cited ancient empresses. Since there were empresses in ancient times, why not now? Jiang then raised his hand in refusal. This concerns the future of Kula Hong Trio. I cannot casually help you. Seeing reason failed, the princess switched to seduction. Moving close to Jiang then, placing her hand on his shoulder and smiling gently, "What I want, you can give, so you will certainly help me." He leaned closer and whispered, "Is that not so, heavenly divine king?" Then lightly kissed Jiang then on the cheek, leaving him stunned. Immediately after, Jiang then coldly pushed her away, his face full of anger. The princess called softly in confusion, "Master." Jiang then stomped on the ground, a strange black aura rising around his body. The disguise on his body dissipated. Jiang then returned to his original appearance and said coldly, "The chief god's decree tracks and besieges me. How troublesome." Looked straight at the other party and sneered, "Is that right, Kula Tai too?" The crown prince crossed his arms arrogantly. "Jiang then, you stole my imperial fortune and still dare enter Kula Hong Trio." Jiang then replied that imperial fortune was mine by fate. "I am only curious why you possess the chief god's decree." Kula Tai too laughed proudly. "I am the crown prince. This entire imperial court was originally mine, yet an unknown person stole my inheritance. Fortunately, heaven did not abandon me when I was about to lose control. The decree of A.M. Hak Chu then descended." Jiang then frowned, silently repeating in his heart, "M. Hak Chu then." If it truly was him, Jiang then clenched his fists, his expression darkening as memories of past betrayal surfaced clearly. After defeating the rabble, he once sneered, "Are the great chief gods only capable of this?" But immediately after, a blade from behind pierced straight through Jiang then's chest, causing him to freeze. Turning his head to look, Jiang then was shocked beyond belief. "A.M. Hak, it was you. Why did you betray me?" A.M. Hak withdrew his sword, revealing a scheming smile. Thinking of that, fury erupted within Jiang then, killing intent surging if not for him. Kula Tai too laughed arrogantly. "Jiang then, stop struggling. You just used the zither art. How can a lower earth realm injure me? Once you die, the final imperial fortune will be mine." Jiang then exhaled softly and murmured, "A.M. Hak. Did not expect that in this life you would still choose to betray me, my best friend." His entire body at this moment erupted with violent fire aura, flames blazing fiercely. Jiang then grabbed the white serpent by the neck and crushed it in his hand, saying coldly, "Is that all? It seems my fate in this life is stronger than yours." Kula Tai too turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down as he cried out in horror, "What?" Jiang then continued coldly, "I should thank you. Without this divine domain descending, my victory would not have been so easy." After speaking, he unleashed a lower saint realm move, burning the Van Hoa Thien Tran. Jiang then smiled faintly, looking at the white serpent in his hand and slowly continued, "This 9-headed serpent spirit, rare in the world, I did not expect it to rest upon you in this life. 9 lives indeed." Kula Tai too looked at the Van Hoa Thien Tran sinking in a sea of flames and roared regretfully, "It is burned. Impossible. Who exactly are you?" Jiang then replied proudly, "Then I will simply cut everything down." The crown prince spat blood from mouth and eyes, gnashing his teeth in hatred, his face dark as ink. In the end, that man humiliatingly knelt before Jiang then, his voice still trying to remain arrogant. "Jiang then, you cannot kill me. There's a taboo on my body. If I die, everything here will be transmitted back to Kula Hong Trio." That man laughed madly. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and asked, "There is still one life left. Is it reincarnation crossing?" He squatted down to bargain. "Give me reincarnation crossing and I will spare your life." The crown prince stubbornly refused. Reincarnation crossing lies in another domain. Impossible. Jiang then coldly struck him down and ended his life, saying briefly, "Then die." At the same time, within the main hall of Kula Hong Trio, the sovereign sat upon the throne, his face dark with anger. The ministers prostrated on the ground, none daring to breathe loudly. The old sovereign slammed his hand on the chair and growled, "Jiang then." The princess of Kula Hong Trio at this moment anxiously worried for Jiang then and hurriedly asked, "Master, are you all right?" Before her lay the cold corpse of her elder brother. The princess stood stunned, her mouth trembling open. Crown prince." Jiang then immediately turned back and tightly seized her throat. He questioned coldly, "The symbiotic life insight art is a technique only chief gods know. Speak. Who exactly are you?" Princess grimaced in resistance and trembled as she said, "Master, you will know if you see for yourself." Jiang then lifted her up and opened his divine sight to see through all that had happened. The princess of Kula Hong Trio snapped her fingers. Jiang then closed his eyes to sense the lower earth realm entity. Taking that chance, the princess draped an arm over his shoulder and whispered, "Heavenly divine king, I hope this time you can feel it." Before his eyes stood the princess of Kula Hong Trio. Jiang then looked around vigilantly and said, "This is the void of reincarnation. Cultivating to divine king is not easy. Why secretly cross reincarnation? The princess of Ku Lahong Triu replied coldly, I still have unfinished matters. To die in such chaotic times would be too regrettable. Jiang then was stunned, staring at her while murmuring inwardly, Divine King. It sounds unique, yet it is merely another realm. The princess of Ku Lahong Triu brandished her weapon and soared upward, declaring loudly, in ancient times there was an empress who broke past Divine King and stepped into a higher realm. Today I will never concede to a Divine King. Jiang then also rose up. Hearing this, his expression grew solemn, clearly calculating something. The empress surpassed Divine King, even stronger than me at my peak. Suddenly she shouted, who is there? At that very moment, Jiang then jolted awake, pulling his consciousness back to the present. He opened his eyes with a bewildered look. The princess of Ku Lahong Triu patted his shoulder and asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? Jiang then asked sternly, are you at the Divine King realm? The pink-haired girl replied sadly, Master has seen it. Secretly crossing reincarnation is not easy. Jiang then continued, since you are already a Divine King, why insist on taking me as master? What exactly do you want? The princess hesitated and answered, actually I only want the throne, but if... Jiang then stood up and brushed off the dust. Seeing her stammer, he urged, speak quickly. The princess blinked and stuck out her tongue playfully. I want the Saint Emperor scripture. Jiang then froze, a thought flashing through his mind. The heaven-bestowed technique that helped me become a Divine King. Jiang then crossed his arms and explained gently, the Saint Emperor scripture is very ordinary. What do you need it for? That thing is ordinary to the extreme. Hearing this, the princess exploded with anger and shouted, ordinary? That is the technique of an ancient powerhouse who fought even the heavens. What kind of Divine King are you? Jiang then sneered, it is not impossible to give it to you. But what about reincarnation crossing? The princess's eyes lit up. Master, reincarnation crossing can only be cultivated by the imperial clan and is engraved into the soul. It cannot be given away. But within Luan Hoi Hai there is the reincarnation flower, enough to revive one person. Jiang then chuckled softly. Then it seems I must enter after all. As he spoke, he pointed at the princess's forehead. Continued, this Saint Emperor scripture is my gift to you. Perhaps you will cultivate something different from it. The princess thought to herself, how could a heaven-bestowed technique be given so easily? Does he truly see me as a disciple? She voiced her thanks, then suddenly kissed his lips, her hand clasping Jiang Then's and making him blush like a ripe tomato as he angrily shouted, rebellious disciple. A day later, before Luan Hoi Hai, the male lead was truly blessed with fortune. Beauties surrounded him tightly. Too many were exhausting. Jiang then blushed and shouted, all of you step back. The sovereign is still standing there. Where is your decorum? The old sovereign of Kula coughed lightly a few times, looking at Jiang then, and thinking that youth was indeed good. Suddenly, an elderly minister with white hair leaned in to whisper, and the sovereign's expression instantly darkened. That moment, Mo Tin Lang ran back and said breathlessly, Master, with your cultivation now you cannot even crush an ant. This Luan Hoi Hai must be won. I will help. Jiang then frowned and reproached. Did you not say you would be gone for one day? The sovereign of Kula pointed and asked, Mo Tin Lang, where are the 3,000 people? Why are there only a few of you today? Mo Tin Lang retorted angrily. How would I know? What does it have to do with me? These past days I stayed in Duong Tam Palace and did not go out. Soldier reported, the path to Luan Hoi Peak has been sealed. If they force their way in, what should we do? Mo Tin Lang replied coldly, kill them. The soldier bowed his head, understood. The sovereign frowned and scolded Mo Tin Lang, do not rely on my favor. Do you know how important the Min Chow banquet is? Seeing that she was unafraid, Jiang then asked the princess, is she that powerful? The princess smiled. Father dotes greatly on my sister, and she is his niece. Jiang then thought to himself that this temperament resembled his former self. Suddenly Mo Tin Lang pointed at Jiang then and declared loudly, I do not know and I do not need to know. I only know my master wants to enter Luan Hoi Hai, making him jump in shock. The sovereign flew into a rage and called for her father, and immediately Mo Lam Tran appeared. The sovereign exclaimed in alarm, Imperial brother. Mo Lam Tran asked calmly, what matter has angered you so? Mo Tin Lang cheered when she saw her father. The sovereign reminded sternly, discipline your daughter, inwardly suspecting that if this woman dared to cause trouble, she must have backing. Mo Lam Tran smiled kindly. Children are merely playing. Imperial brother, my daughter has just taken a master. Consider it a greeting gift. It is only Luan Hoi Hai. You are overreacting. The sovereign replied angrily. This is disrupting the Min Chow banquet. Mo Lam Tran continued to mediate. Children are mischievous. You are the sovereign, so why stoop to their level? He stepped forward and patted the sovereign's shoulder in invitation. It has been long since we met. Let us have some tea. The two understood each other, simultaneously circulating their power as fiery aura flared brightly, each brimming with confidence. Servant stood pale-faced watching and thought immortals were fighting again, while Jiang then shared watermelon with his female disciple to cool off. Following Jiang Then's gaze, two streams of spiritual power appeared. They transformed into two great dragons, entwining as they battled. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and asked Mo Tin Lang, "How much longer? I urgently need to enter Luan Hoi Hai." She looked and replied, "Probably not long." Hearing this, he was no longer in a hurry and continued eating melon while watching the show. In that case, suddenly a beam of light struck over, cutting off his words as Jiang then panicked and dropped his melon. When the smoke cleared, Wu Jiao Jiang and Mo Lam Tran both retreated, panting as they glared at each other. Jiang then pointed at the two and asked those behind him, "Is it often like this?" Everyone remained silent and dared not answer. Wu Jiao Jiang pointed at Mo Lam Tran and said, "Next time discipline your daughter well." Mo Lam Tran laughed it off, understood. "So shall the Min Chao banquet begin." Wu Jiao Jiang crossed his arms and said, "There were over 3,000 people, and now only a few remain. How can the banquet proceed?" Just as Jiang then was eating melon, Mo Tin Lang patted his shoulder. "Master, go in." He choked and pointed at himself. Wu Jiao Jiang said, "You have only 3 days. Once time is up, the laws will expel you." Jiang then exclaimed in surprise. Jiang then said calmly, "I have not yet taken the championship." Wu Jiao Jiang snapped angrily, "What championship? Took lives, not prizes. You emptied the Panda Mountain clean." Jiang then slapped Mo Tin Lang's hand. "Then I will not stand on ceremony, good disciple." She shouted loudly, "Master, do your best." Reincarnation opened. Jiang then alone carried the jade coffin and stepped inside. His face was filled with resolve as he thought silently, "Great ancestor, you are about to be revived." One foot stepped into reincarnation. His entire body entered, and his form suddenly changed into Jiang then's appearance. He stared wide-eyed at himself, his face stiff. Outside there was also commotion. Is that a disguise? He looks so familiar. Is that not Jiang then? Jiang then scratched his head awkwardly. "I am not Jiang then. I only resemble him." Wu Jiangdao refused to listen and shouted angrily, "It is you. Repay my son's life." He unleashed spiritual power, and Jiang then hurriedly pulled the coffin to block. Just as reincarnation activated, Jiang then and the coffin were teleported away. The disciples shouted loudly, "Master." Wu Jiangdao angrily ordered, "When he comes out, kill him." His subordinates tightly surrounded the 4 disciples. Mo Lam Tran sighed helplessly, turned to ask his daughter, "Who is Jiang then?" "I have never heard the name," Mo Tin Lang replied. "I do not know either. I only know he is my master, and the sovereign wants to kill him." Mo Lam Tran felt pity for his daughter and negotiated with Wu Jiangdao. "My daughter's master cannot be killed casually." Wu Jiangdao roared, "Can a son's death be negotiated?" Mo Lam Tran said sternly, "Then there is nothing more to discuss. Is even the name of the Mok clan insufficient to protect him?" Wu Jiangdao replied coldly, "No one can save him." Mo Lam Tran's face darkened as he turned and left. Before leaving, he said, "Father has done his utmost. Prepare the funeral for your master." Mo Tin Lang felt sorrowful. She had just taken a master and already must bid farewell. Looking at Mo Lam Tran's departing back, 2 elders worried that the sovereign and he had been close. Such silence meant true anger. During this, Wu Jiangdao ground his teeth in hatred. "Mock brother, do you even wish to destroy the imperial foundation for his sake?" Wu Jiangdao turned and ordered, "Men, monitor them for me. Seal this place, keep watch over his disciples. Once he shows himself, kill them all." The subordinates responded fiercely, "Yes." Wu Daojiang burned with rage, tilting his head back and roaring to the heavens, "The hatred of killing my son cannot share the same sky. I swear to tear Jiang then to pieces." Within Luan Hoi Hai, mist swirled as 4 dragon pillars towered straight into the sky. At the center of Luan Hoi Hai stood Jiang then, and the coffin, his entire body heavily injured as he clutched his chest, and thought that Wu Dao Jiang had reached the heavenly human realm. "If not for the great ancestor's coffin shielding me, I would have perished." Jiang then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and could not help recalling Wu Dao Jiang's daughter. At that time, she hugged him tightly and said, "Master, quickly find the reincarnation flower to save the Dao ancestor." He blushed and pushed her away. "Get off me." At that moment, golden light appeared ahead. A voice echoed according to the contract. "Whoever enters Luan Hoi Hai, I will grant 3 requests within my ability. After today, the contract between me and the Wu Xianhat clan ends. Luan Hoi Hai will no longer open." Jiang then observed the spirit before him, void and without substance, clearly not a being of Vo than Dai Lu. Jiang then did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I need nothing else. I only wish to save one person and require the reincarnation flower. Do you have it?" Spirit replied, "Yes." As soon as it spoke, it raised its hand and a radiant flower appeared. It continued, "There are 2 more requests." Jiang then took the reincarnation flower and examined it carefully. So this is the reincarnation flower. He wondered where the power of reincarnation was born. He raised his head and continued, "For the second request, can you help me break the seal within my body?" The spirit extended its hand, and a beam of light shot forth. Light entered his body, and Jiang then's cultivation soared to the peak of electric realm. He felt surging power envelop him. Jiang then could not hide his astonishment. The spirit reminded him there is one final request. Jiang then scratched his head and said, "It seems there is none left." Inwardly, he thought of returning to Divine King, but that exceeded its ability. The spirit suggested, "Techniques, martial skills, secret arts, zither arts, treasures, spirit pills, do you lack none?" Jiang then replied calmly, "I already have enough of those." Spirit angrily cursed, "Brat, what lofty pretense are you putting on? Are you not afraid of heavenly punishment?" Jiang then pondered that Wu Dao Jiang would certainly not let this go. Outside, there must already be an inescapable net waiting for me. After careful thought, Jiang then stated his final request. "When I leave Luan Hoi Hai, protect my life once." The spirit refused directly. "No, I will not leave here." Jiang then reasoned that not wanting to leave meant it could leave. This phantom's strength was unfathomable. If it emerged, would Vo, then Dai Luke remain peaceful? Asked his doubt directly. The spirit replied, "My body sleeps beneath the altar, so I will not go anywhere. Enough talk. Take this." After speaking, the spirit tossed over a ring. Jiang then picked it up to examine. "Why give me this? How stingy." Laughter echoed within Luan Hoi Hai. "This fellow truly has a tough fate. He has returned. This era is about to change." 3 days later, Jiang then sat cross-legged cultivating, his cultivation swiftly reaching lower heavenly realm. He clenched his fist and smiled faintly. The heavenly realm vast sky art is indeed domineering. When cultivated to the limit it can borrow the might of the firmament. At that moment a familiar voice sounded, "Brat, I did not misjudge you." Jiang then turned to Than Tu and asked anxiously, "Great ancestor, are you all right?" Than Tu held his head and said, "I have just regained consciousness. My injuries are healed and my cultivation has increased." Jiang then asked with concern, "Have you entered Divine Realm already? Before below Divine Realm you were invincible. Above Divine Realm it was 1-for-1, so now." Than Tu laughed loudly. "Within Divine Realm I am invincible. Below the 3 declines of heavenly human it is 1-for-1. Jiang then breathed out in relief. "That is good. Once we go out I will trouble Great Ancestor to clean up the trash." Than Tu nodded. "A small matter." Than Tu asked back, "My consciousness has awakened, yet you still used me as a shield." Jiang then smiled awkwardly. "I had no choice." Jiang then said, "It is time we go out." Gate of Luan Hoi Hai opened. Jiang then and Than Tu stepped out. Wu Dao Jiang had long been waiting, grinding his teeth as he said, "You finally came out." The moment Jiang then showed himself, a gigantic spiritual hand slammed down from above. Than Tu immediately blocked in front and raised his hand to receive it. Insolent. Counterattack, unleashing a palm strike of astonishing power. Wu Dao Jiang recognized Than Tu and was shocked. Than Kong's scholar, Than Tu nodded. "That is right. Jiang then is under my protection." Wu Dao Jiang roared with reddened eyes. "If I do not avenge my son's death, I am not human. This is Kula territory. Can you block it alone?" Than Tu charged forward and said coldly, "If you are deluded, then offer your life." At that moment, the sky tore open, and disciples of Than Kong Enhat Tak appeared, cheering that the great ancestor had returned. Than Tu ordered, "Protect Jiang then and kill with me." Subordinates answered in unison, "Yes." Wu Dao Jiang also ordered a counterattack. Kula Hong Triu does not fear a small clan. Today kill them all. The Kula army charged with weapons raised, obeying the decree. The battle erupted, neither side willing to yield. 2 factions clashed until heaven and earth trembled, killing intent filling the skies. Jiang then was tightly protected by Than Kong Enhat Tak, silently comparing the 2 forces. These people, the lowest cultivation among them, was saint. Jiang then opened his spiritual sight, his eyes lighting up. He saw that behind Wu Dao Jiang, there was still Divine Realm and first decline of heavenly human. Alarm bells rang in his heart. Great Ancestor might struggle. Jiang then hurriedly called out, "Great Ancestor, take them away first." Than Tu replied confidently, "With me here you can rest assured." Jiang then shouted, "Great Ancestor." Than Tu was immediately surrounded. The Kula forces roared, "Kill. Those who dare offend Kula must die." Than Tu stood at the center as his aura erupted. Just then a sweep of green light blasted through, sending the crowd flying. Figure appeared and looked at Wu Dao Jiang. "Wu Dao Jiang, my son-in-law is not someone you can kill at will." The ones who arrived were from Bakda City, Bakdu and Bak Chuangde. Wu Dao Jiang roared, "Bakda, what are you trying to do? Do you think the 2 of you can stop me?" Bakda smiled faintly. "I did not come alone. I show you no courtesy." Behind him experts surged forth in waves, their presence overwhelming. Bakda stepped toward Jiang then and spoke as a father. "If he dies, my daughter will suffer. That pain will turn to fury, and this place will become a sea of blood." Wu Dao Jiang angrily retorted, "He killed the crown prince of Kula." Bakda sneered, "So what if he is crown prince? He is my son-in-law." That moment countless shards of ice fell from the sky. Mo Tin Lang appeared and said, "He is my master." Following her were Mo Lam Tran and the Mok clan. Mo Lam Tran hurriedly advised his daughter to stop this matter. Vu Dao Jiang grew furious seeing Mo Lam Tran protect Jiang then. Why does the Mok clan help an outsider? Only because he is Mo Tin Lang's master. Mo Lam Tran narrowed his eyes. Not only that, he gave our Mok clan the complete life art. Moreover, your daughter is also his disciple. Vu Dao Jiang shouted, "So what, as sovereign, if I do not avenge my son, can I still be king?" He roared, "Hear my command. Today, whoever blocks will be killed without mercy." At that moment, a high minister knelt down to plead. "Sovereign, you must not." Vu Dao Jiang turned back and growled, "What?" The minister begged, "Just 1 month is enough." Vu Dao Jiang hesitated, "Fortune or my son's vengeance." Suddenly his eyes widened as he stared ahead. A massive block of ice hurtled forward. In an instant the ice was engulfed in flames and evaporated into steam midair. Bacta still held Jiang then tightly, endlessly praising that such a kind son-in-law was rare. Jiang then replied stiffly that I only acted casually. "Who is your son-in-law?" Vu Dao Jiang clenched his fists, calculating inwardly that he could not turn this place into a battlefield for private vengeance. If fortune reversed, Kula Hong Triu would collapse in my hands. In the end, Vu Dao Jiang relented. "Fine, I will spare you for 1 month." Mo Lam Tran nodded and smiled in agreement. "That is right, let us speak after 1 month." Inwardly he thought, who knows where this boy will be in a month. Best secure him first. Thanta turned and declared firmly, "Let alone 1 month. Even 10,000 years later, this person will still be protected by Than Kong Enhat Ta." Vu Dao Jiang looked at Than too, and secretly evaluated that this man had just entered divine realm, yet was already comparable to me at the 3 declines of heavenly human. Truly extraordinary. That moment a voice sounded, "Father." Sixth Prince Vu Hang stepped out and proposed that vengeance for killing a son must be taken. "But let me test Jiang then first. Only sparring, not deciding life or death." Vu Dao Jiang nodded after hearing, agreed. Vu Dao Jiang thought inwardly that Vu Hang was the strongest prodigy of my imperial court. If not for the empress blocking him, he would have been crowned prince long ago. Jiang then felt Vu Hang's gaze upon him, and a chill ran down his spine. At the same time, Jiang then secretly observed Vu Hang. Bore the bearing of a wandering swordsman. Sword intent clearly revealed. Vu Dao Jiang turned to Bacta and Than Tu and asked, "A junior duel, you will not interfere?" Bacta laughed heartily. "Rest assured, we trust Jiang then." After speaking, Bacta made a show of patting Jiang then's shoulder. "Go easy on him, son-in-law, and let him keep some face." Vu Hang smiled faintly with confidence. He crossed his arms as aura surged around him. "Lower heavenly realm," Vu Hang said. "Jiang, then your title as leader of Tone Tun resounds across Vo then Dailu. Surely you would not refuse a simple spar." Vu Hang extended his hand and proposed, "I will not take advantage. We fight at the same realm." Jiang then rotated his wrist and said, "Sparring is fine only." Before he finished speaking, Vu Hang had already merged with his sword and rushed forward. "Then let it begin. If you can escape my father's grasp, you are qualified. Today I will show you my sword." Vu Hang unleashed his move as spiritual power erupted across his body. Hang then widened his eyes in surprise. In his mind appeared the image of a sword path reaching its pinnacle. This talent was no less than Mo Han Van. People of Kula Hong Triu proudly shouted that he was indeed the #1 prodigy. Vu Dao Jiang laughed loudly and looked at Bacta. "Does your son-in-law have this?" Jiang then calmly gathered spiritual power in his hand. Very quickly, he drew out a sword. He likewise executed the unity of man, and sword identical to Vu Hang. The people of Kula Hong Triu stared wide-eyed. "What is this?" Vu Hang curled his lips into a smile. "How interesting. Let us see whose sword path is superior." Vu Hang struck with a palm as blue spiritual power shot straight toward Jiang then. Jiang then smiled faintly, mobilized all his professional mastery, and unleashed a counter-strike. Two charged at each other. From below, only flashes of blue light flickered incessantly. Vu Dao Jiang was puzzled. How could Tone Tun sect in such a remote place produce a figure like this? Bacta seized the chance to laugh. "My son-in-law is formidable." In the sky, Vu Hang was blasted away and crashed heavily onto the ground. Vu Hang wiped the blood and asked, "Who taught you your sword path?" Jiang then replied calmly, "Self-taught." Then looked at Vu Hang. "To reach that level at your age is truly not bad." Vu Hang refused to accept it, stood up and unleashed spiritual power, "Only not bad. If I am merely extraordinary, then what would others call sword Dao?" After speaking, Vu Hang drew his sword. "Let me broaden your horizons. This is the invincible sword Endurance. Unity of man and sword," Vu Hang struck. Jiang then widened his eyes, momentarily speechless. He pointed at Vu Hang and questioned, "Where did you learn this split-hand sword art? What is the wandering swordsman to you?" Vu Hang flushed red and shouted, "What nonsense are you saying? Focus on the fight," inwardly ashamed to death. Jiang then analyzed inwardly. "The wandering swordsman once vowed to ascend to Kutiu, yet until the moment I died I never saw him." In this life, there are still too many secrets. Neem Truong Ka and the others are restricted by the firmament and cannot speak. The appearance of split-hand sword art may be the fastest clue. I am the heavenly divine king. Even the firmament conceals things from me, and I will cut down the firmament itself to find the answer. Jiang then resolved, energy erupting from his entire body. Wu Hang charged forward, unease rising in his heart. Jiang then activated the undying chant. Desolate universe slashed straight ahead. If you refuse to speak, then I will beat you until you do. Jiang then took the initiative and rushed toward Wu Hang, causing him to be startled and think. The undying chant soul and the desolate universe sword art. Wu Hang gritted his teeth, the sword in his hand blazing brilliantly. He spread his arms as countless halos appeared. Sword chi gathered. He shouted loudly, release the desolate hands. The two were like twin fireballs, carrying terrifying power as they collided. The moment of impact, dazzling light exploded, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Wu Daojiang was astonished. Jiang then can match the strongest prince? Bokta broke into sweat, inwardly admiring that my son-in-law at the same realm is truly invincible. At the peak of Sage Realm, Wu Hang was heavily injured, clutching his arm and gasping. Jiang then stepped forward, black aura radiating from his body. Where did the split-hand sword art come from? Wu Hang wiped blood and smiled bitterly. I have lost. The sixth prince of Kula Hong Triu acknowledges you as the strongest of our generation. Jiang then raised a finger, his expression turning cold. Strongest is not granted by you. I have already planted divine fire within you. Wu Hang hurriedly waved his hand. Wait. Jiang then crossed his arms and said calmly, Min Chao has an ancient path leading to Ku Tiu. Only a few can enter. I know of it because of an inheritance, but I do not advise you to go. It is too dangerous. After speaking, Jiang then withdrew his aura. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this ancient path not require ascension? Wu Daojiang clasped his hands behind his back and said to Wu Hang, you could not defeat him either. Wu Hang replied respectfully, at the same realm I fear I would lose my life. Jiang then stood upon the clouds listening quietly. Wu Daojiang looked up at Jiang then, silent for a long while. Then he left with Wu Hang, not forgetting to warn 1 month, and you are not to leave Min Chao by half a step. Wu Daojiang suddenly paused. He turned back and shouted at everyone, why are you still standing here? Do you want to rebel? Bokta and Than Tiu watched with cheerful smiles. Bokta said he would take everyone back to Hong Chao to reminisce. In truth, he feared Jiang then might encounter danger. Jiang then fell into deep thought. What exactly is hidden within the ancient path to the heavens? Is returning to Ku Tiu truly only for revenge? Anta suddenly stepped forward and patted Jiang then on the shoulder, making him jolt slightly, smiling kindly as he said, Jiang then, I cannot help you with matters of marriage. Than Tu's gaze became sharp, but as long as Than Kong Nhat Tak exists, no one in Vo than Dai Luke will dare touch you. Jiang then stood in midair, only then lowering his head to watch everyone parting. Than Tu stepped into a spatial gate and did not forget to say, Than Kong Nhat Tak awaits your return in Hong Chao. Hoa Lian Y and Tiu Than Jayat waved happily. Master, we will return to Hong Chao first. Bokta shot them a fiery glare, inwardly cursing those little foxes. Jiang then smiled, thinking that revenge can wait. At this moment, Jiang then suddenly remembered the beauties he had met. It seemed there were still quite a few missing. Once I settle everything, I will return and protect them all. Tin Lang and the princess of Kula Hong Triu stepped forward from behind. Master, let us celebrate properly. Jiang then slung an arm around both and laughed loudly. Come, let us celebrate at the ancient path to the heavens. After that, the three of them, Jiang then Mo Tin Lang, the princess of Kula Hong Triu, appeared in a clearing within the forest. Beside them was an ancient well. The princess held Jiang then's hand and said worriedly, Master, you cannot go more than halfway on this path. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang then resolutely jumped into the well, leaving the two girls stunned. He said, my fate, I will seek it myself. Mo Tin Lang and the princess leaned over to look down. Mo Tin Lang spoke, why worry, sister? It is only a well, the princess frowned. What if you see another cell? In the intertwining black and red space, a thought echoed, impossible. There is only one me in this world, I mean it. For Jiang then appeared countless corpses pierced by swords, strewn across the ground. Jiang then collapsed to sit and looked at the scene, thinking that so many chief gods have all died in Vo than Dai Lu. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. You have finally arrived. Jiang then was startled and turned his head. Behind him stood a blonde-haired figure, body and garments drenched in blood, staring at Jiang then. Jiang then widened his eyes and asked, who are you? Inwardly thinking, why does he look so much like me? Jiang then asked in confusion, are you alive or dead? Who exactly are you? The blonde-haired man smiled with joy. 9 cycles of reincarnation. I have finally waited for you. Jiang then was stunned. This person's soul was identical to his own. The blonde-haired man said, I am you. I have always been waiting for you. Jiang then shook his head. Impossible. Flowers may resemble each other, but people do not. The blonde-haired man immediately activated a technique. Terrifying flood of memories surged forth. Horrifying scenes unfolding before Jiang then. Countless figures collapsing motionless. Jiang then looked at them. These are divine king godheads. Have even the divine kings all died? 2 or 3 swords pierced through a single body at the same time. Jiang then asked in confusion, why become chief god yet not ascend to Kutiu divine realm? To repay the wandering swordsman, Wu Hang bows above. Blonde-haired man replied, not only I await you, there are others, 8 in total, with you that makes 9. Jiang then was dazed. 9, what does that mean? The blonde-haired man looked at him. 9 turns of reincarnation, myriad transformations most precious, waiting for your awakening. Whether it is the twilight of the gods or the dawn of the ghost realm remains unknown. I wish to see you in that battle. Jiang then was still bewildered. What exactly happened here? From the founding of a demon sect, he could not return. Who has fallen into reincarnation cannot return. The body changes, the soul alters. He is no longer himself. Jiang then was horrified. Is this the true demon race? Demon race bound the blue-haired man with chains, forever unable to see the sky again. Jiang then broke into cold sweat. The pressure of the ancient demon race made me forget this place holds no living beings. Jiang then doubted. Could it be that when I was divine king I had already reincarnated? 9 turns of reincarnation means I have reincarnated 9 times. Tin Lang and the princess of Kula Hong Triu hesitated at the mouth of the well. If such a person truly exists, a voice called out. Jiang then shot up from the bottom of the well, startling the 2 girls. The princess of Kula Hong Triu hurriedly asked, Master, are you all right? 1 stick of incense later, at Duong Tam Palace, Liuang Din, Jiang then, Mo Tin Lang, and the princess of Kula Hong Triu sat in the pavilion chatting. Speak. The princess shook her head. I cannot say. Different people encounter different things. Some can overcome them. Some must die. I will only say one thing. Flowers may resemble each other, but people do not. Yet sometimes there are exceptions. Jiang then understood. That blonde-haired man, Mo Tin Lang sitting beside, felt ignored and grew annoyed. Princess of Kula Hong Triu said, you are the 9th, and also the final hope. Jiang then asked, how much do you know? Princess lowered her head. I know everything but cannot say. There exists a being beyond the firmament, freed from reincarnation, secretly observing all things. Jiang then speculated. Because of that being beyond the firmament I will never know. We were both divine kings before. Princess said briefly. The Empress once appeared then vanished. Because she herself is a forbidden trace. Once discovered she would surely be killed. Your forbidden trace surpasses all others. You were once so powerful that heaven and earth changed color. Even the being beyond the firmament feared you. Jiang then was astonished. That powerful. Then why do I only remember this light? Suddenly a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. Princess clutched her head and cried out, I cannot speak further. The firmament has warned me. Jiang then looked up and saw no tribulation clouds. This is not ordinary heavenly punishment. Could there truly be a being above the firmament? The princess pointed at Jiang then and said, I can only say that the key to restoring your memories is already in your hands. The heaven-piercing ruins. The rest depends on you. Jiang then pondered. The myriad flower true blood. Could it be that I have truly reincarnated 9 times to suppress that demon race? Jiang then sank into thought. Suddenly a shout rang out, Master. Jiang then froze. Martial Pavilion, Yin Envoy. This is bad, could it be? A tremendously powerful palm struck Jiang then in the chest. Dao Jiang said coldly, Yin Envoy, killing within Kula Hong Triu takes quite some nerve. Yin Envoy laughed. Vu Dao Jiang. Jiang then killed your son. It is inconvenient for you to act. My martial pavilion will do it for you. Dao Jiang pondered. Borrowing another's hand will not affect national fortune. But behind him stand Bok Du and Than Kong Enhat Tok. Touching him would lead to great war with unpredictable consequences. In the end, Vu Dao Jiang said, I have seen it. Of course I must manage it, but this is the imperial palace. No fighting allowed. Yin Envoy understood. The old fox wants to borrow my hand without dirtying his own. Yin Envoy turned to warn Jiang then. Martial Pavilion has issued a kill order. You had best not leave the imperial palace. Vu Dao Jiang looked at him sternly. He shouted, leave the imperial palace at once. This is an order. Princess of Kula Hong Triu stepped forward. If we leave, then we leave. We need not stay in the imperial palace. I will return to Mok Thai Enhat talk with Master. He is my master. If he leaves, I leave. Dao Jiang turned and left. Fine, as long as you are happy. I am tired and do not wish to manage this anymore. Mo Tin Lang asked worriedly, Master, what do you plan to do? Without powerful protection, it is very dangerous. Jiang then smiled calmly. What is there to fear? Just summon a few underlings. Only then did the 2 girls realize, so that is how it is. Both immediately took out tokens bearing supreme authority. The princess of Kula Hong Triu shouted, "Men, come here at once." Moments later, heavenly human 3 declines appeared upon hearing the call. "My little ancestor, what is wrong? Is it something major?" Motin Lang replied casually, "Nothing serious. This young lady has been bored lately and wants someone to talk to. Stay by my side these days." Heavenly human 3 declines rubbed his head and laughed. "Is that all? You could have called anyone." Motin Lang became serious. "No, I want you," agreed. Jiang then stood beside, enjoying it, truly domineering. Children are easy to teach. At that moment, the crown prince of Tyne Hong Triu also appeared. The moment he showed himself, the princess of Kula Hong Triu looked displeased. "Ku Nhai, I have missed you to death." Heavenly human 3 declines was startled upon seeing him. Crown prince of Tyne Hong Triu. The princess of Kula Hong Triu turned cold, kicked him and said, "I did not call you here to hear flattery. Quickly summon people to protect my master." The crown prince froze, then nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Ku Nhai's master is also my master. Ai, why is everyone so tense? I only came to see Ku Nhai. When I become sovereign, she will be empress. We are all family. Jiang then and heavenly human 3 declines were speechless at him. This fellow is truly skilled at erasing his presence. Forget it. Wu Dao Jiang also could not be bothered. Why should I care about such things? At that moment, a loud shout rang out. "Ancestor arrives." Jiang then spoke. "This operation is extremely dangerous. We cannot lack heavenly human 3 declines." The crown prince was bewildered. "Oh, why did you not say so earlier? Just summon heavenly human 5 declines." Jiang then's eyes widened when heavenly human 5 declines appeared. He clicked his tongue in praise. "Not bad at all, truly impressive." Heavenly human 5 declines smiled with narrowed eyes. "Little Yue, what is it? Want to drink with your ancestor?" The crown prince scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, ancestor, if you are willing to help, that is fine. But you must drink with him." Jiang then said calmly, "Drink, small matter, bring a few jars to warm us up." As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man carried 2 large jars of wine over. It was the man from the painting. "This is wine I brewed with heavenly treasures. Today let us drink heartily with the old ancestor. Why trouble the youngsters?" Heavenly human 5 declines frown. "Who wants to drink with you?" He turned to Jiang then. "Brat, drink a few rounds first and let me see your ability." Jiang then was ready. "Just bring it here." Heavenly human 3 declines excitedly joined in. "How can drinking lack me?" Heavenly human 5 declines sneered. "This old man only knows how to drink his fill, not how to get drunk. Make me happy today, and I will agree to anything." A day passed, and they were still eating, drinking, and laughing loudly. Heavenly human 3 declines praised. "This brat truly has a strong tolerance. Interesting." Jiang then said proudly, Come, I am not even tipsy yet." Jiang then held the wine cup, yet felt uneasy. "This is bad. If I keep drinking like this, I will end up as a guard. I must sober up." A day later, Jiang then slung an arm over heavenly human 3 declines and laughed loudly. "Little brother, follow me, and this king will take you straight to the heavens." 3 declines chuckled. "Not old, yet such big words." Heavenly human 5 declines muttered drunkenly, "Speaking of seniority, you are still younger brothers." Suddenly, a jar smashed onto heavenly human 5 declines' head, making him stagger. Io then feigned innocence. "Heavens, who was careless must bear it. I only blocked it for you." Heavenly human 5 declines slammed the table angrily. "Brat, are you tired of living?" Jia then provoked, "Come here, old man, I will send you straight into a coffin." Heavenly human 5 declines lunged forward. "You dare. Today I will show you." Thus the 3 charged together, none willing to yield. "Come, show everything." A day later, the 3 who were still conscious stared in shock at the scene before them. Jiang then and the 2 heavenly human 3 declines and 5 declines were covered in injuries, yet still locking arms around each other. "How did you drink to this extent?" Jiang then smiled brightly. "Friends, without fighting, how would we understand each other?" Heavenly human 5 declines stroked his beard and coughed. "This old man drank very happily. I can grant you one request, but do not go too far." Jiang then said, "Take me to Thien Lu Nhat Tok, protect me for 10 years, then send me to the blood path." Heavenly human 5 declines ponder. "So your opponent is Martial Pavilion." Jiang then nodded. "Correct. What could it be? Thien Lu Nhat Tok also fears Martial Pavilion, the strongest of Vo than Dai Lu." Heavenly human 5 declines laughed loudly. "Ridiculous. I will protect you for 15 days instead. Let us go." The scene shifted to Thien Lu Nhat Tok. In a small courtyard, Jiang then and heavenly human 5 declines sat drinking tea. Jiang then wondered, heavenly human 5 declines cultivates yet lives in such a place. He glanced over. "What do you know? All this old man's skills were learned here." Jiang then looked elsewhere. "Yes, it is only so." Suddenly the sky changed, and the light gradually dimmed. Heavenly human 5 declines said proudly, "See, brat, was I wrong? Watch closely. It will not disappoint you." Sure enough, within moments darkness shrouded the space, and a beam of light gradually appeared. Within that beam, sets of sword techniques manifested one after another. Jiang then stood stunned in shock. "This is heaven opening." the heaven opening of Vo then Dai Lu. That beam of light is the great radiance art of the light chief god. This place originally belonged to Thien Lu Enhat Ta. Heavenly Human 5 Declines closed his eyes with a flower in his mouth and said, "Actually, it belonged to an old man. He told me to wait here for someone." Before the Hong then Dao field opened, he had already left. Now this is the forbidden ground of Thien Lu Enhat Ta. Only descendants of our clan may enter. But since you are my friend, there is no need to be constrained. Jiang then was puzzled. You said the Hong then Dao field opened when I was reborn in Vo then Dai Lu. Is there any description of that old man? Heavenly Human 5 Declines pointed inside. In that small room there is a painting. Go in and see for yourself. Jiang then pushed the door open and entered the room. He looked at the painting and emotions surged. Master. Jiang then reached out and gently touched it. It truly is him. Jiang then knelt down and wept. Everyone thought the heavenly divine king rose suddenly, only because Master would not let me speak. Even after I became divine king, I still could not see through your cultivation. Master, you knew long ago that I would be reborn in the godless continent, so you have always been waiting for me, have you not? You do not wish to see me. You must have your own reasons. Just knowing that someone cares is enough to warm the heart. Jiang then stepped outside and asked whether the owner of this house left any last instructions before departing. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai replied that he spoke a few cryptic words about going to the end of the Blood Sea, to an ancient city called Immortal City. Jiang then pondered the Blood Sea. I recall that ship was also heading toward Immortal City. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai snapped. Hey boy, you have already looked through the finest inheritances. I do not expect you to comprehend anything. Just take a glance and do not waste time. Jiang then thought, if these divine skills are useful to me, I wonder how the main gods of the 9 heavens would react upon seeing them. Then he asked whether it appears every night. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai answered that of course it does, but to comprehend even one technique would take 100 years. Jiang then curled his lips in a faint smile. Oh, I will not stand on ceremony. The myriad transformation heavenly Tao can encompass all things. The great light art is one of the top 10 divine skills in the 9 heavens. She used it to lead countless people to betray me, which shows just how powerful this art is. But soon it will be mine. Light Lord God, just wait. This is the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. In this world, only the martial god possesses the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, and it is incomplete, yet it already stands equal to the Light Lord God. If this divine skill were ranked second, I fear no divine skill would dare claim first place. 15 days later, this 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Each punch carries the intent of reincarnation. I forced myself to comprehend it and touched a taboo. Fortunately, I have gradually grasped its true meaning. With time, it will be stable. Enhan and Gu Sai asked, heavenly punishment, what on earth are you doing, boy? Jiang then replied calmly, what are you afraid of? What is so strange about heavenly punishment? Thien Enhan and Gu Sai panicked and said nonsense. I cultivated to the peak of the godless continent and have never encountered it once. Jiang then stretched lazily, then watched carefully how this heavenly punishment descends. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai hurriedly shouted for the boy to come back. I will help you once. Jiang then answered briefly, no need. You are about to undergo your own tribulation. Helping me again will add more karma. Crown Prince of the Tine Hong dynasty stared wide-eyed ancestor. This heavenly punishment is. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai was equally astonished. Formations, talismans, sword Dao, he is proficient in everything. Inwardly he thought this truly is a heavenly god. The crown prince turned and asked what the ancestor was muttering about. A flash of light made his eyes widen in shock. That be Jiang then inside. He is Ju master. Ancestor, please save him. Before he finished speaking, he saw Jiang then strolling back calmly, leaving the crown prince and Thien Enhan and Gu Sai stunned. Jiang then said indifferently that this lightning feels like a mere itch and does not hurt at all. His words left the crown prince gaping. You, that was heavenly punishment. Jiang then looked at the other man and asked coldly why he had come here, inwardly calculating that he had failed to notice earlier that this boy possessed the radiant light saint body. No wonder the Thien Lu clan dared to contend for the Ju Li imperial dynasty. Jiang then activated a technique above his head as he spoke. You also wish to enter the blood road, do you not? Your ancestor has shown me kindness. I will gift this great light art to you. It suits your saint body. The blonde youth was stunned. The great light art. Even Thien Enhan and Gu Sai standing beside them could not hide his shock. In 15 days, you have already comprehended a divine skill. Jiang then picked at his ear and smiled faintly. A trivial matter. The old man grabbed Jiang then's shoulder and pressed him with questions. Who exactly are you? I remember that only the heavenly god king mastered all professions. Jiang then thought to himself that Thien Enhan and Gu Sai was indeed not simple. He had seen through the tribulation layout I concealed. He turned back and replied that it was merely a fortunate coincidence. I obtained the heavenly god inheritance. The old man laughed in delight and said as expected. The crown prince also cried out joyfully, the inheritance of the heavenly god king. Thien Enhan and Goose, I said, boy, if you survive the blood road, would you trade this inheritance with the Thien Lu clan? Jiang then crossed his arms arrogantly and asked what you could offer me. He thought to himself that my inheritance in my previous life was not left intact. It would be better in this life to let the descendants of the godless continent benefit from it. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai stroked his beard and said that with the heavenly god inheritance, you likely lack no cultivation methods. If you emerge from the blood road, hand the inheritance to the Thien Lu clan. In return, we will protect your safety in the godless continent. Even the martial pavilion would not dare oppose us. Jiang then asked directly whether you can defeat Lam Lang Van Thien. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai lowered his head and rubbed his brow. We are both at the 5 declines. I will stake my life against him. Hearing this, Jiang then laughed heartily. It is a deal. Suddenly, everyone stirred in surprise. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai dragged them away while speaking. What the blood road is about to open. You two take care of each other. Whoever survives will be the next god to ascend the 9 heavens. Jiang then was pulled along with a twisted expression, inwardly lamenting whether he could not slow down a little. The old man burst into laughter. I will wait for you to bring back the heavenly god inheritance. The leader of the Thien Lu clan had to release Jiang then to inspect the situation. The blood road is extremely perilous, and utmost caution is required. Jiang then shook his head from the impact of that surging aura. He spun around abruptly, thinking the leader was playing tricks. Brother, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in horror. It turned out the leader vigilance had good reason, and that reason sent a chill down Jiang then's spine. The situation at this moment was extremely grave. The leader signaled everyone that the martial pavilion dared to officially declare war on the Thien Lu clan. Thien Enhan and Gu Sai received the order to meet at the blood road. Jiang then would be protected by the Thien Lu clan. Jiang then spoke up that the martial pavilion people had arrived. The leader added that they had not merely arrived but had come to annihilate. There were also 2 Thien Enhan and Gu Sai from the Light Divine Church and the Dark Divine Church, 4 in total. Jiang then observed the situation and saw that the Thien Lu clan was clearly at a disadvantage. Take care of yourselves. I alone risking my life is enough. I do not wish to implicate you. It seems the Light Lord God and the Dark Lord God have sent their descendants to kill me. The young master of the Thien Lu clan stepped forward to reassure him. What are you saying? My father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather are all at the 5 declines. Jiang then rolled his eyes. The whole family at 5 declines. Even a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Now the brothers of Thien Lu had gathered in full force. The 3 dragons of Thien Lu, all at the 5 declines. Vice Pavilion Master of the Martial Pavilion sneered. Does the Thien Lu clan seek death? We have 4 at the 5 declines. And with me added, what then? The leader immediately cut him off. He angrily pointed at Jiang then and declared that today you will certainly die. The leader replied coldly, die. When the Thien Lu clan dominated Min Chao, your martial pavilion had not even been born. Without Lam Lang Van Thien, what right does the martial pavilion have to speak loudly? The onlookers were astounded. The peak cultivators of the godless continent confronting one another over a mere lower heavenly realm boy. Look quickly. Such a scene is rarer than ascending the heavens. Saint, King, Great Saint, then the transitional divine realm, and finally the heavenly human realm divided into 1st decline and 2nd decline, each realm harder than the last. It is unimaginable how they cultivated to the 5 declines. A beam of radiance suddenly appeared and caused a stir. Look over there, what is that? Supreme Elder of the Martial Pavilion, Tayat Tran, at the 5 declines, also appeared like a battle maniac seeking to intervene. Tayat Tran stepped forward and greeted the Thien Lu ancestor. How have you been lately? The ancestor was astonished. Tayat Tran, did you not fail your divine tribulation and turn to ashes? Tayat Tran laughed coldly and said the martial pavilion has a method to keep me from dying. Hand over Jiang then today. Our martial pavilion has 5 at the 5 declines. You are no match. The ancestor truly grew worried. Those at the 5 declines in the godless continent are invincible existences. As the vice pavilion master of the martial pavilion was feeling smug, a hand suddenly shot out before him. The demon sect master Mac Ian appeared abruptly, seized the vice pavilion master by the face, then asked Jiang then how that featherless bird was doing. Jiang then recognized him at once. Mac Ian is not the demon sect master bound by a blood oath, forbidding him to leave the demon sect. The martial pavilion shouted for Mac Ian to stop meddling. Mac Ian sneered and said the blood oath was sworn in my clan ancestor name. What does it have to do with me? This boy Jiang then is not bad. We have known each other before. Jiang then thought to himself, your clan ancestor suffered chi deviation because of you and died in the 9 heavens. truly unfilial. Ian did not wish to say more and coldly ordered as he pressed close to the vice pavilion master face. His eerie eyes filling his vision, open the blood road. A powerful aura immediately intervened to block the two of them. Old Tiat Tran roared in threat that today no one can save Jiang then. As soon as he finished speaking, a childlike face suddenly appeared before him, startling him. Is that so? A bald old man with sparse teeth instantly turned pale before that mischievous boy. He advanced leaning on his cane. Who exactly is this brat who makes Tiat Tran lose his wits? That was none other than Bok Nin Lao of White Emperor City, father of Bok Chuang De. At the 5 declines, Jiang then was once again astonished. Rejuvenation truly is terrifying. Tiat Tran could not understand and asked why you also protect Jiang then. Bok Nin Lao laughed spiritedly. I merely came to see what kind of man my precious granddaughter Fancy looks like, and to undergo tribulation along the way. Jiang then was shaken. A 5 declines undergoing divine tribulation. Could this person have already stepped halfway into the entering divine realm? White Emperor City is indeed formidable. Bok Nin Lao glanced around at his juniors and burst into laughter. He said to Tiat Tran that you once failed your tribulation. Why not watch how I undergo mine and treat it as a stroke of fortune for you? If I pass the second divine tribulation, there will be less trouble. The condition is to open the blood road and send him in. Tiat Tran replied coldly, I survive. If I undergo the tribulation a second time, I will surely succeed. Why would I need your guidance? Bok Nin Lao understood his intent clearly. Then there is no need for further negotiation. Bok Nin Lao excitedly raised his hand and struck out, saying to Tiat Tran, I think you do not need a second tribulation at all. Quietly observed, the attack of someone half a step into the entering divine realm clearly left the supreme elder of the martial pavilion with depleted chi and blood, unable to withstand. Tiat Tran shouted in fear to his subordinate. Kai Trong Duong, quickly open the blood road. Kai Trong Duong immediately obeyed and opened the blood road to receive them. Cultivators cheered and rushed toward the blood road. The blood road. The one who becomes divine will surely be me. I am coming. The Thien Lu ancestor urged him. Boy, what are you waiting for? Go quickly. He could only say 2 words, thank you. Bok Nin Lao silently watched the benefactor of his granddaughter depart. Bok Nin Lao sighed. I still do not understand why the martial pavilion insists on troubling a mere boy. Kai Trong Duong replied that the hatred did not arise overnight. The root is that Jiang then once crippled the pavilion master's son. Hearing this, Bok Nin Lao burst into laughter, so that is all. The others chimed in. It seems you still do not know. He is the reincarnation of the heavenly god king. The light lord god has issued an order to kill him in the godless continent at any cost. The dark lord god has also given a decree. Old Tiat Tran nodded. The martial pavilion has long known of this. Ian frowned slightly. So is it because in the 9 heavens divine realm he was once an opponent of the martial god, the light lord god, and the dark lord god that you are determined to eradicate him here. Thien Lu ancestor sighed inwardly. Boy, your identity is now known to the whole world. This blood road will likely be unimaginably perilous. He stepped into the blood road and became the 9th person. Standing before the treasure coffer, he murmured that 9 out of 10 ancient cities produce prodigies. 9 out of 10 blood roads bring calamity. Then he smiled and said that this blood road in this life is truly interesting. Suddenly someone interrupted. We are all peerless talents of the same generation. If there are grudges, settle them fairly. What you are doing offends my sense of justice. Today, no matter what Jiang will make you stop. Cultivators from the treasure pavilion swarmed in, weapons in hand. The fool of the vast Chi sect. Jiang Hao Enhin, stop meddling. Your sect now has only you left. Jiang Hao Enhin placed her hands on her hips and retorted. So what if I am alone? The righteous vast Chi of heaven and earth will never be extinguished. Hearing this, he admired her, truly dazzling. At this moment, the crown prince of the Vu Hoa imperial dynasty, Triu Du Hong, stepped forward and asked Jiang Hao Enhin whether she knew that the one behind her is the reincarnated heavenly god king and is being hunted by the martial pavilion. Cultivators immediately stirred. That is the crown prince of the Vu Hoa imperial dynasty. Jiang then is the reincarnation of the heavenly god king. You only know now, all the top prodigies of the godless continent are hunting him. If Jiang then is killed, the heavenly god king inheritance. He calculated silently, since they have come then so be it. It is just that you lord gods are so eager to send your descendants to kill me. Are you afraid I will grow stronger? Jiang Hao Enhin at the peak great saint realm drew her sword in warning. I do not care who he is. I only know that one person being besieged by all of you does not accord with the martial Tao. Cultivators grew even more envious. Jiang Hao Enhin is the sole successor of the vast Chi sect. All the sect resources are poured into her. She has no 5 declines master by her side, yet her combat power once left a divine realm cultivator half dead. Triu Duhong thought to himself that Jiang Hao Enhin combat power is not low. If I attack Jiang, then I will inevitably be distracted by her interference. He then spoke cunningly to Jiang Hao Enhin. What if I fight you one-on-one? Jiang Hao Enhin hesitated before nodding. That is acceptable. Immediately stepped forward and coldly provoked. Descendant of the Vu Hoa Lord God, are you not afraid of death? Before I ascended, was not your Vu Hoa imperial dynasty merely the hounds of my entire sect? The cultivators behind murmured, that is right. Back then the entire sect ruled the godless continent. The greatest opportunist was the Vu Hoa imperial dynasty. Unable to bear the humiliation, Triu Duhong flung aside a massive rock and shouted to stop spouting nonsense. My Vu Hoa imperial dynasty has never submitted to anyone, heavenly beyond flying immortal, the imperial secret art. Before Triu Duhong could even execute it, a blade had already pierced straight through his head. A peak-level figure stood there and said coldly, too much talk. Triu Duhong died without knowing who struck. Truly a wasted life. He recognized at once, his eyes widening Mohan Van. The cultivators behind cried out in shock that the crown prince of the Vu Hoa imperial dynasty is dead. Mohan Van spoke coldly. Yang, then, shall we end it here today between us? As soon as he finished speaking, a magical hand seized him tightly. What? Yang Hao Enhin angrily shouted, who allowed you to kill at will? Mohan Van smiled faintly. I am the dark saint born to kill. After speaking, he swept behind him, pressed a blade to his neck, and said, I wondered how you kept tracking me. So you are the reincarnated heavenly god. He curled his lips and replied that you are the one following me. However, I am curious. We are both lower heavenly realm. He blinked and broke the restraint. How many exchanges can you withstand from me? Then unleashed the Buddhist secret art. All beings are equal. He asked why not continue fighting. The cultivators were shaken again. That is a forbidden Buddhist art never passed down. Just how many techniques does Jiang then possess? Suddenly a violent gale rose, and a phenomenon appeared that even surprised him. He looked up, the gift seal of the 9th city. In my previous life, a single drop allowed me to easily surpass the heavenly realm. Mohan Van and the other cultivators did not remain still and charged together to seize it. Quickly enter the divine realm and take it. Seeing the chaos, he gambled desperately. His current strength is too weak. He can only take a risk. The cultivators were immediately enveloped by all beings are equal. They turned in panic and cursed that this is all beings are equal. Jiang, then do you want to die? The cultivators decided to turn back and besiege him. As soon as they rushed forward, they were blasted apart with popping sounds. Yet in truth, they suffered little injury. The cultivators were horrified. What kind of body is this? He said calmly, what at the same realm you think you can injure me? Am I a useless heavenly god? I only need 3 drops, then I will lift the secret art. One shouted to keep dreaming. How many drops are there in total that you demand 3? He replied, then all beings are equal will continue. If no one gets any drop, do not blame me. The cultivators had no choice but to reconsider. Without realm suppression, how can we contend with a great sect successor? He strode forward leisurely and took the treasure as if in an empty field. Thank you all for your cooperation. Watching him seize the treasure helplessly, they roared that even with 3 drops you must have the life to use them. He sneered. With his current strength, he could not be bothered to argue with this rabble. He quietly departed, leaving the cultivators in the empty space. Everyone farewell. Upon reaching a safe area, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they did not notice that I forcibly sealed 1 layer of cultivation. My spiritual energy is now extremely limited. Holding the 3 precious drops of essence blood in his hand, he gazed at them with reverence. Based on past life experience, I may be able to directly enter the mid-saint realm. 3 drops of essence blood merged through the seal, and he immediately felt a violent transformation. Thunder roared within the clear sky, inside the treasure coffer. Upper heavenly realm, he felt slightly disappointed. Having too strong a foundation is not entirely good. Yet he suddenly froze, realizing the pure heavenly insight. He looked up and gaped in astonishment. He instantly understood the crux of the matter, right at the brink of breakthrough. The Jing Shang art is indeed the strongest technique of the heavenly realm. He was so excited he nearly choked. These final 18 heavenly tribulations I will share with you. A thunderous explosion shattered space, and the cultivators stood dumbfounded, not knowing what happened. Your heavenly insight is the greatest opportunity of the first station of the Blood Road. Yet relying on Saint King Realm, you still dream of seizing it. 2 cultivators immediately plunged into chaotic battle without further words. Suddenly, they sensed a strange aura behind them. Hey, have you forgotten the existence of Jiang? He appeared before the chaos with a faint smile. He raised his hand with the technique ready and declared that today this pure heavenly insight will bear my name. The cultivators could not watch him seize the opportunity again and shouted together that you dare. He replied calmly, I knew you would not forget me. Seeing him hovering high with unprecedented eerie thunder guidance, they were alarmed. This is. A voice sounded from behind. 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, 18 heavenly tribulations. It was the crown prince of the Dai Ha imperial dynasty, Ha Ku Yu, who continued. The Jing-Shang art has long been lost, yet you still know it. It seems you have some insight. He could not be bothered to pay attention and turned to shout loudly, since all of you crave the pure heavenly insight, then undergo the tribulation with me. Crowd felt the chilling lightning tribulation and retreated several steps. He understood at a glance and laughed gleefully. Since you are afraid, then I will take it all. The heavenly tribulation was immediately absorbed directly into his body. The sight left all the surrounding cultivators stunned speechless. A vast Buddhist domain formation manifested in all directions. Golden lotuses bloomed everywhere. The body of the heavenly king manifested, a phenomenon that appears only when a peerless prodigy descends. Cultivators realized in horror that after fusing the pure heavenly insight, he had officially stepped into the ranks of peerless prodigies, provided he survived these 18 heavenly tribulations, something even those in the heavenly human realm would not dare attempt. He knew he was only one step away. Since he had chosen this path, he would see it through. He immediately unleashed a top-tier forbidden art, the Silence Annihilation art. Flash of light burst forth with a thunderous explosion. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring everything. A vague silhouette appeared. Wait. A cultivator cried out. His aura has vanished. They thought he had failed and immediately mocked loudly. The heavenly god king is nothing more than this. Did he not still die? If I had been born in his era, I would have crushed him easily. Once the tribulation disperses, we will refine his corpse, and the pure heavenly insight will be ours. Akuyu felt uneasy instead. Something is wrong. How could the heavenly god king be this weak? It is too fake. Those fools kept laughing. 18 heavenly tribulations combined would kill even a third decline heavenly human. Strike harder. That resource-stealing wretch deserves death. Who cares who he is? They roared and rushed straight toward the heavenly tribulation. Hurry. At that very moment, Akuyu still stood unmoving, the unease in his heart growing stronger. He suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "People of the Daiha Imperial Dynasty, retreat at once." In the sky, a resplendent vision appeared. Dragons and phoenixes soared, radiance enveloped all. He has become a saint. Dual phenomena of heaven and earth manifest together. He has ascended to sainthood. This is a saint king. He emerged with an entirely new appearance, his presence even more majestic, lower saint realm. Like a snake shedding its skin, he drew a deep breath, feeling as though the world had been renewed. Saint power surged through his veins, intoxicating him. He raised his hand and pointed forward, his gaze locked on the target. He wanted to test his new strength with a single finger. A saint king instantly disintegrated. The cultivators were stunned. A single finger killed a saint king. What kind of monster is a saint king? He spoke in a resounding voice. I have become a saint. Today I do not wish to open a slaughter. That moment a strange laugh rang out. Open a slaughter, ha-ha. You can barely preserve yourself. Several survivors mocked him. Killing a few saint kings and you think you are invincible. How many great saints and prodigies are here? Can you bear it? Two uninvited figures arrived and confronted him directly. The second holy sons of the dark divine church and the light divine church appeared at the same time. Today you must die. It is time to end this. He thought to himself, fortunately I completed the heaven-bestowed grace earlier. Otherwise my current silent state might have collapsed. To him at this moment, those pursuers were nothing but weeds. He declared loudly, I am already a saint and bear the identity of a heavenly god. It would not be fitting to bully you too. With that he charged straight ahead. Then the two of you come together. He threw a punch directly, ignoring the sword edges slashing toward him from the two experts. He then stood motionless. After becoming a saint king, aside from the divine realm, none can break my body. He folded his arms, his gaze sinking in contemplation. Another reminded him, Jiang then, you are not the only one who received heaven-bestowed grace upon becoming a saint. Mohan Van and his companions had appeared. It seemed this grudge would not end easily. He replied calmly, what a glorious era. In my previous life, 3 people receiving grace was already a miracle. I did not expect that in just the 9th city 3 would appear. 2 pursuers from light and dark were still alive and shouted, Jiang, then surrender your life. The entire group immediately rushed to besiege him. He remained silent, unwilling to use that move in his heart. It was time to try once more, so be it. Above his head, an ancient power gathered. What happened 3,000 years ago can be repeated. A primordial scene slowly unfolded. The heavenly gate opened slightly, and a stream of ethereal clear chi poured down. That stream of clear chi headed straight toward the treasure pavilion. He manifested, his eyes still closed, quietly sensing. Above his head, a dazzling, radiant object appeared. Peak experts cried out in unison, heaven manifests. No one expected him to possess such a terrifying identity, a sovereign. The 2 holy sons of light and dark clearly felt the fortune of the godless continent being seized. Declared boldly, from today onward, I am the sovereign of the godless continent. They were shaken once more. Heaven manifesting, the godless sovereign, the one seizing the fortune of the entire continent. Is he making an enemy of the whole world? Quickly reached a consensus. If this man does not die, the fortune of the godless continent cannot recover. To become gods, they must pass him. There is only killing. The entire group unleashed a decisive killing strike with full force. He waved his hand and said clearly, 3,000 years ago, I dared to face the whole world. He raised his head and declared again, 3,000 years later, I still dare. Around him, the Tao souls of ghostly and holy beings manifested and surrounded him, killing intent surging, forming a nearly impenetrable layer of defense. Bearing the absolute authority of the heavenly god king, he exuded a chilling pressure. A terrifying force enveloped everything. Submit to me. Jiang Hao Enhin spoke angrily. Seizing the fortune of the godless continent is unjust. He had always been righteous and stood for fairness. She demanded that he return the fortune to the world. He replied with difficulty, returning it means taking my life, and this life is held by me. Jiang Hao Enhin argued fiercely, fortune concerns the fate of all beings. By seizing it, you steal the destiny of the world. He said indifferently, so what, everyone wants to kill me? Why should I leave them a way out? Stay out of this. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar pressure. That pressure he had experienced in the past shook his mind. The forbidden Magus. Forbidden Magus appeared with a sinister grin and questioned him. You are not dead yet. He immediately heightened his vigilance, soul defense fully activated. He gritted his teeth and crushed that soul assault. A chill running through him as he thought that the forbidden Magus is truly monstrous. Even souls can be sealed. I must drag him out. His gaze swept around once, and he instantly locked onto the target, over there. Not letting the prey escape, he activated the clear chi and burst forth, his figure shooting away. A gust carrying demonic chi swept toward him. He dodged several times before continuing the pursuit. In a blink, he appeared before the forbidden Magus, who could not conceal his surprise. Forbidden Magus laughed excitedly. Jiang, then your life ends today. He immediately cast a confinement to bind him tightly, his gaze then resting on the empty crown above his head. Frowning, what is this? He suddenly discovered the clear chi within him had been severed. Backlash struck, and he spat blood. The forbidden Magus achieved his aim and laughed triumphantly, ordering his subordinates, his power is sealed. He is crippled now, kill him. Stood still watching the lackeys charge forward, sighing inwardly that the forbidden Magus is truly troublesome. But he had long been prepared, thinking that this time he must thank my greatest enemy in the 9 heavens. When the subordinates rushed in like moths to a flame, he suddenly erupted. Great light art, illuminate. With one strike, he swept away the minions, and at the same time shattered their leader amid that man astonishment. Someone panicked and asked where you obtained the light art. He replied coldly that I do not speak with the dead, fully aware that all restraints are useless before the great light. That man grew furious from shame and roared as he charged, the one who must die is you. He curled his lips in a smile, just petty light. Today I will broaden your horizons. Punch smashed straight into the fool face. That man shrieked in horror. Impossible, this is the great light art. As he shifted slightly, Jiang Hao Enhin's sword was already pressing close at his side. He stubbornly shouted, return the fortune of the godless continent. Even in death I will go with you. He answered decisively that my life is decided by me. Jiang Hao Enhin angrily said no more and swung her sword, obstinate and blind. I will act on behalf of heaven. He roared inwardly, act my foot, I am heaven. Before he could finish, his body stiffened as Mohan Van assassination blades pierced straight into his shoulder. Jiang, then you still must die. Next strike came crashing down. He widened his eyes. Could it be that today I truly perish here? In that final instant, his gaze still caught Jiang Hao Enhin. Return the fortune and I will protect you. Those words caused his heart to waver. Within the sacred spirit space, the sacred lotus suddenly radiated shimmering spiritual energy. He opened wide the blazing myriad flower heavenly eye. Once again facing a near certain death situation, he remained resolute. My life is mine alone. Even in death I will die bearing the name sovereign of the godless. At that moment a roar signaled the 9th city gates opening. The blood road began. All turned simultaneously to look at the blood road gate appearing. He smiled faintly. Heaven truly will not destroy me. Jiang Hao Enhin knew she had to be faster and immediately rushed forward. His figure gradually faded before her eyes, leaving her unable to accept it. Transmitted his voice, everyone, see you on the blood road. Jiang Hao Enhin stood frozen as he vanished. The crowd surged into the first minor world and scattered to search. She murmured, Jiang then. The young girl could not help feeling sorrow. Why are you so stubborn? In the first minor world he sat alone, his entire body aching and covered in wounds. He calculated silently that forcibly seizing the continent fortune cost too much. In an instant, nearly 3,000 years of lifespan were gone and still rapidly declining. He smiled bitterly. It seems being the sovereign of the godless is not easy at all. While lost in thought, someone came to disturb him. Have you heard? Something major happened in the 9th city. 2 strangers whispered that so many prodigies joined forces to kill Jiang, then yet several were counter-killed, and he still escaped. Even Jiang Hao Enhin and Ha Kuyu could not stop him. He continued circulating spiritual energy to heal, and calculated that only about 1,000 years of lifespan remained. Any further expenditure would mean early death. His cultivation had not risen, yet his life would already end. Decided he must find heavenly treasures to extend his lifespan. Just as he was about to leave, someone shouted loudly. Brat stopped. It was Kyung and Gayet Lai, the girl fleeing in panic from an assassin and crying for help. He recognized the voice at once. Kyung and Gayet Lai. He immediately stood before the assassin. He glared and asked, "You want to kill this girl?" The pockmarked man licked his blade and sneered, "Of course, play with her then kill her. None of your business, get lost." He was enraged at that beast worse than livestock and summoned the divine blade, shouting, "Get lost." That man roared and charged, "Move aside or I will cut you down as well." Gus swept past, and that man's face was smashed instantly. Without stopping, his head exploded as well. He led Kyung Tiu Lai away. "Stay by my side and you will be safe." He did not forget to leave a warning. "Been through 1,000 tribulations. Neither I nor this girl can be killed by you." He asked gently, "And Gayet Lai, why are you alone?" Kyung and Gayet Lai lowered her head sadly. "They are all dead." He sat down and stroked her head to comfort her. "It is all right. From now on your brother will protect you." And Gayet Lai blushed and called softly, "Little brother." She poured cold water at once. "But your cultivation is too low." He froze. The girl pulled his hand and pointed ahead. "Brother, there is vermilion bird grass ahead. Consider it a thank you gift." He stared blankly at the small hand holding his. Improper thought flashed through his mind. Children must be taught from young. Kyung and Gayet Lai innocently tugged him along while he slapped himself. "What nonsense am I thinking?" Vermilion bird king within his body reminded him. "Brat, restrain your lustful thoughts. There is a vermilion bird corpse ahead. Dig it up quickly." He followed Kyung and Gayet Lai to the vermilion bird grass meadow. She pointed and cheered, "Little brother, we are here." Seeing his swollen cheek, and Gayet Lai asked curiously, "What happened to your face?" He forced a smile. "My nose is too big." Vermilion bird king flew out urging, "Dig fast. Beneath lies a vermilion bird. If you fuse with it, I will give you several drops of essence blood. Live at least 10,000 more years." He sat down and summoned the white sword. No matter what, even one more second of life is profit. Vermilion bird king smacked his head with a wing and scolded, "Hurry up. In the vermilion bird nest, there must be a whole piece of vermilion general immortal gold. This ranks among materials capable of birthing divine weapons." Hearing this, his eyes shone, as he said, "Even a thumb-sized piece of vermilion immortal gold would cause the world to bleed in contention, let alone a complete block." He took a deep breath and flexed his arms, preparing to dig, not forgetting to tell little sister and Gayet Lai to sit aside and watch carefully and learn how your brother digs treasures. Kyung and Gayet Lai cheered excitedly. "Brother, do your best. I will study hard." He thrust his sword into the ground and dug while laughing joyfully. "This time I am rich." A radiant light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire area. After exactly one incense stick of time, he struck something and the sword cracked with a snap, breaking in two and flying away. He stood frozen, eyes following the blade fragment as it shot away and embedded in the earth. He still held the digging posture. Now only the hilt remained in his hand, his heart aching as he lamented inwardly, "My sky chaser." Vermilion bird king landed at the pit edge and sighed. "Truly hard, vermilion general immortal gold like this would be a waste not to seize. There must be an ancient vermilion bird corpse here of even higher rank than me." With that, it jumped down together with him. Indeed, a vermilion bird corpse was buried below, though it looked more like a roasted festival chicken, making him question that this does not resemble a vermilion bird, more like roast chicken. The vermilion bird king retorted at once, "What do you know? This is the first-generation progenitor. I am only second generation." He swallowed and asked whether there was essence blood. He had overused spiritual power and was nearly exhausted. The vermilion bird king hurriedly said, "Do not die yet. Help me first, then we will talk." Saying that, it stepped before the vermilion bird corpse and began the fusion process. After a series of complex transformations, vermilion bird king manifested in human form, condensing surging power in his hand. After fully absorbing it, the vermilion bird king bit his lip until blood flowed, pulled his face over and dripped 3 drops of essence blood into his mouth, reminding him to conserve it as the fusion was not yet stable, and this blood came from biting my lip and gums. Receiving 3 drops of vermilion bird essence blood, his hair gradually returned from pale white to its original brown. Power surged within him once more, and he exclaimed that just 3 drops of blood extended my lifespan by over 13,000 years. The vermilion bird king returned to bird form, sweating and flying off in haste. "Time to run. I am nearly exhausted and need fresh air. Remember to take the immortal gold and vermilion bird grass." He raised his hand and collected everything. Finished, both leaped back to the surface. Kyung and Gayet Lai saw him and called joyfully, "Jiang, then brother." Stroked her head and asked, "When you were hunted, someone protected you, right? Are they all dead?" And Gayet Lai cried as she told him there were 10 in total. 9 followed me, and upon entering the first city, they all met disaster. He held her and comforted her, "Do not be afraid. You have me from now on. 9 are dead. Where is the last one? Kyuwang and Gayat Lai wiped her tears and replied in the ninth city. That person is named Hakuyu. He is my fiancé. Hearing this, he turned to Stone and gaped. Fiancé. The vermilion bird king behind covered his mouth and snickered, clearly cuckolded. He sat down and patiently said, your fiancé is ugly and lacking in character. The key point is he is useless. You are still young and do not understand marriage. Wait until you grow up. Kyuwang and Gayat Lai asked doubtfully, oh, is he really that ugly? Stood and brushed his hair confidently. He is not even 1/10 as handsome as I am. And Gayat Lai eyes sparkled as she nodded. Yes, Jiang then brother is the most handsome. The vermilion bird king covered his mouth again and sneered. Someone clearly ugly yet thinking himself handsome. He immediately grabbed its head feathers and shouted, what are you laughing at? From today your name is Diadai Duck Vermilion Bird King. The Vermilion Bird King struggled and protested. Such a rotten name. You are deliberately taking revenge on me. He folded his arms and said, you sovereign and ancestral dragon are both my underlings and also bear the name Dai Duck. You resemble them. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird King muttered, those two are born of heaven and earth, indeed worthy to be my brothers. He suddenly lifted Kyuwang and Gayat Lai and said this is the first minor world of the Blood Road. I will take you to the Rune Land for some air. It is fun there. Kyuwang and Gayat Lai became excited and rushed ahead. Before the Rune Knowledge Hall, the sky gradually darkened. Soon as he arrived, two people happened to turn around curiously. One sneered, Jiang then, have you come to hide? He ignored them and pointed at the runes on the cliff wall while playing with Kyuwang and Gayat Lai. Look, does this rune resemble a primordial python? This one like the other shore flower, and Gayat Lai eyes glittered as she sighed. The runes here are beautiful, but I still like the moon more. Hearing this, he felt a pang and thought, it makes sense you like the moon, you were once a god. Back then you even burned yourself to help me activate the myriad flower heavenly formation. I will remember this favor to my bones. The two who were ignored grew furious and rushed over shouting, Jiang then, you dare look down on us. He turned, eyes cold as an immortal, and said, why are there always people seeking death? I am already tired of it. Immediately a stream of flames shot out, nearly burning the two to ashes. Kyuwang and Gayat Lai hurriedly covered her eyes. After a while she looked up at the sky and said, outside I watch the moon every day. It is a pity I have never seen it in the Blood Road, he replied. There is a moon. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands, chanting a spell. Once the ground beneath them shone brilliantly. Others saw this and cursed angrily. Who did that? Has the Rune Land been destroyed? Brat, you think no one matters. Kyuwang and Gayat Lai suddenly saw something and could not help exclaiming. In the sky the runes formed a radiant crescent moon, and Gayat Lai cheered the moon. The Adai duck perched on his shoulder and asked, is it worth it for a beauty smile? Your situation is dangerous. If you are besieged and killed, I will not collect your corpse. He smiled and replied, there is nothing to fear. From the moment I dared face heaven, I became the enemy of the world. Suddenly a figure stepped out from the cliff and called, Kyuwang and Gayat Lai. A blond man in flashy tight clothing appeared and asked, why are you with him? Kyuwang and Gayat Lai asked in surprise, how do you know my name? He leaned close and whispered, he is your fiancé, Hakuyu. And Gayat Lai pouted and said, ah, just as you said, truly ugly. He laughed, then you cannot marry him. She nodded, too ugly. When I grow up, I will not marry him. The Adai duck raised a green hat and told Hakuyu, stand still, I will weave you one. The man was furious. That man glared and shouted, I am the crown prince of the Dai Ha dynasty. She is the little princess of the Kyuwang family and future empress. Stay away from her. He disdainfully picked his ear and said, what use is the title of Dai Ha crown prince? This is the Blood Road. What are you arrogant for? Hakuyu jumped down angrily and cursed, insolent. The Vermilion Bird King was weaving the green hat when he heard him call, Diadai Duck. He ordered, go teach him a lesson. Let him know my woman cannot be touched, not even in thought. Diadai Duck flew out at once, transforming into human form and cracking his knuckles. It has been long since I exercised. Today will loosen my bones. Hakuyu clenched his fists and unleashed the Six Paths Divine Fist, shouting, what are you? Crowd was shocked at the move. That is the ultimate Six Paths Divine Fist of the Dai Ha Imperial Dynasty. Step back. If they truly fight, the Rune Land will shatter. The Adai Duck sneered, Six Paths Divine Fist. I have seen the true Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. This is not enough. Hakuyu retorted as he rushed forward. The Six Paths Reincarnation Fist is lost. My Six Paths Divine Fist is the strongest. None is faster than I. As soon as he finished, the Adai Duck figure vanished. Hakuyu was startled and hurriedly turned to look behind. The Vermilion Bird King stood behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kid, you are a bit slow. Hakuyu immediately turned to counterattack. A strange sound suddenly echoed. The people below were speechless. He thought stiffly, is this ugly bird reliable? Sound turned out to be the Adai Duck farting. He covered his face awkwardly. Just reborn and excess true chi needs release. He kept releasing bombs in succession. Hakuyu inhaled the stench and collapsed dizzy. Everyone gaped. Could he be defeated by a rear end? Kyuwang and Gayat Lai and he were speechless. silently watching that man lying on the ground. Hakuyu lay sprawled, face bruised yet still stubborn, groaning and cursing. How did it become like this? The dyed duck landed beside him. Thinking it was over, unexpectedly he sat on Hakuyu's face and released another barrage, the stench spreading so far that even he and Ngayat Lai covered their noses. After one incense stick, Hakuyu finally raised his hand to surrender. I yield. The dyed duck stamped a rune onto his rear and said, "Good, take this so you will not be tormented again." He looked at the rune speechless. A master-servant contract rune. This is the Dai Ha Crown Prince. This bird truly fears nothing. Well done, he grinned slyly and raised a finger in praise. Hakuyu staggered up and shouted, "Ugly bird, what did you put in me?" The Dai duck replied calmly, "Accept it or not, you are now my servant. Your life is in my hands." Hakuyu gritted his teeth and threatened, "Dissolve the contract or the Dai Ha dynasty will not spare you." Before he finished, the Dai duck grabbed his head. With the other hand, he gathered a strand of divine power and warned coldly, "Threatening me. Tired of living. One finger and you are gone." Took the chance to smear Hakuyu before Kyuong and Ngayat Lai, saying your fiancé is ugly and weak and useless combined, even taken as a servant by a bird. Ngayat Lai immediately objected. "He is not my fiancé. When I return home, I will ask father to annul it." After subduing Hakuyu, the Dai duck returned to chubby bird form. He reminded, "The first minor world is finished. Let us move on." The Dai duck flapped his wings, ordering Hakuyu to follow. He thought proudly, "With this one as shield, the road ahead will be much easier." At the portal to the second minor world, many people gathered waiting their turn. Some chatted that a woman summoned an undead grand formation to search for someone. If she did not find them, she blocked the path. Mid-divine realm cultivation. Hard to provoke. Kyuong and Ngayat Lai felt uneasy and asked, "Big brother, it is scary here. Can we pass?" He reassured, "Do not worry, I will go in and see." He stepped in alone and saw dense undead. Thinking Zyro Than Giant excels at summoning but does not kill innocents. Unexpected that outside my domain there is another necromancer. Suddenly someone shouted, "That is Jiang Then above." Immediately a giant undead hand grabbed him. A cold voice asked, "Are you Jiang Then?" Before he could answer, the hand tightened around him. He frowned and said, "Speak calmly. Why resort to force?" A young woman stepped out and asked, "Are you Zyro Than Giant Master? Where is she?" He asked back, "Why seek my disciple?" Inwardly puzzled, this woman clearly is not human. The young woman shouted angrily, "She is my person. After being together, she vanished. You are her master, then hand her over." He avoided her gaze and replied, "So that is it." A few seconds later, he suddenly froze. "Wait, my disciple is also female." An unspeakable scene flashed in his mind. His face flushed and blood trickled from his nose. He thought and said, "From what you say, it seems true, but why block the path to the second world?" The woman tightened her grip and said, "She is in the first minor world and will come sooner or later. I want her to fall into my arms. Wherever she runs, she cannot escape." He forced a smile. "Calm down and release me first." The woman snorted coldly and let go. He looked at her calculating, mid-divine realm and stronger than Hakuyu. In terms of relation, we are on the same side. Cooperation is possible. After thinking, he transmitted his voice calling Zyro Than Giant out. "Do not be afraid. This woman looks fierce but is kind." Zyro Than Giant trembled in a corner and replied, "And that is called kind, but with master here I am at ease." He sat cross-legged and said, "She will arrive soon." Behind him, Dai duck, Hakuyu and Kyuong and Ngayat Lai ran over. In his heart he calculated, the four of them joining forces. Even if she harbored ill intent, there was still a way to restrain her. Only then did Than Giant cautiously step out. The moment she saw her, the woman rushed forward, both hands gripping her shoulders as she asked, "This time you will not run anymore." After saying that, she pressed Than Giant down, scolding that she ran away after sleeping. Than Giant cried out in panic for help. "Master, save me." Jiang then leisurely watched the scene and even raised his thumb, saying that in matters of love his master would not interfere. The buttons of Than Giant's outer robe were torn open. The woman sat on top of her and said, "How about we continue what was unfinished that day?" Than Giant struggled and shook her head, "Do not." The woman still moved closer, pinching Than Giant's mouth before lowering her head and saying, "Refusal is not allowed." After the kiss, she helped Than Giant up and asked, "Will you run again in the future?" Than Giant wiped her tears and pouted, "Then do not be so fierce with me anymore." Jiang then covered Kyuong and Ngayat Lai's eyes to stop her from watching, while he, along with Dai duck and Hakuyu, had nosebleeds as they marveled. So this is how women play. Truly an eye-opening experience. After the time of one incense stick, everyone entered the teleportation gate to the second minor world. Jiang then spoke on behalf of the group. They were ready to set off. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, this matter is. Hearing that, Tiuthan was startled and frowned as she asked, "Master, what is happening?" He did not bother to answer, only waved his hand to push everyone back and sternly ordered, "Leave at once. This is an order." It felt as though he was being dragged into another space. Yet in that perilous moment he still tried to shield everyone, run as far as possible. That woman hastily explained, "He has touched the forbidden law of this world." Within that abnormal dimension, Jiang then was immediately locked down by 3 gods of heaven and earth. He raised a defensive barrier, a thought flashing through his mind. No one is absolutely perfect, because every realm was pushed to its limit that the taboo was violated. This sea is named the Sea of Forbidden Relics. Since ancient times, anyone who touched the forbidden relics would be stripped of everything, falling into the Sea of Forbidden Consciousness, never to be reborn, unable to reincarnate. Jiang then was tightly bound by chains. He struggled in despair. It is over. This power surpasses all reason, even controlling heaven and earth. I am completely immobile. Could there be an existence above the high heavens? I was truly too naive. After countless reincarnations, I still could not see through it. From ancient times until now, you always liked to oppose me like this. Suddenly, a massive divine sense burst out from his body, allowing him to break free from the binding chains. One of the 3 gods froze upon seeing that form and blurted out, "It is you." This is the myriad transformation, divine art. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 gods instantly vanished without a trace. Alone in the void, Jiang then suddenly recalled what the 9th princess once said. That drop of essence blood was the key left behind by the myriad transformation divine king. He did not expect the divine sense to still remain. What about my cultivation? Ever since entering the saint realm, I have not been able to absorb spiritual energy, as if encountering an invisible wall that cannot be broken. All at once, a string of strange characters surged through his mind. He looked up at those characters in astonishment. This is the heavens' remnant art. Jiang then thought in shock. Was not the heavens' remnant art lost since the primordial era? There are countless cultivation methods in the world, giving birth to innumerable heavenly prodigies who ultimately become gods. Yet there exists one cultivation method that surpassed even the heavenly hall. Because it defied the heavens too greatly, it was sealed and discarded. That is the heavens' remnant art. The strongest of heaven and earth, a voice resounded. True perfection contains flaws within that very perfection. The two complement each other. Mutual generation and mutual restraint, both similar and different, that is true perfection. I will sleep again. Do as you wish. After hearing this, Jiang then suddenly came to a realization. The path of perfection he pursued was too extreme. It was not the true truth. Then he unleashed the myriad transformation heavenly slash of the reincarnation soul Tao, telling himself, "Today I take the name of heavenly God," using his own cultivation as the price. Trying to open the gate of the great Tao, Jiang then erupted with all his strength. The spiritual power within his body surged wildly as it entered cultivation. 1 month later, within that space, the ground suddenly trembled. Debris scattered, revealing the image of Jiang, then sitting with eyes closed in comprehension. Fatigue was evident on his face. His gaze flickered as he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, it was as if a new extreme realm had opened within his body. Streams of spiritual energy poured continuously into his body. Jiang then looked at his hand in delight. Spiritual energy continued to flow in. It was truly different. This is my true path of perfection. Although my battle power has decreased slightly, the great Tao has become clear. My future potential is immeasurable. I wonder if my family still remains in the first small world. I can only use my divine sense to probe. Thinking this, he placed his hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. Yet strangely, he sensed nothing, only a cold leaf drifting past. Jiang then widened his eyes and opened his mouth as he silently shouted, "Not a single soul in sight. How long have I been cultivating?" He hurriedly opened a teleportation gate and rushed out. He had to quickly advance deeper. The final blood path has a time limit. As soon as he stepped outside, Jiang then froze and looked around. He sighed in admiration. Oh, this small world is truly fragrant. Just as he was enjoying it, he heard a woman shout, "How can there be a man in the Jade Maiden Palace?" Jiang then startled and turned around. Before him was a steaming hot spring. In the spring, beautiful and alluring young women stared at him. Jiang then's eyes widened at the sight. His face flushed red, a nosebleed nearly bursting forth. Jiang then panicked inwardly. This is the third small world. The Jade Maiden Palace only allows women to enter. Could it be that I was not transmitted to the second small world? Wait, why are their gazes so strange? The girls were all blushing and smiling brightly like flowers. One by one, they stepped out of the hot spring. They surrounded him and confirmed, he is indeed the reincarnation of the heavenly god king, genuine without doubt. Jiang then was secretly astonished. Perhaps they had stayed too long in the Jade Maiden Palace and felt stifled. A gray-haired woman stroked his face and sweetly said, "I wonder how that aspect of the heavenly god king is." Surrounded by beauties, Jiang then had both nosebleed and drool flowing, thinking to himself, could it be that in this life I will die in the hands of women? If so, then let it be a worthy death. Just then, the hot spring water suddenly splashed violently as if stirred by someone, knocking the girls away from Jiang then. He asked blankly, "Why stop? I can still endure." Looking at the person who appeared before them, the girls cried out, "Lac Duong." The person ranked second on the flower list of the Vo then continent, by the banks of the Lac River, is Lac Duong. Jiang then looked at the young woman before him and could not help but praise her beauty inwardly. Lac Duong spoke, "Have you seen enough? If so, then follow me." Girls frowned upon hearing Lac Duong's voice. Wait, this voice. Even Jiang then stared wide-eyed. Could it be a man? Lac Duong said irritably, "The yin energy here is too heavy. If the two of us men stay, we will be drained. Let us find a safer place." Jiang then scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "All right." Yet inside he felt something strange. In the sky, a blue phoenix soared leisurely. Suddenly Lac Duong turned and asked, "Are you truly the reincarnation of the heavenly god king?" Hearing this, Jiang then covered his mouth and coughed lightly as he replied, "Of course." Yet in his mind he thought, such a beautiful man is truly a test of human nature. Then Lac Duong hesitated and continued, "Then can you help me to have?" Before finishing, Jiang then cut him off in alarm. What? Seeing that reaction, Lac Duong thought in embarrassment, "I am so beautiful, yet a man so no one pays attention. Could it be that I must become someone's husband? In this life I might violate a taboo." Suddenly, Jiang then placed his hand on a few meridian points. Seeing this, Lac Duong looked at Jiang then seriously and said, "I want to become a proper man. I have waited for a very long time." Jiang then quickly replied, "Then let us begin." Jiang then suddenly realized his thoughts had gone astray. He lightly slapped his own face and muttered, "I am the protagonist. Why is my mind so strange?" Duong wore a sorrowful expression and slowly continued, "In truth, two souls exist within my body, one male and one female. One day the female soul disappeared, the male soul took control, yet this body still retains feminine characteristics." After hearing this, Jiang then stroked his chin thoughtfully and slowly said, "Then to restore normalcy, we must begin with the soul." Lac Duong hurriedly continued, "If you help me, I will help you in the future as well." "Anything at all?" Jiang then nodded and replied, "It is a small matter, but first we must find soul grass and spirit-expelling flower." After speaking, Jiang then looked up at the sky and could not help but sigh. It is already night. Suddenly, Lac Duong completely changed demeanor and said coldly, "From now on, stay away from this body." Leaving Jiang then stunned and not understanding what was happening. Jiang then frowned and asked, "You are Lac Duong, so why has your voice become female?" Lac Duong placed his hands on his hips and replied coldly, "I am Lac Thai. My soul has never disappeared. He is the same, 3 days as Lac Duong, and I am Lac Thai." After hearing this, Jiang then could only sigh, "Is this not two souls coexisting?" Lac Thai immediately retorted, "Who told you it is two souls?" It was Lac Duong who said that. He truly is a fool. Jiang then thought to himself, if it is not two souls coexisting, then there is only the possibility of one soul split into two aspects. This is beyond my ability. Thinking this, he glanced at Lac Thai and asked, "Then in the next 3 days, how should I explain it to Lac Duong? He still believes it is two souls." Lac Thai leisurely removed her robe and calmly said, "Just let him remain confused. Once reaching the celestial human realm, the soul will merge on its own. Day and night will both be me." Making Jiang then hastily cover his eyes in panic. Lac Thai added, "I am only cultivating. The stars are many tonight, which suits it well. Tomorrow we ascend to the heavenly palace where all resources are. If Lac Duong chooses you, then follow me." At this moment she was already at the upper divine realm. Jiang then stood to the side and thought, Lac Thai's strength has reached the upper divine realm, only 1 step away from the celestial human realm. A beauty like this is rarely encountered. One night passed and dawn gradually arrived. Long after, Lac Duong awakened. Jiang then looked at Lac Thai with lingering reluctance one last time and muttered, "I was only looking a little longer." Suddenly, Lac Thai let out a deep sigh. He stood up and stretched, softly saying, "Heavenly God King, my time has come. I no longer have the strength to suppress the soul. In the next 3 days, remember to protect Lac Duong well. Later, I will let you look to your heart's content." The Heavenly Palace teleportation array. The crowd saw Jiang then and Lac Duong return, and whispered that she was the second most beautiful woman under heaven. Jiang then wiped his sweat in exhaustion and panted, "We have been walking all day, and it is almost night." Suddenly, a fierce man pointed straight at Lac Duong and shouted, "You already have a marriage pact with the holy son of Thuong Min's sect, and you still dare to stay beside another man." Hearing this, Jiang then was startled and glanced at Lac Duong, thinking to himself, "She has a marriage pact, then I should keep my distance." But at that moment, Lac Duong suddenly gripped Jiang then's hand tightly. She coldly said, "How can the holy son of Thuong Min's sect compare to the heavenly god king?" Making Jiang then think inwardly, "Why drag me into this?" A man in the crowd angrily shouted, "Merely a useless saint. In my eyes, he is no different from an ant." Lac Duong replied with a firm gaze, "He once defeated thousands of heavenly prodigies in the 9th city. You call him an ant? Jiang then frowned and added, "Are you talking about me?" That man roared, "You dare snatch the Holy Sun's woman. If you have the guts, then fight me." Jiang then sneered and replied, "I will not fight. This is your family matter." Suddenly a voice called out twice, "Husband." Lak Duong looked at Jiang then coquettishly and said, "Last night you did not say that," leaving Jiang then gaping. The surrounding crowd cried out in shock. "After doing it, you still deny it. Who would have thought the heavenly god king would be such scum?" Jiang then whispered, "Tone it down. This is your family matter." Lak Duong leaned close to his ear and smiled lightly. Was it only sleeping together? Seeing that scene, the men roared in fury. "Jiang then, are you still worthy of being the reincarnated heavenly god? Let me deal with him for her." Jiang then suddenly revealed a strange smile and muttered, "Women." He tightly held Lak Duong's hand, startling her. Immediately after, Jiang then bent down and gave her a burning kiss. That sight left the men stunned with wide eyes. At this moment, Jiang then and Lak Duong seemed immersed in a pink world. Jiang then wrapped an arm around her shoulders and looked at the crowd, saying loudly, "Look carefully. The one who stole your goddess's first kiss is me." Turned to Lak Duong with a smile and asked, "Playing with me, can you handle it?" The crowd roared angrily, showing off affection in public, truly unforgivable. Lak Duong blushed and pushed Jiang then away, shouting, "You are quite bold." Jiang then smiled and replied, "You made the first move." Lak Duong gritted her teeth and muttered, "If that is the case, then I will not act human anymore." She shouted loudly, "Today I will enter Vong Lin Peak. Anyone who blocks me will die, even husband." Jiang then hurriedly waved his hands. "It is just a misunderstanding." After saying that, Lak Duong pulled Jiang then away while the men cursed bitterly behind them. Someone shouted, "Wait until the Holy Sun arrives. I will take your life." Jiang then turned and asked, "What benefit does this bring you?" Lak Duong calmly replied, "No benefit at all. I simply do not want to be disturbed. A shield is enough." She held Jiang then's hand and said, "Let us go. The blood path waits for no one." Jiang then sighed and replied, "Going with me will only make you a target." Before long, the two arrived at the foot of Vong Lin Peak. The men there angrily cursed, "The second most beautiful woman under heaven and the reincarnated heavenly god, truly a shameless pair." A man holding an iron hammer stepped out and said, "Lak Thai may go up, but Jiang then may not." Jiang then raised his brows and asked, "Who made that rule?" That man pointed at a stone and shouted, "Are you blind? Below the divine realm is forbidden to enter." The surrounding people mocked, "That is right. We forgot Jiang then is only a saint." Jiang then calmly counted 1, 2. "Do you think I am easy to bully?" The man holding the iron hammer roared, "Do you want to fight?" Jiang then shouted back, "Today I will let you know not everyone can climb high." With that said, Jiang then charged straight at the opponent. Suddenly an angry female voice shouted loudly, "You few stop at once. It is unbearably noisy." Jiang then froze and quickly turned his head to look. Immediately he spun around and with one hand seized the opponent's vital spot, causing that man to scream miserably. That man clutched his wound in pain and collapsed to the ground groaning. Jiang then glanced over and thought to himself, that voice just now was. Lak Duong immediately pulled Jiang then's hand and said, "Today I will definitely take him up." Jiang then hurriedly waved to refuse. Without giving him time to react, Lak Duong dragged Jiang then straight up Vong Lin Peak. Jiang then sighed helplessly, truly creating karma. At this moment, fierce winds howled atop Vong Lin Peak. Lak Duong and Jiang then's group had fully gathered here. Walking forward, a person sat leisurely on a chair and smiled. "So fast, you already have a little lover." Jiang then hurriedly waved to explain, "It is a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." As soon as the words fell, Hoa Lian Y immediately stood up. Hoa Lian Y crossed her arms and said with an icy expression, "A misunderstanding. Tell me this is a misunderstanding." At this moment, Lak Duong was still tightly holding Jiang then's hand, making him stare nervously. After pulling his hand free, Jiang then quickly raised both hands to explain, "It truly is not as you think. Disciple, it has been a long time since I saw you. I have missed you dearly." Hearing this, Hoa Lian Y gave a cold smile and continued, "Then should I call you master or husband?" Jiang then looked at Hoa Lian Y's expression and felt his scalp tingle. He lowered his head and thought, "She was the first to sleep with me in this life. By status, she is indeed the principal wife." Before he could reply, Hoa Lian Y angrily shouted, "Are 3 not enough? You still go out flirting." Jiang then hurriedly argued, "When did I ever flirt? What kind of talk is that? Have you grown bold enough? Come to my room tonight and see how I deal with you." Hoa Lian Y was so furious she pointed at his face speechless. Hoa Lian Y shouted loudly, "So what if I have grown bold?" At this moment she had reached the upper divine realm. Seeing this, Jiang then widened his eyes and sighed inwardly. What exactly did my disciples eat that all their cultivation is so high? Suddenly Lak Duong stepped forward to shield Jiang then and said coldly, "I do not care what relationship you have." "Jiang then, I have decided on this man." Hoa Lian Y calmly replied, "What are you?" The atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring. Jiang then quickly laughed to smooth things over. "We are all family." Lak Duong and Hoa Lian Y glared at each other with killing intent. He hurriedly said, It is just a family matter, do not mind it. The man holding the iron hammer pointed at Jiang then and shouted, "Truly a beast." Another echoed, "Abandoning wife and disciple and still fooling around outside. Truly two wild flowers fighting over a bull." At that moment, the peak of Vonglin Peak suddenly burst forth with a dazzling beam of light. Black Duong turned in surprise and smiled as she asked, "Jiang then, are we about to enter the fourth small world to search for treasures?" Jiang then raised a hand to cover his face and sighed helplessly. "See, it is always like this." He thought to himself, the connection with NhuocTiu has already been severed. Lian Y said loudly, "Master, me and Chai just sent a voice transmission. NhuocTiu was hunted in the fifth small world and fell into the immortal pit." Hearing that, Jiang then panicked inwardly. The immortal pit is a relic belonging to the fourth small world. That place is called the Blood Path Dead Zone. Since ancient times, no one has ever returned alive. "Who did it?" Jiang then asked angrily. Lian Y lowered her head in silence. The men standing outside trembled inwardly. Only at the human realm, yet his aura made even the divine realm fearful. Just how strong is he? Lian Y said in a deep voice, "The first holy son of the Guangaming divine sect, V. Hyan." Those words, Jiang then revealed a sinister smile. Guangaming divine sect. Guangaming divine sect. Very good. Just then the sky opened a gate leading to a small world, and everyone looked up. The man holding the iron hammer muttered, "Dark magic, half-step celestial human realm." The one beside him hurriedly said, "That is the Thuong Min holy son. He has returned from the fifth small world." "What is he doing here?" The other immediately replied. "What else, of course, to kill Jiang then." Jiang then narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile, "So what if he is half-step celestial human?" He turned to Lac Duong and Lian Y and said, "You two go first, meet in the fifth small world." Lac Duong asked worriedly, "That is half-step celestial human. Can you handle it?" Lian Y urged, "Go quickly. My master is very strong." After speaking, Lac Duong and Lian Y immediately left. As Lac Duong walked, she thought, even if the human realm is strong, it is hard to overcome the aura of celestial human. Jiang then, do not let anger cloud your eyes. On this side, Jiang then smugly thought, I am not foolish enough to risk my life against a half-step celestial human, but he immediately leaped high into the air. Jiang then said in a deep voice, "For the righteous path of the heavenly God, there can be no retreat." On the other side, the Thuong Min holy son rode forward on a black horse. He wore a smiling expression and leisurely approached. The Thuong Min holy son said with a smile, "Jiang then, is this your tactic? I am truly disappointed." Jiang then replied, "Is that so? Then do you dare follow me to the fourth small world for a battle? I do not have much time." In his mind, he calculated, the Tian Tayat forest in the fourth small world can maximize the Emperor Vine. Combined with secret techniques, it can contend with half-step celestial human, only that a great demon is hidden there. The Thuong Min holy son angrily shouted, trying to run. Jiang then immediately rushed into the fourth small world, the Tian Tayat forest. The Thuong Min holy son rode his black horse and chased closely behind. Jiang then suddenly stopped, stared ahead and exclaimed in shock, "This is an ancient ferocious beast. Kodai Kudao it is. Celestial human 3 declines. An ancient ferocious beast." Beast growled, "Foolish humans, you dare trespass into my Tian Tayat forest." As soon as the words fell, the massive serpent heads lunged to attack both of them. Seeing the danger, Jiang then shouted, "Run," split up, then fled at full speed. He rushed into a dense forest. Jiang then stopped and panted, his face tense as he said, "This is bad." The Thuong Min holy son widened his eyes and asked loudly, "What is it?" Continued, "I kept heading west, yet I ran back into you." Jiang then replied, "This place is arranged with spatial inversion, forming a loop." The Thuong Min holy son hurriedly placed a hand on Jiang then's shoulder and negotiated. "Let us cooperate. You understand more than I do. Quickly think of a way." Jiang then replied coldly, "On what basis should I help you?" The Thuong Min holy son shouted, "If you do not help, then we die together." Jiang then said, "Every place has a dragon vein. North is the dragon head. South is the dragon tail. Find it and follow it out." Jiang then used the sacred step of shrinking earth to search for the dragon vein. The ancient ferocious beast had caught up, and the two fled in panic. Thuong Min holy son pointed ahead and shouted, "Is that the dragon vein?" As soon as he spoke, both immediately jumped in, and at the same time the beast pounced. Inside, the Thuong Min holy son wiped his sweat in relief, finally escaped. Jiang then replied, "Do not celebrate too soon." Suddenly, the Thuong Min holy son noticed something and exclaimed in horror, "This is." Jiang then quickly replied, "Black Dragon Head, land of death. This place is a dead zone." The Thuong Min holy son asked, "Then is there no way out of this Tian Tayat forest?" Jiang then said gloomily, "Perhaps this is a cage. Before ascension, I heard that the blood path seals living beings." Jiang then pondered as he looked at the coffin. The Thuong Min holy son stepped closer and said, "This is." There was originally nothing in the coffin. What is terrifying inside has likely long escaped. Jiang then understood at a glance, and immediately used his eye technique to see through the coffin. Upon looking, he frowned in shock. Before his eyes appeared dozens of horrifying scenes of heavenly thunder and wailing ghosts. Jiang then staggered back a few steps and sat heavily on the ground, saying in a deep voice, "Heavenly thunder and wailing ghosts. The one who once committed monstrous crimes against the then continent, the sinner lies in the coffin." Suddenly a massive pressure enveloped the space and blazing fire aura surged. Thuong Min screamed in terror. A celestial human 5 declines suppressed so easily. Could it be a god? Jiang then stroked his chin and frowned. Gods cannot set foot on the then continent. Within the hazy fire, aura appeared the silhouette of a demoness. In her hand, she held a strange banner. Thuong Min immediately recognized her and cried out, "It is Truongan." The dark demoness Truongan threw her head back and laughed wildly, her voice echoing, "Edge of earth, summit of heaven, the heavenly Tao endures and slays immortals. Tu then spear, Pan Tian shield, only I Truongan become immortal." After that, her body merged into the sea of fire aura and vanished. Jiang then and Thuong Min stood staring blankly. Jiang then said in a low voice, "Was that truly the progenitor of the Truongan clan?" He thought inwardly, "The ancestor of Neem Truong Ka." Thuong Min, holy son, pointed at the fire aura and asked, "Truongan is a sinner, but I have never heard she harmed the then continent." Jiang then analyzed, "The important thing is she has escaped. Then this place must have an exit." Thuong Min clenched his fists and said tensely, "There is still a great demon here." Jiang then immediately decided, "Wake him." Thuong Min, holy son's expression changed as he shouted, "Are you insane?" Jiang then replied coldly, "Such powerful spiritual force can only belong to a god. Only he can break the Tian Tayat forest." A terrifying aura erupted around him. Jiang then spread his stance firmly and raised his hand to unleash fire aura straight at the coffin, earth and stones scattering. The Thuong Min, holy son, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Since it is already done, then we follow through. I will listen to you, who told you to be the reincarnated heavenly god king." He also exerted his full strength to open a path of escape. Thunderous explosion resounded. Blinding light flared and earth and stones shattered, flying everywhere. A round hole gradually appeared. Jiang then roared, urging, "Run." Two rushed out of the cave. If they were slow, they would be discovered. Thuong Min breathed in relief, finally out. As they escaped, from the new opening, a rough, muscular hand suddenly reached out. The owner leaped from the pit, his body rippling with muscles, hair and beard disheveled. Track Thuong laughed disdainfully. "Even the tiny Fong Thien Pond dares imprison me." Track Thuong threw his head back and laughed loudly, water aura erupting through the space. His majestic voice resounded. "Karmic retribution will not be allowed to run rampant." Clan leader of Celestial Human 5 declines, and the elders of the 18 Blood Path clans lined up to block him. Track Thuong's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "Traitors! When I fully emerge, I will bathe the 18 clans in blood. Truongan is already out. Now it is my turn. Immortals fight, mortals suffer." Jiang then and Thuong Min hid behind a tree watching secretly. Thuong Min trembled, heavens. The 5 declines elder was devoured alive. Jiang then muttered, "Releasing him seems to have been a mistake." The elders simultaneously formed seals and chanted. The clan leader shouted sternly, "Track Thuong, you will not escape." Track Thuong's gaze was sharp as he laughed ferociously. "At my peak, what were you? Now you are still only ants." Clan leader took the lead and attacked, saying through gritted teeth, "Track Thuong, you are not Truongan. I have waited for you a long time." At that moment, Truongan appeared, floating arrogantly in the air. She lightly twirled her finger, casting out a soft crystal curtain. The barrier descended, covering the 3 clan leaders along with Track Thuong. They looked up in shock. The leading clan leader cried out, "You are Truongan." From afar, Jiang then stared wide-eyed. He whispered tensely, "Is it really her?" Truongan's appearance made Track Thuong laugh heartily. He slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. "I knew you would not abandon me." She stood before him and coldly said, "I am taking Track Thuong away. Do you dare to stop me?" The clan leader warned sternly, "This is the blood path. The strong from the 18 clans are coming. You too will be sealed again." Truongan clasped her hands and raised her index finger with a faint smile. "Is that so? What bold words." Behind the 2 of them, a city suddenly appeared. A towering spire stood tall, its entire body glowing crimson. The cultivators were horrified and gaped. "This is not a method of the then continent." Truongan pulled Track Thuong into the city before the stunned eyes of the clan leaders. Battle ended. The leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat." Only then did Jiang then and Thuong Min dare to show themselves. Thuong Min, still in shock, muttered, "Truongan is still in the blood path. Who can stand against someone like her?" Jiang then also thought inwardly, hidden too deeply. The Thuong Min, holy son, snorted coldly, "Today I spare you. Next time we meet, I will kill you." Jiang then asked coldly why, about the marriage pact actually. Thuong Min frowned and avoided the topic, hurriedly circulating his energy to leave. Before going, he said, "Say no more." Surviving life and death once together is enough. Jiang then watched his figure fade away and smiled inwardly. Also a true man. He found a patch of tender grass to sit and heal while cultivating, thinking, Neem Truong Ka, next time we meet we will speak more. The heaven's remnant art has been cultivated for a while, spiritual energy is abundant. It is time to break through. Ongaming Holy Sun, within this blood path I will not erase your name, I will personally send you to hell. 5 days later, Jiang then reached the limit. A roar echoed through the northwest. Spiritual energy surged across the mountains and forests. The sound waves shook the ground, lifting stones into the air. Jiang then officially stepped into the lower king realm. He immediately set off, his heart directed toward only one person, enrollment. Your vengeance I will avenge. He used lightness skill to cross hills and mountains. Upon reaching the 5th small world, 2 youths were discussing the Thuong Min Holy Sun. He slowed to eavesdrop. The one in brown said, have you heard? Vi Hien led strong fighters to besiege Tiu Than Giant. If Ngo Dong had not risked his life, he would have died. The one in blue replied in shock, impossible. He has more than 3,000 subordinates. Jiang then frowned. Vi Hien, the one in brown, whispered. But he also suffered fighting the 3 great demons, nearly died under Tran Dao Lu. The one in blue sighed. Those 3 demons are truly terrifying. Jiang then could not help but be astonished. He spoke up, fools, all of them have fallen into demonic corruption. One in blue broke into sweat and retorted, who says that? I heard it was caused by the dark holy sun. The one in brown sharply pointed at Jiang then and asked, wait, are you Jiang then? Jiang then did not answer. He used his movement technique to soar into the sky, fire aura rising and turning the 2 pale. He rushed to save enrollment, arriving in only half an hour. Jiang then jumped straight into the immortal pit, eyes bloodshot as he vowed revenge for his disciple, enrollment. I will take you back to Hong Chao. Suddenly he halted in surprise. To his shock, enrollment was still alive. Upon seeing Jiang, then she ran over and cried, Master. Jiang then asked in disbelief, you are alive? He held her hand anxiously. What happened to your eyes? Enrollment choked with tears. The Hien guard besieged me. I lost one eye and fell into the pit. Fortunately, there was a headless being below, so I survived. After saying that, she burst into tears. Jiang then held her tightly and comforted her. It is all right now, let us go home. Hatred toward the Guangming Holy Sun surged within him. At the edge of the pit, several people had been waiting, laughing gleefully. What a line about going home. The Guangming Holy Sun stood on a mound and laughed arrogantly. Today can you escape? Jiang then held enrollment tightly, his sharp gaze seeing through the opponent's cultivation, Vi Hien. The Guangming Holy Sun waved his hand and ordered, bring them up here. The 3 disciples Hoa Lian Y, Na Lan Mi Nhai and Tiu Than Giant were all restrained by the Guangming Holy Sun's men, weakly calling Master. A lecherous subordinate of the Guangming Holy Sun stared at Hoa Lian Y's chest and licked his lips with a filthy grin, saying mockingly, the heavenly god king truly has high taste, so many beauties to enjoy. Top-knotted subordinate, filled with lust, reached out to grope Hoa Lian Y and laughed obscenely. Let me have a taste, then stuck out his tongue close to her face. Jiang then roared in fury, stop. His figure instantly shot forward. Stone flew straight into the subordinate's face, knocking out his front tooth. The man rolled on the ground, clutching his face and screaming miserably. Jiang then hovered in midair, killing intent undiminished. His face darkened as he circulated his energy and said coldly, Vi Hien, today you will all die. The Guangming Holy Sun laughed disdainfully along with his subordinates. Relying on you? I have more than 3,000 prodigies. What will you use to fight? Jiang then closed his eyes, his palm turning slightly as spiritual energy gathered, calmly replying, relying on me, because I am the sky of the Vo then continent. That moment, a mysterious black aura shot over, pulling Jiang then's 3 disciples out of the encirclement. The one who acted was none other than Dia Dai Duck. Its eyes shone like headlights, flapping its wings irritably as it asked, how are Grandpa Dia's methods? Have your horizons broadened? Guangming Holy Sun roared angrily and ordered, kill them all. Tear Jiang then apart. 2 subordinates charged forward simultaneously, shouting, kill. Jiang then opened his eye technique to see through their cultivation, his heart sinking. Among them were many divine realm prodigies. But if he could not even protect those beside him, what was the point of living again? A drop of blood fell from the corner of his eye. It was resolved to stake his life. Jiang then raised his head, eyes like lightning, fists clenched as he roared. Sun and moon share the sky, God descends. Guangming Holy Sun's group stared at Jiang then in panic. Before them, Jiang then transformed into a towering 4-armed giant. Muscles rippled, his body shining as if forged from pure gold, cold sword light pointing straight at the enemy. With one horizontal slash, blood sprayed like rain, more than 300 fell. The survivors fled in terror. What kind of monster is he? Wherever Jiang then's sword passed, only silence remained, the sound of tearing wind mixed with the stench of blood. The battle lasted the time of a stick of incense. His vital energy heavily depleted, Jiang then spat out a mouthful of black blood. Knelt on one knee, planting his sword into the ground, the Guangaming Holy Sun's subordinates shouted, "He is almost out of strength. Alone he killed 1,000 prodigies, even divine realm ones truly terrifying." Guangaming Holy Sun stepped forward and said coldly, "Jiang then, I admit you are strong, but unfortunately now you stand alone. With such low cultivation, you have no path to live." That moment, a voice rang from afar, who says Jiang then stands alone. The ancestor of the Thinlu clan is still waiting for him to return. All of you welcome the crown prince of the Tine Hong dynasty. The Guangaming Holy Sun's expression changed as he asked through gritted teeth, "Does the Thinlu clan wish to oppose the Guangaming divine sect?" The crown prince of the Tine Hong dynasty replied coldly, "Oppose." Flew to Jiang then's side and casually asked, "Is the Guangaming divine sect very strong? Do you dare oppose my Thinlu clan?" His disdainful gaze swept over the opponent. The Guangaming Holy Sun gritted his teeth in anger. Just then, a subordinate reported, "Holy Sun, look over there." The three blood-path demon heads, Jiang Hao Enhin, Lu Tung Duong, and Tran Dao Lu also appeared to assist. Jiang Hao Enhin flew over and laughed loudly. "Brother Jiang forgot to mention, I also come from Tan Zion Jiang. By right you are my young lord. Shall I smash them?" Jiang then frowned and said, "You fell into demonic corruption, so your temperament changed." The Guangaming Holy Sun began to feel uneasy. More and more people gathered on Jiang then's side, all experts. He frowned and asked, "Do you also wish to oppose me?" Looking at the three demon heads before him, he was inwardly wary. These three have immense influence and cannot be underestimated. Jiang Hao Enhin said calmly, "Not oppose, only to take him away. If not, then one-on-one, do not rely on numbers." The Guangaming Holy Sun smiled faintly. "One-on-one? Interesting, you think a saint king can defeat me?" Pointed at Jiang then and sneered, "I will give you a chance. If you lose, your disciples will be enjoyed by my subordinates." The lackeys laughed lewdly in agreement. Jiang Hao Enhin angrily moved to act. Jiang then raised his hand to stop him. He turned and said softly, "Let me." The Guangaming Holy Sun threw a punch and rushed forward, laughing arrogantly. Jiang then, die. Jiang then erupted with fire aura and charged straight ahead. The opponent's movement was agile. He dodged the strike and slammed a palm into Jiang then's abdomen. He smiled smugly, but his expression changed drastically in the next instant. The palm struck, yet Jiang then did not move at all. The Guangaming Holy Sun panicked. How is this possible? How can a saint king body be so strong? Jiang then sneered, thinking inwardly, "The heavens' remnant art lets me see the great Tao. After enduring 100 tribulation refinements, my body has reached half-step celestial human." Then he seized the opponent's hand. He said coldly, "Now it is my turn." A thunderous punch smashed into the Guangaming Holy Sun's abdomen. Force pierced through his body, leaving a bloody hole. The Guangaming Holy Sun died unwillingly, spitting black blood and whispering, "Impossible, my divine soul." Jiang then kicked his corpse, flying several kilometers away. He said coldly, "Your greatest mistake was touching my people." The onlookers were horrified and murmured, "One punch killed an upper divine realm. He is not human. He is a demon." Jiang Hao Enhin looked at Jiang, then with utmost reverence. Jiang then took the momentum to break through to the lower great saint realm. The crowd buzzed, nurturing battle with battle and breaking through again. Jiang Hao Enhin, Lu Tung Duong, and Tran Dao Lu exchanged glances and sighed, as expected of Jiang then. Three immediately knelt. Jiang Hao Enhin spoke for them. "We fell into demonic corruption and no sect accepts us. We wish to join the Tone Tun sect." Lu Tung Duong continued, "From now on, those of the sect master are the ones we protect." The three bowed their heads and said in unison, "Please, sect master, accept us." Jiang then pondered. The Tone Tun sect never accepted those who fell into demonic corruption for fear of harming its reputation. Living again in this life, he understood clearly that true demons are not defined by appearance. They are those who wear the guise of righteous gentlemen. After thinking it through, Jiang then stepped forward and placed his hand on Jiang Hao Enhin's shoulder, nodding. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the Tone Tun sect." Three were overjoyed to tears and shouted in unison, "Sect master." Jiang then instructed, "Cultivate diligently and consolidate your realms. The Tone Tun sect cannot waste time in the 10 small worlds. We depart in 1 month." Turned and waved his hand. The three replied together, "Understood." 1 month later, the sects gathered at the spatial rift and shouted in unison, "We swear to live and die with the sect master." Jiang then had reached the upper great saint realm. He raised his hand to signal the three Jiangs. Together with Hao Enhin, Lu Tung Duong, and Tran Dao Lu, as soon as they set off, they plunged into action with blazing spirit. Jiang then folded his arms and reminded them, "When entering the small heaven world, remember to lower your heads and not raise them too high." His voice turned stern, because the rules here are incomplete and cultivation is far more difficult than usual. Jiang then said firmly, "It is adversity that tempers astonishing battle power. After speaking, he quietly descended to the ground. Observing the surroundings, Jiang then said, "The natives do not seem very friendly to those from the Vo then continent." As soon as he finished speaking, Gyro then turned his head and noticed something amiss. His face twisted awkwardly, an ugly expression appearing as he let out a cry. He shouted irritably for a while but saw no one. Jiang then roared, "Where did everyone go? Did I miss something again?" Approaching the teleportation gate, he pondered, "I have never encountered such random transmission before." Searching his memory, could it be the 18 clans secretly interfered? Did they alter the rules of the altar in the 10th small world to kill or sacrifice and reinforce the seal? Suddenly, movement from the teleportation gate drew Jiang Then's attention. Thinking it was the earlier group, he was startled when Neem Truong-Ka stepped in, nearly stopping his breath. Jiang then scratched his head in embarrassment. "What a coincidence," Truong-Ka smiled back. Jiang then asked directly, "Do you have something to tell me?" Truong-Ka hesitated in confusion. Gathering courage, Truong-Ka confessed, "If I say I am the ancestor of the Truong clan, do you believe me?" Jiang then had already guessed and was not surprised, calmly replying, "I believe." Neem Truong-Ka sighed, "I truly am the ancestor of Truong, the very Truong spoken of by the world." Speaking of the past, originally our clans cultivated together and joined forces to block a group of foreign races. I and several other strong figures were gravely injured and then ambushed and sealed. The ones behind it were those 18 vicious guardians. Truong-Ka placed her hand on Jiang Then's shoulder and said that you also participated in that battle. Jiang Then was astonished. "Me? Why do I remember nothing?" Truong-Ka nodded sympathetically. "It is natural you forgot that was your second life. Do you know why this small heaven world is desolate? Because your third life, the Tian Yuan Divine King, is buried here." Jiang then collapsed to the ground and asked how it came to this. Truong-Ka explained, "Nothing is impossible. In the past, there was no boundary between the Vo then continent and the 9 heavens. Death was common." Seeing Jiang Then lying strangely on the ground, Truong-Ka asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Jiang Then lay flat with arms spread and laughed. "I suddenly feel I love this place. It feels strangely familiar. Truly a feng shui treasure burying handsome men." Truong-Ka was speechless looking at this self-admiring master. Suddenly loud shouting erupted. "Long Dai Duck, Dia Dai Duck." Feng Dai Duck teased the maid of Lao Sun Duong. Dai Chuang Mansion issued a wanted order. "Whoever captures those beasts will receive a great reward." Truong-Ka found it amusing. "Your pets have peculiar tastes." Jiang then lowered his voice. "Fortunately, it has nothing to do with me. Let them play, and I will collect the bodies later." Jiang then suddenly remembered, there is also that fellow Jiang Then for demons. If the master fails to discipline properly, he must be worthless. Capture him too. Jiang then stood and said, "The Dai Thien Mansion issuing a warrant over a maid and a few beasts is ridiculous." Truong-Ka replied, "Perhaps they need outside help to ensure the ancestor leaves the Thien Lu realm." Io then asked in surprise, "Leave the Thien Lu realm?" Truong-Ka nodded. Hearing this, Jiang then immediately flew off. "This smells wrong. If it involves me and my disciples, it will be troublesome." After the time of a stick of incense, Gyro then signaled and asked Truong-Ka, "If facing a cultivator of equal realm, how confident are you?" Neem Truong-Ka hesitated. Jiang then felt reassured. With such backing, he feared no one in the Thien Lu realm. Truong-Ka modestly raised one finger. Jiang then misunderstood 100%. Truong is indeed domineering. Truong-Ka laughed. "I am only 1% certain." Jiang then was speechless. "Then are we going to be cannon fodder?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone blocked the way. "This is the Dai Thien Mansion. Outsiders leave immediately." A perfected divine realm cultivator stepped forward to block Jiang Then. The aura on him was even stronger than celestial human first decline. Jiang Then spoke, "The mansion lord of Dai Thien is seeking someone to escort the ancestor out of the Thien Lu realm." The man hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, someone has already accepted. That youth Lam Lang Vo Thak agreed days ago." Jiang then turned and asked, "Is the martial pavilion strong?" Truong-Ka explained, "He is the holy son of the martial pavilion, but his strength can only contend with other holy sons. Is he not the son of Lam Lang Van Thien?" The gatekeeper grew suspicious. Could they really choose him? Only those who rank in the top 10 of the blood path can undergo the Fuang Thien cleansing and partially escape the laws. Only then can they escort someone away. Could these two be stronger than Lam Lang Vo Thak? He curiously asked their identities. Only then did Jiang Then remember. Paused briefly, then quickly made up a convenient name. Jiang then asked seriously, "Do you wish to leave here?" The man could not hide his shock. He did not expect someone to know his thoughts. He answered honestly, "Of course I do. Leaving the Thien Lu realm is the dream of every cultivator." Jiang then lowered his voice cautiously. "If I can take you out, let us enter the Dai Thien Mansion to discuss something with Lam Lang Van Thien." Gatekeeper hesitated. "The mansion does not allow outsiders." Then he asked in return, "Are you stronger than Lam Lang Vo Thak?" Jiang then replied, "Wait until you meet him and you will understand. At that time, Dai Thien Fu will naturally make the right choice." The gatekeeper hurriedly said, "Please wait here. I will go inform the manor lord." He walked away with a glimmer of hope. The two of them were so confident that they could not be ordinary. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the manor lord appeared, leaving Jiang then momentarily stunned. Master and disciple were both surprised. Just who could make them take things so seriously? It was the lord of Dai Thin Fu, Lao Duong, at the 5 declines of heaven and man realm, the pinnacle of Lu Thin Jioi. It was not difficult for Lao Duong to recognize Jiang then. As soon as he heard the name, his subordinate snapped, "You are Jiang then." Lao Duong gestured for calm. Jiang then asked, "Are you the lord of Dai Thin Fu?" He nodded in confirmation. Jiang then went straight to the point. "Is Lam Lang Vo Thak here? Is the wanted order backed by him?" Lao Duong replied arrogantly, "What if it is true? He can take my ancestor away." The subordinate beside him grew uneasy. The manor lord was truly serious this time. Jiang then smiled silently and stepped forward to state his terms. "There are 2 of us. We can take 2 spots to leave. Lam Lang Vo Thak can only take 1. Will you accept this deal?" Lao Duong pondered. There was only one ancestor in the clan. This opportunity was meant to be yielded. The old man nodded lightly, agreed. "I believe the reincarnated angel who stirred chaos across 10 minor worlds has this strength. Your disciple is no ordinary one either. I believe there are more than just 2 spots." Truong clenched his fists in delight. "This is wonderful, master." Jiang then was the most moved of all, standing frozen like a statue. Truong Ka quickly reassured him, "Master, do not tremble. It is only the 5 declines of heaven and man. At worst, we will call my master to deal with him." Jiang then asked further, "So is Lam Lang Vo Thak inside the manor?" Lao Duong replied, "The banquet is about to begin, but the only outsider invited is him." Lao Duong added, sensing something was off. "He has already shifted toward Njia Trang and is not in the manor now." Jiang then thought to himself, "Is this old man setting a trap for me? Could the wanted order be meant to lure me to Dai Thin Fu?" Lao Duong leisurely continued, "Whoever wins the championship at the 3-altar grand banquet will receive a minor spirit stone mine, along with the protection of Dai Thin Fu in Lu Thin Jioi." Upon hearing this, Truong Ka immediately said, "Protected by Dai Thin Fu, their ancestor is about to touch the threshold of demigod. Would that not be a huge gain, master?" This moment Jiang Then's mind was completely occupied by profit. Wealth was everything. A spirit stone mine truly was the most beautiful phrase in the world. In the reception hall of Dai Thin Fu, master and disciple engaged in another intense exchange. Truong Ka solemnly said he had gained deeper insights. Jiang then held his head and lamented, "Spare your master." While adjusting his robe, Truong Ka said, "My master has just sent word." Jiang then cried out, "Stop mentioning that, old man. He is not proper at all." Truong Ka embraced his master and recounted that someone from Dao Thin Tong had stolen a corpse from 2 Tang Nguyen Plain. Jiang then was startled. "Dao Thin Tong has reemerged before I ascended. Was that sect not annihilated by the ancestors for grave robbing too many times?" Jiang then suddenly paused. "Wait, what did you just say?" Truong Ka repeated his words. Jiang then instantly roared, "Damn it. They dared to steal the corpse of my 3rd life. Which bastard did such a wicked thing?" Not long after, Muk-Hiu Duck of Dao Thin Tong appeared to pay his respects, claiming he had long admired the heavenly divine king and had come specifically to visit. At the sight of him, Jiang then flew into a rage and cursed directly, "You immoral scoundrel." Muk-Hiu Duck was bewildered. It was their first meeting, and he was already being cursed like this. Jiang then said nothing more and swept him off the table, coldly saying, "You and I are quite fated." Muk-Hiu Duck broke out in a cold sweat. Truong Ka hurriedly intervened, telling master to calm down. "Everyone knows people of Dao Thin Tong rob graves. If he wants to run, no one can catch him." Jiang then roared, "How am I supposed to calm down?" Muk-Hiu Duck quickly defended himself. "Do not take it to heart. I only robbed a tomb." Truong Ka stepped forward to question him. "Why not cultivate and live properly?" Muk-Hiu Duck scratched his head. "Cultivation is an impossible dream. I can only rely on grave robbing to survive in this life." Jiang then thought to himself, "This man is truly beyond saving." Muk-Hiu Duck added that he would later represent Dai Thin Fu at the 3-altar grand banquet. So harmony was needed. Jiang then was astonished. This man is participating as well. He is really courting hatred. Muk-Hiu Duck said calmly that the 2 corpses of the heavenly origin and heavenly profound divine kings were nothing. In an ancient ruin, I even stole another one. He lowered his voice and revealed, according to my judgment, that corpse is very likely. There is only one truth. It is the corpse of the ancestor of the Truong clan. Truong Ka froze stiff with his mouth agape. Jiang then was equally shaken. Truong Ka bit his lip, forcing himself to remain calm. In the end, he could not endure it and was about to rush forward to kill him. Jiang then had to stop him, saying it was not the right time. Muk-Hiu Duck stared blankly. "What does this have to do with you?" "I have calculated it. If those two bodies cannot be fused, then they can be fused with Truong-an's body. Truong-ka shoved Jiang aside and roared, "You dare! I will beat you to death." Terrified, Muk-Hiu Duck scrambled into the teleportation gate, shouting as he fled, "I shared a secret and you still try to beat me." Killing intent surged from Truong-ka as he said coldly, "That secret is my body." The words struck like thunder and turned Muk-Hiu Duck pale. Handung shrank into a corner and trembled as he asked, "That is your body, are you Truong-an?" Muk-Hiu Duck stealthily leaned against the teleportation gate and sneered, "So what if it is?" He slowly activated the ascending heaven escape and said that at least for now you cannot do anything to me. Dao Thin Tong has survived until today not by being fools. Neem Truong-ka trembled with rage as he glared at the petty villain. Jiang then thought to himself that the ascending heaven escape is an ancient movement art. Even those at the heaven and man realm would find it hard to stop. Damn it. Muk-Hiu Duck poked his head out again and said to Jiang then, "Rest assured, I will not reveal your identity. Judging by your reaction earlier, could those two corpses be?" Jiang then frowned and asked back, "Go on." Muk-Hiu Duck retreated and pondered for a moment, analyzed that according to the ancestral teachings of Dao Thin Tong, the owner of those divine king corpses is very likely the 9th reincarnation of someone. He concluded, "Then you are not Thin." Truong-ka immediately raised his guard. The three-star Dao soul resonated and instantly sealed the loose tongue's mouth. His voice icy, "Shut up." Muk-Hiu Duck was horrified, and only then realized that name was taboo. He had nearly lost his life. He swallowed hard as cold sweat streamed down. Muk-Hiu Duck gestured reassuringly, "Do not worry. Before this sovereign I will not forcibly fuse your bodies." Jiang then was surprised. Jiang then grew interested and directly asked, "What are your conditions?" Muk-Hiu Duck stated clearly, "As long as you ensure I survive the 3-altar grand banquet and leave the blood path safely, those corpses will be returned. At worst, I will rob another tomb." Truong-ka pressed further, "Is that all? And then what?" Muk-Hiu Duck replied that once outside, Dao Thin Tong will officially re-emerge. At that time, I hope the Tong Thin Divine Hall and Quan Tun sect will stand on the same front as me. He threatened that if you do not agree, do not dream of getting any body back. Jiang then narrowed his eyes, "Are you threatening me?" Jiang then said this matter must be discussed with his old master. He thought that the ascending heaven shield is as famous as my movement art. To reclaim my body, I can only make use of Dao Thin Tong. Jiang then transmitted his voice to his disciple. "He has no hostile intent. We might as well agree. It is just a pity my reputation will likely spread everywhere." A day later outside the venue, Lao Duong arrived early together with Jiang then and Truong-ka. Lao Duong instructed that at this 3-altar grand banquet, they must focus on contending for the championship. His voice turned serious as he reminded them to be wary of the people from the 18 families. Jiang then replied, "As a power of Lu Thin Jioi, you should understand the situation of the 18 families well." Lao Duong answered, "Of course, it is just that their foundations are too solid and not easy to deal with." He added that the 18 families do not conflict with the native forces of Lu Thin Jioi. You need not get involved with them. The three stepped forward, where someone was already waiting. It was the manor lord of Njia Trang, Ansai, who laughed loudly in greeting to Lao Duong. Ansai declared bluntly that this time Njia Trang is certain to seize the championship. "You have held Dai Thin Fu's resources long enough, and it is time to spit them out." Lao Duong merely smiled faintly and replied, "That may not be certain, Manor Lord." And the auras of the two old Manor Lords erupted, clashing head-on like raging bulls. The host's voice rang out, "The first chaotic melee round begins." Truong-ka reminded him that the prodigies of Vo, then Dai Luke, and all 18 families are present. "We must be careful." He replied calmly that victory is already in our hands. He was slightly surprised, "Master, now is not the time to make a move too early." Someone flew over shouting loudly, "Boss." Truong-ka turned his head curiously. They were familiar faces, a whole crowd. It had been a long time since they reunited. Everyone beamed when they saw him again. Ansai, along with the clan leaders of the Spirit Snake clan and the Tran clan, were astonished by his connections. His brothers and disciples bowed respectfully in unison. The scene was so grand it felt like stepping into his own private dimension. The crowd bowed together, paying respects to master, paying respects to boss. Lao Duong felt proud at the sight, secretly pleased with the younger generation. Steward spoke in a majestic tone befitting a saint king. "Beloved subjects need not stand on ceremony, rise." Lao Duong smiled to ease the tension, glanced at the melee and said there is no need to continue fighting. He thought the outsiders of Dai Thin Fu indeed carried great momentum, yet something still felt off. Sai also eagerly squeezed to the front. He laughed heartily and said, "Little brother, I do not know what Dai Thin Fu promised you. How about this? I will add a few treasures. What do you think?" He raised a brow with curiosity. and asked what they were, inwardly wondering what treasure in Lu Jioi could possibly move him. Sai clapped loudly and laughed. Years ago, I traveled to another world and found a few items called cosplay. Though not very useful, they are perfect for dressing up female servants. Please take a look. He looked at the item presented and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Girl dressed in Western style stepped out dazzlingly, and Sai introduced that this style is called purple stocking water. And Sai moved closer and coaxed with a smile. If little brother is not satisfied, there is something even better. He replied that such worldly things easily bewitch the heart. You would not understand. My cultivation is steadfast. Still give me the finest version. Next item was brought out. He introduced that this style is called maid servant. He felt slightly drained. Maid servant is acceptable. Is there anything else? And Sai grinned with delight and said, "This is my proudest creation. Its name is." Impatiently asked at once, "What exactly is it called?" A seductive woman in uniform stepped out. He blurted out, "That is impressive." Mukhu Duck suddenly interrupted to spoil the mood. "As a divine king, are you not ashamed?" And Sai persisted in tempting him. "Little brother, listen to me. Though these servants are not as strong as your disciples, they are proficient in all kinds of secret arts in the chamber." Liu Than and the other disciples stepped forward, acting coquettish. "Master, do you not want us anymore?" Lao Duong could not bear it, and pointed to cursing Sai as shameless and utterly vulgar, and Sai remained brazen. "Win the melee and the resources of Lu Jioi will be in my hands." He replied coldly that those things are indeed tempting, but understood his duty clearly and could not indulge himself, saying that one day a teacher, a lifetime a father, disciples are the true love. And Sai was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Truong Ka was moved and hugged him, saying that line was wonderful. Io then looked at the intimate master and disciple, and said to the others, "See, that is what close disciples are." After saying that the disciples crowded around, he lay comfortably in their embrace and confidently declared that I still have many disciples. And Sai and the others were rendered speechless, swallowing their frustration and feeling inferior. Lao Duong laughed heartily and praised little brother for his righteous spirit, not being bewitched by beauty. "This old man admires you. A man should speak with strength. If you seize the championship in this match, besides the spirit stone mine." Lao Duong generously promised that I will gift you a Fuong Thien Hoa halberd. He asked in surprise that ordinary weapons are inferior even to my Tri-Thien Don sword. Truong Ka was startled. "Master, that is an unparalleled divine weapon. Belongs to your third life." Upon hearing this, he immediately fell silent. He changed his tone and pleaded, "Please gift it to me." Stranger stepped out loudly saying that I think the three-altar grand banquet need not be held. That person was Lam Toi Enhat of the Lam family among the 18 families, at the 5 declines of heaven and man realm, arrogantly saying that flattering outsiders at a grand banquet is laughable. It would be better for our 18 families to take charge. The elders protested that the 3-altar grand banquet is our affair. It is not the place for the 18 families to interfere. Could not be bothered with such provocation. Flies are always buzzing. Lam Toi Enhat angrily shouted that this time is different. The 18 families will participate fully, and the rules must be revised. Lao Duong asked how to revise them, even mocking that the guardians of the blood path are merely ruffians. Lam Toi Enhat roared in fury. Lam Toi Enhat openly declared that from now on your 3 forces are enemies of the 18 families. Lao Duong sneered that the 18 families are merely descendants of traitors, ancestors who betrayed Lu Jioi, passed down rebellious bones. And Sai, along with the Spirit Snake clan and the Tran clan, shouted in unison that if you want war, then war. We are not afraid. Soon as the words fell, thunder roared in the sky, and darkness suddenly descended. He and Truong Ka looked up at the anomaly and asked in confusion what is happening. He sensed the heavenly tribulation that had long been suppressed appearing again. Truong Ka asked back that Master once defied the heavens, then the power this time would not it be? He scratched his head awkwardly about that. The disciples immediately scattered and fled, while shouting, "Move away quickly." He watched helplessly. The sisters hid far away before daring to discuss that Master's heavenly tribulation is too strong. "We must stay far." Someone said Master has endured too long and now it erupts. Another shook her head saying, "Do not talk nonsense." He stood alone between heaven and earth, feeling a rare sense of loneliness. Enhat Toi and the old man surnamed Vuong stared at the sky in panic, shouting, "What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? With such power, even 5 declines of heaven and man would die, damn it. We are locked in and cannot escape." Enhat Toi pointed at him and cursed that brat. Being cursed to his face, he flared up and charged forward. He rushed like thunder and roared, "Who are you calling a brat? I am a heavenly god." The 2 old men were furious and afraid as they stepped forward, shouting that you dare to set us up. He turned toward the remaining forces and proposed negotiation. He said the 5 great sects of the Northwest are all connected to me. If you agree, I will let you escape the heavenly tribulation. He glanced at Latoi Enhat and said, you two are excluded. The old man shouted angrily that do you know how strong the 18 families are? Are you not afraid of retaliation? He laughed arrogantly that I have long been the enemy of the whole world. What is there to fear? The elders nodded, repeatedly urging him to save them. As long as we escape, the Spirit Snake clan will protect you. He nodded in satisfaction and began to cast his technique. Massive aura enveloped the blood path. Lao Duong and the others were shocked and asked what this is. From afar, only a curtain of aura covering the sky could be seen, a sight never witnessed before. The old men cried out in terror. Heaven stealing turns to sun. Lao Duong asked what secret art that is. Toi Enhat and the old Vuong desperately charged over, shouting that if we die, we will drag you with us. He glared and shouted that if you want to die, I will send you off. Heavenly tribulation flames instantly swallowed the two old men. Two miserable screams rang out like ants being crushed. Truong Ka was astonished that the people of the 18 families had all lost their aura. Yet Master burned 2 Dao souls and still had not fallen. Aku Duck was puzzled. Just burned the Emperor Vine and now burns the immortal branch. Will he have any Dao soul left later? Truong Ka replied that preserving life comes first. Lao Duong sighed that this boy is truly extraordinary. It is just a pity he can hardly withstand so many heavenly tribulations. Truong Ka silently rushed forward. She could not stand by and watch any longer. Mukhu Duck and Lao Duong panicked and tried to stop her. Go back. Are you insane? Truong Ka replied calmly. Forget it. Being able to meet you in this life is already a blessing. Why would I regret this Dao soul? She waved her hand and shouted, today I will use 3 six-fold lotus to preserve your life. I only hope you will not betray the living beings of the world in the future. Truong Ka's 3 six-fold lotus struck down fiercely at the very center of the tribulation. Violent heavenly tribulation left Truong Ka covered in blood, her body racked with pain, yet she gritted her teeth and refused to retreat. At that moment, a faint figure flickered behind the dense aura like poisonous mist, stepped out and caught the exhausted Truong Ka as she fell unconscious. It was clear he had entered the lower divine realm. He softly asked his disciple why she had to suffer so. Truong Ka answered faintly that a prodigy remains a prodigy. So what if I lose my Dao soul? At that instant, the 18 families arrived in force with numerous 5 declines of heaven and man. Lu Thin Jioi, it is time for a great purge. Leader roared in fury. First annihilate the 5 great northwest sects, then slowly deal with you outsiders. He clearly sensed 12 5 declines of heaven and man appearing at once. Within the blood path, divine forbidden arts cannot be used. This is truly troublesome. Lao Duong stepped forward and retorted, if you had not sealed the guardians within the blood path, how would Lu Thin Jioi have fallen to this state? The 18 families sneered. If not for your collusion with foreign races, Lu Thin Jioi would not be imprisoned without escape. Lao Duong and his allies resolved to fight to the end to reclaim justice for Lu Thin Jioi. If you want war, then war. He turned and told him to leave. This is our war. Heavenly origin divine king once sacrificed for Lu Thin Jioi. Now it is our turn. He smiled gratefully. You are very much like heavenly origin, especially in how you face tribulation. If there is still a chance, the spirit stone mine will remain yours. Mukhu Duck stepped forward and said, so your third life was to protect Lu Thin Jioi. Only then did Lao Duong fully understand that secret. Tears fell from his eyes as he said, so you truly are heavenly origin reincarnated. We will await your return. 3 days later, he sat in contemplation in his room. His disciples had scattered to avoid implicating him. They agreed to meet at the end of the blood path. Truong Ka burned her martial soul for me and her cultivation was severely damaged. I wonder how she fares now. As for Mukhu Duck, he has also vanished these past days. No sooner had he spoken the name than that man appeared, dragging a large coffin. I am here. The blood path ahead is filled with hardship. Quickly fuse with your third life body. I am counting on you to protect me. He asked in suspicion what protection requires such urgency. Mukhu Duck sighed that the situation in Lu Thin Jioi is dire. Dai Thin Fu has been destroyed. Only Lao Duong and the ancestor escaped. Mukhu Duck opened the coffin lid and added that they are capturing cultivators and outsiders for blood sacrifice, intending to break the blood path seal toward Vo then Dailu. He frowned. If living people are sacrificed and they break through, the consequences will be unimaginable. He recalled that in his previous life at Don Thin Sun, he saw a grand teleportation array. Perhaps it is the bridge to Vo then Dailu. Once I fully awaken, moving the entire Don Thin Sun may block them. Mukhu Duck widened his eyes. Move Don Thin Sun. He replied briefly, move it directly. Mukhu Duck exclaimed, move it directly? Are you joking? You intend to carry away the whole Don Thin Sun. Two strangers were interrogating each other at that moment. Heavenly origin, Sooner or later, Lu Thien Jioi and Vo then Dai Luke will belong to us. Heavenly Origin replied coldly, I alone am enough to stop you. Besides, the 9 heavens deities are about to descend. How will you seize it? Sudden spell attack descended at that very moment. Before he finished speaking, cries of kill rang out as meritorious officials surged forward. Heavenly Origin said calmly, I have delayed until now, dying is worth it. I do not know when I will return after this death. This was Heavenly Origin's memory when foreign races nearly seized Lu Thien Jioi and Vo then Dai Luke. Finally understood what secret those foreign races, who once battled the 9 heavens deities in ancient times, had concealed. Mukhu Duck said this is the body of Heavenly Origin Divine King. Do you only intend to trade it for a single divine technique? Dio then was stunned. Wait, what do you mean? Mukhu Duck had already left, leaving behind a note, Brother Jiang sleeps soundly. I conveniently sold a sword for some profit. You are enjoying yourself on the mountain of clouds and rain. I will wait outside the city to split the gains. He ground his teeth in fury. Mukhu Duck truly is a thief. Fragrance spread through the room, rich and intoxicating. This is bad. I even exchanged for a maid to be buried alive with Heavenly Origin Divine King. The seller said it came with some uniform set. A woman suddenly appeared and pressed her hips onto his face. His nose bled like a fountain. Help. 2 subordinate officials whispered, hey, is joining the 18 families so urgent? Stop talking. One sneered, this is the corpse of Heavenly Origin Divine King. Its value needs no mention. I heard your manor has a divine weapon. If you are sincere, then exchange. The other asked curiously, what kind of divine weapon is so formidable? Just a weapon. My manor does not lack such things. Drew out a massive divine weapon named Hao Thien Ruler. The other was shocked and circled around to inspect it. The weapon of Heavenly Origin Divine King. Girl's legs still pressed on his face. Grandfather opened the coffin. Hao Thien Ruler, the strongest weapon of the Divine King. He recalled from ancient texts that breaking the dimensional wall to invade foreign realms was something only Hao Thien Divine King achieved. Let his legs hang while the girl embraced him and thought. Hao Thien entered a foreign realm and vanished. Could the weapon truly be here? After waiting long without movement from him, the girl finally asked, are you done? He was ready by then and said, I am coming. Violent collision shook the entire manor, startling the 2 subordinates. He appeared still seated on the girl and apologized. I was too excited and accidentally released inner force. 2 subordinates leapt in terror as if seeing a ghost. The Divine King has revived. After a while, they regained their composure and suddenly noticed something was wrong. They shouted that it is Jiang then the outsider. How is he hiding in the coffin? Kill him, and we will earn great reward from the 18 families. He tapped his head in pity. How interesting, just awakened and already forced to exercise. I heard it all. He unleashed upper divine realm power and asked coldly, having joined the 18 families, why not remain human? Why act as dogs for foreign races? The 2 howled that killing you will elevate our manor to the 5 bones of the 18 families. Die. Behind him appeared 2 elders at the 5 declines of heaven and man. Both unleashed their full power toward him. A thunderous explosion erupted, blinding light obscuring all sight. The 2 sneered that with 2 heaven and man striking you are reduced to ashes. From within the dust came a mocking voice, is that so? 2 gusts of wind brushed across the throats of the lackeys, a chilling sensation making them shudder. In the blink of an eye their heads fell. They did not even understand what happened. Stood before them with surging holy power, 10,000 transformations heaven slash. 1 sword subdues the world. This is my original body. After speaking, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the divine weapon of Heavenly Origin Divine King. Absorb, he inwardly cursed Mukhu Duck for daring to trade me. Do not let me catch him. Tri Thien's sword is broken. Hao Thien Ruler will suffice for now, though damaged. He suddenly heard a voice saying, well then, what should I do? Turning back, he saw the girl lying flat and bloody. Quickly put your clothes on properly. At that moment, he stepped outside the city. After being beaten black and blue by him, Mukhu Duck sat timidly and asked, can Hao Thien Ruler still be repaired? Mukhu Duck replied politely, no problem. No problem at all, big brother, inwardly muttering that this is bad. He really caught me. He asked further, how exactly can Don Thien's son be moved? There are several 5 declines of heaven and man guarding it. He replied that it is indeed a headache. Looking at the towering mountain, he thought that 5 declines of heaven and man are only half a step from becoming gods, and there are several such experts, truly untouchable. He chuckled and asked, your Dao Thien Tong is skilled at digging tunnels. Mukhu Duck nodded, absolutely. Without another word, he grabbed him and left. Mukhu Duck asked in confusion, what are you planning? Came up with a mad idea. Then you go dig tunnels, become a mole. Mukhu Duck immediately transformed into a mole. The 2 stealthily advanced toward the sacred mountain region. Mukhu Duck worried that above another 5 declines of heaven and man aura erupted. They are already fighting. Perhaps we should retreat. He replied, no retreat. Is there any forbidden land in Lu Thinjioi where entry means death? The fiercer, the better. Mukhu Duck was startled. You want to move Don Thin Sun into a forbidden land? Then what about an exit? He replied calmly, I do not know, but better to gamble than be captured by the 18 families. After digging until exhausted, Mukhu Duck finally signaled that he had found a forbidden land. He said that rumor has it a divine king turned demon lies sleeping there. Extremely evil, once inside there is no return. He was surprised. Oh, there is even a divine king here. He nodded sharply. Fine. Move the teleportation stone into that forbidden land. Mukhu Duck obeyed at once. Only after finishing did that man feel something was off and shout, Hey, why are you ordering me around like a servant? After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he stood waiting for Mukhu Duck to return. That man came back in a panic. This is bad. A demon god has awakened. It was exactly what he wanted. He stopped him and asked, what are you panicking for? He took out a large stone while working and said, just in time to make use of the demon god joining the battle. Mukhu Duck was startled. You are even throwing away the white jade coffin. He replied, everything has its price. At the very least, this coffin can be exchanged for strength. The white jade coffin instantly shattered into countless fragments. The entire sacred mountain of Lu Thinjioi shook violently. The 5 declines of heaven and man from the 18 families on the mountain were horrified. What anomaly is this? Who did it? They hurriedly probed. What kind of object cannot be broken? What is there to panic about? With so many experts here, what can he possibly do? Someone raised a hand in doubt. Could it be he truly moved Don Thin Sun? The moment the words fell, the heavenly mountain trembled again so fiercely they could barely stand. The entire heavenly mountain was lifted into the air, and a figure appeared at its peak. 5 declines of heaven and man from the 18 families widened their eyes, unable to believe the sight before them. He stood tall atop the summit, ready for battle, cleared his throat and declared, today this young master will send you on your way. I have prepared this opportunity for a very long time. He cast his technique and struck downward. The 5 declines of heaven and man immediately scattered in all directions, each fleeing for his own life. They lay flat on the ground muttering, heavens, was that Jiang then just now? Gaining their senses, they roared and gave chase. That is the only formation leading out. Quickly informed the clan leader. He directly hurled Ngok Thin Sun into the land of fallen ruin. There, a shadowy demon god had already sensed the intrusion. He brought Mukhu Duck and appeared right before the demon god. Mukhu Duck nearly fainted. Jiang, the new disaster star. It was his first time seeing such a massive demon god. He was stunned. This thing is truly enormous. While he was staring, someone launched a sneak attack, and the entire Ngok Thin Sun exploded with a thunderous boom. Looked up to see the 5 declines of heaven and man from the 18 families pursuing them. Sneering, Jiang then, let us see where you can run. The moment the word death left their mouths, they felt a terrifying demonic aura behind them and turned to see the demon god. The demon god grabbed one tiny figure. That expert trembled in terror. What is this thing? Without hesitation, the demon god stuffed him into its mouth and chewed, blood splattering everywhere. The others turned pale. It ate him. With prey delivered to its door, the demon god quickly snatched several more. Mukhu Duck trembled. It will not eat us too, will it? The 5 declines howled and begged for mercy. Demon god chewed while glancing at Mukhu Duck. He broke into a cold sweat and said, keep eating until you are full. The demon god gnawed the mangled corpses, the scene utterly gruesome. Even he broke into a cold sweat at this point, clutching Mukhu Duck tightly and praying to the heavens. Mukhu Duck stiffened. Is it over after eating like that? Those were 5 declines of heaven and man. He dragged him away. Stop talking nonsense and run. The demon god watched the 2 tiny figures fleeing and began to pay attention. He thought, who would have expected such a horror within the blood path? Before they had gone far, the demon god suddenly called out, 2 little brothers, do not leave so quickly. The demon god used demonic arts to block their path. They had no choice but to turn back. The demon god lay stretched out licking its lips. I have not even thanked you yet. Mukhu Duck was terrified. No need to thank us. Consider it a gift. The demon god replied. I have guarded here for many years awaiting my master's awakening and was confined in this forbidden land. It is very hard to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The demon god smiled amicably. I never expected 2 young friends to bring blood food to help extend my lifespan. This is truly a great favor. He spoke sternly. If you are thanking us, then thank us. Why use spells to detain us? The demon god shyly confessed. Can you bring me more blood food? I crave it terribly. Replied, you are addicted to eating people, inwardly thinking that if there is benefit, helping would not hurt. The demon god swayed its enormous body in a pout. I want to resolve my lifespan issue. There truly is no other way. The 2 felt chills down their spines at the sight. He asked, should the people of the 18 families be killed? Mukhu Duck gritted his teeth. They are vicious beyond measure. However you kill them, I have ways. He seized the moment and moved close to that soft, massive body. I will handle this. What do I gain? The demon god was grateful, though not understanding the implication. Master Ku-Ian will surely not treat you poorly, Muk-Hu-Duk exclaimed. Demon god Ku-Ian. He immediately understood. He recalled that in ancient times there were many divine kings. Among them Ku-Ian was the strongest, never expecting he had fallen to demonhood and slept within the blood path. Muk-Hu-Duk realized what was about to happen. If Ku-Ian awakens then, wait. Seeing him unconsciously squeezing those two enormous masses, Muk-Hu-Duk asked, "What are your hands doing?" He replied while losing blood, just unconscious reflex. He turned to the demon god and said, "Let us depart. Follow me and there will be good food." Upon hearing food, the demon god was instantly enthralled. The demon god said, "Lord Ku-Ian once mentioned someone like this would appear. The one he awaited, is it you?" A day later he laughed heartily, surprised. "Your Lord Jiang has returned." Muk-Hu-Duk clapped excitedly. The experts of the 18 families stood waiting and roared, "Jiang then, Muk-Hu-Duk, you bastards. Today we will deal with you and cast your souls into the abyss." He and Muk-Hu-Duk casually stepped aside, making room for the demon god. "Still talking before death. Worry about your wills instead." The demon god Moan Man stepped before the experts, seeing food everywhere. This time it should be enough to be full. He stood at the front and waved his hands, signaling, "Begin eating." Demon god no longer grabbed individuals, but opened its mouth wide like a shark and swallowed them all. The aged experts of the 18 families had not even blinked before being swept away by a vortex and neatly devoured into the demon god's whirlpool. Demon god chewed noisily, blood splattering. He said coldly, "The divine king continent is my stepping stone to grow stronger. You dare smash that place. Are you tired of living?" He and Muk-Hu-Duk jumped down. The demon god waved and belched. "Two young friends, wait a moment. I will ask my master," Muk-Hu-Duk thought, full now so more polite. He was doubtful, is he not in deep slumber? The demon god replied briefly, "There are certain matters he can still hear." Demon god tore open space in the sky. The sight left him stunned, space ripped apart. This is clearly a divine technique. Could a god be descending? Bizarre formation overturned the heavens. Shrill howls echoed, ghostly heads swaying dizzyingly. From the grotesque portal, two old men stepped out, their ancient faces steeped in the scent of time. They were the ancestors of the 18 families. The two old men radiated killing intent, their eyes on him like prey in a cage. Their realm was demigod. They questioned, "Demon god, why not serve your master peacefully? Why kill members of our 18 families? Do you know how many years it takes to nurture descendants?" The demon god answered honestly, "I was hungry, I saw them and ate, why overthink it?" I was still in shock. So within the 18 families there are even demigods. The two demigods flew into a rage, still arguing stubbornly. "Enough talk. Kill the three of them." Palm technique erupted, carrying terrifying pressure. Divine power intertwined, dark transformation grasp. The demon god merely raised a hand lightly, and the technique was dissolved. He thought this fused divine technique carries the aura of a split soul. Muk-Hu-Duk clutched his head and wailed, "I have not even reached the 9 heavens yet. Do not scare me like this." He looked at the demon god with concern, newly awakened and its aura still weak. It may not withstand them. Suddenly a ghostly shadow tore through space and shot out like an arrow. It rushed straight before the two demigods. That ethereal body was something monstrous they had never seen in their entire lives of battle. Two old men unleashed counterattacks, but to no avail. Even divine techniques were brushed aside. How could this be possible? The bloodthirsty eyes of the ghost opened and stared. The two demigods instantly broke into cold sweat. Even demigods felt their hair stand on end. They stammered, this is a divine king." The ghostly divine gaze rose behind them, pressing down so they could not move. The two demigods panicked. "No, we cannot move." Divine technique gradually devoured their bodies. One arm fell off like a broken toy. That man screamed miserably, finally breaking free from the restraint. The old man gritted his teeth and shouted, "Jiang then brat, today you sever my arm, another day I will exterminate your entire family." The demon god replied calmly, "I am Ku-Ian, blood path, let them live." The two barely escaped. The demon god cursed irritably, "Truly tough lives." Surprised, Ku-Ian is not asleep. Muk-Hu-Duk finally breathed out, "Thank heavens, I am still alive." Seeing nothing more to do, the demon god helped them close the teleportation gate. The demon god reminded Muk-Hu-Duk, "You should kneel." He lay flat and replied, "I cannot even stand yet." Demon god asked, "Was it you who dug up the tomb of the god surnamed Fuong?" "He was a good friend of my master." Muk-Hu-Duk thought he was finished and bowed, trembling, begging for mercy. "I will return it tomorrow, grandfather, spare my life." He found it odd. Is this some instinctive reaction? The moment he sees a tomb, he reaches a climax. Demon god winked. "Consider the two Dao techniques before becoming a god as a reward." Muk-Hu-Duk was confused. "What is Dao technique? Will it benefit my collection of divine techniques?" Demon god explained that in our era divine techniques were merely ordinary cultivator skills. Many even disdained to practice them. Compared to today's ranking, they would only count as the lowest yellow tier. After reading, he was stunned. Ancient divine techniques are equal to today's yellow tier martial arts. Truly too cheap, Mukhu Duck asked curiously. Then what did cultivators of that era use? The demon god replied lightly. Things like 6 paths, reincarnation fist, 8 desolations, 6 harmonies art. They were everywhere on the streets, but to him and Mukhu Duck those were legendary divine techniques. He thought Big Sister must be mistaken. 6 paths, reincarnation fist is revered in later ages as a supreme martial art, and 8 desolations, 6 harmonies art has long been lost. The demon god nodded to them. Very well. Thank you 2 young friends for bringing blood food. After speaking, the demon god bade farewell. My lifespan is enough to wait for my master to awaken. We shall meet again. He and Mukhu Duck replied, if fate allows, we will meet again. Demon god Ku Iron had taken everything into account, revealed a chilling smile. Obsession never dies. One day later, at the border of Luthen Gioi, he focused on cultivating a martial art from the set, Little 6 Fingers, staring in fascination at the smoke rising from his finger. He was overjoyed. This Dao technique is indeed different. When deployed in the divine realm, even one finger could kill a 3 declines heaven and man. Truly a treasure. After stretching, he wondered whether Mukhu Duck had found a way to send the people of Luthen Gioi out. If strong allies helped, they could block the 18 families. That moment, Mukhu Duck ran over holding a cute beast girl and shouted, found it. The people of Luthen Gioi can be saved. He was surprised. Whose child are you holding? Setting the little fox down, Mukhu Duck declared loudly, the people of Luthen Gioi are sealed and cannot escape. But this great heavenly fox carries ancient bloodline that can break the seal. He was stunned. Is that why you abducted the little fox? He turned toward Mukhu Duck. He saw that man pale. A divine weapon suddenly enveloped his head. An enraged beast woman charged over. Her eyes widened as she shouted, villain, you dare touch my younger sister. She flashed before Mukhu Duck and roared fiercely, release her. Mukhu Duck hurriedly explained, I only borrowed her briefly. Once the people of Luthen Gioi are out, I will return her. Then threatened in panic, do not come closer or I will kill her. The young girl did not expect him to be so reckless, her hand already gathering fiery energy. She challenged coldly, do you dare? Stepped out to mediate and smacked that fool. Hey, we are righteous gentlemen, why act like demon heads? The little fox excitedly stroked Mukhu Duck's hair. He jumped up. I was doing it for your own good, brat. Stop grabbing randomly. He turned to reason with her. His eyes collided with 2 full rosy curves and he nearly choked. He steadied his mind and said, Great heavenly fox, your highness, we only wish to borrow your bloodline power to save Luthen Gioi and confront the 18 families. We harbor no ill intent. The heavenly fox snapped. What do the 18 families have to do with me? I do not wish to hear that name again. Seeing her intense reaction, he guessed there was hatred and spoke gently. Your highness surely knows that when lips are gone, teeth grow cold. The heavenly fox bloodline can become a continental deity. If they use you to refine pills, then what? The heavenly fox fell silent and recounted. Our clan's bloodline is rare and was once targeted by the 18 families. Now only my sister and I remain. Standing beside her sister, the great heavenly fox said, we live in seclusion only to avoid those villains. He narrowed his eyes. The 18 families truly deserve death. Even the heavenly fox nearly faced extermination. Proposed, lend me the power of your bloodline. I will lead Luthen Gioi against the 18 families. You and your sister will not be implicated. Her highness shook her head. The heavenly fox clan is already rare. I cannot lend my sister, but... She suddenly blushed and whispered, I heard you are reincarnated and your bloodline is pure. I can give you some. Only the method is somewhat special. Come here and I will tell you. He beamed. Oh, it seems there is still hope. Her highness leaned close and whispered mysteriously. Mukhu Duck grew jealous. Do not make secret deals behind my back. He understood and embraced her. That would not be proper. The little fox asked blankly what they were saying. Mukhu Duck replied, children should not ask. Heavenly Fox, your highness, led him into a tent. Inside he asked again, is there truly no other way? Must it be done like this? The heavenly fox nodded. Only this can transmit the bloodline and preserve hope for our clan. Lying on the ground, the heavenly fox flicked her tail, signaling, you need do nothing, just hold my tail, trust me. He felt slightly embarrassed. Truly, the way of the great heavenly fox is indeed different from humans. After hesitating briefly, he grasped the tail. My hand is a bit large, bear with it. The exchange entered its climax. Heavenly Fox, your highness, lay there moaning repeatedly. Both lost blood and felt as if floating on clouds. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. His face looked miserable, teeth nearly falling out, eyes rolling wildly as he lamented. This great heavenly fox clan is absurdly strong. Suddenly a fluctuation startled him, and he quickly looked over. The great heavenly fox with her fiery figure gazed at him tenderly and said softly more. He heard this and nearly lost his soul. shouting for help. At that moment, the volcano seemed to awaken. A terrifying surge of energy erupted violently. Heaven and earth shook fiercely. The younger sister and Mukhu Duck sat outside the tent watching quietly. The younger sister asked curiously what big sister and big brother are doing. Mukhu Duck replied children should not ask so much, inwardly truly envious. One day later, he lay on the bed groaning while the great heavenly fox stretched full of vitality, saying the bloodline transmission is complete. From now on you are also of the great heavenly fox clan. During this, he clenched his teeth resentfully thinking, I have been romantic all my life and nearly got drained by a tiger. Afterwards he dressed and stepped close to the great heavenly fox, saying I must go now. He gently stroked her cheek and sincerely thanked her for granting the bloodline. The great heavenly fox replied with tears in her eyes, no need to thank me. Your inheritance of my bloodline ensures the continuation of our clan. She finished, he waved farewell. Until we meet again. The two sisters watched longingly from behind and said goodbye. The younger sister saw the love-struck look in her sister's eyes and asked, will he return? Do you like him? The great heavenly fox smiled softly. Child, do not speak nonsense. She silently shed tears thinking, my first time and even my bloodline I gave to you. I hope when you return victorious you will remember there was once a foolish tiger who helped you. Lu Thinjioi, he and Mukhu Duck arrived. Before them lay countless experts motionless. Lao Duong asked coldly, why have you returned? Quickly find a way to leave. They will not spare the trial participants. He hurriedly supported Lao Duong and said, Manor Lord, I arrived too late. I did not expect so many to die. Lao Duong shook his head. It is not your fault. The 18 families are too strong. The seal here renders us useless no matter our strength. In the end, righteousness belongs to the powerful. He reassured, do not worry. I have a way to take everyone out. Lao Duong continued, I know you are heavenly origin reincarnated, but the seal of Lu Thinjioi is too strong. No one can. Before he finished, he realized something. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, staring ahead. The divinity of heavenly origin, divine king within him awakened. He said, I have a way to break the seal, as long as you march with me and battle the 18 families. Lao Duong looked at him moved and whispered, this is the power of the great heavenly fox bloodline. He shouted loudly, cultivators of Lu Thinjioi, I am the Manor Lord. If you wish to avenge against the 18 families, gather at Heavenly Origin Manor at once. Those lying scattered on the ground struggled to open their eyes and murmured, Heavenly Origin. They looked up in emotion. It truly is Heavenly Origin, Divine King. He declared heroically, in this life my name is Jiang then. The 18 families slaughter Lu Thinjioi, and tomorrow they will kill their way to Vo, then die Lu. Do you dare follow me? Before they launch a grand massacre and fight a desperate battle. As soon as the words fell, all the martial artists immediately stood up and followed Jiang then. They advanced toward a towering tall tower. Inside the tower, the elders were discussing important affairs. One person suddenly sensed something unusual, glanced over and said, why are there suddenly so many fifth decline of heaven and man auras could it be? Immediately after, the group sprang up in panic. Their faces tense. This is bad. It is people from Lu Thinjioi. Outside, the Lu Thinjioi team led by Jiang then had arrived. Jiang then raised his hand to signal a halt, speaking sternly, wait, Severed Heaven Mountain. He thought to himself, the 18 families can move Severed Heaven Mountain. Their hidden forces truly cannot be underestimated. After thinking, Jiang then turned back and said, this battle is not for me, but for Lu Thinjioi. Today we may have to die. People of Lu Thinjioi responded in unison. If we cannot become gods, we will die anyway. We would rather burn our final life, fight to the death to kill the enemy, and return peace to Lu Thinjioi. At this moment, the people of the 18 families also arrived, sneering mockingly. You refuse to be human yet insist on becoming ghosts. Today we will shatter your souls and ensure you never enter reincarnation. More than 45th decline of heaven and man faced 30 from Lu Thinjioi. The difference in strength was obvious. It was truly a desperate fight. During that, the people of Lu Thinjioi still charged forward, encouraging themselves, no fear, no retreat, no plea for life. Kill, the shout rang out as Jiang then took the lead and rushed into the battlefield. As he struck the enemy, Jiang then thought, the finest elites of Lu Thinjioi have already taken action. Everyone knew this battle offered little chance of survival, yet no one turned back. Jiang then used his bare hands to knock down each opponent. His eyes were resolute, killing intent, locking onto the enemy. He thought silently, it has only just begun and the heaven weeping has already appeared. If Lu Thinjioi had not been betrayed, perhaps they would already have had a place above the 9 heavens. Let it be. The people of the 18 families sneered coldly. You are doomed. Before the 18 families, everything is nothingness. Suddenly an old man cried out in shock. Wait, what is that? The long-bearded elder replied with a trembling voice. This aura carries divine might. He is the Tianyuan divine king. Jiang then said coldly, in my past life I fought for Lu Thinjioi. In this life I fight once more. The others panic. That is the aura of a demigod. Without another word, the Tianyuan Divine King charged forward directly. He gave a brief command, kill. As soon as the words fell, the aura of Tianyuan immediately changed. Jiang body erupted with overwhelming pressure that terrified the enemy. They trembled and cried out. One step killed 8/5 decline of heaven and man. Too terrifying, truly damnable. He took another step, his body on the verge of collapse. Someone beside him said worriedly, why must he risk his life like this? That moment Hoa Lianwei appeared and said calmly, he has his own path and pride. Everyone stared at her in a daze. I am the disciple of the Tianyuan Divine King, Hoa Lianwei. She looked at Jiang then and called out, Master. The people of the 18 families sneered. Whether Jiang then or Tianyuan, the ending will not change. One man immediately thrust his spear straight toward his chest. At the same time, the aura of the Tianyuan Divine King erupted violently. Jiang then stepped forward, controlling divine power as a massive flame ignited. Dozens of energy arrows shot forward, causing the people of the 18 families to turn pale. Howled, this Jiang then does not want to live anymore. Stop. Each arrow pierced straight into the elders of the 18 families. They could not dodge in time. Heavily wounded, they roared, Jiang then, you will not die peacefully. Hoa Lianwei stood to the side watching, anxiously calling Master, while the others whispered, he only has a shattered soul and spirit left. He cannot use more power, he will die. Seeing that scene, the white-bearded old man flew into a rage and charged straight at Jiang then, shouting as he rushed that today the 18 families would crush his spirit completely and never allow him into reincarnation. The elder beside him echoed mockingly, with only a spirit left, what tricks can you still perform? Having just declared that Jiang then was already dead, the old man immediately raised his hand high, assuming a posture to strike. The old monsters of the 18 families joined forces at once, unleashing all their ultimate moves straight at Jiang then. In just an instant, the spirit of the Tianyuan Divine King seemed to be blown away by the wind, completely disappearing. Seeing that, Hoa Lianwei, standing outside, cried out in panic, Master. The white-bearded old man gripped Jiang then tightly in his hand and laughed proudly, saying that the 18 families were about to enter the godless continent. Not only you but your friends and your sect would find it hard to escape death. Jiang then still replied calmly, as long as I have one breath left, do not dream of achieving your schemes. Hearing that, the old man shouted angrily that his body was already gone, yet he still spoke stubbornly. At that moment, a dazzling beam of light flashed, making him unable to open his eyes. He cried out in shock, what the hell is this? It turns out Jiang then has already wielded the Soul Dao. The myriad transformation heavenly chalice activated too abruptly. Catching that old man off guard, his hand was grievously injured. At this moment, Jiang then was sitting firmly inside the myriad transformation heavenly chalice. At the same time, the myriad transformation heavenly chalice transformed, condensing into a divine sword. Witnessing that scene, the people of the 18 families were crushed by the pressure and could only look up, while Jiang then said coldly, if one day I become the divine god of this continent, then you of the 18 families will be forever buried in darkness. On the other side, the people of Lu Thinjioi stood frozen in shock, their voices trembling as they exclaimed, this is a god, this is the power of a god. Run quickly, old ancestor, save me. Jiang then swept his icy gaze across the battlefield and said indifferently, one sword to suppress the world. In his heart he understood that after merging with the heavenly origin divine king, the blood path could no longer use the god-descending technique. He could only barely borrow the divine power of the myriad transformation heavenly chalice, and this was also his final strike. After the prolonged battle, Jiang then had exhausted all his strength. He closed his eyes and his body fell straight to the ground. That old man roared in fury, brat, I will definitely kill you. Realizing the danger, the people of Lu Thinjioi turned pale and said, the old ancestor of the 18 families has awakened, too powerful, truly a demigod. Falling into unconsciousness, Jiang then had only one thought in his mind, am I really about to die? So be it, since I have come this far, even in death I have no regrets. I only hope you all above the 9th heavens remain safe. Looked up at the sky and murmured, I'm afraid I can no longer return. At that moment, Mukhu Duck immediately mobilized divine power and shouted loudly, move aside. Right after that, Mukhu Duck rushed straight toward Jiang then, causing the people of Lu Thinjioi to shout in alarm. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Hearing that, Mukhu Duck replied, what do you know, this venerable one is saving him. That old man struck a palm toward them, roaring as he attacked, wretched creatures, I will kill you all. The people of Lu Thinjioi fled in panic, shouting that it was a demigod's palm strike, and at that moment the attack had already descended. Suddenly, a mysterious force transmitted over, reinforcing them. Seeing that, someone cried out in joy, the seal has been broken. At last the seal is broken, godless continent. Our 18 families have arrived. All of you must bow and submit at the feet of the 18 families. Despite the worsening situation, Mukhu Duck still exerted all his strength to protect Jiang then. The people of Lu Thinjioi widened their eyes in shock, The 18 families have finally broken the seal. The final path of the Blood Road has opened. Hoalian Y continued. I fear the divine king of this continent is about to be destroyed. Suddenly, Jiang then regained consciousness. In the dark space, he narrowed his eyes and looked around, then stammered, "Where am I?" Surrounding Jiang then was nothing but endless gloomy darkness. In front of him flickered a tiny glimmer of light. The images of Hoalian Y and Muk Duck appeared. Hoalian Y spoke. I cannot wait any longer. My master's entire religion is still on the godless continent. I must go protect it. Jiang then understood. So Muk Duck had sealed my divine soul here to heal and find a way back to the mortal world, and also left me an eye to observe the outside world. Outside, Bok Fong and Gu said loudly, my master's sect will naturally be protected by my Bokta city. Nulan my Nhi standing behind added, our Nulan clan will do the same. Watching that scene, Jiang then sighed inwardly. So all my disciples have gathered at the entire religion. That is good. Only unity ensures survival. In contrast, the people of the 18 families laughed smugly. The godless continent is truly weak. It fell in just a few days. Seeing this, Jiang then thought, the 18 families have ravaged the continent so quickly. Could it be that the Central Province Imperial Dynasty of the Martial Pavilion has still not acted? Outside, Lai Fong Track sneered. Immortal City has issued an order. The Central Province Imperial Dynasty is not allowed to move a single soldier and must immediately head to the battlefield of Immortal City. And where is that brat Jiang then? The entire religion has grown so strong, yet now falls into chaos without a leader. Hearing those words, Jiang then wondered. According to the Alliance Pact, they are also about to arrive at Immortal City. Previously, Neem Truong Ka said that the Azure Sky clan suddenly disappeared because they went to Immortal City. Suddenly, from afar, Jiang then heard a voice calling, Old Master, do you not care about the life and death of the godless continent? Clearly, with just one hand, you could destroy the 18 families. Thinking that, Jiang then grew even more curious. Just how strong is he? The old man wearing a hat replied, if I act, do you think the others will sit still? This world is more complicated than you imagine. Once the 18 families break all the seals and let the spirit race invade, all living beings will hardly escape destruction. Hearing that, Neem Truong Ka said in shock, the spirit race in our eyes are clearly a foreign race. Immortal City has recently gathered many sects precisely to resist the spirit race, while the 18 families want to collude inside and out to destroy the entire godless continent. The old man frowned and shouted, shut up. No matter how you mutter, he can hear it. Hearing that, Neem Truong Ka hurriedly cried, Master. Before the words finished, the image shattered. Jiang then thought to himself, Tongshan Taoist is indeed extraordinary. But the 18 families want to break the seal and lead the foreign race into the continent. I must stop them. Right now, the aura within my body is extremely chaotic. There are even signs of chi deviation. But I cannot delay any longer. I must set out immediately. Bok Chuongda suddenly shouted loudly, rebellious scum, daring to endure the 5 decays of heaven and man for 10 days and still wanting to destroy my son-in-law's sect. I have not even held my grandchild yet. That heaven and man 5 decays cultivator knelt miserably and said, you dare oppose the 18 families. Do you know the consequences? Bok Chuongda replied coldly, for the entire religion, even in death we will defend to the end. After saying that, he swung his hand and beheaded him. After that, Bok Chuongda asked in a deep voice, my Nhi, including Bokta City, the Nulan clan, and the affiliated sects, how many heaven and man 5 decays cultivators do we have in total? Nulan my Nhi replied, 13. Hearing that number, Bok Chuongda thought to himself, 13 is far too few. On the other side, in the council of the 18 families, they said disdainfully, you cannot even handle a mere entire religion, truly useless. A man stepped forward and replied, reporting to Elder, we misjudged the strength of the entire religion. Please grant us another chance. This time we will definitely annihilate them. Hearing that, the elder of the 18 families angrily slammed the table. Shouted, how many heaven and man 5 decays cultivators does our clan still have that can go to battle? That man hurriedly replied, 36 remain. The elder roared after hearing it. More than 100 heaven and man 5 decays nurtured over 1,000 years, and now only 36 remain. Bunch of useless trash. He crushed that man's head with one hand. The elder of the 18 families ordered, all heaven and man 5 decays deploy. Destroy the entire religion, seize back Hong Chao. The people present responded in unison. As soon as the words ended, they immediately set off. On this side, Bok Chuongda and Bok Fong and Gu remained calmly seated in cultivation. Suddenly, Bok Chuongda sensed something unusual and immediately opened his eyes wide, staring intently. He thought to himself, it cannot be this fast. A thunderous explosion resounded. Muk Duck rushed over in panic, shouting, run quickly, someone has breached the city. Seeing that scene, Bok Fong and Gu still calmly cast his gaze to observe. At this moment, Jiang then appeared in the form of a ghostly beast. Bok Fong and Gu said with a trembling voice, Master. That is Master's aura. Hoa Lian Wai hurried to Mukhu Duck's side and anxiously asked. He was still normal a few days ago. Could it be that your technique has a problem? Mukhu Duck quickly explained. I obtained this technique from the tomb of a divine king. This is my first time using it. At that moment, a woman stepped forward and angrily shouted, Bastard, you dare use my master to test this strange spell. Realizing the situation was bad, Mukhu Duck explained in grievance and panic. I only mistakenly formed one hand seal wrong. It is a small matter. The opposite side, the people of the 18 families began to clamor loudly. More than 30 heaven and man 5 decays of the 18 families have arrived. This time Hong Chao is likely impossible to defend. Hearing that, the woman's face turned pale as she said, the entire religion is also facing a great calamity. The red-haired man beside her added, even Bok the city and the Nulan clan are about to perish. The people of the 18 families laughed smugly. We gave you a chance before and you did not cherish it. Now even if you want to kneel and beg to submit it is too late. In chaos before battle like scattered rats. The aura of Jiang Then's awakening was terrifyingly powerful. Those around immediately turned and fled, shouting, retreat quickly. This is a heaven and man level great demon. The short-haired man sneered. So what if he is a demon? Could a single demon possibly match more than 30 of our heaven and man 5 decays? Jiang then lowered his body, entering a stance ready to strike. Immediately after, he suddenly shot straight forward. With just one hand, he crushed that man's head. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and said with a grin, Eat up, eat up. It tastes really good. That man stood there dumbfounded, stammering, wait a moment. Those standing nearby trembled as they exclaimed. His aura far surpasses the 5 decays of heaven and man. In the blink of an eye, that man lost his life. Blood splattered onto the old man beside him, frightening him speechless. Jiang then immediately unleashed the Dao technique, little 6 fingers for the next strike. Disciples of the 18 families were terrified out of their wits, running and shouting, quickly call the old ancestor. This is not something we can withstand. That is a Dao technique. Where did he get a Dao technique? After dealing with one person, Jiang then casually dusted off his hands. People of the 18 families had no time to flee before he blocked them. They roared in fear and fury. Entire religion, you will not die in peace. As soon as the words fell, they vanished into a crack in the void. In just an instant, Jiang then wiped out all of them. He narrowed his eyes fiercely and said, It is over. His gaze shifted to Bok Fong and Gu and Hoa Lian Wai, murmuring over there. He immediately rushed toward the two of them. Bok Fong and Gu cried out in panic, Ma's master. Before her voice faded, he casually waved his hand. The clothes of Hoa Lian Wai and Bok Fong and Gu were torn apart, revealing their curving bodies. And then stared fixedly at Hoa Lian Wai's figure without blinking. He stepped close to the two girls. Bok Fong and Gu and Hoa Lian Wai trembled and huddled together, begging, Master, do you not remember us? Suddenly, he raised both hands and gripped the throats of Hoa Lian Wai and Bok Fong and Gu. He said hoarsely, I cannot. Hoa Lian Wai weakly called out twice, Master. At that moment, Bok Fong and Gu's grandfather rushed over and shouted, Grandson-in-law, if you dare kill my granddaughter, then even if Bok the city dies to the last person, we will drag you to the grave with us. She is your fiancée. Hearing that, Jiang then frowned in irritation and replied, Ah, what a tragedy. After speaking, he released his grip and let go of Bok Fong and Gu and Hoa Lian Wai. Jiang then's head felt as if it were being split by an axe. He clutched it tightly and screamed in agony. Collapsed to his knees, suddenly feeling a gentle hand reaching toward him. That hand suddenly gripped Jiang then's throat and said, You truly make people worry to death. Jiang then opened his eyes slightly and saw someone asking, Old ancestor, why do you care about him so much? In front of him was Enhung Thien Tiat speaking with the old ancestor. The eternal empress coldly instructed, When he wakes, take him away. Enhung Thien Tiat curiously asked, Will you not let him see you? The empress blushed and replied, Matters of adults are not for children to meddle in. He can be considered blessed in misfortune. The lustful aura within him can still help him at any time. Enhung Thien Tiat hesitated. Then is he the old ancestor's companion? Does that make him an old ancestor of our celestial clan as well? Old ancestor, do you like him? The eternal first empress did not answer. She merely flicked a finger, causing Thien Tiat to go limp and collapse. He lay on the old ancestor's lap, blushing as she asked, Old ancestor, what are you doing? The empress casually slapped Enhung Thien Tiat lightly on the buttocks and snorted. This venerable one is still a pure maiden. After being struck, Thien Tiat still giggled. Since the old ancestor likes him, there is no need to hide it. It is just that his strength is not stable yet. Are you not planning to take him? Hearing that, the empress also fell into thought. That is indeed true. Her mind suddenly appeared a scene of bridal chambers with Jiang then, moonlight shining through drooping willows, he holding her and softly calling her wife. Thinking of that, the empress snapped back to her senses and snorted coldly, I am the Empress. How could I think of such things? Discipline her disciple. She tapped Enhung Thien Tiat on the head and reminded her, when he recovers, take him away. Besides causing trouble, what else is he good at? Tonight come to my room. Thien Tiat stuck out her tongue and replied, understood. 3 days later, Jiang then slowly awoke on the bed. He held his head and sat up, looking around as he asked, where is this place? Why am I here? Enhung Thien Tiat answered frankly, you went mad. If the old ancestor had not acted, you would either have been destroyed by heavenly retribution or die at the hands of the 18 families. After hearing that, the memories in Jiang Then's mind gradually returned. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Mukhu duck, that bastard. Enhung Thien Tiat immediately said, enough. Without him you would have died long ago. The old ancestor instructed that after you wake I am to take you away. After saying that, she raised her hand to open a teleportation array. Jiang then curiously asked, your old ancestor is the Empress. Why can I not meet her to offer my thanks? For some reason, Enhung Thien Tiat suddenly scolded him harshly, lecher, rogue, shameless divine king, then kicked him straight into the teleportation array she had just opened. The formation sent him back to the godless continent, Hong Chao. As soon as he landed, he muttered, truly strange. His cultivation had now reached the first decay of heaven and man, his heart filled with doubts. This time, disaster truly turned into fortune. It is just that there seems to be an additional source of power within his body. Most urgent matter is the entire religion. I wonder if the 18 families have returned. How are Fong Ngu's injuries? Thinking that, he raised his hand to his forehead to probe. But upon knowing the result, he could not help but be startled. All of them have disappeared. A voice behind him spoke. The 5 decays of heaven and man of the entire religion joined forces and hid within an independent small world to avoid disaster. Hearing the voice, Jiang then turned around. Seeing Lai Fong Trak, he asked, have you not yet gone to Immortal City? Lai Fong Trak replied, soon. Since we have not left yet, we might as well visit the Central Province Imperial Dynasty. Jiang then nodded, that works. At the Central Province Imperial Dynasty, a shout rang out. What, Jiang, then you are injured, and you still want to use the Open Heaven Proclamation to bless the godless continent into godhood? Lai Fong Trak immediately gave an order. Pass on my words. All 5 decays of heaven and man in the continent who wish to become gods should hurry here. Remember to bring some spirit pills and medicinal wine for my brother. The subordinate accepted the order and left. In the hall, only 2 remained. Lai Fong Trak sighed, all right, no one else is here. Jiang then raised his blood-stained hand and asked, will I be rewarded for this performance? Lai Fong Trak was speechless, thinking inwardly, a dignified sect master playing such tricks. With a mouth full of blood, Jiang then still grinned fiercely. The 18 families have demigods, then I will create a few gods to play with them. When the 5 decays of heaven and man gathered in the great hall, Lai Fong Trak sat in the high seat and said, inviting you here is to resolve the Open Heaven Proclamation technique. As long as you save Jiang, then you may undergo tribulation. If the Central Province Imperial Dynasty were not depleted, why would we trouble you? I have a great Tao artifact that I would have long given him. There would be no need to owe favors. The Open Heaven Proclamation technique seals the path to ascension into godhood, extremely difficult to resolve, and the only one who can break this technique is Jiang then. Sitting to the side, Jiang then secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart, truly a top-tier teammate. He pretended to be weak, coughed a few times, and said, if you all pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the 9 heavens divine realm, I will have my disciples and friends take care of you. Would that not be perfect? Everyone whispered after hearing that. He was killed and only reincarnated. Who knows how many enemies he has in the 9 heavens? But in any case, he is still a divine king. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Jiang then pursed his lips and smiled inwardly. The fish have taken the bait. He weakly lamented, it is only a pity about my injuries. Without a great Tao artifact to heal me, I fear I will not survive today. After speaking, he coughed violently and even spat blood. Lai Fong Trak outwardly asked with concern but inwardly cursed, this man truly knows how to act. At that moment, countless medicinal materials were brought before Jiang then. Everyone anxiously urged, use them quickly to heal your injuries. Jiang then accepted the items but was not satisfied. He set conditions. These count as greeting gifts. If you wish to show sincerity, then each of you add 1 set of treasures. This request is not excessive. Below, someone immediately shouted, are 3 sets not enough? Long-bearded old man turned back and snapped, nonsense, very fair. The 3 of us have already given ours. On what grounds do you refuse? Others echoed, that is right. If you do not give, then we will demand ours back. The remaining people had no choice but to grit their teeth and hand over treasures. Jiang then leisurely accepted them, laughing inwardly, I am rich. After collecting everything, he calmly counted them again before putting them away. Someone impatiently asked, Imperial Lord, when exactly will he resolve the Open Heaven Proclamation technique? Lai Fong Trak glanced over and replied perfunctorily, soon. After putting the items away, Jiang then stood up and said, "It still cannot be done now." The people below were immediately stunned. What? Lai Fong Trak also panicked and asked, "Brother, do not deceive people. You have taken the items, so quickly resolve it." At this moment, Jiang then spoke sternly. "What I mean is that you must give me a promise." Pressure he released startled the long-bearded old man. Such powerful aura. First decay of heaven and man, yet pressure equal to the fifth decay. This boy is truly extraordinary. Jiang then explained clearly, "Right now the 18 families want to control the godless continent. If you are willing to act, I will resolve the technique immediately." Someone below sighed, "Even at peak 5 decays of heaven and man, we cannot defeat demigods. The 18 families even have 2 demigods. That is no different from seeking death." Jiang then explained, "After successfully passing tribulation, you will have time to remain on the continent awaiting the divine light of ascension. During that period, you are also equivalent to demigods. That time, you can try to fight those 2 demigods. If you cannot win, then seize the chance to withdraw through the ascension passage." During that, the heaven and man cultivators looked at one another and discussed. "If we cannot win, then we run. That sounds acceptable. The 18 families are originally rebellious descendants and deserve death. I agree to this matter." Seeing everyone nod, Jiang then raised his hand and said, "In that case, let us set off." At that moment, the old man asked in confusion, "Do you not need to heal your injuries?" Jiang then, who was brimming with energy, suddenly sprawled flat on the ground. He had completely forgotten that he was acting, inwardly lamenting, "That was close. Acting truly is exhausting." Afterwards at the plain, 30,000 miles from the central province Imperial Dynasty, a group of old men sat in a circle while outside their clansmen cheered loudly. Old ancestor unmatched in might. Jiang then and Lai Fong Trak stood on a cliff observing. Lai Fong Trak asked, "Brother Jiang, how many gods do you think you can create this time?" Jiang then sighed, "Undergoing divine tribulation is not easy. Out of 10, perhaps not even one can ascend to the 9 heavens." After speaking, he summoned the open heaven proclamation and triggered the divine tribulation. Open, the divine technique circulated, and the gate of tribulation slowly emerged. Immediately after, streams of divine power descended upon those seeking godhood. They gritted their teeth to endure while outside cheers rang endlessly. Old ancestor is truly powerful. Just as hope had begun to ignite, a streak of purple light suddenly descended. One old ancestor instantly vanished. Those who witnessed it were all stunned. Their pupils shrank, terror clearly visible. The person who had just stood there was gone in a blink. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Continue the divine tribulation." At first there were many people, but in a moment they became sparse. Someone laughed madly, all struck dead by lightning. Heaven is unjust. Jiang then sighed, another one possessed by inner demons. Suddenly Lai Fong Trak pointed into the distance and called, "Brother Jiang." Jiang then turned his head to look. Within the drifting smoke, a figure gradually appeared. This person was burly and towering, his voice resounding like a bell. A cultivator who steps onto this path must continue even in death. Someone recognized him. This is the last to face the heavenly tribulation, the old ancestor of the barbarian clan. Another added, "It is said he has lived nearly 100,000 years. This is merely his current state." Cracks began to appear across the barbarian old ancestor's body, fresh blood gushing out. Jiang then observed, inwardly evaluating. The barbarian old ancestor has profound cultivation. His chances of becoming a god are not small. Thinking that, he gathered strength and shot out an item saying, "Little brother, accept this gift." A drop of essence blood shot straight into the barbarian old ancestor's mouth. He was shocked. This is holy body essence blood. The essence blood entered his body. His physique rapidly transformed. The cracks ceased spreading and even old injuries healed. Jiang then gave away his own essence blood, causing everyone to marvel that a divine king is indeed terrifying. Lai Fong Trak placed a hand on Jiang then's shoulder and praised, "Brother Jiang is unmatched in righteousness, truly admirable." The person concerned grinned slyly and whispered, "If he becomes a god, how many spirit stones will the barbarian clan give me?" The barbarian clan watched their old ancestor's aura surge and excitedly shouted, "Old ancestor is about to become a god." The barbarian king old ancestor stepped before Jiang then. He knelt and declared, "With the divine king's assistance, I, the barbarian king, am willing to pledge loyalty to you." Jiang then waved his hand. "Loyalty is unnecessary, but I want to see sincerity. Before ascending, you must help me guard the godless continent." The barbarian king immediately agreed, turned before all the barbarian clan and announced, "From today the barbarian clan aligns with the entire religion. See the sect master as you see me." In the great hall of the 18 families, an old ancestor roared in shock. "The barbarian clan has joined the entire religion. Rebellion, these bastards dare oppose our 18 families." One day later at the central province Imperial Dynasty, Lai Fong Trak said, "Brother Jiang, the barbarian king has not ascended. He has only reached the demigod realm. The 18 families have 2 demigods. The situation remains unfavorable." Jiang then rested his chin on his hand and replied, "The urgent matter is to obtain a second demigod." Lai Fong Trak recounted. Earlier Lin Lang Wenshin of the martial pavilion cultivated at the third mountain and caused a strange phenomenon. I suspect he obtained a divine inheritance. Jiang then said, "The third mountain is both a forbidden land and a place of godhood. If he survives, he is very likely to become a continental god." Saying this, he fell into thought. I once possessed the great heavenly tiger bloodline and could also become a god. It is just too slow, the third mountain. Lai Fong Trak sighed. The situation is tense. All forces have received the alliance decree and are about to gather at Immortal City. If Immortal City falls and the foreign races flood in, the godless continent will be finished. They spoke, seeing Jiang then stand up. Lai Fong Trak asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Jiang then sighed and replied, "The situation is critical. I must go to the third mountain." Lai Fong Trak hurriedly stopped him. "Are you mad? That is a forbidden land. Your cultivation is not yet stable." Jiang then ignored the advice and immediately flew away. A thought flashed through Lai Fong Trak's mind. Could it be he goes to the third mountain to seize opportunity and become a continental god? Elsewhere, as Jiang then traveled, he muttered, "Forcing heaven and man into godhood like this. 18 families just wait. One day I will make you repay both principal and interest in full." But only a day later, upon reaching the foot of the third mountain, Jiang then encountered an awkward situation and for a moment did not know how to speak. Before him stood a demigod guarding the mountain gate. Jiang then muttered inwardly, "Is it still in time to turn back?" The demigod guarding the mountain lowered his head and said coldly, "The third mountain is a forbidden land. Those who trespass have only death." Jiang then asked in surprise, "Then please enlighten me, senior. How may one ascend the mountain, and may I know who you are?" Demigod replied, "I am the great general of mountain suppression of the third mountain. I have guarded this place for 1,000 years. Withstand one of my moves and you may enter." The tiny creature on his shoulder immediately interjected, "Hey, if he really withstands it, then what? Are you foolish?" The mountain suppression great general Duong Chai slammed his hammer to the ground and shouted, "One move is enough to send him to heaven." Meanwhile, Jiang then inwardly assessed, "This aura is indeed that of a demigod. If I die, then I die." He gritted his teeth and raised his hand, beginning to set up a formation. "With a demigod's full force strike, open my gate of great Tao." As the words fell, the great Tao gate had just opened when it was shattered by the hammer's shadow. Mountain suppression roared, "You dare display such tricks before me?" Jiang then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly, "Damn it, still not enough." That moment, something suddenly flew out from within the gate of great Tao. That object shot straight into Jiang Then's forehead. Cold sweat on his face gradually froze. Jiang Then rejoiced it opened. This is a Tao seed. The Heaven Remnant art can help cultivators open their own gate of great Tao, thereby giving birth to a Tao seed. The Mountain Suppression Great General was startled upon seeing it. A Tao seed, the Heaven Remnant art. I did not expect anyone still walks this path. Jiang then asked in shock, "Senior, you know the Heaven Remnant art?" Mountain Suppression sneered, "Of course, I am extremely knowledgeable. For example, the Heaven Remnant art. In the distant, chaotic Dark Era, almost everyone cultivated it, but this path has long been severed, like a sword straying along a heavenly edge. Even at its peak, one can only reach Divine King." Jiang then grew excited hearing that and asked, "Since Senior is so wise, you must have a way to resolve it." Inwardly he thought, "Is Divine King still not enough?" Mountain Suppression, pleased by the praise, said smugly, "Clever indeed. Of course there is a way." Jiang then immediately took out paper and brush and respectfully said, "Please instruct me." He said, "Create your own earth deficiency art, so heaven and earth become complete." Jiang then froze upon hearing this, not knowing how to respond. The tiny creature on Mountain Suppression's shoulder shook its head. No need to continue. He cannot even pass the soul-devouring formation ahead, yet speaks of creating ancient techniques. Jiang then dejectedly spread his hands, creating a technique sufficient to split heaven. Why does it sound so difficult? The tiny creature sneered. The soul-devouring formation is not easy to pass, boy. Before it finished speaking, Jiang then had already stepped straight into the soul-devouring formation to study it. Compared to the little profound 9 formations I once set up, this formation merely lasts a bit longer. The Mountain Suppression Great General and the tiny creature looked at each other, both falling silent. After breaking the formation, Jiang then even turned back and asked, "Is that all?" The two were startled and exclaimed in shock, "Unbelievable." Jiang then spun the vortex in his palm and asked, "Senior, did you perhaps arrange it incorrectly? Is this formation very difficult?" Mountain Suppression sighed. "Young man, let me take you directly up the third mountain." Jiang then shook his head resolutely. "I will not cheat. I want to use my strength to prove myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Mountain Suppression grabbed him by the collar. He flung him away and roared, "Get lost. Do you want to shatter my third mountain?" The tiny creature watched and muttered, "We are doomed." At the same time, on the godless continent, countless people were sucked into a gigantic rift. The old ancestor of the 18 families laughed smugly. Immortal City has issued the alliance decree. The spirit race invasion is only a matter of time. The two demigod old ancestors have awakened. The godless continent will sooner or later be mine. At this moment, the barbarian king sat on the green grass when strands of purple aura suddenly appeared above his head. The light of the ascension passage shone straight down upon him. The barbarian clan old ancestor abruptly stood and shattered the passage. The clansmen asked in shock, "Old ancestor, you are about to become a god. Why destroy the passage to the 9 heavens? Doing so you can only remain a demigod." Barbarian king clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "The godless continent is in peril. I have promised brother Jiang to protect this place. I will not become a god." Tears flowed down, yet the smile on his lips was serene. Jiang then narrowed his eyes in irritation at Muk-Hu Duck hovering in the air. He angrily rushed up and seized Muk-Hu Duck, scolding, "You still dare show your face? Was my demonic transformation not because of you last time?" Muk-Hu Duck cried out in panic. "Jiang." Muk-Hu Duck rolled on the ground, clutching his head, and lamented, "Was I not running back and forth worrying about you? Your body and Truong are both at the 3rd mountain." Jiang then clenched his fists and said sternly, "Then why have you not led the way?" Muk-Hu Duck hurriedly stopped him. "You cannot enter yet." He explained, "We must wait for the night of the full moon, when the great Tao of the 3rd mountain descends and is broken. Only then can we enter." Jiang then frowned and asked, "If the great Tao is broken, what about those on the mountain?" Muk-Hu Duck pulled out a flashlight and pretended gravely, saying one word, "Death." Jiang then twitched his lips, his hand cracking. "You are truly sick in the head." Soon Muk-Hu Duck gained another bump. He quickly pointed to a stone tablet nearby. "If you want to raise your cultivation quickly without entering the cave dwelling, then this tablet is a good item." Jiang then uttered a sound of interest and looked over. Muk-Hu Duck hugged the tablet and rambled, "It is said this tablet turns accumulation into legend, bringing people into a dream realm to increase cultivation rapidly." Jiang then asked curiously, "How do you know so much?" Muk-Hu Duck pointed at the tablet. "There are inscriptions carved on it." Jiang then looked and was so angry he was speechless. Another bump rose on Muk-Hu Duck's head. Jiang then stepped into the stone tablet and before entering reminded him, "Remember to bring our bodies out." Muk-Hu Duck waved his hand. "Yes, my lord." As soon as Jiang then entered, Muk-Hu Duck let out a breath and sat down. "Brother, this is not my fault. Last time I came to the 3rd mountain, I felt someone had already entered before." The moment Jiang then entered, his expression changed, and he exclaimed tensely, "Lin Lang Wenshen." Before him, Lin Lang Wenshen sat cross-legged cultivating, his entire body enveloped in purple light. Jiang then raised his hand, as spiritual power silently gathered. He narrowed his eyes at the opponent and thought inwardly, "On the godless continent you have repeatedly sent people to trouble me. Today this king will send you on your way." Just as Jiang then was about to act, a young girl suddenly appeared. She was the guardian spirit of the 3rd mountain. She looked at him and said, "Handsome one, killing is forbidden here." He looked straight into his eyes and asked seriously, "What do you want?" Jiang then folded his arms and smiled lightly. "Well, can you give it?" Inwardly he assessed. She is in spirit form, yet her aura reaches the heavens. Truly strange. Guardian spirit proposed, 3,000 Tao techniques, 3,000 ancient techniques, choose as you wish. Jiang then's eyes shone like stars and he exclaimed excitedly, 3,000 Tao techniques. The guardian spirit felt smug, caught in the trap. Jiang then quickly changed his tone. "I do not need those for now. Do you have the earth deficiency art?" The guardian spirit was stunned. She angrily pointed at him and scolded. "How could that exist? Even the ancient gods never cultivated it." Jiang then rested his chin and asked back, "Then I cannot kill him either." The guardian spirit folded her arms and nodded, "Correct. Besides that, what exactly do you want?" Jiang then turned his head and softly uttered one word, "Cuddle." The guardian spirit widened her eyes like a chick and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Jiang then's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Is that not allowed?" The Tongshan Divine Hall, master and disciple sat together when a voice asked, "Master, are you truly not going to act?" The old Taoist said in a deep voice, "This world is more complicated than you think. If I act, others will act as well. Then it will no longer be a matter of a few demigods." Neem Truong Ka asked in confusion, "Could there be beings who can contend with you, master?" The old Taoist shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am not invincible. I have merely never lost. Every world has its opponents." Neem Truong Ka said worriedly, "What if the godless continent truly collapses?" The old Taoist looked at his disciple. "That is the fate of the continent. As for that old fellow at the 3rd mountain, he has shrunk his neck for years cultivating that so-called supreme technique. Truly ridiculous." That very moment, above their heads, a massive surge of purple light suddenly erupted. At the same time, a dark purple figure appeared. It was the guardian spirit. She cursed angrily, "Truly ridiculous." The guardian spirit raised her head high and looked at the two confidently declaring, "My supreme technique is about to reach great completion. When that time comes only I will reign supreme in this world." What followed was a fierce quarrel between the guardian spirit and the old Taoist, neither willing to yield. She pointed and cursed, "You old immortal." The old Taoist retorted, "You have cultivated for years until even your body changed and still dare speak of me." Neem Truongka stood aside watching in a daze. Her master is a transcendent existence, yet someone still dares to scold him. Noticing his disciple's gaze, the old Taoist coughed lightly a few times and regained his serious demeanor. He turned and introduced, "This is the human emperor, currently cultivating a peerless divine technique at the third mountain." Neem Truongka widened her eyes in disbelief. The human emperor. Her heart was full of questions. Just how powerful is the one her master calls the emperor of the human race? The human emperor seemed to read her thoughts and casually lifted Neem Truongka, saying, "Do not concern yourself with who I am." She looked straight into Neem Truongka's eyes and continued, "I only came to inform you that he has entered the dream of reincarnation." The old Taoist asked in a deep voice, "Do you think he can save the godless continent?" The human emperor set Neem Truongka down and replied, "In theory, he only has 100,000 years of lifespan left. 3 reincarnations will reach the limit." Neem Truongka turned pale. Human emperor rested her chin and analyzed. As for that Lin Lang Wenchen, he prepared 1,500,000 years of lifespan to enter the dream realm. But he is, after all, already at his 9th life. Neem Truongka listened in confusion, completely unable to understand what was happening. In her mind, there remained only one thought. Her master has entered the reincarnation dream of the third mountain. A gentle vortex appeared and slowly pulled Jiang then inside. Jiang then slowly opened his eyes, beginning the first reincarnation. He sprang up, clutching his head, and looked around. "Where am I?" Before he could steady himself, a furious shout rang out, "You little beast, what are you doing?" Before Jiang then stood Nalan Mi Nhai with a fierce expression, holding a whip that lashed hard against the ground. Nalan Mi Nhai extended her foot before him and shouted, "Hurry and lick it clean for me." Jiang then sat down abruptly and cried out in shock. He retreated in panic and asked, "My Nhai, what are you doing?" Nalan Mi Nhai shouted angrily, insolent. "As a disciple, you dare speak to your master like that? Hurry and come lick it for me." Jiang then stood there stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. Behind Nalan Mi Nhai, Bak Fong and Gu and Jiang Lu appeared. Jiang Lu at this moment was burly with bulging muscles. Jiang then widened his eyes and cursed inwardly, "We agreed to stay fat together. How did you secretly go train?" At that moment, Nalan Mi Nhai grabbed his hair and forced him down. "Lick quickly. Why so much talk?" After licking, Jiang then raised his head with a dazed expression and said, "The smell is not bad." Bak Fong and Gu jumped forward and grabbed Jiang then's face, turning him toward her. He asked sweetly, "Little god, is it my turn yet?" Bak Fong and Gu turned around blushing and asked, "Help your master lick it clean." Jiang then saw this and blood spurted from his nose. Inwardly sighing, being a disciple like this is not bad. He seemed to turn into a pervert and rushed forward. "Master, your disciple is coming." Bak Fong and Gu giggled and ran away, so hateful. Jiang then rushed up. He slammed straight into an invisible wall, the pain almost bringing him to tears. The scene immediately changed as the reincarnation moved to the second life. Jiang then fell into a ruined wall amidst desolation. He flushed red with anger. "What kind of reincarnation is this?" Mu Tin Lang beside him spoke. "Boy, you still do not understand the truth of human nature." Jiang then looked over and saw Mu Tin Lang with a rogue-like appearance chewing grass and saying, "Working is impossible, understand? Then how do you expect me to return and face you?" Jiang then stood there bewildered. On the godless continent, the barbarian clan looked at the hand seals in the sky and cried out in alarm. "This is bad fallen heaven, the forbidden technique of becoming a god. The 18 families are about to create a god." Barbarian clan turned back and saw a blazing light erupt. They shouted in unison, "Old ancestor." The barbarian king burst forth with terrifying energy, activating his sinews and stepping forward. "It is time for me to act." Barbarian king's foot stepped upon the center of the lotus as he advanced. Not for becoming a god, nor for the world, only for a promise to brother Jiang and the future of the barbarian clan. Barbarian king's foot slammed heavily onto the ground. The barbarian king roared loudly, "You rebellious scum, today this king will experience your methods." After speaking, he threw a punch. Fists struck the ground. The people of the 18 families shouted angrily, "Barbarian king, you seek death." Both sides immediately charged into a great battle, no one willing to retreat. Barbarian king alone fought against all of the 18 families. He roared, venting all the resentment in his heart. "This king has lived for tens of thousands of years, yet before you I am still merely a junior. The old ancestor of the 18 families fought while scolding, knowing you are a junior and still daring to challenge us. A roar that shook heaven and earth burst from the barbarian king. He braced his hands against the ground, dust surging in all directions. The barbarian king gritted his teeth. The people of the 18 families mocked. Merely a newly advanced demigod, how can you block us? The barbarian king sneered. This is the price of abandoning godhood. People of the godless continent truly lack backbone. An old ancestor of a clan beaten to tears. The old ancestor of the 18 families suddenly sensed something wrong. Wait, he has burned his Dao fruit. He is certain to die today. The one beside him was horrified. Has the barbarian king gone mad? The barbarian king collapsed to his knees, fresh blood dripping endlessly. He suddenly lifted his head and roared. The divine king of the continent is eternally undying. This life of the barbarian clan, I alone will pacify the world. The scene shifted to the third mountain. The world of the stone tablet appeared mysterious, dragons lying silently. Jiang Then and Lin Lang Wenchen remained within the third mountain. Both their hair had turned white. The human emperor was worried. Their lifespan was nearly exhausted, yet the two had not awakened. A few minutes later, the human emperor was stunned by the sight before her. This is. Lin Lang Wenchen slowly opened his eyes. The human emperor exclaimed, "Not bad, you have surpassed demigod. But the godless continent is now occupied by the two demigods of the 18 families. The Holy Clan invasion is only a matter of time." Lin Lang Wenchen said coldly, "A bunch of rebels." Human emperor reminded him, "You cannot act here." Lin Lang Wenchen glanced at Jiang, then sleeping soundly. Merely 5 decays of heaven and man, not worth my effort. After speaking, he personally opened a door. The human emperor guessed, "You wish to save the godless continent." Lin Lang Wenchen did not answer and silently stepped away. Scene returned to the godless continent. Lin Lang Wenchen had descended here. He still pondered the human emperor's question. Save? How ridiculous. What I need is only submission. As soon as he set foot on the ground, Lin Lang Wenchen roared, "This godless continent. The 18 families are all under my control. In the south of the godless continent, I am emperor. Who dares object?" In his mind, he calculated that the 18 families now had only 2 demigods. Even retreating would grant half the continent. That was more than enough. As Lin Lang Wenchen finished speaking, behind him a continental god appeared, cold eyes fixed upon him. The continental god charged forward, causing Lin Lang Wenchen to break into cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. Lin Lang Wenchen's throat was seized. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How can this be? Were there not only 2 demigods? The continental god revealed a sinister smile, filled with danger. Speaking of it, I must thank the barbarian king, forcing my brother to self-destruct and conveniently helping me ascend to godhood. Lin Lang Wenchen was furious to madness yet powerless, only able to grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Within the third mountain at this moment, Jiang Then had still not awakened. The human emperor quietly watched him without a word. The human emperor was puzzled. What is this boy dreaming of? The continental god is about to fall, yet Jiang Then appears to be enjoying a sweet dream. The human emperor was stunned seeing the battle soul of the heavenly origin divine king manifest from Jiang Then. What kind of dream is this that even the battle soul returns? 6 calamities of heaven. That is the Dao technique of heavenly origin. She finally understood, while Jiang Then showed enjoyment and muttered nonsense. These stockings are not bad. Master, let me sleep a bit longer. I do not want to wake yet. Hearing that, the human emperor grew furious and slapped Jiang Then while scolding. What sleep? Wake up immediately. Still want to sleep? The barbarian king has sacrificed himself. The 18 families now even have a continental god. The seal of the godless continent is about to be broken. Jiang Then covered his face, looking innocent. I was truly asleep before. How would I know? Only then did Jiang Then grow serious and ask, has Lin Lang Wenchen awakened? The human emperor replied, he has awakened and reached godhood. Yet upon emerging, he was struck into the void and fled. Jiang Then stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even beyond demigod, he still could not win. The human emperor nodded. It is good you understand. You reincarnated 3 lives, and your strength only reached 5 decays of heaven and man. If you wish to flee, I would understand. Jiang Then said, help me open a door to the godless continent. Human emperor widened her eyes. What, you intend to seek death? As Jiang Then stepped into the door, he turned and said, in the final reincarnation, I dreamed of the heavenly origin light. Perhaps my fate has always been this way. After speaking, Jiang Then vanished completely, leaving only the human emperor behind. The human emperor was filled with worry. The reappearance of the Dao technique 6 calamities of heaven, is it fortune or disaster, especially in his hands? Scene shifted to the godless continent. The continental god was kneeling before a strange object. Jiang Lu, standing beside, spoke. A prosperous age has become such because of the foreign race. The elders above either dare not fight, have surrendered, or have died. It is time for our generation to take control. Continental god shouted, get lost. Today I have no interest in acting. Suddenly all the 5 decays of heaven and man arrived. Someone sneered. Without master here, the affairs of the world cannot forget us. The era of the old ones has passed. Triwanka added, in this era, if we have not died, the world belongs to us. Continental God raised his hand, intending to teach them a lesson, relying only on you. Without further words, both sides immediately engaged in battle. Since you have come, then stand firm, the Continental God said disdainfully. Enduring a single ordinary strike from me is enough for your pride. After speaking, he clasped his hands and unleashed the Tao technique Hellfire Pool. Yuanka cried out in panic, it is over. The Continental God laughed wickedly. Who in this world can stop me? I tell you, if you all die, there will be someone from the third mountain tearing through the void with a single punch, shattering your Continental God. Makhu Duck suddenly appeared to assist. All the 5 decays of heaven and man were stunned. Demigod Makhu Duck, while struggling to resist, spoke his final words. Jiang, then I did this for you. If not saving them, I would have become a god in the cave already. Remember to carry my corpse back for me. Continental God sneered. I do not know how you became a demigod. Makhu Duck replied, thanks to the sister of the great heavenly tiger helping me, sharing some ancient bloodline to make me who I am today. The Continental God showed disdain. The great heavenly tiger, sooner or later it should be eradicated. That is fine, I will start with you first. As the words fell, the Continental God immediately attacked, unleashing his strongest move toward Makhu Duck. You know the gap between a god and a demigod. Makhu Duck could no longer endure and spat out fresh blood. The Continental God concluded, that is power, and at that moment Makhu Duck was exhausted. He threw Makhu Duck to the ground without mercy. Triwanka rushed forward in panic to catch him. After dealing with Makhu Duck, he did not stop. Now it is your turn, juniors. Continental God gripped Triwanka's throat, leaving her unable to breathe as blood spilled out. That moment, Jiang then appeared. Did you not just hear? They were right. If they die, someone from the third mountain will step forth. All the heaven and man 5 declines were overjoyed when they saw Jiang then. Master Boss, Jiang then said, you all step back, I will handle this man. In the previous life, the godless continent was decided by me. In this life, it will still be my decision. Makhu Duck led everyone away, not forgetting to remind him, be careful, Jiang then. The Continental Deity showed no fear at all. You, a mere heaven and man 5 declines, are nothing but smoke in my eyes. Jiang then only smiled, is that so? Immediately after, Jiang then let him know just how terrifying that smoke could be. Jiang then coldly looked at his opponent and raised his hand to his face. Half of his face instantly became demonic. Then it spread across his entire face. The Continental Deity was astonished. Demonic transformation, using demonic energy, and still worthy of being the guardian of the godless continent. Jiang then replied calmly, my demon is different from yours. The Continental Deity snorted coldly. But what if you are a demigod? I am a true god. Jiang then said disdainfully, you are mistaken. This is the godless continent. Brothers, lend me your strength. Forbidden art, god subjugation. Instantly, Jiang then condensed a crimson divine tome. Continental Deity could not help but be stunned. That was a crimson divine tome. Jiang then did not keep him waiting. We can begin now. Continental Deity, stop your evil. Jiang then attacked. The Continental Deity looked in panic at the incoming assault, his divine soul trembling. Do you think destroying my body is that easy? Jiang then continued to strike, drawing heavenly calamity into his body, taking calamity as his path. The Continental Deity gritted his teeth and endured, cursing inwardly. Truly the ultimate Tao technique of Thien Nguyen. Damn it. The Continental Deity counterattacked, throwing a punch infused with heavenly might straight down. Yet Jiang then still stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. Do you really think you can destroy me? The Continental Deity remained stubbornly disdainful. Boy, whether god subjugation or demonic transformation, it can only last for a short while. Moreover, do you know the purpose of my occupation of the godless continent? Jiang then glanced at the formation behind the Continental Deity. His expression instantly changed. This is bad. Continental Deity laughed proudly. Too late. The holy race is about to descend upon the godless continent. The 9 heavens are nothing but trash. Jiang then gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. Continental Deity even lectured him, from the blood path to the godless continent. You still refuse to stop. Do not view this world too simply. Jiang then and the Continental Deity faced each other, their auras surging like undercurrents. Jiang then suddenly turned his head to look behind. So it is you. Demon God Ku Ian, you have finally appeared. The Continental Deity could not believe it. Impossible. How could Ku Ian return to the world? In the ancient war, he personally slew 1,000,000 of the holy race. He should have died. Yet now he has recovered to the divine realm. What, you want to risk your life with me for the godless continent? You finally survived and restored your divine realm cultivation. And now you want us both to suffer. Jiang then spoke. Now that we are both deities, if we fight we will both be injured. Ku Ian said sternly, calm down. Give the later generations some time to grow. The immortal city likely cannot hold much longer. If it collapses, the godless continent will hardly escape. Why rush for a moment? Continental deity still spoke forcefully. What does my standing here have to do with the immortal city? Moreover, I am not afraid of you now. Seeing him remain obstinate, Ku Ian said coldly, if you insist, I can only take action, but the price you will pay you should consider carefully. Continental deity clenched his fists in anger. Are you forcing me? He quickly weighed the situation. Damn it. Even if Ku Ian has not stabilized his cultivation, killing him would leave me gravely injured. If Jiang then attacks again, I might truly die today. In the end, he chose to compromise, leaving time for the younger generation. Fine, then tell me how long. Ku Ian replied, time is limited, 30 years. Cultivation becomes harder the further it advances. 30 years will already leave you scrambling. The continental deity pondered. In 30 years, even a demigod cannot become a continental deity, let alone now that times have changed. No one can achieve it anymore. Ku Ian smiled. That is good. Fine, for the sake of old acquaintance. After 30 years, whatever you wish to do, I will not interfere. How about it? The continental deity confirmed again. You are certain. Then it is settled. In the end, he left. Ku Ian followed behind. Before departing, he glanced at Jiang then. Jiang then sighed. Is this all you can help me with? He has left. The 18 families have also withdrawn. In 30 years, we will surely produce a continental deity. Then what would we fear from him? Jiang then looked into the distance. 30 years. This is no longer the ancient era. The great Tao is departing one after another. Even for me, it will not be easy. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had gone by. Kim Ra led people to the gate of Tone Tun Sect, loudly announcing a visit and requesting entry to tour. Luke Than then wrapped tightly in his robe came to open the gate. Everyone, the sect master is in seclusion. Tone Tun Sect is not receiving guests. Please return. Kim Than Thien frowned. What does Tone Tun Sect think it rules alone? We are the Kim family, overlords of the South. We come to visit and are still refused. Are you looking down on the Kim family? Luke Than then patiently explained, I have made it clear. Tone Tun Sect does not involve itself in worldly affairs, nor does it receive anyone. Please do not disturb the sect master. Kim Than Thien still refused to relent. If we reach the door and are not allowed in, where does that leave the Kim family's face? Seeing his persistence, Luke Than then had no choice but to yield. Then come in for a look, but do not cause trouble. Kim Than Thien sneered. I am only at heaven and man 5 declines, bringing a few disciples newly entered into the divine realm. What trouble could we cause? Remember my name. Luke Than then only repeated, do not stir up trouble. A divine realm member curiously asked, Elder, is Tone Tun Sect truly that strong? Kim Than Thien said disdainfully. After the 30-year pact, Jiang Then's disciples all ascended. Only Tone Tun Sect remained in Hong Chao. It is probably just an empty shell now. Hearing that, the divine realm member looked at the disciples sweeping nearby and nodded. Indeed, there are not many disciples, all doing chores. Kim Than Thien concluded. Tone Tun Sect has declined. Tone Tun Sect disciples standing nearby could not hold back and curse it. Old man, mind your words. When has Tone Tun Sect declined? The divine realm member pretended to warn him. Watch your tongue. This is an elder of the Kim family. You have not even reached the saint realm and dare to be rude. Are all Tone Tun Sect disciples trash? He was so angry he laughed. Another disciple in blue while sweeping said gently, you are guests. Tone Tun Sect respects you, but do not be discourteous and do not insult the sect. He began cultivating at 20 and is now only 23 years old. Hearing that, the divine realm member's eyes widened. What, 3 years of cultivation and already like this? Even Kim Than Thien, who was drinking tea, was stunned. Kim Than Thien sneered. Who knows how many years he has cultivated? I only see that Tone Tun Sect has declined. Not even a decent disciple in sight. The blue-robed disciple asked back, what counts as decent? As an outer sect disciple, I will spar with you. Divine realm member grew interested. What an outer sect disciple dares to fight me? Do you know I am a direct disciple of the Kim family, a high-level divine realm? The blue-robed disciple smiled confidently. It cannot be helped. Tone Tun Sect accepts few disciples, but each is a prodigy. My aptitude is average, so I am only outer sect, and I still have to sweep. Seeing an opportunity, Kim Than Thien nodded. Good, today we will see the strength of Tone Tun Sect. Since you want to spar, then agree. Remember, do not strike too heavily. After all, you should leave them some face. Divine realm member cracked his knuckles. Boy, lying about your cultivation age must be something Jiang then taught you. In my eyes, Tone Tun Sect is nothing but garbage. The divine realm member struck first, launching a palm straight ahead. The blue-robed disciple calmly scratched his ear, using exactly the move the sect master taught. Just a light strike, the blue-robed disciple shattered the divine realm member's attack. The opponent was shocked. How can an outer sect sweeper block me? The blue-robed disciple sneered. Wait, I have not even used my first move yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. A simple palm strike sent the divine realm member's face twisting as he spat blood. The direct disciple of the Kim family collapsed unconscious. He said awkwardly, sorry, I am used to sweeping, so my hand was a bit heavy. The southern overlord Kim family trembled in fury. Looking at the heaven and man first decline knocked unconscious, Kim Than Thien muttered, "What kind of joke is this? An outer sect sweeper at heaven and man first decline, clearly possessing high cultivation yet striking so heavily on purpose. Tone Tun sect is truly impressive." That moment, a voice sounded from behind, "Ha, a mere sweeper." A heaven and man second decline flew over, confidently saying, "Let me deal with him." Tone Tun sect disciple looked at his cultivation and said, "This is not appropriate. Just now you said I was bullying others, and now the Kim family does the same." The heaven and man second decline ignored him and charged straight up. "I will bully you. What can you do?" He casually flicked his hand, I knew it, not wanting to take action himself. He turned and called out, "Senior brother who wipes the walls, a heaven and man second decline has come to cause trouble." Suddenly, a senior brother dropped down from above, shaking the ground. The heaven and man second decline had not even understood what was happening. Senior brother held a cloth to wipe his face, annoyed. "I have not even finished wiping the palace today and already got hit, and now you come to cause trouble. Are you deliberately disturbing me while I wipe the walls?" Furious, he swung his arm and threw out a punch. Six paths reincarnation. Fist shadows rained down one after another. The blond man beside him gaped. Six paths reincarnation fist, heavens, is the sect master that biased, even passing down this move. The heaven and man second decline was beaten without any chance to retaliate. Seeing his jealousy, the senior brother replied calmly, "Of course, I exchanged 10 years of wiping walls for this move." He recalled his master smiling and saying, "This is your wage," thinking of that he was so moved that tears fell. The Kim family stared wide-eyed at the sweeper with such formidable martial arts. An outer sect disciple who knew six paths reincarnation fist. Sweeping disciple waved them off. "If there is nothing, then go back. Tone Tun sect truly has few people. But I already warned you. Do not cause trouble and disturb the sect master." The mistress of the Kim family snorted coldly. "He has not appeared for 10 years. Who knows whether he is in seclusion or already dead? Outside, there are even rumors that Jiang then was gravely injured after the battle with the continental deity." Young sweeper replied calmly, "That little injury is nothing. The sect master is still as strong as an ox." He quickly stepped forward and waved them away. "Move aside a bit. I have not finished sweeping here." The Kim family overlord darkened his face at being slighted. "Are you driving us away? If we return empty-handed, where will the Kim family's dignity be? Call your elder out here. Today I want to seek guidance." He thought to himself that since the disciples were inadequate, he could only act personally. The young man hurriedly stopped him. "Elder, this is not good. If you meet my master, I fear you will die." Seeing him still stubborn, he unleashed a move to press down, "Stop your nonsense." Feeling as if he were about to be roasted, he panicked and shouted loudly, "Heavens, they are bullying me. People inside the gate, come out and save me." Before the attack could even land, it was lightly blocked by the gatekeeper from earlier. Luke Thanlin's gaze turned cold. His voice sank. "I have already made it clear. Once inside Tone Tun sect, do not cause trouble." The Kim family overlord looked at him with disdain. "Just a mere gatekeeper." Luke Thanlin sighed. "Had I known earlier, I would not have let you in." Lifted his leg and kicked straight out. Kim Than Thien was immediately sent flying far away. Mong Enhat Fong Hoa widened his eyes at the sight. "The old gatekeeper is that formidable. No wonder the sect master told us to find him if anything happened." In the end, the three were directly driven out by Luke Than then. Kim Than Thien was both ashamed and furious. "Old man, you dare humiliate my Kim family. If you have the guts, state your name. Next time I will return to find you." Luke Than then replied calmly, "Nickname Heaven and Man 5 declines. Former sect master of Tone Tun sect. Currently also gatekeeper, cleaner, wall wiper, disciple instructor." Inwardly he thought that once being sect master was already an honor. Without Jiang, then I could never have reached this realm. Knowing they were not his match, they left resentfully, leaving behind the words, "Just you wait." Scene shift, Luke Than then went to another place to meet someone. On the way he calculated that if they returned to the Kim family, the Kim family might truly declare war on Tone Tun sect. Though not afraid, he did not wish to disturb the sect master in seclusion. The sect master only replied briefly, "Fine." Than then removed his robe, revealing a battle-hardened body covered in scars, daring to come to Tone Tun sect to cause trouble. "I will not let this matter go." Heaven and Man 5 declines looked into the distance and saw a flock of crows scattering wildly. Knowing something was wrong, he rushed irritably toward the scene. Upon arrival, the sight before him left him stunned. Corpses were scattered everywhere, limbs strewn across the ground. He could not believe it. Who was strong enough to kill them all with a single punch? As he stepped forward, he muttered, "Dying in front of Tone Tun sect like this, the future will likely not be peaceful." At that moment a voice rang out, "And you still dare to come to Tone Tun sect to cause chaos?" It turned out to be the small fellow lying on a tree waiting. "Master told us all to ascend. who would protect the sect. Now does it not depend on me? At the same time in Trungchao, news spread that a Kim family elder had died before the gates of Tone Tun sect. The sect master of Thien Mon Tin angrily said that I already said Tone Tun sect dominates Hong Chao alone. Now that Jiang then has not appeared for so long, he is likely dead. Tai Thuong Hop Phi added that it seems the overlord of the godless continent should change. The Kim family head said coldly, attack Tone Tun sect. On the other side, he was walking when he suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and muttered, which idle fool is cursing me? Jiang then stepped into a cave on the cliff, speaking as he walked. Before entering death's seclusion, Muk Ku Duck even said my body cannot fail to become sentient. He kicked a pebble and sneered, since when can a body become sentient? Who are you fooling? Suddenly Jiang then halted. What is this? Before him was his own original body playing with two women. Jiang then gaped, thinking blankly, is this Adam and Eve in a cultivation version? That fellow waved toward Jiang then. Hey, someone is here, act a little. Great Dao technique, the three of them together. They stood up to tidy themselves. Jiang then covered his hand while unable to resist sneaking glances. Hey, this is serious. The three laughed and chatted. Jiang then was stunned, little demon fairies. Two girls immediately dressed neatly, while that fellow sat there openly without covering himself. Jiang then frowned. Why are you not putting on clothes? That fellow replied confidently. Does the protagonist need to explain? Jiang then said unhappily, you are ruining my body. Fellow laughed smugly, sorry. I have developed my own consciousness. I do not want to return anymore. Jiang then narrowed his eyes, is that so? He revealed half of his demonic face and struck straight out. This is not your decision. Scene shift. Outside Tone Tun sect, many people had gathered waiting. Seeing they refused to leave, Luke Than then announced, if there is nothing then please return. Tone Tun sect does not receive guests, and do not hinder me from sweeping the mountain gate. Someone spoke up that we only want to admire the scenery. Can we go in for a look? Another sneered that we have already come to challenge the mountain. Why be polite? If there are experts, let them come out. Luke Than then replied calmly, Tone Tun sect does not contend for dominance over the godless continent. Whoever wants to be overlord may do so. Seeing softness fail, they grew angry. Heaven and Man 5 decline says no contention, and that is final. Another shouted, called Jiang then out here. On the other side, he had already dealt with that fellow and asked, convinced yet? That fellow replied resentfully, not yet. Seeing him still stubborn, he kicked him several more times until he finally admitted defeat and cried out, convinced, convinced. Knowing he could not oppose him, that fellow changed tactics, using a seductive body and said, help me, master of the ninth life. Jiang then ignored him, thinking that I did not expect my body to become sentient to this extent. He placed his hand on that fellow's head and directly cast a divine incantation. Stream of power was transmitted straight into that fellow's sea of consciousness. The two girls sitting on the ground asked, Big brother, what about us? We are sentient too. Jiang then transmitted a bit of spiritual energy to them. In the future, help me look after Tone Tun sect. The two girls asked again, but we are already sentient. The spiritual energy entering their bodies made the two cry out in pain. Jiang then was surprised. I did not even use force. Why does it hurt so much? The pink-haired girl suddenly relaxed in pleasure. Ah, it seems I am about to burst. She continued trembling. I am about to explode. My legs are going weak. Jiang then nodded. That is right. Only when body temperature rises can sentience last longer. Jiang then blushed and rejoiced inwardly. Transmitting power to sentient women is truly stimulating. In the future, I should gather more to try. Thai Bo Dong erupted with a loud explosion, accompanied by a shrill scream. Outside Tone Tun sect, the sun had already risen high. Kim Than Thien and a companion arrived at the gate, facing Luke Than then and another old man. Kim Than Thien called coldly, Luke Than then. Say either you drive us back, or from now on Tone Tun sect will seal the mountain. The person beside him added, and for 1,000 years not appear in the world. Luke Than then heard the two men threaten and laughed in reply. Ah, are you trying to scare or intimidate me? Do you still think my Tone Tun sect has declined? Suddenly he sensed a familiar surge of spiritual energy and paused. This aura is. Immediately after, the two young girls from earlier fell straight down from the sky. They landed poorly and crashed onto two Kim family members, leaving them in pain and dazed without understanding what had happened. The blonde girl realized she had fallen onto Kim Than Thien and blushed as she said to Jiang then, Ah, sorry master, we have not been taught how to land. Kim Than Thien's face twisted in fury at the sight. Not letting the two girls grow more embarrassed, he reached out and lifted one in each arm. Jiang then revealed a meaningful smile. 1,000 years. 30-year pact now has only 20 left. Where did 1,000 years come from? The two girls in his arms shifted uncomfortably and whispered, Master, be gentle. Jiang then looked at the Kim family and asked, Why are you blocking the entrance instead of going into Tone Tun's sect? Did you come to find me? Kim Than Thien stood up and scrutinized Jiang Then. You have been in seclusion all these years. How far has your cultivation reached now? Jiang then calmly stated his current condition. Kim Than Thien's face turned pale upon hearing it. A demigod. Flames erupted along the cliffside, accompanied by surging waves. The crowd behind burst into murmurs. Jiang then has become a demigod. He commented that it seems the three sects of yours are truly extraordinary. Did not expect the current environment could still accommodate a demigod breakthrough. Jiang then immediately made his move. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist collided head-on with the opponent's flaming palm. The two forces exploded, and the entire mountain shook violently. Right after, a divine dragon holding a blade appeared above Jiang Then's head. Jiang then warned coldly, if this blade falls within 10 miles around Tone Tun's sect, you will all die. The blade shot toward Jiang Then, and then suddenly halted midair. Jiang then cast a glance, and it vanished in an instant. Jiang then continued, why are you still standing here? Do you think I do not know your intentions? His expression darkened. Or do you think I do not dare to kill you? People below whispered, he alone can suppress two demigod ancestors. Someone beside them said in a low voice that Jiang Then's realm is definitely not simple. Realizing his true strength, they immediately turned and fled. Seeing this, Jiang then called out, all right. While running, they all froze and turned back uneasily. Jiang then instructed, go back and tell them that I am not dead yet. The final overlord of the godless continent will still be Tone Tun's sect. Hearing this, they nodded repeatedly and hurried away. Jiang then declared sternly, from today onward, Tone Tun's sect will seal the mountain and prepare with full strength for the great battle 20 years from now. The disciples responded in unison. Afterward, Jiang then returned to his original body and saw that fellow still unconscious on the bed. Looking at that body, he calculated inwardly that if I absorb him, at the very least my body will reach the level of a continental deity. But the power of a divine body is too immense. This time I fear I may not endure it. That solid physique truly makes others obsessed. Suddenly, Jiang then heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned and saw his disciple, then asked, are you still not listening to me? Enhuoc hesitated and replied, Master, I cannot ascend like the others. I want to stay and guard Tone Tun's sect with you. Jiang then said, is Tone Tun's sect the most important now? The entire divine continent is boiling, yet they have forgotten the 30-year pact of the 18 families. Turned to Enhuoc and continued, 10 years ago I told you all to ascend. Do you still not understand? Relying on me alone, I cannot become a continental deity within 30 years. Enhuoc stepped forward and touched Jiang Then's face. I understand, but the fate of the godless continent cannot rest on you alone. Jiang then brushed her hand aside and explained, then what can be done? Mukhu Duck is still half dead. Neem Truong Ka without a body cannot break through either. Enhuoc said anxiously, but we cannot let you bear everything that is a divine body. You will not endure it. Jiang then did not wish to explain further. He only said, Tone Tun's sect is entrusted to you, disciple. Immediately after, Jiang Then's body began transforming into a divine body. Enhuoc could not bear it and rushed forward to stop him, Master. The transformation process had already begun. Jiang Then's clothes tore apart, his mind in chaos as he roared in pain. Enhuoc was blasted far away by the erupting force. Amid the agony, Jiang then gradually regained clarity. He was still not satisfied. Enhuoc sobbed, Master, why are you so foolish? Jiang then stepped forward and stroked her head, gently saying, help me protect Tone Tun's sect well. Seeing her master gradually fading, Enhuoc cried bitterly and tried to hold him back, Master. Jiang then completely vanished from this space and moved elsewhere. Enhuoc grief turned into fury. He released all her emotions. An immense energy erupted along with a scream. The power shot straight into the sky, forming a violent shockwave. The roof of Tone Tun's sect instantly collapsed. Luke Than then shouted in alarm, enemy attack. Enhuoc stood motionless, purple smoke spilling from her mouth. She floated in midair, a blazing aura surrounding her. She cried and shouted, there is so much spiritual energy in the godless continent. Why must my master bear it all? Her emotions out of control, she roared that this is the world. My master won this world. Within one day, all families and sects must come to Tone Tun's sect and kneel. One day later, the entire Tone Tun's sect gathered to discuss major matters. The silver-haired elder looked at Enhuoc and thought that a true overlord is indeed extraordinary, even more ruthless than the demonic sects, subduing all sects in one day, worthy of being Jiang Then's disciple. Blood stained Enhuoc face, yet she calmly wiped it away. People below trembled and begged for mercy. The others bowed their heads in fear. Enhuoc asked coldly, do you know why you are standing here? A Kim family second elder at heaven, and Man 5 declines fearfully knelt and cried. From now on, Tone Tun's sect is the leader. Rest hurriedly echoed, Tone Tun's sect rules. Jiang then is supreme, master. The godless continent has been reclaimed. When will you return? Huaktiu paid no attention to their words. She snorted coldly and turned away. Thinking of Jiang then wandering somewhere unknown, her heart twisted as she cried and thought, "Master, I have reclaimed the godless continent. When will you return?" At the same time, Jiang then sat in a strange space, sighing blankly. "It seems I am truly trapped. Fortunately, I still have the 10,000 transformation heavenly lamp. Otherwise, this time I would truly have died." Suddenly, Jiang then sensed an aura behind him. This is. He turned around and saw a girl radiating brilliant light, smiling and saying, "Hey, when you transcended your tribulation, you nearly caused my death. Do you know that?" Stepped lightly forward and placed her hand on Jiang Then's lips when he was about to speak. "No need to apologize, I understand." Jiang then asked in surprise, "Did you not already disappear?" The undying bird could not help but burst into delighted laughter. She cheerfully said, "Little brother, I am the undying bird. What I do best is enduring life." Jiang then asked in confusion, "So your nirvana is finished?" The undying bird immediately slapped him painfully. "I have not undergone nirvana yet. If not for you, why would I risk myself like this?" She looked at Jiang Then's tattered body and shook her head. "Your body is completely wrecked." Stepping closer, she said, "This time I will help you once." Jiang then asked back, "Are you sure?" The undying bird smiled bitterly, "Not sure, but now neither of us has a way out." Nirvana began. Blazing flames gradually enveloped Jiang Then. Scene shift. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. Still a Tone sect figure appeared before the mountain gate, and Huaktiu softly said, "You have come." She suddenly understood. It seems the 30 years are over. Neem Truongka appeared before her and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Jiang Then?" Huaktiu's eyes filled with tears as she answered sorrowfully, 30 years have already passed." As the crowd was gathering, someone rushed over shouting loudly, "The holy race has returned." Everyone panicked. "It is over. This time the divine king of the continent is truly doomed." A heaven and man's second decline shouted, "You were born of the godless continent. Why follow the foreign realm?" That man replied coldly, "Because I see the great trend. The unification of the 6 realms is only a matter of time. I merely follow the times." 30 years were agreed with you. Crushed the purple object in his hand and said coldly, "Now you should keep your promise and not interfere." Demon god Ku Ian nodded. "Everything has its fate and destiny. Perhaps the godless continent has reached its end." The continental deity said nothing more and immediately charged forward. He laughed excitedly, "Let it begin." Neem Truongka immediately chased after him and asked coldly, "Did you ever ask whether I agree?" As her words fell, she unleashed a terrifying force straight at the continental deity. She stood firmly before him, her realm already beyond demigod. Behind her was the phantom of the 10,000 transformation heavenly lamp. And Huaktiu asked worriedly, "Was not your Tao soul shattered when you saved Master?" The continental deity wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. "Tongshan Taoist is truly generous. Even the 72nd layer was given to you." Neem Truongka shouted, "I am Truong," and then continued to release water aura to surround him. She coldly controlled the water aura as it tightened, emphasizing again, "I am Truong." And continental deity was suppressed throughout his body and cried out in pain. The reversal stunned the onlookers. Could the godless continent still be saved? The continental deity's mouth was full of blood, yet he revealed a strange smile. He snapped his fingers and the water aura vanished as if it had never existed. It was only an act. He laughed arrogantly, "I was merely deceiving you." At the same time, Neem Truongka was gravely injured and spat out black blood, her face pale. Seizing the chance, the continental deity surged forward with killing intent and reached out. 30 years to surpass demigod. Your talent is not bad, unfortunately. He pressed his palm onto Neem Truongka's face. Then he slammed her head hard into the ground. The earth cracked apart. He said disdainfully, still far inferior. The cultivators turned pale and cold sweat poured down. Is the gap of the godless continent truly this great? Neem Truongka lay motionless in a pool of blood. The continental deity brushed off dust and laughed arrogantly. Even ants dare block a deity. He cracked his knuckles and laughed loudly. He stepped forward and broke Neem Truongka's left leg with a stomp. The sound of bones snapping rang sharply. She screamed in agony. The continental deity sneered, "I will break one of your legs and see how your useless master reacts." And Huaktiu and 2 guards rushed forward. She shouted loudly, "Bastard, let her go." Continental deity's eyes turned dark purple as he stared at Huaktiu. Black aura shot from his eyes and blasted Huaktiu and the 2 guards away. They were no match at all. Still unsatisfied, he stomped heavily on Neem Truongka's left arm and laughed grotesquely. Another arm, perhaps. Black blood gushed out again. Huaktiu cried helplessly, "Stop." Tears fell endlessly as she clawed at her hair, witnessing her loved one being tortured. Suddenly a voice roared from afar, "Try touching her again." A stream of purple energy immediately shielded Neem Truongka. The continental deity looked up and before him, was a blazing fire phoenix. He shouted angrily, "Who are you?" The fire phoenix replied in a deep voice, "Jiang then." Continental deity was stunned. "You are shedding your form, undergoing nirvana. Not even finished with nirvana and you dare appear." He roared and threw a punch. Jiang then revealed his arm and said coldly, "Holy race, your era should end." He raised his hand and blocked the continental deity's power. With a single wave, the opponent's water aura shattered like glass. Jiang then gave him a path of retreat. "If you run now, you may live a few more breaths." Continental deity laughed arrogantly. "Run? I am the continental deity of the holy race. Why should I run?" Jiang then put on a ghost mask and curled his lips. "Reborn in raging fire, everything of mine has revived." He swung his hand and unleashed a heaven-shaking strike toward him. Continental deity stared in horror. This is. His face turned pale and sweat poured down. Finally tasting fear, he trembled. "Today you must die." Jiang then's gaze was icy as violent flames surged from his body. Continental deity retreated, preparing to stake everything in one battle. He gritted his teeth and said disdainfully, "Just entering the divine realm and you dare be arrogant." After speaking, he clasped his hands together. His legs spread shoulder width, palms facing the sky. Thunder and lightning erupted like festival firecrackers. That continental deity roared confidently, "Today I will make you understand who is the true overlord of the godless continent." Wild winds swept everything aside. Neem Truong-Ka and the juniors hurriedly urged him, "Master, do not risk your life, retreat quickly. This is the continental deity's full power strike." The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat, their emotions pulled by every exchange, every face visibly tense. Divine king of the continent is finally about to appear. Against such a full power strike, even if Jiang then has just returned it may be difficult. Jiang then calmly asked the continental deity, "Do you know who unified the godless continent 3,000 years ago?" The continental deity revealed his true form as a colossal dragon. Dragon might surging as he looked down arrogantly with a provocative tone. "What, after 1,000 years you are still only this? What difference is there?" The people at the edge were shocked again, mouths agape. Could it be the legendary godhead? Giant dragon opened its mouth and spat a drop of dragon breath straight toward Jiang then. The space instantly dyed in heavy red and black. The raging wind lashed against his face. Jiang then snorted in disdain. He extended his hand forward and directly blocked the force. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's head separated from its body, its wings flailing as the void shook chaotically. The continental deity was stunned in disbelief and stammered, "No, impossible." Jiang then smiled calmly and replied, "What is impossible for me?" He stood proudly in the air, holding the dragon head, his imposing aura leaving onlookers breathless. Divine power surged around his hand, and killing intent radiated coldly. He declared, "The martial god continent has no need of you." The crowd looked at him with reverence and worship, and shouted in unison, "Victory! Victory! The martial god continent has won." Cheers resounded, and joy was evident on every face. Jiang then held Neem Truong-Ka in his arms, and gently carried her away from the battlefield. Walked away silently under countless gazes, leaving only a few brief words behind. Neem Truong-Ka looked at that retreating figure and felt an inexplicable sense of peace. The old cultivator clenched his grandson's hand and nodded with emotion. The bright-eyed child said in admiration, "The divine king has reincarnated. After 3,000 years, he has emerged again to quell the chaos." Jiang then's fame quickly spread across the world. Wherever he went, people knelt in reverence. Now the entire world honored only one person. That was Tone Tun's sect master, Jiang then. 5 days later, Jiang then's life returned to normal. Occasionally his roar could be heard, "You bandit, have you had enough?" Mukhu Duck closed his eyes in enjoyment, sucking noisily like a child nursing, praising without pause. Divine blood truly is a delicacy of the mortal world. Jiang then frowned, baring his teeth and growling, his eyes wide with anger. He kicked Mukhu Duck straight into the corner of the wall and shouted that, "I am helping you ascend, not feeding you." That man remained calm, leaving Jiang then speechless. Neem Truong-Ka secretly watched from outside the door. At that moment she handed Jiang then a letter of betrothal. After reading the short lines full of longing from a distant girl, Neem Truong-Ka's face darkened instantly. She tore the letter apart, jealousy flaring as she shouted, "Jiang then, where have you been flirting again?" Suddenly a cultivator rushed in panic-stricken and cried, "This is bad." That moment Mukhu Duck lunged to hug Jiang then tightly, face flushed in enjoyment as he begged for another sip. Hearing the report, Jiang then quickly turned his head. The cultivator stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape at the scene before him. Realizing he had ruined the atmosphere, That man hurriedly turned away, waving an apology. Jiang then flustered tried to explain in despair, while Muk-Hu Duck clung stubbornly behind. Cultivator stopped to urgently report. A grand marriage procession has arrived at Ton Tun sect. Their formation is extremely strong, and they demand Jiang then take responsibility. Jiang then frowned wearily and asked blankly, what? Neem Truong Ka heard everything, her anger not yet gone now compounded with irritation. She clenched her fists and called Jiang then's name with killing intent. Outside, the procession stretched like a dragon, carrying a bridal sedan to Jiang then's residence to propose marriage. A heaven and man 5 declines led the group, refined in demeanor, cupping his hands in salute, paying respects to sect master Jiang, venerable Truong and Taoist Muk-Hu Duck. Enheem Truongan stood beside, teasing that this is the consequence of picking flowers. Jiang then scratched his head and denied vehemently, while Muk-Hu Duck could only sigh. The man from Lac Manor took out a scroll from his sleeve and introduced the two inside the sedan as the eldest Lady Min Chow of the manor lord. He explained their purpose of proposing marriage and unfurled the scroll for everyone to see. Jiang then looked clearly embarrassed, while Muk-Hu Duck's eyes shone as he exclaimed that it truly is Jiang then. Turned out to be a portrait of Jiang then. The Manor man smiled and said that forming ties with Ton Tun sect is a great blessing for Lac Manor. The girl in the bridal sedan gently lifted the curtain and stepped out. She wore red bridal robes, her gentle gaze resting on Jiang then as she smiled and said, I have come to marry you. Im Truong Ka softly reminded from behind that apologizing now is still in time. Jiang then and Muk-Hu Duck ignored the advice, their eyes sparkling as they praised her beauty, angering Neem Truong Ka into shouting loudly. The young lady of Lac Manor blushed shyly and replied that husband flatters me. That night you reacted just the same. It was a full moon night. Jiang then was hovering in midair. Noticed the house below was still lit, the window wide open. He drifted past the window and thought the moon is beautiful tonight. Whose house forgets to close the window like that? Inside, the young lady of Lac Manor wore a bathrobe holding a plate of tofu. Startled at the sight of Jiang then and dropping the plate. Jiang then stood stunned for a few seconds before that beauty and blurted out that she is beautiful. The girl panicked and shouted pervert. Jiang then waved his hands, hurriedly explaining he was not. Seeing she was still agitated, he jumped inside and covered her mouth to quiet her. Jiang then removed his face covering and said he only needed to rest briefly. The young lady recognized him and exclaimed Jiang then. He released his hand. She smiled understandingly and reminded him that as ruler of the continent he must be careful. Jiang then sighed and said, it is good that you understand. Then the young lady made a move that caught him off guard. She slipped her shoulder robe aside and blushed shyly. She looked at him seductively and whispered, shall we begin? Leaving Jiang then stunned. The young lady removed another layer of clothing and smiled that sect master Jiang must have a reason to visit at midnight. Jiang then blushed and awkwardly admitted he did. Without waiting for more, she threw herself into his arms, saying, how could the one being rescued let you take the initiative? Jiang then truly had fortune delivered to his lips. He nodded excitedly in agreement, looking at the ceiling and saying that makes sense. The two went to bed sharing adult stories. She even whispered that she had learned foot massage, and at times cries of do not touch my head could be heard. After hearing everything, Neem Truong Ka trembled with anger, beating and scolding. Jiang then, while Muk-Hu Duck gave a thumbs up in admiration, saying impressive. This moment Long Dai Duck and Dai Duck were arguing noisily, each blaming the other and neither admitting fault. Seeing Neem Truong Ka, Dai Duck smiled and flew over to greet her, but she coldly asked, what is this grand procession welcoming a deity? Neem Truong Ka immediately realized the culprit and struck with a palm, shouting loudly. Dai Duck panicked and shifted the blame to Long Dai Duck. He explained that the dragon clan is weakening and wanted to help revitalize the sect. Neem Truong Ka calmly asked, and then what? Dai Duck trembled and confessed he had impersonated Jiang then to flirt with the girl. Neem Truong Ka coldly looked at Long Dai Duck, flames rising in her hand as she beckoned him over. Long Dai Duck crossed his arms, arrogantly saying, I am the true dragon ancestor. Speak to me with respect. Neem Truong Ka wasted no words and casually slammed a mass of water aura onto Long Dai Duck's back, forcing him to bow to the ground. Pressed flat against the ground, Neem Truong Ka asked coldly, who allowed you to cause this mess? Long Dai Duck grimaced, sweat pouring as he still shouted to release me. I am the true dragon ancestor born of heaven and earth. Even Jiang then would not dare. Jiang then stepped forward, lifted Long Dai Duck up and asked calmly, little Jiang then, are you speaking of me? Long Dai Duck turned pale and dared not utter a word. He immediately changed tone, clasping his hands with a flattering smile. Was not the divine king by my side since birth? What a coincidence, long time no see, I have missed you. Jiang then set him down and turned to the man in blue from Lac Manor, his face icy. Go explain clearly yourself. Long-dyed duck looked at the unfamiliar crowd before him, his imposing aura deflating visibly. All eyes from Tan Lac Manor focused on him, patiently waiting for an explanation. The explanation lasted more than an hour. Long-dyed duck finally showed remorse. Jiang then mediated, saying enough, it was just a misunderstanding. Tone Tun sect will offer generous compensation. Before he finished speaking, Tan Lac Manor began beating drums and celebrating loudly, leaving Jiang then stunned. The blue-robed steward grasped Long-dyed duck's hand firmly, eyes full of trust, saying it must be heaven's will. Since you caused this, my young lady will marry you. What do you think? Hearing this, Jiang then, Neem Truong Ka and Mukhu Duck all gaped, only two words echoing in their minds, destiny. Jiang then was utterly shocked, thinking, did I give Mukhu Duck too much essence earlier and hallucinate? The man in blue knelt down, still holding Long-dyed duck's hand, and said sincerely that Lac Manor carries dragon blood, but that lineage is fading. Unexpectedly, at the final moment we meet the true dragon ancestor, he cried excessively. Long-dyed duck, sweating, stammered, let go. Your snot is everywhere. The steward not only refused to release, but hugged him tighter, crying that heaven will not destroy Lac Manor. Long-dyed duck stiffened, eyes wide, nearly fainting. Suddenly remembering something, the steward added that if the ancestor finds the young lady unsuitable, the women of every generation of Lac Manor are at your choosing. Long-dyed duck struggled, calling for Jiang then brother. Finally released, Long-dyed duck looked at Jiang then wistfully, stammering, unable to finish a sentence. He pretended to stretch his limbs. Jiang then observed and thought, this brat is planning something again. Long-dyed duck said gently that according to Dragon Clan rules, I am not yet of age. Marrying at this age would be inappropriate. Hearing this, the people of Lac Manor all looked dejected. Jiang then turned his back and said coldly, you caused this, so handle it yourself. Do not disgrace Tone Tun sect. Hearing that, Long-dyed duck's face turned ashen. He spread his hands and activated his power, expelling a drop of essence blood. He reluctantly offered it to the man in blue, saying, this is the origin essence blood of this king. Give it to the strongest of Lac Manor to awaken dragon blood. The man in blue immediately grabbed it, smiling broadly while feigning politeness, saying, this is too precious and must harm you greatly. He knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Many thanks, ancestor. Many thanks, sect master Jiang. Saying so, he hurried away. Long-dyed duck muttered irritably, are they afraid I will take back the essence blood? After they left, Jiang then asked Luke Than Thuan how is Lac Manor now. Luke Than Thuan replied that besides Tone Tun sect, they are also among the strong forces. Jiang then smiled faintly and said, then you know what to do. Luke Than Thuan nodded and departed. Jiang then spoke in a low voice to Mukhu Duck. One day I will leave. If Lac Fu behaves, it will know peace. If it refuses to submit, it will be destroyed. Everyone returned inside and sat down. Jiang then spoke up, get ready. It is almost time to depart. Neem Truong Ka asked worriedly, do you truly intend to go to Immortal City? That place is extremely complicated. Mukhu Duck also advised that with your current cultivation it may not be enough. Jiang then remained resolute. The previous body fusion carried memories that guided me. I have a cultivation art in Immortal City, very likely the Earth Deficiency art. I must retrieve it. Moreover, I am curious. How do you know about Immortal City? A disciple of Dao Thien sect asked, causing Mukhu Duck to tremble in worry. Mukhu Duck stammered for a long time without managing to speak. Jiang then reassured him, I know you bear no ill intent. Speak plainly now. Mukhu Duck sighed and confessed, I am merely a minor reincarnation. Jiang then leaned closer with a smile and asked, how minor? Mukhu Duck replied awkwardly, well, just a projection of myself. Under the blazing sun, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed. Jiang then and Mukhu Duck both looked up. Neem Truong Ka grew visibly worried. Jiang then thought to himself, heavenly retribution. She covered her mouth in shock and asked, are you the Four-Branch Lord? Mukhu Duck scratched his head and smiled modestly. Now we are family. Neem Truong Ka rested her chin in thought. In the past, Vo then Dai Luke only fell into chaos once. Yet the darkest time was caused by the Four Nether Lord. Even in his first life, Jiang then once fought him. Jiang then sighed. Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped. Neem Truong Ka signaled for silence. Once we reach Immortal City, everything will become clear. Jiang then smiled, took a sip of tea, and said, with so many secrets, it is time to end them. Come out. Hearing this, Mukhu Duck was still bewildered. It turned out Enhiu Tiu had been hiding behind the door, listening the entire time. Enhiu Tiu stepped out and hurriedly said, Master, I want to go with you. Jiang then immediately refused. Immortal City is too dangerous. Ascend to Ku Tiu, then Jioi, and wait. Bong Vu and the others are there. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the ascension passage. Not giving Enhiu Tiu a chance to say more, she shot into the sky, crying out, Master. The scene shifted to Ku Tiu, then Jioi, with lush trees and rolling mountains. Enhiu Tiu lay sprawled on the ground, eyes spinning in a daze, her mouth mumbling as if seasick. She sprang up with determination and said, Jiang then, I will wait for you here. I will definitely make you give me 100 children. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, her face filled with horror as she shouted loudly, "Master is not wearing clothes." Before her was the image of Jiang then completely naked, his body sturdy, muscles rippling. Hiu stood frozen like a statue, carved in the likeness of her master. A voice echoed through the divine hall, "Hey, and Hiu, you have ascended as well." She was still stunned by the strange sight. He cried out in disbelief, "What is this?" Jiang Lu laughed and explained, "Clearly it is the idol of the boss." Jiang Lu pulled her inside for a tour, introducing the sect built after ascension, and Hiu remained doubtful. "I have not read many books. Do not trick me." Jiang Lu led her to Jiang Mon Dai Hu Tho, and Hiu exclaimed again, "What kind of strange name is that?" As she stepped onto the stairs, she sighed. If Master saw this name, he would surely be delighted. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement. Upon entering inside, the scene was even more overwhelming. Two female subordinates stood upon the backs of their sisters, their graceful figures rising and falling. They were performing a foot massage to help everyone relax, and Hiu was completely speechless at this sight. What exactly are they doing? Hoa Lian Wai recognized her at a glance and smiled. "Oh, Tiu has ascended as well. This is clearly the massage area." Rising lightly onto her toes, she could not help letting out a soft moan from sheer pleasure. Naplan Mini beside her was just as captivated, blurting out, "Ah, it feels so comfortable." Tiu flushed red, embarrassed as she pulled Jiang Lu back outside. How can this be proper? At that moment, Bok Fong and Gu appeared. She moved leisurely in a blue sports outfit that made her look extremely energetic. Sisters were still practicing the familiar routine used for daily aerobics. Bok Fong and Gu smiled and said, "My greatest enemy is laziness. Keeping these habits makes everyone firm and healthy." Tiu could not understand at all and cried out in alarm. "What are you all doing?" Bok Fong and Gu smiled and replied, "Oh, Tiu has ascended. We are dancing." Because she was distracted, Bok Fong and Gu missed her footing and slipped. Dust rose everywhere, and Tiu and Jiang Lu coughed violently before hastily slipping away. Sisters fell sprawled on the ground, piling on top of one another in a chaotic heap, and Tiu was speechless. Even on flat ground they managed to fall. Jiang Lu covered his eyes and lamented, "Sins, sins." Mo Lin Lang also slipped and fell, causing Tiu to shout loudly, "The boss told you to come here to build a harem, not to tear the place apart." Tiu and Jiang Lu were suddenly startled by a loud noise. Sisters such as Hoa Lian Wai, Naplan Mini, Mo Lin Lang, and Tiu Than immediately grew tense and said in unison, "This is bad. There is an enemy." Mo Lin Lan felt an extremely ominous sense of unease rising in her heart. The god lord of the Sun Temple appeared and coldly declared that today the temple would go all out to shatter the world barrier, send its true bodies into the godless continent, and slaughter without mercy any river gods who had not ascended or anyone who dared to resist. And Tiu angrily shouted curses, calling the sun god Lord damned. Jiang Lu calmly replied that this scene had in fact repeated countless times. Only this time the declaration of war had been issued by the god lord himself. Tiu pressed on curiously, asking what was wrong. Was he afraid now? Jiang Lu shook his head with a faint smile, saying it seemed she had misunderstood his meaning. Naplan Bai Nhi immediately returned to reorganize the legion, calling out to the girls whether they were ready. The goddess army answered in unison that they were fully prepared. Bok Fong and Gu, Tiu Than Jayat, and Mo Lin Lang had all donned their battle gear, their spirits at a full 100%. Bok Fong and Gu waved her hand and ordered the entire army to set out. Since ancient times, the godless continent had only been a stepping stone to becoming a deity and ascending into the nine heavens divine realm. The beings who existed within the nine heavens divine realm were not necessarily all true gods. It was merely because the laws of heaven and earth there were far more complete, and the path to divinity was easier to walk. Moreover, beneath the nine heavens divine realm, gods emerged everywhere like mushrooms after rain. Thus the ranking system of true gods was born, and at this moment Bok Fong and Gu stood before the grand gates. At the top stood the true gods, followed in order by heavenly gods, profound gods, and venerable gods. The titles of deity, God Lord, or God King, all qualified one to enter the true God ranking. A single name on that list was weak within the nine heavens divine realm. The true God ranked 999 bowed and knelt respectfully before the God Lord. Reported that the newly risen Jiang sect wished to obstruct the opening of the world barrier. Upon hearing this, the Sun Temple burst into scornful laughter. She sneered mockingly, saying that a sect founded by a group of river gods was nothing more than brats who had just ascended. After speaking, she did not bother with further concern and directly gave the order to slaughter them all. Before the world barrier, the armies of the two divine temples faced off in a tense standoff. Clearly, this would be a fierce battle to the death. A true god of the Sun Temple roared loudly that today they would slaughter all these women. and the army behind him erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet before he could finish his triumphant laugh, Naplan Manhwa swept in like the wind and seized him by the throat. Legs locked around his body, and with such a posture, even death would not be in vain. Naplan Manhwa gently caressed her opponent, and whispered that with his body so hot like fire she feared he might burn this little lady. The true god was stunned in terror, and asked how she had gotten behind him. Naplan Manhwa casually shoved him down, and said with a smile that little brother, losing focus on the battlefield was not a good idea. Flames erupted from Naplan Manhwa and engulfed her opponent, and at the same time Bok Fong Ngu's ice spear shot forward. In a single instant, Bok Fong Ngu froze him forever, leaving him not even a sliver of a chance to resist. The true god of the Sun Temple was cleanly and flawlessly defeated by the Jiang sect sisters, to an almost unbelievable degree. The army under his command immediately panicked and charged forward, shouting to kill them and avenge their general. Suddenly someone froze in shock, his gaze seeming to turn rigid. Beneath that thin veil of silk, a pair of soft, alluring curves appeared and disappeared enticingly. Then there were those rosy white legs revealed in their tender freshness, striking straight into their eyes. From high among the clouds, Naplan Manhwa's special squad unleashed their deadly move, peerless beauties in revealing garments casting flirtatious glances, their clothes seeming ready to slip from their bodies. The soldiers of the Sun Temple had blood streaming from their noses, their minds in chaos. Dressed like that on the battlefield, the damage was beyond imagination. Seeing the enemy had fallen into the trap, Naplan Manhwa winked, and the enchantment technique began to operate. Sun Temple army immediately threw away their weapons and rushed forward like moths to a flame. "Ah, beautiful ladies, Big Brother is coming." A lecher lunged forward, about to touch a girl when she scolded sweetly that Big Brother was truly hateful. In that very instant, a palm strike slammed into him, and he was blasted to pieces on the spot. And Tiu had always despised this kind of scum. She transformed into a fierce beast and charged forward, one word, kill. Then she suddenly halted, a trace of inexplicable curiosity rising in her heart. The entire Sun Temple army knelt before the girls of the Jiang sect. Tiu could not endure the sight, and shouted what kind of battle was this supposed to be. Inside the Sun Temple, a subordinate hurriedly called out to the God Lord. When the female God Lord witnessed the entire scene, her expression instantly darkened like ink. With nowhere to vent her anger, she crushed the teacup in her hand. These wretches truly had a death wish. Unable to bear the humiliation, she sprang to her feet, flames bursting forth as she cursed them as a bunch of useless trash who could not even handle a few brats, and forced her to act personally. The flames around her raged like fury, soaring high, enveloping the entire Sun Temple. It was clear she was determined to fight to the death. Today all of you would die. On the battlefield at the World Barrier, the female God Lord's flames erupted and directly dispelled Naplan by Manhwa's enchantment technique. Her subordinates all regained their senses at once, staring blankly as they wondered what they had been doing just now. Sensing the terrifying aura, Bok Fong Ngu immediately signaled that the God Lord had arrived. What was meant to come had come. Bok Fong Ngu could no longer hide her worry. This time it would be difficult. The female God Lord stood towering in the air, her pressure bearing down upon the female disciples of the Jiang sect. She spoke coldly, asking if they enjoyed dressing so revealingly. Since that was the case, there was no need to wear anything at all. She snapped her fingers, and a blazing sun appeared behind her. It was truly a wish granted. The girls who had found their clothes cumbersome now had their desire fulfilled, cool air brushing their waists. Bok Fong Ngu stepped forward and said that the last time they fought was still in the godless continent. The female God Lord sneered that she had quite the nerve, a newly ascended true god daring to challenge a top-ranked God Lord like her. Bok Fong Ngu showed no fear and slowly drew out her divine weapon. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Naplan Manhwa to face the enemy, also wanting to take this chance to test herself against the first foe in the 9 heavens. It was said the one at the top was the martial god. The Sun God Lord was so enraged her face flushed red, and blood rushed to her head as she demanded what she had just said. Bok Fong Ngu unleashed the power of ice, and calmly replied that in any case they were merely defeated subordinates beneath her master's hand. The ice spear rapidly transformed, shaping itself into a pair of sacred wings. Even the female God Lord was stunned by this new form. The glittering ice wings made Fong Ngu appear like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Fong Ngu spoke confidently, wondering whether the ice element could restrain the Sun God Lord. Tiu and Tiu Than Jayat looked at their elder sister with admiration. This was truly a divine skill. She had only arrived a few days late, and Fong Ngu had already grown this strong, had she not entered the top 100 true gods. Female God Lord did not even regard Fong Ngu as worthy of notice, merely raising a finger in signal, and Bok Fong Ngu immediately stiffened. With just a light flick of her hand, One of Bok Fong and Gu's ice wings shattered. The power of a god lord was truly terrifying. Fong and Gu cried out that it was impossible. The female god lord lunged forward like a night demon, striking as she coldly lectured that little girl. Did she think a god lord was a joke? Hiu Tiu and Tiu Than Jayat were filled with extreme worry for Bok Fong and Gu, and screamed in alarm. Just as the attack was about to fall, a streak of 5-colored light tore through the air, knocking the female god lord back and saving Fong and Gu from danger. Figure clad in a black robe, exuding a strange, dark, divine aura, revealed a look of surprise. This person looked at Fong and Gu and mocked her with a smile. Little girl. Was her master Jiang then still in seclusion? Yet she already dared to show herself. God Lord questioned why she did not obediently hide and wait for her Jiang then to emerge, but instead ran here seeking death. This place originally belonged to the God King. Her stepping in was not too much at all. The female God Lord snorted coldly, momentarily unsure how to refute. He immediately unleashed a divine skill, intending to intimidate the stranger, asking if he wished to die and saying she would send him on his way. Her palm technique blasted forward with a thunderous roar, and the man swiftly erected a layer of defense. The attack was effortlessly neutralized, as though it were nothing, but the female God Lord's offensive was clearly not so simple, its might seeming ready to devour the opponent. Realizing he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, he quickly signaled to the girls to hide at once and not appear before it was time to face a God Lord. Fong and Gu and me Nhi immediately understood. Struggling greatly to withstand the palm technique, the stranger suddenly waved his hand fiercely. Right after that violent strike, his figure vanished into the void. Female God Lord searched for a while, but found no one. Not even a trace of the Jiang sect goddesses remained. She ground her teeth in fury. They had actually managed to escape. She immediately summoned the entire Sun Temple. Forget about those from the Jiang sect. Pour all efforts into breaking the world barrier. She wanted Jiang Then's head. At this moment in the godless continent, if he ascended to the 9 heavens divine realm by ordinary means, he would likely be killed by old enemies the moment he arrived, without even a chance to resist. According to the memories of the heavenly profound God King, within Immortal City, there existed a secret passage that could enter the 9 heavens divine realm without being detected. Jiang then said to Neem Truong Ka that this time they had to go to Immortal City and retrieve that cultivation technique along the way. Truong Ka listened without saying another word. After a while she spoke in confusion. The plan sounded good, but she felt he should deal with that matter first. Jiang then looked up curiously. The sky, familiar auras and spiraling signals swirled endlessly. Truong Ka was far too familiar with this kind of coded signal. Her face immediately turned pale. The world barrier had been broken. Truong Ka could no longer sit still, and immediately rose to check. Jiang then leaped high into the air, wanting to see who dared to offend. Flickering figure in the night spoke. It had been a long time, heavenly God King. It was a true god. He laughed mockingly, saying that the dignified heavenly God King had fallen to such a state. How laughable, back in the 9 heavens he had been majestic. The heavenly God League honored him as leader, and all 36 God Lords bowed. Yang then fell silent, admitting in his heart that he always remembered. Then he raised his head and said calmly that he did not seem to know him. That man immediately roared that he dared to look down on him. Yang then asked indifferently what his cultivation level was. The other roared in anger, asking if he was ready to die. Jiang then sensed that his aura was pitifully weak. The true god lifted his chin and said he ranked 3,600 on the 9 heavens divine ranking. Jiang then shook his head in disappointment. Rank 3,600 was not bad, but he had ranked 137 right after ascending. Where did he get the courage to boast? That true god immediately summoned 3 drops of essence blood. As the essence blood fused, divine energy erupted violently, and fluctuations went madly berserk. His face twisted fiercely, his eyes bloodshot with killing intent. Jiang then observed calmly, this was the blood of a god lord. The true god stepped forward and stroked Jiang Then's hair as if lecturing a child, telling him to kneel and beg, and perhaps he would spare his life. Jiang then was surprised to recognize the aura he had fought before. No wonder he was so weak. Jiang then grew impatient and asked coldly which god lord had sent him down. Were the god lords of the 9 heavens already unable to sit still? That man was forced into rage by the pressure and shouted that he would let him see the power of a deity. But just as he was about to strike, he suddenly froze in place. He looked at Jiang then, whose aura had now exploded far more violently than imagined. Jiang then laughed loudly, so it was the Sun God Lord. Thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the God King's strategy from years ago? Jiang then said in a low voice, brother, help him hold back the Sun God Lord. After he dealt with Immortal City, he would return to find him. Thinking of his disciple being bullied in the 9 heavens, Jiang then could no longer endure it. Sun God Lord, he was coming. At this moment, Neem Truong Ka suddenly understood something. She stepped forward and asked if it was resolved. Jiang then nodded. One punch had sent him away. A true god ranked over 3,000 still dared to try to kill him. Ka smiled and replied that at least top 100 would be worthy. Opening the world barrier between two realms cost an enormous price, and even a god lord would not dare take such a risk. For a time they could be at ease. Jiang then agreed, but they had to hurry. Once T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu was settled, they would depart immediately. 2 days later at Jiang then's residence, Dai Duck teased Long Dai Duck, saying his in-laws from his wife's side had come to visit. Long Dai Duck flared up saying that was his wife, not his. Dai Duck grinned and asked why he had been running to T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu every 3 days to offer his origin essence blood. Jiang then thought to himself that thanks to Long Dai Duck's bloodline, T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu had awakened 3 dragon blood warriors and was now the strongest force in the godless continent aside from Tone Tun Jaya. At that moment, the lord of T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu entered and spoke loudly. She introduced herself as the lord of T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu, Thuong Quan Du. He bowed respectfully and invited them inside, thanking the Tone Tun Jio leader. Jiang then sat above and asked that since T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu was growing stronger, why did she need to perform such a grand courtesy? Thuong Quan Du replied slightly awkwardly that the world regarded Tone Tun Jio as supreme, and T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu always considered him the supreme ruler of the godless continent. Jiang then smiled with interest and asked about respect, saying that Tone Tun Jio had unified the world only because of a few of them, so the other sects had bowed. But if one day they ascended and left, could Tone Tun Jio still maintain this position? Or would it be like 3,000 years ago, when the moment he left it was trampled? Thuong Quan Du understood the implication. T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu was now strong enough to pose a threat. She had to give assurance or Jiang then would not leave, and T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu might even be destroyed first. After thinking it over, Jiang then inwardly admitted that this Thuong Quan Du was indeed fiery. Seeing her master relapse into his old habit, Neem Truong Ka coughed softly in reminder. Jiang then immediately understood enough, no more idle talk. Returning to the main matter, they were about to leave. What would T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu do afterward? That was the key point. Thuong Quan Du broke into sweat and replied that there could only be one hegemon in the world. T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu did not dare dream of it. Jiang then countered softly that a hegemon could change. With T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu so strong, did they not wish to leave their name in history? Thuong Quan Du answered cautiously that it sounded tempting, but some things could not be done. If the 3 left Tone Tun Jio would be weaker than T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu. But what then? Destroy Tone Tun Jio and claim supremacy. She continued earnestly that if people of T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu ascended to the 9 heavens, they would likely be killed as soon as they arrived. Jiang then told her to speak directly to the point. Thuong Quan Du said seriously that T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu would be the greatest guarantee for Tone Tun Jio. After the 3 left, they would still submit. She lowered her voice and said she had one condition. Jiang then signaled with interest for her to speak. A condition made it trustworthy. Thuong Quan Du pleaded that T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu had no deity backing them, and in the future, if they ascended, she hoped the sect leader would look after them in the 9 heavens divine realm. Jiang then laughed heartily and agreed. He immediately stepped down to welcome the new ally. T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu giving up hegemony in the godless continent seemed like a loss, but in exchange gained long-term security in the 9 heavens divine realm. After sealing the oath, Jiang then said in a deep voice to establish a bloodline oath. If one day T-letter 1EC1 Lac Fu broke today's promise, she understood the consequences. Thuong Quan Du smiled briefly and said, of course. She immediately raised her hand and began to circulate the technique. Then she turned to Jiang then and said that in the future, if they ascended to the 9 heavens divine realm, then he. Jiang then nodded firmly, telling her to rest assured his disciples and descendants could protect them. Thuong Quan Du kowtowed gratefully in thanks to the divine lord. Jiang then waved his hand, telling her to return. Watching her figure, he felt pleased inside. Before leaving, Jiang then instructed that during the days he was away, Tone Tun Jio would be managed by the new sect leader. Regardless of cultivation level, they must obey. After speaking, Jiang then called out loudly for that wall-wiping fellow to come in. Mong Nhat Fong Hoa was stunned and replied that the sect leader was calling him. Jiang then stated clearly that from today onward he would be the sect leader of Tone Tun Jio. Mong Nhat Fong Hoa felt as if he were dreaming. Even Neem Truong Ka almost spat out her water upon hearing her master's decision. Mong Nhat Fong Hoa stammered, asking his elder brother to be serious since he was only a wall wiper. Jiang then patted his shoulder and said that from the day he entered the sect he had observed him. His talent, temperament, and character were all top tier. Making him wipe walls was only to temper his heart, not because there was no one else to choose. Mong Nhat Fong Hoa still had not recovered, his head spinning. Ian also stepped forward and asked the sect leader what was happening and why he had not transmitted a message to him. Jiang then turned and announced that from now on he would be the deputy sect leader of Ton Tun Jio. Ian was so shocked he threw away his broom, unable to believe he was awake. Hu Duck interjected that the sect leader had passed it to others, but seemed not to even know each other's names. Jiang then pretended to cough. The two hurriedly introduced themselves, saying they were Mang Nhat Fang Hoa who wiped walls, and Ta Vo Ian who swept floors. Jiang then burst out laughing and said no more wall wiping and no more sweeping. From now on the sect leader's seat was theirs. As elders would they not give a gift upon appointment? Hu Duck and Truong Ka were stunned, wondering what to give now. Jiang then hinted that since they were of the same generation and newly appointed, should they not give something? He had already given his gift. He had given them the entire Ton Tun Jio. Hu Duck sighed helplessly, saying they were about to leave, yet he still teased them. There was truly nothing left to give. Team Truong Ka thought for a moment and said that martial techniques and cultivation methods would also suffice. Just give something at random. Jiang then shook his head and said to give something more practical. Everyone had cultivation methods and martial techniques. He had already passed down 6 paths, reincarnation fist, and little 6 fingers. Hu Duck jumped up asking what grudge he had against them. Truong Ka immediately took out an item, holding it in her hand, and saying, then give this. Mang Nhat Fang Hoa's eyes lit up as he immediately accepted it. It was the token of the Tangshan Divine Hall. In the future, if there was trouble, he could go there, and her master would help him once. Fang Hoa nodded. Tangshan Divine Hall, her master was Tangshan Taoist. Hu Duck sighed and handed Ian another item, telling him not to ask what token it was and just take it. He reminded coldly that if it was lost, he would kill someone. Truong Ka asked again if he was truly giving that away. Hu Duck sneered that after living so long without a disciple, it was time to accept one. He raised his head and thought to himself that perhaps one day his seat would belong to that boy. Truong Ka smiled inwardly. That was the token of the Lord of the 4 underworlds. It was equivalent to giving away the entire underworld realm. Jiang then clapped his hands, grateful for what the two had left to the younger generation. With everything settled and nothing left to linger over, Jiang then gestured that it was time to go to Immortal City. The 3 stepped onto the path of immortality. Jiang then asked why it was so dark here. Hu Duck replied that he was one of the 4 underworld lords and told him not to scare him. Suddenly Neem Truong Ka screamed, her face twisted and sweat pouring down as she said she felt a hand touching her back. Jiang then and Hu Duck felt chills run down their spines. Looking carefully, they saw it was only strips of white silk fluttering. Jiang then sighed in exasperation. Truong Ka angrily released flames to burn everything clean, snorting that no one should try to scare her. Hu Duck pointed ahead excitedly, saying they had finally arrived. Jiang then suddenly said to wait. It felt like a breath was blowing at the back of his neck. It barely muttered that his disciple scaring his master was useless, when suddenly a hand grabbed Truong Ka from behind. The 2 men widened their eyes and shouted loudly. Truong Ka rushed to cling tightly to her master as a stranger jumped out at the same time. It was a high-level true god who shouted arrogantly that they dared to charge into the path of immortality. Had later generations forgotten all covenants and taboos? Jiang then evaluated that he was very strong. This youth had reached true god before even fully maturing. But why did he carry the aura of Earth Deficiency art? Hu Duck stepped forward, saying that such people were not rare in Immortal City. This place was not restricted by rules and frequently faced foreign races, so experts were as numerous as clouds. That true god raised his hand and said coldly that the gate of the path of immortality was closed. Waved his hand threateningly, asking if they still dared to force their way in. The 3 were startled. Only Jiang then calmly observed. He narrowed his eyes and said the boy's vitality was not bad. Jiang then directly threw a punch, and the force exploded. That true god immediately revealed a look of shock. He realized Jiang then was also a true god. Impossible. Could the godless continent now produce true gods? Jiang then explained that they meant no harm and only wanted to enter Immortal City to retrieve something. The high-level true god replied coldly that he did not care who he was. Breaking the covenant and charging the path was a capital crime. Truong Ka and Hu Duck grew angry, asking if he wanted to kill the 3 of them today and what he even was. The true god replied through clenched teeth that he was a direct descendant of the Haiyan clan and qualified to sentence them to death. Jiang then stepped forward to admonish him to know what was good and step aside, thinking that this person carried the aura of his cultivation method and did not deserve death. The sword sect formation was summoned by Jiang then, ready to be unleashed, warned once more that the Haiyan clan had fate with him, and advised him to stop. That true god still swung his sword and charged forward, asking what qualification he had to speak of fate with the Haiyan clan. His sword aimed straight at Jiang then. Jiang then called out the move named Desolate Sword Art. It was a sword art he had personally passed down. Dissolving it was not difficult. The youth slashed continuously. Jiang then did not counterattack and only drifted aside like the wind. Suddenly a sword shadow reversed direction and pierced straight through the youth's shoulder, drawing a muffled groan. The youth fell down and looked in shock, desolate cognition. He immediately asked what relationship he had with the desolate god. Jiang then pretended indifference and said none. The youth roared that he still dared say none. Desolate sword intent was the inheritance of Jiang then. He stepped forward to accuse that the desolate god had great audacity to let later generations break the covenant and charge the path. Jiang then slapped him sharply, saying he had already said there was no relation and asking why he kept rambling. Ka and Duck were speechless. He was truly blunt beyond cure. Jiang then looked at the youth and said that for the sake of the Haiyan clan's fate with him, he had lived until now. Suddenly a shout rang out asking if he wanted to die. Voice yelled arrogantly that he dared to bully the Haiyan clan. Jiang then inwardly cursed it. It was the aura of a heavenly god. Duck cried out that it was over. It was a real heavenly god, telling Jiang then to retreat. Jiang then said in a low voice that it was a mid-level true god and difficult. It seemed he had to fight seriously. Armored goddess charged over with a thunderous momentum, divine power shining brilliantly. She shouted that foreign races sought death. But just as she was about to land, she unfortunately tripped over someone's foot. As a result, she landed flat on her face and slid a long distance under the stunned gazes of the crowd. One who deliberately tripped her was Huangzia Liu of the Desolate Clan, a mid-level heavenly god. He sneered that the one carrying his ancestors' desolate sword intent should at least give him face. The unconscious Haiyan clan youth was immediately stepped on by Huangzia Liu, his face pressed firmly underfoot. He raised his brow and said that this little Haiyan clan member had been beaten miserably, asking if it was done by that low-level true god. The woman raged and asked if he wanted a beating. Unable to suppress her anger, she immediately circulated her power, accusing him of daring to insult the Haiyan clan and asking if it was his turn. Jiang then had already put on a mask to conceal his identity and reminded in a low voice to be careful. He charged straight into the battle, clearly calculating against the newly arrived group in his mind. Jiang then tightly grasped the divine halberd in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the halberd tip was pressed against the Haiyan clan true god's throat, the opponent unable to react. King Hai widened his eyes in disbelief. Was he truly only a low-level true god? Huangzia Liu also could not hide his surprise, asking what move that was. He patted Jiang then's shoulder and laughed loudly, saying since he carried his ancestors' desolate sword intent, he counted as one of desolate lineage and should follow him into the city later. Jiang then achieved his goal and withdrew the halberd, secretly delighted that the desolate god had also left an inheritance in Immortal City. It was a huge gain. Huangzia Liu turned back and kicked the Haiyan clan youth again. The youth roared that Huangzia Liu sought death. Zia Liu sneered that he was the chief disciple of the Desolate Clan and #1 talent of the young command camp, asking what the Haiyan clan could do to him. Having beaten him to satisfaction, he boasted that in killing enemies the two of them combined were not equal to him. In terms of status, they were even less comparable. In terms of strength, the two together could not defeat him. So what dared they do to him? Did they believe he would kill them now and only receive a few scoldings upon return? Jiang then and the other two looked at each other, with only one thought remaining. Was this man a good person or a madman? Huangzia Liu quickly summoned his subordinates. He signaled them to lead Jiang, then to the gate of Immortal City, cleared his throat and shouted to open the gate, stating he was Huangzia Liu of the Desolate Clan. But the guard immediately barked that Huangzia Liu had left the city without authorization, and did he know that was a grave crime? Huangzia Liu flared up telling him to stop rambling and open the gate at once. The Desolate Clan had descendants arriving, and not to force him to anger. Just then Elder Thien and Tun Jia stepped out to question him, saying Huangzia Liu had grown increasingly arrogant. Only then did Huangzia Liu truly panic. He hurriedly bowed in salute to Thien and Tun Jia. Ka was also startled. Thien and Tun Jia. Jiang then looked at the elder and thought that the title Tun Jia likely represented the divine insight realm. Ordinary cultivators, after attaining godhood, rarely reached the divine insight realm. Most leapt directly to God Lord, because this realm required cultivating a single elemental system to its absolute limit, something ordinary people could hardly achieve. Those who reached this realm were in no way inferior in combat power to a god lord. Thien and Tun Jia descended and asked who the three were. Hong Ha Lu replied that they had entered through the path of immortality. This one was a descendant of the Desolate Clan and the inheritor of the Desolate God. The other two came with him, and he thought there was no problem. Ka and Duck showed gentle smiles. And Guyot took out the glazed mirror, his eyes filled with suspicion, a descendant of the desolate god. He said that if he was truly the desolate god's successor, then charging the path could be overlooked, but inspection was still mandatory. He warned coldly that if their identities were unclear, their origins obscure, or their hearts malicious, he would kill them on the spot. Hong-Ha-Lu explained that the glazed mirror illuminated the mind and soul, and the process would be somewhat painful. Truong-Ka stepped forward, saying they were not afraid and held no ill intent. Muk-Hu-Duck nodded and told him to proceed. Before the glazed mirror, no image appeared at all, causing Thien and Guyot to suspect that someone had erased their memories. Jiang then showed disappointment and said it seemed they had done something they should not have. But after staring into the mirror for only a short while, the glazed mirror suddenly cracked. In an instant, it shattered into hundreds of pieces before Jiang then stunned gaze. Thien and Guyot cried out in panic that his glazed mirror. Hong-Ha-Lu hurried over to console him, saying it was fine and that his ancestor would compensate him, telling him to calm down. Having lost the glazed mirror, Thien and Guyot refused to concede and took out an even more terrifying treasure, the heavenly void mirror, swearing that if he did not uncover their identities today, he would abandon his title of divine insight. Hong-Ha-Lu turned pale and quickly advised them to retreat. The power of this mirror was something even a venerable god could not withstand. Facing Thien and Guyot's fury, Hong-Ha-Lu worried about Jiang Then's fate. Immortal City was a vital stronghold, and there was nowhere to run. Guards whispered and laughed, saying that once the heavenly void mirror was used, these people were doomed, and that the desolate clan deserved it. The three of them slowly stepped forward. Hong-Ha-Lu kept rambling that they should not be afraid, and he would go call his ancestor. Each of them had their own thoughts. Surely his master had prepared a backup plan. How could the identity of the Lord of the Underworld be revealed? And besides, the mirror must be expensive. Jiang then turned and asked whether he would not have to compensate for that mirror. Thien and Guyot replied coldly that he would not. Even a god lord could not afford to compensate it. Hearing this, Jiang then felt relieved and stepped straight toward the heavenly void mirror. Hong-Ha-Lu's face went pale as he told him to wait for his ancestor. Muk-Hu-Duck and Truong-Ka breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they would not need to act. What could dare illuminate him? The guards cheered that he was finished and told them to kill that country bumpkin. Thien and Guyot stroked his beard and thought that the boy should not blame him. For the sake of Immortal City, he could not hesitate. The old man's eyes bulged as the heavenly void mirror also shattered. Jiang then turned back awkwardly and asked if it was counterfeit. Behind him, the mirror lay shattered just the same. From Hong-Ha-Lu to the guards, everyone stood frozen. Such a thing had never happened before. Thien and Guyot cried out in agony over his treasure. Jiang then muttered that he had told them not to force him to come. Rage drove the old man out of control as he rushed forward shouting that this was the last chance to explain or die immediately. Jiang then inwardly realized it was bad. Killing intent had risen. At that moment, someone from the desolate clan ran over reporting that the desolate god had issued an order. Hong-Ha-Lu's eyes lit up as he called out to his senior cousin. Jiang then felt relieved they were saved. The messenger rushed over in imposing fashion, but landed flat on his face. He stood up and conveyed the decree that the ancestor ordered the release of the three, and that they be brought to the desolate god residence, with all responsibility borne by the ancestor. Thien and Guyot examined the decree and confirmed it was indeed the desolate god's edict. Yet he still harbored doubts about the unclear origins of the three. The messenger replied that their cultivation was nothing compared to the ancestors, and any scheme before the desolate god was a joke. If there was a problem, a single slap would settle it. Thien and Guyot nodded, thinking that the desolate god's reputation reached the heavens, and such a small matter was not worth concern. With everything settled, the messenger and Hong-Ha-Lu led Jiang then into Immortal City. Hong-Ha-Lu introduced that beyond the city walls lay the battlefield with foreign races, but ordinarily, there was no need to fight as they did not attack continuously. Jiang then curiously asked how many beings were in the city, and whether they had encountered foreign races, and if they looked like them. Hong-Ha-Lu replied that he had fought them before, but they were all low-level outsiders, hardly worth mentioning, and not even worthy of being called true foreign races. Jiang then nodded and asked about their strength. Hong-Ha-Lu continued that they were merely servants of alien power, yet their cultivation was all above true God, enough to show how terrifying the foreign realm was. Messenger stopped before a strange place and signaled that they had arrived. Jiang then asked if this was not the desolate clan. The messenger replied of course not, since the desolate clan would not decorate in such a hypocritical style. Hong-Ha-Lu laughed and said this was the Haiyan clan. The ancestor knew they needed a cultivation method and told them to come here to take it with all responsibility on him. Jiang then was surprised. It seemed the desolate clan was even more formidable than the Haiyan clan. Hong-Ha-Lu seized the chance to show off, lifting his chin and boasting endlessly. He aggressively flung open the grand gate of the estate. Haiyan clan members immediately rushed over to question them, asking Hong Ha Lu and Hong Dong Lu if they wanted to cause trouble. Hong Ha Lu lifted his chin and retorted, asking if their faces had stopped hurting and whether they wanted another kick. Haiyan clan member flushed red with anger and roared that this was Haiyan clan territory and dared him to try kicking again. Hong Dong Lu sighed that such a request was indeed excessive. After saying so, he actually kicked again. Haiyan clan member flew away along with his shadow, sent far into the distance. The three of Jiang then gaped, wondering where the dignity of a great clan had gone. This was someone else's gate. Hong Dong Lu said calmly that since he sincerely wanted a kick, he obliged. Hong Ha Lu laughed loudly, saying no thanks were needed as the desolate clan always liked helping others. Haiyan clan could not endure it any longer and shouted angrily that they dared to attack before the Haiyan clan gate, and did they think no one remained, calling for everyone to come. In a short time, Haiyan clan members packed the area densely. Hong Ha Lu broke into sweat and asked his elder brother what to do now. Hong Dong Lu awkwardly said to wait as they had come to deliver someone, and he had something to say to the Haiyan clan leadership. But no one would listen. The Haiyan clan rushed forward with swords and blades, shouting that after beating people they still dared talk. Even dreamed of meeting the Haiyan clan leadership. Jiang then and the others shouted that it had nothing to do with them. After a thorough beating, they were dragged by the two desolate brothers to a barren area 10,000 miles from the Haiyan clan. Hong Dong Lu sighed that the Haiyan clan experts were truly formidable. Jiang then snapped, asking why he was still commenting at a time like this. Jiang then continued angrily that causing trouble like this and still expecting to enter the Haiyan clan was impossible, thinking they could not even stand at the gate now. Hong Ha Lu chuckled that charging in head-on was naturally impossible. They would treat them as desolate clan and later beat them half to death on sight. Jiang then was furious, asking whether it was not the two of them who caused this. Truong Ka sighed that they were truly two scoundrels. The desolate brothers curled their lips and said so what? They could not defeat them anyway. Jiang then regretted trusting the wrong people. Truong Ka wondered what cultivation method had provoked such a reaction from the Haiyan clan. Jiang then replied that he thought it was earth deficiency art, but now was not certain, only that it was related to him. Muk-Hu Duck widened his eyes, saying that if he did not even remember the method clearly, and it turned out useless, then the trip would be in vain. Hong Ha Lu suddenly came up with an idea and excitedly signaled that he had a plan, suggesting they threaten the Haiyan clan. The two brothers truly could think of nothing else. Jiang then grew angry, asking where such ruffians had come from. He produced a notice saying they had prepared in advance, listing Haiyan clan descendants outside, mentioning a little princess without proper status. Jiang then was speechless as it was clear they had already planned it. Hong Ha Lu added that she had just reached profound God, and her cultivation was not yet stable, making it the best opportunity. Jiang then was at a loss of profound God. The matter was growing bigger. The desolate brothers remained enthusiastic, saying that if they acted, they should act big and not fear anything. According to him, Haiyan Tiu Mok was the granddaughter of the Haiyan clan's grand elder, and they would surely listen. Truong Ka worried that it sounded like taking advantage of chaos to plunder. Jiang then waved his hand, saying she was a low-level profound god, and even combined they might not match her. Hong Ha Lu immediately proposed another trick. If the direct approach failed, then act in the dark. The two brothers whispered that this bewildering mist would seal cultivation and lock the soul, turning a person into a cripple in a short time. 5 against 1 guaranteed victory, and killing and robbing was their specialty. Hong Dong Lu added that he also prepared bewildering ox which caused illusions and even unconsciousness. Combined together, even a venerable god would fall. Jiang then was shocked, asking if they had planned this long ago. Truong Ka asked directly that if they truly captured her, what would they do next? The question struck the sore point, and the four fell silent at once. After a moment, they all laughed slyly. It seemed the conspiracy had been thoroughly settled. Next day, they entered Thien Thai town together. Hong Ha Lu said he would take them to the Hall of Eternal Ages shortly. It was the soul of Immortal City, where every warrior registered. Jiang then was surprised that such an important place was located in a small town. Hong Dong Lu explained that there was a reason the Hall of Eternal Ages had been built there. Not only does it register the various clans, it also suppresses the foreign realm king beneath the ground. Jiang then was startled. A foreign realm king. The two brothers continued. This place once had a powerhouse who attained enlightenment, the invincible pond god. He left behind an inheritance stone steel managed by the Hall of Eternal Ages, periodically opened for later generations to comprehend. Yet for years no one has understood it. Jiang then asked if all these people were here for the stone steel. Hong Ha Lu nodded. That was right, not to mention a foreign realm king was suppressed beneath their feet, enough to frighten anyone. Muk-Hu Duck asked if the one who left the steel had any background. Hong Ha Lu replied that he was said to be some 9 mercy divine venerable. Hong Dong Lu signaled that they had arrived, and that Haiyan Tiu Mok was here. Soon as they entered, the shopkeeper said there were no rooms left. Hong Ha Lu threatened to smash the inn. Hong Dong Lu shouted that they were from the desolate clan and to prepare the best room at once. From upstairs, a cold voice rang out asking who dared to cause trouble in her Han Lin Lung Inn. Jiang then froze, staring without blinking. The aura surpassed even a god lord and that name. Han Lin Lung walked down with the bearing of a goddess. Long legs, slender waist, radiant beauty beyond words. The crowd buzzed that she was the owner of the Flying Dragon Inn, rumored to be the true body of a primordial, profound ice true dragon, her strength not inferior to the desolate god. Jiang then murmured that the name felt so familiar, then gathered courage and called out little Lin Lung. Lin Lung looked down, a strange ripple stirring in her heart. Her gaze swept across the room, making everyone tremble. Only Jiang then met her eyes calmly. Jiang then wondered how he knew her name. Those behind were horrified. Han Lin Lung held an exalted status and even had a god king senior brother, yet he dared call her directly. Lin Lung asked coldly if they were from the desolate clan. Hong Dong Lu and Hong Ha Lu hurriedly replied that they were, and that the juniors were reckless, asking the senior to spare them for their ancestors' sake. Lin Lung turned and walked upstairs, saying that the favor owed to the desolate clan from before was repaid today. Then she glanced back at Jiang, then with a meaningful look. Everyone was stunned. That look held something. Jiang then was also confused. The shopkeeper spoke that there were still vacant rooms and invited them in. The three sat down to discuss. Jiang then asked if Hong Ha Lu and Hong Dong Lu could be trusted. Zhuang Ka shook her head, saying they could not be trusted, and that she felt they were cunning with some grand scheme behind them. Muk-Hu Duck added that ever since meeting them, everything seemed prearranged. Zhuang Ka lowered her voice, asking how he knew Han Lin Lung. Jiang then hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Muk-Hu Duck suddenly shivered and asked if they felt the room growing cold. All three looked toward the door. A gentle winter chill drifted in. In the blink of an eye, Han Lin Lung stood before Jiang then, staring at him and asking who he truly was since he was not desolate clan. Muk-Hu Duck and Zhuang Ka fumbled, saying to talk calmly and that striking first was wrong, telling her not to be impulsive and that their master was indeed rather handsome. Jiang then stiffened, his mouth dry, saying he was not. Han Lin Lung silently stared at him. She said coldly that back then, the lord of the four underworlds waged war, causing half her clan to die, and now he still dared appear before her. After speaking, she pressed a finger onto the mark on Muk-Hu Duck's body. That light touch nearly shattered his soul. Woman separated from within his soul body, the scene like a tale told over tea. Jiang then and Neem Truong Ka cried out in alarm, while Muk-Hu Duck stood dazed as if sleepwalking. Muk-Hu Duck's soul force trembled violently, and he collapsed to the floor. Yet Han Lin Lan calmly said she did not come for him today. After speaking, Lin Lan hooked her arm around Jiang then intimately and asked his identity. Jiang then awkwardly replied that he had once been the Tian Yuan God King, then Tian Xuan, then Heavenly God, remembering only that many lives. Han Lin Lan stood still pondering, the titles Tian Yuan, Tian Xuan, Heavenly God spinning in her mind. After that she vanished without a trace, leaving the other three standing blankly, unable to understand why this goddess appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Jiang then scratched his head, muttering that this was truly strange. In the end, Muk-Hu Duck's identity was exposed, and he hurriedly fused his soul body back together. Someone spoke that he had returned. Only then did the master and disciple question him why he had not said earlier he was a woman. Muk-Hu Duck confessed helplessly, grumbling why everyone stared, saying that at first he was the lord of the four underworlds, and wanting to unify the 6 realms was not wrong. Neem Truong Ka laughed, asking why he did not say that when Han Lin Lan was present. Just then a stream of smoke drifted in through the window. Jiang then recognized it at once. Jiang He and Hung had acted, but why had the smoke blown here? On the roof, Hong Ha Lu turned pale, saying the wind direction was wrong. Hong Dong Lu gestured for silence, sensing something major was about to erupt. 2 fools quickly covered their noses. Hong Ha Lu urged retreat before the poison took effect, while Hong Dong Lu had already inhaled deeply and cried that it was bad. In an instant, Hong Dong Lu twisted grotesquely, writhing and cursing his brother and that ugly man. Hong Ha Lu panicked and shouted for his brother not to scare him like that. From Jiang Then's room came a deep shout asking who dared release such powder. The 2 female disciples staggered toward him. Jiang then stepped back in alarm, certain the brother's drug had a problem. Jiang then awkwardly raised his hand to stop them, telling them to wait. Neem Truong Ka and Muk-Hu Duck had been drugged, faces flushed and bodies burning, calling for their master to come play. Jiang then tried to stay calm, telling them to wake up, but Truong Ka cheerfully said master should not be shy because she was a little flower. He immediately cast the spell 10,000 transformations, heavenly seal. His finger pointed directly at the mark on the 2 delirious female disciples. They instantly regained clarity. Jiang then sternly said they had been poisoned, and nearly caused great trouble. Mukhu Duck and Truongka remembered everything, yet still teased that Jiang then was quite charming, and if Master wished, they were willing. Jiang then was helpless before these two ancestresses and hurried away, reminding them that tonight's goal was to stir up trouble. When night fell, the three master and disciples sneaked into another section of the inn. Truongka signaled softly for them to look. Jiang then impatiently stepped forward, telling them to move aside, so he could use the eye of justice to inspect these filthy matters. He looked into the woman's room and saw she was there as expected. Jiang then tapped Truongka's head, asking if that was all. Truongka replied jealously that she was a profound god, and what was he thinking? Tiu Mok's voice sounded cautiously from inside, asking what they were doing sneaking around. Truongka signaled they had been discovered. Jiang then inwardly cursed. Jiang then unleashed a probing palm technique toward the young lady. She did not react at all. The palm force passed like a breeze, unable to touch the profound god's body. Jiang then boldly entered the room and lifted her chin to observe, saying she had been poisoned. Tiu Mok looked at him, thinking he was quite handsome. Jiang then asked again to confirm. Tiu Mok blushed, saying he was standing too close. Mukhu Duck and Truongka rushed in, worried she was severely poisoned. Jiang then whispered not to make noise and to confine her and take her back to the room. Tiu Mok was still dazed, her spiritual power sealed, so she could only let them arrange things. She asked if they knew who she was, that she was Hyen Tiu Mok, granddaughter of the Hyen clan's grand elder. Mukhu Duck smiled confidently, saying that was precisely why they captured her. Tiu Mok panicked, asking their purpose, and threatening that the Hyen clan would not let this go. Jiang then thought that returning her to the Hyen clan would give them enough strength to save her. With that thought, Jiang then decided to form a contract binding her soul to share this life, saying if she refused, the consequences would be dire. Mukhu Duck and Truongka chimed in to intimidate her. Tiu Mok fearfully closed her eyes and said that as long as they did not harm her, she would agree to anything. Mukhu Duck said he had friends in Immortal City and would seek their help, and if things went smoothly, the Hyen clan matter would be easily resolved. Truongka also thought for a moment, saying there was something to handle first. Then the two left hand in hand. Only Jiang then and Tiu Mok remained. He directly asked about the cultivation method the Hyen clan possessed in Immortal City and whether she had practiced it. Tiu Mok obediently replied that it was a method left by someone else called the backhand divine art. Jiang then was astonished upon hearing it. Was it not earth deficiency art? Tiu Mok explained she had not practiced it because it did not suit her clan and felt as if half was missing. Jiang then patted Tiu Mok's shoulder reassuringly, saying tomorrow he would take her home and that he only needed that cultivation method. He silently sensed that this intuition was not wrong. It was very likely compatible with his heaven-crippled art. He would observe first and decide later. The next morning at Thien Long Hotel, rumors spread everywhere. Who had burned incense here last night? It was said that a woman had stayed the night. Someone recognized her as Hyen Tiu Mok of the Hyen clan. But who was the man beside her? The saintess of Thien Thai Tong was also here. As Jiang then and Tiu Mok prepared to go out, they heard the crowd buzzing. No one had ever heard that Tiu Mok had a boyfriend before. Could it be about what happened last night? Jiang then cleared his throat and raised his voice. Everyone listen to me. She and I have nothing between us. We stayed in the same room last night, but there was absolutely nothing between us. Tiu Mok blushed and cried out that she did not. The crowd was stunned, staying in the same room yet claiming nothing happened. The flower of Bat Diet Than and the little princess of the Hyen clan had already been plucked. Hyen Tiu Mok angrily corrected them. Was there anyone who explained things like that? The crowd began whispering again. Fortunately, it was only Hyen Tiu Mok. The saintess of Thien Thai Tong was fine. Someone pointed and shouted that she was over there. The saintess of Thien Thai Tong, Lam Than Thai, appeared dazzling, linking arms with Neem Truongka. Neem Truongka excitedly put his arm around his girlfriend and called out loudly, "Good morning, master." Jiang then was speechless, his eyes wide as he stared at the result his disciple had brought back. Neem Truongka placed a hand on Lam Than Thai's shoulder and smiled at Jiang then. "Good morning, master." Jiang then looked at the two of them in shock, his mind spinning. He raised his hand in admiration. Truongka saw that his master had misunderstood and hurriedly explained that it was not what he thought. That moment, several upper-ranked celestial gods saw Truongka holding a blade and questioned him. "Who are you? Why have we never seen you before? Did you use some trick?" Neem Truongka quickly raised both hands to explain that everything was just a misunderstanding. Someone sneered and told Lam Than Thai that Truongka's cultivation was too low and he was unworthy, even mentioning the drug incense from last night at Phi Long Hotel. A green-haired man joined in the slander, making Jiang then unable to endure it any longer. Hansong shot a flying sword toward Neem Triwangka. Seeing this, Jiang then roared in anger, "You dare!" That upper-rank celestial god was truly despicable. Everything happened too fast. There was no time to react. At that very moment, Lam Than Thai rushed forward in time, using only 2 fingers to clamp the blade tightly. She angrily shouted, "You dare touch my elder sister! Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What elder sister had they misheard? The green-haired man who had just attacked Triwang Ka even blurted out sister-in-law. He awkwardly ran to Triwang Ka and hurriedly tried to calm his sister-in-law. But Triwang Ka frowned coldly. "Who is your sister-in-law?" The green-haired man's second brother grabbed his arm tightly and gritted his teeth. "You dare harm my sister-in-law? Beat him for me." Green-haired man wailed miserably and begged, "Do not hit my second brother." Jiang then looked at the scene in confusion and asked what exactly was going on. Neem Triwang Ka sighed and said it was a long story. Triwang Ka slowly recounted everything. "At first, I once went to Bat Diet Than. It was there that I saved Lam Than Thai when she was still young. Since then, she called me elder sister. At that time, I caught her as she fell from above and shouted for her to be careful." Than Thai's eyes were filled with gratitude. Lam Than Thai hugged Triwang Ka's arm tightly and exclaimed, "Oh, my handsome hero, I only adore elder sister." Jiang then turned to ask Hien Tiu Mok how strong Thien Thai Tong was in Bat Diet Than. She replied that it was not too strong. The sect master had been injured for many years and had not acted for 2 generations. Outside the door, 2 people covered their mouths, signaling silence. Jiang then whispered why no one was saying anything. Tiu Mok softly answered that the manager of Van Ko Duong was currently a great saint being detained for review. Jiang then asked in surprise what a great saint was. Tiu Mok explained that only those who saved Bat Diet Than from life and death were honored as such. There were only a few in the entire city. Koda walked in, and everyone immediately bowed in unison, paying respects to Great Saint Koda. He reminded them that this stone steel could be comprehended on its own. The time limit was only 1 day. After wishing everyone good luck, Koda turned and left. The crowd whispered among themselves, was this stone steel truly left behind by Kutu Then Tun? It was rumored to contain a legacy, but the truth was unclear. Lam Than Thai curiously asked Triwang Ka to see what was so remarkable about the stone steel. Triwang Ka replied that it was likely extraordinary, but she could not discern it. Perhaps only Master could see it. Triwang Ka then turned to Jiang then and asked whether Master had discovered any clues. But Jiang then was standing there dozing soundly. Triwang Ka was furious. With so many people here, he could still sleep. The people around them whispered that he must have been exhausted with Tiu Mok last night. Hien Tiu Mok was speechless when she heard that. In reality, Jiang Then's consciousness had already entered the stone steel. At first, he felt slightly dizzy. Where is this place? He looked at the stone steel before him and understood that the 10,000 transformation heavenly chalice had pulled him inside. Jiang then began observing his surroundings. A strange scent rushed straight into his nose, forcing him to cover it. The smell was indescribable. In front of him was the 8-direction floating soil, which looked no different from a pile of filth. The stench was unbearable. Bat Tu Diu appeared and explained that this was the heavenly child knowing fire and the 8-direction floating soil, rumored to be remnants left behind after heaven and earth perished. No one had ever seen these 2 things, so they were regarded as legends. Jiang then pointed at Kutu Then Tun in the distance and said, "What is that? Let us go take a look." The 2 approached. Jiang then observed carefully and concluded that it was a corpse. This be the physical body of Kutu Then Tun. Bat Tu Dia nodded. It seemed the legend was true. Jiang then marveled that even the heavenly child knowing fire and the 8-direction floating soil could not destroy this body. Bat Tu Dia recounted that each time he shed his shell, it was a death. Jiang then happily asked whether he had a chance to obtain the legacy. Bat Tu Dia replied that it was uncertain, but touching those 2 things meant certain death. Suddenly, Kutu Then Tun stood up, leaving both of them pale with shock. He has come back to life. Kutu Then Tun spoke in an ancient voice. Heaven cannot bury me, earth cannot entomb me. I exist alongside the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Before Jiang then could recover, 8 clones of Kutu Then Tun appeared, declaring that whoever comprehended could receive the legacy. Eat the 8-direction floating soil to gain the 3 lives body. Burn the heavenly child knowing fire to gain the 6 lives body. Jiang then and Bat Tu Dia stared wide-eyed. Before them stood 8 identical figures. Jiang then suddenly realized, wait, you are telling me to eat that pile. If I eat that thing, will I die? Bat Tu Dia nodded in confirmation that it was exactly that pile. Jiang then turned to run, saying he had urgent matters. But after only a few steps, he slipped and fell flat. His face pressed directly into the 8-direction floating soil. Kutu Then Tun coldly reminded him that the legacy was not yet complete, and he was not allowed to leave. Jiang then gritted his teeth and returned to sit before the pile. Bat Tu Diu even teased him to eat it. Jiang then felt wronged and tears fell. At the same time outside, Ko-Der announced that time was up and the stone steel was about to retract. Elsewhere, Truong Ka and Lam Than Thai were teasing Hien Tiu Mok, saying she had been tormented miserably. Tiu Mok angrily refuted that it was all nonsense. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang then still slept as if dead. At that moment, a carriage approached. The people of the Hien clan had arrived. Long Chin Sa, an elder-level figure, appeared. Truong Ka panicked and pulled Than Thai, hoisted Jiang then onto his shoulder and ran. "We are finished, run quickly." But before they could escape, they were struck back by the ninth elder. Jiang then was sent flying aside. His body lay motionless while Truong Ka fell painfully. The flag bearing the word Hien fluttered in the wind as the ninth elder shouted for everyone to stand still. He stepped down from the carriage and asked Han Tiu Mok whether she was all right. Than Thai answered on her behalf that she was fine. Ninth elder said that since she was fine, she should return to the clan with him. The two outsiders would be taken along as well. Truong Ka immediately objected. "Who are you to take us away?" Unease rose within him. Ninth elder threatened that it was not her place to decide. Otherwise, do not blame him for bullying the young with the old. Than Thai hurriedly pleaded for the sake of Thin Thai Tong. The ninth elder pondered. Thin Thai Tong and the Hien clan bore no enmity. Giving face was acceptable. He decided to let them leave, but Jiang then had to stay. Truong Ka said firmly, "If I leave, then he must leave as well." The ninth elder grew furious. "What do you take the Hien clan for? This old man is the ninth elder of the Hien clan. Today I will take these two away. Anyone dissatisfied can come find me." Hearing his identity, the crowd was horrified. The ninth elder had personally stepped in. That brat was finished. Than Thai quietly took action. She had to inform her father at once. Truong Ka still refused to retreat. "So what if it is the Hien clan? If I do not leave today, then he will not leave either." The ninth elder immediately made his move. This time he could no longer give face to Thin Thai Tong. Hoda stood outside watching the show and sneered that this was interesting. Lam Than Thai hurriedly rushed out to stop him. "Senior, please stop. She is Truongen." Ninth elder frowned and asked again, "Which Truongen?" Lam Than Thai calmly replied, "Address Nha, Thin Tri Deen, Dai Dao Tri Thuong, God-slaying immortal severing, Chu Then Spear, Ban Thin Shield, only comprehending Truong and swear to become immortal." Hearing this, the ninth elder immediately changed expression. So it was her. Truong once single-handedly blocked tens of thousands of foreign troops. Everyone knew this. It was just that. Truong Ka still stood upright. "Today none of us will be taken away." Ninth elder laughed arrogantly. "I only need him alone, and that will be enough." Truong Ka shouted angrily, "Keep dreaming." Ninth elder glanced at her coldly. "Unfortunately, you are no longer Truongen now. You have not even stabilized the true God realm. What right do you have to call yourself Truongen?" The ninth elder spoke bluntly without mercy. He angrily struck out. Truong Ka was sent flying and crashed to the ground in pain. Than Thai cried out in shock, "Senior." The ninth elder said coldly, "You have rendered great merit, so I will not kill you, but your path of cultivation ends here." Still, Truong Ka screamed in agony, "My cultivation." The ninth elder sternly told Lam Than Thai to follow him back to the clan. Truong Ka gritted her teeth and swore, "If the Hien clan dares touch even a single strand of her hair, I will wash the Hien clan in blood." The ninth elder replied disdainfully, "Worry about yourself first. In a few days you can go to the mountain outside the Hien clan to collect his corpse." Truong Ka cried out in despair, "Master." Lam Than Thai could no longer endure it. "The people of the Hien clan are truly shameless. I will take you back to Thin Thai Tong and find a way to save him." Ninth elder brought Jiang then back to the Hien clan and placed him on a round table. He slept as if dead. A generation divine king had fallen to such an end. From the moment he was brought back until now, no matter how they called, he would not wake. A dead man held no value to the Hien clan. The ninth elder sighed, "Then so be it. Kill him and throw him outside the Hien clan. It is a pity that he carries so many legacies." The person beside him hesitated. "Are we truly killing him? If Bat Diet Than learns his identity, and that we killed him, the consequences would be unpredictable." The ninth elder replied calmly that he died after being brought back. "Who would dare say it was done by our Hien clan? Moreover, a great enemy still stands before us." Green-haired elder looked at Jiang then and nodded. "Then kill him." Just as he was about to act, a surge of power blocked him, causing him to cry out in alarm. People of the Hien clan turned to look. It was Lam Hien, the sect master of Thin Thai Tong. He smiled and said, "It has been a long time since I visited the Hien clan. I heard there was a new guest, so I came to see. Surely you will not go so far as to refuse to welcome me." Lam Hien hovered in the air. The ninth elder revealed an unpleasant expression. "Hoadim, Lam Hien, you have already stepped into the upper-tier divine realm. You have hidden it well." Lam Hien glared. "Only the upper-tier divine realm." The ninth elder was horrified. "How is that possible, the power of a main god?" Lam Hien added that he almost forgot to mention that Truongen has shown great favor to this sect. Today you must remove her seal, otherwise my brothers will not be pleased. At that moment Tun then Din Fong and Truong Ka's group arrived, their gazes fixed on the ninth elder. That old man still refused to yield. Do you think our Haiyan clan is easy to bully? He raised the Grand Elder token high. Everyone was shocked. That was the Grand Elder token of the Haiyan clan. Today the elders would come out of seclusion. Lam Heen spoke in a low voice that the Haiyan clan elders had emerged. Tun then Din Fong sighed. Two men. I fear today we cannot help. Loud explosion rang out. The eighth elder appeared, followed by the seventh elder. The old main god and the third elder main god also appeared one after another. The third elder had stepped into the main god realm 10,000 years ago. His strength was unfathomable. This time Thien Thai Tong was likely in grave danger. Ninth elder asked Lam Heen that Thien Thai Tong lacked sufficient strength, so why involve yourself in these troubled waters? Lam Heen replied that Truong had contributed greatly to Bat Diet Than, and he might well do the same. Fight then. Even against three main gods I do not fear. The third elder frowned. Your courage is not small. After today Thien Thai Tong will disappear. Lam Heen, today you should not even think of leaving. Two sides instantly erupted into a fierce battle. In another development, Jiang then was still struggling. After eating the 8-direction floating soil bat 2, you even teased that being human is hard and eating filth is harder. I think you handled it fine. Jiang then vomited until his face turned green. After wiping his mouth, Jiang then exhaled. Serves me right. Enter the most brutal place and temper the strongest body under heaven. 3 lives knowing body bestowed. Jiang then closed his eyes and pondered what use the 3 lives body had. His physical body was already strong. Bat 2 Deer explained that his body already defied the heavens. How many true gods dared to contend against celestial gods like him? Jiang then considered that it seemed he had to endure the burning of the heavenly child knowing fire to obtain the 8 lives body to be sufficient. Bat 2 tried to dissuade him. His body was already strong enough. There was no need to risk his life. Jiang then raised his head with a resolute gaze. A great opportunity lay before him. How could he abandon it? Which cultivator in the world did not wish to be invincible? Bat 2 pointed and shouted, what if you die, will you not regret it? If you die, I will also enter reincarnation. Jiang then clenched his fists. Bat 2 thought he was afraid. Jiang then slapped his forehead. Then he laughed loudly. If I die, it is because I am weak. The weak will die sooner or later. Heavenly child knowing fire, 8-direction floating soil, come at me together. Bat 2 muttered that he had truly gone mad. Jiang then told himself that in this life, he must become the strongest. On the side of the Haiyan clan, Lam Heen was surrounded by 3 people. 1 against 3 was truly too much. Lam Heen gradually fell into a disadvantage. Suddenly a change occurred. A vast sea of fire surged in. Where did this flame come from? Jiang then's body seemed to lie within a sea of fire. The third elder panicked. What kind of flame is this? Jiang then opened his eyes. The 8 lives body was indeed profound. He laughed heartily. This physical body is truly powerful. It is just that cultivating it is far from easy. Why do I suddenly feel a bit cold? The 3 elders of the Haiyan clan all froze at once. What is going on? Jiang then smiled in greeting. Hi. Suddenly someone launched a sneak attack at Jiang then, startling him into a shout. Lam Heen immediately stepped forward and blocked the strike for Jiang then. Lam Heen sternly reminded him that this was a battlefield of main gods. He could not interfere yet, withdraw at once. Jiang then was surprised. He had not expected all the main gods of the Haiyan clan to be mobilized. Yet outside the gate, there were only a few lower-ranked celestial god disciples standing guard. Jiang then curled his lips into a smile, then many thanks. Neem Truong Ka, Muku Duck, follow me. Jiang then charged straight ahead. They were only celestial gods. 2 guards rushed forward as well, sneering that a mere minor celestial god dared to be so bold. In an instant, Jiang then threw 2 punches and knocked them down. His figure shot forward like lightning. Behind him, Truong Ka and 2 men could not keep up and called for Master to wait for them. The 9th elder sighed in amazement. A true god using his body to defeat 2 celestial god geniuses. The 3rd elder was shocked. What kind of monstrous body was that? 9th elder Mumo said coldly that this person absolutely could not be left alive. Lam Heen blocked in front of him and told him to keep dreaming. The 9th elder growled angrily. Lam Heen. 3rd elder stepped forward, placed a hand on the 9th elder's shoulder and smiled mildly at Lam Heen. Sect Master Lam, our 2 clans bear no enmity. Now that he has left, why not each take a step back? Lam Heen asked how. The 3rd elder proposed that they would not pursue. Today's matter would not spread. Bat Diet Than would think Jiang then was still in the Haiyan clan, and Lam Heen would also let this matter go. Lam Heen nodded in agreement. That will do. But are you certain you will not chase after him? Jiang then's identity should not be exposed. This news could still be exchanged for benefits in Bat Diet Than. The 3rd elder patted Lam Heen's shoulder and told him to rest assured. They were no longer here. In the end, the benefits would still belong to them. Outside Bat Diet Than, Jiang then, Truong Ka, and two men had already stopped. Jiang then was surprised. He had not expected that truly no one would chase them. He asked whether they were injured. Truong Ka replied sadly that she was not injured, only her cultivation was sealed. Two men was still fine. Jiang then reached out and told Truong Ka not to move while he examined the seal. She let out a soft cry. Jiang then sternly reminded her that he had told her not to move. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Jiang then's hand had touched Truong Ka's chest. Ah, sorry. Truong Ka covered herself and complained that how could she not move in that case. Two men stood beside them smiling, saying it was rather interesting. Jiang then flushed and turned away. If they were in Ku Tiu, there would still be a way to resolve it. For now, two men suggested that outside Bat Diet Than, there was an ancient battlefield rumored to break all seals. Jiang then tapped two men on the head and told him to lead the way. The three set off together. Jiang then felt something was strange. This place seemed long abandoned. Two men nodded in agreement. Suddenly, two men's eyes lit up, and he told the two to look over there. Jiang then looked over and immediately had a nosebleed. This is. Alice was soaking in the water, wearing thin garments. Upon seeing them, she panicked and covered herself, calling him a pervert. Jiang then was immediately hung upside down, suspended in midair. Around him were beautiful young women staring at him with great interest. Alice, a lower-rank celestial god of the spirit clan, shouted loudly to beat him. Jiang then frantically explained that he was not a pervert, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was scolded as a peeping villain, and they yelled to beat the despicable human to death. Two men gleefully whispered to Truong Ka that Jiang then had his day too. Truong Ka replied that with Master's powerful body, he could take it as a bit of repayment. Suddenly, the spirit clan's grand oracle Hong Hot ran over shouting, "Dia Clan, Dia Clan." The short-haired woman frowned and asked whether the Dia Clan had attacked. Jiang then, with a bruised face, muttered not to panic. Grand Oracle took out a crystal ball to examine and said no. She predicted that the Dia people from the foreign domain were about to launch a sneak attack on the spirit clan. Jiang then asked in surprise whether the foreign domain also fought among themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Alice kicked him and scolded that the foreign domain also had races that loved peace. The Grand Oracle looked at Jiang then and asked who these human cultivators were. The Grand Oracle carefully observed Jiang then's face and was startled. You are the reincarnated Divine King. She stared at Jiang then nervously. Alice drew a dagger and shouted that he was just a pervert and she would castrate him. Jiang then cried out in fear for her not to come closer. The Grand Oracle hurriedly stopped her. Wait, there is a bloodline seal on him. Jiang then immediately asked whether she could see his seal. She replied that it was only a minor seal and very simple to undo. Jiang then thought to himself that perhaps the method Muk Hu Duck mentioned was to seek help from the spirit clan of the foreign domain. Alice asked the Grand Oracle whether they should gather forces to fight the Dia people to the death. The Grand Oracle sighed that the opponent had sent an upper-rank celestial god, and the spirit clan could not contend. The Dia people grew stronger by devouring. If captured, they would certainly be eaten. Alice panicked and asked what they should do. They were about to flee to Bat Diet Than. Jiang then laughed. They were only Dia people. He would help them deal with it. The seal on his disciple must be removed first. The Grand Oracle nodded that it was not difficult, but before she could finish, Alice punched Jiang then and scolded him for being only a true god and daring to meddle. The Grand Oracle observed that although he was a reincarnated divine king, his cultivation was only true god. Jiang then smiled faintly, only a true god. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang then immediately exerted force. Ropes binding him were torn apart. Jiang then landed lightly on the ground and looked at everyone asking, what about now? The spiritual rope of a lower-rank celestial god was truly weak. Alice was shocked. How could it be? A true god breaking a celestial god's spiritual energy. The Grand Oracle looked at Jiang then with admiration. Truly the reincarnated divine king. The spirit clan still had hope. The Grand Oracle ran over and took off Truong Ka's shoe, saying this matter was very simple for the spirit clan. They only needed a large loss of blood. Truong Ka cried out in panic, loss of blood. Why are you taking off my shoe? Jiang then asked blankly whether it was that simple. The Grand Oracle picked up a knife, making Truong Ka scream in fear that they were not taking her blood. Ignoring Truong Ka, the Grand Oracle shouted to prepare to begin. Truong Ka screamed and shut her eyes tightly, trembling. After waiting with nothing happening, Truong Ka opened her eyes. She asked blankly why the ritual had not begun. The Grand Oracle smiled and said it was already done. The seal had been removed. It turned out she had only made a small cut on Truong Ka's toe. Suddenly, Jiang then burst into laughter and teased her trembling appearance. Two men chimed in from behind asking whether Truong Ka feared acupuncture. Truong Ka shouted in embarrassment for the two to stop. Alice looked at Jiang then suspiciously and asked whether he truly could help them stop the Dia clan massacre. Jiang then replied briefly that since they had removed his disciple's seal, he would give his all. Jiang then turned to ask the Grand Oracle of the Spirit Clan about the cultivation of the Dia people sent this time. She replied that the Dia soldiers were 2 minor realms higher than the Spirit Clan, and Alice was only a lower-ranked celestial god. This battle would be very difficult. Hearing this, Jiang then glanced at the Spirit Clan, and thought that although the Dia clan's battle strength was not too high, these lower-ranked true gods could not withstand them at all. After thinking, he snapped his fingers, and said to prepare a very large bedroom for him immediately. Alice asked in surprise what he needed a bedroom for. Jiang then calmly replied that what mattered was a very big bed. Then find him 100 female spirits to get on the bed. Alice angrily took off her shoe and threw it straight at his head, telling him to go die. Truong Ka and 2 men could only sigh at the side. That mouth truly refused to explain clearly. One day passed. Outside the territory of the Spirit Clan, the Dia clan had set up camp and pressed clothes. Finally, Jiang then appeared. He smiled confidently. It was time. Sunlight slanted through the rocks around the Dia clan camp. The Dia clan fiercely deployed their forces and advanced straight toward the Spirit Clan. The Dia clan king roared his command, "Charge." Upon hearing the order, the Dia clan rushed forward like starving wolves. They struck the spirit maidens with brutal force. Resistance was almost non-existent. One after another, they were beaten down in despair. A Dia clansman stood before a young maiden and grinned viciously. "Eating, you should raise my cultivation quite a bit." The maiden trembled as she looked at him, stammering in plea, "Do not, please do not." At that moment, the sun had already climbed to its zenith. Dia clan king coldly ordered them to regroup. The maiden from earlier had died before everyone's eyes. The spirit girls were captured and locked inside iron cages. Dia clansman grabbed a maiden by the throat and growled, "You are all from the foreign domain, yet you dare dream of peace with Bat Diet Than." He continued to laugh loudly. "Peace. That is merely your weakness. After tonight, the Spirit Clan will vanish." After speaking, he shoved the maiden to the ground without mercy. Dia clan laughed arrogantly, as if victory were already in their grasp. The spirit girls watched in silence. Night gradually fell over the Dia clan camp. He lifted his head to look at the sky and said softly, "Judging by the time, it should be about now." Team Truong Ka asked worriedly whether he was certain. This concerned the lives of an entire clan. At that moment, a massive surge of energy spread outward. He said coldly, "Begin." Spirit maidens' bodies grew scorching hot. They sensed a terrifying source of power and shouted to hurry. Each of them looked uncomfortable, as if about to be dragged away. Thunder suddenly roared across heaven and earth. The Dia clan panicked. What is happening? An invisible force burned a group of the Dia clan to ashes. He raised both hands and laughed with interest. "This is a small-scale Mystic 9 grand formation I prepared for the Dia clan." The Dia clan fled in terror, shouting, "How could there be a formation? The Spirit Clan should not know such things." Formation's might was so overwhelming that the tide of battle reversed. Dia clan roared in fury, "The Spirit Clan deserves death." Alice appeared with blazing momentum and said that the formation was so powerful, the Dia clan had been wiped out. She landed on the ground. Gaze swept across the battlefield. "Our Spirit Clan is not so easy to bully." Suddenly Alice sensed something, and her eyes widened. A sneak attack from behind struck Alice before she could react. She fell hard to the ground. Within the smoke stepped out a dark figure who said coldly, "Spirit Clan." He sneered that the formation was interesting but useless against him. Alice trembled as she looked at him. "You are still alive." That man continued that he was also curious how they had mastered such a formation. The Dia clan king swung his blade straight at Alice. He roared that a mere spirit dared to resist. He looked at Alice with triumph. Suddenly a force struck him head-on. His eyes widened in shock. He appeared and calmly called out, "Hey." Alice saw him and was moved to speechlessness. He smiled and said gently that it was not good for a lovely spirit to be injured. He winked teasingly, "Is that not so?" The Dia clan king snorted coldly, "Human. You spirits are begging humans for help again. What can a mere true god do? Let me show you how terrifying the foreign domain is." He picked his nose and asked with a grin how terrifying. The Dia clan king roared that he would kill him and charged forward. Calmly observed the attack trajectory. Suddenly the Dia clan king felt uneasy and glared at him. He still stood unmoving and asked whether he was done. Was it his turn now? He grabbed the Dia clan king's fist with one hand and smiled faintly. "You just broke through to upper-rank celestial god, weak as paper." The Dia clan king screamed in panic. "How is your body so hard?" He smiled coldly. "There is much you do not know." The Dia clan king roared in anger that a lowly creature dared challenge him. He unleashed a berserk secret art and struck with full force. He casually received the blow with one hand. The severed arm of the Dia clan king instantly regenerated, flesh and skin growing back as if never lost. He launched another heavy palm strike at him. but the blow was like scratching an itch before his strength. He laughed and slowly said that their bodies were indeed sturdy in that case. Before finishing, he swung his fist and smashed it straight into the Clan king. Witnessing this, the Clan king's eyes widened as he cried that this was impossible. Immediately afterward, he strode forward and closed the distance. With both hands he twisted and broke that man's arm. He said with interest that with such abundant cultivation he must have devoured many lives. The Clan king trembled and begged not to be killed. He was willing to be his slave. Hearing this, he frowned and replied coldly that when they bullied the Spirit Clan, why did they not think of sparing them? In this twisted world, the strong devouring the weak had become the rule. He stomped hard on the Clan king's head. After settling everything, he slowly cast his gaze into the distance. He supported Alice and said gently that it was over. They had won. Alice could only stare at him in stunned silence. The Spirit Clan erupted in cheers of victory. He held Alice in his arms. Enheem Trenka and 2 men also stepped forward to celebrate. Alice jumped up in joy and hugged him tightly, smiling brightly as she thanked him, leaving him standing there stunned. Alice then asked why he said nothing. Suddenly he had a nosebleed and muttered that it was soft, truly soft, no need to be polite. Hearing this, Alice lowered her head to look at her chest, and then screamed in alarm. Without hesitation, she slapped him hard and angrily called him a rogue. 2 men standing outside saw Tun then Din Fong appear, and asked in surprise why he had come. That man replied gravely that 2 men he had urgent news to report. Han Lin Lung had clashed with the Haiyan clan, and was now there demanding someone. Upon hearing this, he was stunned and thought of Han Lin Lung. Could it be because of him? He immediately asked about the battle situation. Tun then replied that they were fighting to the end, but someone from the Haiyan clan was likely about to die. As soon as he heard this, he immediately gave the order to change plans and set out at once. Grand Oracle of the Spirit Clan hurriedly said, "Benefactor, why not stay a few more days? We still wish to hold a banquet to celebrate." He replied that the knot he caused must be untied by his own hand. How could he let a woman shield him? Enheem Trenka asked whether they were returning to Bat Diet Than now. 2 men added that would it not be somewhat risky. He pondered and said that no matter what grievances he and Han Lin Lung had in the previous life, in this life, she should not risk her life because of him. Good luck, farewell. After speaking, he immediately turned around. Watching his departing figure, Alice gazed after him reluctantly. She said sadly, "Is he just leaving like that?" The Grand Oracle of the Spirit Clan sighed that they had not even properly thanked him. Alice smiled faintly and said that since he had decided, then let him go. She asked the Grand Oracle to continue searching for the clan leader. She would go pursue her own happiness. After saying this, Alice hurriedly chased after him, leaving everyone behind. Elsewhere, 2 men were frozen in ice, shivering as they cried for help. "Elder, save us." Han Lin Lung said coldly that today she would definitely take Jiang then away. Tun then angrily shouted, "Han Lin Lung, do not think our Haiyan clan dares not touch you. Your senior brother has not appeared for hundreds of years. Whether he lives or dies is unknown. This is Haiyan clan territory." After speaking, Tun then struck a palm toward Han Lin Lung. Han Lin Lung advanced step by step toward the Haiyan clan with imposing dignity. She said coldly to hand Jiang then over. Otherwise, do not blame her for turning ruthless. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Lin Lung cast 1,000-mile ice seal, instantly freezing everyone around. Third elder shouted angrily, "Han Lin Lung, this is the Haiyan clan, you dare." Han Lin Lung replied sharply that since she dared to come alone, what would she not dare to do? The Haiyan clan gritted their teeth in fury, saying that today she should not expect a good ending. After speaking, they quickly set up a formation. Han Lin Lung said calmly that today she only wanted Jiang then. Suddenly she sensed something unusual, and her gaze unconsciously followed. It was the Haiyan clan's Grand Guardian formation. Could Bat Diet Than be on the verge of internal strife? The formation formed a barrier, shielding the entire Haiyan clan from Han Lin Lung's attacks. Third elder loudly declared that Han Lin Lung should not think they dared not act. Jiang then absolutely could not be handed over. An outsider to sever all ties, was it worth it? Han Lin Lung fell silent in thought about the Guardian formation. The third elder raised 2 fingers and pointed straight ahead. Han Lin Lung answered loudly that it was worth it. Then she charged forward to attack the Haiyan clan. Battle was fierce. Both sides locked in stalemate without a clear victor. After a long clash, Han Lin Lung remarked that the Guardian formation was only so-so. The third elder thought to himself why she was risking her life like this. After thinking it over, the third elder said coldly that since it had come to this, then do not blame him, kill. The Haiyan clan immediately deployed the Immortal Slaying Formation to deal with Han Lin Lung. The Immortal Slaying Formation sword was drawn, killing intense surge. Lin Lung calmly observed. The Haiyan clan suddenly cried out in alarm. Something was wrong. There was no response. The third elder laughed triumphantly, saying Han Lin Lung should blame herself for being too stubborn to awaken. At that moment, Han Lin Lung collapsed to the ground in pain. Third elder approached and slowly said that he had forgotten to tell her something. Yang then was already dead. Upon hearing this, Han Lin Lung was stunned and murmured that it was impossible. The third elder raised both hands and declared triumphantly that everyone should remember well that this was the outcome of opposing the Haiyan clan. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey, is bullying a woman that impressive? If you have guts, then fight me." Han Lin Lung turned her head and said joyfully that he was still alive. The third elder frowned and asked whether he still dared to return. He smiled and said of course he was alive. What ability was it for a group of old men to gang up on a woman? Third elder shouted that since he had returned he should not dream of leaving, then prepared to attack. He said calmly, "Old fool, let him see how formidable the Haiyan clan formation was." Inwardly he thought that he was a reincarnated divine king. How could he let a woman protect him? Even if he died here, at worst he would live another life. He helped Han Lin Lung to her feet and whispered for her to leave quickly. He was not worth her doing this. Han Lin Lung glanced at him and replied firmly that unless she died, no one could touch him. She stepped forward and said boldly whether they were not afraid of her senior brother. The third elder replied that De Lin Lung had not appeared for many eras. Whether he lived or died was unknown. In his heart he thought that Han Lin Lung's arrogance in Bat Diet Than was because others feared her senior brother. But De Lin Lung had been gravely injured 10,000 years ago and had never appeared since. He was likely long dead. Han Lin Lung took out a letter and said that if anything happened to Jiang, then the Haiyan clan would also be finished. He stared at her in shock. The seventh elder of the Haiyan clan spoke. Han Lin Lung, you cannot even protect yourself now. As soon as he finished speaking, ninth elder coldly continued. Are you trying to use De Lin Lung's name to frighten us? Do you truly think the Haiyan clan is extinct? The third elder hurriedly shouted not to let her speak further and to capture them all. As soon as he finished, the Haiyan clan immediately charged together to attack Han Lin Lung and Jiang then. Suddenly the sky darkened, black clouds gathered and thunder roared incessantly. Faced with this phenomenon, the Haiyan clan cried out in terror. This was the spiritual pressure of a divine king. In an instant, the chains binding Han Lin Lung and Jiang then were completely shattered. Third elder's eyes widened as he exclaimed that this was impossible. At that moment, a confident voice sounded. What is impossible? Is the Haiyan clan so formidable? The Haiyan clan cried out in panic. De Lin Lung. Haiyan clan elders all changed expression. De Lin Lung was alive. He was an ancient true dragon not bound by current laws. He had stepped into the divine king realm since antiquity. Then now, De Lin Lung revealed his true form as a colossal azure dragon and shouted from above that the Haiyan clan had gone too far. Those below cried out in unison, Divine King. The third elder gritted his teeth and thought that De Lin Lung could not be opposed. It seemed only by summoning his second and eldest brothers remain. After thinking this, he immediately planted formation flags into the ground and activated the summoning formation. Divine King De Lin Lung used his body to shield Jiang then and said in a deep voice that they should feel fortunate he was unharmed. Otherwise, today the Haiyan clan would have been erased. Standing inside, he also thought to himself that an ancient true dragon divine king was truly real. At this moment, a dazzling light erupted from within the summoning formation. From that light, a figure slowly appeared. The Haiyan clan saw him and bowed. Second elder. We pay respects to the second elder. Third elder secretly smiled triumphantly. The second elder's strength reached the heavens, even if facing. But before his joy was complete, the second elder's face turned pale as he cried out, De Lin Lung. He immediately knelt to the ground and pleaded, Senior De, whatever has happened, it is all the fault of our Haiyan clan. Please grant us a path to live. De Lin Lung said indifferently that if everyone in the Haiyan clan were as sensible as him, this matter could have been overlooked. Third elder cried out blankly, Second brother, you. The second elder shouted to shut up. Did he want the Haiyan clan exterminated? Everyone kneel like him. After speaking, he waved his hand, and a powerful pressure descended upon the elders. In an instant, all of them were forced to kneel on the ground. Looked at this scene in confusion. De Lin Lung's divine king's strength was so terrifying. Why was he helping him? Seeing the Haiyan clan kneel and beg, De Lin Lung said coldly to forget it. This matter was over. Second elder hesitated and asked Senior De whether he could inquire about the relationship between him and this person. De Lin Lung only left a brief sentence. He was once called the strongest disciple. After speaking, he vanished. Hearing that, the second elder trembled as he pointed at Jiang then. Stammering, could it be him? Jiang then widened his eyes, thinking in shock. He is his master. This joke has gone a bit too far. Third elder stood up and asked doubtfully, does our Haiyan clan truly have to fear De Lin Lung? The second elder then recounted that in the past he was known as the strongest disciple, yet the strongest person of that era was his mysterious master. Hearing this, the third elder suddenly understood, you mean. The second elder continued. He was also one of those who guarded Immortal City. The city lord and the divine king possessed strategies and methods beyond ordinary imagination. He lowered his voice and said, "Fellow Taoists, today's fault lies with our Haiyan clan. Our entire clan admits our mistake. Can this matter be let go?" Jiang then sneered, "Let it go. Hand over the how though divine art. That cultivation method originally belongs to me." The second elder frowned and replied, "It was bestowed upon the Haiyan clan by the great sage. It cannot be casually transferred." Jiang then crossed his arms and retorted, "Speak plainly. What will make you hand it over? What is mine, even the great sage has no right to give to others." He felt secretly delighted inside. Having backing truly makes a difference. Even before a main god, one can stand straight. The third elder said irritably, "If you want the how though divine art, establish supreme merit like our Haiyan clan, then we will present it with both hands." And Lin Lung stepped forward to refute. Only strength enough to found the Haiyan clan counts as supreme merit. Sending him, a true god, to the battlefield now is no different from sending him to his death. Or shall I call senior brother here again? The second elder explained, "This matter concerns the great sage. What has been bestowed cannot easily change hands, unless we obtain his consent." And Lin Lung frowned and sneered. "Would the great sage appear over such a trivial matter? You are quite skilled at making excuses. The bad reputation of Haiyan Tong is not undeserved." Third elder angrily pointed at her and shouted, "Han Lin Lung, you are not the Lin Lung. Do you think our Haiyan clan is easy to bully? At worst we fight a civil war. We will no longer guard this immortal city." Han Lin Lung raised her hand, gathering spiritual power in challenge. "Try it then. The true dragon clan in Immortal City is not weaker than the Haiyan clan." Second elder coughed lightly. He stepped between them to mediate. "Since Senior Da has arrived, I will naturally give face. I wonder if this proposal is acceptable." Yang then asked directly, "What proposal?" The second elder said, "In one day you will come to the Haiyan clan. The how though divine art is at the peak of Great Elder Peak. If you can reach the summit and have the Great Elder personally hand the cultivation method back, we will raise no objections." And Lin Lung immediately questioned angrily, "You are changing tactics to avoid returning it." Jiang then instead calmly agreed, "Then it is settled." Lin Lung turned and scolded him, "Are you foolish? How could the Haiyan clan so easily hand over the how though divine art?" Jiang then smiled, placing a hand on her shoulder and said, "Thank you both this time, leave the rest to me." Han Lin Lung said no more, only reminding him that the forces of Immortal City are complex, and both sides find it hard to fight to the death. At most there will be minor conflicts. Let us return to Flying Dragon in first. She pulled his hand to leave. Jiang then hurriedly said, "Wait a moment." Turned back and said to the Haiyan clan, "Since you have conditions and are giving face to De Lin Lung, I should also state my condition. Otherwise it would be too much of a loss." The second elder had no choice but to nod, agreed. Jiang then revealed a meaningful smile. He continued, "If I retrieve the how though divine art, I want her." He suddenly pointed at Haiyan Tiu Mok standing to the side, startling her into stunned silence. At the Flying Dragon Inn, Jiang then sat cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Suddenly a voice sounded, "I am truly curious. What do you need Haiyan Tiu Mok for?" Jiang then smiled and replied, "I have my own purpose. And you, why did you help me?" As he finished speaking, a spatial door opened before him. De Lin Lung stepped out in human form, smiled and said, "It seems you truly do not remember me." De Lin Lung sat cross-legged on the bed and teased, "You were so powerful in the past. Now you are not respected, even threatened to the brink of death." Jiang then smiled and asked, "Which past life was that?" De Lin Lung waved his hand, "Forget it. Let us not mention old matters. But earlier at the Haiyan clan I helped you. You should at least say thank you." Jiang then immediately clasped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks to Senior for stepping in." Lin Lung burst into laughter. "Junior sister was right. In this life you actually know how to say thank you." Jiang then tilted his head in confusion. "Is that strange?" De Lin Lung then said that in the past he had never thanked anyone. "That is right. In that life you were Thien Than, but the old matters have passed. Now you are no longer that person." Jiang then replied calmly, "I am myself. In this life there is only me." De Lin Lung stood up and waved his hand with a smile. "It does not matter. I came today only to see you." Jiang then asked, "How should I manage in Immortal City from now on?" De Lin Lung curled his lips in a faint smile. "What do you think? Just the 3 words De Lin Lung alone. Are they not weighty enough in Immortal City?" Hearing that, Jiang then smiled meaningfully and replied, "Ah, I understand." Lin Lung raised his hand to reopen the spatial door and reminded sternly, "There is one more thing to say first. Once you step into Immortal City, you must be mentally prepared for death." After speaking, he stepped into the space and vanished. Jiang then hurriedly called out, "Do I also have to go to the battlefield? I am only a true god." De Lin Lung had truly left. Jiang then fell silent and thought, it seems the situation in Immortal City is indeed tense. Even true gods must go to battle. I need to quickly increase my cultivation. One day later, at the Haiyan clan, the elders and disciples had all gathered. Everyone whispered among themselves, is the Haiyan clan really handing over the how though divine art? That would be too humiliating. The strength of the Haiyan clan is unfathomable. No one knows what background Jiang then truly has. The third elder announced, he has arrived. As his words fell, Jiang then descended lightly before everyone. He told himself inwardly, I must obtain the how though divine art. At worst, I will risk my life. A man with an arrogant tone sneered, this Jiang then truly has guts. He even dares to come. Jiang then did not bother to respond. He turned to Haiyan Tiu Mok and smiled, little girl. After a few days, you have become even prettier. Haiyan clan members immediately shouted angrily, insolent. She is the great elder's granddaughter, mind your words. The second elder raised his hand to signal silence and cleared his throat. Jiang then little friend, today. Before he finished, Jiang then interrupted, little friend, what status do I have? Across several lives I was a divine king. Even De Lin Lung was once my disciple. You are not worthy to call me little friend. Hearing that, the second elder's face darkened. His gaze turned gloomy. He frowned and thought, forget it. He will not pass this trial anyway. Consider it giving face to De Lin Lung. Thinking so, he lowered his head and said, this matter is indeed this old man's fault. Jiang then shrugged and replied, of course it is your fault. The second elder was furious but did not dare to show it. He raised 3 fingers and said, fine, Taoist Jiang, listen carefully. There are 3 trials. Enter the mountain gate, reach the main hall, decide victory and defeat. Only after passing all can you ascend the main peak to meet the great elder. First trial is entering the mountain gate. You only need to break the formation before you. He pointed at the densely layered patterned array. Jiang then looked for a moment and asked, is it only this formation? Several Haiyan clan members laughed mockingly. What, afraid already, kneel now and apologize. The Haiyan clan is not unreasonable. Jiang then pointed and asked, who set up this formation? The second elder stroked his beard proudly and replied, naturally I arranged it personally. You were a divine king in several lives. I would not dare underestimate you. If I said it too weak, would that not be discourteous? Jiang then said nothing more and stepped straight into the core of the formation. Instantly countless strange symbols transformed into chains that shot toward and surrounded him. Haiyan clan members gleefully discussed. This formation was set by the second elder. A mere true god like him is doomed. He is just trash relying on De Lin Lung. Only a few seconds later, with a loud boom, the formation exploded, shattered by Jiang then. Those who had been laughing immediately fell silent, standing there stunned and speechless. The second elder was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He cried out, impossible. This is a formation laid by a main god. Jiang then sneered and said, is that all? This formation is too simple. Now it is time for the next trial. The entire Haiyan clan stared at the scene in disbelief. The atmosphere fell into utter silence, as if they had been slapped across the face. Jiang then said, I am not skilled in formations, so I broke it directly. That counts as passing, right? The second elder gritted his teeth and replied, right. Inwardly he cursed, damn it. His attainment in formations is even higher than mine. Jiang then chuckled and said, then I will continue. It seems the Haiyan clan is only this much. The second elder coldly reminded, speak boldly after you reach the main hall. Next, Jiang then stood before Thong Thien Peak. Before him stretched an endless flight of stairs. Second elder said, from here follow Thong Thien Peak to reach the main hall. I will remind you first, there are restrictions here. With every step upward, both body and soul will bear increasing pressure. After hearing this, he only nodded and said a single word of thanks. And Lin Lung reminded worriedly, big brother, stay clear-headed. Enhim Truong Ka angrily cursed. The Haiyan clan is clearly making things difficult, and you still thank them. He did not reply and stepped straight onto the stairs. The moment he set foot on it, a heavy pressure descended. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he exclaimed that it really hurt. Second elder sneered, collapsing at the very first step. Jiang then is only this much. The third elder snorted coldly and said, these stairs test the physical body. Even a high-rank heavenly god finds it hard to cross, let alone a mere true god. But right after that both were stunned. He cried out in pain because he had tripped on a stone. He irritably cursed that they could not even clean the stairs properly and had twisted his ankle. Then do not blame me. When this king gets angry, it is rather frightening. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down hard, making the stone surface tremble. Then he shot upward across the next steps. While everyone was still discussing that under this suppression he would go at most 100 steps, I guess 10, even 5 would be impressive. But contrary to their guesses, he climbed up lightly as if taking a stroll. The crowd was so shocked they blurted out curses, damn it. The higher he went, the heavier the pressure became. Yet it could not stop him. He even laughed cheerfully, saying this place is truly good for tempering the body and cultivation. The second and third elders stared wide-eyed in shock. How could this be possible? Before long, he had reached the 300th step. At that moment, strands of lightning suddenly appeared around him. Seeing him standing still, everyone speculated that he could not endure any more. What a scare, they thought a monster had appeared. This is already 300 steps. He raised his head and said, "Please excuse me, everyone. I need to undergo my heavenly tribulation for a moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was shaken again. He wants to undergo a heavenly tribulation, and it is a 5-colored heavenly tribulation. Is this not the tribulation of a heavenly god? He is using the stairs to temper himself and advance. He calmly raised his hand to receive the lightning tribulation. Thunderbolt struck down all at once, and the sky darkened. The second elder laughed smugly. Let it strike him dead. A mere true god daring to undergo the heavenly god tribulation. Very quickly, his smile froze. The lightning tribulation poured down, yet he stood firm without a scratch, his expression cold as he gave an order. Let the heavens bear witness. This tribulation is useless against me. I will continue upward. As he finished speaking, the dark clouds dispersed, and he continued climbing. The Hyen clan disciples stared in shock. A heavenly tribulation dispersing on its own makes no sense. This man is truly a monster. The second elder gritted his teeth inwardly. Just how strong is this boy's body? 300 steps and not a single injury. He continued upward at ease, looking as relaxed as if strolling. Second elder began to feel uneasy. This is bad. He absolutely must not be allowed to continue. Otherwise, the Hyen clan will truly lose all face. After thinking it through, he raised his voice in praise, worthy of being sect master Jiang, a divine king reincarnated through many lives. His strength is indeed astonishing. How about we skip this trial and proceed directly to the third? Jiang then clearly understood the scheme in that old man's mind, so he only felt like sneering inside. The old man was afraid that once he left he would slap the Xuan clan in the face, right? But he did not expose it. Instead, he nodded cheerfully and replied, "Fine, then let me see how you plan to play the third round." Not long after, on the Xuan clan arena, the second elder led a group of disciples and appeared before Jiang then. He introduced, "Among these disciples you may choose anyone to fight. If you win, the how though divine art will be returned to you." Lowest cultivation among them was already mid-level profound god. There was even a high-level profound god. Han Lin Lung angrily said, "This is too shameless. He is only a true god, yet you send a profound god 2 realms higher. Clearly you do not intend to return it. The Xuan clan is truly thick-skinned." The third elder laughed loudly in response. "What do you know? This is called upright and fair. So what if our Xuan clan is making things difficult? It is reasonable and justified." Several other elders nodded in agreement. "That is right. We are shameless, but shameless openly." Yang then looked at the Xuan clan disciples, gesturing arrogantly, and sighed. "I thought I was already shameless enough. Turns out there are greater masters out there." The second elder smugly advised, "If you are afraid, then hurry and get out of the Xuan clan." Jiang then calmly replied, "Afraid? Perhaps you have misunderstood." After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed straight at someone in the crowd, declaring it is him. The one being pointed at seemed the smallest. He looked confused and pointed at himself, saying, "Me." The ninth elder burst into laughter. "You are not joking. You are sure you choose him. Pick someone more ordinary. Otherwise people will say our Xuan clan cheats." Jiang then calmly replied, "Ordinary? Is there anyone here who can be called ordinary?" The chosen man stepped forward. Only then did everyone realize he was not small at all, but in fact the largest. His cultivation was even higher, already at upper-level venerable god. Crossed his arms and walked up to Jiang, then half a head taller than him, then said in a deep voice, "This venerable is Hyen Vong Nin. Please enlighten me." Before Jiang then could react, the ninth elder proudly laughed. "Well done, you brat. Among so many profound gods, you chose the strongest one." Jiang then turned to the second elder and asked, "Wait, let me ask. May I use formations, divine artifacts, or secret arts?" The old man shrugged, "As you wish." Inwardly he was smug. Hyen Vong Nin was the strongest of the same generation in the clan, about to step into venerable god. Dealing with a true god was more than enough. Yang then pretended to be flustered and said, "Since that is the case, then I will not hold back." Hyen Vong Nin curled his lips. "I advise you to admit defeat." He raised a finger in provocation. "With such a huge gap in cultivation, one finger of mine is enough to crush you." Jiang then replied calmly, "Your cultivation is indeed high, but I will give you 3 moves. What do you think?" Hyen Vong Nin sneered. "Let alone 3 moves, even 30 moves is fine." Hearing that, Jiang then smiled coldly. 30 moves, you said it yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly flicked his finger. 30 formations appeared at the same time. They hovered above Hyen Vong Nin's head, causing him to cry out in shock. 30 killing formations. How is that possible in an instant? Jiang then chuckled softly. "I have quite a lot of formations. You will have to endure a bit." Those formations expanded larger and larger, closing tightly from all sides around Hyen Vong Nin. He opened his mouth and cursed, "Damn it. How does this guy have so many tricks?" Jiang then smiled proudly and clasped his hands. "Let me see how you block this." He raised his hand high, and a gigantic killing formation instantly took shape. Immediately after, the formation crashed down onto Haiyan Vong Nin. The ground trembled and stones flew everywhere. He screamed in agony. The Xuan clan disciples widened their eyes in horror and exclaimed, 30 layers of killing formations. Even if not dead, he would be barely alive. The second elder still maintained a calm expression and reassured, "What are you panicking for? Stop hiding it. Take that thing out." And Vong Nin immediately reached into his robe and pulled out a pouch. As soon as the pouch was opened, all of Jiang Then's killing formations were completely sucked in. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Only 30 formations. If you have any other moves, then use them all." Everyone stared in shock. This magic treasure was too terrifying. The Xuan clan actually gave such a thing to a disciple to deal with a true god. Was there a need to go this far? Jiang Then sighed, truly a good treasure. A Lord God-level magic artifact. Haiyan Vong Nin mocked, "Insignificant trash. You think relying on formations can let you win by luck? Do not forget, this is the territory of the Xuan clan." Jiang then raised his eyebrows and asked, "So what?" Haiyan Vong Nin raised a command token and directly activated the Grand Protective Formation. Spectators immediately complained in dissatisfaction. Truly shameless. A one-on-one fight, and he even uses the mountain guarding formation. This thing can even block a half-step god king. At this moment, the Grand Protective Formation was gradually fully deployed. The ninth elder laughed loudly in praise, worthy of the genius of our Xuan clan. His methods are indeed brilliant. This match the Xuan clan is certain to win. And Lin Lung angrily said, "The Xuan clan would even discard their dignity just to win." Enhim Truong Ka nodded in agreement. Their skin is probably thicker than their cultivation. Jiang then sighed. He still said leisurely, "Oh, you even brought out the clan protecting formation." Haiyan Vong Nin raised his middle finger in provocation. "If you have the ability, then use one too, trash. If you do not want to die, then kneel down." Jiang then suddenly raised 2 fingers and proposed, "Then answer me 2 questions." Haiyan Vong Nin sneered, "Since you are about to lose, then ask. I will indulge you." Jiang then asked coldly, "Do you know summoning?" He answered that he did not know. Jiang then continued, "Right now in the Xuan clan, who is the strongest person that can make a move?" Haiyan Vong Nin replied without hesitation, "Of course the second elder." Finished asking, then prepare to die. After asking, Jiang then suddenly revealed a meaningful smile, leaving Haiyan Vong Nin stunned in confusion. Jiang then confidently said, "I know a little of everything. Now I will summon a battle spirit." Haiyan Vong Nin urged the protective formation and charged forward while sneering. "A true god can summon what kind of spirit? Go die." Jiang then declared coldly, "Since the Xuan clan has no need for shame, then I have no need to save face either." After saying that, he clasped his hands, condensed spiritual power above his head, and shouted, "Eternal invincible summoning art, heaven-piercing pool's secret vault, I beseech you, De Lin Lung." Soon as the words fell, bolts of lightning descended. De Lin Lung appeared in the form of a true dragon. "I answer the summons and have arrived." The Xuan clan disciples were so shocked their mouths hung open as they cried out, "Is there a need to go this far? There are truly monsters everywhere outside." He even summoned De Lin Lung, more shameless than us. Third elder anxiously asked, "Second brother, what do we do now?" The second elder angrily shouted, "How would I know?" With just one claw, De Lin Lung sent Haiyan Vong Nin flying, and at the same time repeated, "I answer the summons and have arrived." The eighth elder pointed and questioned, "What summons? You were already waiting in the sky, right, De Lin Lung? Who are you to dare interfere in the internal affairs of the Xuan clan?" Lin Lung calmly replied, "I was lawfully summoned. It does not count as interference." Jiang then spoke up. 3 rounds have passed. Hand over the how though divine art. The grand elders immediately objected fiercely. "In your dreams, absolutely not." The second elder looked at Jiang Then's smug face and ground his teeth in anger. "Too careless, I should not have agreed." Jiang Then's shamelessness even surpasses the Xuan clan. Helpless, he said, "Since sect master Jiang has won, the how though divine art must be returned." Jiang then asked, "Then why have you not handed it over?" The second elder explained helplessly, "The how though divine art is kept by the grand elder. You must personally go to him to get it." Jiang then and De Lin Lung were both stunned upon hearing this. Below the arena, everyone whispered, "The Xuan clan truly does not want to return it. The grand elder only needs to breathe lightly to suppress Jiang then." Lin Lung said softly, "I am afraid I cannot help with this matter either. The grand elder of the Xuan clan is very strong. In Immortal City, I cannot engage in battle." Jiang then asked in a low voice, "Then if I just go like this, would I not be cut down by him?" De Lin Lung said quietly, "It probably will not go that far. After all, so many people are watching. It is just that the Xuan clan is truly too thick-skinned." Jiang then did not think further and immediately leapt forward. He even shouted loudly, "I will definitely take the how though divine art." At worst, I will risk my life against that old man. Several Xuan clan elders saw this and sneered smugly. You think you can play tricks with our Xuan clan? Do you think we have no trump cards? Wanting to take the how though divine art from Big Brother's hands is truly daydreaming. Who does not know Big Brother's temperament? Once it enters, it never comes out. Unless in a dream, he would never hand anything over. On the peak of the first mountain of the Xuan clan, Jiang then saw an old man meditating. There was no need to guess that he was the Grand Elder. He also sensed Jiang Then's appearance and coldly said, "Are juniors nowadays all so rude? Without my order, no one is allowed to set foot here." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately released a terrifying pressure straight toward Jiang Then. Jiang then raised his hand to block it, trying to lessen the pressure before explaining, "I am not a member of the Xuan clan." Inwardly, he was also secretly shocked. This person's strength was not inferior to De Lin Lung. Hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Xuan clan cast a glance over. After observing carefully for a while, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened, his blood surged. The Grand Elder abruptly stood up and strode to his side. Thought nervously, damn it, could it be that he truly wants to make a move? But contrary to expectations, the Grand Elder grabbed his hand, pressed it to his own face and burst into tears. "Benefactor Master, is it truly you have returned?" he cried out in shock. The Grand Elder hugged and kissed his hand, choking with emotion. "Back then you said you would return, telling this disciple to wait in Immortal City for this day." He shouted, "Old man, stop kissing." Releasing him, the Grand Elder immediately knelt to the ground. "Benefactor Master, for 10,000 years this disciple has been waiting for you, never once betraying you," he said awkwardly. "We can talk about other matters later. Can you give me the how though divine art first?" He was truly stunned to see the head of the Xuan clan kneeling before him. Hearing that, the Grand Elder immediately presented the cultivation method. "Benefactor Master, the how though divine art has always been kept on me, only waiting for the day of your return." He took it and asked, "What exactly is going on, and why do the people of the Xuan clan seem unfriendly toward me?" Grand Elder gritted his teeth in fury. "Those foolish idiots, they dare defy my orders." He asked in surprise, "What orders? Could it be that you had already given instructions?" Massaging his shoulders and legs, the Grand Elder recounted, "Benefactor Master, before your reincarnation you calculated that someone from the Vo then continent, surnamed Jiang, named Thien then, would appear. This disciple once ordered that any being surnamed Jiang from the Vo then continent must be treated with utmost care, especially the reincarnated one. At that time, this disciple even emphasized the 4 words utmost care, stressing them so much that he almost spat out water in shock. After saying that, he knelt again and kowtowed to plead guilty. "May Benefactor Master punish me. For everything the Xuan clan has done, this disciple will surely give you a satisfactory answer." He forced a smile. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on them. He cautiously asked, "Then was I your master in the Thien Nguyen life or the Thien Hien life?" Hien Than shook his head and replied, "Neither. In that life you were called Thien Than. In those days, this disciple was merely an unknown nobody, with low cultivation and ordinary talent. It was thanks to meeting Benefactor Master that I have today." At that time, Benefactor Master instructed this disciple, and even bestowed a name upon me. The word Than in Hien Than was given by Benefactor Master. At this point, tears streamed down his face as he held his hand and lamented, "Benefactor Master, when will you fully awaken? This old man is willing to exchange everything for your return." He hurriedly pulled his hand back and gently pushed him away, speaking seriously, "We are both men. Keep some distance from me." Hien Than solemnly declared, "No matter what this life is like for Benefactor Master, within the Xuan clan you will receive absolute protection. This disciple only asks for the honor of serving at your side." After hearing this, he pondered, "This man values gratitude and loyalty. He is trustworthy, no matter how high his cultivation. Before Benefactor Master, he still bows his head." Thinking so, he stood up and asked, "Then were the others in the Xuan clan not going too far in what they did?" Hien Than said nothing more, and directly took out a luxurious chair from his spatial pouch. Benefactor Master, this disciple will lead you to seek justice." Looking at the overly ostentatious chair, he smiled wryly, "I can just walk." Before he could take a step, Hien Than had already seated him on the chair and said seriously, "Benefactor Master's dignity will be handled by this disciple." He said awkwardly, "Just be a little modest." Hien Than had already hoisted the chair onto his back, causing he to widen his eyes. "You are really carrying me," he replied. "This is a disciple's duty." He coughed lightly and asked, "Hien Than, was I like this before?" He shook his head and answered no. He let out a sigh of relief. "That is good. I thought I used to like showing off like this too." Before he could finish rejoicing, Hien Than added with a smile, "In the past, this disciple pulled your carriage." He was immediately speechless. Meanwhile, at the peak of Thong Thien Peak, the elders of the Xuan clan were still chatting and laughing. With Big Brother's temperament, once something enters it never leaves. That brat dared to demand the how though divine art. By now not even ashes remain. Wanting to take something from our Xuan clan is truly dreaming. But just after speaking, one person suddenly widened his eyes and gaped in shock. Am I seeing wrong? The third elder asked in surprise, second brother, what is wrong? Two of them looked up in that direction. In an instant, both went limp and collapsed to the ground. At this moment he was sitting on the chair, leisurely gnawing on an apple, carried personally by Elder Hyan Than. Seeing them, he stopped eating. He greeted Da Lin Lung. The second elder stammered, Big brother, what is this? Before he could finish, Hyan Than roared, all of you kneel down. In the grand hall of the Xuan clan, he forcefully set the chair down, startling he. Hyan Than shouted, people of the Xuan clan all kneel. The elders below trembled and obeyed. In 1,000 years, Big Brother had never been this furious. Unexpectedly, for the sake of an outsider it had come to this. Though unwilling, they still knelt. Hyan Than asked anxiously, Benefactor Master, are you unharmed? He smiled and replied, I am fine. During that, Hyan Than immediately asked, who was in charge today? The second elder stepped forward, trembling. It was me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked repeatedly by Hyan Than, who struck and cursed, if Benefactor Master spares you, I will also spare you, otherwise die. He covered his mouth and exclaimed, heavens, is there a need to beat him so fiercely? Second elder was bruised all over and forced himself to ask, Big brother, spare my life. Why? Before he could finish, he received another slap. Kneel properly. Say one more word and I will not show brotherly mercy. Only then did he tremble in true fear. After that, he prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed toward he in apology. The other elders looked at each other in panic, wondering what kind of being he truly was. Hyan Than slapped and scolded, Jiang Sect Master, how dare you address Benefactor Master like that? Benefactor Master's title is Thien Than. The second elder hurriedly corrected himself, Lord Thien Than, forgive me. But it was still not enough to quell Hyan Than's anger. He roared, is that apology without sincerity? Apologize properly, otherwise the ground beneath your feet will be your grave. Only then did he speak to stop him. That is enough. He knows his mistake. I am fine as well. Inwardly he worried that holding a grudge later would cause trouble. Hyan Than said sternly, the apology is mandatory. I want everyone here, including Immortal City, to firmly remember the name Jiang Then. From this day forward, Jiang Then will be protected by the Xuan clan. I, Hyan Than, will officially become his Dao protector. His voice resounded throughout the entire city, allowing no objection. Those outside were immediately in an uproar upon hearing this. What? The Grand Elder of the Xuan clan willingly becoming someone's protector? Who is Jiang Then? The name sounds familiar. Hurry and see clearly. He was just about to tell those kneeling to rise when suddenly a wave of pressure descended, leaving him unable to move. Elder Hyan Than stepped before him, releasing pressure and declaring, you all heard clearly, this is my decision. From today on, whoever dares oppose Jiang Then opposes me, Hyan Than, and the entire Xuan clan. Even if it leads to civil war, the Xuan clan will not retreat. Outside Immortal City, the townspeople were abuzz with discussion. Was not Jiang Then previously captured by the Xuan clan? At this moment, Da Lin Lung appeared and said with a smile, Hyan Than, had you shown yourself earlier, I would not have needed to interfere. Hyan Than glanced at him and said coldly, Da Lin Lung, the grievances between you and the Xuan clan are not yet settled. Da Lin Lung said slowly, since ancient times I have been called the strongest disciple, and that title is connected to the Lord Thien Than you just mentioned. Hearing this, Hyan Than was slightly startled. What do you mean? After understanding, he waved his hand and said, very well, from now on the grievances between the Xuan clan and you are erased. In the grand hall of the Xuan clan, Hyan Than shouted, what exactly happened today? Tell me everything. The second elder immediately called out, Old Ninth. After half a day of explanation, the ninth elder cautiously said, Big brother, at that time when we heard that a brat surnamed Jiang from the Vo then continent came to seek marriage with your granddaughter, the disciples only wanted to protect Tiu Ma. Upon hearing this, Hyan Than flew into a rage and rushed forward to question. So you heard about Lord Thien Than and my granddaughter at the Flying Dragon Inn. Such a good matter, and you dared to obstruct it. I once instructed you, when encountering someone from the Vo then continent, especially surnamed Jiang, you must treat them with utmost care. I even emphasized those two words, utmost care. The elders inwardly cried bitterly. It was precisely because you emphasized it so much that we misunderstood. Hyan Than flicked his sleeve and said coldly, all of you go back and reflect on yourselves. He turned to he, his tone softening, Benefactor Master is considered reborn in this life. Your age is also similar to my granddaughter. If you truly like her, this disciple will arrange it. He hurriedly interrupted. It is all a misunderstanding. It is not as you think. Hyan Than still would not let it go and leaned close to whisper. Benefactor Master need not be shy. A talented man and beautiful woman forming Dao companions would be wonderful. Whatever type you like, Tiu Mok has it. During that, he flushed red. In his mind surfaced all kinds of images of Hyan Tiu Mok. from alluring and seductive to pure schoolgirl, even a charming maid. Hien Than suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Benefactor Master, look at this." He widened his eyes in shock. Before him appeared a three-dimensional image of Hien Tiu Mok in thin garments, leaning close against him. Hien Than smiled meaningfully and asked, "Benefactor Master, which type do you prefer?" He raised his hand to cover his face, yet still curiously asked, "What kind of miraculous technique is this?" Inwardly he sighed, "This feeling is frighteningly real." Hien Than blushed and explained, "Benefactor Master, this disciple has secluded in the back mountain for too long. Loneliness was inevitable. This is a technique I created myself and named it myself." He was pressed back onto the chair by the image of Hien Tiu Mok, momentarily stunned. But very quickly, he regained his composure and waved his hand to disperse the illusion. He angrily scolded, "Did I ever teach you such things?" Hien Than pinched two fingers together and muttered, "The first time I used this divine skill, you were very pleased." Coughed to salvage his image and said, "Go out first. I need to study the how-though divine art and see what is so miraculous about it." Hien Than had no choice but to bow and withdraw. Cold sweat broke out in his heart as he secretly lamented that divine skill absolutely cannot be cultivated. Then he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the how-though divine art. After only a dozen breaths, his expression changed. He clutched his chest and muttered, "Was this technique truly self-created? How-though divine art was actually so simple. One only needed to absorb special earth. But the special earth had to be different types. Where was he supposed to find that?" A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He raised his hand to summon something. He had almost forgotten the 8-direction floating earth. This kind of earth was truly strange. Forget it. There was no loss in trying. Thinking so, he began absorbing the 8-direction floating earth. Special earth was quickly refined. After concentrating his spiritual power for a while, he opened his eyes and sighed. It is over, nothing changed at all. The corners of his mouth twitched into a bitter smile as he looked at his hand and lamented. After so much effort to obtain the how-though divine art, it turned out to be useless. Unexpectedly, the clown was actually me. While feeling irritated, he suddenly remembered something. That is right, the Thien Tan art. He immediately tried combining the Thien Tan art with the how-though divine art. Immediately afterward, his entire body radiated dazzling light. The power of the great Tao opened upon his forehead. He sprang to his feet and clenched his fist, light shooting in all directions, his cultivation directly rising to peak true God. He said in a deep voice, "As expected, the two techniques complement each other. Just one portion of special earth has helped me stabilize at peak true God. It is just a pity. I only have one portion of special earth." Thinking of this, he clutched his head and shouted loudly, "Hien Than." Hien Than immediately appeared and asked worriedly, "Benefactor Master, what is the matter?" He coughed and hesitated within the Xuan clan. At this point, he suddenly stopped. Having just reconciled with the Xuan clan, it was indeed hard to speak. Hien Than hurriedly said, "Benefactor Master, speak plainly. No need for courtesy, as long as you ask. Even my granddaughter can be offered." He quickly waved his hand, "No need. I only want one portion of special earth." Hien Than was stunned upon hearing this. He asked in confusion, "What is wrong?" Hien Than sighed and replied, "Benefactor Master, perhaps we should discuss my granddaughter instead." He snapped angrily, "What nonsense are you saying? Do you have special earth or not?" Hien Than lowered his head and replied, "Benefactor Master, special earth is a heaven and earth treasure, searching all of Immortal City. This disciple only knows of a few portions. If I personally step in, obtaining one portion is still possible." He was surprised, only one portion. Hien Than explained, "Benefactor Master, one portion is already the limit, as far as I know. In Immortal City, only the Buddha clan possesses Bodhi divine earth. To obtain it, we must sell some face, and the Buddha ancestor may not agree." At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shone straight down upon him. He asked suspiciously, "Is this a formation of the Xuan clan?" Hien Than's face darkened as he replied, "No, and it just had to choose Benefactor Master, truly outrageous." Asked blankly, "What do you mean?" His heart trembled as the divine power within his body kept rising. Could it be that the heavens saw my cultivation was too low and granted favor? Hien Than explained seriously, "This is the conquest divine light. Whenever foreign realms invade, Immortal City will descend this divine light. Whoever is struck will be teleported to the battlefield outside." Hearing this, he widened his eyes and shouted, "You mean I have to go to the battlefield? I am only a true god." "I refuse." Hien Than shook his head. "No one can refuse. This is the iron rule of Immortal City, a mandatory responsibility. Even in death one cannot escape." He sighed and said, "Then prepare special earth for me. I need to raise my cultivation quickly." Hien Than reached into his robe searching and said, "Benefactor Master, this disciple also has a divine weapon." As he drew out a sword and looked up, his figure had already vanished without a trace. At this moment, he was being teleported at terrifying speed. Hien Than was still delighted. intending to hand the divine sword to him. But the person was already gone. He roared in anger. Could it not wait a moment? The divine weapon has not even been given yet. Elder Hyen Than looked at the beam of light before him and could only sigh helplessly. The foreign beings on the Lin 2 battlefield. The weakest are already lower heavenly God. The stronger ones can even reach upper profound God. Benefactor Master is now on the Lin 2 battlefield. He had been directly transported here. Not only him, many others were also dragged here. Someone shouted angrily, "This is the third time. If I survive this time, I will tear Immortal City apart." There are rules here. Anyone from Immortal City who enters the battlefield and does not die will be granted the title King Officer. Thus someone laughed and said, "Dual King Officer. If you survive again, you will become Triple King Officer." A woman stepped forward and said, "Victory and defeat are not yet decided. Life and death still unknown. I hope you keep your glory." Everyone recognized her and whispered in surprise, "That is the beloved daughter of the lone clan leader." The clan ranked 6th in Immortal City. Suddenly someone turned to look at he and asked, "Who is this kid?" He was still standing there in a daze. Seeing all eyes on him, he startled and asked, "Ah, is there something about me?" He had the lowest realm, only upper true God. The crowd sighed and shook their heads, truly pitiful. Even a true God was dragged here. Once time ends, he will just be sent back. Dual King Officer shook his head and said, "The great sage must have chosen wrong. With your cultivation, coming here is no different from suicide. Someone kindly advised, stay put, do not enter battle." He felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Though their words were blunt, everyone was united against the foreign enemy. Thinking so, he shouted loudly, "Since I have been chosen, there is no reason to evade. Even with low cultivation, I am willing to shed blood." Someone beside him softly reminded, saying that here has no effect. Several others added, "If you die, there will not even be someone to bury you, as long as you survive. Even if you claim the heavens are yours, no one will argue." He scratched his head and smiled wryly. "I only wanted to make the atmosphere more spirited." At that moment, the gigantic gate before them slowly opened. Foreign realm had arrived from outside. Groups of beings of various races flooded in. Some walked in, others flew directly inside. He asked curiously, "What are these rules about?" Dual King Officer explained, "The two sides have fought for ages. Some unspoken rules form. For example, the Lin 2 battlefield has a total of 6 matches. Each match, each side sends 10 people." He asked further, "Then how is victory decided?" The other replied, 6 matches, 60 people. Whichever side has more survivors in a match wins that match." Lone Tiu Thur also added, "This battlefield was established not long ago. We have never won. The price of defeat is very heavy. We must withdraw the defensive line back 100,000 miles. Beyond 1 billion miles used to be our territory." Hearing this, he gaped in shock. Heavens, how many defeats led to retreating 1 billion miles? How many have died? He fell silent in thought. The war was so brutal, yet there had not been a single victory. And Immortal City still had to continuously send people out to fight like this. Thinking of this, he took the initiative and said, "Let me enter the match." Dual King Officer sighed, "We all understand. This place is one where 10 die and none live. Being born in Immortal City means accepting that. By rule, the weakest goes first." He nodded, "My cultivation is the lowest. I will go with you." That King Officer immediately placed a restriction on him and said, "Since we stand together today, we are friends. Stay behind." Lone Tiu Thur did the same and smiled lightly. The great sage would not choose wrongly. Since he chose you, it means you have potential. Survive and return. The other 6 also placed restrictions on him and said, "If we all die, you must stand up and avenge us." After speaking, Dual King Officer cracked his knuckles and shouted, "Enter battle. Even in defeat, we must lose with spirit. The people of Immortal City do not fear death." He was stunned and murmured, "You all truly." He hurriedly broke the restrictions on his body and could not help asking, "Were you born knowing sealing arts? This formation is truly complex." But what surprised him was that they had thought for his sake like this. After half an incense stick of time, the foreign battlefield officially erupted. Foreign races slaughtered viciously without cease. Cultivators fell one after another. The remaining people waited for their turn. He also stepped out after breaking the formation and asked, "Have the previous 5 matches all been lost? Is only King Officer left?" Lone Tiu Thur replied, "Those were only foreign slaves. This is your first time seeing the true foreign realm." He nodded, "I met a few outside the city before, but they were only refugees. The real battlefield is here." On the battlefield, King Officer stood among the corpses of foreign beings and roared, "I am a descendant of the Lord of Light. Where I stand is light, is victory." He frowned, "This man's talent is very high, but he has burned his blood essence." After shouting that, King Officer collapsed. A foreign being laughed disdainfully, "You are now Triple King Officer. Next time we meet, I will personally end your winning streak." King Officer was covered in blood, yet still laughed. "We won. I have become Triple King Officer. I must survive and return." He dragged his broken body toward the people of Immortal City. When he drew near, he was nearly out of strength. his hand trembling as he raised it. This young master won, but I probably cannot return anymore. Before finishing his words, he fell completely. He watched that scene and hesitated. A descendant of the Lord of Light. Very well, my grievances with the Lord of Light have nothing to do with you. Thinking so, he stepped forward and took out a pill. He said, "This is a sacred healing medicine I kept for myself. I am not entering battle, so I will give it to you. Consider it repayment for your protection." After speaking, he stuffed the pill into King Officer's mouth. Immediately light burst forth. King Officer groaned in pain. Lone Tiu Thur cried out in panic. "What are you doing? Can you not let him rest in peace?" He replied calmly, "Woman, I am saving him. If he can live, then he must live." Lone Tiu Thur hesitated, but At that moment, something shot out. Glowing jade orb, streams of golden energy, slowly flowed into King Officer's body. After a while, he suddenly sat up and exclaimed in shock, "I am alive again. Is this a dream? How can this be possible?" He reminded, "Rest well, your blood essence will recover. This is my sacred healing medicine." King Officer bowed emotionally. "I am King Officer. Many thanks for saving my life." Lone Tiu Thur let out a sigh of relief. It is good that he lives. This match was already destined to be lost. Keeping a life is fortunate. Someone choked with tears, but Immortal City must retreat another 100,000 miles. He suddenly asked, "Let me ask, can the rules be broken? For example, if I win one match and do not return, continuing to challenge others." King Officer was surprised. Winning against one is already difficult and you still want to fight more. The rule allows it, as long as you wish and the other side agrees. If they do not agree and you insist, they can use all their numbers. Lone Tiu Thur said firmly, "This is the final match. 60 entered and now only 11 remain. But are we afraid?" The remaining 10 answered in unison. "Not afraid. Being born in Immortal City means shedding blood to the last drop. Battle, even in death, we die on the battlefield." Battle. The gate opened, and everyone advanced valiantly. Foreign races outside laughed excitedly. "The blood of young women is my favorite. Her flesh is mine. No need to argue, we do not eat such things." The territory of the foreign realm is about to expand again. These are too weak. Killing them is like crushing insects. Another one died just now, truly disgraceful for the foreign realm. The battlefield side, a foreign being in the form of a green crocodile stepped forward. That foreign being swung his claw toward Lone Tiu Thur and sneered. "What I like most are those who kneel and beg. If you are willing to beg, I will grant you the gentlest death." Just as he was about to touch her, a burst of light erupted from the formation, and his voice resounded, I also like that type." The beam of light brushed past Lone Tiu Thur and pierced straight into the foreign being. He stepped forward to shield her and said with a cold smile, "The words you said to her I return intact. I hope when you beg I will also enjoy it." The foreign being was blasted away. Immediately after he challenged, "I want to challenge all of you. Do you dare accept?" In his heart he thought, "Immortal City will not lose. I understand your resolve to protect the continent." He frowned and said again, "I ask once more. I challenge all of you. Do you dare agree?" Foreign beings burst into laughter. "A true god, has Immortal City run out of people? Such tender flesh suits my taste." Lone Tiu Thur anxiously tried to stop him. "Leave. The weakest among them are lower heavenly god. The foreign realm at the same level is stronger than us. Do you not want to live?" He did not answer, only lightly snapped his fingers. A barrier immediately enveloped the remaining 10. Lone Tiu Thur asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" She hurriedly tried to break the barrier, but no matter how she tried, it was useless. Everyone was shocked. The Lone clan had mastered restrictions since childhood, yet she could not break it. He said sternly, "Leave it to me." The foreign beings still looked down on him and laughed. "What is there to fear? Consider it entertainment, we all agree." During this, he smiled. "Oh, then I am at ease." After speaking, he flashed before a foreign being and threw a punch. Then he grabbed the opponent's arm and twisted it to the side. Foreign being screamed in pain. His eyes filled with panic. How can this be? He continued to charge forward, one move knocking down all before him. After finishing, he sneered. "What a pity I did not hear any begging." Lone Tiu Thur asked suspiciously. "A true god crushing a heavenly god with one punch. Who exactly are you?" He did not answer, only turned and challenged. "Those still alive over there, I want to fight all of you who dares to come." The foreign beings replied, "Defeat us first, then speak. Interesting, you will surely die." They all roared and rushed forward. "Die." He immediately clasped his hands and summoned his Tao soul. Myriad transformation heavenly slash erupted, surging power blasting straight toward the foreign beings. In an instant, all were annihilated. Everyone stared wide-eyed, only one moved. Remaining foreign beings began to panic. He loudly provoked, "Come, all of you charge together." Thuong hurriedly stopped him. "Return. Even if you win, we still lose," he asked in surprise. "Why?" Lone Tiu Thur explained. "The foreign realm already won earlier. Seeing your strength, they will not send more. You can only fight in groups," Thuong added. "This is the loophole of the rule, unless you had challenged all from the start." Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Let us return." In his heart, he understood. Their initial sealing of him was also to protect a spark of light. The 11 retreated, excitedly saying, "Back to the city. After so many years, we finally won one match." Thuong said with emotion, "Young hero truly becomes famous in one battle. So young yet possessing such strength. The great sage indeed judged correctly." Lone Thur affirmed, "From today your name will resound throughout immortal city." Frowned and replied, "They were only a few slaves. One day I will make the foreign king die beneath my feet." Someone asked curiously, "Young hero, from which faction do you come?" He smiled and replied, "I come from the Xuan clan. I hope next time we meet we are still alive." At that moment, a formation suddenly appeared. Frowned, "This is." The formation exploded. The small town was instantly flattened. Seeing that scene, he fell silent. The small town had simply vanished. This is the price of defeat in war. After that, he was brought back to the grand hall of the Xuan clan. Elder Hyan Than called, "Benefactor Master," then bowed and presented a box. Inside was a portion of Bodhi divine earth. "I feared you would not return, so these past days I did not dare leave." He wondered, "Am I that weak? With this special earth my cultivation should rise, but it is only one portion." After receiving it, he asked what had happened in the past 10 days. Hyan Than replied, 2 days ago the great sage came, took Enhim Truong Ka and Mukhu Duck away, and told you not to worry." He frowned. What exactly does the great sage intend to do? Hyan Than reassured, "Each time he selects someone he grants a great opportunity. For those two it is a good thing." He sighed, "That is good, though still worried their backgrounds are not simple. They likely will not be trouble." Hyan Than recalled another matter. The Bright clan has been making major moves, wanting to nurture descendants of multiple bloodlines. He was startled. Have they finished nurturing them? Hyan Than shook his head, "Not yet. But it is said a descendant of the Bright Lord has manifested the myriad transformation sacred body." He blurted out, "What myriad transformation sacred body?" "The strongest among the 10 great sacred bodies, also the darkest, capable of devouring other sacred bodies to strengthen itself." Hyan Than stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The Bright Divine clan has researched this deeply. It is said they even intend to form a marriage alliance, because it is a female myriad transformation sacred body." He pondered, "A marriage alliance, sacred bodies devouring each other easily die miserably. But if combined to bear offspring, one body, 2 sacred powers." Thinking so, he joked, "Hyan Than, are you planning to snatch a bride?" Hyan Than startled and explained, "This disciple only wanted you to go see her." He snorted, "How could I marry the descendant of an enemy?" Hyan Than added, "The Bright Divine King clan not only has bright divine earth, but also dark divine earth. If Benefactor Master does not like it, then forget it." After saying that and lifting his head, he saw he changing into festive robes. Hyan Than asked in surprise, "Benefactor Master, what are you doing?" He adjusted his clothes and smiled, "Old Hyan, I am not selling myself for special earth. I am only curious what the myriad transformation sacred body looks like." Hyan Than forced a smile. This disciple understands. He called out loudly, "Hyan Than, prepare to depart. We are going to the Bright clan to see the bride." Hyan Than replied, "Benefactor Master, wait a moment. The Bright clan has deep foundations. This trip must have sufficient momentum." As soon as he finished, singing voices rang out, "The patriarch of the Hong clan has arrived." Hong then stormed in and shouted, "Where is Jiang then? Let me see him." He bowed and saluted, "I am Jiang then. On the Vo then continent I once received the inheritance of Hong then. Greetings." Hong then laughed loudly, "Good, I know of your matter. Today at the Bright clan I will back you up." As he was thanking him, Hyan Than cut in, "Benefactor Master need not thank him. He has long wished for this." Hong then angrily shouted, "Old Hyan, what do you mean by that?" Two pressed their faces close and argued, "If you want to fight, then fight." Who fears whom? He hurriedly intervened, "Both of you are Lord gods. Do not be so hot-tempered." No matter how he tried to persuade them, they kept bickering. He sighed, "Why are these two so fiery?" Hong Ha Lu and Hong Dong Lu suddenly appeared, each slinging an arm over his shoulder, laughing and patting his back. "Brother, the Grand Elder of the Xuan clan personally acts as your Tao protector. That is perfect. The divine art as backup. And Hyan Tiu Mok already in your grasp. Did the secret manuals we gave you prove useful?" He was startled by the two, and after regaining his senses, scratched his head and asked, "You two troublemakers, how did you suddenly come here?" Hong Ha Lu raised his hand and affirmed, "How could we miss this trip to the Bright clan to propose marriage?" Hong Dong Lu added confidently, "Rest assured, when we brothers act the effect doubles." Hearing this, he turned pale and inwardly cursed these two. At that moment, others also arrived in the sky one after another, and saluted the Grand Elder and Hong then. Hyan Than reported, "Benefactor Master, everyone has arrived." He nodded and softly called, "Let us go to the Bright Divine clan to broaden our horizons." The entire group flew off. Those below looked up and murmured in alarm, Heavens, is this preparation for civil war? All experts of the Xuan clan, not only that even members of the Hong clan are present, quickly inform the Bright Divine clan. The clan leader is not present. With Jiao then leading so many experts, are they seeking war? Call reinforcements. Notify the experts allied with the Bright Divine clan to hurry here. As he flew, he laughed and said, Bright Lord, what if I sleep with your descendant? Hien Than frowned and reminded, Benefactor Master, your current demeanor is somewhat vulgar. Hearing that, he coughed and regained composure, then asked, the Xuan clan and Hong clan were never very friendly. How did you invite the Hong clan? Hien Than replied, it is not as bad as rumors say. Mainly the price was right, however, he did not come. After a while, the group finally descended upon the land of the Bright Divine clan. He looked at the people behind and curiously asked, were all these invited with money? Hien Than answered, some are old friendships, some owe favors, only a few were paid. He patted his shoulder in praise. Not bad, Hien Than, you have some ability. Hearing this, he replied happily, many thanks, Benefactor Master, for the praise. At that moment, someone stepped out from the hall and asked loudly, Jiang Sect Master, what is your intention in coming to our Bright Divine vein? Picked his ear and smiled, well, just came to stroll around and see. The third elder of the Bright Divine clan immediately questioned, 31 Lord Gods plus 2 titled Divine Lords, and you call this a stroll? This lineup could flatten a force. Jiang Sect Master, we know your past life identity, but that is a grievance between you and the Bright Lord. It has nothing to do with us. Are you here for revenge? He smiled and replied, what strange talk. Do I look like that sort of person? I only heard the myriad transformation sacred body appeared here, so I came to take a look. The third elder gritted his teeth, thinking, we absolutely cannot let him step into the Bright Divine vein. If this reaches the old ancestor in the 9 heavens divine realm, he will be furious. Better to find an excuse and say a son-in-law has already been chosen. After thinking, he said, Jiang Sect Master, my daughter has already found a suitable husband. Just yesterday we recruited a young man with a sacred body. His strength is very strong. Hien Than became furious and shouted, my Benefactor Master also has a sacred body, also a young man. His strength is not weak. What do you mean by this? Are you saying my Benefactor Master is inferior? Leaving the other speechless. At this moment, the second elder of the Bright Sacred Lord stepped out to mediate. Elder Hien misunderstands. Indeed, yesterday our Bright Divine vein recruited a very strong son-in-law. Hien Than shouted, who is it? Call him out for me to see. I do not believe anyone is stronger than my Benefactor Master. Hong then also chimed in. People of the Bright Divine vein, watch your words. He received my Hong Wu sword intent. Count him half my successor. How dare you call him weak? Second elder said, Jiang Sect Master, no one here is foolish. You brought so many Lord Gods here, truly just to see someone. If you had attacked earlier, our Bright Divine vein would have been wary. But now time has passed, and our reinforcements have arrived. Sighed inwardly, I truly only came to take a look. At that moment, another group appeared in the sky. The group landed behind the second elder of the Bright clan. He said, imposing, now if you wish to start war, then try. I also want to see how an upper true god like you protects yourself. He frowned and repeated, how many times have I said I only came to look? Why do you not believe? I have not said fight, yet you already want to fight. Lord God of the Bright Divine vein sneered. So what of the Xuan clan and Hong clan? Do you want civil war? Old men should stay home to recuperate instead of causing trouble. Hien Than, last time you were injured, have you fully recovered? If not, go back and heal. Hien Than immediately retorted, though this old man's injuries are not fully healed, I have been a Lord God for 10,000 years. Dealing with youngsters like you is more than enough. Long-haired Divine Lord laughed loudly. 2 old men, both aged and injured, while I am in my prime. If you seek death, I will send you on your way. Hien Than turned to Aski. Benefactor Master, what do you think? Before he could finish, he released killing intent and said coldly, I said I only came to look, yet you keep forcing me like this. I am truly very irritated right now. He shouted, since you insist on starting war, then we fight. The Grand Elder of the Bright Clan refused to yield and ordered to attack first. Jiang, then you still dare say you came to look? Attack. 2 Lord Gods of the Bright Divine Clan immediately charged forward, clearly prepared. Before the 2 sides could clash, a crack of phenomenon appeared in the distance. Direct disciple of the Great Sage appeared carrying the sacred decree. Upon hearing this, everyone knelt. The Great Sage issues decree, bow your heads, do not be disrespectful. Only he remained calm and even whispered to Hien Than that this person's cultivation equals mine, yet her status is high. Hien Than anxiously urged, Benefactor Master, do not jest. Meeting her is like meeting the Great Sage, bow quickly. He ignored it. The Great Sage did not personally come, so why must I bow to her? As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by the Great Sage's disciple and slammed to the ground. He angrily cursed, trash without martial virtue. A sneak attack, Hien Than cried out in alarm, Benefactor Master. The disciple began reading the decree. By order of the Great Sage, descendant of the bright divine vein Vuong Thuong, at the Lin 2 battlefield slew one foreign slave, awarded ninth grade merit, rewarded half a day of cultivation in the Spirit Tower. Vuong Thuong joyfully received the decree. Many thanks, great sage. The disciple asked, do you know where the person named Jiang then is now? Before anyone could answer, he shouted, I am here, release me. The disciple nodded and said, it is good that you are here. The great sage has decreed the entire religion. Its leader Jiang then slew 10 foreign domain servants on the Spirit Temple battlefield. Commendable. 7th rank merit, rewarded with 3 days of cultivation in the Spirit Tower. Grand Elder was stunned after hearing this. 7th rank merit. The others could not help but gasp in amazement. There must be a mistake. How could it be possible? A high true god killing 10 foreign domain servants on the Spirit Temple battlefield. Yang Shang affirmed, there is no mistake. Jiang then not only killed 10 foreign domain servants but also saved my life. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, finding it utterly unbelievable. The 2 main gods of the Guangming divine clan were also shocked. This achievement was truly terrifying. 7th rank merit, something unseen in Bat Diet City for 1,000 years. The great sage's disciple turned to the 2 main gods and said, please return. Today there will be no war, Jiang then. If you dare disrespect my master again next time, I will personally suppress you. With that, she disappeared. Jiang then still spoke stubbornly, do not run. I am not afraid of you. The 2 main gods of the Guangming divine clan turned pale and looked at each other. 7th rank merit is what the great sage values most. What is there left to fight? Retreat quickly. Do not defy the great sage. The person beside them hesitated. They had not even begun to fight. Haiyan Than helped Jiang then up. Jiao then quietly asked Haiyan Than, was your master a bit embarrassed just now? Haiyan Than raised his hand in a gesture of admiration. My master is the greatest. Since ancient times, the only one who could make the great sage strike from afar and use a sacred decree to suppress others is my master alone. Jiang then placed his hand on Haiyan Than's shoulder and sighed, this will not do. I have lost all my face. How can I survive in Ku Tiu in the future? Fight for me. Haiyan Than turned pale and hurriedly tried to dissuade him, master. Qingyi already said, there can be no war today. She is the direct disciple of the great sage. Her words represent the will of the great sage. Jiang then became serious. What is there to fear? If they have the guts, then call the great sage here in person. Haiyan Than had no choice but to comply. Fine, I will listen to master. If you say fight, then I fight. After all, without master, there would be no Xuan clan. This time I will stand behind master. Hao then gave the order, fight for me. But at that very moment, the Grand Elder suddenly fell silent. He walked up to Jiang then, his voice suddenly gentle. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. The 2 words misunderstanding surprised Jiang then. Seizing the moment, Jiang then mocked without mercy. Where are your reinforcements? There were so many of you just now, you ran quite fast. The Grand Elder trembled as he repeated Jiang then's words. Where are your reinforcements? Were there not many people just now? You ran quite fast. Jiang then waved his hand and said again, that is not what you said just now. In front of the Grand Elder, Jiang then at this moment was like a towering mountain that could swallow someone at any time. The Grand Elder could only force a smile. No, it was all just a misunderstanding. Haiyan Than spoke up with a demand. It is fine not to fight, but you must hand over the 10,000 transformations sacred body to my master. Agree or not is up to you. My people came from afar. We cannot return empty-handed today. Grand Elder shook his head. We only wish to recruit a son-in-law. We do not want to turn today into a day of bloodshed. The Grand Elder ignored the objections. Not only do we want the 10,000 transformations sacred body, we also want 10 portions of exotic soil as betrothal gifts. Hearing this, Jiang then nodded in satisfaction. This child can still be taught. Other 2 elders turned pale. This was clearly taking advantage of their misfortune to raise the price. 10 portions of exotic soil. Even Bat Diet City might not be able to gather that much. The Guangming clan explained, the exotic soil in our clan is limited. At most we can provide 2 portions. The Grand Elder calculated inwardly. Today's matter will not end easily. Although exotic soil is precious, it is useless to our clan. Giving it to Jiang then is acceptable. Haiyan Than nodded in agreement. Then 2 portions it is. Where is that 10,000 transformations sacred body? Bring him out. The Grand Elder asked curiously. What kind of sacred body is he exactly? Jiang then was about to say my sacred body, when Haiyan Than anxiously interrupted, Master. Jiang then thought, I truly am a sacred body, but this sacred body, it has gathered too many strange things. The true blood of the 9 nether phoenix, the true blood of the cursed king, even long day, along with the undying flame of the undying bird Tao soul, even the 8-direction talisman earth, and the son of heaven true flame. Thinking this, Jiang then casually made something up. saying he was the primordial sacred body. You have probably never heard of this sacred body. People of the Guang Ming divine clan were indeed bewildered after hearing this. They had never heard of it. Jiang then smugly thought, "Of course you have not heard of it. I just made up the name." Hong then was stunned. Could it be that kind? He raised his hand and placed it on Jiang Than's forehead. Hien Than immediately became furious. "What are you trying to do?" Hong then placed 2 fingers on Jiang Than's forehead and kept them there for a long while. He opened his mouth wide. "It is real, the legend is not false. It truly is the primordial sacred body." Hien Than pushed Hong Then away. "Hong Then, what exactly do you mean? If you dare touch my master again, the Xuan clan will fight the Huang clan to the death." Hong then continued muttering, "The primordial sacred body truly exists in this world. The primordial sacred body is also called the #1 sacred body, because it is too rare and too powerful. People gradually believed it only existed in legend." Hearing this, Hien Than widened his eyes and turned to Jiang Then, "Master, are you truly the primordial sacred body?" Jiang Then was also confused. He had made up the name. He did not expect it to be real. Hong then cried out excitedly, "Today this old man has actually seen the #1 sacred body." Hien Than emotionally knelt down and hugged Jiang Than's leg, leaving Jiang Than not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Enough. Do not overdo it." The Grand Elder immediately gave the order, "Attendants, make preparations below. The wedding will be held today." Gritted his teeth and muttered, "You forced this marriage. Do not regret it in the future." On the surface, the Grand Elder forced a crooked smile. After all, it is a marriage alliance with the primordial sacred body. Hien Than and Hong Then were both stunned after hearing this. The wedding is truly today a forced marriage. Jiang then raised his hand to stop them. "Wait, do I have the right to refuse?" The Grand Elder frowned. "Leader Jiang, it was you who forced the marriage first. Now that our Guang Ming clan has agreed, you want to change your mind. We will not endure such humiliation." Hien Than leaned close to Jiang Then and whispered, "Master, so many people are watching. It will be difficult to refuse." Jiang Then replied, "That is not it. I originally did not want to marry. I only said that just now." Before the two finished speaking, the Grand Elder brought out an item that made both Jiang Then and Hien Than's eyes light up. These 2 portions of exotic soil will be considered betrothal gifts. Not betrothal gifts, consider it an advance deposit. Jiang Then was stunned. "Heavens, there is even a deposit. I am a dignified divine king, yet I am being forced into marriage like this." In the end, Jiang Then still compromised. "Fine then, let it be for now. Marry first and think later." After the agreement was settled, Jiang Than's group left. Third Elder asked in confusion, "Grand Elder, why did you do that?" The Grand Elder explained, "Ku Tiu Divine Realm is about to undergo great upheaval. Forming ties with this person now will surely bring fortune in the future." Jiang Then has the Xuan clan as support, Hien Than backing him, and even Hong Then standing behind him as half a master. While the storm is just rising, secure a position early. Even if we stand on the wrong side, we will not lose everything. The crowd shouted in unison, "Let us gamble once gamble." 1 month later, Hien Than asked in confusion, "What are you all doing coming to our Xuan clan?" The whole group smiled brightly and said in unison, "We have come to propose marriage." Hien Than began to feel uneasy. 1/3 of the main gods of Bat Diet City had arrived. Could they be planning to wipe out the Xuan clan in an instant? A member of the Dao clan spoke. "Grand Elder Hien Than, we heard that leader Jiang Then is your master, the reincarnation of the heavenly clear divine king returning. I represent the Dao clan to come and take a look." Hien Than calmly replied, "Master has indeed returned, but his memories have not awakened. Even the Dao clan, the top power of Bat Diet City, has come as well. Since you have come to the Xuan clan today, speak directly if you have something to say. There is no need to beat around the bush." The Dao clan member went straight to the point. "The identity of the heavenly clear divine king is of great significance to Bat Diet City. Our Dao clan wishes to invite leader Jiang Then to our clan, where we will protect him." Hien Than frowned. "What does the Dao clan mean? Are you trying to take him away? Is it only your Dao clan that is powerful?" The Dao clan member hurriedly waved his hands. No, we are absolutely not taking him away. We are only concerned for leader Jiang Than's safety." A member of the Lu clan immediately shouted, "I think the Dao clan is clearly trying to take him away. Our Lu clan is the 4th strongest force in Bat Diet City. Today the clan leader sent me to propose marriage. This is the betrothal gift for the clan leader's youngest daughter." Hien Than was stunned. "Propose marriage to whom? To my master." Immediately after, other clans also rushed in to propose marriage. "This is from our Hang clan. Our Mo family has also come to propose marriage. This is the Xiao family. Though not strong, we have great potential. We hope Grand Elder Hien Than will consider. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family is renowned for her beauty in Bat Diet City." Hien Than was nearly suffocated under the mountain of gifts. The bride's families coming to the groom's house to propose marriage. "Are you truly here to propose marriage?" At this moment, Marquis Tu Jiao appeared. Whether it is the heavenly clear divine king or the primordial sacred body, I see nothing so remarkable compared to the geniuses of my clan. Heavenly clear is only his previous life. So what if he was strong in his past life? This life may not be the same. The Tu Jiao clan is the second strongest force in Bat Diet City. Hien Than looked at him with displeasure. Marquis Tu Jiao, what do you want? Marquis Tu Jiao provoked. Nothing much. I only wish to see just how strong leader Jiang truly is. I have brought a genius from my clan. His strength can be considered decent, but perhaps it is enough to suppress the reincarnation of heavenly clear. Hien Than observed the young man who had been brought forward, his expression gradually turning serious. Marquis Tu Jiao continued, I have already inquired. Jiang Than's cultivation is not high, unfortunately, among the youths of my clan. The one with the lowest cultivation is precisely him. I wonder whether the reincarnation of heavenly clear dares to compete in a match. Hien Than had to argue alone against the entire crowd. Realized the youth from the Tu Jiao clan was extremely strong, having merged with the great Dao himself, likely capable of matching a lower-ranked Xuan god. Hien Than decisively turned and left. My master is cultivating and cannot make a move. The Tu Jiao clan's foundation is too deep. Their visit this time clearly carries ill intent. Marquis Tu Jiao sneered. Truly a paper tiger, not even daring to fight, immediately causing the proposing families to waver. Could he really be weak? At that moment, Jiang Than appeared, quite lively here. Jiao then strode forward with surging momentum. Jiang then said to Hien Than, collect everything. Hien Than froze, Master. We cannot casually accept these things. Agreeing to marriage alliances with so many forces, can Master's kidneys endure it? Jiang then replied seriously, I am still young. Besides, as a strong cultivator, what of having 3 wives and 4 concubines? I alone am enough to form a clan and turn the tide. Jiang then looked straight ahead. Truly collect them, with so many items not taking them would be foolish. Hien Than finally let out a sigh of relief. Master you. The people who came to propose hesitated and discussed. Wait, we should first see Jiang Than's strength before deciding. That is right. Earlier we were too hasty. Now that Jiang Than has appeared, he might as well display some ability. Marquis Tu Jiao sneered. 3 wives and 4 concubines are not important. What matters is whether you deserve the title of strong cultivator. Jiang Than did not wish to waste words. Stop the nonsense. Call your boy out here and let me broaden your horizons. Marquis Tu Jiao waved his hand. Go. Experience the strength of the reincarnation of heavenly clear. Remember to hold back a little. Marquis Tu Jiao's subordinate spoke with feigned modesty. How much of my ability do you all wish to see? Marquis Tu Jiao replied, 1 part is enough. 1 move will reveal depth. The man nodded, understood. Jiang then stepped forward and stood facing him. Jiang then closed his eyes and clasped his hands. The Haodu divine art fused with 4 types of exotic soil has reached the 4th level, just right to test whether it can suppress an upper-rank heavenly god close to Xuan god. The opponent immediately made his move as well. As the Tu Jiao movement technique unfolded, Hien Than realized the youth was indeed powerful. Clearly, the Tu Jiao clan's cultivation method had been trained to an extremely profound realm. Marquis Tu Jiao said proudly, of course, he is the #1 genius of our Tu Jiao clan. Jiang then picked at his ear. Is that all? Looks rather ordinary. Jiao then flicked his finger. Then I will play with you for a bit and let you taste it. Man was startled in shock, this is. The crowd outside stared wide-eyed. Why has he not made a move yet? Could this be the momentum of the earth? Jiang then casually tapped the opponent on the head. That tap sent the man soaring into the air, nearly losing his soul. Jiang then chuckled softly, unable to endure even 1 part reveal. The others were dumbfounded. A true god toying with a heavenly god genius. As if nothing, this was simply unimaginable. Marquis Tu Jiao gritted his teeth in fury. You dare kill a member of my Tu Jiao clan. 1 life for 1 life. Surrounding people whispered advice. Marquis Tu Jiao. If you can play, then you must endure. Using the strong to bully the weak will only disgrace the Tu Jiao clan. Marquis Tu Jiao glared at Jiang Than. Today all of Bat Diet City's people are present. Forcing a move would be disadvantageous to him. In the end, he lowered his head and apologized. Recently, my temper has been fierce and I lost control. In a few days, our Tu Jiao clan will come again to seek guidance. Jiang then replied, always welcome, indeed lacking tempering of the mind. Jiang then turned to Hien Than, remember to collect all the betrothal gifts. Hien Than said awkwardly, Master, is it appropriate to accept so many? Do you plan to produce an entire clan? It will consume great energy. Jiang then walked inside as he spoke. You need not worry about this, just collect them. Hien Than sighed and complied. Those clans surrounded Hien Than offering gifts. Grand Elder Hien Than, choose an auspicious day and complete the marriage soon. That is right, leader Jiang is still single and should start a family early. Hien Than felt suffocated hearing this. After the time of one incense stick, Hien Than stood before a mountain of gifts, master, with so many proposals in the future you. When Hien Than entered the room, he found it completely empty. A note was left on the table. Hien Than was startled. It was Jiang Than's handwriting, instructing him to safeguard the items well, and that someone would come to retrieve them. After reading it, Hien Than nearly exploded with anger. Crushing the note, master, are you not pushing your disciple into a pit? That moment Hong Then walked in. Hien Than, I heard your Xuan clan is about to prosper. Hien Than shoved the note into his hands before he could finish. Prosper what? Read it yourself. After reading, Hong then shouted, what, that brat ran away, accepting so many betrothal gifts. If the marriages do not happen, then your Xuan clan. The two went outside to discuss. Hien Than was uneasy. What should we do about this? Hong then replied, we cannot blame him entirely. After all, in his previous life, he was a heavenly god and the mortal enemy of the Guangming main god, forcing him to marry a descendant of the Guangming main god. If they meet again, would he not have to call him ancestor? Hien Than was at a loss. We have already offended so many forces. How should this be handled? Hong then reassured him. He will not harm the Xuan clan. Since he left, he must have prepared a way out. Just wait at ease. Hien Than sighed. That makes sense. I also believe Master would not harm me. The scene shifted to an inn. A shout shook the sky. I am finished. I can barely suppress it any longer. Jiang Than's well-built body was revealed. His clothes were tossed aside. The innkeeper lady shouted angrily, if you are going to break through, then go elsewhere. Do not wreck my inn. Jiang Than smiled lightly and descended gently before the innkeeper. Several portions of exotic soil had been refined, yet his foundation was still not firm enough. I've suppressed my cultivation to the true god realm. Each realm must be perfected. Otherwise, how could I be called invincible among upper-rank true gods? Jiang then put his clothes back on. I must find someone to spar with. Otherwise, I will break through again soon. Suddenly, Jiang then remembered something right. Van Ko Hall, Grand Master, wished to request to go to the Spirit Temple battlefield. The sooner the better. Koda forced a bitter smile. Benefactor, with your cultivation going to the Spirit Temple battlefield, you may find it difficult to return. If desire stirs, you can go to Vong Tin Pavilion to settle it. Jiang then grew angry. Old monk, stop rambling. I must go to the Spirit Temple battlefield. My heavenly tribulation is approaching. Once it descends, the entire Van Ko town will be destroyed. Koda suggested, Benefactor, perhaps you should cultivate within the city a while longer. With your aptitude, you may very well break through again. Jiang then could not endure the nagging and showed his displeasure. He knocked on the old monk's ear. Hurry up, there is no time left. Do you want Van Ko town destroyed? Koda panicked. Benefactor. Helpless, the old monk complied. Since Benefactor is so determined, I will send you off. But your cultivation does not suit the Spirit Temple. I will send you to the Human Temple battlefield, one level lower and more suitable. Koda escorted Jiang then away. You foreign races should also begin to fear Bat Diet City. Jiang then soon arrived as well. Looked around. This is a truce. How long has this Human Temple battlefield not been open? Jiang then's mind was filled with questions. He tilted his ear to listen and swept his gaze around. A group of foreign races sat around a bonfire discussing. The king's thoughts are unclear. We have fought to here, yet still accept a truce. Calling it a truce sounds good. In truth, it is surrender. A little further, and we would reach the foot of Bat Diet City. Truly, the people of Bat Diet City are too useless. Hearing the foreign races discussing, Jiang then stroked his chin in thought. It seems the Human Temple battlefield has suffered a complete defeat. The truce order is merely a veil to cover Bat Diet City's humiliation. Jiang then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hey, stop chatting, come here and accept your deaths. Foreign races were startled. Oh, there really is someone. It has been tens of thousands of years since anyone from Bat Diet City dared set foot here. A foreign race stood up and warned Jiang then. Does Bat Diet City want to reopen the battlefield? Think carefully. If the truce is lifted and we win, the border of the foreign domain will press right up to the foot of Bat Diet City, you worthless thing. Jiang then lowered his head and looked at the pile of white bones on the ground. These all the remains of people from Bat Diet City. Lion-headed foreign race laughed loudly. What scared at the sight of useless bones? Jiang then took out a token and threw it away. These are the bones of heroes of our Bat Diet City. The token flew straight through the main gate. I'll only ask one question. Are the rules here the same as the Spirit Temple battlefield? The lion-headed foreign race bared his teeth in a grin. You removed the truce yourself. It has been a long time since I tasted the flesh of Bat Diet City's trash. This life is mine, just you alone, a mere true god. Jiang then lost patience and made his move. Too much nonsense. He struck with one blow that made the lion foreign race spew blood everywhere. The others stared in shock. What, all heavenly gods yet unable to withstand a single move from an upper-ranked true god? In an instant he was slain. Jiang then curled his lips. How many more battlefields must open before the territory can expand? Turned his back and prepared to leave. So killing all of you will settle it, right? But the foreign races refused to stay quiet. They roared and charged forward, brat arrogant. Jiang then's face turned cold. With a mere wave of his hand, a streak of bloodlight pierced through their throats. In the blink of an eye, each head separated from its body. Jiang then sighed. How dull. The flesh of heavenly gods can be dealt with by a single finger. Scene shifted to the foreign race main hall. The Tiger Clan king sat at the center and spoke in a deep voice. The human temple battlefield has had its truce broken by Bat Diet City. Fighting has resumed. The subordinates below were astonished. After so many years, the human temple battlefield has reopened, and it was initiated by Bat Diet City. The Fox Clan king sneered. Interesting. Since that is the case, our foreign domain need not show Bat Diet City any courtesy. Inside Van Ko Hall, the great sage stood silently in his chamber. He spoke, old monk, sending him to the human temple battlefield. Are you truly confused or pretending to be? Oda replied, Bat Diet City's power has weakened for a long time. Someone is needed to break this deadlock. Jiang then arrived at an extremely strange place. Vision blurred heavens. Is this shifting the stars and reversing the heavens? Jiang then glanced around. The border has already expanded, completed so quickly. A shout echoed, brothers, battle. His Majesty has ordered. This time we strike straight to the foot of Bat Diet City, crush their dignity, kill. Jiang then raised his head and looked toward them. He smiled faintly and flew straight up too. Jiang then stomped a foreign race, as if stepping on a pig, truly uninteresting. Is there not even one worthy opponent on this battlefield? Elsewhere, the Tiger Clan king received the news and immediately ordered. The border formation has activated again. What is happening? The servants we just sent are already dead. Go investigate at once. After speaking, the Tiger Clan king left his throne and rushed out. The Tiger Clan king arrived and saw only Jiang then alone. He grew furious. Damn it. If this man is not killed, he will become a great calamity. Half a day later, foreign races poured in, staring at Jiang then in doubt. Could it truly be that one person fought all the way here? Jiang then curled his lips in a smile. Today none of you will escape. He immediately attacked, the commotion shaking all directions. Something tremendous has happened. For Van Ko Hall, the projection mirror suddenly lit up. Only those who establish great merit can activate it. This is the third expansion of Bat Diet City's territory. This achievement likely qualifies for 5th rank merit. Grand Elder also saw the scene. The reincarnation of Heavenly Clear, still as domineering in this life as before. I wonder if the Xuan clan regrets the marriage. He immediately gave an order, pass it down. Send the betrothal gifts to the Xuan clan and double them. The betrothal gifts piled like mountains before the residence, blocking the path. Third elder of the Guangming divine clan saw this and anxiously asked Haiyan Than, elder brother, how should we handle this pile of betrothal gifts? Haiyan Than replied calmly, move them to the back mountain. Master said someone will come to retrieve them. After speaking, he sighed inwardly, Master, please do not put your disciple in such a bind. At the same time, on the human temple battlefield, Jiang then was locked in fierce combat with the foreign races. They fell one after another beneath his blows in an instant. Ground was strewn with corpses, blood staining it red. Jiang then stood upright and laughed proudly. If that is the case, then this game becomes interesting. The Tiger Clan king, representing the foreign races, was furious to madness. This cannot continue. If we fight further, we will be pushed to the very border of the foreign domain. Green-faced, disheveled-haired figure frowned in hesitation. But the rules were set by both sides at the beginning and cannot be broken lightly. The bird-headed figure spoke. Even the strongest heavenly god we sent has not returned. The bare-faced one also showed unease. The ox-headed horse-faced elder growled. Our clan has never been defeated, suppressing the 6 realms. Today's matter is truly a disgrace. The 6-winged king folded his arms and spoke deeply. Wait a little longer. If it truly fails, then we will decide then. The scene shifted to Van Ko Hall. A group of cultivators gathered around, staring intently upward. They exclaimed in shock. The border formation has activated 9 times. Jiang then has pushed back the foreign domain's border. Everyone was shaken. It cannot be pushed further. If it goes further, the foreign domain's experts will surely appear. For him was a roaring crimson waterfall. Jiang then observed it and said coldly, beyond this waterfall lies the world of the foreign domain. The foreign domain has defeated us for many years. This time it is our turn. Let me, after speaking, he stepped forward and raised his hand, spiritual energy surging. Suddenly a token appeared, truce. Jiang then burst into laughter with an exclamation. A voice resounded. The foreign domain granted Bat Diet City a 10,000-year truce. Now it is time to repay it. A figure cloaked tightly in a robe flew over and spoke in a deep voice. Foreign domain, human temple battlefield. From now on our Bat Diet City owes you not a single inch. White-robed man stood opposite Jiang then and continued, return. The human temple battlefield will not reopen for the next 10,000 years. Hearing this, Jiang then asked, is it over just like that? The white-robed man replied, the foreign domain has hung the truce order. What more do you want? Jiang then turned around, stroking his chin thoughtfully with a calculating expression. It seems after leaving I must return to the Xuan clan. With so many betrothal gifts collected this time, it is truly a windfall. Having made up his mind, he turned to befriend the mysterious white-robed man, clasping his hands politely and shamelessly asking, can you send me to the Spirit Temple battlefield? The white-robed man looked at Jiang then in surprise. Do you not need to rest? Jiang then laughed freely, stretching his arms with vibrant energy in his voice. No need, that was nothing. Bring that vigorous voice. The white-robed man nodded and released a stream of water energy enveloping Jiang then. Very well, as you wish. Jiang then smiled in satisfaction. The cultivators watching through the illusion screen of Van Ko Hall erupted in astonishment again. A truce truly. The foreign domain has actually issued a truce order. The truce token flashed briefly on the Van Ko Hall screen. Then it dissolved into sparkling golden motes, scattering through the air. His Majesty widened his eyes in shock. I am not mistaken. Before the projection vanished, he had already gone to the Spirit Temple battlefield. The Grand Elder of the Guang Ming Divine Clan replied calmly, correct. An upper-rank true god voluntarily charging into the Spirit Temple. His Majesty asked anxiously, then can he still return alive? Grand Elder replied indifferently, it is not the first time he has gone there. Since he was able to return once, he can naturally do so a second time. At this moment, he was already standing before the gate of the Spirit Temple battlefield. Inside, more than a dozen demonic foreign beings were waiting. Calmly pushed the door open and stepped in, facing them directly. A winged pig-faced foreign being stepped out and sneered disdainfully. Alone, an upper-rank true god dares charge into the Spirit Temple. This place is dangerous. Hurry back to Bat Diet City. The lesser foreign beings behind burst into arrogant laughter as well. His gaze turned icy. Lightning flashed within his pupils. Remember what you said. I will push forward. A surge of power exploded, flinging them all aside. Seeing this, the six-winged king's face darkened as he roared in fury. Bullying too far. It seems I must personally play with him. And he even laughed with confidence. After clearing the small fry, he released his aura and soared into the air, leaving the place and heading toward another area of the Spirit Temple battlefield. As evening fell and the sunset burned crimson, he descended upon a barren land. 3 figures were already waiting ahead. He curled his lips in a smile and asked directly, only the 3 of you. The female foreign being replied calmly, this battle requires only the 3 of us. More would bring no advantage. Precision is enough. He smiled faintly and asked again, so will you come together or one by one? The one in the middle answered without hesitation, naturally all 3 at once. Hearing that, he smirked inwardly, straightforward indeed, planning to kill him on the spot. Immediately, the 3 charged forward, 4 armed leopard-faced being rushed in like a storm, bearing fangs and roaring, as orange-yellow spiritual energy blazed brightly. The female raised her weapon, crimson aura shooting straight toward him. The old dragon-headed being spewed scarlet flames, fire spreading wherever it touched the ground. He remained standing leisurely, wanting to see what they were capable of. The crimson aura bound his entire body, yet he leisurely praised, the 3 of you have some ability. Green-skinned foreign being shouted resolutely, today we will reclaim our territory. He laughed, your territory, your foreign domain dares speak of that. He unleashed his strength and shattered the restraints. A thunderous explosion erupted in blinding light as he said coldly, taste the wrath of the 6 realms. Female gritted her teeth in fury, heavenly tribulation. The dragon-headed elder cried in despair. He wants to drag us down with him. Thunderbolts struck from the sky. The 3 foreign beings stiffened, hair scorched and bodies convulsing together. He asked with interest, 3 of you, how does the heavenly tribulation feel? Pleasant. He stretched and rolled up his sleeves with a sneer. Just warming up. If even tribulation clouds cannot be endured, then being beaten is deserved. He turned his head and spoke. Someone has been watching for a while. Have you seen enough? Show yourself. A mysterious figure appeared like a streak of light in the air and said deeply, you carry the Son of Heaven true flame, and the aura of the 8-direction talisman Earth. He frowned and asked, are you a king of the foreign domain? The figure revealed himself as the 6-winged king. He sneered, so you are a descendant of the 9 Mercy Divine Venerable. Unfortunate, you will die here. He laughed loudly in reply, die here. Just like the human temple battlefield then, I will level the spirit temple as well. Meanwhile at Van Ko Hall the projection mirror lit again. Cultivators clamored, look, it opened again. Has he gained merit once more, truly a monster? A muscular ox-horned bird-winged being stepped forward and blocked his path. He asked, only you this time. The being replied coldly, by order of the king I take your life today. To receive such an order you should feel honored. He glanced at his wing and asked, "Why do you have only one wing, lacking nutrition or not fully grown?" Mocked thus, the one-winged being roared in anger. "At a moment of life and death, you still care about my wings." He suddenly spoke in a low tone. "This is a trait of our radiant clan. All have 2 wings. Once I grow a third, I will be granted marquis." He stroked his chin and asked, "So you are not a foreign servant?" The ox-horned being replied, "I am Tam Sat. How could I be compared to those servants?" He suddenly remembered his mission, and his expression changed. Tam Sat roared, "Enough talk. Think where your soul will go after death." He crossed his arms and said irritably, "Even someone malnourished dares call himself this sovereign." Tam Sat furiously flapped his wing and shouted, "You dare call me that? Today you are certain to die." He sneered, "You are indeed stronger than the small fry earlier. I wonder how many strikes you can endure." Tam Sat shot into the sky, lightning erupting around his body as he roared wildly. The ground collapsed. The 3 earlier foreign beings burned into ashes. Scent of roasted meat spread, making him swallow. He focused, both hands releasing green cords as he shouted, "Emperor, wait." Amid Tam Sat's raging flames, the green cords pierced straight through unharmed. Tam Sat was horrified, unable to believe it. "What is this?" Struck Tam Sat's chest with a blow, 10,000 transformations heaven slash. A thunderous explosion accompanied by blinding light. Tam Sat's body was split in 2, eyes wide in disbelief. Finishing easily, he dusted himself off and sneered, "Thought you were formidable. Had I known, I would not have used 10,000 transformations heaven slash. Perhaps I overestimated him." Roasted scent grew stronger, making him restless. He muttered, "Smells good. Where is it coming from?" The 4 arms of the radiant clan being were placed over embers, roasted golden and fragrant. He approached with shining eyes, nearly drooling. He bit into a wing to taste. He exclaimed in delight, an absolute delicacy, awakening all senses. The foreign beings stared at the projection mirror and saw him eating the mixed noodles and meat with relish, chewing and praising with a blissful face, as if finding treasure. Purple-haired horned being clenched his fists in rage and shouted, "He dares eat radiant clan flesh. Step aside. The king must kill him." Fortunately, Tian Ho restrained him and forced him to calm down. After finishing the 4 portions of roasted meat, he was finally full. He patted his belly and exhaled a breath smelling of roast, satisfied and licking his lips as he said, beyond expectation, "A few more would be perfect." Hearing that, the horned being grew even more furious and roared, asking if everyone heard what he said. Tian Ho stood with folded arms, still calm yet admitting it was excessive. Six-winged, this time let our Tian Ho clan fight. Someone just broke through to upper rank Shuan God with formidable power. The horned one urged, "Hurry and kill him. I need that head for sacrifice." The Tian Ho clan smiled with killing intent and said confidently, "Rest assured, my man is among the top 10 of the same realm. Once he acts, that brat will only face death." Seeing the Tian Ho clan prepare, he smiled arrogantly and teased, "I did not expect foreign beings to taste this good." After speaking, he even winked at the opponent. That mocking gesture enraged the Tian Ho clan being, eyes bloodshot and growling like a beast. He clenched his fists and roared, "You are the one who killed my clansmen." He frowned irritably and muttered, "Was it not the Radiant clan?" He stroked his chin, appraising the Tian Ho before him, thinking the tiger head was not bad, then licked his lips as Tian Ho shouted, "What filthy thoughts are you having?" Without hesitation, Han Du hurled his fist straight at him. His aura surged as he roared, "I will kill." He used only a bit of strength to easily take Tian Ho's head. Soon another roasted tiger head appeared. He laughed delightedly and said, "Unexpectedly, tiger head tastes even better than radiant wings." The Tian Ho clan, witnessing their kin eaten, lost all composure and roared to kill him. The horned being quickly pulled him back and shouted not to act rashly. Jiao and Gu clan pretended calm and spoke to soothe. "Yes, yes, calm down." The 6-winged Biu clan suggested sending someone, saying he likely would not eat foreign beings similar to humans. The Tian Ho clan retorted that both they and the winged clan had acted. "What are you hesitating for, Jiao and Gu clan?" The Jiao and Gu clan stammered awkwardly. Before long, another stepped forward to face him, while his expression was hardened without fear. The Jiao and Gu clan trembled, drenched in sweat, gripping their weapon in panic. He spoke coldly. "You," before he could finish, the Jiao and Gu clan member hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, stammering for him not to fight anymore. "I understand my clan's intent." Suddenly a stone flew over and struck his eye, blood splattering. He changed expression and thought in alarm, what is going on? Within seconds, the Jiao and Gu clan member had turned into a fish flopping on shore. The matter with him continued. Another roasted dish appeared, this time grilled fish. After eating his fill, only bones remained on the ground. He leaned back with a satisfied sigh and belched in delight, praising the Jiao and Gu tale as unexpectedly delicious. 3 from the Jiao and Gu, Winged clan and Tian Ho clan burned with rage, eyes blazing as they roared to punish him. Even if rules must be changed, they would kill him. After the lavish feast that cost him little effort, he looked up and clasped his hands in thanks to the foreign king. But today, Jiang is tired. Saying he would leave first bye-bye, he waved and vanished without a trace. The foreign king could only glare helplessly as he departed. Inwardly, he ground his teeth in grievance. Jiao then just wait. He returned to Van Ko Hall, where Koda was already seated waiting. The old monk asked, "Little friend, how was this battle?" He replied briefly, "Acceptable, reclaimed some territory." At that moment, a beam of light flashed in the sky, and a woman appeared announcing loudly. Cultivators looked up in shock and murmured, "That is the great sage's direct disciple. Why is she here? Could she bear a sacred decree?" She unfurled the scroll and read solemnly, "Jiang then has displayed outstanding achievements, granted 6th rank merit, and 3 days of cultivation in the Spirit Tower. Furthermore, Jiang then 7th, 6th, and 5th rank merits combined grant violet rank merit." He and Koda stood silently listening to the decree. After reading, she worriedly advised him not to leave Van Ko Hall, because many now seek his life. He smiled confidently, "Danger. Since returning, I have never known peace trying to frighten me." He turned to Koda and asked if the master would protect him. The monk answered at once, "Benefactor, rest assured." Suddenly, spiritual energy descended from the sky as if to assassinate him, startling him. Ground before him caved in with cracks spreading everywhere. He turned pale and demanded, "Is this the protection you speak of?" Koda replied gently, "I can only protect within Van Ko Hall. Outside depends on fate." He shouted angrily, "Old monk, do not be evasive." Voice suddenly rang out, "You are Jiang then?" He frowned and turned. A dignified woman bearing the 10,000 transformations sacred body of the Guang Ming clan spoke. "You finally return, a heavenly god worthy to marry me." He immediately recognized her and asked, "You are the Guang Ming clan's 10,000 transformations sacred body." He glanced at the arrow on the ground and thought she indeed had the makings of a divine king, though her move was ruthless. Tu Huoc Bang seemed to hear and said coldly, "Enough talk. If you win today, I marry you. If you lose, you descend to hell." His face darkened, eyes reddening as he refused outright, "I do not want to marry you." She raised her sword and held the blade between 2 fingers, saying coldly, "I wish to see how a heavenly god bewitched all of Bat Diet City." He folded his arms and sneered, "I fought your ancestor with 1 hand spared, let alone a descendant." She retorted angrily, "That was her, not me." He said calmly, "Then let me see your ability." He rushed down with sword in hand, shouting kill with determination. He laughed arrogantly, "Extreme yin gives birth to yang. Extreme yang turns to yin, light and darkness are the same." He waved his hand, pushing spiritual energy forward, and shouted, "Take 1 punch of mine." The blow caused her agony, her body nearly bursting. Tu Huoc Bang collapsed to the ground exhausted. He crouched and lifted her chin, asking, "Now what?" She admitted weakly, "1 force breaks 10,000 techniques I have lost." She asked sadly, "When shall we marry?" The Guang Ming clan does not break promises. He answered directly, "No need," yet inwardly planned a master-servant contract for assurance and rotated 2 fingers guiding water energy. Tapped her forehead, making her cry out. She stood and demanded what he did. He replied, "What else, of course, to take you as hostage." He returned to Van Ko Hall and asked Koda, "Master, I will soon ascend, and have rendered much service to Bat Diet City." He grinned, asking for some reward. Koda frowned, thinking become a god, yet enter demon. Monk's face turned fierce as he asked sternly, "Have you entered the demonic path?" Broke into cold sweat, thinking, what is this? Earlier he could not gauge the monk's strength, and then stammered in admission. Koda said, "Little friend, only with sufficient strength can one ascend to the 9 heavens." Smiling, he spread his hands, inviting, "Do you wish to cultivate my technique? You have seen its effect." For this invitation he hesitated, then asked, "Is this technique for the Tao soul? I sensed your Tao soul is changing." Something emitting faint black aura rested in Koda's hand as he said, "The soul ascension demonic art can elevate the Tao soul, but is deemed demonic by the world." He asked why. Koda explained gently, "In short, it lets you grow strong quickly, but demands a price. The world holds cause and effect. Gain requires loss." He replied, "Even without it, I can grow stronger and surpass my previous life." Koda frowned, "But this art grants power in a short time." He fell into thought, feeling the monk was strange. Yet time was short, and he wondered how his disciples fared in the 9 heavens. Finally, he nodded and bowed seriously, "I wish to cultivate. Please guide me, master." Koda nodded, saying, "It is simple with 1 level. Cultivate 1 hour each morning," and tapped his forehead. Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Is it so simple?" The monk stressed the key is perseverance every day without fail. 1 missed day wastes all effort. Hearing this, he felt pressure. Day after day, year after year is not easy. The next morning, he immediately entered meditation, thinking no time to hesitate. He must ascend to the 9 heavens swiftly. Soon his divine sense entered his inner world, where a sprout was growing in the void. Seeing this, he wondered, could this small sprout become a giant hand? That moment, the undying bird emerged from flames, excitedly saying it sensed returning to origin to become ancestral soul. He asked, "What is ancestral soul?" The undying bird explained ancestral souls existed at creation, then vanished as the Tao changed. Current Tao souls are only diminished forms. The ancestral soul is complete and strongest. He impatiently told it finish explaining and sleep. Too much talk. Suddenly, a strange disturbance made him turn. 10,000 transformations, Heaven Palm hovered afar with a faint silhouette behind it. Startling him, could it also evolve? Oda stood before him, silently observing his cultivation. He slowly said, "You have finally stepped onto this path. It did not harm you. You truly have little time left." He exhaled, heavily feeling burdened. Looked at his hand, thinking the soul ascension demonic art is indeed strange. His Tao soul can evolve to ancestral soul. His eyes brightened as he looked ahead and murmured yes. The stone platform before him was empty. Out arose. Was the old monk not unable to leave Van Ko Hall? He clasped his hands, respectfully saying, "Though master is absent, you transmitted the law to me. This bow I must make." He stretched and walked out of the temple, thinking his cultivation. Tao's soul and body now far surpass his previous life. He clenched his fist full of confidence. "Nine heavens, I will return once more." Oda stood on the roof watching him depart and said slowly, "Bat Diet City will soon surge, but it is not yet your time to intervene. When you return from the 9 heavens, do not forget Immortal City." At the residence of the Light Clan, Huok Bang was wearing her night clothes. He shouted angrily, "It is the middle of the night and you are not sleeping. Why have you come to see me?" In front of her, Jiang then lounged back in a chair while casually biting into an apple, calmly saying, "You are my servant. Prepare yourself. In a few days I will go to the 9 heavens." Huok Bang retorted indignantly, "If you have the ability, then capture all the enemy descendants. What use is there in taking only me?" Jiang then seemed enlightened. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Good idea. How did I not think of that before?" He even muttered regretfully, "Back then I should have captured Lam Lang Van Thien as well. The descendant of the martial god, what a pity." Huok Bang smiled calculatingly, thinking that being a servant alone was too dangerous. Dragging a few more people in as shields would be better. She crossed her arms unwillingly and said, "I know the descendant of the Dark Lord God is in Immortal City." Jiang then let out a surprised sound. Jiang then laughed loudly and patted her shoulder in praise. "You have just become a servant and already know how to think for your master. Not bad." Then he continued asking, "Are there any other Lord God descendants, especially from the direct lineage?" Huok Bang blushed as she looked at the arm on her shoulder, and replied, "There are also descendants of the Blazing Flame and Lord God of Gale. I know their locations." Jiang then excitedly pulled her into his arms and said, "Having you is truly my great fortune." Huok Bang screamed in embarrassment. After that, Jiang then put on his mask, his spirits high as he said, "Let us go. Lead me to find them. 3,000 years of reincarnation. This king should return." The handkerchief Jiang then tossed out accidentally fell right in front of Huok Bang's chest. She hugged the handkerchief, her heart turning cold as she silently cursed him for not knowing propriety. Outside the mountain gate of the Jiao clan, the scenery was picturesque and charming. By the hot spring, 3 girls were bathing. Suddenly, a strange disturbance startled all 3 of them. "Do not look, turn your heads away." Jiang then and Elder Hyan Than wore masks as they stepped forward. Jiang then cupped his hands and said, "Everyone rest assured. Once I reach great cultivation, I will return to lead you in unifying the foreign realm." Even with masks on, the 3 recognized him immediately and shouted angrily, "Who would not know you are Jiang then? Once you leave, do not come back. Why are you still trying to capture us?" Knowing he was exposed, Jiang then quickly covered his face and forced a laugh. "Ah, how did you all recognize me?" After that, Jiang then and Elder Hyan Than flew away together with the 3. On the way, Elder Hyan Than said he had helped gather foreign soil and some heavenly treasures. Jiang then held a token and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Hyan Than explained, "This was left behind by you when you were Thien Than. You instructed it to be handed over when you return. In truth, it looks like scrap iron, but at that time you valued it greatly." Jiang then let out a surprised sound and tried channeling spiritual power into it, but there was no reaction. Everyone moved toward where Koda was standing. Jiang then put away the token, landed on the ground and said, "Keep it for now. Perhaps it truly has some use." He looked at Koda and asked, "Master, why are you here?" Jiang then's eyes brightened. "Master, you have come to see me off," Koda replied calmly. "Is there not already a path beside you? What need is there for me to see you off?" Jiang then said awkwardly, "This trip is very dangerous. Could you perhaps?" Koda interrupted and asked, "Did Hyan Than not prepare anything for you?" Jiang then put his hands into his pockets and replied sheepishly, "He prepared a little, but the power is not great." Took out the token and said, "He also gave me this fragment. I do not even know what it is for." Koda took it and exclaimed in shock, "Southern Wall. Could it be that in that life you truly found the Southern Wall? This carries the aura of a great world beyond." Jiang then widened his eyes and asked, "What is the Southern Wall?" Koda explained, "Beyond the 6 realms and the foreign realms, there are many great worlds. each separated by a world wall such as the southern wall. When the southern wall is broken, the great worlds will collide. It could even erupt into wars at the level of great worlds. Jiang then listened with bulging eyes and shouted. Koda reminded him to safeguard this item well. Perhaps it is not necessarily a fragment of the southern wall. Jiang then nodded firmly and said he understood. Jiang then smiled ingratiatingly and asked, Master, with my cultivation, if I do not use weapons and rely only on righteous energy, will it be all right? After hesitating for a moment, Koda took out a token and handed it over. Consider it a parting gift for you. Jiang then immediately cried out excitedly, Spatial stagnation force. Master Hoda explained, I picked this up in an ancient ruin. The wooden raft can open a spatial passage for a short time. If you encounter danger, use it to escape. Under Koda's wide-eyed gaze, Jiang then led the three girls away at extreme speed, not forgetting to remind him, do not regret it later. Koda smiled kindly, yet his eyes were filled with deep meaning, slowly saying, how could that be? I am still waiting for you to return and save Immortal City. Nine Heaven's divine realm, Kingzhu, at the Tongshan sect. Suddenly a great streak of light tore across the sky. The disciples of Tongshan sect all pointed toward the sky. He cried out in shock, Sect Master, Elder, what is happening? The Sect Master took one look and shouted, why are you not praying quickly? The three immediately knelt down with hands clasped toward the shooting star. Grant me a wife. The elder refused to be outdone. I want someone more beautiful than the Sect Master's wife. Dai Hung stood to the side yelling, I want one too. I am willing to trade the Sect Master and Elder's lifespan in exchange for escaping singlehood. Light in the sky grew increasingly dazzling. Before the astonished eyes of everyone in Tongshan sect, the streak of light shot straight toward this place. The loud crash, the ground trembled and a deep crater appeared. The three hurried to the edge of the crater and curiously leaned their heads in to look. Could it be that the shooting star is truly effective? At that very moment, the four of them, including Jiang, then appeared, and as soon as they revealed themselves, they could not help coughing awkwardly a few times. Jiang then glanced around with a puzzled expression and spoke. Could this be the Nine Heavens' divine realm? Jiang then looked at the three people before him and immediately ran over to ask, May I ask you three something? The three from Tongshan sect widened their eyes. Could a meteor that transformed into a spirit actually speak? Jiang then grimaced and retorted, You took us for meteors and even made wishes. Is this truly the Nine Heavens' divine realm? Tung Thindao laughed loudly and replied, That is right. Old Sai beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dai Hung raised his thumb and excitedly shouted, Wishing upon a meteor does sound quite reasonable. Jiang then clasped his hands and explained to the three, You have misunderstood. We are ascenders, not meteors. Only then did the three from Tongshan sect come to a realization. Jiang then looked at the three before him and thought to himself, could these people really be fools? The three from Tongshan sect also secretly understood, so it was not a blessing bestowed by heaven. Tung Thindao turned around in disappointment and sighed. Forget it. Disperse. Jiang then hurriedly shouted, Wait. Jiang then moved like lightning and placed his hand on Tung Thindao's back. Tung Thindao's face darkened as he looked at Jiang, then with displeasure, little friend, what else is it? Jiang then rubbed his wrist while looking at Tung Thindao and analyzing inwardly. This person seems to have low cultivation, yet his strike injured me. Truly strange. Jiang then cautiously asked, May Senior enlighten me? Where is this place? How far is it from Ung Chao? Tung Thindao smiled brightly and replied, Northern Than Chao, Tongshan sect. Only a little over 300 years of flight from Ung Chao. Upon hearing this, Jiang then felt as if struck by lightning and shouted in shock. What? Jiang then quickly continued asking, Then does your sect have a teleportation formation? Tung Thindao replied, We do, but it is broken. It can be repaired, but we lack the money. After saying that, Tung Thindao's face flushed red. His eyes darted back and forth, fixed tightly on the four, including two Enhuok Bang behind Jiang then. Tung Thindao tempted him. Seeing that your aptitude is not bad, if you are willing to stay and become this old man's disciple, then everything can be discussed. Jiang then was stunned and blurted out, You truly want me as your disciple. An unpleasant feeling surged in Jiang then's heart. He was a dignified heavenly god king, yet someone wanted to take him as a disciple. Tung Thindao placed a hand on Jiang then's shoulder and said with a deep, cunning smile, Little friend, this old man is doing it for your own good. Jiang then narrowed his eyes and shook his head in refusal. I cannot become a disciple. But before Jiang then could finish speaking, he was slammed hard to the ground by Tung Thindao. Tung Thindao's face sank as he asked coldly, What did you just say? This old man did not hear clearly. Jiang then's face turned pale as he struggled to raise his head, grinding his teeth and thinking, This old man is truly a monster. I cannot be stubborn. Jiang then stood up, steadied himself, and said, What I meant is that with my talent I should at least be the senior disciple. Inwardly, Jiang then calculated, I will agree for now. Once I leave here, who will know what happened today? Tang Thin Dao turned to look at Dai Hung behind him and instructed, someone wants to take your position as senior brother. What do you think? Dai Hung clasped his hands firmly and said, this disciple will certainly teach junior brother and let him understand the rules of Tongshan sect. Jiang Then's eyes lit up as he rested his chin on his hand and pondered, this wretched place also has sect rules. At that moment, Dai Hung descended from the sky. Junior brother, Dai Hung has arrived. Jiang Then looked up in shock as Dai Hung landed, creating a dazzling burst of light along with a violent tremor. Jiang then was pressed flat on the ground and spoke with difficulty. I think being second junior brother is also fine. Dai Hung stood above him laughing loudly and said, it should be sixth junior brother. Jiang then looked at the three before him, tears filling his heart. He was a dignified god king yet could not even become second. Tu Enhuoc crossed her arms and stepped forward to ask Jiang then, are you truly planning to stay here as a disciple? A few true gods daring to establish a sect in the nine heavens divine realm is quite interesting. Jiang then pointed at the three and replied, if you are not convinced, then go object to them. Tu Enhuoc snorted coldly, I am not as cowardly as you. Tu Enhuoc stood straight and declared, I do not agree to him becoming your disciple. I am a descendant of the Light Lord God. How could I submit here? Dai Hung rushed forward like lightning and slapped the back of Tu Enhuoc head as a warning. Girl, you are too noisy. Tu Enhuoc widened her eyes, with only one thought in her mind. He is too strong. Jiang, then you have harmed me. Dai Hung scratched his head foolishly and said, Light Lord God sounds familiar. Was it the one who got beaten by a group last time and was nearly killed by my master? Jiang then stared over in shock, inwardly lamenting that Tongshan sect was truly a nest of monsters. Seeing this, Tang Thin Dao gave an order, Dai Hung, go to the main hall and prepare. I will bring your junior brother over shortly. Dai Hung immediately replied, yes, master. Jiang then pondered silently. What are we going to the main hall for? Before he could understand, Tu Enhuoc asked in panic. If you stay here, then what about us? Jiang then sighed and replied, if you do not want to die, then obediently stay in Tongshan sect. At this time, Tang Thin Dao gathered the women together and looked up at them as he spoke. Since you have decided to stay, you will reside in the rear hall and do menial work. Jiang then thought to himself, clearly only a lower true god yet possessing such terrifying strength. Whether staying here is fortune or disaster is unknown. Seeing Jiang then in a daze, Tang Thin Dao smiled and said, disciple, why are you standing there? Hurry and follow me to the main hall. Hearing that, Jiang then asked in alarm, what are we going to the main hall for? Tang Thin Dao led Jiang then straight toward the main hall. Tang Thin Dao said, why ask so much? You will know when we get there. Jiang then could only follow behind. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of Tongshan sect. Jiang then looked around, pillars forged from white bones with blood aura swirling around them. Could this be a demonic sect? Seeing Tang Thin Dao arrive, Dai Hung respectfully offered tea and bowed his head, master. Everything is prepared. Tang Thin Dao nodded in praise, well done. Then Tang Thin Dao leisurely sat down and looked at Jiang then. Disciple, hurry and perform the ceremony to acknowledge your master. How should it be done? Upon hearing this, Jiang then stood in deep thought. Tang Thin Dao continued with a cold gaze. Kneel down, kowtow, offer tea. Hearing that, Jiang then roared angrily, kneel down. I, Jiang then, have never bowed to heaven and earth in my life. I only kneel to my parents. What right do you have? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Thin Dao let out a mocking sneer. Truly a stubborn disciple. Master is like a parent. Of course you must kneel. Hearing those words, Jiang then's fury surged wildly. He retorted, it is only a saying. How can it be taken as truth? I refuse to accept it. Tang Thin Dao evaluated inwardly. This boy is not bad. Old Sai picked his nose and glanced at him as if reminding him not to go too far. Tang Thin Dao then said, very well, if you refuse, then I as your master will make you accept. Upon hearing the order, Dai Hung quickly saluted. This disciple is here. After speaking, Dai Hung stepped in front of Jiang, then with a smug expression, junior brother, please. Jiang then's aura flared as he replied, enough talk. I have endured enough from you. Inwardly thinking, I am the reincarnated god king with invincible battle power. Do you dare treat me as a sick cat? Suddenly, Dai Hung threw a thunderous punch at Jiang then, leaving him no time to react. Jiang then was sent flying dozens of meters away. Dai Hung's massive body seemed to contain endless strength. Jiang then fainted. Dai Hung hurried over in panic and asked, junior brother, are you all right? I just broke through recently and have not controlled my strength well. Hearing that, Jiang then widened his eyes in shock and asked, you just broke through and already became a god? Dai Hung hurriedly replied, no, I became a god 600 years ago. Tang Thin Dao smiled and continued, that is how the cultivation method of Tongshan sect works. Dai Hung recently broke through to the 360 level of the true god realm. Old Sai standing beside added, this old man has only reached 1,860 levels, barely able to contend with a lord god. After hearing this, Jiang then fell into thought. This sect's cultivation method is truly heaven-defying. If they possess such ability, then they are worthy to be my master. Immediately after, Jiang then knelt down at once and respectfully offered tea. This disciple Jiang then greets master. Hearing that, Tongue Thin Dao lifted the teacup and took a sip before slowly saying, Dragon, Tiger, Snake, Bear, Ghost. From now on you bear the character Ghost. You will be called Dai Kui. After saying that, Tongue Thin Dao placed his hand on Jiang Thin's forehead and said, while doing so, let your master see what your previous cultivation methods were like. Suddenly, Tongue Thin Dao exclaimed in shock, you cultivated the 9 Deaths divine art. Not only that, you also trained in more than a dozen other cultivation methods. You brat are truly courting death. Then Tongue Thin Dao spoke sternly. If you had not met me and waited until you reached Lord God, the conflict of cultivation methods would have surely killed you. Hearing that, Jiang then thought to himself, in seeking perfection, I have taken the wrong path. Tongue Thin Dao continued, now you have only one path left. Abolish all your previous cultivation methods. Upon hearing that, Jiang then cried out in shock, what? Jiang then raised his hand to look at himself and said in confusion, abolish all cultivation methods, including Heavenly Star. That is my foundation. Hearing that, Tongue Thin Dao nodded, yes, including Heavenly Star. If you wish to continue on this path, it is mandatory. Jiang then fell into deep thought, calculating in his mind, if I abolish my cultivation methods, my cultivation will surely plummet. But if I do not abolish them. At that moment, Tongue Thin Dao let out a sigh, placed his hand on Jiang Thin's shoulder and said slowly, this matter must be considered carefully. Even with me protecting you, you will still struggle to avoid severe injury and a drop in realm. Your master will not force you. At that moment, Jiang Thin's body began to undergo changes. Jiang Thin lowered his head helplessly and said, people always say that without destruction there can be no construction. If one wishes to stand at the peak, how can he fear pain and refuse to step forward? Jiang Thin's eyes revealed firm determination. After that, Jiang Thin gathered all the remaining divine power within him. He acted without hesitation, striking himself to abolish all his previous cultivation. In an instant, Jiang Thin's divine power was completely destroyed. He frowned and said, delay is unwise. I must trouble master to protect this disciple. Tongue Thin Dao could not help being astonished at the sight. To abolish true God cultivation so decisively, truly bold. Old Sai standing beside added, sect master, your new disciple is far from simple. Jiang then looked up at Tongue Thin Dao and said, master, if you do not act now, then this disciple's effort will be wasted. Tongue Thin Dao thought to himself, this boy truly trusts me. And Tongue Thin Dao spoke, sit down with me here, no one will disturb you. Jiang then immediately sat cross-legged. Tongue Thin Dao began focusing fully on protecting him. Sweat poured from Jiang then as he said with difficulty, master, there is one last cultivation method left. This disciple's life is in your hands. Jiang Thin's body gradually absorbed the cultivation method transmitted by Tongue Thin Dao. Tongue Thin Dao quickly sensed that transformation. He shouted loudly, shut up, abolish it completely. In the blink of an eye, a full day and night passed. Tongue Thin Dao finished protecting him and let out a sigh of relief. Jiang then staggered to his feet, looked at Tongue Thin Dao and said, this time there is truly nothing left to destroy, master. Do not disappoint this disciple. Dai Hung ran over to support Tongue Thin Dao. He laughed and said, rest assured, I am more reliable than you think. Suddenly, Tongue Thin Dao grabbed Jiang Thin's clothes and shouted, take them off. Jiang then looked back blankly. He then said, if you do not undress, how can I find the dragon vein? Without another word, Tongue Thin Dao tore Jiang Thin's clothes apart. Jiang then asked in surprise, can a dragon vein exist on a human body? Tongue Thin Dao explained, normally no, but on you it is different. Suddenly, Tongue Thin Dao's expression tightened, his gaze fixed on Jiang Thin's back. He muttered in alarm, this is bad. Where is the dragon vein? Jiang then quickly asked, master, what is wrong? Before answering, Tongue Thin Dao struck Jiang then hard on the neck and said, you are tired, rest first. Jiang then immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. That moment, a golden dragon mark appeared on Jiang Thin's back. The people of Tongshan sect stared in shock. Tongue Thin Dao said with a trembling voice, I was mistaken. This does not look like a dragon vein. Old Sai narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and said, this boy has picked up a treasure. This is a serpent vein. A serpent vein is even rarer than a dragon vein. The founding ancestor was also a serpent vein. The serpent vein transforms into a dragon, first becoming a python, then evolving into a flood dragon. At this moment, the serpent vein on Jiang Thin's back began to change. Old Sai said loudly, in the end it will transform into an yinglong. Hearing this, Tongue Thin Dao excitedly grabbed Old Sai's hand and said, we have found a treasure. Old Sai reminded him, first activate the serpent vein for him. To advance beyond ranks still depends on resources and ability. After all, since that incident years ago, our Tongshan sect. Before he could finish, Tongue Thin Dao angrily shouted enough. He approached Jiang Thin and said, everyone leave. I will activate his dragon vein. At this moment, the serpent vein suddenly broke free from Jiang Thin's back. Tongue Thin Dao smiled and said, "A golden scale is not meant to remain in a pond. When it meets wind and clouds, it becomes a dragon." Jiang then, whether Tongshan's sect can restore its former glory depends entirely on you. 3 days later, inside the mysterious spirit formation, Jiang then sat cultivating. Dai Hung stood nearby sweeping and said, "Junior brother, your cultivation methods were completely abolished and your realm plummeted. Master exhausted everything to set up the mysterious spirit formation for you to cultivate again. You must cherish it." Jiang then responded in a low voice, "But I remember this formation is incomplete." Dai Hung explained awkwardly, "Tongshan's sect is too poor. We cannot afford to repair it. But rest assured, it is still stronger than the spirit-gathering formation. Within 3 months you will surely return to the true God realm." Jiang then was stunned and said, "3 months, but I seem to have already recovered to demigod." Dai Hung grasped Jiang then's hand in astonishment and exclaimed, "Already demigod? Your talent is truly extraordinary." Dai Hung crossed his arms and sighed. "It seems this tribulation cannot be avoided." Jiang then asked in alarm, "What tribulation?" Dai Hung replied, "It is a long story, we will talk later." Elsewhere, Sect Master Kai Thin AM slammed her hand down on the table in anger. She shouted loudly, "Pay up, or I will cut out your kidneys." Tongue Thin Dao hurriedly replied, "We have no money, you come every day, who can endure that?" Kai Thin M sneered, "No money yet you dare to take disciples. Can you even afford to raise them?" Just then, Dai Hung and Jiang then arrived. Jiang then frowned and pointed at Kai Thin M and asked, "What does she mean?" Kai Thin AM laughed loudly and replied, "Once you finish cultivating the Tongshan sacred canon, you will understand. You were eaten into poverty." Dai Hung helplessly walked ahead and said, "Let us go. Master is waiting." Jiang then cursed inwardly, "So I am being used to make money." Kai Thin M continued to sneer, "No money, no disciples, enough talk, bring him out, start the match." Tongue Thin Dao took out the wager and placed it on the table. He shouted loudly, "Jiang then, come out to receive guests. No, come out to fight, 2 Dao techniques. I bet on Jiang then to win." Dai Hung quickly pushed Jiang then forward and said, "Master, Jiang then is ready." Kai Thin AM placed her hand on Lu Vo's shoulder and said with a smile, "Lu Vo, go. This is the strongest demigod of Tongshan sect. 3 Dao techniques. I bet on him to win." Lu Vo and Jiang then stood facing each other on the arena. The others stood below watching intently. Lu Vo performed a respectful salute and said, "Excuse my offense." Jiang then replied disdainfully, "Who is offending whom remains to be seen. At the same realm I have never lost." Low Tongue Thin Dao shouted loudly, "You brats, stop showing off. You must win this match and not lose," Old Sai added. "If you lose, then get lost and scrub toilets for me." On the stage, Lu Vo unleashed the Dao technique Starry Sky Concealment against Jiang then. He sneered, "A pauper like you can only be so strong. Kneel for me." As soon as he shouted, Lu Vo charged forward. Jiang then calmly activated the Dao technique Void Fist to meet him. Thought flashed through Jiang then's mind. Such rare Dao techniques, and he possesses 2 of them. The overwhelming force pressed Jiang then to his knees. He struggled to endure little by little. Seeing this, Lu Vo laughed triumphantly. "If you still refuse to admit defeat, then do not blame me for being ruthless." Jiang then immediately retorted, "If I cannot even defeat trash like you, then why would I still roam the 9 heavens' divine realm?" After speaking, Jiang then pushed himself up with his hands and sprang to his feet. Immediately after, he activated the formation Dragon Inch Heaven to counterattack Lu Vo. The explosive power made Lu Vo's expression change. His eyes filled with helplessness. Jiang then swung his palm forward and shouted, "Get lost." Lu Vo was heavily struck, his body thrown to the ground as fresh blood sprayed out. Seeing the situation turn bad, Kai Thin M quickly placed her hand on the ground to stabilize the formation. Kai Thin M held the 2 Dao techniques and said with a smile, "I lost. Take the Dao techniques to offset the debt. Include your share as well." Tongue Thin Dao angrily shouted, "Do you want my master and disciple to starve?" Kai Thin M glanced sideways and sneered, "If you do not want to starve, that is fine." After saying that, she pointed directly at Jiang then. "Hand him over to me and the debt will be cleared." Jiang then froze in shock. Jiang then asked blankly, "What does Senior want me to do?" Kai Thin M smiled at Jiang then, "You carry amber within you. It suits the cultivation method of trite dissect well. Join my sect and your future will be limitless." Old Sai stroked his beard thoughtfully, "Dragon vein as the foundation, amber as the soul. The Tongshan sacred canon cultivates the physical body. The trite method cultivates the soul. Possessing both is truly rare." Old Sai looked Jiang then up and down. Jiang then blurted out in astonishment, "Then if I cultivate both, would I not be invincible under heaven?" Tongue Thin Dao could only sigh after hearing this. "You are dreaming nicely." Tongue Thin Dao pointed and scolded Kai Thin AM. "The 2 sects share the same origin, but a disciple cannot serve both sides. Have you forgotten?" Kai Thin AM replied angrily, "I remember very clearly." He covered her mouth and sneered, "But if he willingly joins Trite to Sect, then you cannot control it. Boy, as long as you dare to join Trite to Sect, these 3 Dao techniques will be your greeting gift." The sect treasures will also be at your disposal. Hearing this, Jiangdan's eyes shone as he replied, "Would that not make me rich?" Tung Thin Dao shouted in panic, "Oh no. Are you planning to abandon the two old men like us?" Jiangdan solemnly saluted Kai Thin Am and said in a deep voice, "Senior, this junior is truly tempted." But before he could finish, Tung Thin Dao angrily roared, "Shut your mouth, abolish it for me." Seeing Jiangdan's wavering attitude, Kai Thin Am frowned slightly as she observed. Jiangdan said seriously, "I am already a disciple of Tongshan sect. I must disappoint Senior." Kai Thin Am burst into hearty laughter. "You brat are quite interesting. Since you want to stay and suffer, then I will not stop you. Later remember to help me repay the debt." Jiangdan asked curiously, "What do you mean by that?" Tung Thin Dao hurriedly said, "Your master has matters to attend to and will leave first. Dai Hung, explain it to your junior brother." Dai Hung looked at Jiangdan awkwardly. "It is like this. Cultivating the Tongshan sacred canon makes one hungry very quickly. You must eat to survive." Jiangdan stared and asked, "After becoming a god, one still has to eat." Inwardly, he regretted it. Is it still in time to switch to trite to sect? Dai Hung sighed, "Once you cultivate, you will understand. Come, I will take you to practice Dao techniques first." Jiangdan hurried after him and asked, "Did not the inner sect have no Dao techniques?" Behind the mountain, before a star stele, Dai Hung pointed at the stone and said, "There is some leftover stock." This was condensed from fragments of starlight. After speaking, Dai Hung threw a punch and struck the star stele hard. A thunderous boom resounded. He explained, "Once you condense the star imprint, it counts as entering the star river palm created by the sect master." After hearing this, Jiangdan struck the star stele with a palm. "Is this enough?" Jiangdan's palm touched the surface of the star stele, closed his eyes to sense the energy. In his heart there was only one word: exhilarating. Dai Hung continued, "Once the star imprint is condensed, you must absorb starlight power. The more you gather, the greater the might." Jiangdan immediately tried, thinking inwardly, "Before at True God, I still lost to Dai Hung. Now after cultivating some star river palm, I should be able to send him flying." After thinking that, Jiangdan struck the star stele fiercely once more. 10 days later, behind the mountain, the star stele emitted a powerful aura. Dai Hung and Jiangdan stood with mouths agape. Jiangdan had returned to the true god realm. Dai Hung praised, "Junior brother is truly a genius." Jiangdan looked up at the enormous eye. It suddenly spoke, "I remember you. Back then, when you became God King, you slashed me." Jiangdan exclaimed in shock, "Damn, so you want to kill me now?" The formation immediately brought down a fierce lightning tribulation. Jiangdan stood still and observed, seemingly unconcerned. His expression turned cold. His voice lowered. "My great vengeance is not yet repaid." His eyes turned crimson with killing intent as he roared, "Even if heaven wants me dead, I will not surrender." After speaking, Jiangdan hurled out a great Dharma scripture sphere. It aimed straight at the enormous eye that was bombarding him. With full force they collided. The fire sphere struck the target and caused a world-shaking explosion. From afar, Old Sai shouted loudly, "Damn heaven, who allowed you to break the rules and bully a disciple of Tongshan sect?" He transformed into a fierce god and rushed upward, unleashing a divine skill straight at that eye. Imperial heaven and netherworld illuminate the golden tide. Blue heaven bows its head and gazes through ages. The eye trembled in fear, clearly becoming more obedient. Jiangdan raised his head as the formation gradually dispersed and the sky returned to calm. He could not help being astonished. 3 lines were enough to make heaven yield. The divine weapon was withdrawn, its aura returning to Jiangdan's body. Jiangdan wanted to ask what everlasting Tongshan meant, but Old Sai only clasped his hands and instructed, "Cultivate well, and you will know in time." Watching the old man leave quietly, Jiangdan thought, Tongshan sect truly hides many secrets. Jiangdan returned. Tung Thin Dao had already prepared. "Come, now that you are back at True God realm, it is time to cultivate seriously." He handed Jiangdan a sacred canon, the Tongshan sacred canon, the foundational scripture of Tongshan sect. It looked no different from ordinary methods. Tung Thin Dao explained excitedly, "This sacred canon depends on individual fate. Each disciple cultivates a different method and power." Those words were like honey poured into his ears, leaving Jiangdan stunned in place. Tung Thin Dao assured him, "Once you enter the first stage, you will understand its mysteries. The Tongshan sacred canon mainly cultivates the body, linking the essence of heaven and earth to temper the flesh." Jiangdan immediately entered deep cultivation. His spirit body shed its shell, bones and flesh transformed, lines of imprints gradually carved along his body. Serpent vein reached the brink of breakthrough. Aura burst forth in surging waves, the scene dazzling a ND Chinese letter. Tung Thin Dao and the elders stood outside watching. An elder uttered only 2 words, "Monstrous genius." Tung Thin Dao's face was full of shock. With such aptitude and enough heavenly treasures, within 100 years the serpent vein would surely advance. The other 2 were stunned. There was not even a grain of rice in the storehouse. How could they afford to nurture the serpent vein? A thought suddenly flashed. The void god realm was filled with treasures, but that place was full of geniuses from major sects and layered schemes. Could Junior Brother withstand it? Looking at Jiang then still immersed in cultivation. No one knew when he would emerge. 3 days later, Jiang then suddenly opened his eyes, divine light flashing. Tung Thin Dao cried out in surprise. He is awake. The old man was overjoyed. Congratulations, the Tongshan sacred canon has entered the first layer. How does it feel? Jiang then sensed it and replied, a bit hungry. But does a true god need to eat? Tung Thin Dao laughed and explained, that is the characteristic of the method. You must continuously absorb heavenly treasures. He took out a ham hock and said this is the last killing leg of the sect. Eat it. Jiang then looked at it with drool flowing. Took it but hesitated and asked, if this is the last piece then what will this disciple eat later? Tung Thin Dao answered calmly, rest assured, after this meal your master will send you on your way. Before he could bite he froze in shock. Jiang then suspected he had misheard. 1 day later, Tung Thin Dao brought Jiang then and said, this is the teleportation formation to the void god realm, the trial ground of major sects of the 9 heavens. Treasures fill the sky and even the waters. The strong devour them. Jiang then felt something was wrong and asked, is this why master forced me to condense mental power? Tung Thin Dao replied with a sly smile, otherwise with your strength I fear you would go and never return. After saying that he kicked Jiang then straight into the teleportation gate. He only had time to shout, Tung Thin Dao, heartless man. Entering the void god realm, a desolate scene appeared, majestic mountains and dried-up rivers. Jiang then marveled, is this the void god realm where treasures are everywhere? At that moment he suddenly sensed something unusual. Before his eyes were ragged martial artists dragging themselves along, each covered in wounds. Jiang then struck up a conversation, brother, it is my first time here. Are there any rules in the void god realm? The man replied, a lower true god daring to enter here bold, see those outside. Gestured toward the lurking geniuses outside who killed and robbed as a daily routine. The man added, the void god realm has only one rule, no fighting inside the small town. Outside life and death depend on ability. Yang then found it interesting. Outside the town everything depends on strength. That already sounds appealing. Looking at the divine beasts growling in the forest, Jiang then swallowed repeatedly. Someone laughed and said, go out and try. Disciples of great sects like you are both foolish and rich, most welcome. The demonic beasts also looked at Jiang, then with no less greed in their eyes. Jiang then clasped his hands politely, I carry no treasures. I only came to temper myself, please be understanding. The demonic beasts laughed loudly, coming to train is even better, come out here, we will take you to train. Jiang then smiled brightly, and replied, many thanks, I will come at once. Inwardly he thought, do you take me for a fool? Let us see who plays whom. Demonic beast's eyes turned crimson, fangs bared. Human flesh is fragrant at just the right time. Jiang then leisurely walked toward them. Foolish tiger could not hold back and lunged forward like mad. Jiang then threw a punch straight into its face. The tiger was struck speechless with pain. The dragon and the deer had no time to react. Jiang then jumped down and suddenly remembered his master's words, do not trust others too easily. Deer demon trembled as it offered up a treasure, stammering that it was only joking. They knew of a cave dwelling that only lower true gods could enter. It said only he could cooperate with them. Jiang then took the jade and feigned innocence, asking, you are not lying to me. Who would have thought the deer opened its mouth to swallow him? The prey had taken the bait. Jiang then sneered, dare to deceive me and you will pay. With a dull thud, the deer's abdomen was pierced through by Jiang then's punch. It died before it could cry out. The golden deer had been smug for a moment, a lower true god daring to play tricks with me. Before it could digest him, its eyes bulged wide. Jiang then burst out from inside its belly with a punch. A horrifying hole was left through the deer's body. The others panicked. A lower true god with strength rivaling an upper rank, Yunlu was dead. Jiang then scratched his head and said, my first time here. Thanks for the tasty venison. Once I circulate my method, I get hungry immediately. Dragged the deer's corpse away. The tiger and dragon stood frozen like statues. The onlookers were terrified out of their wits. They stood watching Jiang then eat venison in the middle of the street, swallowing hard. Someone curiously asked, that was a genius of the Yunlu clan, you dare to eat it. Jiang then replied calmly, want a bite. The man shook his head. The Yunlu clan is allied with the Azure Water Flood Dragon. There is a profound god in the town, I would not dare. Just as Jiang then was about to finish eating, someone came to demand justice. You are the one who killed an ally of my clan. The crowd stirred. The profound god of the Azure Water Flood Dragon, Ao Cheng, has arrived. That boy is doomed. Cheng coldly ordered, kneel and accept death. Jiang then was eating and got interrupted. He frowned and asked, "What did you just say? I did not hear clearly." Ao Cheng roared angrily, "I told you." "Kneel down," he shouted as he unleashed terrifying pressure. The dreadful aura knocked the ham hock from Jiang Then's hand. The people around turned pale. Everyone fell to their knees under the might. Only one person was about to explode. It was Jiang Then. "Even heaven avoids disturbing a meal. My food is gone." Ao Cheng was slightly surprised. "Not kneeling under my pressure, you have some ability." He stepped forward and raised the tip of his shoe. "Kneel and polish my shoe. I will allow you to join my clan." Jiang then replied coldly as he slowly straightened. Killing intent radiated from his eyes. Jiang then repeated, "You knocked away my food." Seeing words were useless, Ao Cheng transformed into his dragon form to intimidate Jiang Then. "It seems you refuse the wine of courtesy and prefer the wine of punishment." As he spoke, he cast a spell. Ao Cheng spun and showed off while Jiang Then stood there indifferent. His move looked flashy and exaggerated. The water aura of the Flood Dragon clan surged violently and rushed toward Jiang Then. Ao Cheng roared, "I grant you this honor." Jiang Then stood unmoving, his gaze never leaving that fool. He raised his hand and unleashed Star River Palm. Ao Cheng's formation instantly shattered. Only two remained standing in the arena. Who was the victor? Countless cracks appeared across Ao Cheng's body. Jiang Then's palm print was clearly stamped on his chest. His eyes rolled white, sweat pouring down as he muttered, "Impossible." Ao Cheng died suspended in midair, his body slowly falling before Jiang Then. Reverted to his flood dragon form and lay motionless on the ground, his mouth barely managing to utter, "I not die." It turns out not only frogs at the bottom of a well, even dragons share the same fate. Jiang then grabbed Ao Cheng's tail and said, "So much nonsense, about to starve and still do not know your place." Hoisting the dragon onto his shoulder, Jiang then added, "Under normal circumstances, I would have to struggle with you." He asked the one trembling on the ground, "Where is the nearest teleportation formation?" The man replied shakily, 3,000 li to the east, at the peak of Heavenly Sacred Altar. Jiang then nodded in thanks, then dragged the dragon corpse away. Watching his figure disappear, the townsfolk were left with deep-rooted fear. Someone exhaled in relief. That calamity star has finally left. Who is he, a true god who killed the profound god Ao Cheng, worthy of being called a heavenly genius? Ao Cheng is dead. The void god realm will not be peaceful. Jiang then advanced toward the peak of Heavenly Sacred Altar, where the teleportation gate stood. Tongshan Sek, Tung Thin Dao sensed fluctuations in the formation. He was puzzled. It has only been a short while. He cannot be returning so soon. Yet reality exceeded expectations. Jiang then stepped through the gate with two massive corpses on his shoulder, panting. "The star imprint has been used up. If I did not return, I would have died out there." At this moment, Jiang then looked like a starving old man, urging, "Quickly get me something to eat." Tung Thin Dao's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had brought back. The azure water flood dragon and Yun Lu. The old man was overjoyed. "Rest assured, your master will cook you something delicious." Hearing this, Jiang then felt something was not quite right. Before he could react, Tung Thin Dao grabbed the two chunks of meat and ran off. Jiang then hurriedly chased after him. Wait. When he arrived, he saw the three old men with heads lowered, devouring without looking up. The two mountain-sized chunks of meat were now nothing but dry bones. Jiang then could not believe his eyes. He clenched his teeth, tears rolling down. "You have gone too far." Tung Thin Dao picked his teeth and comforted him. "Disciple, in battle deceit is no taboo." Old Sai chimed in, "We have not eaten this well in decades." Senior brother patted his shoulder and advised, "Junior brother, truly we did not mean it," doing as he laughed gleefully. Only after reaching the 500th layer can one ensure 3 normal meals. Hearing of the 500th layer, Jiang then roared, "The Tongshan sacred cannon is truly a calamity." Gritting his teeth in endurance, he hugged a section of dragon tail bone and gnawed piece by piece, swearing inwardly that sooner or later he would beat them. Old Sai said to Tung Thin Dao, "After eating help this boy set off." He nodded. "Otherwise the serpent vein will struggle to advance. Reaching the 500th layer would take thousands of years." Before the teleportation gate, Tung Thin Dao said, "Old bones should move a little." After speaking, he rushed off. Old Sai asked, "Old man, is it worth it for this disciple to expend 10,000 divine stones to activate the teleportation formation?" Watching his old friend's figure, Old Sai worried, once again charging alone into danger. Turning to look at the disciple gnawing dragon tail, he silently prayed that he would return safely. Jiang then exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, a spectacle seen once in a century. Missing it would be a pity." He was extremely excited. A showdown of heavenly geniuses in the void god realm, just in time to watch the excitement. Before everyone's eyes, the duel between two heavenly geniuses was about to begin. Spectators packed the arena. Lady Quiet Min held a whip and arched proudly in challenge. Enham Thien Sao, concede now and you still have a way out. Enham Thien Sao, ranked 9th on the slaughter list, replied coldly, "I do not speak much. Leave now and I will not pursue the matter." Quiet Min flew into a rage and ordered, I think you have a death wish, go seize her. Her subordinates responded in unison, yes. They shouted without courtesy, Miss Enham, forgive the offense. Enham Thien Sao's gaze turned sharp. Good. She drew her sword. She stood still and unleashed a basic sword strike. The two subordinates were blasted away to either side. Terrifying aura swept toward Quiet Min. Her clothes were torn apart. She screamed, Enham Thien Sao seeks death. Quiet Min shielded her body and shouted, whoever strips Enham Thien Sao will freely choose a treasure from me. At the mention of heavenly treasures, Jiang then truly paid attention. Could he miss such a fine opportunity? Jiang then raised his hand, I can do it. Quiet Min looked at him with disgust. A lower true god daring to face Enham Thien Sao. Is there anyone else? Amid the crowd's mocking laughter, Jiang then insisted, trust me, I can do it. Quiet Min intended to ignore him and tell Enham Thien Sao to withdraw. Jiang then coldly reminded her, do not forget the promise of treasures. Quiet Min sneered, if you can strip her clothes, you may even take me, my word stands. She found it amusing, this man is truly courting death. A subordinate suddenly changed expression and warned, young miss. Enham Thien Sao placed her hands on her hips and scolded, a lower true god dares to humiliate me. Enraged, she thrust her sword and shouted, overestimating yourself, die. Jiang then calmly waved his hand, still Star River palm. Enham Thien Sao's clothes were instantly torn apart, no less than Quiet Min before. Jiang then won, but lost quite a bit of blood, muttering inwardly that women of the immortal realm are truly fierce. Enham Thien Sao's body was exposed before she could cover herself, blushing as she cursed, scoundrel, I will kill you. Quiet Min laughed at her. When you stripped me, did you think of today? Do not move. He leaned close and threatened. I recorded everything with a spirit image stone. Move and it spreads. Enham Thien Sao raged, shameless. Quiet Min turned and ordered, take her back to the inn. Add another portion of treasures. Jiang then watched with dissatisfaction in his heart. You had better not deceive me. They returned to Quiet Min's inn. Jiang then carried Enham Thien Sao over. Quiet Min ordered, put her there. Enham Thien Sao glared with hatred. I will kill you. Jiang then grinned, I will wait for you to strip me. Jiang then turned to collect his reward. Quiet Min was decisive. I do not owe debts, take it all. He pointed to a table full of heavenly treasures, high-grade materials, the dragon branch sword. Jiang then thought it was food and lunged forward. Quiet Min cried in alarm, are you a starving ghost? Stop, that is not edible. Jiang then turned and asked, did you not say it was all mine? Quiet Min flared up, but those things were originally meant as goodwill. Jiang then finally realized something was wrong. Wait, what did you just say? He felt dizzy as if the world spun, blood gushed from his nose like a spring. This medicinal force was too strong. Medicine merged into his blood. Jiang then completely lost control and casually pushed Quiet Min onto the bed. He pinned her down so she could not move, eyes fixed on her chest. Truly saw. Quiet Min screamed and cursed, scoundrel, get off. Jiang then ignored her and tore at her clothes. Quiet Min blushed deeply and struggled in vain. When no cloth remained on her body, Quiet Min cried and begged, Enham Thien Sao, save me, let us erase our grudges. Enham Thien Sao could not stand aside. She struck from behind, bastard, get away. Jiang then coldly grabbed her ankle. With a sharp pull, Enham Thien Sao fell flat to the ground, her body barely covered by thin fabric. Jiang then seized the chance to pounce, his face filled with desire. This truly was not my intention. In the room, only chaotic cries echoed. Several days later, after exhausting entanglements, Jiang then lay stretched out in satisfaction. Quiet Min could not bear the humiliation. She sprang up and cursed, damned lower true god, I swear we will not share the same sky. Enham Thien Sao coldly sat up and grasped her sword. The fault does not lie with you. I will send him off for you. After lying, she swung her sword. Jiang then panicked and blocked, that will kill me. He hurriedly explained, elder sister, wait. Enham Thien Sao listened to my explanation. It was all because of dragon root. Suddenly a loud crash sounded, freezing him stiff. All three turned to look. The great wall of the women's quarters had vanished. Street scene lay exposed outside. What on earth is happening? The two women hurriedly dressed and rushed out, shouting angrily, who is it? Come out. Jiang then followed awkwardly. I have not even put on my trousers. In the courtyard, someone's voice rang out in provocation. Quiet Min, Enham Thien Sao. Back then you hunted me everywhere. Today I want to see how long you can live. The speaker was La Hao Thien, of the foremost sect of the age, the mortal enemy of the two women. Two women did not hesitate and leapt down to face La Hao Thien. Jiang then curiously followed. Enham Thien Sao asked sternly, within the town's protection, do you intend to break the rules? Hao Thien laughed arrogantly. I do not break rules. 300 li outside the town we fight to the death. If you renege, the great sect will hunt you to the end. Enham Thien Sao and Quiet Min glanced at Jiang then. Consider yourself lucky. If not for facing Hao Thien, I would have cut you down. Knowing he was at fault, Jiang then offered, do you two need protection? My price is very cheap. Quiet Min and Enham Thien Sao shouted together, are you mad? A lower venerable god daring to fight. Jiang then patted his chest proudly, As long as there are enough heavenly treasures, I dare to go all out. 300 li outside the town, Lahao Thien spoke. Enham Thien Sao, Quiet Min, you have finally come. He glanced at Jiang then and sneered, even brought along a piece of trash. Jiang then raised his brow and stepped forward, answering, brat, who did you just call trash? Lahao Thien rushed forward like a mad dog, shouting, these two women are mine. Jiang then coughed lightly to clarify they were willing. The two young men charged at each other, weapons clashing violently, but Jiang Then's fist had already smashed straight into Lahao Thien's face. The terrifying clash, Lahao Thien was shattered on the spot. Jiang then calculated inwardly, killing a lower venerable god consumes a lot. My mental power is drained. I must return to replenish. Just as he was about to speak, the two women were filled with killing intent. Before anything else, you said we were willing. It was time for retaliation. They rushed in to claw and beat Jiang Then soundly. After a while, Jiang Then was bruised like a drowned frog. Had he known, he would not have exhausted his mental power. After venting their anger, the two said, dare to molest this young lady again, and we are even. Watching the two beauties leave, Jiang Then felt heartbroken. At least tell me where the teleportation formation is. After struggling for a long time, Jiang Then finally returned home. Senior brother asked worriedly, is your mental power consumed so quickly? Jiang Then replied, I came back to replenish a bit, and by the way, he wondered, I ate quite a few heavenly treasures in the void god realm, yet my cultivation did not move. Old Sai was surprised upon hearing this and stepped forward to place a hand on him. Let me see. 8 extraordinary meridians appeared clearly. Old Sai was startled. Indeed, the serpent vein has reached its limit of absorption. Sai Lao said, your foundation has cracked, so your cultivation has stalled. The matter of the dragon vein is too great. Speaking plainly, I feared you would lose heart. Thinking about his cultivation not progressing, Jiang then asked anxiously, can a damaged foundation still be saved? Sai Lao replied, for now only the dragon shedding fruit can help. Senior brother said that fruit is grown in bright, blessed land under the control of the bright chief god. Sai Lao explained, within the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the false god realm there are countless treasures, but all are controlled by the main lineages of the chief gods. Io then blurted out, will the sect not take care of me? Sai Lao evaded, saying he was old and hard of hearing. After speaking, he quietly left, softly reminding that Tongshan sect has enemies everywhere. It is not that I will not help, but that I must remain hidden. Senior brother patted his shoulder in reassurance. Do not worry. Once you have entered, Tongshan sect master will not ignore you. Jiang then froze, meaning you are saying. Senior brother smiled faintly and said meaningfully, when the time comes you will naturally understand. Tong Thin Dao had already arrived, standing high above observing. For Jiang then to advance his sand meridian, the dragon shedding fruit was the key. He circulated spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a divine skill, regretting that he could not reveal his identity and had to resort to a lower method. Tong Thin Dao flicked 2 fingers forward, aimed directly at the mark on the head of the bright, shocking meridian chief god. A low hum sounded. Disciples panicked, seeing only the chief god fall to the ground, hurriedly shouting that the elder was dead. They looked up to the sky and roared in fury, who dares assassinate our chief god? Our bright clan will not share the same sky with him. Tong Thin Dao had already left quietly, sneering inwardly, not share the same sky. Catch me first and then speak. Standing far away, he murmured to himself, Jiang Then, I can only help you this far. I hope you do not waste this opportunity. Jiang then arrived at the meeting point. People bustled about trading noisily. Immortal-grade candied gourds filled the stalls. He thought the small town near bright, blessed land was truly lively. Suddenly there was a commotion ahead. Huge news. The chief god of bright, blessed land has been killed. The land is now ownerless. Anyone can seize it. Jiang then was astonished. Just when he needed to act, this place was left open. What a coincidence. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand. If this matter involved Tong Thin Dao, then this blessed land must be taken. At the same time, Quiet Min and Enham Thien Sao sat in a high tower discussing. Bright, blessed land had always belonged to the Bright clan. Other chief gods could not interfere conveniently and only allowed juniors to compete. This situation was clearly advantageous to them. Quiet Min asked about joining. Enham Thien Sao replied decisively, yes, and since we have spoken of it, we must seize it. Elder Cow Quiet Min's servant stepped forward to dissuade her. This is not good, eldest young miss. Enham Thien Sao has too many enemies in the false god realm. Allying with her is unwise. Quiet Min angrily shouted insolence. In the end, are you the master or AMI? Enham Thien Sao sneered and said, it seems you cannot even discipline your servant. Let us forget the cooperation. Inwardly, she was calculating something else. In truth, Enham Thien Sao had long noticed Jiang Then on the street below. She descended calmly and said, I would rather choose him. Cold tip of a sword pressed against Jiang Then neck. Enham Thien Sao ordered, you filthy rogue, cooperate or not, join me in seizing bright blessed land. The resources divided 10 to 3. I take 7, you take 3. Seeing the beauty press close, Jiang then pushed her against the wall and smiled. Cooperation is fine, however. Having done business for years and never suffered a loss, Jiang then said cheerfully, I take 7, you take 3. Ham Thien Sao immediately pushed him away and replied coldly, keep dreaming. I will only accept 5-5. You have no backing. Even if you seize the blessed land, you cannot keep it. Jiang then raised his brow and said, hearing that your backing must be formidable. And Ham Thien Sao tilted her head and asked, have you ever heard of absolute shadow sect? Jiang then was startled and replied, the force that takes slaughter as its path, the leading demonic sect of the 9 heavens god realm, absolute shadow sect. And Ham Thien Sao introduced coldly, let us be acquainted again. I am the young master of absolute shadow sect. Lao An, Jiang then sighed. I did not expect your background to be so great. However, I still only accept 7-3. And Ham Thien Sao expression darkened as she said angrily, it seems you have no sincerity at all. After speaking, she turned to leave. Jiang then hurriedly grabbed her wrist to stop her and explained, why rush, I will show you. Cooperating with me is your good fortune. Outside bright blessed land, Quiet Min was rushing forward and could not help frowning at the sight ahead. Someone arrived so quickly. Before her stood Van Vi, a disciple of Kunlun Mountain, and Tun Bat and Go, a disciple of Proud Lie Heavenly Gate. Tun Bat and Go smiled and asked, has the eldest young miss of Quiet Bayat Valley come to take a share as well? Quiet Min replied calmly, the blessed land is ownerless. Everyone has the right to take it. Van Vi drew her sword and sneered, with cat-scratch skills like yours you dare compete for the blessed land. If you lose, do not cry and run home to your father. Insulted, Quiet Min swung her whip and shouted, that woman, watch your words. But just as the whip was about to strike, Tun Bat and Go intervened in time to block it. He advised, wait until everyone has arrived. Fighting now will only injure both sides and benefit others. After speaking, Tun Bat and Go glanced at the people behind, thinking inwardly that this group knew no restraint. Not long after, a voice sounded in the sky above bright, blessed land. The talents of every house have gathered. What are you waiting for? Whoever crosses the boundary and steps into the blessed land counts as successful. As the words ended, a cave abode appeared, and the people below were immediately all sucked inside. Quiet Min stood outside observing and thought, Ham Thien Sao is nowhere to be seen. Has she given up? Or, far behind the crowd, Ham Thien Sao turned to Jiang then and asked, what exactly are you planning? Mingling like this gives no chance. He smiled and replied, who said I am going with them? After speaking, he dropped straight down to the ground. Then he signaled for her to follow down, and Ham Thien Sao warned, you had better not deceive me. Jiang then clasped his hands and gathered spiritual power. Rest assured, I do not bring out treasures to jest. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his hand onto the ground. A formation appeared. Ham Thien Sao asked in alarm, what are you doing? He replied, setting up a formation. He reminded angrily, there is a barrier around the blessed land. Ordinary teleportation formations cannot enter. Jiang then smiled and said, therefore, this is not an ordinary teleportation formation. A bridge of heaven and earth purple energy suddenly appeared. From the formation burst forth a terrifying aura. It shot out swiftly and then crashed down onto a mountain near the battlefield. Crowd immediately stopped fighting and looked at the rising purple light in shock. What is happening? Among the crowd, Tong Thin Dao covered his face and frowned, thinking that boy has not even shown himself yet and has already caused such a disturbance. The purple light twisted through the high sky. Yang then stood upon it waving and smiling. Everyone, I will go one step ahead. See you inside the blessed land. Quiet Min recognized him. Van Vi immediately shouted loudly, he cannot be allowed to pass. But when she touched the stream of purple energy, she was flung back. Quiet Min said in a deep voice, the heaven and earth purple energy bridge gathers great momentum. It cannot be stopped. Jiang then heard and laughed in reply. Many thanks, eldest young miss, for the praise. According to the rules, from now on bright blessed land belongs to me. Tun Bat and Go pointed his staff and shouted, what are you to dare occupy the blessed land? A nameless nobody thinks using a formation will settle it. Jiang then smiled and said, so you intend to break the rules before everyone? He thought inwardly that Lao An words were indeed correct. Quiet Min said coldly, the rules do not apply to a nameless person like you. Get lost now, and I may spare your life. At that moment, Ham Thien Sao stepped out from the purple energy and said, how interesting. I only knew people were graded. I did not expect the rules to be so flexible. You people truly have thick skin. He stood beside Jiang then and declared, according to your rules, my absolute shadow sect also has the right to compete. Now you may leave. The geniuses retorted angrily, you are deceiving people. So what if it is absolute shadow sect? I refuse to accept this. Quiet Min ground her teeth. Ham Thien Sao no Lao An, why is she with him? Chief God in the sky pronounced, absolute shadow sect has the qualification to compete, but that nameless one does not. Only then is it fair. As soon as the words ended, a chief god unleashed a condemning strike. A petty one who breaks the rules deserves death. Jiang then swung his fist to counterattack and cursed shameless. Lao An drew her sword to block the strike and said clearly, "It is you who break the rules." The overwhelming power crashed down. Neither of them could withstand it. Jiang then was struck to his knees, gritting his teeth and thinking he was still too weak. Seeing the danger, he pushed Lao An and told her to leave. Lao An frowned and replied, "In my dictionary there is no word for fleeing. I do not believe he dares kill me before the world." The chief god grew furious, continuing to gather power as he said, "You think I do not dare?" At this moment, Tong Thin Dao appeared behind that man, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Listen to me. You do not dare." Chief God jolted and turned his head, shouting, "Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, Tong Thin Dao pressed his head down to the ground. Pressure spread out, his gaze icy as he said, "Already old and still fond of bullying the young with seniority. What about me? I am the one who cannot stand the sight of you." After speaking, he increased his force. The chief god screamed in agony. In a short moment, that man collapsed and died with his eyes open. Tong Thin Dao withdrew his hand and ordered, "Listen well. Once the rules are set, they must not be broken, otherwise death." Jiang then on the ground heard the voice and was startled. That voice was far too familiar. Two remaining chief gods hurriedly knelt and replied, "Since you have acted, we dare not object. We immediately announce that the new master of bright, blessed land has been decided. Those unrelated must leave at once." With everything settled, Tong Thin Dao said to himself, "Jiang then, the path has been cleared. What comes next depends on your ability." Lao An spoke first. "It seems things are temporarily calm." Jiang then still frowned and replied, "For now it is safe, but those geniuses will sooner or later become trouble. I have an idea." Lao An revealed a curious expression upon hearing this. Jiang then turned and spoke loudly, "Fellow Taoists, although bright blessed land now belongs to me, I wish to discuss a business with everyone." Quiet Min could not help frowning after hearing this. Her eyes filled with confusion. Jiang then explained, "The blessed land is rich in spiritual energy and vast in space. Lao An and I staying here alone is a waste. As long as you offer heavenly treasures as rental fees, I will allow you to cultivate together and share the blessed land." Everyone listened with half belief and half doubt. Quiet Min asked directly, "Can these words be trusted?" Exchanging heavenly treasures for the chance to cultivate in bright blessed land was indeed a bargain. Jiang then smiled and nodded. "Of course it is true." Tun Bat and Go sneered. "You truly calculate carefully." Van Vi snorted, "I do not need charity from others." Jiang then turned and left, reminding before departing, "You may think it over carefully before giving me an answer." Deeper within the blessed land, Lao An spoke, "This deal has no advantage. The most precious thing here is the vast heaven-sacred spring. It can cleanse bones and marrow, purify the divine soul. As for heavenly treasures, they exist everywhere." Jiang then replied, "The vast heaven-sacred spring is not very useful to me. What I need is the dragon-shedding fruit." Lao An pointed behind. That entire forest is filled with dragon-shedding fruit. Dragon-shedding fruit is usually used to enhance aptitude or a sacred body. An ordinary person only needs one in a lifetime, rare but not exceedingly precious. Jiang then stepped forward and picked one, smiling as he said, "No wonder there are so many. I will try first. Trouble fellow Taoist to guard me." After swallowing the fruit, he immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. On his back, the serpent meridian suddenly bulged distinctly. For long, sweat poured from him like rain. A surge of power roared from within his body. He threw back his head and roared. A serpent-shaped phantom shot out from his forehead. Lao An was stunned speechless at the sight. This was clearly a sign of dragon transformation, yet he was human. Jiang then suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking inwardly, "Not good. One fruit is still not enough." Quickly formed hand seals and chanted, "Spirit 10 spear, heed my command and move." As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon-shedding fruit on the trees trembled and fell. Jiang then spread his hand and shouted, "Enter my sphere of control." Countless dragon-shedding fruits flew one after another into his body. Watching the fruits continuously drawn in, Lao An could not help feeling unsettled. What kind of cultivation technique required so many dragon-shedding fruits? At this moment, the serpent phantom within Jiang then appeared again. Horns sprouted from its head and gradually lengthened. Lao An vaguely speculated, distant dragon transformation, human body with dragon meridian could it be? He is from that great sect. After a fierce struggle, the serpent meridian finally evolved into a dragon meridian. Jiang then stood up, and a streak of light flashed across his chest. In that streak of light, a soul flame bird flew out. Jiang then was startled. The undying bird soul had also broken through at this moment. The undying bird shot straight into the sky, flew opposite the dragon meridian. Jiang then hovered in midair. The sky suddenly darkened. Lao An was shaken, dragon and phoenix entwined. Heavenly tribulation descending if he overcomes it. The 9 heavens god realm in the future. I fear no one will be able to stop his rise. On Jiang then side, he rushed straight into the center of the heavenly tribulation. preparing to receive the lightning. Heaven and earth shook violently. The dragon and phoenix phantoms appeared and soared upward. They radiated terrifying power, forcing all things around to retreat. Seeing this scene, Quiet Min covered her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Dragon and phoenix undergoing tribulation together. The momentum is immense." Elder Cow hurriedly added, "Indeed, the one undergoing tribulation must be a rare genius." Tunbat and Go watched intently and sighed. The direction shows the one undergoing tribulation is inside bright, blessed land. Van Vi interjected, "Could it be that nameless one? I did not expect him to have such talent." Here Jiang then raised his head to look at the sky, his figure upright and unmoving. Light gradually returned and sunlight shone down. Dragon and phoenix circled around him. Jiang then reached out to stroke them. The strange scene exceeded all expectations. Lao An raised her hand to catch the sunlight and said in a low voice, "He has safely passed the tribulation and even received divine light cleansing. As long as he does not seek his own death, his future path of the great Tao will be smooth. I should also begin cultivating." After speaking, Lao An stood up. She slowly stepped down into the stream, then immersed herself within, thinking inwardly, "The vast heaven-sacred spring truly lives up to its name." As the water rose to her waist, she closed her eyes to feel it. Jiang then sighed. The pair of dragon and phoenix still circled around him. Jiang then descended to the ground and let out a breath of relief. Truly dangerous. The dragon, meridian, and undying bird undergoing tribulation together. Fortunately, there was danger but no disaster. He turned to look for Lao An and was startled. "Where is Lao An? Did I lose her while undergoing tribulation?" "Forget it, searching is useless. Better cultivate first." After thinking this, Jiang then removed his clothes, tossed his things onto the shore and stepped into the river, smiling in delight. The vast heaven-sacred water is indeed good stuff. On the other side, Lao An soaked while cultivating, yet felt an inexplicable unease in her heart. At that moment, Jiang then approached her location and looked at the water with admiration. This water truly has wondrous effects. Cultivating for half a day will surely bring a breakthrough. It indeed has the effect of purifying the divine soul. The closer one gets, the more relaxed one feels. After speaking, Jiang then gathered his focus and prepared to dive down. Suddenly, he discovered Lao An was also cultivating here. Jiang then widened his eyes and thought, "Why is Lao An here?" Lao An also sensed the disturbance and wondered inwardly, "Who is there?" Two opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other, both crying out in shock, "Someone is here." That moment, Kothan Tyet, the eldest young miss of Van Thong Mountain Manor, appeared. Seeing this scene, she blushed, covered her eyes, and shouted, "In broad daylight, what are you two doing under the vast heaven-sacred spring like this?" Lao An immediately went ashore. Jiang then followed and shouted, "What we do has nothing to do with you." Barging into someone blessed land without permission and still shouting, "Are you seeking death?" Kothan Tyet angrily shouted back, "I am Kothan Tyet of Van Thong Mountain Manor. The holder of the land deed here, coming to collect rent. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Jiang then thought inwardly, "I did not expect it to be the girl surnamed Ko. In my previous life, I even gave her that name." Jiang then glanced at Kothan Tyet from head to toe. Then he laughed and said, "Collecting money is fine, but do not wrongly guess others' hearts, or perhaps Miss Than Tyet has grown up and reached the age of spring longing." Kothan Tyet angrily shouted, "You are insolent. Believe it or not, I will beat you to death." Jiang then grabbed her hand tightly, his eyes filled with wicked intent as he replied, "You may try." At this moment, Kothan Tyet thought to herself, "This detestable man is truly fierce. His strength even seems greater than mine. He is indeed difficult to deal with." After thinking it through, Kothan Tyet hurriedly said, "I can pay double the rent. If you do not want more money, then follow me to collect rent as well." He nodded after hearing this. Fine. Curled his lips into a smile, glancing at Kothan Tyet and thinking, "Let me see what tricks this little girl is playing." In another development, at the clear sky-blessed land of 9 heaven sect, Kothan Tyet pointed ahead and said, "It is this one. Once the rent is collected, we will consider what happened earlier settled." In her heart, Kothan Tyet calculated silently, "I may not torment you to death, but that woman is not easy to provoke." Followed behind and answered loudly, "One origin 9 cauldrons." Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, only to see a young woman without a thread on her body cry out in panic, "Row." Scene shifted back to bright blessed land. He and Lao An sat talking when Lao An suddenly cried out in shock, "What, you went to collect rent and saw a young woman naked?" He awkwardly explained, "I did not look on purpose. I only ran into it by accident. The rent has already been fully collected." Hearing this, Lao An slammed the table in anger. "You still dared to collect rent? Do you know who that young woman is? She is the illegitimate daughter of the 9 heaven sect master." He froze and asked, "The sect master daughter? I truly did not intend to take advantage of her." Lao An crossed her arms and sighed. "It is too late to say that now. Kothan Tyet is not bad, but that Zio Ha is the real little devil. He holds grudges and strikes viciously. She will likely invite a chief god to deal with you. He laughed. No wonder Ko Than Tayat even apologized to me before leaving. So that was why? Forget it. The heavenly treasures are already enough. I do not need to stay in the false god realm any longer. Oan hurriedly asked, then what about bright blessed land? He smiled and replied, how could I abandon it? I not only want bright blessed land, I also want to bring it back to the sect. I am only short of some materials to set up a formation. Young Master Lao surely will not be stingy. Lao An said angrily, I should not have boarded your pirate ship from the start. If the people of the Bright faction discover this, they will be furious to death. Held the bag of silver and replied thoughtfully, consider it taking a bit of interest before revenge. At this moment Quiet Min stood before bright blessed land and shouted loudly, nameless brat, come out. I have brought enough heavenly treasures. When will you fulfill your promise? Van Vi also spoke up. Tun Bat and Go and I have brought treasures to exchange. We hope fellow Taoist will come out to meet us. Walked out, his eyes greedy as he smiled and said, you are here, bringing so many gifts, how courteous. Quiet Min held her whip and pointed at the chest of silver saying, state your terms first if you want to rent. Tun Bat and Go added, these treasures are in exchange for 30 days of cultivation in the blessed land. Immediately shook his head at most 3 days. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. You all know how precious the vast heaven-sacred spring is. Quiet Min sighed after hearing this, too short. Lao An hurried over and shouted, stop talking. The people of Nine Heavens sect have arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, Zioha stepped out from behind. Lao An and he both turned to look. Zioha angrily shouted, you dared to take advantage of me and still want to run. Ko Than Tayat hurriedly said, Zioha listened to my explanation. Yesterday was a misunderstanding. Zioha brushed it aside and said coldly, misunderstanding or not. He saw my body, so he must die. Ko Than Tayat thought, it is over. Have I truly caused his death? Quiet Min stood aside shaking her head. Even she you dared to provoke, truly courting death. Tun Bat and Go sighed, brother, I truly admire you. Without further words, Zioha pointed at he and ordered, kill him. The people behind responded in unison, we obey young miss. Lao An immediately stepped forward to block in front of him and said, let me see who dares. He sneered, you want my life. You are not qualified. Quiet Min spoke loudly, Zioha, give me face and spare him this once. Let him use bright blessed land as compensation. Tun Bat and Go also hurriedly pleaded, Sister Ha, spare him. Zioha shouted, shut up. Make your move. As soon as Zioha gave the order, her subordinates rushed forward like a gale. He calmly observed and thought, a chief god has stepped in. This time there will be a price to pay. He stood in front of Lao An to shield her. At that moment, smiling heavenly god appeared and said with a grin, interesting. I heard someone wants to kill my junior brother. Rushed forward to stand before him and shield him. Smiling heavenly god glanced at him and smiled inwardly. Master was right. Junior brother truly knows how to cause trouble. It Min stood agape. She did not expect smiling heavenly god. Tun Bat and Go was horrified. Back in the North Sea, he used upper heavenly god cultivation to slaughter 100 chief gods. He was called the Killing Star. Lao An said in surprise, the kinder one smiles, the more vicious he kills. And he is your senior brother. He was stunned. You are my senior brother. Smiling heavenly god nodded. Master told me to watch over you. Rest assured, with senior brother here today, no one can bully you. He pointed at Zioha and Ko Than Tayat and shouted, it is you two little girls bullying my junior brother. Zioha bowed her head in fear. Zioha greets senior. Today I know my mistake. Ko Than Tayat awkwardly added. Than Tayat also knows her mistake. Smiling heavenly god smiled kindly. Knowing your mistake is good, but you said my junior brother is a rogue for seeing your bodies. Then I will help him confirm the charge completely. He locked Zioha, Ko Than Tayat and he in a room, and said with a smile, junior brother, slowly enjoy the meeting gift. He cried out in panic, righteous brother. The dining table, smiling heavenly god said with a smile, junior brother is quite something. It has been nearly 7 days, Lao An asked uneasily. Did you not give him dragon tiger medicine? Smiling heavenly god continued smiling. It seems junior brother charm is not small. Even the young master of absolute shadow sect has taken notice. Lao An snorted softly. I do not understand what you are saying. Smiling heavenly god shrugged. If you do not understand, then forget it. When junior brother comes out, remember to greet him for me. I will return to the sect first. What a pity, I originally wanted to tease junior brother a bit more. Now there is no chance. In the room, he thought in panic, senior brother truly excels at bringing trouble upon me. Zioha shouted loudly, the humiliation of today 9 Heavens sect will remember for life. Your senior brother cannot protect you forever. After speaking, she wrapped herself in a blanket and left. Ko Than Tayat resentfully said, detestable brat, I hate you. Lao An entered the room and looked at him saying, quite a bit of fortune. Replied with a pained face, all trouble, all because of smiling heavenly god. Lao An continued, he left not long ago. If you chase now you may still catch up. He cried out in shock, he left. Thought truly worthy of a Tongshan sect disciple. Digging pits just like master. Seeing him turn away, Lao An asked, where are you going? He sighed and replied, to set up a formation. Should I wait for those two women to come settle accounts? In another development, the lake's surface river was crystal clear. Quiet Min and Van Vi were soaking in the cool water cultivating. He arrived. Quiet Min asked irritably, what are you doing here? He asked back, why are they also here? Lao An hurriedly explained, your senior brother let them exchange heavenly treasures for 7 days of cultivation. He shouted in shock, then where are my treasures? Lao An calmly replied, smiling, heavenly God took them, saying it was your filial offering. He thought, it seems I must move the blessed land away. Future meals will depend on these things. After thinking this, he directly struck and blasted Quiet Min group out of the river. He shouted loudly, the 7 days are over, get out. Quiet Min, Van Vi and Tun Bat and Go fled in panic. Feeling humiliated, Van Vi angrily shouted, nameless brat, are you tired of living? Tun Bat and Go hurriedly pulled her back. Van Vi, look at the ground. Suddenly, bright blessed land separated from the ground and flew straight into the sky. Quiet Min widened her eyes and cried out, am I seeing wrong? The blessed land can actually fly. Van Vi replied in shock, you are not mistaken. Bright blessed land has truly flown away. Even Lao An stood agape. The blessed land has been taken away. Bright chief god will certainly not spare you. There is still time to regret. Replied coldly, what I Jiang then do, I have never known regret. After that, Lao An was swept away by a force. She hurriedly said, Jiang then is it not, I will remember you, we will meet again in the 9 heavens god realm. He turned and smiled, see you again. Then he shouted loudly, Tongshan sect, I have returned. Watching bright blessed land being taken away by him. Gao Than roared in fury, nameless brat dares touch my blessed land. We will not share the same sky. A masked figure roared, kill. Within Tongshan sect a familiar voice rang out, old man, old Sai, I am back. Tong Thin Dao said helplessly, if you are back then you are back, why shout so loudly? And he saw bright blessed land being brought back by Jiang then. Tong Thin Dao stared wide-eyed, damn it, you really brought the entire bright blessed land back. Jiang then stood before him. Tong Thin Dao face turned tense as he muttered, this time we are finished. He explained, with bright blessed land everyone will not have to worry about hunger. Is that not a good thing? Tong Thin Dao sighed, good is good, but it is also a great calamity. Inside the blessed land there is the essence blood mark of the Bright Clan. They can use it to locate this place. The sealing trace has dissipated. The Bright Clan has surely taken action. Lao continued, you have caused a great disaster. Do you know why Tongshan sect had to hide itself? He bowed curiously, please enlighten me. Sai Lao looked up at the blessed land and said, in the past Tongshan sect was once the #1 sect of the 9 heavens. All gods held it in awe. After the great calamity, the disciples suffered heavy losses, no longer strong enough to suppress old enemies. We had no choice but to hide and recuperate, originally thinking it would take 10,000 years to rise again. Unfortunately, he lowered his head guiltily. It is my fault. Sai Lao patted his shoulder in comfort. There is no right or wrong. I know you meant well. Quickly return to the false god realm. We will handle things here. His eyes were resolute as he replied, the disaster was caused by me. Whether life or death, I must stay and face it. Tong Thin Dao cut him off. If I tell you to go, then go. Why so much talk? Your master will send you away. Suddenly a blinding light descended from the sky. A voice resounded, this deity is here. No one is allowed to leave. The 7 bright lords appeared, their expressions icy. They spoke in deep voices. We respectfully invite the bright lord. Immediately after, they sealed the entire group of Jiang then. Tong Thin Dao glanced over and said, the sealing art of the Bright Clan, it seems you cannot leave now. He replied, all the better, I will scout the way first. Another voice rang out, Tongshan sect has not fallen to the point of burning essence blood in sacrifice. Hung tapped he pressure points and said, stay obediently here, junior brother, you should lose some weight. Sai Lao stepped forward, stroking his beard. This old man is still alive. It is not yet the sect master turn to risk his life. His words fell. Sai Lao strode toward the 7 bright lords. Let this old man test you. The 7 bright lords sneered. In the past, Tongshan sect was so mighty. Now it has declined to the point of lacking even a chief god. After hiding so long, the day of reckoning has come. One lord immediately struck, using light quake to attack Sai Lao. Sai Lao replied disdainfully, is that all? When the divine war erupted, Tongshan sect once ruled the battlefield. You were merely lackeys who never witnessed a god-king fall 100 times. Mere lackeys dare to boast. As he finished speaking, Sai Lao unleashed a heaven-shaking palm. 7 bright lords shouted, stop holding back. Use full power to eradicate them completely. 9 heavens ancestral stone. Heed my command, fall today level Tongshan sect. Just with you, I fear it is still not enough. Smiling heavenly god appeared, smiling calmly. disciple of Great Serpent greets Master. Hong Lang Sa laughed loudly. Generation Tiger of Tongshan sect. Hong Lang Sa is here, who dares to invade. Lac Thur appeared slowly. Generation Dragon arrives late, may Master punish me. 7 bright lords turned pale. Smiling heavenly god, red-robed war god Hong Lang Sa, jade-faced scholar Lac Thur. You 3 famed across the world are actually disciples of Tongshan sect. He glanced at the god king beside him and said, God king indeed plans like a god. It is your turn to act. The 7 bright lords replied, this seat is only half-step god king. Hong Lang Sa and the other 2 sneered, half-step so what? We are willing to risk our lives for the sect. The 7 bright lords continued, Tongshan sect having you as a blessing. But with Master still here, there is no reason for disciples to sacrifice. Tong Thin Dao spoke. Today your master will teach you the final lesson. He unleashed his full power, his spirit body erupting. The ground immediately trembled violently. Stone pillars cracked and exploded into fragments. Tong Thin Dao did not stop, continuing to merge. Sai Lao hurriedly stopped him. Tungser name stop. Your true god foundation is insufficient. Merging now will sever your path. Tong Thin Dao replied firmly, Sai Lao, my mind is made up. I ask you all to guard me. The disciples hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Master, reconsider. We are still here. It has not come to this. The 7 bright lords roared, attack. Tongshan sect techniques are strange. Do not let him merge, kill. Tong Thin Dao 3 disciples immediately rushed to assist. Senior brothers and sisters, follow me to protect Master. Sai Lao also stepped forward. This old man has lived long enough. If you want to touch the sect, Master, kill this old man first. Both sides clashed fiercely. Heaven and earth changed color. The eyes of the 7 bright lords shone brightly. Terrifying force erupted, blasting Tong Thin Dao group away. Sai Lao fell to his knees, blood gushing. Tong Thin Dao still struggled to hold on. The 7 bright lords increased their power more and more. 3 disciples rushed forward to shield Sai Lao. Each unleashed all their strength in a desperate stand. The 7 bright lords let out a low roar, swung his long sword, killing intent surging like waves. Controlled flying swords to shoot straight at Tong Thin Dao disciples, their momentum as if to split heaven and earth. The 3 disciples immediately joined forces to erect a barrier to resist. Lac Thur choked while fighting, Master, this kindness. In the next life, this disciple will repay. Tong Thin Dao sneered, the next life is too far away, repay it in this life. He shot forward like lightning, his voice cold. A true powerhouse never retreats half a step no matter who stands before him. Anyone who dares harm my disciples must pay. The 7 bright lords panicked before the overwhelming strike, shouting in despair, no, do not. Heaven-shaking explosion erupted from Tong Thin Dao attack. The aftershock spread, leaving everyone stunned and wide-eyed. Even he could not help exclaiming, heavens, with such strength why put on a tragic act earlier? Tong Thin Dao descended before him and said calmly, consider it a lesson for you. Remember to leave no traces when you act. He could only sigh. Indeed, I should not have gone looking for trouble. 3 disciples complained one after another, sulking at Master. I no longer believe you. If I had known you cultivated 3,600 spirit bodies, I would not have returned. Now our identities are exposed, and enemies are everywhere. Tong Thin Dao remained calm. That makes it more fun. Do not spoil the mood. The old man turned and smiled at him. Come, little disciple. We have arranged bright, blessed land for you. Take it as a gift for acknowledging a master. He darkened his face. Take it as the entrance fee I offer you. Hong Lang Sa leaned close, smiling mischievously. Junior brother so handsome, do not be angry because of that old man. Let senior sister seek justice for you. He shrugged. That will not be necessary. Even said disdainfully, cultivating thousands of years to reach only 3,000 spirit bodies. Wanting to save some face is normal. Hearing this, Hong Lang Sa grew curious. Oh, how many have you cultivated, junior brother? He confidently raised 3 fingers. Not many, not few, 360. Everyone around gaped in shock. What? Dai Hung cried out, half a month, and you cultivated that many. Hong Lang Sa praised while probing. Junior brother so formidable, have you considered dual cultivation? He blushed, senior sister, that is not appropriate. We just met. We should cultivate feelings first. Hong Lang Sa winked teasingly. Truly a lecher, thinking quite beautifully, lecher. After speaking, she handed he a box filled with heavenly treasures. Cultivating the Tongshan sacred canon is not easy. This is senior sister greeting gift. Lac Thur also handed over an item. Junior brother, take it as a greeting gift. Do not let yourself go hungry. Smiling heavenly god beamed and placed a hand on his shoulder. The gifts are complete. Junior brother satisfied, he glanced sideways. Senior brother, you nearly got me killed. How can a cultivator carelessly provoke challenges? Tong Thin Dao laughed cheerfully and waved to call the 4 disciples over. Warmth rose in his heart. Having a sect to shield him seemed not bad at all. In the main hall, the story of the 5 master and disciples continued lively. I unleashed a blaze of flames. That man screamed miserably and turned to ash. Applause rang out. Well done. Hong Lang Sa pouted. What is so good? If I had broken through earlier, I could have helped senior brother. Hearing this, he was surprised. Senior brother, Hong Lang Sa explained. Counting you, master has 5 disciples. Senior brother is the eldest. That day he was chased in the East Sea by the Lord of the Forbidden Land and could not step into it. It is said the Forbidden Land is layered with danger. Few enter and live to exit, all because I was useless. Hong Thin Dao showed interest. The East Sea Forbidden Land. It seems those piles of master bones should be activated. He stood and declared, disciples of Tongshan Realm heed the order. From today, Lac Thur will temporarily assume the position of sect master. I will go rescue your senior brother. Lac Thur turned pale and protested. I will not be sect master. I still want to go out and temper myself. But Tong Thin Dao had already left without notice. The 2 junior siblings giggled. Senior brother master has gone far, just accept it. Lac Thur turned to seek Sai Lao help, but he was nowhere to be seen. Sai Lao. Lac Thur was furious. The entire sect has no one reliable, truly trapped. At that moment, Chi Thin Am stepped in. Little Lac Thur, I told you to transfer to Trite Dia sect. Lac Thur clenched his fan. Chi Thin Am, what are you here for again? Chi Thin Am pretended to lecture. No sense of hierarchy. Call me martial uncle. Tong Thin Dao has left. I came to take my little disciple back to the sect. Since he is taken away, inside and out will be clean. He cried for help. Senior brother, save me. Junior brother, let go. Lac Thur fell silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice. Let him go with Chi Thin Am. We lose nothing. He was stunned. What? In the end, he was dragged away by Chi Thin Am. On the way, he looked up thinking. Chi Thin Am teased, so do you want to change sects? Trite Dia sect is wealthy. No need to rob blessed lands. Replied calmly. As long as you are not afraid that old man will come wreck Trite Dia sect. She winked and smiled. You are quite loyal, fine. Being a registered disciple is acceptable. Follow me to test your aptitude. Chi Thin Am led he to a formation. This is the grand formation to test aptitude. It will reveal your tiger soul form. He stepped into the center of the formation. Roar sounded, pressure rolling outward. He thought a milk kitten acting imposing. Chi Thin Am said, your tiger soul resembles a dragon meridian and needs upgrading. To upgrade the tiger soul you need yin and yang harmonization. He clutched his chest, refusing. Martial Uncle Chi harmonizing yin and yang with you would not be suitable. Chi Thin Am posed seductively. What if this seed insists on helping? He blushed. I will resist with all my strength. If I cannot win, I will endure. Chi Thin Am poked his forehead. Relax, this old lady has no interest in you. She rubbed the tiger soul head. Your yang energy is insufficient. To harmonize, you must first replenish yang energy. Shouted, saying my yang energy is weak is insulting whom? Chi Thin Am explained. I refer to the yin and yang dual energies. Tiger soul belongs to yang, born from the great Tao Yang. Lacking yang energy leaves it incomplete. Then Chi Thin Am led he before a door. 2 guards hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder Chi. She said, this is the outer sect treasury filled with treasures that replenish yang energy. Cultivate here and nourish your tiger soul. Once stable, I will arrange yin and yang harmonization. His eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. Good. The main hall of Trite Dia sect. Hong Wai sat in the hall. Chi Thin Am reported, sect master mission accomplished. Jiang then has been brought back only. Hong Wai asked, only what? Chi Thin Am sighed. His tiger soul is now merely a small white tiger. It needs yang energy. But if yang energy rises too fast, it will require someone to harmonize yin and yang. Hong Wai pondered. He bears a tiger soul. Ordinary women cannot endure. I understand. Withdraw. I will personally watch over him. 7 days passed. He was still recuperating there. Sweat drenched his face. Did he over-replenish yang energy? His body burned like fire. He wondered whether Chi Thin Am had deceived him. At that moment, Hong Wai stepped in. This seat will personally help you upgrade your tiger soul. From now on, you must never do anything harmful to Trite Dia sect. Chi Thin Am stood afar and murmured to the sect master. I do not know whether today's choice is right or wrong. I only hope all goes smoothly. Once the door closed, the commotion inside still echoed clearly. Waves of violent tremors. Chi Thin Am blushed deeply, complaining inwardly, could you lower the noise? Why do I feel the sect master is at a disadvantage? On the second day, Hong Wai was drenched in sweat, inwardly clicking her tongue. This fellow indeed has some ability. It is just unknown whether after this his tiger soul will successfully upgrade. After prolonged struggle, he lay flat on the floor. Hong Wai exhaled lightly. From now on, I have lost another portion of strength. Chi Thin Am entered and asked with concern, are you all right? He hesitated. Martial uncle, Hong Wai is. Chi Thin Am answered directly. She is the sect master of this sect. Jiang, then from now on you must not betray Trite Dia sect. To advance you, the sect master sacrificed greatly. Hearing this, he felt tangled. He came to Trite Dia sect once and ended up entangled with their sect master. How could he still have face to return to Tongshan sect? Scene returned to Tongshan sect. Everyone still waited for Jiang then. Dai Hung anxiously asked, Senior brothers and sisters, when will junior brother return? Will he bring food back? Chi Thin am handed he an item. Now on you may cultivate the technique of trite diasect. It shares origin with the Tangshan sacred canon, called Tiger Soul Art. Whoever bears a tiger soul and cultivates this art will have bones turned to swords and reverse into wings, even reaching great accomplishment. In ancient times, mighty beings cultivated tiger bones and transformed into thorn blossoms to achieve success. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the technique. Hong Wai stood outside the hall. Chi Thin am reported, "Greetings, sect master." Jiang then is comprehending the technique, more than half likely to enter the path. Hong Wai nodded in satisfaction. His talent indeed surpasses ordinary people. He truly endured. Chi Thin am added happily, "Bright blessed land was taken back to Tangshan sect by him. Tong Thin Dao also killed all the lords. Overall, not a loss." But Hong Wai remained worried. Bright has always been narrow-minded, lacking strength yet daring to issue absolute kill orders in the false god realm. Bright blessed land was seized by a nameless one. The god king raged and offered the method of becoming a god in exchange for that head. He in the false god realm will likely not live peacefully. If the Bright clan dares harm even a single hair of his, I will not mind ending their lineage. 3 months later, he successfully comprehended the technique. Tiger soul art is indeed extraordinary. In 3 months, he accumulated dozens more spirit bodies. Suddenly, Hong Wai transmitted her voice. Jiang then come to the main hall at once. He obeyed and arrived. Hong Wai was already waiting. "You have emerged from seclusion." She placed her hand on his chest. "This is tiger bone transforming into thorn blossom. I did not expect you to have this aptitude," he asked curiously. "Is this very powerful?" Hong Wai smiled. "Whether powerful or not you will know in battle. I summoned you to enter the false god realm again and participate in the vast heaven grand assembly." Stunned, vast heaven grand assembly. Hong Wai explained that this was a grand event organized by Hao Thin Mon. The geniuses of Huthan Jioi would gather at Hao Thin Than, competing in both martial and scholarly arts, seizing treasures, and even having a chance to enter a Dai Tong Mon. Jiang then appeared indifferent. "Heavenly treasures might not slow my cultivation." Hong Wai continued. "The reward includes the bloodline fruit that helps a tiger soul advance, and it is also related to the successor of the Thende. Hao Thin Grand Assembly, you must go." Jiang then asked again, "I understand the bloodline fruit, but what does the successor of the Thende have to do with me?" Hong Wai gently recounted that Thong Thin Jiao and Trite Dia Tong have reached their current status thanks to the Thende clan. Your master has never severed ties with them. Urgent matters cannot be delayed. Set off immediately. Remember to disguise yourself carefully. The Guang Ming clan is hunting you down. After speaking, she pushed Jiang then outside. He turned his head to glance back. "If I go, then I go, as if I am afraid." Thin AM had a premonition that this trip would not be peaceful. Hong Wai lowered her head in worry, hoping everything would go smoothly. Otherwise, this trace of divine sense would be enough for me to appear in time. The scene shifted to Huthan Jioi. At Hao Thin Than, 2 people stood by a desk piled with documents, discussing non-stop. The latest list of geniuses was complete. The assembly would begin tomorrow. Jiang then glanced over. The assembly would only open tomorrow. It seemed he had to find a place to rest first. He stepped into a small inn and called the waiter. "Give me a top-grade room." Suddenly, a chopstick shot straight toward Jiang then head. Jiang then narrowed his eyes. A cold voice rang out. "A lower-ranked true god. This is not a place you should stay. Leave now, and you may keep your life." Jiang then caught the chopstick between 2 fingers and snapped it. "What if I do not leave?" Dao Luke laughed sinisterly, snapped the remaining chopstick in his hand, then died. That Dao Luke, who did not know his own limits, even cursed, "Brat, you brought this upon yourself." Jiang then raised his brows. "With such little ability, you dare to kill me." He immediately let him taste his power. Dao Enhat saw that Jiang then had blocked his move and grew furious. "A lower-ranked true god who can withstand one strike from me does have some skill, but this is not a place for you. Take my advice and withdraw." Jiang then treated his words like the wind passing by his ears. He assumed a battle stance. Without retreating, with a single light move he injured Dao Enhat. Dao Luke saw this and still rushed forward. "Senior brother, I will help you." Dao Enhat hurriedly stopped him. "Junior brother, step back. You are not his opponent." But Dao Luke stubbornly insisted. "Senior brother, rest assured, I will take his head." Before he could boast for long, Jiang then had already severed Dao Luke's arm. Dao Enhat roared, "Junior brother." Dao Luke's face turned pale. His Dao soul trembled as the Azure Cloud Starfall sword flew toward Jiang then. Jiang then was astonished. "This is the Azure Cloud Starfall sword." Dao Luke was unwilling to accept it. His Dao soul changed allegiance. "Azure Cloud, even you abandon me." Jiang then reached out and caught the Azure Cloud Starfall sword. He smiled faintly. "Long time no see. Azure Cloud Starfall sword. For the sake of an old Dao soul acquaintance, I will not take your life. Move aside." Dao Luke clutched his severed arm and knelt down. Dao Enhat shouted, "Dao Luke, step back. Dao En Hat changed to a smiling expression and stepped forward. I am the senior brother of Dao Mon. Dao En Hat, greetings fellow Taoist. My junior brother was reckless. I apologize on his behalf. Jiang then did not care and intended to leave. It is fine, the matter is over, but Dao En Hat blocked his path again. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Fellow Taoist, the Hao Thien Grand Assembly is about to begin. The martial contest requires 6 people per team. My junior brother is injured. You may join our team. Jiang then replied bluntly, I am not interested. Dao En Hat persisted. With your realm, apart from us, it may be hard to find another team. Another voice suddenly rang out to interrupt. Who just said that? Jiang then, I have been waiting for you for a long time, master. You finally chose to appear. Jiang then and Dao En Hat both turned to look. Dao En Hat could not hide his shock. Upper rank profound gods, and there are 4 of them. Jiang then was stunned. How did everyone gather here? The 4 of them burst into laughter as they spoke. What a coincidence to meet, boss. Long time no see, master. Jiang then smiled and nodded. Yes, it has indeed been a long time since we met again. A disciple of Fan Thien Academy stepped forward and pressed Dao En Hat back. A few lower-rank profound gods dare to cling upward. Look in a mirror and see if you are worthy. Dao En Hat hurriedly lowered his head. Yes. We were blind and failed to see Mount Tai. Dao Luke stepped forward to admit fault. Senior brother, it was all my fault. I did not expect to offend these people. Dao En Hat could only sigh helplessly. Disciple of Fan Thien Academy smiled and said to Jiang then, let us go, there are still people outside waiting for you. Jiang then was surprised. There is someone else. The 5 of them walked outside together. Jiang then eyes widened when he saw that the person standing there was Nap Lan Mi Nhai, heavens and earth. Mi Nhai spoke gently. Master, long time no see. This time, you will not be able to run away again.